Chapter 1. SSS-level talent, but chose no profession? Are you crazy? SSS-level talent, and you chose no profession? On the Awakening Square, everyone was shocked by Wang Lingfeng's choice, which was even more shocking than Wang Lingfeng's awakening of his SSS-level talent just now. Wang Lingfeng touched the awakening steel with his hands, and immediately the steel shone with golden light. A dazzling golden beam of light rose straight into the sky, and the sky seemed to have opened a door to another time and space, followed by the phantoms of countless professions descending. Everyone in the audience was very excited at that time, especially the school leaders of Linhai Middle School and Wang Lingfeng's class teacher. After Lu Ruyan, our school is going to have another A-level, no, S-level talent. There are so many professions that match this talent. Anyone that can trigger a professional phenomenon means that the degree of compatibility reaches more than 90%, and the future career change will be smooth. Especially these professions are very powerful. Lightforged Paladin, Dragon Slayer, Doomsday Judge, Dark Knight Blood Demon King. These are all powerful 5th level professions. This means that there is a 90% chance that Wang Lingfeng can reach the 5th level. There are less than 10 people in the world who have reached level 5. Finally, the golden words on the awakening steel emerged. SSS-level talent, super comprehension, can learn SSS-level and below skills, any skill proficiency increased by 10,000%, and has a certain chance to create a new skill. Suck. When this talent appeared, everyone gasped. This is not only SSS-level, but also one of the top 10 skills, everyone's dream talent. Optional professions: warrior, mage, archer, monk, assassin, mechanical engineer, beast tamer. Envious. Ordinary people have only 1 or 2 optional professions at most, but he has almost all the first-level professions. No matter which career path he chooses, he will be very strong. At this moment, when everyone was ecstatic and the school leaders were excited, he chose to no job. Why? Why is that? Everyone wanted to ask this question and wanted to grab Wang Lingfeng's arms and shake them wildly. And Lu Ruyan has already taken this step ahead. Wang Lingfeng, are you mentally ill? Why did you choose to have no career? At this moment, Lu Ruyan had completely lost her usual gentleness and nobility, and was only filled with deep anger, as if Wang Lingfeng had destroyed something that belonged to her. When Wang Lingfeng activated his SSS-level talent, she was already ecstatic and shouted frantically that she had made the right bet and that her 2.5 years of youth had not been wasted. Because she is Wang Lingfeng's fiancée, this is the strongest marriage between the Wang family and the Lu family. Originally, the Wang family, the Lu family, as well as she and Wang Lingfeng should have soared to success, but now Wang Lingfeng has ruined this opportunity. In her eyes, isn't this destroying something that belongs to her? The Wang family and the Lu family felt the same way. As excited and happy as they were just now, they are now as angry and resentful. Among them, Wang Rulong, the head of the Wang family, was furious. Humph. The son of a bitch is indeed a bitch. I should have known I shouldn't have brought them back. Cut off the medical expenses of that bitch immediately and drive that bitch's son away. We in the Wang family don't keep useless people. Master, how can Master Feng be kicked out like this even though he has SSS-level talent? So what if he has SSS-level talent? He can't change jobs without a profession, and can't learn any professional skills. He can only learn basic skills. Even if his skill proficiency can be improved 100 times, even if he reaches the maximum level, it will only be basic skills. Don't you have your own skills? Do you know what that probability is? It's less than 0.001%. He's already useless. There was no intention of concealing anything in the conversation between the two. Everyone understood that Wang Lingfeng was about to be kicked out of the Wang family. After all, everyone knows that Wang Lingfeng, who has no talent, cannot enter the Wang family. At the same time, among the 7 major martial arts schools in China, the school leaders learned that Wang Lingfeng had awakened to the SSS level and was also super comprehensible, so they prepared to go to Linhai City in person to extend an olive branch. No matter which profession Wang Lingfeng chooses, he can enter their 7 martial arts schools and have the highest level of resources. They are also mentally prepared to compete with other martial arts schools. As a result, Wang Lingfeng chose to have no job. They couldn't help but curse at him and put Wang Lingfeng on the blacklist in their hearts. Even if Wang Lingfeng took the college entrance examination, they wouldn't admit him. At the same time, the countries and forces that wanted to do something detrimental to China laughed and cancelled their plans to assassinate Wang Lingfeng. You can't change jobs, you can't learn professional skills, do you know what kind of talent you are wasting? Right now, China is still in danger. Not only do we have to face endless alien beasts, but we also have to face the alien beasts and their lackeys, the Japanese. Countless Chinese sons and daughters have died on the battlefield because of this, and you have wasted such a great talent. Even if you are selfish and afraid of death and don't want to fight, you still have to join the martial arts school to improve yourself. How can you, an unprofessional, pass the upcoming college entrance examination? Lu Ruyan regained some of her sanity at this time, feeling that she had lost her composure a little, and immediately began to talk about national justice, instantly escalating her personal grudges to the level of the country and even humanity. At the same time, Wang Lingfeng was also characterized as a selfish, cowardly person. Apart from this, what other reasons are there for him to choose no career? At this time, everyone despised and condemned Wang Lingfeng. I've never seen such an idiot as you. You dug your own grave. Everything is over for you now, you piece of shit. Wang Lingfeng was in a daze, feeling as if he had just realized that he had made an irreparable mistake. But this is just what everyone thinks. In fact, Wang Lingfeng is just confused about one thing, which is, I traveled through time for 5 years, and the cheats finally arrived. Sky Eye. Taoist Third Eye. You can see the sun, moon, mountains and rivers, and you can see the future inside and outside. Why awaken at this time? Could it be that my meditation last night triggered the unity of man and nature? At first he was a little bit unconvinced, until several classmates went up to trigger their talents. He saw the projection of the future and saw their talents. As a result, the talents they triggered were exactly the same as what they saw. This made him believe in his cheat. Just when he was choosing his career, all kinds of future shadows appeared to him, and he found that he would die no matter what he chose. Either you die at the hands of your own people, or you die at the mouth of a strange beast. He saw that in the future China would be destroyed by a world-destroying monster. That monster was like a catastrophe, unstoppable. Only by choosing no profession and creating new professions and skills can you resist this world-destroying beast. However, choosing to have no career is destined to be a difficult road, but the final strength will also be the strongest. Moreover, he has a hidden talent. Son of luck, luck has improved. Lu Ruyan, are you still going to team up with him for your high school entrance exam? Class teacher Chen Ru felt very sorry when she saw Wang Lingfeng in a daze, but she cared more about Lu Ruyan, who had a level talent. She couldn't let Wang Lingfeng drag her down now, as this would affect the school's admission rate. Who would team up with an idiot? Aren't you afraid of being dragged down by his stupidity? At this time, Lu Ruyan did not speak, and Wang Tang next to her spoke up. He is Wang Lingfeng's classmate, and also the youngest son of the head of the family and Wang Lingfeng's cousin. The two are 2 months apart in age. Wang Lingfeng and his mother were previously kicked out of the Wang family, partly because of the design of Wang Tang's mother. The biggest reason was that he was abandoned by his family. Because Wang's father died on the battlefield, the Wang family, who had benefited from it, not only did not help him, but also withheld his resources. Originally, there was still the Xie family with Xie Bingbing, and the Wang family did not do anything too extreme, but the Xie family fell from power and collapsed 7 years ago, and the mother and son were soon kicked out of the Wang family. 3 years ago, Wang Lingfeng rose strongly and entered Linhai Middle School with the highest score in the city. Moreover, whether it was physical fitness test, mental test, or practical test, he broke the record of Linhai City and became famous in China. So, the mother and son were taken back to the Wang family, and then he had Lu Ruyan as his fiancée. Wang Tang has been living in the shadow of Wang Lingfeng for the past 3 years. He thought that since Wang Lingfeng had awakened his SSS-level talent, he would live in this shadow for the rest of his life and his family would definitely favor Wang Lingfeng. Unexpectedly, Wang Lingfeng actually committed suicide by choosing no profession. Misfortunes sent by heaven can still be forgiven. He who brings trouble upon himself will suffer the consequences. Ha ha. Wang Lingfeng, your engagement with Ruyan should also be annulled. I'm afraid you'll give Ruyan away to someone else in a fit of rage. Wang Tang struck while the iron was hot and directly helped Lu Ruyan cancel the engagement. At that time, Lu Ruyan would be completely his. At this time, everyone looked at Wang Lingfeng, wanting to see how Wang Lingfeng would react. Chapter 2, Wang Tang, you have the potential to be an emperor. Will Wang Lingfeng give up Lu Ruyan? Won't. Everyone thinks no. Now is the end of the world with alien beasts invading. Everyone is in a base protected by high walls. After everyone activates their talents, regardless of whether they take the college entrance examination or not, they will be sent to survive in the wild. This is a cruel doomsday rule. In the wild world, you must find a strong partner in the early stage, otherwise it will be easy to die. Wang Lingfeng has been kicked out of the Wang family, so he would not want to lose Lu Ruyan, his powerful partner, and would definitely be entangled with her. Although Wang Lingfeng had no say in this, he certainly didn't want to, just like many people who knew what the outcome would be but still hoped for what they wanted to happen. Everyone was looking forward to Wang Lingfeng's entangled and pitiful look. Whether you are watching a former genius or a person who gives up his SSS-level talent because he is afraid of death, it will make people feel very happy. But the result is, Lu Ruyan, I agree to cancel the engagement. Whether you agree or not is your business. Wang Lingfeng was so decisive that it seemed like he had just thrown away a sticky plaster, which made everyone very unhappy, especially Lu Ruyan. How so? How could he agree? As expected of you, you chose a wrong answer again. Just in time. Wang Tang's laughter made everyone understand. So that's how it was. Wang Lingfeng had just chosen no profession, so what did this matter? Very easy to understand. Because of this, everyone laughed, and Wang Lingfeng had become the biggest joke in the city at this moment. At this time, Wang Lingfeng also laughed. His smile stunned everyone, and his next words stunned everyone even more, and then everyone burst into laughter. Wang Tang, you originally had the potential to be a great emperor, but your virginity was broken, and your talent was wasted. What are you talking about? Wang Tang didn't even go up to awaken his talent, so how can you say he is useless? Can you predict the future? I see. You are not good enough yourself, and then you curse others. So vicious and so ridiculous. This made people look down on Wang Lingfeng even more. Wang Lingfeng's image had collapsed since he chose no occupation, from being envied by everyone to being despised by everyone. At the same time, no one would believe that Wang Lingfeng could really predict the outcome. My talent is useless? Even if I get an F-level talent and choose the weakest profession, I'm still better than yours. Wang Tang laughed, then took a few steps forward, stopped, and turned around and said, besides, no matter how bad I am, I will not be less than B grade. My physical fitness test was A level, my mental test was B level, and my combat test was also A level. Wang Tang smiled, very confident. He even has the hope of achieving S-level talent. After going up, Wang Tang pressed on the awakening steel. A strong golden light appeared on the awakening steel. The golden light burst upwards and stopped when it reached 100 meters. Although this golden light was not as strong as Wang Lingfeng's beam that went straight up into the sky, it was still stronger than any other light, even stronger than Lu Ruyan, who was an A level. Wang Tang laughed, and the Wang family also laughed. Lu Jia looked at Lu Ruyan at this time, as if he had thought of something. S-level talent, pure yang holy body, all monk skills increase in effectiveness by 20%. Optional professions, monk, warrior, assassin, mage. S-level talent. S-level talent. Everyone exclaimed again. My son Wang Tang really has the potential to be an emperor? Wang Rulong was ecstatic, but instantly became nervous again, simply because. Choose a monk. The Wang family shouted. This talent is related to the profession. If you don't choose the monk and go the monk route, it will be useless. With the example of Wang Lingfeng, they had to be nervous. Not only the Wang family, but also other people including school leaders are worried. Don't worry, everyone. I'm not a coward like Wang Lingfeng. I will definitely choose the monk. I want to protect everyone. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Wang Tang chose the monk and, at the same time, tried to build up his reputation by saying some words to win people's hearts. Of course, he did not forget to step on Wang Lingfeng. The Wang family finally let go and cheered to celebrate, and the leaders of Linhai Middle School also gathered around. Suddenly Wang Tang became the center of the world. Wang Tang was very proud at this time. Originally, his talent was still superior to Wang Lingfeng, but who made Wang Lingfeng commit suicide? He looked at Wang Lingfeng, his eyes seemed to say, it's all thanks to you. He believed that this sentence would definitely kill people and break their hearts. But he found that Wang Lingfeng smiled calmly, as if to say, let me cheer you up. At this time, people nearby were already talking about it, saying that Wang Lingfeng was stupid and that the property originally belonged to him. Especially since Lu Ruyan was standing next to Wang Tang, they looked like a perfect match. One of Wang Tang's followers immediately started to make a fuss. It would be better for Lu Ruyan to get engaged to Wang Tang directly, so that both sides don't have to change their in-laws. This is true. But if we do this, won't Wang Lingfeng be too pitiful? Why are you pitiful? We'll still be a family from now on. My wife will just become my younger sister. Ha ha. Amidst all this excitement, everyone is actually looking forward to watching this big show right now, otherwise how can they enjoy it so much? Wang Tang had the same idea, which was to slap Wang Lingfeng hard in the face and step on him on the spot. Ruyan, I've always liked you. Let's team up to take the college entrance exam and get into one of China's 7 major martial arts schools. Although this sentence did not indicate a marriage contract, if Lu Ruyan agreed, it would be equivalent to consent. The Lu family was also hinting to Lu Ruyan at this time, if she agreed, they would be a good match. Yeah. Let's go together. Lu Ruyan didn't look at Wang Lingfeng, but nodded and agreed without hesitation. This made Wang Lingfeng even more of a joke. With one wrong choice, he lost his future, his fiancée, and gave everything to his half-brother Wang Tang. Tomorrow, no, now the internet is full of news about Wang Lingfeng's suicide. He has become socially dead. Wang Lingfeng, Wang Lingfeng, I am going to snatch your woman away in front of everyone, what can you use to fight me? Wang Tang looked at Wang Lingfeng unscrupulously with a proud and complacent expression, but he still did not see Wang Lingfeng's expression of helplessness and rage. Puff. Wang Lingfeng laughed out loud this time, as if he was laughing at the fact that Lu Ruyan and Wang Tang were together. No, remove the word as if. This made Wang Tang's face dark. Wang Lingfeng, what are you laughing at? You can't stand Ruyan, okay? Since you took the initiative to cancel the engagement, you should also have the magnanimity to bless you. I didn't realize you were so petty before. Wang Tang looked down at Wang Lingfeng. What blessing do you have? You'll blow it off very quickly. You're jealous. Wang Lingfeng's words made everyone feel that Wang Lingfeng was not only narrow-minded, but also brainless. Saying such words only reflected his jealousy. Exactly. Someone just said that our Master Tang's talent is wasted. So S rank is also considered wasted. Well, I don't mind being wasted for a bit. Ha ha. This reminded everyone of something they almost forgot. Wang Lingfeng had previously said that Wang Tang's talent was wasted. Everyone looked at Wang Lingfeng, wanting to see how he would argue and to see his embarrassment when he failed to show off. This makes people feel more refreshed, as if they are stepping on someone to the bottom. At this moment, Wang Lingfeng did not seem as embarrassed as they had imagined. He only smiled calmly. Do you want to first understand what the Pure Yang Holy Body is? Pure Yang Holy Body? I've never seen this talent before. Go check the talent information in the career system. Found it. Why does it seem like it was just updated? Could it be that Wang Tang is the first one? Never mind, let us look at the talent introduction first. This talent. Everyone looked at Wang Tang with something strange in their eyes. No. Something is wrong. Chapter 3, Little Blackie? Reject. Pure Yang Holy Body. In the state of a virgin, the effect of monk skills is increased by 100% after the body is broken, the effect is reduced by 50%, and each subsequent breaking of the body will reduce the purity of the Pure Yang Holy Body. It can be restored to 50% through hard abstinence. The body cannot be broken during the recovery phase, otherwise all previous efforts will be wasted. Note, 100% is comparable to SS grade, 40-50% is S grade, 25-39% is A grade, and 10-24% is B grade. So, Wang Tang is just AB now? I was wondering why the bonus for an S-level talent is so low. Turns out this is a conditionally variable talent, and it's only B level. This Wang Tang is really amazing. He's only a few years old, but he's already broken through 50% to 20%. He's a party boy every night. Pathetic. You need to abstain from sex. 1% recovery a year, 30 years. Fuck, doesn't that mean Lu Ruyan will be a widow for 30 years? No wonder Wang Lingfeng said they'd be a joke. More than 30 years. You've forgotten that asceticism is a second-level monk skill. S rank after more than 30 years? Is that still S rank? It wouldn't even be S rank after 10 years, let alone more than 30 years. If nothing else, S rankers gain an extra 40% energy for killing alien beasts, while B rankers only gain 20%. The discussion among the crowd rose and fell, and the enthusiastic anticipation for Wang Tang disappeared. The most obvious thing is the gloom surrounding the Wang and Lu families, as well as the embarrassment of the school leaders. Wang Tang felt like he was poured with a basin of ice water. The feeling of falling from S level to B level is undoubtedly like going from Mount Tai to the back mountain. Bang! Wang Rulong slapped Wang Teng in the face. Come back with me, you shameful thing. Wang Rulong's face is now as dark as it can be, and the people in the Wang family are almost the same now. Originally, their Wang family should have had two geniuses who were soaring to the sky, but now one chose no career, and the other had talent but lost his virginity. Today, the Wang family is destined to become a laughingstock. Staying here would only bring shame, so everyone left. The Lu family and Lu Ruyan were embarrassed. What was this? Just jumped out of the pit, and there is another pit. If Lu Ruyan marries Wang Teng, she will have to be a widow for more than 30 years. This is not a problem. The problem is that she, Lu Ruyan, cannot wait for the S-level Wang Teng more than 30 years later. At this moment, she looked at Wang Lingfeng's uncontrollable smile and wanted to go over and hit him. Why did he know this in advance? Does he have the ability to predict the future? Everyone is also confused about this. Wang Teng, who had not yet left, was even more furious and yelled at Wang Lingfeng. Wang Lingfeng, what are you so proud of? You just happen to be right. But even if I have a B-level talent now, I'm still better than you. I still have a chance to return to S-level, and you will always be a waste. Wang Teng's roar made everyone wake up. Yes, Wang Lingfeng might have just happened to be right. How could he have the ability to predict the future? Another point is that no matter how useless Wang Teng is, he still has a B-level talent, which makes him stronger than 80% of people, and much stronger than Wang Lingfeng. What's more, Wang Teng still has a chance to recover. You won't even have a partner. I'm telling you. Wang Teng left a final message, which was actually meant for others to hear. If they teamed up with Wang Lingfeng, they would be offending him. Don't worry, my partner will show up soon and will be stronger than all of you. Wang Lingfeng said lightly. You're fucking showing off again. Wang Teng couldn't help but swear. He wanted to stay and wait to see Wang Lingfeng's failure in pretending to be cool, but he was pulled by Wang's father and pushed into the car of a luxury car. He could only continue to watch on his mobile phone. While watching the situation on his mobile phone, he also had to endure his father's beatings and scolding. At this time, a person appeared next to Wang Lingfeng. It was the class teacher Chen Ru. Wang Lingfeng, do you really want to take the college entrance examination? In your current situation, taking the college entrance examination is meaningless. No martial arts school would be willing to take you, an unemployed person. Even if you get high scores in wilderness survival in the next 3 months, that is only the first half of the college entrance examination, and there will be the final test of the college entrance examination later. However, if you want to participate, you will definitely have a partner. In your first transformation, you might even be a B-level talent. Although Wang Lingfeng has no profession, he can still fight in the early stage thanks to his SSS-level talent. Normally, in C-level and D-level teams, he would be the one that everyone else would fight for, since he wouldn't affect his partner's points anyway. However, not only will this offend Wang Teng, but he will also be despised by others. So, no one cares. In fact, the people who would form a team had already agreed on it early on. The ones who didn't want to form a team now were actually those who had accidents on the road to awakening and were kicked out of the team. It was as if Wang Lingfeng was kicked by Lu Ruyan. So, would this kind of person be very strong? Definitely not. Forget it. As the head teacher, I still have to be responsible for the arrangements in the end. I will ask the classmates if anyone is willing to help Wang Lingfeng and include him in the class. He's SSS rank. Our temple is too small to accommodate a giant like him. Didn't he say he wanted to find someone stronger than Lu Ruyan and Wang Teng? We're not worthy. Teacher, the college entrance examination is the only way for ordinary people like us to rise, and we don't want to take any risks. No, if I go with him, my dad will beat me to death. My dad is a soldier who defends our country. No one from Linhai Middle School's team was willing to do it. Not only were they unwilling, they were also waiting to see Wang Lingfeng's failure in pretending to be cool, and then see who would join him. Among these people were good classmates who had played with Wang Lingfeng, and some flatterers. Now I have seen what it means that a friend in need is a friend indeed. I thought I had some good brothers around me, but it turns out I don't have any. Some of them did not take advantage of the situation, but they were afraid of Wang Teng's revenge. The fact that they can do this is already a ray of sunshine in the cold winter, and I don't ask for anything else. Well, Master Foam, why don't you form a team and I'll join, as long as you don't mind me being just an F rank. At this time, a dark-skinned, thin male classmate appeared. Little Blackie? Everyone was a little surprised. No one was familiar with this little black classmate, and he had always been a marginal figure. How dare he offend Wang Tang? At this time, everyone first thought that Xiao Haizi was helping Wang Lingfeng, and felt that Wang Lingfeng would definitely agree happily next. I hate it. Wang Lingfeng's words stunned everyone. Are you still complaining about this and that at this time? You must be crazy. At this moment, everyone looked at Wang Lingfeng with even more contempt, thinking that Wang Lingfeng was truly hopeless. Mr. Feng, you still despise me in this situation? The little black guy was stunned for a moment. Although he had thought that Wang Lingfeng would refuse, he didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. If you really wanted to team up with me, I'd welcome you, but you're not. Wang Lingfeng glanced at Xiao Haizi and looked forward, not wanting to pay any attention to him. Xiao Haizi was stunned for a moment. He was very confused. Why did Wang Lingfeng know about this? He just came here with instructions from Wang Tang. Wang Tang was staring at his phone and paying attention to this place. Someone was broadcasting live here. Wang Tang wanted to use Xiao Haizi, who was only at F level, to humiliate Wang Lingfeng. If they formed a team, they would be a group of F level people, which meant that Wang Lingfeng was at this level. Wang Lingfeng refused? That means he despises F-class people. In his current situation, he still despises others. Everyone will definitely despise him. This is actually the case. For Wang Tang, it is not a good thing regardless of whether Wang Lingfeng accepts it or not. But he didn't expect that Wang Lingfeng would express his disdain so bluntly, and seemed to see through his little thoughts. Damn it! However, this seems to have no impact on the results. Wang Lingfeng, they took the initiative to team up with you, and you actually despise them. Given your current situation, are you qualified? That's right, it's good enough to be with you in F-class. The people at the scene immediately began to criticize, and Wang Lingfeng's reputation became bad again. Now even those who had previously wanted to team up with him probably backed off. This Wang Lingfeng, in one sentence. The heart is higher than the sky, but the life is thinner than paper. However, some people think that this little black guy said at the beginning, don't look down on me because I'm an F-level person. If it was an acquaintance, it would be fine, but if it was an unfamiliar person, it could be said to be a moral kidnapping. Because if you don't choose it, it means you dislike Class F. Wang Lingfeng was too lazy to explain this and just waited for his partner to appear. He believed that there would be one, and more than one. Classmate Wang Lingfeng, can I team up with you? A pleasant voice sounded, and a beautiful figure appeared. How could it be her? Why would she look for Wang Lingfeng? This is impossible. Chapter 4 Huangfu Cuihua? The Suicide Squad is assembled. Huangfu Cuihua? My name is Huangfu Haitang. Huangfu Haitang, this kind of rare surname can be passed down not because of the number of people, but often because of a capable and large family. Huangfu Haitang is, but not really. Because her father's generation was kicked out of the family, and her parents were injured and sick one after another, they could hardly make ends meet. However, her mental test reached S level, but her physical test was very weak, only F level, which is very extreme. Therefore, she is not very popular, but this does not prevent her from being good looking and having the help of dogs, including Wang Tang. For the sake of her sick mother, she had no choice but to accept Wang Tang's money, treating it as a loan that she would pay back when the time came. She believed that if she awakened a powerful talent, then the problem would not be a problem. If she loses, she can only accept the cruel reality. It can be said that she placed all her hopes on the moment her talent awakened. But in the end, her talent awakening failed, or at least everyone thought it failed. Special talent, sword control, possesses the ability to control a sword. Occupation, swordsman. This talent has been developed countless times. It cannot be said to be useless, but it can only be said to be useless. Because this world does not yet have the skill of sword wielding, swordsmen are all melee fighters. It is possible to use sword wielding to fight monsters, but it is no different from ordinary attacks. Also, normal attacks do not increase skill, so this is one of the most useless special talents. Huangfu Haitang lost the bet. But she didn't want to be Wang Tang's plaything. Wang Tang just sent her a message, asking her to be prepared, otherwise he would return the money. Although Wang Tang has to abstain from sex, it does not prevent him from doing some inhumane and perverted things. He has cut off Huangfu Haitang's path to forming a team, which has forced her into a desperate situation, forcing her to find Wang Lingfeng to form a team. Her behavior also made Wang Tang very angry. He thought about torturing her even more miserably. He had many perverted tools and ideas. Good. Wang Lingfeng nodded. He was waiting for Huangfu Haitang because he knew how powerful the sword-wielding technique was. When they saw Wang Lingfeng agree, everyone was stunned and then started laughing. Ha, one has no profession, and the other has sword control. It's really good that you two losers are together. You won't cause any trouble for anyone. In everyone's eyes, Wang Lingfeng and his partner are a combination of trash, and they might not even be able to survive. Are you two serious? Shenru appeared again, and some people doubted the combination of the two. This is the opposite of a strong alliance. Are you guys just throwing in the towel? You two should think carefully. If you leave the city, you probably won't survive more than 3 days. You'll then have to survive in the wild for 3 months. Although there are shelters outside, it's still very dangerous. Shenru looked at the two people's serious expressions and felt a little bit sorry. In the past, many people who were much stronger than their group had died in the wild. These two people were simply too weak. And she didn't think anyone would join their team. With a combination of just the two of them, A level and B level would think it was a burden, and C level and D level needed teammates of similar strength, otherwise they would die in the wild. F-class people who cling to others' support can never cling to such a team, unless. Can I join you? We'll have company when we die together. A thin girl stood up and spoke tremblingly. This is hopeless, because according to the current rules, the awakened talent will be given away. She feels that she is going to die, but she is afraid of being alone. She didn't want to drag others down, so she found a team that was doomed to die. Can. Wang Lingfeng nodded directly without even asking about the other person's talent. As expected, he didn't even think about living and gave up. This is what everyone is thinking. Is there anyone else? There's still a hole. Just bring someone else. Anything is fine. Just be obedient. Wang Lingfeng's shouting made people feel that he had given up hope. However, until everyone dispersed, no one came over, and many people came over to mock him, which made Wang Lingfeng give up the idea. Should we wait? Huangfu Haitang asked. She now suspected that she had made a wrong bet again, but now that things had come to this, it was always better to form a team than to go it alone. No. Wang Lingfeng's words made the two women think that he could not wait any longer, but his next words made them understand that this was not the case. People are here. Another thin girl appeared, even thinner than the previous one, and her clothes were even a little worn out. She didn't look like someone from Linhai Middle School. Great, you're still here. Can I join? Okay, we're all here. We'll leave town tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Take your things with you. Wang Lingfeng nodded directly, started exchanging contact information, set a time and left, not even bothering to ask about others' talents. This made some people who follow him say that he has really given up completely. In fact, they had no idea that Wang Lingfeng knew the talents of these two girls. Both of them were Ning Mang, Druid, F-level talent. Increases the effect of thorns by 10% and its duration by 100%. Thorns itself is a useless skill, even multiplying its effect isn't great, let alone 10%. The duration is completely meaningless. This is a spell that can be used at any time. Lu Shangyun, Mage, F-level talent, trap effect increased by 10%. This talent doesn't match the class, it's even weaker. Ha, this is the weakest team I've ever seen. Is this the Suicide Squad? Ha, Suicide Squad, what a great name, it really suits their temperament. Come on, let's make a bet. If they survive 1 day, they'll have 1 chance to lose. 2 days, 2 chances to lose. 3 days. Wang Lingfeng didn't know what everyone was talking about. He just went to the hospital where his mother Xia Bingbing was and soon arrived at his mother's ward. He had already moved out of the single VIP room. It was a large ward for 6 people, and it was clean and tidy. Looking at Xia Bingbing's pale and weak face, Wang Lingfeng immediately used his divine eyes to see some of her future, and then he saw many phantoms appear in front of him. Although there will be a major disaster in the near future, it seems that it can be resolved. I don't know if it's because I used my heavenly eye too much, but Wang Lingfeng felt dizzy and his complexion naturally didn't look good. Xingqing told me about you. Why did you choose to be unemployed? When Xia Bingbing saw Wang Lingfeng, she immediately said worriedly. Why don't you go and ask your patriarch for help? He is your uncle. They fought together in the army, and it was thanks to their military exploits that the Wang family rose again, and your uncle was able to take the position of patriarch because of them. After your father died in battle, he took over his position in the army. He won't watch you die. As long as you beg me humbly, it doesn't matter whether my illness can be cured or not. Mom, no need, trust me, I will become the strongest man on earth and I will make you better. Where's Qingqing? Did she go home? She's back at school. Gu Qingqing is Wang Lingfeng's neighbor girl. She is 10 years old this year and is adopted as a daughter by Xie Bingbing. She occasionally comes to the hospital to visit him. Wang Lingfeng sat down and peeled an apple for Xie Bingbing and talked to her a lot, all of which were words of comfort. He now needs to solve two problems. The first one is his mother's medical expenses. Xie Bingbing will be in crisis in the near future. The money she spends is like swallowing gold. It would be best for her to earn another million within 3 months, and she also needs to find some materials to make a potion. These 3 months happened to be the time for him to prepare for the college entrance examination, which was a headache for him. Should I give up the college entrance examination for this? The second question is: find a dog. He would try to see if he could learn any skills. First, he could start with animal taming skills. He wouldn't need to control animals or summon them, or even train hunting dogs. It never hurts to have a hunting dog around. You can find a cheap local dog to train, or a stray dog will do. You also need to learn basic skills, starting with melee physical skills, then moving on to ranged and magic. However, the latter is not in a hurry, and must proceed quietly, so that people will think that he is only good at melee physical combat, and then he can catch them by surprise. Hey, Wang Lingfeng? Wang Lingfeng didn't expect to meet an acquaintance in the hospital, and this acquaintance was none other than his teammate Huangfu Cuihua. At this point, he found that his first problem was solved. Chapter 5: It's best not to treat your mother's illness. Huangfu classmate, why are you here too? Oh, is your mother here too? Wang Lingfeng immediately thought of it. He had heard that Huangfu Haitong's mother was also sick, but he didn't expect that she was here, even in the same ward. He had already seen Huangfu Haitong's mother, who was lying in the bed next to Xie Bingbing's. Both of them were surprised that their children were classmates, although they were not familiar with each other yet, as Xie Bingbing had only transferred here in the afternoon. This time, both parties have met their parents? The mothers of both sides quickly moved on and started talking about their children's past, leaving Wang Lingfeng and the other man standing aside, especially Huangfu Haitang, who was very embarrassed. Your mother's illness is best not to be treated. Wang Lingfeng suddenly spoke to Huangfu Haitang in a loud voice at this time, and at the same time he looked at the group of people who had just entered the ward. The leader was an old doctor with a sacred aura, as if he had a halo on his head. Beside him were a group of doctors and nurses. When they heard Wang Lingfeng's words, they were all a little confused. Huangfu Haitang's expression changed and he looked at Wang Lingfeng coldly. It was obvious that she felt that Wang Lingfeng was asking her to give up her mother. She really wanted to say in response, "Why don't you give up your mother? Don't worry about my business." Hearing her angry words, how could Wang Lingfeng not understand that the other party had misunderstood him? I blame my ambiguous words. What I meant was that you should stop treating your mother. How should I put it? Your mother wasn't sick to begin with. Her illness was caused by the hospital's treatment. The more you treat her here, the worse her condition will become. Wang Lingfeng glanced at the old doctor and his group behind him intentionally or unintentionally. What? Huangfu Haitang was stunned and tried hard to analyze Wang Lingfeng's words. These words were worth pondering. Are you saying that we are quacks who are misleading people? The old doctor stared at Wang Lingfeng angrily. No. Wang Lingfeng shook his head, which made the old doctor look disdainful. Young people like you just like me to get mad at you before you realize you are wrong? The old doctor's joy didn't last long before he heard Wang Lingfeng's next words, which made his face change. Only a quack doctor would have such powerful methods. Wang Lingfeng shook his head, looking very serious, which made the people around him feel uncomfortable. You are pointing at a monk and calling him a bald donkey. This old doctor is definitely not a quack, and he is in charge here, which means he is the one who cured the disease. You said this was specially treated by this old man? The old doctor's face looked very bad, and the people around him immediately showed their strength. These people were not too weak, and they all started from the 2nd level. The old doctor has even reached the 3rd level and is definitely a great figure in the hospital. Nowadays, doctors use potions and magic, so level and profession are very important indicators. At the same time, the disease has also been upgraded and mutated, requiring a certain level of strength to treat. At the same time, if a doctor wants to make you sick, it actually becomes easier and more difficult for people to see. It's not you, but it's someone from your hospital. You should investigate carefully, especially a woman in her 40s. She should be a priest, but she can use disease skills. Her greatest characteristic is fat head and big ears. When Wang Lingfeng said the first part, everyone was still wondering who it was, but when they heard the last 4 words, they immediately thought of someone. It's Dr. Dong. After everyone exclaimed, they looked at each other, as if to say, "You said that. It can't be Dr. Dong. When we were in such a difficult time, it was Dr. Dong who helped us. She often asked after us and helped us." At this time, Haitang and her daughter immediately shook their heads and rejected it, because it was Dr. Dong who helped them all these years. In their eyes, Dr. Dong was their benefactor. At this time, they also mentioned some things that Dr. Dong had helped them with, such as visiting them at home when it was inconvenient and helping to pay when they had no money. Therefore, Haitang was skeptical of Wang Lingfeng's words at this moment, and even questioned, "What is your purpose? Why did you frame Dr. Dong?" At this time, the old doctor also glared at Wang Lingfeng and said, "If you continue to talk nonsense, you will need to seek help from another doctor for your mother's illness. Doctors are like parents, but they will not tolerate unfilial children. You won't. I'll leave my mother's illness in your hands. I'll be back in 3 months." Wang Lingfeng's words made everyone present a little confused. Are you being too pretentious? When the old doctor was about to get angry, a disciple beside him whispered something in his ear, which made his expression change a little. He looked at Wang Lingfeng, then went over to check on Haitan's mother. A light appeared in his hand, covering Haitan's mother's body, and his brows became increasingly furrowed. "Send him to the operating room." "Doctor, what happened to my mother?" This made Haitang very nervous, as everyone at this time would think that others had discovered the illness. At this time, the old doctor did not say anything. He just looked at Wang Lingfeng, who was standing aside, and then hurried away. Huangfu Haitang naturally followed him out. She didn't care about Wang Lingfeng at this time because this illness definitely had nothing to do with Wang Lingfeng. Wang Lingfeng just sat there calmly, chatting with his mother for a while, and then meditated on a chair beside him. In fact, this chair can be pulled out for sleeping. Each hospital bed has such a chair, which is used for accompanying relatives to sleep. It can only be pulled out and used at night. Wang Lingfeng has now been kicked out of the Wang family, so he decided to stay here for a while. He will go find a dog tomorrow morning and then meet up with his teammates and set off. Time passed quickly, and around 2 o'clock in the morning, Haitang and her daughter returned. At this time, Haitan's mother looked much better than before. After taking care of her mother, Haitang looked at Wang Lingfeng. Seeing Wang Lingfeng meditating and resting, she also meditated. Meditation is a way to train the mind. Everyone starts practicing it when they are young. The only difference is that their meditation is different from Wang Lingfeng's meditation, but it cannot be seen from the outside. Moreover, many Chinese people meditate in this way for training, so naturally no one cares. Meditation can restore people's spirits and can be considered a kind of sleep. Many people do not sleep in their entire lives and use meditation instead, and there are no side effects. 5 o'clock in the morning. Call. Wang Lingfeng let out a breath. Although he was in the ward, he felt refreshed. My meditation practice is much better than the meditation methods learned by others. I don't know if it's because of the awakening of my talent, but today's meditation practice seems to feel much better than before. To put it simply, it used to take him 2 hours to complete a small circulation through meditation, but today he felt that the small circulation was much smoother and was completed in just half an hour. My mental strength should have been strengthened a little bit. In a nutshell. Cool. Because of this, even though it was impossible for him to truly become an immortal through meditation, he kept persisting. Wang Lingfeng was about to leave and go find a stray dog on the street. And at this moment, Haitan's pleasant and shy voice sounded. "Wang Lingfeng, where are you going so early?" Judging from the tone of her words, it seemed that she wanted to show goodwill to Wang Lingfeng rather than blame him. Doesn't she blame Wang Lingfeng for talking about her benefactor, Dr. Dong? I'm going to catch a dog to use as a hunting dog. More dogs will also be a fighting force. You don't have to thank me. It's just a piece of cake. Wang Lingfeng waved his hand and left, leaving Haitang a little confused. What dog? How do you know what I'm going to say? She quickly caught up with him, because Wang Lingfeng didn't need her to thank him, but she couldn't help but thank him for saving her mother. Chapter 6, Understanding the Art of Dog Training. Where are the people? How come they disappeared in the blink of an eye? After Huangfu Haitang chased out, he could no longer see Wang Lingfeng, nor did he know which exit Wang Lingfeng took. Forget it, we'll meet soon, and I'll thank you then. That's all I can do. The reason why Haitang acted like this was because she now knew that what Wang Lingfeng said was true. It turned out that her mother had been made sick by someone. At that time, she followed the doctors out of the operating room. The old doctor treated her personally, and several other doctors assisted her. Various treatment skills were used, and it took several hours to complete. She was very nervous at that time. Watching people coming in and out and all kinds of powerful energies appearing in the operating room, she was afraid of seeing results she didn't want to see. Finally, the old doctor came out. The holy light on his body had disappeared. He was so weak that he had to be helped away. As he left, he said to Haitang, "Sorry. Mom." Haitang immediately burst into tears. She thought her mother was gone and had died in the operating room. Ah. At this time, the doctor next to him was stunned. "You misunderstood, your mother is fine." They just realized what was happening, but before anyone else mentioned it, they immediately helped Haitang up, and one of the deputy chief physicians explained the situation to her. It turned out that they had doubts after hearing Haitang's words. Based on their understanding of Dr. Dong, she would never be so kind, especially to someone like Haitang who had no power or influence. Also, according to Haitang, it was impossible for Dr. Dong to be in charge of their first visit, so how could they have met? This is abnormal, there must be something wrong. There won't really be a problem, right? So the old doctor immediately examined Haitang's mother and discovered a very secret method of treating the disease. It turned out that someone had tampered with her mother's condition, and it had been so long that the disease had spread to her bones, making it very difficult to treat. However, this old doctor is no ordinary person. He is actually the vice president of this hospital. You know, the vice presidents of any place generally have the strongest professional capabilities. This old doctor is a famous physician in China. He is called Changshan Gong, and some people call him Dr. Chang. Originally, he would not appear in such an ordinary ward, but this time he was just teaching an apprentice, so he encountered this incident. He happened to have the ability to heal Haitang's mother, so he took action immediately. For the sake of the hospital's reputation, he naturally had to make some sacrifices. This was also the most tiring time he had experienced in these years, so in the end he didn't have the energy to talk to Haitang. In fact, he also wanted to ask about Wang Lingfeng's situation. He wanted to know how Wang Lingfeng saw it. Was it a coincidence? No matter what, he was grateful to Wang Lingfeng for pointing out the problem and allowing him to solve it before things broke out. But he was not in a hurry. Wang Lingfeng asked him to help take care of his mother for 3 months, and he could definitely do it. After knowing these things, Haitang of course had to thank Wang Lingfeng, but when she went back it was already late. Wang Lingfeng was meditating, so she naturally couldn't disturb him. It's like when you go to thank someone, but you know they are sleeping and you still wake them up. Is this thanking them or making them angry? She just waited on the side, and when Wang Lingfeng moved, she woke up immediately. Everyone knows what happened next. At this time, where is Wang Lingfeng, whom she lost? You can get whatever you want here. There's actually a litter of pure black puppies here, but... There was a litter of puppies in front of Wang Lingfeng, all of them were black and seemed to have just been weaned. I just followed my instincts and came to the bridge from the hospital, where I found a litter of puppies in a haystack. But the bitch had an accident and probably won't come again. You and I are destined to be together, so why don't you all just follow me? I promise to give you delicious food and drinks. Since I raise a dog to improve its skills, there is actually nothing wrong with the puppy. It doesn't matter whether it has combat power to help or not. If the number is a little more, does it mean that the skills have increased a little more? It seems that it is a good choice to directly tame this litter of 8 puppies. After all, if it doesn't work out, at most we will lose a few puppies, and they are just picked up, so we won't feel bad. Let us practice first. So, Wang Lingfeng started training the dog directly and prepared to spend some time to master the skills. To this end, he also got some snacks such as sausages to assist in training. As long as the dog is obedient, it is actually a kind of training, which means it is in the process of understanding the skill. It is even okay if it is not obedient, because it can also be regarded as using the animal training skill, just not successful. In this way, Wang Lingfeng planned to train here slowly for 3 hours, and then go to school to gather. Wang Lingfeng didn't expect to master the beast taming skills in just these 2 hours and keep it with him for use all the time. Doesn't a 0.001% chance mean using it 100,000 times? I can use it 10,000 times a day. Rui, everyone come here. Haida, go over there. Hey Air, over there. In less than half an hour, the dogs became somewhat obedient, especially Black 5 and Black 8. An hour later, the dog was able to follow some simple instructions. 2.5 hours later. Bite. Understand the art of dog training. Dog training level 1, able to train dogs for personal use and teach them simple commands. No additional bonus. Ha! I didn't expect you to master the skill in just 2.5 hours. Wang Lingfeng was very surprised. He had thought that if he was lucky, it would take a few days to learn it, but if he was unlucky, it would take 10 days, half a month, or even longer. Now it only takes 2.5 hours. Could it be because of the hidden talent, son of luck? Never mind. Although it is just dog training, which is very different from beast taming, it is only the first step. Soon, Wang Lingfeng saw the terrifying power of the talent of super comprehension. He had just mastered the dog training technique, and after practicing it a few times, his proficiency in the skill increased rapidly. In just half an hour on the road, the dog training skill had been upgraded from LV1 to LV8. Although the skill description had not changed, he felt that it had become easier for him to give commands. Moreover, judging from the dog's cooperation, it seems to have matured a lot. If this dog is raised a little bigger, it will be relatively easy to hunt some low-level exotic beasts. Linhai Middle School, today is the first day after the awakening of senior high school students, and many senior high school students will return to school to receive wristbands. This bracelet is a recorder that records the alien beasts killed. Some alien beasts will have higher points. Points are not just a test paper for the college entrance examination, but also a contribution to the city. Points can be exchanged for some items. If you perform outstandingly, such as being in the top 10 in terms of points every month, you will receive additional rewards, and the top 10 of the year will receive awards from the city lord and have your name engraved on the honor steel. The bracelet also has another function, which is to know your life or death status, and can be used to call for help in an emergency. If someone dies, it can also be used to collect the body. Getting back to the topic, most senior high school students will come to receive the wristbands and register on the first day. Because of this, there were many people at the gate of Linhai Middle School. Yesterday, those who had awakened B-level talents or above appeared at the school gate and caused everyone to cheer. At this time, Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan appeared, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Although Wang Tang lost his virginity and became disabled, he still had great potential and was one of the best students among the senior high school students of Linhai Middle School. Especially at this time, he appeared with Lu Ruyan and got off the same car. This means that they have announced that they are together, or at least they will form a team to take the college entrance examination together. This is naturally enviable. Wang Tang really enjoyed this feeling. This should have belonged to me. That bastard Wang Lingfeng doesn't deserve it. But the next moment, Wang Lingfeng appeared and immediately stole his limelight. Not because of anything else, but because Wang Lingfeng walked in front, and the 8 puppies lined up behind him proudly, taking small steps in a straight line, and the distance between the puppies was strictly consistent. This neat in uniform look is so interesting. Chapter 7? How about we have a fight with 8 puppies? Ha, isn't that loser Wang Lingfeng? Why is there a bunch of puppies following him? Don't they have any lackeys to fill the gap? This formation is so interesting. These puppies are actually following in a neat and orderly line. There are no hard jobs, only brave dogs. Wang Lingfeng came with his 8 dogs. He walked in front and the dogs followed in a line. In the eyes of these students, this scene naturally diverted their attention from Wang Tang. Young people are obviously more interested in these fun things. Although this kind of attention was just a side note and Wang Lingfeng didn't take it seriously, Wang Tang's face turned unhappy. His eyes were blazing with fire at this moment, and he stared at Wang Lingfeng. You've become a waste and you still want to steal my limelight. Just wait and see. Wang Lingfeng didn't notice all this at this time, but just walked towards the playground where there were staff members registering wristbands. Name, age, occupation. Do you want to take the college entrance examination? Wang Lingfeng touched the bracelet with his mobile phone, and the information appeared on the phone. He began to fill it out, and then the staff checked and activated the bracelet. After putting it on, some thin needles will appear on the bracelet. These needles will penetrate into the hand to collect the individual's blood, and at the same time connect the bracelet to the person's nerves. Then the bracelet seemed to blend into the body, embedded in the skin, and there was no discomfort at all. No one would worry about this being a problem, because almost everyone in the world wears such a bracelet, basically for their entire lives. This bracelet can monitor body data and is also an assistant, providing some of the functions of a smart bracelet. It is richer than the mobile phone Wang Lingfeng used in his previous life. With this, you don't need to carry a cell phone with you anymore. After all, a cell phone is a burden when you are outdoors. This bracelet is actually mainly used to cooperate with the career system and is considered a plug-in. With this bracelet, you can also realize some functions such as text chat within the team, query exotic beasts, record exotic beasts, etc. At this time, Wang Lingfeng transferred the data from his mobile phone to the bracelet. Soon, a dialog box appeared in front of him, like a virtual projection in the air. Xiaoho Taiju, you've seen Wang Lingfeng, right? He's so funny. I saw he signed up for the college entrance exam. It seems he really won't give up. Shangguan Hunio, he actually signed up, so what about those 3 losers following him? Nangong Fugue, they've all signed up. They said they're all going to die anyway, so they might as well set their goals higher. They've even signed up for the 7 major martial arts schools. Morong Laifu, it would be the same for me. They formed a team and never planned to come back. How pitiful. Ouyang Gooden, in today's world, only the fittest survive. If they can find a strong supporter or have some luck, they still have a chance of surviving. If they can get through this, they can survive. This was the school group chat, and the class group chat also appeared. Wang Teng's younger brothers were also making fun of Wang Lingfeng and his team. At the same time, teammates also asked Wang Lingfeng to form a team and leave early by car. The school still arranged a bus to take people out of the city and to a shelter outside. Wang Lingfeng, here. Thank you for yesterday. Huanfu Haitang was wearing a dark gray tight combat suit at this time, which highlighted her figure. She was indeed an A-level figure, or even an AA level 1. The 2 teammates next to him were also wearing the same combat uniforms, which everyone had. Every year, high school students had them when they went out of the city for training. It was said that they were issued by the city lord's mansion. The appearance of this combat suit is a bit like leather, and it is made of extremely tough fibers. It can defend against certain attacks without affecting movement. In addition to combat uniforms, the city lord's mansion also provides weapons. Wang Lingfeng chose a shield and a sword, and also chose a gun, a pistol. At the same time, everyone can take 3 high-explosive bombs. Of course, this is provided free of charge by the city lord's mansion, and you can take as many as you want. Although skills need to be honed, saving one's life is the first priority. I believe Wang Tang and others still have magic scrolls and the like. However, these things can only be used in the early stages. For monsters above level 10, pure bullets and high explosive bombs must be injected with the power of the transmigrated person in order to cause damage. At this time, Wang Lingfeng looked at his teammates who were also wearing tight clothes. Lu Xiangyun was weaker and thinner, but Ning Meng's thin body actually had F-level potential, which was really unexpected. Wang Lingfeng also changed into tight clothes, which immediately showed off his slender figure, with a little bit of muscle, which was very symmetrical and beautiful. You're welcome. We still need to take care of each other when we go out to train in the wild. Just take care of me. Wang Lingfeng said to Haitang, and then was about to get in the car, but was stopped by someone. The one who blocked Wang Lingfeng was none other than Wang Tang, his lackey, nicknamed Wang Ergu, whose real name was unclear. Wang Lingfeng, what do you think this place is? Even if we gave you the face to ride in the same car with us, why did you bring your dog here? Wang Ergu was originally planning to make things difficult for Wang Lingfeng to show his loyalty, but when he saw Wang Lingfeng bringing the dog into the car, he immediately took advantage of the situation to make trouble. They are my battle pets. Wang Lingfeng said that he knew the global convention that combat pets could always accompany their owners. At this time, through the car window, he also saw a white snake coiled on the table. It was also a combat pet. Ha, you're an unprofessional, how could you possibly have a combat pet? Do you even have the skills? Also, can these little dogs of yours actually fight? If they were to fight against alien beasts, even the weakest level 1 beast would be easily killed. You might as well just say these are reserve rations. Wang Ergo laughed immediately. He had never heard of a person without a profession having a combat pet. Combat pets were only owned by pet professions. He also hadn't heard of any basic skills that could control a combat pet. Ergo, don't say that, he is an SSS-level talent. Although he has no profession, he can create his own skills. Maybe he created it like this. Ha ha. No, I can't help it, I don't believe my own words anymore. At this time, another lackey named Li Chang spoke up, and made all the classmates and himself laugh with his humor. No one believed that Wang Lingfeng could master any skills in such a short time. If that were the case, he would not be considered useless even if he had no profession. People without professions are called trash just because they don't have any skills. They have very few basic skills, such as basic defense, basic offense, basic meditation, and basic body movements. The bonus effect of these skills is very low. Compared with basic offensive skills, basic sword skills, and basic boxing skills, the attack bonus effect is less than half. The latter is the basic skill for switching to other professions. When they draw their swords or punch, there will be an attack bonus, which does not count as learning a new active skill. No wonder being unemployed is looked down upon. However, Wang Lingfeng has super comprehension at the SSS level, so these basic skills are upgraded very quickly in the early stage, and the effect can naturally catch up. In that case, how about we have a match? I'll use 8 puppies to fight you. If you lose, you can give me the skill book on you. Wang Lingfeng smiled and said to Wang Ergu. At this time, Wang Ergu was stunned. How did you know that I have a skill book? Also, are you kidding me? Just these 8 bastards, you still want to beat me? After all, I have a D-level talent, and I'm a senior high school student who has been practicing since I was a child. I have 12 years of compulsory training. Do you think I would lose to 8 little dogs? Is this fucking humiliating me? Why, you don't dare. Wang Lingfeng's words instantly made Wang Ergu furious. Chapter 8 Level 100 Boss Level Beast. What's being broadcast live in the group? Wang Ergu is fighting with a puppy? Oh my god, is he performing a dog-eat-dog show? Soon a live broadcast appeared in the Lin Hai Middle School group, showing a live broadcast of Wang Ergu fighting against 8 puppies. At this time, the 8 puppies looked very fierce. No, how can it be so cute? I want to have a puppy in the future. A group of girls made similar remarks. They didn't care what Wang Ergu did. However, someone soon explained the matter clearly and let everyone know that it was a conflict between Wang Ergu and Wang Lingfeng, and Wang Lingfeng asked 8 puppies to beat Wang Ergu. Everyone who knew about this thought that Wang Lingfeng was either crazy or didn't care about these dogs. Wang Ergu is also stupid. It would be shameful if he lost the fight with the dog. If he won, it would just mean he was stronger than the dog, and there would be no benefit. Wang Lingfeng mentioned the bet, but he didn't say anything, and he was very angry. At this moment, he angrily took out his dagger, then gathered a fireball in his other hand and threw it at the dogs. But the dogs seemed to foresee the future and knew where the ball would hit. The dogs nearby had already run away. Coincide? Never mind, let us kill one first. Wang Ergu just slashed with his sword. At the beginning, the fireball technique was actually not as effective as a normal attack because the fireball technique needed time to gather strength. So the melee mage is not a joke, it's real. If this wasn't a competition, Wang Ergu would probably have pulled out his gun. And when he chopped down, the dogs seemed to have predicted his attack, scattered everywhere, and then suddenly attacked. Bite it! Several small black balls of hair had grown on Wang Ergu's feet, and the dog was biting his feet. Since we were wearing combat uniforms and everyone had been training for 12 years, it didn't hurt very much. Wang Ergu wanted to get rid of them immediately, but at this time, the dogs did something that stunned everyone. At this time, 3 puppies were running in a straight line. The last one jumped onto the one in the middle and then jumped up. The one in front also jumped up in an instant, giving the other one a springboard before the last one fell. Then the little dog flew directly to a place, which was Wang Ergu's lower crotch. The little dog hit it hard, causing Wang Ergu to jump up instantly. Ah! Wang Ergu was in so much pain that tears came out of his eyes. He protected his lower crotch. His painful look made everyone feel nauseous. I'm going to kill you. Wang Ergu swung his knife, but just as he raised his hand, he felt hit again from below. That was the joint efforts of several other little black dogs. I have to say that the little black dogs had a very precise sense of timing, and they were at an angle that Wang Ergu couldn't see. This time, Wang Ergu was even more injured and rolled on the ground with his hands covering his balls. Everyone was confused when they saw this result. Does this mean that the little black dog won? Oh my god, this Wang Ergu is worse than a dog. And now, everyone has a question in their mind: did Wang Lingfeng really learn the skill of taming beasts by chance? The cooperation of these 8 little blacks would be impossible without some beast control ability, at the very least, beast taming skills. At the same time, the power that the little black dog just burst out was actually not as strong as that of their size. This must be due to Wang Lingfeng's skill bonus. You learned the beast taming skills? Li Chang pointed at Wang Lingfeng at this time, very shocked. If this is a beast taming skill, then Wang Lingfeng will rise again, because a beast tamer only needs this skill, and other skills are not important. Wang Lingfeng's super comprehension can make the level of his beast taming skills very high. Even if he cannot change his job, he can still fight very well. Just relying on this beast taming technique, Wang Lingfeng can become a big shot in the early stage. Even if he doesn't have a second level transformation, as long as he levels up quickly, before level 60, he can be comparable to a second level B level or even a level. Of course, I am talking about Wang Lingfeng, who is level 60. Others should be less than level 50 at that time, so he needs to rely on the level advantage to make up for it. Moreover, he cannot be a third level professional. It's not a beast taming skill, it's just a dog training technique, it can only tame dogs. Wang Lingfeng shook his head and spoke directly. Tisk, rubbish. Li Chang performed a face-changing trick on Wang Lingfeng, and he changed from being a little afraid to being disdainful. Even the art of taming animals is a far cry from the art of controlling animals, let alone the art of training dogs. The same goes for the others. They originally had hope for Wang Lingfeng, but now they have completely lost hope. Dog training, what a rubbish skill, no wonder I've never heard of it. At this time, the people around Wang Lingfeng booed and said that their expectations were in vain. Wang Lingfeng didn't care about this. He went straight up and took the skill book from Wang Ergu's arms, for fear that Wang Ergu would default on his debt. As expected, Wang Ergu wanted to deny his debt as soon as he woke up, but the book was already in Wang Lingfeng's hands, and Wang Lingfeng also had the advantage in public opinion, so he could do nothing. He just stared at Wang Lingfeng all the way, and his eyes seemed to say, "I will kill you when we get out." Student Lingfeng, if you provoke him like this, he will definitely not let you go. It's better to return it to him. You can't use this skill book anyway. Ning Meng said weakly. She had just made eye contact with Wang Ergu several times, and his ferocious look scared her. It's just that it's useless now. Don't be afraid. You're going to die with us, so why should you be afraid of him? Wang Lingfeng replied without much concern. At this time, the bus had already reached the elevated road and could see the high wall standing in the distance. This is the city wall that defends against the invasion of alien beasts, and it is also a heroic monument where countless soldiers have sacrificed their lives and shed their blood over the past 1,000 years. Every time Wang Lingfeng saw this high wall, he would feel his blood boiling. Although everyone was still struggling to survive in the apocalypse, it was like heaven compared to the past. No one spoke during the rest of the trip because everyone was very nervous. This was their first time going into the wild and they had to survive there for 3 months. Whether you can survive depends on luck or strength. Obviously, most of the people in this car belong to the former category. Even if some people only think that they have an 80% chance of not dying, there is still 20%. Soon, the bus arrived under the city wall. There was a passage that only allowed one bus to pass through. The monsters that could enter this kind of passage would not be particularly large. In addition, there were traps in the passage, so it was relatively easy to defend. After going out, Wang Lingfeng saw a huge corpse of a strange beast not far away. It was as tall as a 10-story building. One can imagine how huge it was when it was alive. Even at this time, the corpse still exuded a creepy aura. See? That Frost Dragon, a level 100 boss-level monster that almost destroyed Linhai City. Back then, our ancestors sacrificed thousands of lives to defeat it. My Huangfu family's ancestors were fortunate enough to participate in this battle, and several of them died in it. Huangfu Tsuetwa suddenly said this at this time, which seemed like she was showing off, but Wang Lingfeng felt that it was her turn to show off. At the same time, he was also sighing that although the Frost Dragon was already terrifying, compared to the world-destroying beast he had predicted, it was simply a small soldier encountering a big devil. They are not on the same level at all. I still need to work harder. While Wang Lingfeng's team was chatting, Wang Ergu's team was also chatting. Brothers, it's a deal. When we receive the mission, you will help me get revenge. Kill Wang Lingfeng and everyone will get 10,000 yuan. The club is a one-stop service, I'll cover it for a month. Brother Go is really open-minded. Don't worry, I've disliked Wang Lingfeng for a long time. He's always outperformed me in every test in recent years. Brother Hu, your reason? I'm more direct. I just like to torture geniuses. Who asked him to give us this opportunity? I'm more pure, I just want a one-stop service for the club. Ha ha. Wang Ergo looked at Wang Lingfeng and smiled coldly. You are dead. Chapter 9. What kind of luck do they have? Outpost number 22. There is only one entrance on the ground, hidden in the earth mound, and the vegetation on it is very dense. The entrance is made of thick reinforced concrete and has 3 defensive doors. After passing through 3 doors, you can take the elevator to the first floor, which is a hall connected to passages and rooms. It looks very apocalyptic inside, with all the mechanized facilities. This was the destination of Wang Lingfeng's bus this time, while the other buses were heading to other outposts, including those for other high school students in Linhai City, with 1 bus for each outpost. Because the outpost can only accommodate a limited number of people, 30 people is almost the limit. Everyone knows this, so Wang Lingfeng will never meet Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan. Because of this, Wang Tang could only let Wang Ergu and others attack Wang Lingfeng, and it was not limited to Wang Ergu's group. Wang Lingfeng saw this and could feel it without the help of his divine eyes. In addition to Wang Ergu's group, there were at least 2 other groups of people who had murderous intentions towards him. There are 7 teams in total, 3 of which want to kill him now, and the remaining teams may be tempted by benefits at any time. Wang Lingfeng felt that his team was in a very difficult situation. Should I tell Huangfu Tsuehua and the other 3 that the probability of your death has increased because of me? Forget it, in order not to scare them, let us not let them know. First choose the task, then rest here for a while, and then set off. At this time, if you have power, you can ask the guards here for help, or you can ask them to hire guards. If it really doesn't work, you can ask someone for help and take on a mission near the outpost. This way, it will be safer. However, Wang Lingfeng's team is made up of powerless and poor people, so the mission they were assigned was the most dangerous one, and it was the one farthest away from the outpost. The outpost is currently short of a material, the long night wolf fong. It can only be found in the eastern forests. The coordinates and requirements have been sent to you. Go get it. After completing the mission, you can rest at the outpost for a day. This was a task assigned to Wang Lingfeng and the other 3 by the Sentinel captain, and it was also the beginning of their training. Wang Lingfeng and the other 3 were checking their systems. The task plugin provided by the bracelet had already listed all the details of this task. The 4 of them had already started chatting within the team, mainly cursing the Sentinel captain. Just like that, the 4 of them left cursing, and finally came to the hall, ready to leave the outpost. At this moment, they heard a sarcastic voice. Hey, isn't this our SSS-level genius Wang Lingfeng? I heard you took on the mission of the Long Night Wolf. Those Long Night Wolves are all above level 8. We can't kill them, but you definitely can. Li Chang, how can you underestimate yourself like this? You just need to practice to level 10. Level 10? I'm only level D. The extra energy bonus from killing monsters is only 10%. It will take me 20 days to reach level 10. If I don't have any supplies for 20 days, wouldn't it be difficult to survive in the wild? It's not just a little bit, it's very difficult. Luckily, we only killed some strange beasts nearby. Yeah, luckily I'm not F rank, that wouldn't give me any extra bonus at all. Wang Ergu's team appeared, and there was another team with them. The styles of these 2 teams were very similar, both were like those yellow-haired non-mainstream thugs. These 8 people laughed at Wang Lingfeng's team and followed Wang Lingfeng and his 4 companions. Some gossipers even posted the video to the group and broadcasted live. Shall we make a bet? Wang Lingfeng's team can't even get 1 kilometer. That's for sure. The alien beasts out there don't follow their levels. Level 1 alien beasts are rare. They're usually level 3-5. For their team, encountering a level 3 alien beast would be very difficult. It's not just strenuous, it's extremely strenuous. Wang Lingfeng and his 3 companions arrived outside the outpost under the gaze of everyone. At this time, many people were watching the show, and they all felt that Wang Lingfeng and his 3 companions would not be able to complete the first kill. In their perception, Wang Lingfeng and the other 3 had almost no useful skills, and were just like ordinary people fighting. There is no doubt that their combat effectiveness is not strong, unless they find a level 1 exotic beast, but in fact level 1 exotic beasts are very rare, and finding a level 1 exotic beast is like winning the lottery. Because level 1 monsters outside either upgrade quickly or have been killed by other monsters. Wang Lingfeng, what should we do? Haitang made a voice message within the team. This message did not require her to speak, she could just say it as long as she thought about it, and it could also be converted into text. The three of you follow me from a distance. When we encounter a strange beast, Haitang, you fly your sword and attack. You don't need to get close. Ning Meng, you use the thorn spell on me, and Lu Shangyun will set traps behind me. Wang Lingfeng replied that he had actually already told the three what to do. He would go up alone to deal with the monster, and the three of them would just follow behind. Wang Lingfeng told Huangfu Haitang not to fight in close combat, but to attack with a sword from a distance, and to do so in the future. Needless to say, Ning Meng now knows the thorn technique, which she learned because of her talent. It would be even better if she also had the rejuvenation technique. However, with her F-level talent, she would probably have to reach level 5 to comprehend the art of rejuvenation. As for Lu Shangyun, Wang Lingfeng asked her to give up using magic and use traps instead, and get familiar with them first. Now that she uses magic, it would be better for her to use beast traps to catch strange beasts, and mines and the like are all traps. The three of them had no objection to Wang Lingfeng's words and all did as he said, because if anyone objected, that person would be the one making the arrangements, and they had no ability to do that at all. Ning Meng just said one sentence. Are we going to struggle? If we can't struggle, we can just die peacefully. Of course, life is full of surprises. If you don't push yourself, you won't know how capable you are. This was Wang Lingfeng's response. Let us get back to the topic. Wang Lingfeng walked in a direction, but not only their people, but no one else had any mission going in this direction. This is a very dangerous place. The tasks assigned by the outpost have a high probability of being completed, and no one will be sent to their death. Even for Wang Lingfeng's mission, Wang Lingfeng's team has about a 30% chance of completion. The chances are very high, the advantage is on me. But if Wang Lingfeng takes this path, he will almost certainly die. Have they given up? Should we follow them? Why follow them? They want to die, but we don't. How about I use my drone to follow and take a look? I won't go there myself. Well, if it's out of range, leave them alone. Wang Ergu and others did not follow Wang Lingfeng. They thought that Wang Lingfeng and the other four were going to die, and they were not that stupid. The reason for sending the drone over was just to see how Wang Lingfeng and the other three died. I believe everyone wants to see how people with SSS-level talents die, and how the suicide squad is destroyed. This is a very good negative example. Well, everyone just wants to see how cowardly Wang Lingfeng looks before he dies, which will make them feel good. However, what they didn't expect was that when Wang Lingfeng entered the dangerous area, the first beast he encountered was not a powerful one, but Level 1 monster? Why is there a Level 1 monster here? What kind of shitty luck do they have? What's the use? You'll still die in the end. That's right, a Level 1 beast can't change anything. What about 2 or 3? Chapter 10? This useless combination is really useless. In the drone's footage, although there was only one level 1 alien beast on Wang Lingfeng's side, there were several more within 100 meters. This level 1 exotic beast is already rare to see, but I didn't expect there would be several of them here. It looks like they are from the same litter. This strange beast is called the forest wild dog, a very common strange beast. Dog-like monsters are actually the ones that everyone is most happy to encounter, because most dogs can only bite, their claws are almost useless, and they can only bite with their mouths. Either dig out the anus, or bite and then swing in death. Because dogs lack clavicles, their forelimbs cannot move left and right and are very inflexible. They can only be used as legs and have no flexibility at all. In the early stages, the attacks of dog-like monsters are the simplest and their flexibility is not enough, making them one of the easiest monsters to kill. Of course, the premise is that they are alone. Generally, dogs appear in groups. Perhaps it is because they know their own shortcomings, so they need to cooperate in groups. What is in front of me now is a lone canine monster, and it is level 1, which is simply giving me energy. Damn it, how could Wang Lingfeng be so lucky? Wang Tun, Wang Ergu and others all thought to themselves. As long as Wang Lingfeng kills these strange beasts, he should be able to upgrade smoothly. After all, he is at SSS level, and the additional energy value bonus is over 80%. It is too late for Wang Ergu and others to go and snatch the monsters now. I believe that even if Wang Lingfeng and his 4 companions are useless and slow, they can quickly kill these monsters. No, there is still hope, because Wang Lingfeng and his 3 companions did not bring any reconnaissance equipment such as drones, and he did not know how many level 1 alien beasts were nearby. Wang Ergu and his team began to move towards Wang Lingfeng. And just as they were moving, the combat situation of Wang Lingfeng's team appeared in front of everyone. This way of fighting made everyone stunned. I was not surprised at the cooperation of Wang Lingfeng's team, nor was I surprised at their speed in killing monsters. On the contrary, they were surprised by how slowly Wang Lingfeng and his 4 companions killed monsters, and how ridiculous their coordination was. Everyone saw that Wang Lingfeng rushed forward alone, blocking the wild dog's attacks again and again with his shield, and hurting the wild dog with his dagger. But the damage doesn't seem to be that high. Moreover, Wang Lingfeng was often beaten back because his defensive skills were still weak. However, Wang Lingfeng's situation is still normal. After all, it is considered acceptable for an unprofessional person to be able to withstand the attacks of alien beasts without getting hurt at the beginning. But the 3 girls at the back were not qualified at all. They were all attacking or assisting from a distance at the back, and some even just set a trap at the back. What's going on? Are these 3 idiots? Go up and chop them with swords now. If they just chop them flatly, they'll be killed in less than 2 minutes. Yes, at this time, one of them used the sword control technique, one cast the thorn technique, and the last one was just like some hunters, setting traps, but the enemy just didn't come, wasting time and energy. To save their cooperation, they will have to play for 10 minutes, and Wang Lingfeng will be injured in vain. When the teachers and students of Linhai Middle School saw this scene, they all complained about it. Chenru even asked Ning Meng and Lu Shangyun's teachers, haven't your students taken any practical classes? The teacher of the 2 said that this was not right, because although their students were not talented, they were mentally normal. But in the end, they just wanted to draw a line between themselves and the 2 students, because Wang Lingfeng and his 4 companions persisted like this until the end, and only after fighting for 15 minutes did they resolve the strange beast. Oh yeah. The 3 girls hugged each other to celebrate. This was the first alien beast they had killed. They were very excited and it also gave them a lot of confidence. This strange beast is not very difficult to kill. Maybe our team can still be rescued. If all the strange beasts are like this, we can level up by killing a few of them. If you upgrade to a higher level in the early stage, your strength will be greatly improved. Although for masters, this is only 0.1% of their strength, but for those at level 1, it is double their strength. However, they didn't know that their performance was being criticized by teachers and students throughout the school. 4 people, fighting for 15 minutes, are you kidding me? Even if they're useless idiots with no skills, they can't be this bad. This thing is a fucking level 1 canine monster. Yeah, isn't this hilarious? This useless group is really useless. They were given such a good opportunity, but they ended up like this. They're too weak. It's really unbearable to watch. Wang Lingfeng, he had a perfect hand at the start, but he played it like this. It would be great if I could just give him this hand. Everyone seemed to be deeply jealous and wanted to be Wang Lingfeng. But they didn't know that Wang Lingfeng was beaten like this on purpose because he needed to slowly hone his defensive skills. Only when his defensive skills were practiced to the super god level would he have the opportunity to kill the world-destroying monsters that would appear in the future. At the same time, his teammates cannot engage in close combat. Once they do, they will be completely useless. Their talents are for long-range attacks and assistance, especially Huangfu Haitang. She must use sword controlling skills to attack, and then the sword controlling skills will become powerful and become a talent beyond S level. Although he was slightly injured during the 15-minute battle, his basic defensive skills had been upgraded from LV1 to LV5. His super comprehension was truly strong. And basic defensive techniques don't require him to use his body to withstand the attack, using a shield to block it also counts. Not to mention that shield defense is also considered defense. Even after the shield blocks the attack, the power will still appear in his hands, causing him certain minor damage, which can naturally improve basic defense skills. His basic offensive skills have also been upgraded to LV7. Because he stabs more times than he defends, the damage is not high, but this does not hinder the improvement of his skills. At the same time, the dog training technique is also being improved. Although the 8 little blacks are just roaming on the side and not attacking, they are still using the dog training technique. It is easy to improve these skills in the early stages, especially since he also has super comprehension. Go on, let's go.
Wang Lingfeng started his next goal facing his 3 teammates who were in full condition.
At this time, almost everyone thought that Wang Lingfeng's next target might be other beast tamers, and he would not find those level 1 beast tamers. Even though it's very close, it's very difficult to find it in this wild woods. Because of this, Wang Ergu and his team were still running wildly, preparing to snatch the monster.
How could they not do such a thing that harms others and benefits themselves?
It would only take another 10 minutes for him to arrive and kill those level 1 monsters. But to their surprise, Wang Lingfeng was lucky again and found their previous target, a level 1 alien beast.
Wang Lingfeng, there's another one.
Quick, kill it. Haitang drew her sword, and the fine steel sword flew in the air. Ning Meng added a thorn spell to Wang Lingfeng, and Lu Shangyun began to set traps that everyone thought were useless. Wang Lingfeng continued to rush forward and kill.
A new round of skill growth.
He felt that his fighting ability was obviously stronger than before.
Now I am just pulling one alien beast.
When it becomes strong, I will pull a group of them and let a group of alien beasts attack me, and my defense skills will be improved crazily.
Now he has a question: if the defensive skill is too strong and becomes immune to attacks, will the defensive skill be improved? This is a question worth studying. Chapter 11. If you want level 2, then level 2. 15 minutes, another 15 minutes, it took Wang Lingfeng and his 3 friends to kill the monster. This is mainly because Wang Lingfeng is improving his defense, and his attack power has not increased much, so the damage he receives is only reduced, and the time to kill monsters is not shortened. In addition, Wang Lingfeng deliberately lowered his attack speed to allow the other 3 women to cause more damage and gain more energy. Why are we just watching a bunch of losers kill monsters? Is that interesting?
At this point, those who were watching the live broadcast no longer had any desire to continue watching. Although Wang Lingfeng's team was useless, they were able to save their lives for now.
So what was the point of watching it any further? For a team like Wang Lingfeng, the only interesting thing is the moment they are killed.
The rest is not interesting, especially the torturous speed of killing monsters.
That Wang Ergu was the same.
He wanted to rob monsters, but he encountered 3 level 5 monsters on the way and was almost killed.
Compared to Wang Lingfeng's team's shit luck, they're simply having a ton of bad luck.
Although they were very unlucky, they also advanced to a higher level because of this.
In terms of advancement, they are far ahead of Wang Lingfeng. Let's not talk about that. Guess, can Wang Lingfeng find the next level 1 beast?
Now, the only thing that interests people who stay to watch the live broadcast is this.
And the result is: fuck, this Wang Lingfeng is really lucky.
He actually found another level 1 exotic beast. In the drone footage, Wang Lingfeng was about to meet the next level 1 beast master. His luck was enviable. Then he killed the 4th and 5th ones, and then successfully upgraded.
This start is too smooth.
If they continue like this, their team may not be able to complete the mission, but they will have no problem surviving. As long as you survive for 3 months, you can come back, but after coming back, you still need to continue killing strange beasts in the wild, or join other positions. The latter requires competing with others for position, which is unlikely to be achieved by any of the 4.
But as long as you can get through the first stage, the rest will be easy.
For people with F-level talent, the hardest thing is to get started. I don't know if it's a test, but people below level 10 can only rely on themselves, and they have to rely on themselves to kill monsters. Asking for help can at most clear away dangers and rescue you when you are in danger, not help you kill monsters. As long as the strange beast is touched by someone higher than level 10, no energy will be gained. By the way, after reaching level 10, you will not gain energy points if someone who is 10 levels higher than you participates in the battle. The difference between the two is that one is 10 levels higher than itself, while the other is only 10 levels higher. Since the awakening time is fixed every year, it is almost impossible to stay within level 10 for a year, and it is not very meaningful. Therefore, those who have just awakened have to rely on themselves to face a major test in life.
This is also a good way to test a person's ability to survive.
If he can't even pass this level, he will be a burden in the future. Because it was so difficult to upgrade to level 1, the 3 girls in Wang Lingfeng's team hugged each other excitedly.
I've upgraded. I've actually upgraded to level 2. I didn't expect we could still rescue him.
It's a pity that I haven't learned any new skills.
Don't overthink it. You think skills are so easy to comprehend?
Before level 5, those who can comprehend are all A-level talents.
You and F level 1 are really overthinking it. That's right. Let's continue. I don't know if we can continue to be lucky. Wang Lingfeng, are we going to do the same thing as before? Do you want to go up and chop a few times?
Ning Mang and Lu Xiangyun looked at Wang Lingfeng at this time.
Now they have been upgraded and their strength has doubled. No, it's useless for you to come up and chop it up, so let it be. Of course Wang Lingfeng refused. He mainly wanted to practice his defensive skills, and with the attack power of the two of them, it would be better not to have it. Ning Mang, you'll make us look useless.
You can still use the thorn technique.
I'm really useless. I even divided everyone's energy.
Lu Xiangyun also spoke, feeling very ashamed, but she seemed to be more afraid that Wang Lingfeng would give up on her because of this, and she felt much less ashamed than Ning Mang.
It's okay. We have Cui Huan now.
She's upgraded, so her attack power has increased.
Wang Lingfeng said indifferently.
Now the three of them all called Huangfu Haitang Suihua, and the other party was very generous and didn't mind at all. It was because he didn't mind that Wang Lingfeng called out to her, otherwise it would seem too distant.
He will need the help of this swordsman in the future. Let's take a break and go kill the level 2 monster.
Wang Lingfeng sat down cross-legged and began to meditate, slowly recovering his strength and blood. Of course, the recovery of physical strength and blood is not that fast, but it is still there. Moreover, Wang Lingfeng had a hunch that as long as he persisted, he would be able to comprehend it into a skill, quickly recover from various states, and even actually practice it. And at this moment, a person suddenly appeared.
If you want level 2, then level 2. Who do you think you are? You're just lucky to have found a level 1 beast this time. Wang Ergu.
He finally arrived, and he had already upgraded to level 4 along the way. It was clearly the same road, but Wang Lingfeng had no problems along the way, while they had to go through many difficulties and dangers, killing dozens of monsters above level 5.
There isn't even one below level 5.
They were all injured. They thought more than once that if they were encountered by Wang Lingfeng and his 4 companions, they would surely die.
But why didn't they meet? Wang Lingfeng didn't say anything.
He wanted to meditate to recover his condition, which was much more important than talking nonsense with these people. The next few minutes were filled with provocations from Wang Ergu and Li Chang. Seeing Wang Lingfeng's motionless state, they wanted to rush over and beat him up. If it weren't for the drone live broadcast, they would have done it already. Even if there was no drone live broadcast, they would have killed Wang Lingfeng.
It suddenly felt like shooting oneself in the foot. However, they don't want to kill Wang Lingfeng immediately. They still want to play with Wang Lingfeng.
After all, Wang Lingfeng is too weak, especially seeing that Wang Lingfeng is only level 2 now.
SSS-level talent, nothing more than that. This is what everyone is thinking, and this thought makes them very happy. Wang Lingfeng's current performance makes people feel that he poses no threat at all and can be killed at any time. In that case, let us play more.
This is not just Wang Ergu's idea, Wang Tang also wants Wang Ergu to be tortured slowly.
Wang Ergu, let's do this. There are 2 roads ahead. Let's each choose one. You choose first.
After a while, Wang Lingfeng stood up and pointed to 2 roads in front of him, one going up and the other going down. His behavior was a bit shocking, but we soon understood what he meant. Whether it was luck or something else, it became clear now. Because the person who made the first choice was Wang Ergu, no matter what Wang Lingfeng encounters next, it will be after Wang Ergu made the choice. This really depends on luck. If Wang Lingfeng is still so lucky this time, then we can only say that Wang Ergu is really unlucky and can't blame others. If the result is really the same, it would feel like a murder. I choose the upward path. Wang Ergu did not hesitate at all because he could observe the situation through the drone. There were many hidden dangerous beasts on the road below, and there were definitely no level 2 beasts. Although there are no level 2 monsters above, they are suitable for their team. He knew that if Wang Lingfeng chose to take the next path, it would be very dangerous. The teachers and students who were watching the group live broadcast also knew this. Some hoped that something would happen to Wang Lingfeng, but others accused Wang Ergu of going too far. But it was useless for them to say anything, as Wang Lingfeng and the other 3 had already walked downstairs.
Chapter 12, Surprise. Mastering the Art of Sword Control. Student Lingfeng, are you sure everything is alright down there? Haitang asked from the side.
Since there were no outsiders around and her words were not shameful, she spoke directly.
I don't know. I just want to get rid of that Wang Ergu. Wang Lingfeng replied casually.
The 3 women looked puzzled, and Wang Ergu was also puzzled. Wang Ergu was keeping an eye on Wang Lingfeng through a drone at this time, and the current drones have very strong radio reception effects and can receive signals from very long distances.
So, everyone can hear and say ha. What's the meaning?
Ning Meng tilted her head slightly, looking dazed.
That's exactly what I meant. I'm afraid he'll follow us. Who knows if he'll set his sights on you? You're so cute. We can just choose one of the two. Let him go one way first, and we'll go the other way.
That way, we can separate from him and avoid you seeing his disgusting face. Now everyone knows that Wang Lingfeng had no intention of killing anyone, he just wanted to get rid of a disgusting person. After hearing what Wang Lingfeng said, Wang Ergo wanted to rush over and kill Wang Lingfeng directly, regardless of whether the drone took pictures or not.
Calm down, calm down.
He's doomed down there.
Let's upgrade our mission first. Although our upgrade was fast today, we've consumed a lot of supplies. We should consider going back. Li Chang and other teammates pulled Wang Ergo back.
They didn't take Wang Lingfeng seriously and thought that there was a high probability that Wang Lingfeng would die down there.
That's right.
This kid thinks he's smart, but he'll die no matter which path he chooses. These two paths are both dead ends for them.
That's right.
If they were here, could they defeat these 5 level 6 monsters?
Day.
Wang Ergo's team immediately started to engage in battle. This time, 5 level 6 monsters appeared at the same time.
Not to mention Wang Lingfeng's team, even they would have to pay the price. Although they are already level 4, they are not enough in terms of numbers and levels.
The only advantage is that they still have some props, and they can throw high explosive bombs to stop a few monsters from coming over first, and then concentrate on killing the most dangerous one.
Fighting.
When their battle started, Wang Lingfeng also encountered a strange beast, but this beast was alone and injured. Although this beast is already level 5, it is injured and is no more than a level 2 beast.
What kind of luck is this?
Wang Ergo is about to faint from crying in the toilet. That's right, if Wang Ergo had time to watch it now, he would definitely faint. And this was just the beginning.
Next, Wang Lingfeng's team would kill monsters step by step steadily.
Although they upgraded slowly, it was steady. If everyone can be like them, then China will have a group of solid foundations, which will change the situation in China, allowing it to expand more territory and obtain more resources. More resources mean more population, and more population means greater strength. However, this situation is probably only encountered by Wang Lingfeng, and such a cornerstone really has no impact. As for cornerstones, you need more of them to be effective. Although Wang Lingfeng was lucky, his upgrade speed was too slow, and fewer people paid attention to him. Even Wang Ergo stopped paying attention to him in the end. After Wang Ergo and his team went on their mission, they took the drone back and the live broadcast was interrupted. Everyone thought that Wang Lingfeng's team was just lucky, but there were no surprises at all.
A month later, everyone seemed to have forgotten Wang Lingfeng and the other 3, as well as Wang Lingfeng, the SSS-level unprofessional. People are so forgetful that they will forget the hottest things in just 7 days, not to mention a month, especially when other hot things come up. There have been quite a few hot events this month, including Wang Tang's mastery of the monk skill Thunder Fist, which can produce sparks and lightning when he throws a punch. It's a pity that if his virginity had not been broken, he could have killed a group of strange beasts with just a few punches. His upgrade speed will be even faster, and he should be the first senior high school student in Linhai City to break through level 10 this year. But now, this honor was snatched away by someone else, and he entered level 10 more than 2 days later than others. At that time, there were already many people at level 10, and he couldn't even make it into the top 10. Lu Ruyan is still relatively high among the top 10. But most people haven't even reached level 10 yet. 1 month is not short, but it is definitely not long either. Wang Ergo is currently at level 9 and is working hard to reach the next level. He has calculated that it will take 3 days to reach this level. At the same time, many people have died in accidents, more than 50 of them. On this day, Wang Ergo completed his mission and came back to replenish supplies, and then he met Wang Tang. Wang Tang sent him a message, asking him when he would complete the mission. What? Wang Lingfeng is not dead yet?
Wang Ergo was a little bit unbelievable at this time. He hadn't been able to find Wang Lingfeng for a month and almost forgot about this matter. But he thought in his heart that Wang Lingfeng should be dead, and Wang Lingfeng's team could not hold on here at all. At this time, Wang Tang told him that Wang Lingfeng was not there yet, and at the same time, Wang Tang asked him to send Wang Lingfeng on his way within the next month. Wang Ergo checked everyone's status and saw that Wang Lingfeng was alive and had 531 points. This score is the first among the surviving teams, and the last.
The second to last score is 1010.
From this we can see how slow Wang Lingfeng's team is.
Although this has always been despised, Wang Lingfeng and the other three did not think there was anything wrong with it.
At least they were alive and could still upgrade. At this time, Wang Lingfeng and the other three were sitting back to back, with the corpses of 5 long night wolves beside them, and 2 swords were stuck in one of the corpses.
8 black dogs were guarding on the side.
At this time, the 8 little black dogs had grown several times bigger and were very strong. If you told others that they were only puppies over a month old, no one would believe it.
Ning Meng exhaled and said, "I was really scared just now. How could I encounter a mission wolf pack here? I thought I was going to die this time."
Lu Shangyun held her chest and said, 5 level 8 monsters coming together, this is the most dangerous one we've ever encountered. Ning Meng, luckily, I learned the rejuvenation technique at level 7, which can help Lingfeng recover his health.
Otherwise, the 5 of them wouldn't be able to hold on. Lu Shangyun, yeah, you're very popular now.
With this rejuvenation technique, there will be many people who will team up with you in the future.
I'm so envious. Haitang, Lingfeng, why aren't you talking? Are you hurt? Wang Lingfeng. Don't you know that I need to meditate to recover? It's a waste of energy to talk to you.
If someone were standing nearby, they would find that Wang Lingfeng and Huangfu Haitang were already level 8, while Ning Meng and Shi Shangyun were only level 7.
This is because of Wang Lingfeng's SSS-level bonus, and Huangfu Haitang's because he has the most attacks.
Ning Meng was upgraded to level 7 2 days ago, while Lu Shangyun had just been upgraded. Ning Meng mastered the rejuvenation technique at level 7 and can help Wang Lingfeng with treatment.
Therefore, Wang Lingfeng can now withstand more attacks from strange beasts.
However, the 3 of them didn't have any group attack skills, so any of them would suffer in vain. Normally, when Wang Lingfeng sees 3 or fewer strange beasts, he will pull all of them together for a fight, because this will allow him to be attacked for a longer time, allowing his defensive skills to upgrade faster. This month, his basic defense skills have been trained to level 103, and his defensive ability has greatly increased.
The 3 strange beasts can withstand it even without rejuvenation.
With the help of rejuvenation, he felt that he could withstand the attacks of 5 strange beasts at the same time. The 3 women didn't believe this before, but now they do. When Ning Meng saw these 5 long night wolves, he was a little scared and thought that he was finally going to die this time. I didn't expect that Wang Lingfeng could withstand it so easily.
This is completely beyond the defense level of a level 8 non-professional. Even if Lingfeng moved very skillfully at this time, trying to minimize the damage and blocking every attack with his shield, he should not be able to withstand these 5 beasts of the same level. Wang Lingfeng also dragged the 5 strange beasts into the trap set by Lu Shangyun and caused them harm. Finally, after a long battle, they prevailed.
The 3 women are now slumped on the ground, feeling like they have survived a disaster.
Their expressions when they looked at Wang Lingfeng were a little bright.
At this time, Wang Lingfeng was also very excited, not because of the gazes of the 3 girls, but because he had actually learned a new skill in the battle just now. What surprised him was that this skill was not his own, but sword control.
Chapter 13, Orc? Japanese bastard? Wow, I've mastered a skill.
Wang Lingfeng was stunned for a moment, because this sentence was not said by him, but by Lu Shangyun next to him. He couldn't possibly tell others about his mastery of sword-wielding techniques, because he didn't understand it either.
How could he learn someone else's talent? Is it because this talent is actually a skill? Even if it is a skill, how can you learn someone else's skills? Could it be that one does not need to practice one's own super insight, talent, and can just watch others use it? If so, that is too strong. But why didn't the Heavenly Eye see this?
Soon, Wang Lingfeng understood that the Heavenly Eye could only see some fixed things that would happen, and some variables could not be seen, or the changes in the variables were too many and the required spiritual awareness was too great, so the changes were turned off by default. Wang Lingfeng understood this point, because when he looked at the future, after he chose a career, he would have many general routes in mind and did not look at the details. Because of this, he has consumed the spiritual awareness accumulated over the years, so it is better not to look at the variables. After all, there are still variables if he looks at them. In fact, the sky eye can only give a rough idea of the situation. The general direction is generally correct, and the details depend on the time. In short, the closer it is, the more accurate it is. Of course, this may be due to insufficient skill.
When I become stronger in the future, I may be able to see more and more accurately.
But now he knew one thing for sure: super insight was something he could comprehend just by seeing it, and it was not limited to what happened around him, but could also be recorded in images and books.
One more thing. Come on, let's keep killing monsters. Try out our new skills. Wan Lingfeng stood up and continued to look for strange beasts to kill. Shang Yun has mastered a skill. Why is he so excited? Could it be that he likes Shang Yun?
Haitang looked at the excited Wang Lingfeng and said directly, not knowing why. She seemed a little uncomfortable in her heart.
Haitang, what are you talking about? How could Wang Lingfeng like me?
Lu Shangyun blushed slightly. You guys are still joking. Hurry up and follow him, in case Lingfeng pulls a few more. Ning Meng thought the two were joking at this time. Worried about Wang Lingfeng's safety, she followed them and was ready to cast a rejuvenation spell on Wang Lingfeng at any time.
Soon, Wang Lingfeng found a level 7 alien beast.
At this time, his fighting style came out. Except for the vital parts, he withstood the attacks of the alien beast. Didn't even bother using the shield. In his words, this was a crushing move with strength, and at the same time it was also to upgrade his own defensive skills quickly, and to upgrade Ning Meng's rejuvenation technique quickly as well. Healing skills require effective recovery to improve skill proficiency.
Wang Lingfeng did not hide his intention to upgrade his defensive skills. No one else knew his purpose anyway.
At the same time, he had to find a direction to practice, and becoming a shield wall in front was one of them.
Magic trap.
At this time, Lu Shangyun created a magic trap on the ground.
As long as the strange beast entered, it would explode.
This was the skill she had learned. From then on, she also became a damaging back row player, and Wang Lingfeng could pull the strange beast to the trap. Wang Lingfeng didn't seem surprised at all, because his divine eye told him that if Lu Shangyun wanted to take off, she had to understand the magic trap. This magic trap can be pure magic, or it can add magical effects to physical objects. Therefore, Lu Shangyun still needs to continue studying knowledge related to traps and integrate it into her magic traps. Now Lu Shangyun understood why Wang Lingfeng asked her to read books about traps, learn various traps, and use traps for the past month. At this moment, she was very grateful to Wang Lingfeng, and some emotions appeared in her heart, but not much. When Wang Lingfeng saw the trap appear, he immediately lured the strange beast over.
Boom! Explode!
The damage was not small. The monster's health bar immediately decreased by 10%, and the monster was also stunned.
Shang Yun is so amazing.
Ning Meng on the side praised her, which made Lu Shangyun feel a little flattered. Wang Lingfeng had an idea in his mind at this time, wondering if he could learn Lu Shangyun's magic trap. Imagine yourself pulling a group of strange beasts with you, and magic traps appear under your feet, boom boom boom. It makes me feel good just thinking about it. However, at this time, he was still concerned about sword controlling skills proficiency plus 100, sword controlling skills level increased. Sword controlling skills proficiency plus 100, sword controlling skills level increased. It turns out that watching others use skills can really improve skill proficiency. It seems that in the future, if I want to form a team, I can not only understand other people's skills, but also have others help me practice skill proficiency. By then, other people's proficiency will be plus 1, while yours will be plus 100 plus 100.
If you let others know, will they get angry?
Just for this reason, you should never reveal the fact that you can learn other people's skills.
These skills should never be used in front of others unless absolutely necessary. You should just be an MT fighting monsters. The monster killing is over. Make a fire and grill meat. Paw Patrol, come and eat meat. Wang Lingfeng threw aside the hundreds of kilograms of barbecued exotic beast meat and let the 8 black dogs eat it.
Under the influence of dog training techniques, these 8 black dogs would not eat anything else unless Wang Lingfeng ordered them to do so, even if they would starve to death.
Unless it's an emergency. Wang Lingfeng's dog training skills have now reached level 300, which is the fastest progressing skill and is far ahead.
Firstly, there are many dogs, and secondly, this skill is the simplest and easiest to upgrade. The proficiency required for upgrading the dog training skills in the later stages is less than 1/10 of that of basic defense skills. It's like at level 50, the proficiency required for basic defense has been upgraded to 10,000, but that for dog training is only 1,000. However, the reason why Wang Lingfeng was able to reach more than 100 levels so quickly was because of the 10,000% proficiency increase in super comprehension. Level 50 basic defense technique, others need to withstand 10,000 attacks, but he only needs 100. The effect of the 300 level dog training skill also allowed his dog to grow very fast, with extremely fierce combat power and extraordinary abilities in tracking and searching for prey. In the previous battle with the 5 mission wolves, the dog played a very important role and was able to hold back 2 of the wolves. Sword Control Level 13. Basic Defense LV 103. Basic Offense LV 110. Basic Movement LV 58. Basic Meditation LV 39. As expected, Basic Meditation is the most difficult to upgrade. It takes an hour to gain a little proficiency. Currently, even if I have practiced Basic Meditation to the highest level, it has not exceeded level 50. It can be said that Wang Lingfeng's level 39 is already very terrifying, and his mental power is already very strong. Unfortunately, he has no job. Yes, for others, what is the point of a non-professional having such strong mental power when he has no skills to use? This was also true for Wang Lingfeng before, but he now has the sword controlling skill, which requires the consumption of mental energy. Now that you have the sword wielding technique, wouldn't it be uncomfortable to watch others use it and not use it yourself? Of course. So, at 2 o'clock in the morning, Wang Lingfeng sneaked out and prepared to find a strange beast to practice sword wielding. There is no doubt that he is now fully capable of fighting against monsters of the same level alone, but he deliberately made the 3 women feel that he needed them very much. Without them, he would not be able to kill those monsters. In order to stay away from the 3 women, he deliberately went further away and came to a valley. He never imagined that in this remote valley, he would encounter a dirty deal that almost put him in a desperate situation. He was in the valley, flying his sword and letting it circle around him, when suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. Boom! When the figure landed on the ground, it cracked the ground. Wang Lingfeng looked and saw a girl dressed in white, with white clothes, white hair, and a white tail standing under the moonlight. Stunning appearance, wait, white tail? There was a white furry tail behind the girl. Orcs? Japanese bastard? Chapter 14. Wang Tang is actually a little bastard? Orcs are half-human, half-beast creatures created by combining the genes of exotic beasts and humans using the genetic technology of the United States. And this strange beast is not an ordinary strange beast. It is the kind of strange beast that invades from another time and space, not a local alienated strange beast. However, these orcs sometimes completely turned into beasts and lost control, and were also criticized, so they did not continue in the United States. But the 2 countries of Japan and South Korea made use of this technology. Not only did they turn themselves into half-orcs, they even worshipped strange beasts from different time and space. And they became the guides of the alien beasts, helped the alien beasts invade, and became the public enemy of all humans. However, there are also many people who secretly collude with them and join them. The half-orc girl in front of him must have come here to meet this kind of person, which made Wang Lingfeng a little curious, and he also hid himself. Fortunately, in order to secretly use the sword-wielding technique, I deliberately concealed myself and even left the dog outside to patrol. And the place where you are is absolutely invisible to outsiders. It's a pity that I haven't learned the stealth skill, otherwise, the chances of being discovered would be lower. At this time, Wang Lingfeng had put away his sword, lowered his breathing, and tried his best to integrate into this world. Although he has no stealth skills, he understands the Taoist principles and integrates into this world. Isn't this what Taoists often do? Wang Lingfeng couldn't do it perfectly, but he could do part of it, which was enough. Not long after, a figure appeared. You're here. Yes, I am here. You shouldn't have come. But I'm already here. Are you guys exchanging secret codes? Wang Lingfeng was very skeptical about this, but what concerned him more at this moment was that the person in front of him was actually someone he knew. Isn't this Wang Tang's mother? I didn't expect that she was not only vicious, but also a traitor and a lackey. However, soon, what they spoke turned into Japanese. Fortunately, the bracelet had a built-in translation function, which translated their conversation. It turned out that Wang Tang's mother was originally a Japanese spy lurking in China. There were many people like her. So, Wang Tang is actually a little bastard? No wonder he is so annoying. It turns out it's because he is a Japanese bastard. The reason they met here was to hand over something, which was the genes of Frost Dragon, the huge monster that died outside the city. The genes on the corpses outside are not very complete and are useless to Japan, so they want complete genes, preferably from important parts. The Wang family just happened to have this thing. The ancestors of the Wang family also participated in the killing of Frost Dragon, so there was a dragon blood crystal core of Frost Dragon in the Wang family. In fact, this was nothing at the time, but now, only the Wang family has it. At the same time, no one cares about this matter. Japan only recently studied it and found a need for it, otherwise it would have taken it away long ago. Because she didn't want to expose the connection between them, Wang Tang's mother blocked the bracelet so that no one could even find out her location, let alone have a voice chat through the bracelet.
I'll leave this to you. Where's what I want?
Watching Wang Tang's mother hand a box to the half-orc girl. After the orc girl took the box, she also handed over a box. No one knew what was inside, and neither of them talked about it. However, Wang Lingfeng could use his divine eyes to see that there was a colorless and odorless medicine in it, a chronic poison, a new product from a Japanese laboratory, and its source could not be found at present. This woman wanted to poison the head of the Wang family and others, and then let Wang Tang inherit the family business, and she would manage it as a trustee.
Wang Lingfeng had no intention of stopping this.
Even if I tell others in the Wang family, they may not believe me, and it will also bring danger to myself.
Who cares about the life and death of the Wang family? But there is a problem with the other box. After this box is taken back, Japan will create powerful orcs. The time is 10 years later?
Oh, never mind. The daylilies will be cold in 10 years. In that case, you two devils, hurry up and go away, don't disturb me from practicing sword skills. This is what Wang Lingfeng is thinking now, because the meeting between the two people does not seem to affect him at all. At most, it will expose Wang Tang's mother's physical skills. Well, that is going to have to wait until she deals with the rest of the Wang family.
By the way, I have something good for you. Your son might need it.
At this time, the half-orc girl took out another crystal ornament, which was 20 centimeters long.
It had a long blue crystal in the front and a metal-wrapped handle in the back. Is this the key to the secret realm?
Well, the location of the secret realm is listed above.
It's just a few dozen kilometers away from here. The level of this secret realm is only 1020.
There's no point in us going in.
I'm doing you a favor.
The orc girl left after she finished speaking.
The way she leaped into the sky looked like a wolf tribe under the moonlight.
Her tail also looks like a dog's tail.
Could she be a canine half-orc?
After a while, Wang Tang's mother also left. Wang Lingfeng had no intention of leaving at this time, because he knew that the other party was still watching him nearby, so he simply meditated and integrated into the environment. It was not known how long it had passed, but Wang Lingfeng felt that the people had left, so he began to practice the sword controlling technique here. His proficiency was improving rapidly. This sword controlling technique did not require attacking the enemy to improve, as long as he was using the sword, it would be fine. Suddenly, Wang Lingfeng thought of a way to use the sword controlling technique without being noticed. That is to find some small swords to control, and throw them out without changing the trajectory, but just accelerating in the middle.
Then no one will be able to notice it, right?
In ancient times, there was Xiao Li's flying dagger, and now there is me, Xiao Wang's flying sword. He used the sword controlling technique to cut a few leaves in the air.
When he had enough fun, Wang Lingfeng prepared to go back. Not long after he went out, several people appeared and surrounded him.
Were you discovered by those two women? If that's the case, Wang Lingfeng would have no chance at all, because judging from their strength just now, they are far superior to Wang Lingfeng.
However, in fact, this is not the case. These people have nothing to do with the two women before. If you insist on saying that there is a connection, then it is related to Wang Tang.
Because the four people in front are Wang Ergu and his three friends.
Wang Ergu deliberately came here to see if Wang Lingfeng was nearby, because Wang Lingfeng's mission was here. As a result, he was lucky enough to find Wang Lingfeng.
When Wang Lingfeng realized that the other party just happened to find him, he felt a little regretful about coming out so early, as he had not practiced sword controlling enough.
It's very lucky.
No, it's unfortunate for you.
You are going to die soon.
Let me see, you're still at level 8, huh? Too weak.
You dare to come out alone so late at night and seek death?
Then we will grant your wish.
Wang Ergu and the other three laughed.
Since they had such a good opportunity, they would of course kill Wang Lingfeng.
It would no longer be interesting. Wang Tang has no fun in torturing Wang Lingfeng now.
Of course, Wang Ergu can also torture him before killing him. The drone will start recording, but do not broadcast it live or share it. Wang Ergu drew his knife, and his three teammates beside him also drew their weapons.
It seems that Wang Lingfeng can't escape this time. Chapter 15. Why do you men take so long to go to the bathroom? Wang Lingfeng looked at the four people who were drawing their swords against each other.
They did not surround him, nor did they intend to move away. They were simply drawing their swords. He understood what this meant, because the 4 people opposite him didn't think they could escape at all. In the eyes of the other party, he was only level 8 and had no profession. He was at a disadvantage both in level and profession. And my talent is not to increase damage, so they are not afraid if I practice my basic skills to over level 100. Because the bonus provided by basic skills is not that big, it is definitely not as good as their professional skills. This is also the reason why people without a profession are looked down upon, they are too weak. However, people don't know that when any skill reaches a certain level, it will undergo a qualitative change, but this level requires a genius to achieve. Because ordinary people can only train their skills to level 400 at most in their lifetime, and the level of qualitative change must be at least level 600 or above. Even the elites can't do it. However, this is not what Wang Lingfeng cares about now. He took out his shield and said to Wang Ergu, "If you're a man, let's fight one-on-one. If you're not, just pretend I never said anything." This statement is clearly provocative, and the traces of provocation are too obvious. I know you're trying to provoke me, but so what? You're an unemployed person, so I'll show you the insurmountable gap between us. Wang Ergu smiled and walked up alone. After all, cleverness is just cleverness, and in the end, it's all about strength. Wang Lingfeng also knew what the other party was thinking, so he said this deliberately. What he wanted was to get the other party to come out one-on-one and deal with them one by one. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous for me to fight 4 people at the same time. Wang Ergu is actually a mage, otherwise he would not carry a mage skill book on him. He uses a knife because he has no suitable weapon. The damage caused by knife attacks in the early stage is also very high. At this time, Wang Ergu held up a fireball in his hand. He had already learned the fireball technique and could shoot a fireball in 1 second. Fireball can also be charged and launched, which will more than double its power. The first thing to do is to accumulate strength. Emission. The fireball shot out and hit Wang Lingfeng directly. Wang Lingfeng blocked it with his shield at this time. The reaction is very quick, but do you think that blocking it is the end of the matter? Wang Ergu sneered. Boom! The fireball exploded in front of Wang Lingfeng. With such power, a level 7 non-professional would definitely be blown away and half his life would be destroyed. Sure enough, Wang Lingfeng flew backwards, fell heavily to the ground, and then immediately crawled forward with difficulty. It's really rubbish. I just used a fireball to solve it. Wang Ergu burst into laughter, then walked over and prepared to step on Wang Lingfeng. At this time, Wang Ergu and the other 3 did not think that Wang Lingfeng was pretending, because normally, Wang Lingfeng should have been knocked away. Just now, in order to kill the monster with 1 strike, Wang Ergu secretly used an amplification crystal, which was one of the materials dropped by the monster. After absorbing energy from different time and space, the strange beasts will transform the energy into crystals, forming something similar to a crystal core. This kind of crystal core has many functions, one of which is to amplify magical attacks. The increase just now was equivalent to twice the power of Wang Ergu's charged attack, which was equivalent to Wang Lingfeng being hit by 4 fireballs at once. According to Wang Lingfeng's strength as a level 8 non-professional, this result is reasonable. However, just as Wang Ergu raised his foot to step down, Wang Lingfeng suddenly moved. The sword in his hand stabbed Wang Ergu's lower body with incredible accuracy, and coincidentally, it was that important part. Wang Ergu suddenly thought of the fear of being dominated by Ba Xiuhei. But this time, he had no chance to continue to be afraid, because Wang Lingfeng's sword directly pierced into his vulnerable part and into his body. After all, people are people. If they are stabbed in the vitals, they will die. At least in the early stages, they cannot survive without strong recovery abilities. At this time, unless there is a powerful healing profession or props, otherwise. Impossible, I won't die, save me quickly. Wang Ergu used a blood-restoring potion on himself, but it was completely useless, and he placed his hopes on his 3 teammates. But it was obvious that the 3 teammates did not have this ability and were also shocked by this incident. After all, they were just newbies and were a little panicked. Just when they were in a panic, several dark shadows suddenly appeared beside them. Those were the dogs. They had been lurking nearby a long time ago. Although their lurking skills were not particularly good, they still arrived smoothly because Wang Lingfeng had just attracted their attention. However, although the dog is ferocious, the opponents are professionals and are all level 9. It seems like a pipe dream to want to use the dog to deal with the 3 of them. Sure enough, after being attacked, Li Chang and the other 2 reacted and began to fight back. Wang Lingfeng was not surprised by this, because his dog was only trained through dog training and had not yet escaped the ability of a wild beast.
8 dogs together can only hold back one of them.
Li Chang was a soldier and took very little damage. He slashed at a dog with his knife. The dog immediately retreated, but was still wounded by the knife. The other 2 also reacted, slashed with their knives, used some potions to recover, and then used their respective skills. One of them was an archer, but he was agile and could fight in close combat with a dagger. Under his dagger, several dogs had been cut with several wounds, but the damage was not as great as Li Chang's.
I believe that if this continues, all 8 dogs will be killed. But would Wang Lingfeng let the dog die like this? Or was he planning to use the dog to attract the other party's attention and then escape?
The latter is obviously impossible, because although Li Chang and the other 2 were dragged by the dog, their attention was on Wang Lingfeng, especially since the drone was aimed at Wang Lingfeng, so he basically couldn't escape. Therefore, Wang Lingfeng did not plan to run, but instead.
Sword-wielding technique.
When the dog pounced on the archer, a sword flew out from under the dog and went straight to the archer's heart. The archer had never expected that there would be a sword here, and when he discovered it, he was just attacking the dog and had no chance to dodge. The timing was very precise, and the archer was pierced through the heart in an instant.
Due to the angle, Li Chang and the other man did not notice it.
They were just wondering why the archer suddenly stopped. Then, the archer fell down, which made Li Chang and the others' eyes widen immediately, suspecting that there was an expert nearby to help. They would never have thought that it was Wang Lingfeng, because Wang Lingfeng was standing on the other side at this time. At the same time, it was impossible for Wang Lingfeng to have this ability. Just as they were shocked and looking for the master, Go Zi started attacking them again, and then Wang Lingfeng's sword-wielding skills attacked them in secret. Li Chang was the last one to fall down. When he fell down, he was still asking who was in the dark.
They never thought it was Wang Lingfeng from the beginning to the end, because that was impossible.
But he finally saw a flying sword fly to Wang Lingfeng's side and spin around him.
At this time, he dead.
In the end, he didn't think about Wang Lingfeng because his brain was not enough.
Clean up the battlefield.
Wang Lingfeng looted the other party's belongings, then left with the dog without burying the 4 people. He is in charge of killing but not burying. These 4 people will soon be eaten by the strange beasts nearby.
Student Lingfeng, where did you go just now?
I went to the bathroom.
Why do you men take so long to go to the toilet? You just squat in the toilet and won't come out.
But you are still the best. You can squat for so long in the wild.
Chapter 16? Does this kid rely solely on luck? Outpost number 22.
In the combat command room, the sentry captain came to work in the morning shift after breakfast. He had just made a pot of tea when he found that one of the original 8 teams on the screen had gone offline.
Why are the newcomers so weak this time?
Another team died.
3 of the 8 teams have already perished.
What's interesting is that the weakest ones are still alive, and their mission is the most difficult. However, they are able to stay alive outside and continue to kill monsters and level up, although it's a bit slow.
The captain is also very concerned about Wang Lingfeng's team.
After all, they only have 8 teams, and now there are only 5. It is hard not to care. Before, he thought that Wang Lingfeng's team would either die outside or hide and not come out to fight the enemy, which would actually allow them to survive. If you survive the latter, you will only be able to do dangerous work in the future, which basically means working in the wild. But what they didn't expect was that they actually survived for a month and continued to kill strange beasts and gain points.
Captain, the 8th team is back. They've completed their mission.
What? Just when the captain was thinking about Wang Lingfeng's team, he didn't expect his subordinates to report Wang Lingfeng's situation. The 8th team was what they called Wang Lingfeng's team. In that case, they should be at least level 8.
Good, but the beginning is always the hardest. I'll give them some simple tasks later to keep them alive.
The captain understood what completing this task meant.
In the worst-case scenario, Wang Lingfeng's team would have to reach level 8.
Generally speaking, level 10 was the most reliable. They have 2 level 8s and 2 level 7s, and they're all in good shape. I didn't expect them to be in such good shape without any supplies.
Where are they now? Are they going to rest at the outpost for a few days?
The captain asked. Normally after completing a mission and returning to the outpost, one must rest for a few days.
This is very important.
Without potions and other things, it is difficult to survive in the wild unless you can avoid all accidental injuries. But few people can do this, and most of the time they have to go back because of a small accident.
Can't go back without completing the task? In fact, if an accident really happens, you should just go back.
Generally, they won't make things difficult for you and will turn a blind eye to help you. However, in this case, even if the mission fails, there will be penalties and points will be deducted.
They left, saying they didn't have time and needed to level up and do quests.
They seemed to want to get good grades. The captain was a little confused when he heard this. For their team, it would be good enough if they could just survive.
What other results would they care about? They must be overthinking it.
Forget it, it's other people's business, don't worry about it. The captain didn't care about it at first, but then the people below said that Wang Lingfeng didn't bring any other emergency medicines except some red and blue medicines, and he still didn't bring any detection equipment such as drones.
This kid, is he just relying on luck?
The captain suddenly remembered some words on the internet, saying that Wang Lingfeng relied entirely on luck to travel, and if he had a little bad luck, he would be doomed. He's just lucky now, if he waits, something bad will definitely happen to him.
Yes, this is what many people on the internet said, thinking that Wang Lingfeng's luck cannot continue to be good forever.
Another thing is that this time Wang Lingfeng also customized 8 dog backpacks, which can be placed on the dogs. I have to say, the dog training technique is very useful not only in combat but also as a backpack. You have to know that when hunting exotic beasts outside, a lot of resources are wasted because they cannot be brought back. The most regrettable thing is the meat of exotic animals, which is wasted the most. This also makes it cheaper for Wang Lingfeng's dog, as he can eat as much meat as he wants without increasing the cost at all. Because of this, they grow very fast. 1 month is equivalent to several months of other dogs, and their size is even larger than that of an adult husky. At this time, at the 48th outpost, Wang Tong and Lu Ruyan were also paying attention to Wang Lingfeng, but this was just incidental, because they were resting and only paid attention to him after hearing about him from others. This piece of rubbish is actually still alive and has even completed his first mission, while Wang Ergu, that piece of rubbish, died.
When Wang Tang heard the news, he couldn't help feeling depressed.
However, he soon noticed that Wang Lingfeng's level had been updated and was still at level 8. Ruyan, it's a good thing you left this loser early. He's only level 8, and we're already level 13.
You don't need to tell me about his affairs.
He and I are already in 2 different worlds.
You don't need to care about it. Don't lower your status.
Lu Ruyan said coldly that she now looked down on Wang Tang beside her because he was just AB. It is said to be level 13, and she has been in level 13 for several days, while Wang Tang has just entered. If this situation continues, the distance between Wang Tang and her will become greater and greater, and then they will not be able to form a team. It's not that I don't want to form a team psychologically, but that I can't form a team after level 10. Wang Tang also understood this, and he became more and more worried about it until his mother told him the good news that she had obtained a key to a secret realm. This is a secret realm of levels 10-20, and you can catch up to this level by yourself.
Originally, he wanted to ask Lu Ruyan to go with him, but if Lu Ruyan went, how would he catch up with the level?
So, Wang Tang decided to go alone.
However, he will not enter the secret realm alone.
His mother will choose a few people to form a team with him, and those people will be his mother's people. This would have to wait until this wilderness survival was over. Although he had already reached level 13 in just over a month, it would be basically impossible for him to reach level 20 in the remaining month. It now takes 7 or 8 days to upgrade to a new level, and it will take longer and longer in the future. It is estimated that after 3 months of field training, he would be at most level 18, which would be just the right time for him to enter the secret realm of levels 10-20. After the training, there will be a month of rest before taking part in the next round of college entrance examination training. This month is prepared for those who are injured, so that everyone can be in the best condition. Therefore, he can take advantage of this month to gain strength in the secret realm. He will surely make a splash by then, and all those who look down on him and laugh at him will be shocked. As for Lu Ruyan, he would make her kneel down and look up at him.
He felt happy just thinking about this. Wang Tong, what are you thinking about? Your saliva is flowing out.
Ah, nothing.
I was thinking about Wang Lingfeng.
The people around took a deep breath, and the men began to keep a distance from Wang Tang.
Don't overthink it.
I'm wondering how high that loser can level up at in the remaining days, given his leveling speed.
Is that even a question? Level 15 at most.
No, at their speed, they're at most level 13.
You said, if Wang Lingfeng survived to the end, would he really continue to practice the college entrance examination?
That's impossible. The upcoming college entrance examination is a real test of strength.
Even a little less strength won't do.
He shouldn't come out and embarrass himself.
Do you think there will be a miracle?
Chapter 17. Please continue reading for a while, and I will take you to take off soon.
More than a month has passed, and there is only half a month left. At this time, everyone is counting points and casualties.
This time, there are 8,000 senior high school students from Linhai City who are training outside.
In addition to Linhai Middle School, there are also many other high schools.
In fact, the current senior high school students are equivalent to the number of births in that year, and there are rarely any missing people among them. After all, before awakening, everyone may be SSS level and a treasure.
Back to the point, now more than 2,000 of the 8,000 people have had accidents. This is a cruel elimination.
But generally speaking, as long as you work hard enough in the previous 12 years and don't be too stupid, you will not be eliminated.
Some people just live too comfortably.
This is acceptable in peacetime, but in this era, their survival is not only a waste of resources, but also affects the survival of others.
They may even hold others back and drag others to death.
Several cities in China were destroyed in this way and have now become a paradise for strange beasts and a stronghold for the orcs from Japan.
One of the iron rules of troubled times: kill the Virgin Mary first.
The emergence of some cruel rules must be due to bloody lessons.
Look, the last one is Wang Lingfeng's team. Their levels have just been updated, and the lowest one is still at level 11.
It seems that the previous level of 13 was too much.
This is a month behind the median.
The lowest level of other F-level players is 13. Everyone saw that Wang Lingfeng's team had the lowest points and the lowest level. But everyone found it very strange that the upgrade speed of Wang Lingfeng's team seemed too slow, unbelievably slow. Look at Lu Ruyan, she's already level 17. She's only 6 levels behind in just 2 months.
The gap will only get bigger in the future. You make it sound like Lu Ruyan is very powerful. She's not even in the top 10 right now. The strongest is still Dugufeng from Donghai Middle School, an S-class assassin. She's already level 18 and will reach level 19 in half a month.
What a pity. It would be great if I could break through level 20. The highest record is level 20 in 3 months.
Don't underestimate the difference of just one level. F level takes 3 months. S level takes more than a month. Only SSS level has hope. There's no way she can do it. When everyone was talking about these things, Wang Lingfeng was quickly forgotten. After all, no one would pay attention to a waste. When you watch a game, do you really pay attention to the last place?
Unless this is a hot topic, and Wang Lingfeng only has so many hot topics, at least everyone is paying attention to him. Another 7 days passed, and there were only 7 more days left.
Have you noticed that Wang Lingfeng's team's points have barely budged these past few days? Could it be that they've completely given up and are waiting for the training to end?
It's really still there. I took a screenshot 7 days ago, and their score was 1661.
Now it's still at 1685.
They've only killed a few beasts in the past 7 days.
This should be giving up. If I were them, I would give up too.
After all, they've completed a few training missions and are qualified. From now on, they can slowly kill monsters and level up nearby, and they can slowly grow and live out their humble lives. He's truly a coward who's afraid of death.
No wonder he chose no profession despite having SSS level talent.
After that, there was another round of criticism of Wang Lingfeng. Seeing the words used above, I have to admire the netizens for their skillful and pleasant speaking. 3 more days passed, and there were only less than 5 days left. At this time, the situation was basically settled, and many people had returned to the outpost to rest. Especially those who have no hope of upgrading and are ranked at the bottom, they are already lying flat. Anyway, they can level up later, so there is no rush. At this time, everyone thought that Wang Lingfeng's team should come back, since they had given up long ago anyway. But the result was unexpected.
Wang Lingfeng and his 4 companions never came back. Outpost number 22 at this time.
Captain, Team 7 is back.
You go and take good care of them. It's not easy for these children.
Yes. After saying this, the captain continued to work. Among the 8 teams here, except for the 3 deaths at the beginning, nothing happened to them afterwards. After all, the most difficult part was the beginning. In fact, there were accidents later, but not a whole team was wiped out. Only 1 or 2 people appeared, as if they had just returned, and an accident occurred in the middle of them.
However, this accident did not result in death.
He was brought back injured. Fortunately, the injury was not lifelong and he can recover. On this day, 4 teams returned to outpost number 22 one after another, and the remaining 2 teams returned the next day.
Now only the 8th team is left. Strange, why hasn't the 8th team returned yet? The captain was very confused at this time. Newcomers can rest here for 3 days after completing the task, and there is only 1 day left before the end of the training. According to the rules, if you are at the outpost 3 days before the end, you don't need to come out again, which means you can lie down at the outpost on the 6th day before the end. I thought Team 8 would be the first to return, but they'd be the last. But, what's the point of them staying out there? Their points haven't increased at all. They're definitely just hanging on. The captain muttered to himself, then shook his head and continued to work, ignoring these things. At this time, there were many people with doubts like the captain, and everyone couldn't understand why Wang Lingfeng hadn't returned to the outpost yet. However, they are sure of one thing, that is, Wang Lingfeng's team's points are still less than 1700. We were wondering if he would participate in the next round of college entrance examinations, but now we have to consider whether he can. That's right, last year's elimination line was 3000 points. This year's results are similar to last year's, so it should also be around 3000 points. So, if they had the ability to earn 1,300 points in 3 days, they wouldn't have only earned less than 1,700 points now. That is right, Wang Lingfeng's team's points are not enough to qualify for the next round of trials. And what was Wang Lingfeng doing at this time?
He is now being surrounded and attacked by a group of ant monsters, the number of which is so large that it makes one's scalp tingle.
However, both Wang Lingfeng and the 3 Huangfu Haitang girls were very calm and cooperated skillfully.
Wang Lingfeng carried the strange beast, Huangfu Haitang attacked with a sword, Ning Meng used the thorn technique and rejuvenation technique, and Lu Shangyun set traps one after another.
Huangfu Haitang, student Lingfeng, it's only been 3 days. Are we still here killing these ants?
Although there are many of these ants, their levels are also low. Our points haven't increased much, and our energy value is not much either.
If you kill a monster with a lower level than your own, the points you gain will be reduced.
This is why the points of Wang Lingfeng's team have hardly changed. It's not that they didn't T-spawn monsters, it's that the monsters were of low level.
Lu Shangyun, yeah, we've been killing here for 20 days, isn't it time to leave?
Ning Meng, but our skills can be upgraded quickly this way, and there's no danger.
Isn't that good?
We're not taking the college entrance exam, and we don't have to rush to upgrade.
Ning Meng lay down as usual, thinking that this was good enough.
And what she said was actually the point. Wang Lingfeng was just brushing up his skills, and level was not important to him. If he wanted to improve his defense skills quickly, he had to pull in this kind of low-level monster. This was something he had planned before, but everyone was level 1 before, so how could it be so low level? Just keep brushing for a while, and I'll take you off soon. Wang Lingfeng replied casually, this is a good place to brush up your skills, so you have to continue brushing for a whole day. But there is no need to leave here. When the ant nest is flooded, those high-level soldier ants, male ants, and even the queen ant will appear. Combined with his previous arrangements, the points are about to take off. Let us ignore this for now and look at skill improvement. Basic defensive proficiency increased by 100. Basic swordsmanship proficiency increased by 100. Swordsmanship proficiency increased by 100. From Wang Lingfeng's perspective, prompts of increased proficiency in various skills were appearing on the screen.
Cool. Chapter 18 following him will make you the strongest swordsman.
Basic defense skill level increased, currently at level 500, triggering the super comprehension talent, and comprehending the new skill, basic body refining skill. A day later, when Wang Lingfeng was about to finish brushing his skills, and his basic defense skills had been upgraded to level 500, he suddenly realized a new skill. Basic body training techniques not only defend against and reduce damage, but also turn damage into a boost to strengthen the body and improve one's physique.
This skill was not unexpected to Wang Lingfeng.
Although he also hoped to have such a skill, as he had read fairy tale novels and was proficient in Taoist Qigong, he had certainly wanted to have such a skill more than once. I just didn't expect it to actually appear. He suddenly had a bold guess, that if he imagined a certain skill, this skill might lead him to enlightenment in a certain direction. Simply put, imagination is one of the conditions for understanding skills.
Since it is a body refining technique, can it recover blood while being injured? You should know that body refining techniques often require strong recovery abilities, otherwise how can the body refining continue? Wang Lingfeng checked the body refining technique that replaced the basic defensive technique and found that there was no explanation about recovery ability.
Forget it, I have the rejuvenation technique anyway, so I can just use the rejuvenation technique on myself. Yes, Wan Lingfeng has learned Ning Meng's rejuvenation technique and thorn technique during this period, and also learned Lu Shangyun's magic trap. Now, whenever the three girls use their skills, he can gain skill proficiency.
Cool. Another point is that there are two types of skills to be comprehended, a completely new one and a skill that is integrated and replaced. The latter will continue to have the effect of the basic skill, and the newly comprehended skill will become level 1.
In other words, the current basic body refining technique not only has the new effects of the body refining technique, but also has the defensive effects of the 500 level basic defense technique. Similarly, the basic swordsmanship that Wang Lingfeng had previously comprehended also replaced the basic offensive technique, and also had the attack bonus of the basic offensive technique at that time. Speaking of this basic sword technique, it took him more than 10 days to comprehend it. This was not learned from others, but was practiced by him, sword by sword.
Don't forget, he always uses a sword.
But strangely, he kept using the shield, but did not comprehend the shield technique, but instead comprehended the body refining technique.
Now the question is, if you have mastered the art of body refining, do you still need a shield?
It stands to reason that the more injuries one gets through body refining techniques, the more damage one gets, but he still feels the need for a shield.
After all, there is a bottom line to being hurt, and that is staying alive. Let's flood the ant nest.
Although Wan Lingfeng really wanted to try the basic body refining technique, he knew the priorities. If he didn't flood the ant nest, those high-level soldier ants and male ants might come out later. It's because they killed too many worker ants.
Although the queen ant is very fertile, she can't reproduce forever. Lingfeng, are you sure we can cause a flood if we blow up this place?
Of course.
Are you sure? We only use a small amount of explosives. Is it really okay? Should I also tell you that I know feng shui? Wang Lingfeng and the other three are now standing on a mountain.
It seems that this place has nothing to do with the reservoir above, so even if an explosion occurs here, it will have no impact. At this time, the three women didn't understand much about this and didn't care. If there were experts here, they would definitely think that Wang Lingfeng was messing around and it was impossible to cause the lake above to burst its banks. In fact, after Wang Lingfeng blew up this place, there seemed to be no reaction.
Lingfeng, shouldn't we leave now?
If we don't leave now, it will attract strange beasts.
Yeah, that noise just now will attract some strange beasts. Let's go.
If you bombed the wrong thing, it's fine.
We won't laugh at you. Well, our experience this time is quite good.
We can't enter the martial arts academy, but we can enter the liberal arts academy. Then we can switch to a professional profession. After a moment of silence, the three women began to speak one after another. They had originally lost hope for the future, but now Wang Lingfeng at least gave everyone hope to continue. The liberal arts college accepts students for professional professions. It is difficult for college students to not have a job nowadays because many technologies require professional skills. And this professional ability also needs to be leveled up, so without a profession and talent, it will not work even if you can get into a liberal arts college. This is also why after awakening your talent, you have to go out and gain experience, because it is necessary.
Wang Lingfeng and the other three are now able to train on their own.
They just need to raise their levels and then switch to some professions that suit their majors, and then they can enter the Academy of Arts.
There is no need to take an exam to enter the College of Arts. If you have the ability, you can go in. The College of Arts wishes that everyone has this ability.
Because of this, Ning Meng and Lu Shangyun both thought the same way. Only Huangfu Haitang felt that she could become stronger, because she saw that her sword controlling skills were getting stronger and stronger, which was not simple. According to the big plan that Wang Lingfeng had drawn, this sword controlling technique could control 2, 3, or even more swords in the future. He could carry a sword box on his back and collect various swords with special effects.
It will definitely be very strong by then.
Wang Lingfeng also said that he would just follow him in the future and he would definitely make him the strongest swordsman.
However, how to explain this strongest sword immortal? Is he the strongest among all the sword immortals, or is he the strongest among all the professions in the world? No matter which one it is, she is looking forward to it. At least the sword immortal is not bad. No rush, just wait on the side.
Wang Lingfeng replied with a word, then began to meditate at a place nearby and started to practice the small circulation. Now his speed was getting faster and faster.
It was unknown when he would comprehend this skill.
The three women followed Wang Lingfeng to the side and waited, and all three of them were practicing their skills.
Haitang was practicing swordplay with 2 wooden swords, then 3, 4.
At most, there are 7 swords. At this time, she actually couldn't control so many swords at the same time. She controlled each sword for a while and switched to other swords while flying. As long as she had good control skills and the brain's reaction speed, it was completely possible to do it. Lu Xiangyun was studying various trap techniques, trying to figure out how to make the trap more natural, less noticeable, and more powerful.
As for Ning Meng's method, it was very simple.
She kept using the rejuvenation technique and the thorn technique on Wang Lingfeng. She could find someone else to practice with, but Wang Lingfeng said he was suitable and asked her to use him more.
This is an opportunity to learn profound skills, how can we miss it? After a while. Ah, look! Ning Meng screamed.
She was the most relaxed person in the room, so she was naturally the first to notice the situation. She found that where Wang Lingfeng had just blown up the place, some mud and water gushed out, and it felt like it was not very smooth and was intermittent. But soon, the mud and water began to flow smoothly, and then not only smoothly, but also rushed out. After the furious storm, it was like a yellow dragon emerging from the sea, running swiftly and violently, unstoppable. The gap in that place became bigger and bigger, and violent water rushed out. The impact force was definitely no weaker than a truck collision, especially since Wang Lingfeng had made arrangements below before. For the past 20 days, he has been changing the terrain here and secretly buried magic traps that will be activated when water passes through. Some of these magic traps will accelerate the speed of water flow, and some will release some sharp magic energy, which are like high-speed flying blades in the water flow. These will impact all the strange beasts below, including all the ants in the ant nest.
He actually flooded an ant nest. How did he do that? What's so special about the location of the explosion?
Ning Meng looked puzzled, then looked at Haitang and the other girl beside him.
Haitang and the other girl wanted to say at this time, "Do you think I would know?" Before they could even utter a word, Wang Lingfeng had already spoken. "Let's go kill the ants. Some of the stronger ants won't be killed, but they're dying. We just need to finish them off."
Haitang and Lu Xiangyun's eyes lit up. These were energy points and credits.
With so many ants, maybe we had a chance. But they don't know that they get more than just points for finishing off the enemy. Chapter 19 Cheeman Killing Formation Level 1. Cheating, this is definitely cheating. Look at Wang Lingfeng's points. They're skyrocketing.
Even the strongest teams can't achieve this speed.
How could they possibly do it?
The teachers and students of Lin Hai Middle School were in an uproar at this time. A minute ago, they had never expected that the situation would take such a big turn. Half an hour ago, Lin Hai Middle School started a campus group live broadcast. School leaders and some outstanding teachers sat in the school's conference room and spoke in the live broadcast room. At the same time, they also released the ranking of this time's results, and those with outstanding performance and first place in task completion were displayed on the screen. At this moment, they have confirmed the results of this time.
Except for Wang Lingfeng's team, all the teams have returned to the outpost. There is less than a day left. I believe the results should be fixed.
So the school leaders were very excited because there were many teams that performed well this time, especially Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan's team, which not only ranked the highest, but also completed the most tasks. This time it was like a commendation meeting for the two of them, although it was just a prelude. He really deserves a beating. This live broadcast is a warm-up for the award ceremony the day after tomorrow, and it also serves as a notification to everyone. At this time, the teachers were also discussing some details about the day after tomorrow, such as whether to wear school uniforms, whether to bring parents, and other procedural details.
Just a few minutes ago, Wang Tang had someone deliberately point out Wang Lingfeng.
It seemed that he was helping Wang Lingfeng, but in fact he was making everyone laugh at Wang Lingfeng. That was a student named Lan Wei Yan, who raised a question to the teacher. "Dear teachers and leaders, I have a question.
My good brother Wang Lingfeng hasn't returned yet. How can you be so sure of the ranking? Maybe he'll perform a miracle in the end?"
After hearing this, everyone fell silent. This was definitely a deliberate attempt to cause trouble.
Your good brother has less than 1,700 points right now. He's the worst player in Lin Hai Middle School, and the gap is huge.
He's over 2,000 points behind the second to last team.
Do you think he can catch up on this last day? Maybe there will be a miracle.
Haha, a miracle?
If this miracle really happens, I'll run naked on the playground. My name is Du Zeding, and I'm from Class 3, Grade 12. This is hilarious. Wang Lingfeng, don't even think about catching up to 2000. Even if I can only reach 200 on the last day, I'll still lose. I'll perform a handstand and eat noodles for everyone. Yeah, it's less than 1,700 points in 3 months, and 18 points are added every day. It would be a miracle to get 200 points a day. It's embarrassing to say this, but Wang Lingfeng broke the record again this time, but it was the record for the lowest score. The previous lowest score was 2,000, and he directly broke it by over 300 points. No way, aren't there any lower ones? If we hide and don't kill the monsters, shouldn't those be lower? No. The ranking will be cancelled if someone dies. It will also be cancelled if you don't kill monsters for a day. No one would deliberately set the record for the lowest score. That would only bring shame upon themselves. At this moment, no one believed that Wang Lingfeng's points would catch up, and they even thought that it would not increase by 100 points. However, in the next minute, they showed the same shock as at the beginning, all exclaiming that it was impossible and reporting that Wang Lingfeng was cheating. There was indeed some suspicion of cheating, because Wang Lingfeng's points were rising rapidly. In less than a minute, it increased by more than 600 points, and it was still rising. In the next 10 minutes, the points increased by dozens every minute, and after 10 minutes, the points increased by more than 600 points. In the next hour, the points continued to increase, but the intervals became longer and longer. This should be because he killed the monsters one by one. The points were not low, so he should have killed some elite monsters. The most incredible thing is that one time his points increased by 100, as if he had killed a boss-level monster. In the end, Wang Lingfeng's team's score was set at 3,690 points. If anyone noticed, they would have found that the score had just increased by 2,000 points, not a single point more or less. Impossible, absolutely impossible. 2,000 points all at once, even if 4 SSS-level people were together, they wouldn't necessarily be able to create it. How could they do it? That's right, there must be something wrong. Is there something wrong with the bracelet? Of course it is. I suggest a thorough investigation of this matter. This is unfair to others. This Wang Lingfeng is not only afraid of death, but also likes to play tricks, and his tricks are to treat people as fools. Disgusting, so disgusting. People like this should be exiled to the wild. At this time, not only Linhai Middle School discovered this situation, but other people in Linhai City and even netizens in China had discovered it. Angry netizens are criticizing Wang Lingfeng, saying they simply don't believe such a thing. If Wang Lingfeng only added a few hundred points in the end, they would believe that he might have been lucky enough to encounter some event. According to Wang Lingfeng's previous fortune, it was not impossible, but this sudden increase of more than 2,000 happened within more than an hour. No one will believe it. Ruyan, Wang Lingfeng is such a jerk. If you can't afford to lose, don't play with him. Fortunately, you broke off your engagement with him, and our Wang family kicked him out. Wang Teng said this to Lu Ruyan, and his words hit the mark exactly in Lu Ruyan's heart. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was indeed glad that she had severed her relationship with Wang Lingfeng, otherwise her reputation would have been dragged down. At the same time, the teachers and students of Linhai Middle School were troubled and disgusted, because Wang Lingfeng's actions ruined their reputation. He actually cheated, and cheated so stupidly. At the same time, the mayor of Linhai City and some high-ranking officials of China are paying attention to this matter and want to investigate it thoroughly. Everyone believed that this was a case of cheating in the college entrance examination, which would shake the foundation. At this time, the center of all this stormed Wang Lingfeng's team. They once again sat on the ground, the 4 of them back to back. 8 ferocious dogs were lying nearby to protect them. This time, the area around them was filled with the corpses of ant monsters and body parts everywhere. The 4 of them also looked uncomfortable. Wang Lingfeng's combat uniform was already tattered, and anyone who saw it would have the urge to tear it off. The 3 women were not in such a miserable state, but their faces were pale and bloodless, and it was obvious that they had exhausted themselves from overexerting themselves. They are all in the back, so safety is definitely the safest there. Wang Lingfeng has the third eye, so he won't let them encounter any unexpected situations, and there will be no situation where they miss any monsters and can't catch them. Ha, I have enough points. I just leveled up, too. This is really weird. Didn't they say that you can't get energy or points this way? Lu Shangyun was very excited and asked the questions that everyone wanted to ask.
Flooding an ant nest is a non-professional skill method of killing enemies that should not be counted in the energy value, and naturally no points will be generated. When they just got the energy points and points, they were all dazed. Instead of upgrading, they suspected they were hallucinating. At this time, they believed that Wang Lingfeng would definitely have the answer, and they all looked at Wang Lingfeng.
Wang Lingfeng didn't say anything at this time.
He just noticed that he had mastered a new skill.
Jimen Shaijin LV1, a large-scale chain trap that utilizes the right time, place, and people. It has many variations, and its power and effect vary with changing conditions.
What's this?
Wang Lingfeng didn't know either, he only knew that he had mastered this skill after the ants were flooded.
It seemed like this was the first time I used such a large chain trap, and I mastered a new skill just in one go? Isn't this luck too good? I should go buy a lottery ticket.
Chapter 20?
I still suspect your mother is a traitor.
Lingfeng, what are you daydreaming about?
Ning Mang waved her little hands in front of Wang Lingfeng, as if to confirm whether something had happened to him.
What? Wang Lingfeng finally responded, but he obviously didn't hear the question just now.
So Ning Mang repeated what Lu Xinyun had just said.
You're talking about that. I don't know either.
Wang Lingfeng's answer made the three women stunned for a moment, and Ning Mang said directly,
I don't believe a word of yours. You must know something. What can I know? What do you think I know?
I'm with you guys.
I'm also wondering why there are points and why I'd been upgraded. Wow, this is incredible, I actually leveled up twice, I'm level 14 now. Wang Lingfeng looked surprised, and then asked, What about you?
Ning Mang immediately replied, I also leveled up 2 levels. My energy value was previously at level 11, 70%, and now it's at level 13, 6%. Haitang and Lu Xinyun thought Wang Lingfeng was trying to change the subject, but they still continued the conversation. Both of them are level 13. The soldier ants and male ants behind them have a lot of energy, and the queen ant gives everyone more than 20% of the energy.
Very good, let's pack up and go back.
Paw Patrol, go collect all the useful things. At Wang Lingfeng's command, the dogs immediately set out. They had been trained to know what was useful and what was useless. If they found something unknown, they would call Wang Lingfeng to check. With the help of the dogs, cleaning the battlefield becomes very fast, and the materials will be put into the dog's backpack to improve the ability to load the spoils.
Once the materials are full, Wang Lingfeng will send the dog to the designated location.
Since he has a third eye, he knows where to hide without being discovered, and he also knows which route the dog should take to be safe. This made the 3 girls of Haitang full of envy.
This dog is so useful.
They also want to train the dogs, but unfortunately, they can't do it.
Now they get angry at anyone who says dog training is useless.
Another energy crystal dropped.
This one is actually D level. We've been very lucky along the way. We often get a lot of good stuff.
At this time, Haitang found a D-level energy crystal in the queen ant's corpse. It can't be said that she was lucky to find a D-level energy crystal from such a boss-level monster. Generally, this level is at most E level, and the elite level drops are all F level, and theoretically, there are very few. However, they had already picked up more than 20 F grade energy crystals and 7 E grade ones along the way, and this time they even picked up a D grade one. The cheapest F grade energy crystal starts at 30,000, the E grade starts at 80,000, and the D grade starts at 200,000.
Energy crystals have 2 major uses.
One is to be made and upgraded into various weapons, armor, tools, etc.
The second is to be absorbed by people and increase the energy value.
An F level is equivalent to the energy value of a level 5-10 monster, an E level is 15-20 levels, a D level is equivalent to 25-30 levels, and so on.
At the same time, the minimum usage standard for class F is level 5.
In other words, if you want to use energy crystals to increase your level, you must first be at level 5, and then 30 F level energy crystals at level 5 will cost you at least 900,000. For those who have the money, it seems too uneconomical to use this to upgrade, and those who don't have the money simply can't afford it. Moreover, if you upgrade directly with energy crystals, your skills will be wasted and seem less useful. Therefore, most of the families that use energy crystals to upgrade are super wealthy. Because of this, the greatest function of energy crystal is the former. For Wang Lingfeng and the other 3, these 2 functions were not the case. They would only use the energy crystals for one thing, which was
sell for money. Let's go back and divide the spoils. Wang Lingfeng's words made the other three women excited.
They no longer cared about other things.
There were too many things they couldn't figure out, and everyone had a secret. Sometimes, it's not really a secret, but people may really not know it. Why waste your time and energy on such things?
Soon, they arrived at the base safely and stored their things.
When everyone wanted to stop them and ask questions, they went out again.
Soon, they came back with another full load, and repeated the process several times before completing it. At this time, the other people in the outpost also knew that they had a warehouse nearby.
Did they not trust themselves?
But they were soon relieved, because they also saw Wang Lingfeng's dog moving things all the time, so they knew that it was the dog that brought it back. This was indeed a bit hard to explain, and the outpost would not let them come back without completing the mission.
Storing it in an external warehouse is indeed a solution.
The captain was also very happy to see Wang Lingfeng transporting back so many materials and supplies. Although these materials are not very precious, in this era, the more material resources there are, the better, even ordinary ones. In the past, few people could bring it back, but this cannot be blamed on others as everyone's carrying capacity is limited.
Wang Lingfeng's setting up of warehouses outside gave the captain an idea.
They should build several unmanned warehouses at regular intervals to store supplies, and then send people to collect the materials inside when patrolling.
Wouldn't this be the best of both worlds?
Because of the bracelet, everyone's belongings can be clearly calculated, and a certain escort fee and storage fee will be charged, and they can even help sell them. The captain suddenly became interested and wanted to report to his superiors immediately.
However, he did not leave because he was more curious about Wang Lingfeng's team in front of him. "Teammate, did you guys cheat?" the captain asked very seriously. He actually didn't quite believe it at this moment, because the supplies sent back by Wang Lingfeng made him seem to know some possibilities. Because there are materials from the queen ant, and so many ant materials, that is to say, Wang Lingfeng's team should have really killed a group of ant monsters, and their level increase is not purely cheating by changing the data. At least, they had to ask someone for help or use some props to get energy points and points. But these four people are all poor, how could they possibly get help from others, let alone use such a powerful item? What a contradiction, how did they do it?
No, we get points by killing monsters.
Wang Lingfeng immediately shook his head.
They all understood why the other party was suspicious. If they were in his place, they would also be suspicious, especially the three Haitang girls.
Didn't they suspect that they were wrong before? Impossible, you must be cheating.
The captain believed it, but the people around him did not, especially the other teams from Linhai Middle School who came with him.
They are now broadcasting live in the school group, and the whole school is criticizing Wang Lingfeng and the other three. Cheating? Do you have evidence? Can't you doubt without evidence? Can you prove that you didn't cheat?
I also suspect that your mother is a traitor, your father is a running dog, and your grandfather is a traitor.
Can you prove it? Wang Lingfeng looked at the classmate who jumped out.
He had just said this casually, but he soon laughed. Because his divine eyes saw that his parents were spies, and they were in key departments, so he took the opportunity to remove them. When the time comes, I will trick this classmate and find out the key evidence. They should be grateful to have such a good son.
Chapter 21 External Strength, Internal Strength, I want them all. Do you dare to let me go to your house and broadcast live? I will definitely find evidence.
Wang Lingfeng had already angered the other party through some words, and then if he threw out this sentence, the other party would definitely agree.
Okay, let's go to my house as soon as we get back to the city.
The other party indeed agreed, and Wang Lingfeng also agreed immediately. This matter must be done quickly, otherwise his parents would be back home and it would be too late.
Why are you talking about this? Didn't you say Wang Lingfeng cheated? Whoever has evidence, please come and tell me about this matter. If you don't have any, please don't say anything more.
The captain said at this time that he brought up this topic just because he wanted to know from Wang Lingfeng whether it was true or not, and he was not insisting on saying it was true without evidence.
He also didn't expect that these classmates seemed to be staring at Wang Lingfeng to death.
So, at this time, he wanted to calm down the incident caused by him. Anyway, whether it is cheating or not has nothing to do with him, he just needs to do his own thing. Just like that, the matter came to an end for the time being, and I just had to wait until tomorrow to go back to the home of that good eldest son.
Although there were still some people harassing him, Wang Lingfeng didn't bother to care about them.
After handing in the task, his points increased by dozens and now he has 3,738 points. After that, the four of them went back to their rooms to take a shower, and then they met in the hall to eat and divide the spoils. The distribution issue is very simple. Ordinary materials can be sold here directly, and the money can be divided. Pay for the things that are useful to you, which is the same as the market price, and the money can still be divided. Since the four of them were poor, they only took things that were useful to them in the near future. As for those in the future, they sold them first and bought them later. The four of them together highlight the word poverty, and there is even Wang Lingfeng who needs to get 1,000,000 yuan for his mother's medical expenses. Therefore, they also sold those resources that would be very important in the future, namely energy crystals. In the future, every profession will need weapons and armor, and energy crystals are essential, not only for upgrading, but also for forging weapons.
Wang Lingfeng, what do you want these strange materials for? Haitang and the other two were very confused.
Wang Lingfeng didn't want the energy crystal, but asked for a lot of strange materials.
It's cheap.
These materials are not worth much when they are sold, but they become valuable after they are made.
Wang Lingfeng answered casually.
He was not just saying this to fool others. The materials he chose were considered worthless by everyone and would not be worth much if sold. He would take these things home and save them regardless of whether they were useful or not. Secondly, he will also take things that can be sold for money and that he can use recently. Because he was preparing to go back, he began to try to understand the art of alchemy. It is good to have dreams, just in case they come true. If all else fails, try to comprehend alchemy, or synthesize potions.
I feel like you're just giving us a hard time. Haitang and Lu Xiangyun suspected that this was an excuse.
Only Ning Meng asked Wang Lingfeng if he could join them so that they could make money together and she could help.
Whatever you think. Wang Lingfeng didn't care about this.
After all, the things had been divided and they were all his.
The three girls thought the same and didn't ask any more questions.
The four of them quickly went to deal with the things, and asked the captain for the rare energy crystals. Firstly, the captain has the ability to handle it, and also for the sake of confidentiality. The captain was also very surprised to see these. He didn't expect that Wang Lingfeng's team, which had the worst points and the weakest strength, would get so many things.
What kind of shit luck is this?
The captain was very quick to help Wang Lingfeng deal with the problem, and also gave Wang Lingfeng a contact number, asking Wang Lingfeng to continue to come to this outpost in the future.
He was very optimistic about Wang Lingfeng's luck.
The outpost needed to develop, and naturally it needed all kinds of talented people, as well as grassroots workers. So, no matter what, he is not at a disadvantage as the captain.
If the outpost develops well, he can get promoted and make money.
Speaking of the development of the outpost, there is a lot to say, which we will talk about later.
However, Wang Lingfeng knew the captain's name.
Before, everyone just called him captain without even mentioning his surname. His name also surprised Wang Lingfeng, because his name was
Nya Feng. At 12 o'clock in the morning, the trial ended and the person in charge had already started counting the points and calculating the elimination score.
Generally, scores are released the next morning.
Each city ranks itself and sets its own elimination line.
After all, the environment in each city is different, with some strong and some weak.
Linhai City's elimination line this time is 3,738 points. Lingfeng, we're out. Just right, not a point more, not a point less. This is so exciting.
Wang Lingfeng's team was already busted, but he didn't expect that his score was just enough to participate in the next trial. This news spread instantly in Linhai Middle School and Outpost number 22. No one was surprised that Wang Lingfeng's team qualified, but they were surprised that they had entered with such a sharp score.
Everyone is skeptical about this. Is this a coincidence? It must be a coincidence, otherwise how can it be explained? Even the city lord cannot control this.
The elimination line needs to be calculated based on the total score and some data of the participants. If any data changes, the score line will change.
Who can control it?
In particular, the performance of this year's senior high school students was unexpectedly good, with the score line rising from around 3,000 to 3,738.
Who could have guessed this in advance?
So, this must be just a coincidence.
Why are you so happy? You got your grades by cheating. You'll be checked when you get back.
At this time, the eldest son spoke immediately. His words also reminded everyone of this incident. It was useless for Wang Lingfeng to be on time because his results were fake.
Sure enough, a message came.
Wang Lingfeng, Huangfu Haitang, Ning Meng, and Lu Xiangyun, please come to the city lord's mansion at 2 p.m.
The city lord will personally lead the team to verify your results. Captain Niafeng appeared and informed Wang Lingfeng and the other three.
Everyone was a little surprised that the city lord was alarmed, but they also felt it was reasonable. This is cheating in the college entrance examination, and it was authenticated by the wristband. If this kind of cheating method really exists, then the way of taking the college entrance examination will definitely have to be changed in the future. On the bus back, it was the same bus back to school, but this time the dogs had to run back by themselves. It's no longer possible to carry them on this bus, so this can be considered as exercise. At this time, Haitang was sitting next to Wang Lingfeng and suddenly asked,
Lingfeng, we are going to meet the city lord, aren't you nervous?
Wang Lingfeng closed his eyes and replied casually,
It's just a meeting with the city lord, why are you so nervous?
Oh, by the way, I heard that the city lord of our Linhai city is a great beauty. She also has a beautiful daughter who is a senior in high school like us.
Why, do you have any thoughts about the city lord's daughter?
Lu Xiangyun turned around from the front seat, leaned on the table, and looked joking.
Certainly. Everyone was stunned.
They didn't expect Wang Lingfeng to be so honest, but he was also asking for trouble. When these words reached the ears of the city lord, it would no longer matter whether your results were really good or not.
She has great skills. Wang Lingfeng said this again, which confused everyone present.
Are you trying to say she's got great skills?
You are just like an old man who wants to hang himself because he thinks his life is too long.
How could they know that Wang Lingfeng really just thought her skills were good and he wanted to learn them? If you just want to learn, you have to watch her practice her skills.
This is a difficult problem.
Forget it, I'll use my third eye to see if there's any opportunity later. Now I'll just meditate and practice to comprehend the skills of practicing internal energy.
Body training is external skill, and mental training is internal skill. I want them all. Chapter 22? Your eldest son has exposed you.
In a laboratory of a military research institute in Linhai City, a couple is working.
They are responsible for the same project and only one aspect of it. Since they are a couple, this arrangement is the best.
Anyway, what one person is exposed to is the same as what two people are exposed to, and there is no complementarity.
These two people were actually spies.
They secretly recorded all the projects they had done and saved them in a USB flash drive that was not connected to the internet.
There is also some information about other people in the institute, which they have secretly collected over the years.
Although these materials are not top secret and their loss may not cause a big loss to China, there are many spies like them, and if they are combined, they will cause heavy losses to China.
This war without gunpowder has been going on all the time.
Having said that, they hid this USB flash drive in a very secret place in their home. I believe that if no one points it out, no one will ever find it in their lifetime.
They are very confident about this. When it comes to hiding things, they are much better than what they have done in the laboratory.
They felt that it was almost time to hand things over. This time, their contributions were sufficient and they could get promoted, which they could then exchange for some resources for their son. Speaking of my son, judging by the time, the college entrance examination should be over today, and he should be going home. I saw my son return to the outpost earlier, so there is no need to worry about his safety. Going home tonight to celebrate and congratulate him on passing the college entrance examination. The couple was talking about this topic at the moment and seemed very happy, but they didn't know that they would soon stop being happy. At this time, a researcher colleague came in.
Gao Xiaosong, Li Shanglan, the higher-ups want to discuss something with you.
New. This was a very normal thing, so the two of them left the laboratory. When the two of them left the laboratory, they were captured by the ambushing soldiers.
What happened? What are you going to do to us?
When the two were caught, they were still very calm because they believed that they were hiding well and there was no possibility of being discovered. They thought that this might be some kind of test to test their loyalty, so they would pretend to be innocent even if it meant death.
This is also the basic skill of a spy. You two don't need to pretend anymore. Your eldest son has already exposed you. Even if it's a test, you shouldn't use such an excuse. It's so stupid. Both husband and wife laughed, sure that the other was joking. People around can also understand it.
After all, everyone would think the same way if this happened to them.
Even when I saw this before, I thought someone was joking.
Just now, their eldest son was searching for evidence on live broadcast, and then found the evidence under the guidance of Wang Lingfeng.
Of course, few people noticed Wang Lingfeng's guidance.
It seemed that the eldest son found it by coincidence, which was a complete betrayal of his parents. Naturally, the evidence would not be seen live because Wang Lingfeng had called people from the relevant departments. These departments will never let go of such matters even if they kill someone by mistake, and will definitely follow up on the investigation.
Moreover, Wang Lingfeng said that only one person is needed to assist in checking the confidential information.
Just make sure it's confidential information. After Wang Lingfeng found the evidence at Hayadair, he said to the relevant department, "Remember, put 1 million into my account." No one realized this at first, but they did later.
2 walking 500,000, that's 1 million, isn't it?
At this time, the 2 walking 500,000 wanted to cry.
They were now in the interrogation room of a research institute.
They had seen the live video and saw their eldest son find his USB flash drive.
"I have hidden myself so well, how could I be found? Is there something wrong here?"
His USB flash drive was directly disguised as a circuit board and placed in the radio. The interfaces needed to be connected one by one using special tools. If the connections were incorrect, the data on it would be burned.
But even so, why was it discovered?
He couldn't figure it out, he really couldn't figure it out.
"How on earth did you find out? There's no way my son has this ability." Gao Xiaosong couldn't help asking this question in the end. He just wanted to die with peace of mind. However, he couldn't get an answer because no one knew. It all seems like a coincidence.
All of this passed very quickly because this matter could not be known too much by others.
Everyone only knew that after that day, Hayadair and his family disappeared.
The person who was the most angry at this time was the half-orc girl. When she saw the news, she immediately smashed the table.
"Damn it, why is this guy here? Does he know what we want, or is it just a coincidence?"
The main reason why she was so excited was that she was missing the things in Gao Xiaosong's USB flash drive. This research institute was studying the strange beast frost dragon outside. Although the missing part here is just a small thing, equivalent to 1% of the entire plan, success cannot be achieved without this 1%. Because of this incident, her plan, which was originally supposed to succeed immediately, would be delayed for a very long time.
Wang Lingfeng didn't know this.
If he went to see the half-orc girl at this time, he would know that the previous genetic results of Frost Dragon had been delayed for several years.
This kind of thing is a variable, so it's not surprising that it will change. "No matter what it is, if you dare to ruin my business, you must die."
The half-orc girl had a murderous look in her eyes, and then she ordered her men to kill Wang Lingfeng. After that, she no longer paid attention to Wang Lingfeng's matter. Because she felt that this was just a small matter, she could just let her subordinates do it and she didn't need to spend time on it. But she didn't know that this little thing would turn into a long battle, and she might be the one who loses in the end. What started out as a small matter that even his subordinates didn't care about gradually became a big deal, or even the most critical thing.
Unfortunately, it was too late by then. Achoo! Wang Lingfeng sneezed. "Did anyone miss me? Xiaofeng, do you have a cold?"
At this moment, Wang Lingfeng saw his mother Xia Bingbing in his field of vision, only because he was on a video call. "No, I am very strong now and can kill 10 strange beasts by myself."
"Mom, don't worry about me.
I still have to go to the city lord's mansion now, and then I'll go to the hospital to see you. I originally wanted to go earlier, but I didn't expect the city lord's mansion to leave early."
"We didn't even have lunch."
"Lingfeng, please speak softly.
The people in the city lord's mansion are dissatisfied." Haitang whispered a reminder beside Wang Lingfeng. "Ah, I said the sound. I'm really not used to it. Fortunately, I'm telling the truth." As they were speaking, Wang Lingfeng had already entered the city lord's mansion.
They were taken to a large hall where 8 people were sitting in a row in the middle.
Obviously, they are the team that reviews Wang Lingfeng's results, and these 8 people are all very famous professionals. Wang Lingfeng didn't know what the specific profession was, and he didn't know anyone about it.
He only knew that there were several cameras nearby that could see everything here, and the review was broadcast live to give everyone a fair review. Now quite a few people have flocked into the live broadcast room, and they are all shouting similar slogans, all criticizing Wang Lingfeng.
None of them believed that Wang Lingfeng's results were true.
In fact, the 8 professionals present did not believe it either. So, they will ask about this matter thoroughly.
The first thing they have to do is take off the bracelet and let us examine it. Also, tell us about your situation. Chapter 23? I want to be with you. What? There's nothing wrong with the bracelet, and there's nothing wrong with the records? Then how could such a record appear? The experts who checked the bracelet and the data did the checking quickly. The process took less than 5 minutes. After all, there were professional tools. The bracelet has not been modified or cracked in any way, and the data on the bracelet has been analyzed by experts, and there is absolutely no problem. You should know that this data not only looks at the number of points, but also checks the personal energy value acquisition. Points can be deceiving, but how can energy value data be deceiving? The energy value is linked to the level, and there is no problem with the levels of Wang Lingfeng and the other three. This means that they really gained that much energy. If there is a question now, it is what special method they used to obtain so much energy in an instant. Then this can no longer be considered cheating, because Wang Lingfeng and the other four really killed the strange beasts and really increased their energy values. The data is correct and consistent with their level increase. In that hour, they continuously gained a large amount of energy and their level increased by 2 levels. This must be some special method they have mastered, but it cannot be considered cheating. The data expert announced that he didn't care about anything else, as long as he was right, that was the truth. Bracelet experts also agreed that the bracelet has not been hacked and the data cannot be wrong. Several other experts also checked on Wang Lingfeng and the other three, and after a review, it seemed that there were no problems. The only question now is how Wang Lingfeng and the other three suddenly gained so many points in such a short period of time? Everyone looked at Wang Lingfeng, waiting for an answer, including those watching the live broadcast. At this time, Wang Lingfeng looked at the camera and asked a question. Are you sure you want me to put this question like this? The reason why he was looking at the camera was simply because the city lord was also watching. She said she was the host, but she didn't really come. Well, for something like this, she couldn't show up in person. She just had to arrange the people below. It was already great that she could monitor it in real time. Sure enough, at this time, the city lord's voice sounded. You can tell me now that the live broadcast has been cut off. You don't have to worry about leaks here. So, Wang Lingfeng began to tell a simple story about the whole process. He concealed the fact that he used magic traps, but he mentioned that in the past 20 days, Lu Shangyun often practiced magic traps and buried them in various places nearby. Focusing on one might be useful, but she just kept laying traps and didn't even know how many traps she had laid. The purpose is very simple, which is to make people suspect Lu Shangyun's magic trap. At that time, they only need to analyze the situation at that time and some characteristics of the magic trap to draw a conclusion. That is, this situation is the result of a magic trap, but the creator of the magic trap is Lu Shangyun, not Wang Lingfeng. At the same time, they would also think that this was a coincidence, not something Wang Lingfeng deliberately arranged. However, before that, they need to figure out one thing. Magic trap? What is this? They haven't mastered this skill yet, but it's not surprising, as new professional skills may emerge every year. The current development of the profession is actually far from enough and it is not even mature. So, Lu Shangyun demonstrated it on the spot and explained some of the techniques. She felt that there was nothing to hide. With an F-level talent, what good things could she have? Moreover, this kind of thing will be discovered after fighting with humans a few times. The most important thing is that by being frank like this, you will gain the favor of these bigwigs on the opposite side, and maybe even be appreciated by the city lord. Good, you have developed a new professional skill. If you use this skill well, it can greatly improve the efficiency of upgrading. It is a very good auxiliary combat skill and it also suits your talent. How did you come up with the idea of incorporating magic into traps? Was it just talent? At this time, the city lord's voice continued to sound through the loudspeaker, and at the last moment, the city lord's voice seemed to appear behind him. Wang Lingfeng and the other three looked back and saw a heroic woman wearing armor, with long hair draped over her shoulders and an air of nobility. This made Wang Lingfeng feel as if the female warriors in the game had come into reality, the kind that was more Western fantasy, fully armed, but very beautiful. Sure enough, the legend was true. The city lord was a great beauty, and many people still pursued her. However, her strength is also terrifying. I heard that she has reached the peak of the 4th level and her level has reached 90. Her appearance also indicated one thing, that is, she attached great importance to this magic trap, because she could see the important value of this magic trap. It was just a coincidence. I just set traps every day and I accidentally figured it out. Lu Shangyun said immediately. This sentence seemed very humble and true, but she seemed to have excluded the factor of Wang Lingfeng. This would create an illusion that she discovered it accidentally and understood it by herself.
Haitang frowned slightly but didn't say anything, because even though Wang Lingfeng asked Lu Shangyun to use a trap, it didn't prove that he was giving her instructions. So, it seems that there is nothing wrong with Lu Shangyun saying this. Just assume that she didn't think of this either and don't take it too seriously. When she looked at Wang Lingfeng, she found that he didn't care at all. He just wanted to ask if he could leave because he still wanted to see his mother.
Haitang thought of Wang Lingfeng's mother and felt that she should go with Wang Lingfeng.
She had mentioned this matter before, but Wang Lingfeng asked her to go back and see her mother first. She thought about it and realized that this made sense. She would be in the city for the next few days anyway, so she didn't need to worry about it. Wang Lingfeng and the other two were soon allowed to leave, and only Lu Shangyun was left behind to ask questions and demonstrate magic traps.
The matter finally came to a conclusion.
The points of Wang Lingfeng and the other three were valid, and they could participate in the next round of college entrance examination. Lu Shangyun's creation of new professional skills was also reported, and the city lord's mansion gave her some rewards and the city contribution points she deserved. Everyone who creates new professional skills and invents new formulas will gain city contribution points, and the national contribution points will depend on the situation.
City contribution points can bring many benefits, such as salary level, and contribution points can be exchanged for various things.
The simplest thing is that if poor children like Wang Lingfeng have enough contribution points from their parents, they can safely become logistics staff.
Classmate Lingfeng, do you think Shangyun will team up with us to train again?
As the three of them were leaving the city lord's mansion, Haitang suddenly asked this question. No, she will have someone to guide her.
It would be a waste of her talent to join us.
There are other teams more suitable for her skills. Let alone her, you and Ning Meng will also be wanted, especially Ning Meng. She now knows the rejuvenation technique, so there will definitely be a lot of teams wanting you.
Haitang said, No, I want to go with you.
You said that as long as I follow you, I can become the strongest sword immortal.
Ning Meng, oh, me too. Wang Lingfeng. Chapter 24, Eternal Torment Curse. Hospital.
As soon as Wang Lingfeng entered his mother's ward, he was immediately surrounded by several nurses.
What are you doing? Why are you surrounding my brother? If you want money, just ask nicely.
We can gather it together slowly. A little girl about 10 years old immediately stood up and stood in front of Wang Lingfeng, looking very fierce. She is Gu Qingqing, Xia Bingbing's adopted daughter and Wang Lingfeng's adopted sister. Wang Lingfeng has been taken care of by her parents since she was a child.
Their family is ordinary, but they are very nice people.
At that time, Wang Lingfeng was still young, and Xia Bingbing needed to go to the wild to kill exotic animals to make money, so she would be left in their home to be taken care of. Although Wang Lingfeng doesn't cause trouble and is very independent, and has nothing to do with them, but looking after him is still looking after him, and it is a kind of affection.
Although Wang Lingfeng couldn't eat anything valuable in their house, they were willing to share their delicious food. Gu Qingqing often came to take care of Xia Bingbing at such a young age. This alone explains a lot.
Qingqing, don't worry, these nurses just want to see me for something. Wang Lingfeng pulled Gu Qingqing back, held her little hand, and smiled slightly.
What's going on?
They said my godmother owes a lot of medical bills.
They must be asking us for money.
The reason why Gu Qingqing said this was because she had occasionally heard nurses talking before. These nurses were actually surprised by this matter, because Xia Bingbing's medical expenses had been delayed for more than 2 months and the hospital was owed hundreds of thousands of yuan. But even so, the vice president still treated her regularly, including several major surgeries, and did not stop because of the debt.
Moreover, these medical expenses are all underestimated, only the necessary expenses are counted. The vice president's surgery fee is not included, otherwise it would have cost hundreds of thousands more.
However, when they were talking, they were interrupted by something, and Gu Qingqing came in and eavesdropped, so she thought the hospital was here to ask for money.
Just pay back what you owe. That's what we should do.
We were lucky this time, and we got over 300,000 yuan.
We can pay some of it back first.
I have the ability now, and I can get a lot of money by applying for a loan online.
Wang Lingfeng comforted Gu Qingqing. Don't misunderstand, little sister.
They are here on patrol.
I am the only one here to look for your brother. This is the order of the vice president.
The nurses were a little embarrassed, because they just came together by coincidence. Gu Qingqing was still a little skeptical at this time, and her cute little face was still full of vigilance.
Finally, after a few words from Wang Lingfeng, Gu Qingqing felt relieved and did not follow Wang Lingfeng to see the vice president.
In fact, she is smart. She can think of the fact that Xie Bingbing has not been kicked out for so long. This hospital is not bad, but the nurses may not be very friendly and may cause trouble. In the vice president's office, the vice president, Chan Gong, had already prepared tea and was waiting for Wang Lingfeng.
My dear classmate, you are finally back. I have been following your situation. You are very lucky this time, but I always feel that you are more than just lucky. Do you have any special abilities that can calculate anything? The vice president still believes in metaphysics, especially at this age.
Although he remains professional when practicing medicine and does not believe in metaphysics, this prevents him from believing in it in his daily life.
He now has a very comprehensive understanding of Wang Lingfeng.
He knows that he is an abandoned child of the Wang family.
He also knows that he chose no profession despite having SSS-level talent.
He has also often paid attention to Wang Lingfeng's points and other things in the past 3 months.
Yes, I do. I can calculate it. Wang Lingfeng nodded in admission, which made the vice president a little unconvinced. Is this too easy to admit? Is this a deception? Forget it, it's none of my business. For now, I'd rather talk about his mother's situation and thank him for his reminder at that time. After a pause? That's what's happened to your mother over the past few months.
You can pay her back slowly, but that's not the problem.
The problem is your mother's condition. I'm a bit helpless.
She's been poisoned too deeply, and the curse is a bit troublesome. Plus, she has at least 7 other illnesses.
It's too complicated.
The vice president looked at Wang Lingfeng, feeling a little embarrassed, because he found that he couldn't solve Xie Bingbing's problem.
I've carefully examined your mother's condition.
It doesn't seem like she got it all from her training outside.
Don't doubt it. I've also checked it out. It's definitely not our fault.
The vice president smiled a little awkwardly at this time, and even wanted to prove his innocence.
I know she was framed by someone.
This curse, poison, and disease are all very tricky. It's like an arithmetic problem without knowing the underlying conditions.
There's no way to solve it. Wang Lingfeng took a sip of tea and didn't seem surprised by this, which surprised the vice president. He also agreed with Wang Lingfeng's explanation.
Treating a patient is a bit like solving an arithmetic problem. To find the root cause of the disease, it is like the conditions of an arithmetic problem. There are too many unknown conditions about Xie Bingbing now, so this problem is difficult to solve.
But, knowing this situation, why is Wang Lingfeng still so calm?
However, I already know what's going on here, so it's not too difficult.
We can solve it one by one. I'm begging the vice president for help.
If you take action, my mother's situation can be resolved 90%. When Wang Lingfeng said this, he stood up and saluted the vice president.
The vice president is also accustomed to accepting this kind of gift.
This is what he deserves.
Is there anything wrong with being respected and gifted when treating patients? He doesn't think there is a problem.
As long as he helps others solve their problems, he can bear it. But he was a little confused.
Did Wang Lingfeng really know the problems involved? Let's talk about the poison first. Dealing with it is the first step. My mother actually has 7 kinds of poisons.
These 7 poisons complement each other and need to be dealt with all at once.
This is not difficult. As long as another meal of blah blah.
Wang Lingfeng told the vice president about the poison, curse and disease in Xie Bingbing's body, which shocked the vice president, but he quickly found the key to the problem and understood what the so-called 90% solution meant. At this time, he didn't consider how Wang Lingfeng knew all this, because he couldn't check all of it himself. He could only be sure of about 3/10 of these, the rest were guesses or even unknown. But compared to these, the biggest problem now is: I can solve other poisons and diseases, but I can't solve the final curse of eternal torment. There is no solution in this world, and if I don't solve this curse, everything will be in vain.
The curse of eternal torture is very strange. It has no killing power in itself, but if other diseases or poisons enter the body, the curse will take effect and will be repeatedly cast.
If this curse is not resolved, even if the others are resolved, it will still reappear. But the curse of eternal torture is almost unsolvable at present.
The best we can do is suppress it and prevent it from recurring. This is also why Wang Lingfeng did not tell Xie Bingbing about the situation before, and let the vice president solve 90% of the virus curse first. Because it will come back in the end, and when it comes back again, it will be a fierce explosion, and then you won't be able to survive it.
I know, so I'll take care of this matter.
You come to solve it? Wang Lingfeng's plain words left the vice president stunned. This is a problem that many great masters have never solved in their entire lives. Can you solve it? If you want to solve this problem, then you can do it as the vice president, and I will help you. Chapter 25? Stealing Skills. 5 days later. Haitang and her daughter were standing beside Xie Bingbing's bed. They came to thank Wang Lingfeng and to see Xie Bingbing.
Ning Mang also came with them. She happened to talk to Haitang about something, so they came together.
Xie Bingbing looks very good today, simply because some of her illnesses and poisons have been cured.
However, the three of them had been here for such a long time, but they had not seen Wang Lingfeng, simply because
Xiaofeng has been learning to refine potions these days.
I heard that he has made good progress these days and will be able to prepare a potion for me soon. After hearing this, Ning Meng immediately said, Boss Lingfeng is really learning potion making.
I thought he was lying to us. What's the point of him learning this kind of manufacturing skill? He just needs to be our human shield. They are actually still in contact with Wang Lingfeng.
The 4-person team group is always there, and Wang Lingfeng will appear to talk and chat with them, and tell them what to prepare and be ready to continue leveling up in the wild when the time comes. This time you can freely accept tasks after leveling up, and then you can just move around in areas around level 10. Given their strength, they must continue to go out and upgrade. Not to mention their team, all other teams will gain experience during this period and usually return in the last few days. But Lu Shangyun hasn't been talking much recently, and when talking about forming a team later, she was very perfunctory and had no intention of leveling up together.
Wang Lingfeng and the other two were well aware of this, but they didn't say anything.
At this time, they asked Wang Lingfeng in the group whether he had time to come back.
In the group. Wang Lingfeng, I can't leave. But if you really miss me, you can find me in the pharmacy building. I'm on the 2nd floor and open to the public. Huangfu Haitang, who misses you? 10 minutes later.
Haitang and Ning Meng have arrived at the 2nd floor of the pharmacy building, which is a huge pharmacy production center with busy pharmacists everywhere.
Wang Lingfeng was not inside, but was watching outside, observing the pharmacist working through the glass. Didn't you say you couldn't leave? I've been watching you for 2.5 minutes, and you have absolutely nothing to do here. Who said that? I'm here to study. If I don't study, how can I make potions? They won't let me help. Wang Lingfeng's words left Haitang unable to refute. It was indeed true. At this time, Haitang asked again, have you been watching here for the past 5 days? 24 hours a day? It's not 24 hours, it's about 20 hours. They rarely work all night. Well, if you are so rigorous, then you are not wrong. Boss Lingfeng, is it any use for you to just sit here and watch all this?
Ning Meng was very puzzled by this.
Could Wang Lingfeng really learn anything just by watching here? It's useful. Very useful. Wang Lingfeng nodded and said, I can't tell you that I have learned alchemy now. At first, it was alchemy, but as I practiced and improved, I finally understood alchemy. Alchemy includes refining medicine and refining and synthesizing various materials. The latter is also carried out during medicine refining, which is why Wang Lingfeng learned it.
These 5 days also confirmed one thing for him: he could watch a group of people using skills at the same time and then gain proficiency in those skills.
This super comprehension was indeed powerful.
With so many people using skills together, his skill proficiency has increased to an incredible level. He comprehended the art of alchemy on the first day, and reached level 300 on the second day. On the third day, he broke through level 500, and on the fourth day, he reached level 600. On the fifth day, which is today, he comprehended alchemy, which replaced alchemy. Moreover, the recipes he had learned in the past few days were not lost, and the bonus of alchemy effect was still there. He started alchemy from the beginning and just reached level 67. However, this manufacturing skill is of little use in terms of strength, but it is still very important for logistics. If Wang Lingfeng showed his ability to refine medicine now, many people would be vying for him and would definitely not let him go out to practice and take risks. However, he cannot reveal this fact, otherwise he will become the target of public criticism, and it will also be difficult for him to steal other people's skills. Ding ding ding. A message popped up in front of Ning Meng's eyes.
Haitang, Lu Shangyun came to see me again.
At this time, Haitang frowned and looked at Wang Lingfeng, as if she wanted Wang Lingfeng to intervene in this matter. If she comes to you, just go. Wang Lingfeng said casually at this time.
Do you know what Lu Shangyun wants Ning Meng to do? And you let Ning Meng go over there. Haitang was a little angry and gave Wang Lingfeng a helpless look. She felt that Wang Lingfeng must not know what it was, so he looked so indifferent. Nothing, it's just about recruiting someone to join her team. As long as they're suitable, it's fine. It would be best if you could go too. However, you need to practice swordsmanship more. Your swordsmanship will be invincible in the future.
Wang Lingfeng continued to look at the people inside and spoke in a calm and relaxed manner.
Then do you know whose team recruited her? It was Lu Ruyan.
She and Wang Tang invited all the qualified candidates from our school to form a team.
I know, someone sent a message.
Haitang was surprised by Wang Lingfeng's answer, but after thinking about it, she felt it was very reasonable.
Regardless of whether Lu Ruyan and Wang Tang wanted to or not, the people around them would definitely want to step on Wang Lingfeng.
If Wang Lingfeng knew that his teammate was poached by someone, and it was Lu Ruyan, then there would definitely be a lot of people sending him messages. If they hadn't been unable to find Wang Lingfeng, they would have definitely talked about this matter to his face.
If you knew that, why did you let us go? Because I was invited, and I want to go too. Haitang and the other girl were stunned.
They never expected such an unexpected result.
They actually invited Wang Lingfeng to go, and Wang Lingfeng actually agreed. Boss Lingfeng, they're humiliating you, and you're going too? Are you crazy?
Ning Meng reached out and touched Wang Lingfeng's head. Even she, who was slow to react, knew that Wang Lingfeng absolutely could not join this team, otherwise he would face endless humiliation.
However, Wang Lingfeng insisted that he agreed. Wouldn't it be better if we had someone to lead us?
We'd be safer if we teamed up to kill monsters.
We're just lagging behind anyway, and we might even be able to slack off later. What's there to be afraid of?
Wang Lingfeng said this with a clear conscience. I have been humiliated by you, so it is reasonable for me to just follow the team and slack off. These words seemed to open up new ideas for the two women. It seemed that all Wang Lingfeng had to pay for was being humiliated, but he could be led to upgrade together. These people are definitely not wanted in any team, so they can only form a small team. There is obviously a safer way, so why not go?
But they didn't know that Wang Lingfeng wanted to join the team for one reason.
Steal the skills. He can steal other people's skills and watch others improve their proficiency in their skills, so if he can join a team, he will naturally join the team. He hopes that the more people there are, the better, so that they can go to the battlefield in the future. If he had to take a beating due to his defensive skills, he hoped he could just sit back and use some rejuvenation techniques.
The reason for rejuvenation is easy to find.
Just say that you used it on yourself many times and suddenly understood it.
Never mind, this is good enough. Chapter 26. He is really learning. 3 more days passed.
Linhai Middle School held a homecoming event today to encourage the senior high school students who had qualified. In the past, not many people came because many people were already preparing for the next round of college entrance examinations, and everyone tried their best to upgrade in the wild. It is impossible for the school to find everyone, so we just take as many as we can.
But this time it was different.
90% of the senior high school students showed up, simply because this time Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan formed a team and let everyone upgrade together. According to rumors, Wang Tang also found a good place to upgrade and wanted to share it with everyone, so more people came. It is rare that he brought everyone together at this time, which touched many people and also made the school praise him highly. This was an act by the Wang and Lu families to win over people's hearts and to enhance the reputation of Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan. Although this seems to have no real effect and no impact on the college entrance examination, it will invisibly make martial arts colleges take a closer look at you and give you more opportunities. Because of this, Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan became the center of attention, and everyone forgot about Wang Tang's previous embarrassing incident. After all, Wang Tang still has a future.
Maybe he can return to S-level.
At the same time, they also invited some people to protect them, who were second-level professionals within their 10th level. They are now at level 17 and 18, so anyone within level 26 can join them.
Wang Tang, are you doing this on purpose?
You know Wang Lingfeng is less than level 15, no, only level 14, but none of your helpers are below level 25.
Aren't you bullying an honest person? It's my fault. I never thought he would actually come. How could he be so shameless? Wang Tang and others also humiliated Wang Lingfeng without any hesitation.
In fact, Wang Lingfeng had already arrived and had been standing aside without moving. Ning Mang and Huangfu Tsuihua were with him. Although the two girls were also considered as trash, they have survived this wave and their value has begun to increase. In addition, Suehua has an outstanding appearance, and Ning Mang is cute and has an outstanding figure. Because of this, everyone was still very envious and jealous of Wang Lingfeng at this time, so they kept humiliating him. When Wang Lingfeng appeared, everyone was still very surprised, because no one expected that Wang Lingfeng would really come. In fact, they said that all classmates were invited, but they deliberately used some means to prevent some people from coming, including those with low-level talents of F and E grades, and those whose talents did not match their professions. Their method is actually very simple, which is to make these people realize their uselessness, make them feel that they are a drag, and then naturally they will not come. They could have upgraded slowly, and Linhai City also needed people like them, so they could live a comfortable life. However, if they wanted to pursue better things, they would have to work harder. However, there are a few exceptions among these people, so Wang Lingfeng will not be alone. It's just that Wang Lingfeng is too big a target, and all the firepower will be drawn to him. For this, these people were very grateful to Wang Lingfeng and hoped that Wang Lingfeng could persevere and not leave immediately. Now most people are constantly belittling and humiliating Wang Lingfeng. Their purpose is simple, which is to drive away Wang Lingfeng, the person who is holding them back. But no matter how they attacked, Wang Lingfeng pretended not to hear anything and waited calmly. At first, everyone thought Wang Lingfeng was too calm, but in the end they realized that Wang Lingfeng was not pretending not to hear, but he really didn't hear it. That was when Wang Tang had been mocking Wang Lingfeng for a long time, and everyone suddenly discovered that Wang Lingfeng was wearing earphones. So someone went up to remind Wang Lingfeng, but unexpectedly, Wang Lingfeng didn't notice them even when they were standing in front of him. This shows that Wang Lingfeng is not only wearing headphones, but also his vision is elsewhere, so he must be watching a movie. Everyone understands this because after having the bracelet, they often do this, directly calling up the movie to watch in front of others, because it will only appear in their own field of vision anyway. The feeling of watching a movie is so immersive that it is not just a word. This made those who had just mocked Wang Lingfeng feel a little ashamed. It seemed that they had been talking for a long time, but the person involved was completely unaware of it. Even though it caused laughter from others, it was like hitting someone without hitting the person themselves. It just didn't feel good. Yes, when you hit someone, you have to make them feel the pain, and when you scold or mock someone, you have to make them feel it too. But now even Wang Tang is the darkest one. He just spoke, and he is also the initiator and leader of this team action. Now he feels like he has been slapped in the face. Hai Tang pushed Wang Lingfeng at this time, not to give face to Wang Tang, but because she felt that it was almost time. What are you doing? I'm still studying and have a lot of information to review. Wang Lingfeng was a little confused. After seeing his expression and hearing his words, those people felt even more uncomfortable. Are you studying? Tell me, are you really reading the study materials, or are you reading the study materials? Wang Tang, what are you looking at me for? What happened just now? I was just studying. Do you have something to tell me? Please say it again. Wang Lingfeng looked serious, as if it was really the case, but in fact, he is really learning. He had recently learned a lot of knowledge about pharmacy in order to make alchemy, so naturally he needed to read materials and books. As soon as he read, he found that he not only had a photographic memory, but he could also understand knowledge that he had never seen before at a glance. I haven't studied this before, so how can I understand it at a glance? This guy is even more awesome than the previous top students. He is simply a monster. Soon, he understood that the talent of super comprehension not only affects skills, but also allows people to have super comprehension and understand everything they have seen. One word. Powerful. Wang Tang was still silent. Could he repeat what he just said? Saying it the first time is a mockery, saying it again is being mocked. I'm here to encourage you. Study hard and try to get into a good liberal arts college. You probably won't be able to get into a martial arts college. Wang Tang said with a dark face, since you said you were studying, then I will assume that you are studying. It can still humiliate you. Yes, you are right. Wang Lingfeng nodded. As soon as these words came out, Wang Tang's face suddenly turned pale. The meaning of this sentence has changed. This feeling is about not arguing with idiots. At this time, if Wang Tang argued about this issue, it would be very stupid. At the same time, although he did not believe that Wang Lingfeng was studying, he did not find any problems with it. He was just preparing to give Wang Lingfeng a very fatal arrangement. He wanted Wang Lingfeng to be a meat shield, but he would deliberately arrange some people who were 10 levels higher than Wang Lingfeng to inflict damage, so that Wang Lingfeng would work in vain.
Ha, even though you endure humiliation and want to grow here, how can I not be on guard?
That's right, these people who are 10 levels higher than you are here just for you.
I am just bullying honest people. Wang Tang was very much looking forward to it.
He had already prepared these words and was waiting to give them to Wang Lingfeng later, wanting to see what expression Wang Lingfeng would have.
Chapter 27? I also think you are not suitable to team up with me.
Xiaoho Taizhu, Ouyang Guden, you will form the 28th team.
Okay, we have 28 teams in total.
Everyone must take care of each other and obey orders. On the playground of Linhai Middle School, teams were assigned one by one and everyone formed small squares. At this time, Wang Lingfeng seemed very different because there was no one around him, and at the same time, everyone's team was full.
Wang Tang, you've gone too far. You've deliberately forgotten Wang Lingfeng.
At this time, someone stood up for Wang Lingfeng, but they were not Wang Lingfeng's 3 former teammates, but other classmates and old acquaintances. There was a person who was with Wang Ergu before. When he couldn't find Wang Lingfeng in the wild, he wanted to upgrade himself, but in the end, nothing happened.
Since he said that, he definitely wasn't being kind enough to do that for Wang Lingfeng.
He said that for only one purpose, which was to embarrass Wang Lingfeng. After this matter was pointed out, everyone actually knew that Wang Tang did it on purpose, and they were not surprised, because the fundamental reason was that Wang Lingfeng was too useless.
There's nothing we can do, the number of people is like this, and he just happens to be the extra one.
Besides, I also want to find him teammates, but unfortunately, there is no way to find him teammates, he is just an unprofessional.
Ah, that's right. Everyone burst into laughter and pointed and talked.
At this time, Hai Tang and Ning Meng did not speak, not to mention Lu Xianyun who had not spoken just now.
There is no need to talk about the latter.
As for the former, it is not because they are embarrassed to defend Wang Lingfeng, but because they think Wang Lingfeng is very shameful and do not want to get into trouble. The reason why the two of them did this was because they received instructions from Wang Lingfeng, telling them not to pay attention to these things as they would not help. It is better to accept this matter calmly.
As long as you benefit and become stronger, all these problems will be solved. Wang Lingfeng, don't worry. You can do it alone. Everyone will help you, and I will keep an eye on it. Wang Tang looked like he was swearing to protect Wang Lingfeng, but everyone could see that he was just teasing Wang Lingfeng.
The more obvious it is, the funnier it is.
It's okay. I'm fine on my own.
I also don't think you're suitable to team up with me. At this time, Wang Lingfeng nodded and said, his words made everyone stunned for a moment, and they always felt that the meaning of this sentence was ambiguous. But everyone packed up and left immediately, so we didn't continue the conversation. The convoy set off, and this time 3 armored vehicles were used to transport the people, because they had to cross the first checkpoint circle and enter the second checkpoint circle. The outpost where Wang Lingfeng was previously located was the first outpost circle, which, as the name suggests, is the outpost circle closest to the city outside the city. As the city develops, it needs a larger space, and outdoor training also requires more advanced exotic beasts, so the circle of outposts will naturally expand outward. The second outpost circle is probably in the wild area of 1525 level monsters. The high-level monsters in this area should be cleared out. Basically, the monsters above level 25 should be cleared out early, and the monsters below level 25 should be left for people to train and upgrade. These monsters above level 25 do not necessarily have to be eliminated by outpost soldiers. Missions can also be issued, but they will be marked as D-level missions. Generally, tasks of levels 15-25 can only be considered E-level tasks. Wang Lingfeng had only completed F-level tasks before, and some were even entry-level trial tasks. There are generally few roads between the first and second outpost circles, and some are wild roads that few people travel on. Therefore, you cannot use vehicles such as buses directly, as they are large targets, have weak defenses, and are prone to accidents. The armored troop carrier was running on an abandoned asphalt road. Obstacles appeared on the road at any time, but they were knocked away by the car leading the way in front. We arrived at our destination safely along the way, and it was already 12:30 noon when we arrived. After arriving at the destination, the armored personnel carrier was deployed directly here. Then Wang Lingfeng seemed to see the scene of red alert, and a base appeared in front of him. He had never seen this in real life and was very curious, so he kept watching the 3 cars unfold. This way, he felt like a country boy entering the city. Fortunately, no one cared about him at this time, otherwise he would have been ridiculed again. Why don't we go to the outpost? Someone raised this question, and it is also a question in many people's minds. This is more efficient.
We are here to kill monsters, not to go to the outpost. If you want to accept the mission, don't you know that we can accept the mission of the outpost directly remotely, which can be done through your wristband? Someone came out to explain, and this explanation made some people who didn't know the function of the bracelet very embarrassed, and they almost dug a hole to bury themselves. Because that person added one sentence at the end. That's common sense, okay? Since there is internet here and the outpost also has internet, of course you can accept tasks online. You don't even need to accept some tasks. You can just take a look and complete the tasks and settle the bill. Then since we're here, we must be close to our missions. Let me see, are these the missions? Everyone began to look for tasks nearby. The tasks released by the outpost would be marked and updated on the map. As long as they went to a special place to update the map, they could directly check the tasks on the map. There are several tasks nearby at this time. After completing them, you can continue in various directions. If you plan well, you can finally get to the nearest outpost. After understanding the mission, everyone was eager to try it out and wanted to go directly to kill the monsters and complete the mission. Brothers, I know you are anxious, but don't worry. We are heading west now. The route has been marked and posted in the group chat. Everyone is reading the group message. I want to remind everyone that this group is not for casual chatting. Only information can be shared. Don't post trivial matters, or I'll kick you out. Okay, everyone, disperse now, but don't spread too far. This isn't so you can help others, but because you're afraid that by the time others rescue you, it'll be too late. Wang Lingfeng, I heard that you were always at the front carrying the monsters before. You are the same today. I think you don't need a team. If you are at the front, everyone will definitely pay attention to you. So, the battle line was opened, and Wang Lingfeng rushed to the front to attract the strange beasts. There was a strange beast nearby that looked very similar to a monkey. One of the tasks was to eliminate these monkey beasts to prevent them from becoming restless. When Wang Lingfeng went up, he attracted more than a dozen monkey monsters. These monkey monsters picked up the most primitive sticks and attacked Wang Lingfeng. The speed was very fast, and the monkeys were numerous and powerful, so Wang Lingfeng was hit by more than 10 sticks by the monkey beasts in one go. At that moment, Wang Lingfeng was hit by more than a dozen sticks. Although he blocked many of them with his shield, many of the sticks still hit Wang Lingfeng. Pa pa pa. At the same time, some sticks hit the ground heavily, and a cloud of dust rose from the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone thought that Wang Lingfeng would be beaten to death. Because the strength of these monkey monsters is around level 17-18, Wang Lingfeng, who is only level 14, cannot withstand so many attacks. He is dead. Wang Lingfeng is dead this time. But, isn't it a little too easy to die like this, making people doubt whether it is real? Wang Tang was a little disappointed. Wang Lingfeng, I thought you were an indestructible cockroach. Result? It was really a cockroach, the kind that was stepped on to death. Chapter 28 3 months is 25 years. Wang Lingfeng is going to die. Of course. This gray-haired macaque monster is around level 16. Wang Lingfeng is only level 14 now. Can he withstand so much? It's impossible for an unprofessional warrior to withstand so much damage with only basic defensive skills. Even if he used a shield, he wouldn't be able to prevent this kind of power shock. At this moment, these were the voices of the people present, as well as the comments of the teachers and students of Linhai Middle School, who were watching the live broadcast. This live broadcast was requested by the school. It is also a form of teaching, allowing high school students in the first and second years to watch and learn what to do in the wild. At the same time, the school will record useful information so that it can be used as teaching materials later. This is something that many schools do, and Wang Lingfeng has watched the battle videos of senior high school students more than once. Many of them are classics, especially some of the battles of wits and courage to fight back, which are all things that everyone needs to learn. Wang Lingfeng has also watched these videos recently, and even watched dozens of frames at once, playing them at 64 times the speed. He did this not just to gain experience, he also wanted to see if he could learn skills by watching videos. But it was obvious that he did not seem to succeed. I don't know whether it was because of bad luck and he needed to continue, or he would never succeed at all. Wang Lingfeng felt that the reason why he learned several skills so quickly was not because of his super comprehension, but mostly because of the burst of his talent as the son of luck. Back to the topic, at this time Wang Lingfeng was beaten dozens of times with sticks, and the monkeys continued to hit him with sticks. Everyone thought that he was in great danger. Why are you still standing there? Go and save people. The people around him didn't seem to have any intention of going up. Are they planning to trap Wang Lingfeng to death?
The people who were shouting couldn't stand it any longer, and most of them had nothing to do with Wang Lingfeng. Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan looked at Haitang and found that Haitang was very calm at this time. It seems that their friendship is not very deep. They just teamed up once, so naturally they don't care.
She should be like Lu Shangyun, someone who only thinks about herself.
This is very normal, as people are always selfish.
Go and take Wang Lingfeng's body away. Your coordination is really bad this time. The tank has already gone up, and under my command, your support has not followed. Never mind, just be more careful next time.
Wang Tang gave the order at this time, asking people to go up and fight, preparing to hold all these monkeys, then attack from the back row, and assist in watching the front row. Everyone could hear that Wang Tang had no intention of punishing him, and everyone knew that he wanted to kill Wang Lingfeng. But this is public, so no one is surprised. What no one expected was that when those in the front row passed by, they suddenly stopped, and everyone was stunned in place. It was because they all saw something incredible. They saw the smoke and dust pass, and Wang Lingfeng was still standing. At this moment, a green light was spinning on his body. This was the wood magic rejuvenation technique, the druid's professional skill. At the same time, he also has Thorn's magic, which is also a wood magic and a druid's professional skill. But the appearance of these two does not explain why he is still standing, because even with rejuvenation, he cannot withstand the attacks of so many monkeys.
Could it be that the elementary defensive skills under super understanding could be so powerful?
While everyone was in a daze, Wang Lingfeng was quickly whipped by the monkey stick, and everyone was still in a daze.
Wang Lingfeng had no intention of asking for help at this time.
He just carried it like this and only avoided serious damage.
No way, can Wang Lingfeng be this strong? I don't know if it's strong or not, but if this continues, Wang Lingfeng will definitely die. Are you really not going to go up and kill the monster? Reminded by this sentence, the team started to move.
Now it is a live broadcast, so you should not go too far.
If you continue, it will damage your reputation. It was really unexpected that this live broadcast that humiliated Wang Lingfeng would actually become the condition for Wang Lingfeng's life.
Soon, under the team's attack, these monkeys were killed, and this time Wang Lingfeng.
No energy value at all.
Because Wang Tang deliberately let people 24-25 take action, and each monkey only needed to be hit once, which would allow Wang Lingfeng's energy value to be distributed to the energy value of others. To put it simply, Wang Lingfeng seemed to have been beaten for nothing this time.
Wang Tang is ready to explain this.
I'm not afraid that something might happen to you, I'm trying to save you. He expected that Wang Lingfeng would be angry at this time and come to question him, but Wang Lingfeng did not come over. This made him feel suffocated and very uncomfortable.
Why don't you come? Don't you blame me for suppressing you like this? Well, if you don't come, I'll continue. Wang Lingfeng, how did you manage to hold on?
You're only level 14, and so many level 16 plus monsters attacked you, how come you weren't hurt at all? This question was quickly raised, and it was something that everyone was curious about. Nothing much, I just got beaten so many times that I'm more resistant to it.
Wang Lingfeng's answer left people speechless. This means your defense level is very high, then. What's your level in basic defense? Level 500.
Wang Lingfeng replied that this was the real level 500, although it had been replaced and would no longer be upgraded.
Level 500. Indeed, he's an SSS-level super comprehension person. What a pity. Now everyone looking at Wang Lingfeng is very resentful.
Because only 3 months have passed, and he was able to train a skill to level 500.
Even the simplest basic skill is equally enviable. 3 months, 100 times, 300 months, that's 25 years.
If I had this talent, my skills would probably start at level 400, and the skill bonus would be truly terrifying. With a level 500 basic defense skill, it is naturally not difficult to withstand this level 16 attack. However, although this is enviable, the difficulty of upgrading becomes increasingly higher in the later stages, and the character level can offset many advantages in skill level. Therefore, no one would think about what would happen to Wang Lingfeng in the later period.
But now everyone is even more resentful of Wang Lingfeng's decision to have no career. Why did you choose to have no career?
Because of this, Wang Lingfeng's rescue time would be deliberately delayed in the future, allowing him to be beaten by the strange beasts in front. Sometimes it would take a full minute for Wang Lingfeng to get up before they started to attack, and when they did, they didn't put in much effort, just trying to delay time. This caused Wang Lingfeng to be beaten by the monster for a long time in vain. However, they didn't know that Wang Lingfeng was eager for them to do so, as his basic body refining skills were rapidly improving in level. Originally, he didn't dare to attract so many strange beasts to attack him. After all, it would be very annoying if he couldn't defeat these strange beasts, and it would cost him and his teammates their lives. But now, he doesn't have to worry, he has so many teammates, they can kill the monsters that are besieging him. Thus, the two sides happily cooperated together.
Chapter 29: Who can refuse free stuff? 10 days passed quickly. On this night, Wang Lingfeng was on duty alone again. No one was in his group because he didn't have a team. But it doesn't matter. Wang Lingfeng has gotten used to it. It has been like this these days. It's only a 1-hour shift, and I'm just watching nearby.
In fact, there is a drone watching overhead, and the people on duty are just taking precautions.
Wang Lingfeng would just sit and meditate every time.
Although he had not comprehended the skills, he felt that he seemed to be able to cultivate some qi. Now the small circulation was going smoothly, and he was about to make a breakthrough to the big circulation. This may also be because when upgrading, energy enters the body, making the body stronger, and the internal strength naturally becomes stronger. Another point is that he has developed the ability to breathe in various postures, and in the future he will be able to breathe in while walking. I will work hard on this later, but for now I will just keep watch. In fact, he doesn't need to keep watch because he has the Paw Patrol who are guarding nearby.
Boss Lingfeng, would you like some meat? Ning Meng walked over and took out a large piece of barbecue. Who gave you this barbecue? Will I be hunted down if I eat it? Wang Lingfeng looked at the other person with some caution.
The last time he ate Ning Meng's food, he was targeted by a man named Xiaoho Taiju for a whole day because he was the one who gave him that thing.
Although Wang Lingfeng is not a timid person, he is troublesome.
Don't worry, this is given to me by Sister Haitang,
Ning Meng said. Wang Lingfeng took a bite, and it tasted pretty good.
He took another bite, and then heard something that almost choked him. The meat was given to Ning Meng by me, but given to me by Xiaoho Taiju.
Huangfu Haitang appeared from the side and looked at Wang Lingfeng's choked expression. She couldn't help laughing. Wang Lingfeng was helpless.
He couldn't use the heavenly eye to observe the future for something like this. That would be a waste of his spiritual power.
Spend money where it counts. Why are you still eating?
Haitang saw that Wang Lingfeng stayed for a while and then continued eating. He ate very quickly and the food looked delicious.
You've already eaten. What difference does it make if you eat more or less? What are you doing here? Aren't you going to rest? Wang Lingfeng didn't care and asked the two of them casually. We are here to persuade you not to go up. That Wang Tang is going too far.
He deliberately let those high-level people hurt your beast so that you can't gain energy. In these 10 days, I have already advanced 2 levels, but you haven't advanced a single level.
Haitang expressed her thoughts.
She had been improving rapidly these days. As her special talent grew stronger, she gained more bonuses to her energy value. At the same time, during these 10 days, under the leadership of Wang Tang, everyone found many groups of strange beasts and killed many strange beasts, and naturally gained more energy.
Those of low levels have basically been upgraded, except for Wang Lingfeng. It's okay, this is fine. Character level is nothing to me. What I want to improve is the skill level.
Fighting monsters at higher levels will increase my proficiency more. After Wang Lingfeng finished speaking, he continued to eat a few bites of meat, his mouth full of oil. With that sound and that movement, it would be a shame if he didn't use it to be a food broadcaster.
Haitang looked at Wang Lingfeng.
She believed what Wang Lingfeng said. From the beginning when she teamed up with Wang Lingfeng until now, Wang Lingfeng didn't care much about leveling up, otherwise he wouldn't be only level 14.
But what's the point of only improving your defensive skills? Are you planning to join the army? It's useless.
If you don't have some attack power and agility, you'll be like a rock, and it'll just pass over you.
And most importantly, do you want to continue taking the college entrance examination? You won't be able to pass the next test in your current state. The personal trials after the college entrance examination will test abilities in all aspects.
Even if you are more defensive, your attack power and physical skills cannot be too weak.
No one will fight to the death with a stone. No problem.
My attack power is actually quite strong, and my body movements are actually not bad either. When I was fighting those strange beasts, my movements were still very graceful.
Wang Lingfeng answered truthfully.
His physical skills have been improving all the time and have already reached over level 200, but others don't believe this. It was only because when he was fighting with the strange beasts, they would occasionally move. Now these strange beasts were too weak and moved too well, so they could not be hit, and the level of basic body refining skills could not be improved. Because of this, everyone always felt that he had not moved and would not dodge. Naturally, no one thought he had any physical skills. But he could watch others use it, and he also practiced it while walking, and sometimes when he practiced sword wielding. His basic agility level has reached 570, and he is expected to evolve new skills soon. Except for the basic bodybuilding skills that he needed to practice on his own, he had other skills helped by others to practice. As expected, being with the team brings him so many benefits, and he will follow the team next time. At the same time, he also mastered several skills, including fireball technique, basic archery, chanting, and chopping wood with a knife.
Wang Lingfeng cannot use any of these skills now. Why should he use fireball and bow and arrow when he has the sword-wielding skill?
It is impossible to practice knife skills, it is more important to focus on sword skills. Of course, help from others doesn't count. As for chanting, that is a skill for bards, and it is even more impossible to practice. But, this is free, who can refuse free stuff? Of course, they are not completely useless. These free skills can bring him a lot of strength bonus, making it easier for him to cope with the college entrance examination.
Boss Lingfeng, where does your confidence come from? Did it come from daydreaming? It wasn't given by daydream, it was given by Wang Tong. Wang Tong?
At this time, Hai Tang and Ning Meng were both stunned, looking at Wang Lingfeng in confusion.
Could it be that Wang Tong was suppressing Wang Lingfeng on the surface just for show?
I don't believe it, he is not that kind of person.
Hai Tang, Ning Meng, you are all here, Wang Lingfeng is here too.
Lu Shangyun appeared, and with her was a young man named Sun Jichao, a follower of Wang Tong. She can now be considered one of the team's favorites, because her magic traps can kill groups of monsters, greatly improving the team's efficiency. Now her role in the team is becoming more and more useful, which makes her more and more proud. Her attitude towards Wang Lingfeng has also changed in these 10 days. She has been looking down on Wang Lingfeng, and she only looks down at him for a moment, and then she no longer looks at Wang Lingfeng.
It's the same now.
She came here to keep Hai Tang and Ning Meng away from Wang Lingfeng, and also to introduce other boys to them. Now Hai Tang and Ning Meng have many bootlickers in the team, not just Xiahou Taizhu.
Don't disturb Wang Lingfeng from doing his work. Let's go. No, I want to accompany Boss Lingfeng. He has been bullied like this. It's so pitiful. Give him a pat.
Ning Meng reached out to touch Wang Lingfeng, but Wang Lingfeng dodged her.
Did you know that a woman can't touch the head on a man's neck?
Ning Meng was deliberately pretending to be stupid and didn't want to go, so Hai Tang used Ning Meng as an excuse not to go, and they talked like this for a long time. At this time, Sun Jichao also spoke and stared at Wang Lingfeng fiercely. Stop arguing over a piece of trash.
He's not worth it. This time, he might die out there. He seemed to know that Wang Lingfeng would definitely die outside.
He should have heard some plans for Wang Lingfeng from Wang Tong.
Chapter 30 Let the flames burn even harder. I hope you return alive. Sun Jichao left after saying a few words because he was ignored by Wang Lingfeng.
After he left, Lu Shangyun followed him, but Xiahou Taizhu appeared and Ning Meng ran away.
Although there were some bootlickers around Hai Tang, none of them dared to bother her, so they stayed and continued talking to Wang Lingfeng.
It seems that Wang Tang still wants to kill you.
What can you do to deal with it? How can you think of Wang Tang like this? He is a good man.
Not only will he not kill me, he will also help me.
Are you being sarcastic? The secret cannot be revealed.
Wang Lingfeng looked mysterious, which made Hai Tang unable to understand.
She wanted to continue asking Wang Lingfeng, but was interrupted by Wang Lingfeng. Have you noticed? We've been slaying monsters in the same area these past few days. Why are there so many strange beasts here? I don't know, do you know? Hai Tang was stunned again.
Of course I know, but
what? The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. Soon, Wang Lingfeng's night watch was over, and the two went back to rest.
In the next few days, they were still killing monsters around one spot. Hai Tang also discovered that this team was indeed killing monsters around one spot. These strange beasts all came out from inside, and there are so many of them, which is a bit strange.
What's in here?
Apart from Wang Tong, only Wang Lingfeng knew this.
That was the secret realm that Wang Tung opened with the secret realm key.
He originally opened it secretly and planned to enter alone, but after opening it, he directly brought a relic into this world. After the secret realm is opened, some of them go directly to another time and space, some pull things from another time and space, and some have both.
Wang Tang's secret realm is both of them.
He brought the ruins here, and there is also a small secret realm inside. This secret realm is not big, but time flows very quickly, and strange beasts will continue to appear. The strange beasts being killed now are the ones that came out from here. He must form a team to kill these strange beasts, collect energy, and then go to the ruins to recharge, and then he can enter the small secret realm.
To collect energy, you must be below level 20.
Therefore, he can only come back to organize the people in the school to enter the ruins, otherwise how could he be so kind as to form a group? You have to know that he was planning to keep it for himself before, and he didn't even want to take Lu Ruyan with him.
3 days later, Wang Tang brought his team to the ruins and discovered them.
Like everyone else, he was very surprised, as if he was discovering it for the first time.
Wang Lingfeng just wanted to say that his acting was terrible and too stiff.
But this is not a movie after all, and it is impossible for everyone's camera to be focused on one person, so no one noticed this problem.
Why hasn't this ruin appeared on the map? Why hasn't the drone discovered it before? We can't even broadcast live. It seems we've entered some kind of barrier.
I see.
This is something from another time and space. It might have been sent here by a spatial rift. It contains energy.
Of course.
Things from another time and space cannot be captured by ordinary photographic equipment. This is what's happening to us right now. We can't even communicate with the outside world anymore. Only the people inside can chat.
It's true.
This is the first time I've encountered this.
I was chatting with my girlfriend just now, and it was suddenly cut off. She must have thought that I hung up on her chat.
It's over.
Everyone was talking about it and testing the communication function of the bracelet. This communication function was also added after a long period of research by experts.
Each bracelet is an independent transceiver.
If there is no obstruction within a 1 kilometer range and there are other bracelets, the information can be forwarded. If a vacuum zone is formed, communication will be impossible, but with so many people, I believe they can communicate with each other as long as they do not enter a shielded area.
Okay, let's stop talking. What's the situation with this ruin? Should we crack it and explore, or go out? This is indeed the most important thing to consider at the moment.
No one knows what is inside the ruins. Looking at the ruins, there are stone buildings everywhere, and there is a small hill in the middle. There seems to be an unknown building on the hill, which has been covered by plants.
Of course it's cracked.
It seems that this place is inaccessible to those above level 20. This means that this is the highest level 20 secret realm.
Isn't our level just right?
That's right.
There are so many of us.
Even if we die, we'll die in the front row.
I'm not afraid.
In the end, everyone decided to let assassins and other professions explore the way ahead, and they would not be too far ahead of everyone. As long as they were sure it was safe, everyone would follow. At this time, everyone was most worried about the existence of a trap, but the first problem was not the trap, but there's a strange beast, a level 16 boss level demon flame cockatoo.
Should we fight it?
In the middle of the road ahead, a huge black snake was coiled. There was a large coxcomb-like object on the snake's head, and the scales all over its body exuded a breath of fire element.
Fight, of course. Everyone was eager to try.
Although there were no people above level 20 guarding at this time, most of them were above level 16 and had the strength to easily defeat the level 16 boss.
Wang Lingfeng, go up. Don't go.
Of course Wang Tang let Wang Lingfeng go up, since he was in the front row, and it was Ning Meng who told Wang Lingfeng not to go.
Because Ning Meng felt that Wang Lingfeng was going to die.
The attack power of a level 16 boss is equivalent to that of a level 22 monster, while its defense and health are more and stronger than those of a level 22 monster. The most important skills of boss-level monsters are often quite interesting, and the most feared thing is to encounter one that can kill people instantly.
Wang Lingfeng is only level 14, it still feels too dangerous. Wang Lingfeng, you're not afraid to go, are you? It's okay, just tell me. After all, you're too weak. Before Wang Lingfeng could say anything, Sun Jichao had already spoken.
His sarcastic look made him deserve a beating. Lu Xinyun beside him looked at Wang Lingfeng, but did not say anything in the end. Led by Sun Jichao, several people on the side also joined in and mocked Wang Lingfeng.
Who said I didn't dare? I'll go.
At this time, Wang Lingfeng stood up, looking like he was being provoked, and then strode towards the demonic flame coxcomb snake.
Wang Tang and others laughed and planned to rescue Wang Lingfeng later, so that Wang Lingfeng would be either dead or injured.
In their eyes, Wang Lingfeng was provoked and rushed forward.
In fact, even if they did not provoke him, Wang Lingfeng would have rushed forward.
Because the heavenly eye told him that this demonic flame cockatoo snake could allow him to comprehend new proficiency in his basic body refining skills, which was simply called proficiency.
Each skill can actually go in many directions and have various proficiencies.
Just like the simplest fireball, for the same fireball skill, mastery can be rapid continuous firing, multiple balls in one shot, or increased power.
Or you can have them all. This kind of mastery can be realized suddenly when proficiency is improved.
The conditions are ominous, and the question is metaphysics.
This time, under the magic flame aura of this crested snake, Wang Lingfeng will most likely comprehend and master fire resistance.
At this time, Wang Lingfeng held up his shield, threw a short sword at the cockatoo, and used sword controlling skills to accelerate the attack.
When
the dagger hit the snake scales and was easily blocked, falling to the ground. The crested snake looked down at Wang Lingfeng, its eyes fierce and dark flames rising from its body.
Bring it on. Let the flames burn brighter. Chapter 31.
Sun Jichao is also dead, social death.
Boom.
The crested snake opened its bloody mouth and bit directly at Wang Lingfeng.
It was so fast that it passed by in an instant. Many people present did not see it clearly.
Dust was already flying in front of their eyes, blocking their vision. Although they couldn't see what was going on inside, everyone felt that Wang Lingfeng must have been swallowed. After all, the speed was too fast and Wang Lingfeng should not be able to escape.
Dead? Wang Tang frowned.
Although he saw something, it was not very obvious. He felt that Wang Lingfeng had already moved before the attack. Whether he is dead or not, we should start attacking. Everyone, go ahead, listen carefully to the command, don't be greedy for credit, otherwise don't blame anyone if you die. Following Wang Tang's words, the students all began to move forward. However, because of Wang Lingfeng's previous experience, the tanks in the front row would not stay too close to the front and would look for opportunities from a distance. The ranged fighters in the back row have already launched various attacks, while the melee fighters go around to the sides and attack. This snake usually commands attacks on enemies in front and behind, but is not very flexible on the side, so these melee professions will attack at full speed directly.
Ding dang dang.
When their attacks hit the crested snake, they were all blocked by its hard scales. However, some scales had already cracked. They believed that if they continued to attack a few more times, they would be able to break it. If the commander is smart, he will definitely give a reminder about this. But at this time, Wang Tang didn't have it, nor did Lu Ruyan, and neither did anyone else, because they were all immersed in the battle and only cared about fighting on their own. This cooperation is really a mess. Everyone, mark those fragile scales and attack them. At this moment, a voice sounded, letting everyone immediately understand what to do, immediately mark the scales, and then start the next round of attack. After doing all this, they suddenly realized that this was Wang Lingfeng's voice? Wang Lingfeng is not dead? Sure enough, everyone found that Wang Lingfeng was mocking the crested snake from the left side of the snake's head. This taunt was not a skill, but he shouted, "Grandson!" Then, he threw another dagger at the comb on the snake's head, and the red comb was directly pierced through by the dagger. This caused the crested snake to gradually light up red from its head to its tail, just like Godzilla's ultimate move. Roar! The crested snake opened its mouth and sent a red energy shockwave towards Wang Lingfeng. Holy shit, there's this trick? Before the energy impact, Wang Lingfeng moved his body and raised his shield, which bounced back a little bit of the energy and avoided it in a very thrilling way. What a pity! For many people, this was a very regrettable thing, especially Sun Jichao, who was originally a back row member. When he was feeling regretful, he suddenly found something wrong. It was because the energy was rebounded by Wang Lingfeng's shield and rushed directly towards him. Fuck you! Sun Jichao shouted, and then was knocked away, landing heavily on the building behind him, causing the already dilapidated building to collapse and burying him underneath. Hai Tang, classmate Wang Lingfeng, did you do this on purpose? Wang Lingfeng, nonsense, it was just a coincidence. In order to minimize casualties, I deliberately moved to a direction with fewer people. I didn't account for the rebound of the shield.
Ning Meng, I would rather die than let my fellow Taoist die. No, boss Lingfeng, did you post it in the team group on purpose?
The first message Haitang sent was in the small group of 3 of them. Lu Shangyun had already left the group, and so was the second message.
But in the middle, Wang Lingfeng sent it to the team group because someone had already asked about it.
With the bracelet, people can type instantly through their brains and then send it out, so they can chat so quickly without hindering everyone from continuing to fight.
Wang Teng, stop chatting, let us continue fighting.
Xiahou Taizhu and Ning Meng go rescue people.
Xiahou Taizhu, yes, Meng, come here quickly.
Although Ning Meng was very unhappy that Xiahou Taizhu spoke to her like that and also disliked Sun Jichao, she also went to the side to help rescue people. When Xiahou Taizhu dug the man out, he found that Sun Jichao was only breathing his last breath. He used the rejuvenation technique on him, and the wounds on his body slowly healed. Rejuvenation is a continuous treatment and the therapeutic effect will not be achieved all at once, so Sun Jichao needs to wait patiently. At this time, other professions that can heal are frantically healing those in the front row, so they have no time to save Sun Jichao. But since we are far away from the battlefield, it is not a big problem.
Xiahou Taizhu quickly joined the battle.
Ning Meng also gave Sun Jichao another rejuvenation spell here, and then went to the front to provide treatment to others. At this point, the battle was almost coming to an end. After the crested snake used that move just now, its strength seemed to have decreased a little, and the demonic flame it emitted also became weaker. The combatants felt that they were burned much less by the flames, and with the continuous treatment of rejuvenation, they basically did not lose any health. Of course, this does not rule out being hit by a crested snake. At this time, Wang Lingfeng was being stared at by the crested snake. The demonic flames continued to burn his body, causing him to be injured. His proficiency in basic body refining techniques continued to increase. I have mastered the skills but have never realized the truth. At the last moment, the crested snake launched its final suicidal skill, and Wang Lingfeng realized the mastery of fire resistance, and would be resistant to fire damage in the future. Moreover, if this mastery is practiced to the extreme, it can even add blood through fire energy. This can be understood as when the body refining technique is practiced to a high level, one can absorb the power of fire and increase one's physical fitness. But this will take a long time, and the most important thing now is to deal with the final madness of this crested snake. The whole body of the coxcomb snake was on fire, and it put all its strength into the coxcomb, which instantly grew larger and turned bright red. The level of the crested snake suddenly increased to level 19.
Run! The boss is going berserk. Wang Lingfeng, cover the rear. Wang Teng shouted immediately. Cover the rear? You want me to hold the boss back and let you run away, right? In that case. Okay, I'll cover your retreat. Wang Lingfeng mocked the cockatoo in the same way as before. The cockatoo got angry when it saw Wang Lingfeng and rushed towards him. At this time, Wang Lingfeng naturally chose to run away, as he couldn't bear it. When he was running, everyone realized that this kid was really agile. He could climb walls and move through buildings like flowing water. Although his speed was not as fast as others, he took advantage of the terrain and moved smoothly, and was able to keep a distance from the crested snake. At this time, Sun Jichao had recovered a little. Looking at Wang Lingfeng who was moving smoothly, he was screaming in his heart. Catch him, kill him for me. And at this moment, he suddenly found that Wang Lingfeng turned around and seemed to be coming towards him. Damn it! Don't come over here! Sun Jichao wanted to die. Wang Lingfeng flew over him, and the crested snake pressed him to the ground and rubbed him. The combat uniform is rubbed off. Finally, when the crested snake ended its frenzy and fell down to die, Sun Jichao also died. Social death. Chapter 32 Blood Moon Sacrifice Formation. Boom! Another boss fell at the feet of the team. This is the 5th boss level beast in the ruins. Although the ruins don't look big, there are actually 5 boss level beasts. The strongest one has reached level 20. It took Wang Tan, Lu Ruyan, and others a lot of money to deal with it. If they were to try again now, they would definitely lose. At this time, the team began to rest. This battle injured several people again, and it would take time to recover from this injury. From Sun Jichao at the beginning to the injured people now, plus the 3 people who died in the battle, there are only 20 people left in the team who are capable of fighting. If Wang Tang had not insisted on continuing to fight, and everyone also wanted to know what benefits this relic would gain, they would have disbanded long ago. Ho. I hope this is the last one. If another one shows up, we'll be in trouble. Shut up, you crow mouth. At this point, the team was like a frightened bird and didn't want to fight again.
As usual, let the injured watch over the spoils and divide them up later.
Now everyone, take a break. I'll have someone go over and investigate.
Wang Tang was in charge of the overall situation and he seemed to be in command, and the arrangements were relatively reasonable.
Things are proceeding in an orderly manner.
Soon after, everyone stood at the highest point of the ruins, which was the platform on top of the building on the top of the mountain. From here, we can see the entire ruins and find that there are no strange beasts inside. This made everyone very happy, and they felt that they could divide the spoils and go home.
I have a feeling this matter won't be that simple.
Apart from defeating the strange beast, we don't seem to have gained anything.
Don't you think there should be something else in these ruins?
Of course Wang Tang would not leave, because he still wanted to enter the small secret realm, but he could not say this directly, so he could only guide everyone to discover it. At the same time, he also felt strange.
There were so many strange beasts before, why are there none now?
I also feel that there are still things here that have not been discovered. If we leave, we might miss something that will make us regret for the rest of our lives. Lu Ruyan also came out and spoke, and the others echoed and began to look around. After everyone left, Lu Ruyan saw Wang Lingfeng sitting there motionless, with the green energy of rejuvenation still surrounding his body.
Is this healing?
Never mind him, he's not worth my attention at all. Lu Ruyan went down, heading towards the place where she had a feeling. She felt that there would be something to discover there.
Everyone who awakens their talent will have a premonition that surpasses ordinary people.
The higher the level of talent, the stronger and more accurate this feeling will be.
However, this happens occasionally and is not necessarily accurate. Soon, only Wang Lingfeng, Hai Tang and Ning Meng were left on the platform. Wang Lingfeng, everyone was injured in the battle just now, why weren't you injured?
Ning Meng asked at this time. Although Wang Lingfeng had the rejuvenation technique just now, the problem was that this was to cover up the fact that he was not seriously injured. Ning Meng was paying attention to Wang Lingfeng and needed to treat Wang Lingfeng, so she would naturally discover it.
Who said I wasn't injured? I was injured.
Look, my hands were frozen just now.
Wang Lingfeng raised his hand and said, actually, I had no choice.
They didn't dare let me go up against that strange beast just now, so I could only paddle on the sidelines. Wang Lingfeng smiled and said that in everyone's eyes he was just a useless frontline meat shield. In such a life and death situation, they would never arrange Wang Lingfeng.
As for Wang Lingfeng running directly to the front, that was his own business. Because he was not the main force, Wang Lingfeng did not go to fight the boss, so he naturally did not suffer many injuries. No, that boss just now clearly had an AoE aura.
You would have been constantly attacked by frost if you were around it, but you weren't hurt much. I'm a young man with a hot temper.
Don't talk about this. Do you think it's a coincidence that we found this place? Wang Lingfeng quickly changed the subject.
He couldn't tell them that he had now mastered ice resistance and that this amount of damage was no longer enough to keep up with his recovery ability.
You mean? Hai Tang suddenly thought of what Wang Lingfeng had said before.
The secret of heaven cannot be revealed.
Wang Lingfeng smiled. What's his purpose in doing this?
Hai Tang understood that this was the end of the previous topic, and now it was mentioned again, which meant it was related to the previous topic. Now imagine this carefully. Wang Tang suddenly becomes a good guy, and wants to lead everyone to experience together, and then goes around in circles here and enters it again. Then it should be related to Wang Tang, although it is a bit confusing.
Of course, it's to get the reward from the secret realm. Hai Tang, if he did this, he must not want us to know.
He wants to take the reward for himself. So should we be careful?
Wang Lingfeng, that's for sure. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Ning Meng didn't understand, the conversation was incomprehensible.
Wang Lingfeng and Hai Tang ignored Ning Meng and came to the edge of the platform.
Hai Tang, have you noticed that the locations of the bosses we killed before seem to have some connection? And could it be that they evolved into boss level due to some reasons nearby?
Wang Lingfeng said this directly without using the bracelet to send a message, probably because he just wanted to show off to Hai Tang.
And look at these buildings. They're like some kind of formation.
If we remove this, and then connect the roads here and here, it will become a formation, like the Blood Moon Sacrifice formation. Wang Lingfeng pointed down and continued talking to Hai Tang, while Ning Meng beside him kept nodding, looking at him like, "Boss Lingfeng, you're so awesome."
At this time, Wang Tang suddenly appeared beside Wang Lingfeng.
After taking a look, he found that he had already inserted the Blood Moon sacrifice array into the floor plan of the ruins.
It was indeed as Wang Lingfeng said, this was a formation. So, Wang Tang laughed. I didn't expect you to be able to find this. Very good. If that's the case, then.
Wang Tang paused, then waved his hand.
Come on.
Suddenly, 10 ninja assassins appeared beside Wang Lingfeng and his companions, and stabbed them with the short blades in their hands. The strength of these ninja assassins seems to be far beyond the normal level 20. They should be second-level professions. I didn't expect that there were such terrible fighters hidden beside Wang Tang.
Run. I'll cover your retreat. Wang Lingfeng roared, stopped the 10 ninjas, and let the 2 women run first. With such deep understanding of justice, will Haitang and Ning Meng be moved to death? Oh, my charm that has nowhere to go. But now seems not the time to show off, because the swords of these ninjas are already in front of him. With Wang Lingfeng's strength, there is no chance for him to escape and he will definitely die under the swords. Chapter 33? Why didn't you fall down? 10 ninja assassins attacked Wang Lingfeng from all angles, surrounding him and leaving him no possibility of escape. But at this time, Wang Tang saw that there was no fear on Wang Lingfeng's face, which felt a bit strange. Wouldn't most people be scared to death if they encountered such a situation? Even if you have a strong mental state, you will still be a little panicked. He must be pretending. This was Wang Tang's inner thought. At the same time, he looked at the dog behind Wang Lingfeng. The dog had just been injured in order to block the assassin together with Wang Lingfeng. It can be said that Wang Lingfeng no longer has the help he had just now and is dead. Killing Wang Lingfeng was one of Wang Tang's original goals, and the reason why he chose to take action at this time was because he couldn't let Wang Lingfeng speak. Wang Lingfeng knew the Blood Moon sacrifice formation. When he talked about it later, others would become suspicious and would not perform the sacrifice according to Wang Tang's idea. He wanted to sacrifice everyone else together, and also trick everyone into sacrificing themselves, and this process required those people not to be able to do so. This was a sacrificial formation. That's right, he wanted to sacrifice all the people below, including Lu Ruyan. She's just a woman, and only an A-level talent, so it's hard to find someone like her. Besides, he has to abstain from sex for decades now, so what's the point of keeping a woman? Especially in the past 3 months, he felt that Lu Ruyan was looking down on him, and her various behaviors were also mocking his inhumanity. This has caused some psychological distortion in him. At the same time, he is a self-centered person, not a bootlicker like Xiaohou Taizhu. So, it was normal for him to sacrifice Lu Ruyan. Simply put, his goal now is to kill Wang Lingfeng and then sacrifice everyone below. Although Ning Meng and Haitang had already run away, it didn't matter. No one believed what they said. No, they have liquors. Damn it. Fortunately, I have my own assassins below, who were found by my mother. At this moment, he didn't realize that he was a little bastard, and thought that these assassins just happened to be ninjas. This is just a profession, and you don't necessarily have to be a Japanese. The most important thing is that the ninja profession is useful. Back to the point, Wang Lingfeng was clearly in imminent danger at this time and had no way to escape, yet he was still so relaxed and calm. This surprised Wang Tang, and what he didn't expect was burst. Wang Lingfeng suddenly shouted. This made everyone present stunned. What was going on? Then, they understood, because several magic traps suddenly appeared around Wang Lingfeng and exploded collectively. At the same time as the explosion, the flames also burned everyone. This was an indiscriminate attack, and Wang Lingfeng was also hit, but he had rejuvenation magic on him, which should have been thrown at him by Ning Meng before he left. After the explosion, half of the 10 ninja assassins disappeared in an instant, and they disappeared out of thin air. What's going on? It's very simple, because this is the art of cloning. Of the 10 ninja assassins, only 4 are real, the others are just clones. However, this clone also has attack power. Although the attack power is not high, it seems very strong for someone like Wang Lingfeng who is only level 14. The 4 ninjas were stunned, and then immediately threw out a handful of meteor darts, also known as shurikens. Suddenly, Wang Lingfeng was attacked by meteor darts from all directions, and there was no way to avoid them. In fact, Wang Lingfeng had no intention of dodging. He could have just blocked it with his shield, but it only blocked part of it. Most of it still hit Wang Lingfeng's body. This made the 4 ninjas and Wang Tang very happy, but their happiness was only for a moment, because they found that several of the meteor darts that Wang Lingfeng blocked flew towards one ninja.
The ninja reacted and dodged, dodging several darts, but ultimately failed to dodge the last one. The worst thing was that the dart hit the neck and cut off the throat. A look of despair appeared in the ninja's eyes. Although he was breathing heavily at this time, neither air nor blood could pass through his neck to reach the needed places. Finally, he fell. He is unwilling to accept it. For a fragile profession like theirs that is only level 20, even if it is a second-level job, having their throat cut is fatal. If they were a higher level, or had a defensive profession, they might be able to recover by taking medicine.
Is this a coincidence? Wang Tang was stunned.
This situation seemed like a coincidence no matter how you looked at it, because this was not Wang Lingfeng's attack.
Wang Lingfeng just blocked it casually. However, he didn't mind injuring a ninja.
After all, he was a hired killer, and he could pay less if he lost one.
Just right. But it's different for the other 3 ninjas, because this is their comrade. Damn it, I want you dead. The 3 ninjas were angry.
They once again displayed their clone technique and attacked Wang Lingfeng again. This time their attacks were even more brutal than the last time. And they believed that Wang Lingfeng would definitely die this time. After all, he was injured by many meteor darts stuck in his body. Although a companion died, it was not in vain, as it was fruitful.
This time, you are injured again and there are no magic traps. What tricks can you use to save your life? It must be gone.
Swish, swish, swish.
7 real and fake ninja clones attacked Wang Lingfeng.
Wang Lingfeng blocked most of them with his shield and sword, but was still stabbed several times.
These few hits are enough to kill Wang Lingfeng. However, something unexpected happened again. Not only did Wang Lingfeng not die, he even fought back.
He angrily stabbed the body of a ninja in front of him with his sword.
In Wang Tang's eyes, this looked like a person's impromptu counterattack, the sword of despair. So he laughed.
Even if this sword killed a ninja, he didn't care. After all, Wang Lingfeng would die in the end. What's more, he didn't believe that Wang Lingfeng was so lucky that he could find the real body with just a random sword strike.
This stab must be fake.
However, he never expected that this was actually true.
How do you know I'm real? I shouldn't have used a clone.
The stabbed ninja looked at Wang Lingfeng and fell down unwillingly, and at the same time, a clone disappeared with him.
But he regretted it now.
If he hadn't used his clone, he wouldn't have been stabbed in the vitals by Wang Lingfeng. The reason why the clones created by the clone technique have attack power is because the original body will divide a certain amount of power, which will cause the original body's strength to become weaker.
Therefore, if he didn't use his clone, Wang Lingfeng would at most have hurt him with this attack.
But he thought that at least Wang Lingfeng would die with him, so he could rest in peace.
Fall down, let's go to hell together.
You fell down.
Why didn't you fall down?
You were stabbed so many times, you should have died like me.
Stop it, lie down. Lie down. With endless resentment and confusion, the ninja died with his eyes open. Wang Lingfeng was still standing.
Although he was injured, he was not dead.
Just because.
My basic bodybuilding skills weren't practiced in vain, this little injury can't kill me.
And 2 damn ninjas. Chapter 34? No way, I'm just so lucky. Why is your defense so strong? How did you know it was true just now?
The 2 ninjas stepped back, looking incredulous. After all, the opponent was only level 14. Not to mention that 2 of their 4 were killed. The opponent was first hit by their meteor dart and then stabbed in the body by them, yet he was still standing. The most incredible thing is that his body can actually recover.
At this time, Wang Lingfeng pulled out the meteor darts and put them in his pocket.
The blood from the wound flowed for a while and then coagulated.
This recovery ability is a bit scary. Have you forgotten?
I have an SSS-level talent, and my defensive skills are already over 500 levels. Wang Lingfeng smiled, as if to say, don't forget, my talent is not comparable to yours.
Wang Tang was silent.
Although he had thought that Wang Lingfeng would be difficult to deal with, he didn't expect it to be so difficult. I sent 4 level 22nd level soldiers to deal with Wang Lingfeng, which was enough to kill some small bosses, but the opponent actually took the damage twice. The most incredible thing is that he actually killed 2 level 22nd level people, although it felt like luck.
Do you think I'm lucky? There's nothing I can do. I'm just lucky. Wang Lingfeng looked at the other party and said, without any intention of moving, just talking as if to delay time.
Hurry up, he recovers quickly. If we don't kill him now, it will cause more trouble later. Wang Tang felt that he had seen through this, and immediately ordered the remaining 2 ninjas to go up, and at the same time called back the ninjas below, regardless of whether they had dealt with the 2 women below.
Those 2 women are not important, Wang Lingfeng is important. Even if people knew that he wanted to kill Wang Lingfeng, so what? This was something everyone knew and there was no need to hide it. Anyway, it doesn't matter what you do in the wild. Killing people and stealing treasures are common occurrences. He could even explain what Wang Lingfeng and the other 2 said in the group. Wang Lingfeng wanted to kill me. Hai Tang and Ning Meng were bewitched by him. When I failed, they started slandering me. Ignore them.
After giving such an explanation in the group, Wang Tang kicked Wang Lingfeng and the other 2 out on the grounds that they were misleading people and suggested that everyone block them. Everyone believed this reason, just as they believed that Wang Tang would kill Wang Lingfeng, and vice versa. Back to the topic, Wang Tang was commanding the team while commanding the ninjas. Both sides were taking action. The team was restoring the formation, and the ninjas split into 2 again to attack Wang Lingfeng.
They didn't believe that Wang Lingfeng could still identify his true identity. This time, the 2 ninjas released their clones to confuse Wang Lingfeng. They would retract the clones in an instant and then attack Wang Lingfeng with all their strength. They believed that Wang Lingfeng would not be able to see through their true form, and when they retracted their clones, it would be too late for Wang Lingfeng to defend himself. What? What if you are lucky enough and the real body is chosen? That can only mean that Wang Lingfeng was lucky, but it can only increase the difficulty a little bit. Wang Lingfeng cannot defeat the ninja. You know, the 2 times just now were just coincidences and luck. 5 ninjas moved around Wang Lingfeng and approached him quickly. Normally, Wang Lingfeng could only choose to use his fake body to break through at this time. If he encountered his real body, he would be in trouble. With 5 ninjas and 3 fake bodies, his chances are still quite high. But Wang Tang was not worried about this, because even if Wang Lingfeng was lucky enough to be chosen this time, he could only deal with this one move, and there would be more to come. In fact, Wang Lingfeng made the right choice. He leaned forward, placed the shield in front of him, and then rushed forward. The clone disappeared before he hit it. He broke through successfully. But Wang Tang smiled at this time. He was not happy because Wang Lingfeng escaped death, but because he knew that Wang Lingfeng was about to fall into the next crisis. Because at this time Wang Lingfeng forgot one thing, that is, he chose the right fake body, but it also meant that his real body was behind, and now the back door was wide open. Judging from Wang Lingfeng's performance just now, he was hit twice, and both times were from behind, especially in several blind spots, and he was hit twice. Therefore, now we just need to attack his blind spots in defense, and he will definitely get hurt. So the ninja immediately fired meteor darts from his hands. Swish, swish, swish. All the meteor darts hit Wang Lingfeng's body, and he really had no way to defend against those blind spots. At this moment, Wang Lingfeng paused and slowed down a lot, and was immediately caught up by the ninja behind him. The 2 ninjas attacked at the same time, each attacking Wang Lingfeng's blind spot. Stab. Both knives stabbed into Wang Lingfeng's body. Die. Wang Tang and the other 2 felt that Wang Lingfeng was doomed this time, especially the 2 ninjas, who thought they just had to move forward. However, they soon discovered something that shocked them. After their knife entered Wang Lingfeng's body, the deeper it went, the greater the resistance. After only 5 centimeters, it could no longer move. It felt like the knife in his hand was bitten by something and could not move forward. They were immediately startled and wanted to retract their knives, but found that they were still bitten to death. What's going on? I heard that when you train your body to a certain level, the flesh on your body will become the strongest defense. Is this the reason? Impossible, Wang Lingfeng is only level 14, how could he have such powerful abilities? Not good. Suddenly, a sense of crisis emerged. Boom! Before they could react, there was a sudden explosion behind Wang Lingfeng. Wang Lingfeng flew forward, and the 2 ninjas flew backward, and both sides fell heavily to the ground. This change stunned Wang Tang. What was going on? He finally moved and went to check on the 2 ninjas, only to discover that they had several meteor darts deeply embedded in them. They looked deader than dead. What's going on? Wang Lingfeng. Wang Tang looked towards where Wang Lingfeng was and found that Wang Lingfeng had already run towards the building under the platform. He chased him a few steps forward, but finally stopped. Now he was not sure whether he could kill Wang Lingfeng. These ninjas were all killed by Wang Lingfeng, and there was no way he could escape from these ninjas. Forget it, don't worry about Wang Lingfeng now.
The most important thing now is to complete the sacrificial formation as soon as possible.
It doesn't matter even if Wang Lingfeng goes down to tell others.
At most, he can say that he has never thought about sacrificing everyone, but just wants everyone to sacrifice their energy. This kind of energy is not an energy value, but the energy absorbed from killing the strange beasts before.
It is the energy here. That damn Wang Lingfeng, why can't he be killed even after all this?
If it were me, I would have been killed several times already.
Wang Tang couldn't understand it.
There were too many things he couldn't figure out during this process, but he couldn't continue thinking about them at the moment. He quickly went back to directing the others, not taking it seriously. For him, if he couldn't kill Wang Lingfeng in one go, he would kill him again. Wang Lingfeng's escape had no impact on him, as Wang Lingfeng could not pose a threat to him anyway.
Soon after, he regretted this idea. Chapter 35, The happiest thing is to enjoy happiness alone. Wang Lingfeng, you look injured, are you okay?
It's okay, are you too hurt?
A little bit, but who am I? I recovered quickly. Wang Lingfeng and the other two were in the building under the platform.
This was one of the secret rooms, and they would be safe hiding inside. Wang Lingfeng had just sent this place to them from behind, and they could now also send messages, so they could naturally gather easily. I know Wang Tang wants to kill you, but why does he want to kill us too? Also, why are those ninjas here?
Hai Tang was very confused. Could it be that he wanted to silence her?
The reason for silencing him was definitely not because of the murder of Wang Lingfeng. This matter was almost public knowledge, so there was no need to silence him.
So that means there is something here that needs to be silenced. What could it be? Doesn't everyone know about this relic? Is there anything else here? Hai Tang asked very perceptively. Yeah, absolutely. Wang Lingfeng nodded. What? Hai Tang asked. How would I know this?
Wang Tang should be the only one who knows.
I guess everyone is already suspicious of him now. Does he think we are all idiots? Wang Lingfeng could only analyze it from a normal perspective.
He couldn't just say, I know there is a small secret realm here.
Let's find a chance to go in later and snatch Wang Tang's opportunity. Ning Meng was stunned and asked, What? What are you doubting? Who is the idiot?
Wang Lingfeng and the other person fell silent, and then Wang Lingfeng sat down and began to use his luck to heal his wounds. Ning Meng cast a rejuvenation spell on Wang Lingfeng, and then whispered a few words to Hai Tang. At the same time, the team outside has repaired the formation and is now ready to start the sacrifice. Because of what Wang Lingfeng had said in the group before, some people also thought that there was something wrong with Wang Tang, so they brought the others back.
Among them is Lu Ruyan.
She may have abandoned Wang Lingfeng, but she absolutely believed in Wang Lingfeng's character and knew that he would not lie to everyone.
If he was only lying to her and Wang Tang, that would be normal, but there are so many people here, all his classmates, he shouldn't lie.
Therefore, she trusted Wang Lingfeng more than Wang Tang. Because of this, there were quite a few people standing on the platform.
If there were people there, Wang Tang would definitely not be able to sacrifice his classmates. Damn Wang Lingfeng.
Wang Tang cursed fiercely in his heart. He had also cleaned up the battlefield and did not let anyone know that outsiders had entered.
Is there anyone here who has knowledge of formations? Can you tell me where to activate this formation and what is needed? Wang Tang asked everyone at this time.
He was not very familiar with the formation.
He only knew what the formation looked like.
He could repair it according to the diagram, but he was a little unsure how to activate it. Everyone present looked at each other, as if no one understood.
No one understands? Wang Tang was very surprised. He remembered that there were 2 or 3 more professional formations here.
He had arranged them himself because he was afraid of encountering a situation where no one understood.
I know someone who's very good at this. Never mind, I won't say anymore.
Xiahou Taizhu spoke, but thought about it and stopped talking.
If you know, just say it. Stop hesitating. He Hongjiu knows how to do it. Where are the people?
He died the day before yesterday. However, I know there is another person who will, but let's not tell him.
Tell me. Yao Qianshu can do it too. Where are the people?
He died yesterday.
Is there anyone alive? Yes, there's one more. Who? Tell me now. Wang Lingfeng. Xiahou Taizhu mentioned 3 people, either they were already dead or it was Wang Lingfeng.
This made Wang Tang a little crazy, and he wanted to beat the person who spoke to death.
Are you doing this on purpose? Although I don't really understand this, I've heard that the blood moon sacrifice formation requires a blood moon. The moon-shaped pool in the middle must be filled with blood. Lu Ruyan spoke at this time. She just listened to Wang Lingfang and did not concentrate on learning.
She did not have the time. The reason why this formation is called the blood moon sacrifice formation is that there is a crescent-shaped pool in the middle. Blood will hit the pool here, and the blood will spread everywhere, making the blood form the entire formation. At this point, everyone can see that in the center of the ruins below, there is a complex of buildings that looks like a square. There is a moon pond above the square. Where does all this blood come from? Wang Tang and others immediately asked. Even if they sacrificed themselves, it seemed that it would not be enough to fill these pools.
Have you forgotten the previous bosses? Take out their blood. Just 1 or 2 will be enough.
Lu Ruyan reminded everyone, and then everyone suddenly realized that no wonder there were 5 boss-level monsters here, they were bleeding here. So, a group of people went down and poured the blood of the strange beasts into the pool.
Anything else besides this? Wang Tang asked Lu Ruyan.
His expression seemed calm at this time, but he was actually very unhappy.
Sooner or later, you will all die, including that bitch Lu Ruyan.
Of course it's a sacrifice.
I don't know what the sacrifice is.
It depends on what the formation requires. I guess it's the energy in our bodies that needs to be collected in sacrifice to this formation.
I just don't know what will happen after that.
Lu Ruyan said, leading everyone to wonder what would happen next. Wang Tang really wanted to say at this moment, what happens next is none of your business, it's my business.
But what if the small secret realm is opened at that time? Do you want me to share this little secret place with them? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The more you fear something, the more likely it is to come.
After the blood in the blood moon pool is filled with blood, the array eye in the pool is activated, and the blood is transported to all parts of the array.
This can be seen clearly on the platform.
The blood moon pool is like a heart, pumping blood to the surroundings. After the blood arrived, the entire ruins began to glow red, and the 5 points now became very obvious. Next, Lu Ruyan presided over the progress of the matter and asked everyone to send the energy to 5 points respectively. This was actually not difficult, you just need to stretch your hand in that direction. This was also discovered by chance. After someone stretched out their hand, they found that the energy was directly drawn away and flew to the 5 points over there. Next, the corpses of the strange beasts at the 5 points were also sacrificed.
After adding energy, 5 stone towers rose at the 5 points.
2 rays of light shot out from the stone tower, heading towards the 2 stone towers opposite. Soon, a 5-pointed star appeared. Everyone in the middle was surrounded by these 5 rays of light, and then these 5 rays of light began to charge the platform. A space-time gate appeared on the platform. This door leads to a small secret realm.
Everyone is very happy at this moment because this is an adventure that some people will never encounter in their entire lives. However, Wang Tang was unhappy at this time and was not prepared to cooperate.
He knew that to open the door he needed a key, and the key was in his hand. As long as you don't tell anyone, no one will know where the key is. Everyone will then leave, and you can then sneak back to open the door and go in.
The happiest thing is to enjoy happiness alone.
Wang Tang had already made his wishful thinking. When faced with questions from his classmates asking him if he knew about it, he shook his head firmly and refused to admit it. In the end, the matter ended as he expected. Just as he was feeling happy, someone suddenly appeared behind him and disrupted all his plans.
And this person is Wang Lingfang. How dare you come back? Chapter 36? This is my secret realm key. Why can't I come? Wang Lingfang smiled and walked over. You 3 want to kill Boss Wang Tang, how dare you come here? Aren't you afraid that we will capture you and kill you?
Sun Jichao came out at this time. He had been silent for several episodes and now he wanted to show off. Regardless of whether you believe what I said or not, even if you don't believe it, I just want to kill him, so what?
I want to kill you too. What happened again?
Wang Lingfang looked at Sun Jichao, and a hint of cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes, which scared Sun Jichao.
But Sun Jichao quickly reacted, jumped up, and said, You're the only one who wants to kill me?
You're just a loser, you're only level 14 now, and I'm already level 17. Most importantly, I have a profession, and I can upgrade to the 2nd level soon.
In less than 3 months, I can beat you with one hand.
This is true. Wang Lingfeng does not belong to other professions now, but as long as everyone reaches the second level and upgrades for a few months, they will be able to leave Wang Lingfeng far behind. I don't know if you can torture me with one hand, but I'm sure you won't live for more than 3 months. I see from your face that you will suffer a bloody disaster within 3 days.
If you beg me, I will tell you how to resolve it. Wang Lingfeng looked at Sun Jichao and said something that stunned everyone. Are you pretending to be a charlatan here? Or are you threatening Sun Jichao? Are you threatening me? I won't beg you even if I die. A bloody disaster will happen within 3 days?
You're trying to deceive me with such a small trick.
Do you think I'm an idiot?
Of course Sun Jichao refused.
He would not ask Wang Lingfeng for help. He didn't know that he had missed the only chance to survive, and Wang Lingfeng couldn't say anything anymore. If others don't ask for help themselves, should I ask for help from others? Do you want to open this door? Wang Lingfeng brought the topic back and stopped those who wanted to criticize him.
Sure enough, as soon as he said this, no one cared that he wanted to kill Wang Tong, except Wang Tong himself.
Everyone wants to open this door, enter the secret realm behind, and have an adventure.
This may be their chance to change their lives. Even Lu Ruyan wanted to get this opportunity, otherwise her A-level talent would not be enough. Perhaps among ordinary people, or even among elites, A-level is already a genius, but among geniuses, it is not good enough. There are so many geniuses in the country, and there are many S-level ones in this class alone.
If we include the ones in the past, how many are there?
Therefore, A-level talent is not enough for Lu Ruyan to rise to the top. She needs more resources and more adventures.
At this moment, she was also looking at Wang Lingfeng eagerly, and even asked, Wang Lingfeng, can you open this door?
The tone seemed to have returned to the time when they were together, which made Wang Tang on the side a little angry.
Sooner or later I will kill you, you bastards.
And Wang Lingfeng, let me see how you open this door.
The key is in my hand, there's no way I'm going to give it to you. I can, but I need to ask Wang Ting first. You brought everyone here. Do you have the key to the secret realm?
Wang Lingfeng looked at Wang Tong, and those who suspected Wang Tong also looked at Wang Tong at this time. I didn't know there was a secret place here, don't talk nonsense.
Wang Tang immediately shook his head to deny it.
He was very confident now because the thing was not on him. Even if he was suspected, he could have someone search him to prove his innocence. Just when everyone came to the platform, he left on the pretext of something, hid the key in a secret place, and used a magic scroll to hide it.
It's impossible to find the people present. Are you sure you didn't lead everyone into the secret realm? Everyone will thank you for this. Wang Lingfeng asked again, his expression was a bit intriguing, and he didn't understand what he meant. Are you trying to give the credit to Wang Tong? Is this Wang Tong's last chance to confess?
Everyone was confused, even Wang Tong himself thought so.
At this time, Wang Tang was even a little shaken. Should he admit it? No, I absolutely cannot admit it.
If I admit it now, people will notice it and they will think that I am unwilling to share and that I am forced to do so.
Therefore, Wang Tong chose to keep it secret.
I also wish I had the key, and I also want everyone to thank me, but I don't.
Coming here is just a coincidence. Otherwise, how could I not know the formation here before?
It was Wang Lingfeng who saw it.
I think Wang Lingfeng might know something.
He just stayed on the platform on purpose and tried to kill me, just to keep it all to himself. Wang Tang pushed the conflict back at this time, making everyone suspect Wang Lingfeng. His statement was also recognized by many people, some of whom were fence-sitters who believed whatever others said.
If that's what you said, I don't want to explain too much. I can only say that the key is here, in one person's body.
Wang Lingfeng looked at Wang Tong, as if to say, I know the key is with you.
Ah, I knew you would say that.
Come on, Xiahou Taizhu, search me. Wang Tang smiled and opened his arms, ready for Xiahou Taizhu to search him. Everyone here believes that Xiahou Taizhu will not lie, and he will not belong to any camp. But at this moment, Wang Lingfeng shook his hand and said, no need to search me.
I didn't say it was on you. Are you going to talk to my brothers? Everyone, please stand up and tell him to give up. If not, then how do you think he should be punished? We can't just let it go like this. Wang Tong laughed.
He felt that Wang Lingfeng thought he would hide things on other people.
Madness. If I do that, I won't tell anyone that I have the key. I didn't say it was on your lackey. Actually, it was on me. I just found a key to a secret realm. Do you believe it?
While Wang Lingfeng was speaking, he was about to take out his key. How could it be such a coincidence that you picked it up?
Wang Tang sneered.
It is impossible for anyone to pick it up where I put it. Even if someone passes by, they will not be able to find the place hidden by magic.
How could you, Wang Lingfeng, have the ability to discover this?
However, when Wang Lingfeng took out the key, he was stunned.
How is that possible?
Although it is still the same, how is it possible, the meaning and attitude it implies are completely different. At this time, Lu Ruyan and others were even more suspicious.
How did you pick it up?
Wang Teng couldn't figure it out, but at this time he regained his composure and pretended to be curious to ask.
At this moment, he already wanted to torture Wang Lingfeng to death.
He had concealed all this just to keep it for himself. Now that the things were out, he couldn't keep them for himself, and he couldn't get any fame either. Not only will he not gain any fame, but it is very likely that this fame will be taken away by Wang Lingfeng.
Of course I didn't pick it up. This is something my parents left me. I've always carried it with me.
I originally wanted to keep this secret for myself, but then I thought about it and decided to share it with everyone for the sake of my classmates.
Wang Lingfeng spoke very grandly, and the people around him, especially Ning Meng, cooperated, applauded, and praised. This originally belonged to you. It's normal for you to want to keep it all for yourself. Now that you can share it with everyone, it's also your initiative. If you don't share it, no one will know. You can still keep it all for yourself.
Everyone expressed their opinions, thinking that Wang Lingfeng being able to bring it out at this time meant sharing, and everyone would remember Wang Lingfeng's benefits.
Puff. Wang Tang felt like vomiting blood. This is my secret realm key. It's me you should be thanking. Wang Lingfeng, I hate you. No one paid attention to Wang Tang's thoughts. They just watched Wang Lingfeng walk to the door of the secret realm and prepare to open it. Wait. Chapter 37? We are all family, don't mess with it. Waiting for what?
Wang Lingfeng stopped moving and looked at the person who made the sound with everyone else.
Wang Tong.
At this moment, his face looked very ugly and a little unnatural.
Don't you think it's unusual for Wang Lingfeng to take it out like this? Could there be something wrong with this secret realm?
When Wang Tong finished saying this, his back seemed to straighten up again, because this issue was still worth considering.
Sure enough, some people present began to waver again. It's okay, if you think there's something wrong, don't come in, I'll go in first.
Originally, I wanted to open the door and grab the first one, but I would be called shameless by you. Now it seems that there is no need.
I just want to say that I will do this dangerous thing.
While Wang Lingfeng was speaking, he had already opened the door and walked in before anyone could react. Following in were Haitang and Ning Meng, and Xiahou Taizhu who had been following Ning Meng.
The former believes in Wang Lingfeng, while the latter is purely a bootlicker.
At this moment, everyone was stunned. They also wanted to be the first, and generally there would be benefits for being the first to enter. However, after Wang Tang said this, he did not move forward.
Boss Wang Tong, are you and Wang Lingfeng partners? Sun Jichao asked with some doubt at this time. Why does it feel like Wang Tang is always assisting Wang Lingfeng? Roll. Wang Tong roared angrily. Sun Jichao rolled away immediately and rolled into the small secret realm.
While they were talking, everyone had already entered. Wang Tang looked at the lonely platform, as if it was occupied by him alone. After a while, he ordered the hired ninja to follow him in, but to be stealthy and keep their distance. If there is a chance, kill everyone inside, especially Wang Lingfeng.
You all deserve to die.
No one is allowed to touch my things.
A twisted and cold expression appeared on Wang Tang's face.
If other people saw this, they would definitely feel a chill and be wary of him. Soon, Wang Tang went in and found a large maze in front of him. This maze was very magical, like a castle in the sky, intertwined up and down. From the outside you can clearly see the strange beasts inside, as well as the mechanisms and final rewards. Because he could see it at a glance, Wang Tang quickly realized that there were 7 paths in the maze, each with a small treasure chest, and eventually all 7 paths would converge together, with a large treasure chest at the back.
Wang Tang frowned. How could he kill all the ninjas in this place? Wouldn't this be a revelation?
Wait, when the time comes, you can just deny it yourself.
That's not right.
Wang Lingfeng had said before that he asked a ninja to kill him.
Now that a ninja appears again, it's easy to make the same connection. How do I say this? Wait. Where's Wang Lingfeng? Wang Tang looked around and found that Wang Lingfeng was no longer there.
Looking carefully, he found that Wang Lingfeng had entered one of the paths and was fighting with a strange beast on a platform.
Wang Lingfeng was not alone, he was with Huangfu Haitang and Ning Meng.
The two of them had been ostracized once because of what happened just now, so it was normal for them to be together. But besides the three of them, there was another person following them, making their team full of members.
This person is Xiahou Taizhu. He followed Ning Meng insistently, and Wang Lingfeng didn't bother to care. Wang Lingfeng led the team into the second entrance on the left at the beginning.
His reason was that it was all the same anyway, so it would be better to get in early and reach the end sooner. It has to be said that Wang Lingfeng's idea was correct, but the people present were still hesitating and insisted on choosing here. The final result was the same, and everyone could only choose an entrance at random to enter.
Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan still teamed up together because they were the strongest and Lu Ruyan would never give up Wang Tang as a helper. They are still the same team as before, no changes.
In fact, except for Wang Lingfeng's team, most people's teams have not changed, except for one person missing. In the end, Wang Tang chose the middle path because he was the last one. I don't know how many people were calculated after the secret realm was opened. There were exactly 7 roads and 7 teams.
After Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan entered the entrance, they found a floating road.
They could jump out of the road, but not very far because there was an air wall. If you fall down, you will be standing on the suspended road upside down. This feature will be a skill to pass some levels. This is a later story. Now a platform appeared in front of them. Above the platform was a group of strange bird-like beasts circling. When they saw them coming, they immediately made shrill screams and swooped down. The sharp claws and hard beak of the bird look very scary.
The war begins. Wang Tang and his group quickly dealt with the problem, and then waves of strange beasts appeared.
The strange beasts appeared here really frequently. Not to mention the treasure chests, these exotic beasts are treasures. They can be upgraded and can also provide materials.
Aren't they better than those treasure chests?
I say, our SSS-level genius, why are you so slow?
You were at the front, but now you're just watching from the back?
Wang Tang was resting at this time. He happened to see Wang Lingfeng not far below him and began to mock him. His voice could be heard below, and people nearby could clearly hear the mocking voice. Everyone looked at Wang Lingfeng and found that Wang Lingfeng's team was really slow.
However, this slowness is relative.
If you observe carefully, you will find that this is already super fast compared to the previous speed of killing monsters. It used to take 15 minutes to kill a strange beast, but now it only takes 3 minutes. However, this time they appeared in groups, and their team did not have group attacks, so they could only kill them one by one.
Wang Lingfeng ignored their ridicule and continued fighting.
At this time, the other teams had no time to laugh. After all, their progress was only slightly faster than Wang Lingfeng's, and they were far behind Wang Tang's team.
Soon, Wang Tang's team arrived first and encountered the first mechanism puzzle. It was a very simple puzzle, almost the same as 1 + 1 = 2. It only required the easy movement of a few mechanisms. At this time, Wang Tang, who had passed the level, encountered a choice that none of them had expected. Congratulations, you are the first team to pass the first level. You can increase the difficulty of the first level for other teams. Do you want to increase it? A voice rang out, and everyone heard it.
Seeing this choice, Wang Tang and others were a little confused. How could this create difficulties for other teams? What are the benefits or penalties for not choosing?
Wang Tang asked.
There are no benefits or penalties, it just increases the difficulty for other teams. Please choose. When hearing this, the other teams all shouted.
Choose no, we are all family, don't do it.
That's right, Boss Wang Tang, you are our leader, please don't do it. We need to make an agreement not to increase the difficulty of others.
Wang Tang smiled at this time and responded immediately. Don't worry, everyone.
How could I choose something that would be disadvantageous to you? When everyone heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, they never expected that. My dear classmates, we are classmates who love each other. This kind of thing will not bring any benefits. Of course, the choice is increase the difficulty. I was the first one to pass the level, and I am the only one who can increase the difficulty for you. This is a reward for me, so why should I give up? You will understand this in due time. Ha ha. Wang Tang chose to increase the difficulty, which made many people feel extremely uncomfortable, and some people even started cursing.
Wang Tang smiled and continued to kill monsters. If you have the guts, get in front of me. Also, if you guys slow down, doesn't that mean I can definitely get the big treasure chest at the end? Isn't that the benefit? Chapter 38, Stop pretending, if you can't get it, you'll be ruined. Bite. The difficulty of the first level increases by 1 level. Suddenly, this line of words appeared in front of everyone, very clearly, and there was also a prompt sound. These all come from the secret realm. Don't ask about the principles. Just like the existence of the secret realm, no one can understand it. If I have to explain it, it is the power from higher dimensions. Fuck you. Wang Tang, are you going too far? Maka baka. There was a burst of cursing. People of their age would definitely start cursing if they encountered such a thing, as long as someone took the lead. It is obvious that there are many people who are unhappy about this matter at this time. If not, Wan Lingfeng will also take the lead. But, when the second team was solved, I've already been given a level of difficulty boost, so it doesn't make sense for me not to help others. I'd be mentally unbalanced if I did that. Then, the difficulty of the first level increases by 1 level. Fuck. Grass. I am Uwak Sitisai. Next, the third team. The difficulty of the first level increases by 1 level. At this time, not only the third team was solving the problem, but there was also a team together, but at this time. Holy shit, why did the puzzle we just solved reset? It turns out that when the puzzles are disbanded at the same time, if one team disbands successfully and increases the difficulty, the puzzle will be reset for the team that was doing the puzzle before. This makes the competition even more intense. The fourth team. The sixth team. Finish. Add another level of difficulty. Each team will increase the difficulty by 1 level, but the difficulty at this time is not particularly difficult, that is, the level of disintegration ranges from 1 minute to 1 hour. In the end, only Wang Lingfeng was left, and it would probably take more than an hour. Everyone is quite curious about this and how difficult it will be for Wang Lingfeng to be the last one. Of course, while they were curious, they were also on their way to the second level puzzle. The strange beast in the middle seemed to have become stronger and its pace of progress had slowed down. If it weren't for this, they would have completed the second level puzzle by now. Finally, Wang Tang's team arrived at the second level of the mechanism puzzle. At that time, Wang Lingfeng had not even reached the first level. And those lackeys under Wang Tang have already begun to mock and belittle Wang Lingfeng. Some people were angry because of Wang Tang, and they took their anger out on Wang Lingfeng. It was Wang Lingfeng's fault for being easy to bully. For most people, the main thing about venting is that they themselves are able to vent, rather than the object of venting, right? Wang Lingfeng didn't want to pay attention to this kind of thing, otherwise it would be too tiring. If these people were in front of him, he would not be able to help but beat them, as long as he could beat them. But now they were in a place where he could not hit them, and it was not certain that he could beat them. So why bother with them? It's better to wait until all the above conditions are met, and then call back one by one. As for Haitang and Ning Mang, at most they would just say don't go too far, but it didn't have much killing power. But Xiahou Taiju is different. I didn't expect that he was so proficient in trolling, and his curses were so dirty that they would be banned if written in a book. And he won't be led astray by others. No matter what others say, he will just curse them in a one-way manner. Let him be strong as he pleases, a gentle breeze sweeps over the hills. Let him be arrogant as he pleases, a bright moon shines over the river. Let him be cruel and hateful as he pleases, I will just take a sip of salty soda. I'll spray you to death. In the end, everyone's focus returned to Wang Tang. This time the puzzles were obviously much more difficult, requiring them to think. This second level is already difficult from the beginning. If the difficulty is increased, will it become even more difficult? Wang Tang, it's fine if you increase the difficulty of the first level, but don't mess with us this time. That is, I wasted over an hour last time because of you. Can't we all just spend time together? Anyway, the gap between you and me is already quite wide. I advise you to be kind. Everyone gave each other some advice. But Wang Tang was still a disobedient person. After passing the test, he still chose to increase the difficulty. Wang Tang, what exactly do you want to do? Not only did everyone want to ask this question, but even Lu Ruyan beside him asked it. How can you win people's hearts by doing this? Isn't this the reason why you organized this team activity? Even if it's about winning people over, they're the ones I need.
As far as they're concerned, there's nothing worth winning over.
Aren't the four of us the strongest?
Wang Tang said indifferently. He seemed to no longer want to pretend, he just wanted to show the way he was now.
There was no way. He was so angry with Wang Lingfeng that he had started to become mentally ill.
If the choice was to kill everyone, he would probably choose it, and he wouldn't even hide it.
What's wrong with you? I didn't expect you to be such a person.
I misjudged you.
Lu Ruyan pointed at Wang Tan with a hint of condemnation. You're not mistaken. We're the same kind of people.
We'll do anything to achieve our goals.
Otherwise, would you break off your engagement with Wang Lingfeng?
Wang Tang said directly that he was no longer interested in Lu Ruyan. A few decades later, she would be old and ugly, and he would choose a young and beautiful one at that time.
You. Okay, we are all together for the sake of benefit. There is nothing much to say. Do you want me to choose, or do you want to give you the right to choose? Wang Tang interrupted Lu Ruyan directly and looked at her meaningfully.
Then next time I choose, I'll choose not to increase the difficulty.
Lu Ruyan said immediately.
Don't be moved, this just means she knows that the gap has widened. If she was given the choice for the first time, she would definitely choose to increase the difficulty, because this would prevent those behind her from moving forward and expand her own advantage. You should know that the first person who passes will have the chance to get a big treasure chest.
This is the biggest advantage of this secret realm. Maybe there will be something that can change your destiny. This is not impossible, and there have been some precedents.
Wang Tang actually helped her, but she would definitely not admit it now. Wang Tang just sneered at this time, because he knew what Lu Ruyan was thinking and ignored it. He couldn't get this person anyway, so he would destroy her when the time comes. He had already made up his mind, so he didn't pretend anymore. Sure enough, thinking about the more than 30 years of abstinence that had almost made him an inhumane person, his psychology was already distorted, and coupled with Wang Lingfeng's stimulation, he exploded. At this time, he glanced at Wang Lingfeng, and then suddenly widened his eyes, as if he saw something incredible.
What's wrong? Lu Ruyan and others also followed Wang Tang's gaze and soon saw the target.
They also had the same surprised expressions. This expression seemed to be contagious and quickly spread to everyone.
Holy crap! What's going on? Wang Lingfeng, how did you guys get through this puzzle?
At this time, Wang Lingfeng's team had actually passed the first level and had started killing strange beasts. Just as he was talking, Wang Lingfeng had not reached the first level before, but now he has passed it.
How did he get there? Is his puzzle also 1 + 1 = 2?
Everyone's mind was filled with question marks, and their faces were filled with confusion.
Chapter 39, No More Pretending, a scumbag man and a scumbag woman, a perfect match.
You guess.
When Wang Lingfeng uttered these two words, the others were almost choked to death.
If they were not still fighting, if they could not see or touch Wang Lingfeng, they would have gone over and beaten him up long ago.
Xiaoho Taizhu, how did you solve the puzzle? This question was not asked in person, but through the group.
At this time, Wang Lingfeng and the other two did not join, so they naturally could not see it.
However, Xiaoho Taizhu's answer left everyone confused. Xiaoho Taizhu, what do you mean by solving the puzzle? We don't have it. No puzzles? It's impossible.
Every team of ours has encountered this problem.
We can't get through it without cracking it.
Besides, we clearly saw a door in front of Wang Lingfeng's team just now. The door was closed and they needed to solve a puzzle to pass through.
There are many types of mechanism puzzles.
Some require you to pass through a very long passage, and some are just a door.
To open a door, you have to crack the mechanism on the door. Wait, could it be that? Ouyang Gooden, did you just pass through a big door? Who opened this door? Xiaoho Taizhu, yes, there is a door. Wang Lingfeng opened it with his hand. What happened?
Everyone was stunned when they saw this sentence.
They seemed to have guessed some details.
Then he immediately asked for some more details, and Xiaoho Taizhu told him everything he knew, including some things he had not thought about in detail.
Xiaoho Taizhu, yes, there seem to be a lot of patterns on the door, and it looks like there are a lot of mechanisms on it. Xiaoho Taizhu, I just saw Wang Lingfeng press a few numbers, and then the door opened. Xiaoho Taizhu, no, he didn't hesitate at all, I just followed him and opened it.
Looking at this information, everyone understood that their team had a mechanical puzzle, which should be a difficult problem of cracking numbers.
If the input was wrong, the mechanism would attack people.
Logically speaking, this answer is difficult to calculate and would take at least an hour, but Wang Lingfeng completed it in an instant.
What's going on? I see. Wang Lingfeng had done the same problem before and was lucky enough to solve it in one go. That's all I can think of now. I have to say Wang Lingfeng is incredibly lucky.
From the time he started training in the wilderness until now, his luck has always been this good.
Forget it, let's move on. I don't believe he will always be so unlucky.
Everyone gave this explanation to comfort themselves, otherwise they really could not accept this matter. It was obvious that the last one was the most difficult, but I passed it in one go and it was no different from the first one.
How embarrassing for the people in the middle.
At this time, they could do nothing but keep moving forward, killing the strange beasts and breaking through the mechanisms. When it came to the third level, Wang Tang still raised the difficulty to the maximum, and the people behind him also raised the difficulty out of resentment. But here the difficulty appeared. The two teams at the bottom were stuck and could not move forward.
In other words, they could no longer continue to kill the alien beasts.
These were all energy points.
There were so many alien beasts, and their energy points were much higher than normal. They did not want to give up.
At this time, they were all resentful towards Wang Tang and the people in front of them, especially Wang Tang, who was already cursing. I believe that after this time, these people will definitely become mortal enemies with Wang Tang, but Wang Tang doesn't care about it, because he thinks these people will not live long. Especially after these people's time to pass the level is over and they are teleported out, the passage disappears and the energy value of the monsters they killed increases. This makes everyone understand that the fewer the monsters in this maze, the more energy they will gain, and the difficulty will not increase.
Wang Tang is now even more resentful.
If he came alone, the energy points that everyone has now will be his, and the energy points gained from killing monsters will also be multiplied sevenfold.
The 7 small treasure chests also became 5, which seem to be more.
Even the rewards are shared, the fewer people there are, the more they get.
Because of this, Lu Ruyan is now in a dilemma again.
What should she do if Wang Tang asks her to choose later?
Should I follow my heart or share it with others? Level 4. Lu Ruyan, now it's your turn to choose. Wang Tang laughed. He pushed Lu Ruyan out on purpose.
He didn't want to share the hatred with Lu Ruyan. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Ruyan.
Boss Lingfeng, why do I feel like this is what you should do? I want to see you slap Lu Ruyan in the face.
They just fell out on their own, really.
On Wang Lingfeng's side, Ning Mang was eating a melon. At this time, Wang Lingfeng's team was taking a break, watching the excitement from the side, and just clapped their hands and said, "So fun. Why should I go and slap someone in the face? Isn't it better to let them fight each other?" Wang Lingfeng said indifferently that he had no feelings for Lu Ruyan at all.
He would slap her in the face for revenge if he had the chance, but if he didn't have the chance, then forget it. However, he would still be very happy if someone else took his place, especially the internal conflict between the two scumbags, which was really fun.
Woof! Woof!
The Paw Patrol on the side suddenly shouted, as if to say, "Don't insult our dogs.
Come, I'll give you some meat." Stop yelling. Wang Lingfeng threw the barbecue to the Paw Patrol.
Now these dogs can eat several exotic beasts in one meal, and the meat has to be cooked and delicious for them to eat.
It said that dogs can't eat too much salt, oil, and spicy food?
These dogs love nothing more than eating cumin-flavored barbecue. Speaking of these dogs, Wang Lingfeng still has a lot to say, especially about the changes in these dogs. They are becoming stronger and stronger, and it seems that the dog training technique is about to make a breakthrough. I feel like I need to catch some other animals to tame, otherwise I won't be able to break through. But the most important thing now is not this, but to see Lu Ruyan's choice. At this time, Lu Ruyan was still hesitating, and her face looked very ugly. In fact, she has already lost by doing this because she has hesitated. If she doesn't think so much, what is there to hesitate about? Lu Ruyan, what are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and choose not to increase the difficulty.
Do you want to watch us lose this hard-earned opportunity? Suddenly, Haitang beside Wang Lingfeng shouted that this was done on purpose to disgust Lu Ruyan.
After this shout, if Lu Ruyan chooses to increase the difficulty, the image she had previously established will be ruined.
Why is Haitang like this? Who knows? Maybe he just doesn't like Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's face looked a little ugly now. Do you really want to fall out? Is it worth giving up the good things you have obtained for these people? In the end, Lu Ruyan chose. Increase the difficulty. This made Wang Tang sneer, while the other students were surprised, disappointed, and even angry. At this time, Lu Ruyan looked at Wang Tang with a cold face. These two are truly a match made in heaven. However, the reason they did this must be that they felt that everyone present was trash and had no effect on them. Chapter 40? Life is still long, and my choice is correct. Lu Ruyan, although I know you are very selfish, I didn't expect your bottom line to be so low. For such a small benefit, don't pretend. Wang Lingfeng sighed with emotion and continued. But it's also true. You're only a rank, not S rank. These are very important to you, and none of us here are qualified to let you pretend. Wang Lingfeng's words also made everyone understand Lu Ruyan's thoughts. She looked down on other people present, which made people very uncomfortable. But they seemed to agree that people like them would indeed be looked down upon by the other side. It was as if they looked down on Wang Lingfeng. At this moment, they seemed to understand Wang Lingfeng's feelings, and seemed to realize how excessive they had been before. Some of them even apologized. This was something Wang Lingfeng had not expected, and he did not react at all because he was still fighting. His team hasn't reached the second level yet, and their progress is a bit slow. There is no way around this. The only one with offensive power among the four of them is Haitang, and Xiahou Taizhu is not a warrior but a priest. As a priest, he only has one damage reduction skill, Petrified Skin. When he has nothing to do, he will give everyone Petrified Skin and then rush up to fight with others. This is the way to become a battle priest. By the way, his talent is C-level, and the damage reduction gain is increased by 10%. His participation in the battle was almost useless. His 10 attacks were not as good as Haitang's 1 sword attack. At the same time, Haitang used his sword 3 times, while he only used it once. After all, he is not a melee profession and cannot expect anything. His auxiliary skill is quite useful to others, but it is not very useful to Wang Lingfeng. Wang Lingfeng's damage reduction was already sufficient, and he hadn't lost much blood along the way. This meant that it would be a waste to give him Petrified Skin now, as it might be useful in the future. But no matter what, they are teammates now, and Wang Lingfeng doesn't despise them. He just fights them slowly, getting beaten by these monsters all the way. He really wants to say one thing. You haven't eaten. A little faster, a little more powerful. And you, Xiahou Taizhu, keep using Petrified Skin on me. You don't have to worry about whether the time is up or not. This is a chance for you to practice your skills. What? You don't want to? Look at Ning Meng. She keeps casting thorns and rejuvenation on me. She's practicing her skills and improving herself. If you don't improve yourself, how will you be able to keep up with her? This is what Wang Lingfeng said to Xiahou Taizhu, and then Xiahou Taizhu would give Wang Lingfeng Petrified Skin for no reason. The battle continues. Soon, Wang Lingfeng's team arrived at the second level. At this time, everyone was paying attention to Wang Lingfeng, including Lu Shangyun and Sun Jichao. The two of them are now standing outside because they are among the 2 teams that have just been teleported out. At this moment, Lu Shangyun was thinking. If I team up with them, will I still be in it? Sun Jichao seemed to understand what the other party meant and said, Shangyun, don't worry about it. They haven't even reached the second level yet. We don't know if they can pass it, and there's still a third level. They definitely can't get through, they are too slow, not stronger than us. After hearing Sun Jichao's words, Lu Shangyun felt much better. She had an idea in her mind, that is, Wang Lingfeng's team stopped at the second level. The water in the second level is already very deep, you can't grasp it. At this time, both of them were praying that Wang Lingfeng's team would not be able to break through. Soon, they were relieved because they saw the puzzle mechanism. Isn't this the puzzle that's blocking us? Arranging the runes on the Rubik's Cube requires not only the faces but also every point to be the same, and finally placing it in the activation gate. We can't do it with a 6th order Rubik's Cube, and this is a 9th order one, it's impossible. But it's strange, this level is even more difficult than ours. Was his first level also that difficult? Sun Jichao was a little excited and a little confused at this time. Boss Lingfeng, let's give up on this. Even if it's an ordinary Rubik's Cube, it's not fun. What's more, every point must be the same. That's simply impossible. Ning Meng's scalp almost exploded when he saw this. How could it be possible to restore it to the key state? This thing is almost impossible to recover if you don't remember the previous steps. Just when both sides felt that Wang Lingfeng couldn't do it and were persuading him to give up, Wang Lingfeng's hands began to move.
He moved very quickly, his 10 fingers running as if they were equipped with motors.
Although I don't know if it's right, I just want to ask you if it's fast. Faster, really faster. Ha ha.
Everyone laughed when they saw Wang Lingfeng like this, because in order to restore this kind of Rubik's Cube, one needs to look at the symbols on it, so how could it be done so quickly?
This way of using the Rubik's Cube cannot be reversed.
So, everyone thought that Wang Lingfeng was just messing around and was just twisting his body around casually.
If he can form a key arrangement, I will call him Grandpa. I call him Daddy. Fuck, you're taking advantage of me. I call him Brother.
Just when everyone thought that Wang Lingfeng could not complete it, Wang Lingfeng finished his action and then put it into the key place.
A light flashed and the key was verified.
The door slowly opens.
Oh my god. This actually passed? It only took about a minute, including the time of taking and putting down the Rubik's Cube key and waiting.
Not to mention the incredibly short time, the fact that someone was able to solve this problem is already an incredible thing.
Impossible, impossible. Even a genius can't do this kind of thing. I don't believe it.
This is fake.
I also wonder if this Rubik's Cube can just be thrown in without having to recover.
Everyone was talking about it, and Lu Shangyun gritted her teeth at this time. She felt like she had lost something important. What happened next was that except for Wang Lingfeng, the other teams were kicked out as expected. The 5th level was their limit. At this time, it was even more lively outside, with 5 of the 7 teams standing outside watching. Wang Tung's team continued to advance triumphantly and headed towards the 6th level. At the same time, he also found that his 2 assassins seemed to have not taken action, which made him a little confused, but when he thought about it, everyone had upgraded and was almost approaching level 20, and those 2 assassins were also level 20. Not only are there a lot of people here, but everyone can see them. They have no chance to assassinate him, so they can only look for another opportunity.
Maybe they have already exited the small secret realm. I've leveled up again. So cool, this energy value is so high. Xiahou Taizhu was very happy.
He found that the energy value obtained from killing a strange beast was 5 times that of an ordinary strange beast, and the number was so large. Therefore, he shared his joy in the group, but all he got was silence. At this time, Lu Shangyun's face turned a little dark, and she felt as if something was slowly being peeled off from her body. She didn't know what it was, she only knew that it seemed very important to her, and she also knew that she was the one who abandoned it. At this moment, she looked at Wang Lingfeng. It's just a temporary gain.
Life is long. I believe my choice is the right one. Chapter 41? Isn't this luck a bit too good?
Level 6. Wang Teng's team has been here for 5 hours, but their puzzle-solving progress has been stuck at 70%. In fact, 2 hours ago, they were already at 70%. They were able to pass the previous level and it only took them more than 2 hours, but now it is different. Sure enough, there are only 2 ways to solve this kind of puzzle.
Yes or no?
Haha, you deserve it. You thought being at the front was enough, but your level is only up to the 6th level. Some people think they can succeed by knocking others down, so they only know how to knock down those who are better than themselves, but in the end they will also die.
Maybe he knew he couldn't do it, so he destroyed everyone. Just like he can't be humane now, is it possible that he will destroy Lu Ruyan as well?
Ha, Lu Ruyan, you have to be careful. The words here were originally just a sarcastic remark, and no one thought it was really true, but these words hurt Wang Tang and made Lu Ruyan wary. Especially when Lu Ruyan saw that there was something wrong in Wang Tang's eyes, it gave her a very bad feeling. She is now with Wang Tang, and her Lu family has no ability to fight against the Wang family.
If Wang Tang has such a terrible idea, she might be ruined. She now feels like a woman who has married the wrong beast and is unable to leave.
She is extremely terrified inside. She felt a little regretful at this time.
Was it wrong for her to cancel the engagement with Wang Lingfeng? Although Wang Lingfeng has become weaker, he is at least harmless and we just need to ignore him.
Forget it, it's just a little bit. As far as the current situation is concerned, Wang Lingfeng's situation is not enough for me to regret. Look at Wang Lingfeng, he is only level 16 now, his attack power is not strong, but his defense power is good.
If he's the frontline tank and I'm attacking from behind, it seems pretty good.
No, how can he be good? He is just a waste. I didn't make the wrong choice, it was his fault. Regret, that is impossible in your whole life. 6 hours are almost up, and the 6th level can only last 6 hours.
Hurry up, there's no time left.
You useless bastards are worse than Wang Lingfeng, that piece of trash.
You're trash.
Wang Tong broke out at this time, and the current progress is still 70%, with no change at all.
No matter how hard the four of them tried, they couldn't crack the puzzle. It's not that they are too weak.
On the contrary, the four of them are considered top students in Linhai Middle School.
Most people probably can't solve the puzzles they can't solve either.
This is only the 6th level, and there should be another level after that, which will be even more difficult. It seems that this secret realm was not intended for people to pass through in one go, so the puzzles are relatively difficult. Because of this, the treasure chest rewards later on are even more exciting. But Wang Tang and his team had no chance of this, as they were teleported out.
Wang Tang, Wang Tang, you feel better now, right?
You deserve it. Everyone started to mock, and some people were more direct and greeted other people's families.
Shut up, everyone.
I discovered this secret realm in the first place, and I'm lucky enough to give it to you.
It would be a waste for you losers to get it.
Wang Tang was now extremely angry, and he was yelling at everyone, his expression like an incompetent loser. In fact, everyone had guessed this a long time ago, and now it has only been confirmed, and the current Wang Tang is the real him. However, everyone just mocked it with words and didn't want to make it too serious.
Stop arguing.
The one who's most pleased with your quarrel is Wang Lingfeng inside.
He's watching you make a fool of yourself. Sun Jichao suddenly spoke.
This time he seemed to have become smarter and actually transferred all the conflicts to Wang Lingfeng. Although the people present were very angry about Wang Tang's behavior, they were also jealous of Wang Lingfeng.
Why can Wang Lingfeng still stay in there? Some people just thought about it, but they also knew to thank Wang Lingfeng for giving them the opportunity. They knew that without Wang Lingfeng, they couldn't even enter the secret realm.
But some people are a bit ungrateful and hope that Wang Lingfeng can be teleported out as soon as possible.
What do you think Wang Lingfeng and the others can be so proud of?
They are still at the 3rd level, which is less than us.
And they definitely won't be able to pass the 3rd level. Who said that?
He was so relaxed before, he will definitely pass the 3rd level.
That's what I said. I was just lucky before. Yes, I'm jealous. I just can't stand him being better than me.
It has to be said that there are too many people who can't stand Wang Lingfeng doing well, but not many of them would say it so bluntly.
There were also 3 people present who couldn't stand Wang Lingfeng getting any better, and who were even tormented by him.
They are Wang Tang, Lu Ruyan, and Lu Shangyun. The first 2 are easy to deal with, but the latter had just separated from Wang Lingfeng and formed a separate team, so she could have entered.
Don't pass the 3rd level. Don't pass.
Lu Shangyun prayed madly in her heart.
If Wang Lingfeng's team passed the 3rd level, she would feel like a joke. Result.
In front of the 3rd level, there are 7 doors, and the 7 doors connect to 7 rooms. There are 7 doors in the 7 rooms, and there are 7 rooms behind the 7 doors.
There are 7 levels in total.
You have to make the right move 7 times to pass this puzzle. If you make a wrong move once, the wrong room will appear. There is also a correct door among the 7 doors here, but it only allows you to return to the previous room.
If you make a wrong move, you will make more and more mistakes.
The most difficult thing is that although there is a pattern in the middle, this pattern needs to be explored.
This kind of waiting and exploration will take at least an hour. I've played this before, and I got stuck here.
I think I should combine the clues in the previous room and the current room to choose the right door.
I can't observe in one room. The most difficult one is the first door.
There are only half of the clues here, so you can only explore first.
I see. Then there's no way Wang Lingfeng can pass quickly this time.
Never mind speed, it's good enough that he can find the pattern.
No matter how lucky he is, can he choose the right one out of 7 doors 7 times? That seems like it could work. It's just like buying a lottery ticket. If you pick 7 correctly, you'll win the jackpot.
It is indeed possible, but this possibility makes people feel unlikely.
Wang Lingfeng, how about we roll the dice?
Even if there's no 7, let's just pretend there's no 7. At this time, Xiahou Taizhu took out the dice, ready to show his gambling god style. He carries this dice with him because he likes to use it to judge things, such as answering multiple choice questions on exams.
Don't bother, just follow me. Wang Lingfeng walked straight to a door, opened it and went in. Then opened the second door without hesitation. The third door. The fourth door. Ha, this kid is crazy.
He's so fast in choosing so randomly, he's only going to make more and more mistakes. That's right, if he succeeds, I'll take his last name.
Isn't your last name Wang too? Then write my last name backwards.
At this time, everyone thought that Wang Lingfeng was messing around. It seemed that they would have to wait for Wang Lingfeng to open the door for a few hours before they would be teleported out. However, they never expected this. When the seventh door opened, what Wang Lingfeng saw in front of him was not the room as everyone imagined, but a road floating in the air.
Passed? How is this possible? Did you really win the lottery jackpot? Isn't this luck a bit too good? Chapter 42?
We all originally had a share of that treasure chest. What's the point of passing the third level? At their speed, they might die on the way. No, they won't make it past the fourth level. Luck is useless in this fourth level.
You need to balance 108 water tanks to open the door.
And among these 108 water tanks, if you add water to one tank, the amount will be distributed to the other 10 tanks.
There will be changes every time. How is this possible? How could he be so fast? How did he calculate this change?
This is too fast.
This is Lu Shangyun's mental journey.
Ever since she broke through the third level, she has been praying that something unexpected will happen to Wang Lingfeng's team, otherwise she will be very uncomfortable. But she saw Wang Lingfeng's team slowly reaching the fourth level and then passing the fourth level. This made her unable to accept this matter, and she felt a little tired and gave up.
Destroy it.
At this time, in addition to discussing how far Wang Lingfeng's team could go, there was another thing worth discussing, which was:
how much energy do you think they gain when they kill a monster?
Just now, we lost a team member, so the energy value would be much higher.
Now the monsters that are concentrated on Wang Lingfeng's path should have a total energy value of 7 times, right? This is not rigorous enough.
This should be because each team cannot complete the collection. For example, we have only completed 4 levels, and the remaining 3 levels will be given to the remaining teams. After Wang Tang completed 6 levels, he only had energy for 1 level left.
I see.
If Wang Lingfeng's team completes 7 levels, they will have many more levels than others.
If you can't calculate, don't calculate.
This is indeed difficult to calculate because the monsters in the later levels have more energy. You can tell by looking at their level up speed. It used to take them a month to level up, but now they've already leveled up twice.
But have you noticed something strange? Wang Lingfeng, who is an SSS-level player, isn't leveling up very fast, but Huangfu Haitang is leveling up even faster.
They were both level 14 before, but now Huangfu Haitang is already level 17, and Wang Lingfeng is at level 16.
This is normal.
It's Huangfu Haitang who's attacking.
No, that's not how it's calculated. Wang Lingfeng carried the alien beast and took so much damage, so his share is no less than Haitang's. And his SSS level has a bonus, so theoretically his energy value should be higher. When everyone discussed this point, they were also full of doubts. Killing monsters will earn you energy points.
If you form a team, the energy points will be divided into the proportion of damage value, damage taken value, and auxiliary treatment value. This formula seems a bit complicated, and people rarely calculate it, but based on experience, Wang Lingfeng's score should not be low at this time. This is very strange, but no one knows the reason, so we can only wonder about it and eventually stop paying attention to it. What they are concerned about is whether Wang Lingfeng can pass the next level and get the treasure chest. Soon Wang Lingfeng came to the 5th level. The mechanism puzzle was still so difficult, but Wang Lingfeng still solved it so easily.
This makes people feel numb. If Wang Lingfeng is lucky, it is too good.
If Wang Lingfeng was a top student, they would admit it, but even a top student couldn't seem to achieve this level. Now Wang Lingfeng's speed of clearing the level is faster than that of the previous people, because he does not need 5 or 6 hours to solve the puzzle, and their strength is getting stronger and stronger. At the 6th level, Wang Lingfeng's team took about 8 hours to kill monsters, which seemed slower than Wang Tang and his team, but Wang Lingfeng did not need to spend 6 hours to break through the level. At this time, the people outside could no longer bear it.
I've passed the 6th level, Wang Tang. Didn't you just say it was impossible to pass? But I passed it, and it only took a few minutes.
Wang Tang's face was very dark, and his eyes were full of jealousy when he looked at Wang Lingfeng. If the entrance to the secret realm had not been locked and no one could leave at this time, he would have left long ago.
The people here are actually all the same.
Now they are all waiting here for Wang Lingfeng to finish.
But most of them were curious and wanted to wait. After all, they were so tired before and needed to rest. A whole day of meditation would be enough. The most important thing is that the time flow of Wang Lingfeng inside seems to be much faster. When looking at him from the outside, it is as if watching him at multiple times the speed, at least 3 times faster. 8 hours inside only look like 2.5 hours from the outside. So, no one is in a hurry. After the 6th level, the team speed slowed down, while the upgrade speed of Wang Lingfeng's team accelerated. After killing all the monsters in this level, everyone was upgraded 3 levels in a row. Sure enough, the biggest benefit is the energy value upgrade, and the strange beasts in the 7th level are 7 times more powerful, plus their own energy value is high. This situation is actually not strange, because such things often happen in secret realms. If you want to level up quickly, you still have to rely on this kind of adventure. At this time, everyone outside was envious, jealous, and hateful. Sometimes, it doesn't matter whether the talent is stronger or weaker. What is important is to have more adventures. Of course, the talent cannot be too weak, and the profession cannot be too weak either. Therefore, they did not think that Wang Lingfeng's team would be very strong in the future, but they just felt that these opportunities should be theirs. If given to themselves, it would definitely be much better than Wang Lingfeng's team. Wang Lingfeng and his men are simply wasting resources. Oh my god, why are you so blind? Wang Tang's eyes were full of anger when he looked at Wang Lingfeng, and at this time, someone added fuel to the fire and poured a bucket of oil on him. This person is Shangguan Hunio, who has always had little presence. Wang Tong, don't be angry. We haven't even passed the 7th level yet. You'll be even angrier when he gets the small treasure chest that we used to gather the 7 teams. And, this isn't the end yet. There's a big treasure chest at the back. If you find something that could change your life, like the legendary job-changing book, you'll be so pissed off you'll die. Puff. Wang Tong was so angry at Shangguan Hunio's words that he almost vomited blood. He really vomited blood. He was so angry that he vomited blood not just because of Shangguan Hunio's words, but mainly because the key to the secret realm was his. It was he who made Wang Lingfeng's wish come true. This made him so uncomfortable that he vomited blood. Brother Tang, what is wrong with you? Don't be in trouble. The lackeys immediately went over to support him, while Lu Ruyan on the side looked at him coldly. With such a temperament, I really misjudged him. Lu Ruyan, that was originally your fiancé in there. Actually, you can just dump him after a while. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't he quite useful now? Not only does he have good luck, he can also take on monsters. Wouldn't it be better for you to team up with him than with the others around you? You. Shangguan Hunia turned her attention to Lu Ruyan, which made her so furious that she almost jumped up. These words were really heartbreaking. Now Lu Ruyan's teammates are indeed not as good as Wang Lingfeng. Wang Tang is only level B and is really not as useful as Wang Lingfeng in the early stage. Shangguan Hunia was so mad that she wanted to kill people. She said to Lu Shangyun, who was in a daze. Don't you regret it? If you were in this team, you would be level 20 now. This would save you several months. Although it's only a few months, our college entrance examination only lasts for a dozen days. If you can reach level 20, you will have a chance to enter the 7 major martial arts academies. Hey, this should have been your chance. Why did you leave them and let that idiot Xiahou Taiju take advantage of it for nothing? Classmates, quickly hold Shangguan Hunia back. She seems to be going crazy. She must be stimulated and wants to spray everyone. In the following time, everyone was controlling Shangguan Hunio, and then watched Wang Lingfeng come to the 7th level, and he broke through the 7th level with the same ease. They were no longer surprised and felt that Wang Lingfeng was cheating, as if he knew the answer in advance. Never mind, that's not important. What's important is what's in the treasure chest. That's ours. We all had one. Chapter 43? Demon Refining Pot and Xianyuan Sword? After clearing the 7th level, there are no more exotic beasts, only a treasure chest. The treasure chest was opened. Wow! Golden Legend. When Wang Lingfeng opened the treasure chest, he also dubbed it, making the originally tense moment more relaxing. However, soon, this relaxing moment began to become exciting again. Because 4 rays of light appeared from inside and rushed directly into the hands of Wang Lingfeng and the other 3, each person was automatically assigned an item. This is very straightforward. It can be distributed to each person directly without having to fight over it.
What everyone has in their hands is either suitable for their profession or is universal. Wang Lingfeng is wearing a C-grade silver armor, which also comes with 2 small shields, one on each hand.
This should be a good improvement for him.
The others are C-level weapons. At level 20, it's good to be able to use graded equipment, and F-grade is the lowest level, and there is ED above it, so C-grade equipment can be said to be a huge improvement. In fact, no matter how advanced you are, you can't control this stage, and the best you can achieve is at C-level. Therefore, their C-level equipment is enviable. Lu Shangyun, I originally had this.
Lu Ruyan, should I have this? Wang Tong, this originally belonged to me.
Others, how great it would be if I could do that.
Shangwan Huniu, are you envious now? There are bigger ones to come. Everyone. After taking the small treasure chest, Wang Lingfeng's team continued to move forward.
Before the last level, there was still a mechanism puzzle. Even a monster that appears once in 1,000 years may not be able to break this level of difficulty. If Wang Lingfeng can easily crack it this time, I'll kneel down and call him daddy every time I see him.
Well, this is definitely unbreakable. I'll make a bet.
If he does, I'll kneel down and call him big brother when I see him. Under the gaze of everyone, Wang Lingfeng began to operate, pulling out long crystals with symbols on them from the door, and then putting the correct crystals in. At the same time, someone also put the one on the door aside on the ground and found the correct one from the pile of crystals and put it on the door.
This is the way to crack this door.
You have to put the correct crystal back in place, but it is almost impossible to do it by blind guessing, and there are many incorrect crystals on the ground. Sometimes, after the first procedure is completed, the previous crystals need to be replaced to maintain a balanced change.
He can't really break this, right? Is his array formation technique really that terrifying? A top student is a top student. I can't even understand this question, but he can solve it easily. Boom!
The huge stone door was opened, and the heavy sound made everyone understand how thick and heavy the stone door was. After the stone door was opened, there was a huge sarcophagus inside.
Wow! Golden Legend. It's the same BGM again, but this time it's a real golden legend.
After the sarcophagus was opened, a dazzling golden light immediately appeared, which made the 4 people present very excited, while the people outside felt uncomfortable. Seeing others get such benefits, even if I calculate that I can get the same benefits, it cannot offset the uncomfortable feeling. It really is a golden legend, this.
What is it?
Ning Meng looked at the sarcophagus, but could see nothing inside except the glittering golden light.
I don't know, I guess it's a lottery.
Wang Lingfeng reached into the sarcophagus, fumbled around, and then took out a bronze pot.
What's this? Everyone was stunned. This treasure chest looked so impressive, how could the thing inside be just a bronze pot?
Although the bronze pot looks very simple and ancient, with various birds and beasts on it, which is very stylish, what's the use of it?
This is a fake demon refining pot. What is the demon refining pot? And what does this fake one mean? Everyone was even more confused by this, while someone outside was laughing.
So there are fakes in here.
Trash and fakes, they're a perfect match. This was clearly aimed at Wang Lingfeng, but Wang Lingfeng didn't care. He just said to Ning Meng, if it's fake, it's fake. Don't worry about it. Maybe my luck has run out. Now go and draw the prize.
If there is a skill book, choose it.
Okay, I'll go.
Ning Meng immediately went up to touch the prize.
She touched several things and finally chose a book.
I learned it right away, and then while looking at the skills, I said,
Summon vines, you can summon various vines for use. This is good stuff.
There are poison ivy and blood-sucking vines.
These vines can attack and recover.
You can place poison ivy behind to help with the attack. Haitang said immediately, and was also looking forward to what she would come up with. She also hopes to have a skill book. After all, the skill books at this stage are the best, and magical weapons will not appear at this stage.
We have to thank Boss Lingfeng for this.
Go get yours. Ning Meng was very happy and began to summon vines, then controlled the vines to make various postures. At this time, Haitang was not in a hurry to take the things, and wanted to ask Wang Lingfeng if he had any hints.
I'll do it. Xiahou Taiju was not polite and went up to take the things. How come I only touched one? This is a beast crystal core, and it's actually B grade. I'm in luck.
Xiahou Taiju was ecstatic and kissed the crystal core madly. Whether this B-level crystal core is used to make equipment or to upgrade your own equipment, it will be a huge improvement. Even if it is sold, it can bring the peak of others' lives. When people outside heard it, some felt envy, some were jealous, and some felt resentful. Lu Xingyun stared at the crystal core in a daze. If she had it, she could make a magic wand and make the magic trap stronger.
This should have been mine.
Many people showed greed at this time, because they could take the crystal core of the strange beast for themselves, especially Wang Tang.
These are all mine, so I'm just taking back what's mine. What is this, a broken sword?
At this moment, Hai Tang also took out something that belonged to her. It was a bronze sword covered with green rust, which covered the original pattern on the sword.
F grade? Tetanus sword? Wang Lingfeng, is this the sword you want me to take? Give me an explanation. Hai Tang looked at Wang Lingfeng. She just listened to Wang Lingfeng and took a sword here. She didn't choose any other ones. She gave up on having a skill book, and ended up with an F-rank weapon that she didn't know how to use. Haven't you heard that one sword kills tetanus, two swords kill the ancestors? Isn't this powerful? Hai Tang was silent. Are you serious? It doesn't sound credible to me. Meanwhile, everyone outside started laughing.
Ha, the tetanus sword and the fake demon refining pot, you two are really top-notch.
You actually got junk with such a great opportunity. My shitty luck has finally run out. God must have gotten fed up with it. He can't let people keep being this shitty.
After seeing Wang Lingfeng and Huangfu Haitang get the useless bronze artifacts, their mood obviously improved a lot. But they didn't know that in the future, the tetanus sword could pierce the sky and it was the strongest sword of the sword immortal Haitang. At that time, this sword, the tetanus sword, had another name.
Xian Yuan sword. Chapter 44, The opportunity that should belong to me. Wang Lingfeng, Huangfu Haitang, Ning Meng, Xiao Taiju.
Leave what you just left behind, otherwise, you won't be able to leave this secret realm. When Wang Lingfeng's team was teleported to the entrance of the secret realm, Sun Jichao came out to make trouble again.
Some people followed him and surrounded Wang Lingfeng.
They were also jealous of what Wang Lingfeng and others had gained. Although they could not take away skills and energy points, they could take away equipment and crystal cores.
At the very least, you can get some benefits, such as a red envelope.
When a team member gets benefits individually, the unspoken rule is that he or she can share some of the benefits with those who didn't get any. In some ways, as long as the red envelope is reasonable, everyone will be happy. Wang Lingfeng didn't mind giving red envelopes to everyone, as it was what he should do.
Therefore, Wang Lingfeng directly said to everyone,
I will distribute the red envelopes to everyone when they return home, and we will also treat everyone to a meal. When we become rich, we will take everyone out to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. These words instantly made those who were unhappy retreat. After all, they were all young people, and many problems could be solved as long as they treated each other to a meal.
If it doesn't work once, try twice.
Of course, this is not all. There are still some people who will not be satisfied.
Sun Jichao is one of them. How much can you give us? If you're treating us, it can't be too low class.
We're not the type to go anywhere casually.
Yes, it can't be too low.
With Sun Jichao taking the lead, some shameless people began to speak well, and at this time the true nature of some people can be seen.
Normal people would be satisfied at this point and wouldn't look for trouble. Wang Lingfeng looked at Sun Jichao with a surprised expression and said, Why aren't you dead yet? Everyone was silent. They didn't expect Wang Lingfeng to say such words when he came up.
At the same time, everyone remembered what Wang Lingfeng had said to Sun Jichao at that time. Within 3 days, you will suffer a bloody disaster.
But it seems like 3 days have passed, and he's still fine, isn't he?
At this time, Wang Lingfeng closed his eyes, counted with his fingers, and looked like a master. Of course, in the eyes of others, he is a charlatan. No, the time here is different from the time outside.
No wonder. Wang Lingfeng quickly found the problem and said to Sun Jichao, Be careful.
Within this hour, your bloody disaster will occur.
Ha, you still want to use this trick to change the subject and fool us? At this time, Sun Jichao and others felt that Wang Lingfeng was trying to divert the conflict. I'm serious, you don't believe me. One more thing, do you really want to embarrass us? Wang Lingfeng looked at the other party and asked with a smile. What?
Sun Jichao and others were a little stunned.
They didn't understand what Wang Lingfeng meant. Was he bluffing? You want to scare us? No.
Before Sun Jichao could finish his words, he saw Wang Lingfeng charging with a shield. The shield was coming towards his face. He had no chance to react and was knocked away. Although Wang Lingfeng's attack power was very weak and he couldn't kill him or even seriously injure him, he was able to knock him away and swell his face.
What an accurate calculation. A bloody disaster is coming.
Ning Meng said seriously from behind at this time.
Wang Lingfeng, you're looking for death. Sun Jichao jumped up angrily and rushed towards Wang Lingfeng. He felt that if he faced Wang Lingfeng, it would be easy to capture him.
Unless someone else helps, but he feels that everyone present is a classmate, and no one will help if he gets angry alone. The result was exactly as he expected. No one came up to help, but what he didn't expect was that he was once again knocked away by Wang Lingfeng's shield.
You.
Sun Jichao looked at Wang Lingfeng's level at this time, and found that he had reached level 19, the same as him.
He immediately showed a shocked expression and shook his head in disbelief. Impossible, aren't you only level 17? How did you suddenly become level 19? What? Level 19? Those who did not notice the change in Wang Lingfeng's level were shocked.
After a closer look, they found that all four of them had upgraded, and each of them upgraded by 2 levels. When they completed the 7th level, Wang Lingfeng's team was at level 17-18, but now it is at level 19-20.
This is simply incredible. How much energy is needed? How many D-level exotic beast crystal cores are needed to achieve this?
At this moment, Wang Teng clenched his hands tightly. He felt that he had done the stupidest thing in his life. Wang Lingfeng was only level 14 when he joined the team, and he had been suppressing the other party's energy value, so that he was also level 14 when he entered this small secret realm. Now, after passing this small secret realm, Wang Lingfeng has upgraded from level 14 to level 19. If he upgrades at a normal speed, it will take at least 2.5 years.
But now Wang Lingfeng only took 2.5 days.
This opportunity was given to him by himself, and it should belong to him.
Wang Lingfeng, how did you guys suddenly get promoted twice in the end? Are there any rewards?
Everyone asked. They had heard that there were benefits to passing through the secret realm for the first time, and Wang Lingfeng's team was the first to pass through this time.
The golden light in that sarcophagus is actually energy.
When we got the item, the energy was already transferred to us. Maybe because it was our first time, the energy in the sarcophagus was particularly rich, which saved us 2.5 years of practice. Wang Lingfeng said directly that this kind of thing could not be concealed. Anyway, this kind of thing was rare and had already been absorbed, so no one would remember it. What people are coveting now are their equipment and Xiahou Tieju's B-level exotic beast crystal core. As for Wang Lingfeng's fake demon refining pot and Haitong's tetanus sword, no one cares about them. However, given the current situation, Wang Lingfeng and the other three have formed a powerful fighting force, and no one can move them except Wang Teng.
And is Wang Teng ready to take action?
It was obvious that he meant this, you could see it in his eyes.
Wang Teng's team has the ability to do so.
They only have not completed the 7th level, and when they came in, they were almost level 20 and already above level 21. However, it is not known whether Lu Ruyan will take action at this time.
If she does not take action, the outcome will be hard to predict. In Ning Meng's words, Lu Ruyan is Wang Lingfeng's ex-fiancé after all, so she probably won't take action. But she still underestimated the time and Lu Ruyan's character. Lu Ruyan seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with Wang Teng.
She took action, and a group of Wang Teng's men also took action with her. They wanted to capture Wang Lingfeng and the other 4 and steal the treasure. The equipment in the hands of Wang Lingfeng and the other 3 will indeed arouse some people's thoughts, but no one expected that they would take action directly.
In an instant, Wang Lingfeng and his 4 companions were surrounded.
If nothing unexpected happens, Wang Lingfeng will be killed directly by Wang Teng after being captured. Lu Ruyan had also thought about this, but she didn't care. If others thought about it, they wouldn't care either.
Who lets them have the equipment that everyone wants?
Wang Lingfeng and the other 3 were in crisis, but they seemed very calm, as if they had known you would do this. This made Wang Teng and others very curious.
Where do you get your confidence from? Did we miscalculate something?
Chapter 45, The Prophecy Comes True, The Death of Sun Jichao.
Goodbye. Wang Lingfeng waved his hand and disappeared from everyone's sight. That's really disappearing. Not only him, but others disappeared as well.
At this moment, everyone was stunned, but soon understood.
Damn it, this is exiting the secret realm, we have to exit the secret realm too. I forgot everything. The secret realm is now completed and you can exit it. As long as you are near the entrance, you can exit directly. No need to walk through that door.
When they were about to quit, they suddenly found that they couldn't quit.
What's going on? Could it be?
Everyone remembered a terrible thing, that is, Wang Lingfeng, who possessed the key to the secret realm, could lock the door.
Just leave the key in the door.
There are two ways to get out now. The first is for someone to remove the key, and the other is to wait until their time here is up. Generally, after a day or two, the people inside this completed secret realm will be kicked out. Now they can only do one thing: lie down and rest, and absorb the energy of the secret realm. This energy can also be upgraded, but it is slower than killing monsters.
Damn it! Wang Lingfeng, we are going to kill you! Wang Teng roared angrily, and Lu Ruyan's face was also very dark.
She had already lost face to do such a thing, but she didn't expect that Wang Lingfeng would actually run away. I lost my identity and face in vain, and didn't get anything in return.
Forget it.
Even if it was the madman Wang Teng who forced me to do it, Wang Teng looks like a madman now.
Yes, Wang Teng is going crazy now.
What Wang Lingfeng is using to deal with him is the key that originally belonged to him. Just when they were prepared to wait for a long time, the door was quickly opened. Everyone was stunned at first, and then they didn't dare to go out, because at this moment, everyone was afraid that Wang Lingfeng was guarding outside, perhaps wanting to harvest heads here, or perhaps setting a trap.
He wouldn't be so kind as to let these people hunt him down, would he?
You guys get out first.
Wang Teng directly asked several neutral students to leave.
They had just been speaking for Wang Lingfeng, so it was a good opportunity to let them leave. Then he let Sun Jichao, a lackey, follow him out, followed by Lu Ruyan, and then he would go out last. A set of operations seems to take a lot of time, but in fact it only takes a dozen seconds. The main thing is to go slowly one by one, so as not to give the other party a chance to react and kill them one by one. When everyone was nervously rushing out, they found that there was nothing outside, no ambush, not even people.
What's going on? Everyone was confused. They didn't understand why someone opened the door. Did they just open it and run away? There is no need for Wang Lingfeng and the others to do this. Since they are on guard against Wang Teng and others, why bother to open this door? Wang Lingfeng and the others should not be such saints. The classmates inside are not worth their risk. They know that the people inside will be teleported out in a day. So, it had to be someone else, but who?
I guess only Wang Teng knows this. It must be those ninja assassins who haven't left yet. At this time, he really wanted to find them and ask them where Wang Lingfeng and the other three had run to.
How can I find an excuse to get rid of the people here and ask those two ninjas alone? I need to go to the bathroom. A classic excuse that never fails.
Wang Teng immediately went to find Ninja, and ignored the people around him who were calling him. He didn't know that these people called him to say something.
Sun Jichao, Xiaoho Taizhu, where are you? Xiaoho Taizhu, hey, why did you guys come out so quickly?
Wang Lingfeng said you'd try to trick me, so I won't tell you where I am.
This is the matter. In fact, Wang Teng doesn't need to find anyone to find out the situation. He can just ask Xiaoho Taizhu in the group. With his personality, he will be easily fooled.
This was something Wang Teng had not expected, otherwise he would not have looked for ninjas, as this would have exposed his own problems.
Xiaoho Taizhu lived up to everyone's expectations.
His words let people know that he was still within 1 kilometer and this place was still within the ruins.
And he didn't even reveal this, he even exposed where he was. Sun Jichao, so where are you planning to escape to? Xiaoho Taizhu, do you think I'm so stupid that I would tell you? Sun Jichao, I know even without you telling me that you are going back to the outpost. Xiaoho Taizhu, do you think we are stupid?
We also guessed that you would guess it, so we chose the opposite direction.
Everyone. Xiaoho Taizhu, damn, you're kidding me. But I was just lying to you too. I was actually heading back to the outpost. Come after me if you dare. Everyone. Everyone is now thinking, where should they go? Forget it, is this something we should consider? Of course I went to find Wang Teng. Why was he silent at this time? So Sun Jichao went to find Wang Teng.
Sun Jichao never showed up again, because when he found Wang Teng.
Boss, look in the group. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything.
Sun Jichao saw Wang Teng and was halfway through his words when he noticed a ninja on the side.
Wang Lingfeng is right.
You won't survive more than 3 days. Wang Tong shook his head, and while he was speaking, the ninja had already chopped off Sun Jichao's head with a knife, making Sun Jichao unable to send messages to others.
Wang Jichao also thought that Wang Lingfeng's words would come true.
He thought about various unexpected situations that might happen to him. He has been much more careful these days than before. But he never thought that he would be killed by Wang Tang. He regretted why he followed such a boss. It would have been better for him to upgrade slowly on his own.
Dispose of his body.
As long as it stays in these ruins, no one will know he's dead, let alone how he died. While talking to the ninja next to him, Wang Tang typed in the group and chased in the direction of the outpost, because he felt that Xiahou Tieju's last words were true. Of course, he also got confirmation from the ninja that Wang Lingfeng and the other four were indeed heading in that direction. By the way, it was these two ninjas who opened the secret realm. In fact, even if these two ninjas were not there, he would only choose the outpost and another direction, because the other two directions were guarded.
Those are the helpers we invited here. Their strength is more reliable than these ninjas. They just can't enter the ruins, not that they've left.
So he chased towards the outpost. After half an hour of chasing, they found Xiahou Taiju resting in the distance. Sure enough, he was here, but strangely, there was no one around Xiahou Taiju. This gave Wang Tang a bad feeling.
Xiahou Taiju, where's Wang Lingfeng? I don't know. He said I was too stupid and didn't want to take me with him. He told me to get lost, so I did. Xiahou Tieju's words stunned Wang Tang and others.
They had been chasing him for half an hour, but they didn't expect that Xiahou Taiju was not with Wang Lingfeng.
Did you do this on purpose? You deliberately led us away.
Yes, you have become smarter, now about 30% as smart as me.
Xiahou Taiju seemed very proud. Have you ever considered one thing? You are the only one here. It would be easy for me to kill you. Wang Tang stared at Xiahou Taiju with an aggressive attitude, wanting to undermine Xiahou Tieju's confidence. Come on.
Xiahou Taiju didn't care at all, as if he had someone to rely on.
Wang Tang was furious at this time. Wang Lingfeng had just snatched away his opportunity.
This round was not going well. Now even Xiahou Taiju looked down on him. He felt very upset.
Kill him.
Wang Tang roared, and at this moment someone immediately drew his sword and attacked Xiahou Taiju. At this time, Xiahou Taiju did not move at all, looking calm, as if the knife was not aimed at him. Just as everyone was confused, a strong figure appeared in front of everyone, and then a big man with a black face said with a smile.
How dare you bully someone from my Xiahou family? You're courting death. Xiahou family? What?
Everyone fell into deep thought about Xiahou Tieju's words.
Is there a Xiahou family in Linhai City? This blaming seems to be a very appropriate move. If Wang Lingfeng were here, he would definitely set off 108 firecrackers to celebrate. Chapter 46?
High imitations are also fake, and they can be used just the same. In the other direction from where Xiahou Taiju was, Wang Lingfeng, Haitang and Ning Meng were going deep into the wilderness, which was the last thing anyone would have thought of.
Even if they thought of Xiahou Taiju attracting firepower for Wang Lingfeng, they didn't think of Wang Lingfeng and his men going deep into the wild area.
According to the strength of Wang Lingfeng and the other two, they should not go deep into it. Even if they can escape Wang Tang's pursuit, they may be killed by strange beasts in the wild. The areas they are in are all over level 20. Countless tragic histories tell us that when upgrading, try to choose a monster that is 3 levels lower than yourself. The higher the level, the more you need to follow this rule. Because you only have one life, every time you kill a monster, an accident may happen, so you must control this accident within an acceptable range. At this time, Wang Lingfeng and the other two were going deeper, and the route was a bit strange. In some places, there was obviously no problem ahead, but he turned around.
Boss Lingfeng, we can contact the people outside now. Wang Tang shouldn't dare to hunt us down anymore. Ning Meng asked as he followed.
As long as they get out of the ruins, the bracelet will have a signal to contact the outside world.
She thinks Wang Tang should not dare to do anything. Ning Meng, you're still too naive. Anything could happen in the wild. Why wouldn't he dare? As long as there's no evidence left, he'd dare to do anything. Haitang pinched Ning Meng's face. How could this child still be so naive? Ah, there's danger. If Xiahou Taiju can distract Wang Tang and the others for us, won't that be dangerous? Ning Meng seemed to have just realized that she should care about that bootlicker.
Don't worry, Xiahou Taiju is a special person.
He will get someone to solve the problem. Let's solve the problem at hand. Paw Patrol, let's go. As soon as the words fell, several dogs ran out like lightning.
Their speed was more than twice that of the cheetah. During this period of time, their growth was also terrifying. These 8 dogs can now fight tigers one-on-one, ordinary tigers. At this time, they went out to lure monsters to Wang Lingfeng.
Wang Lingfeng was going to pull another group of strange beasts.
This habit made Hai Tang speechless, but she was used to it. Not long after, more than a dozen strange beasts appeared, all at level 18.
Wang Lingfeng could deal with this relatively easily.
His basic body refining skills were now at level 112, which was far higher than those of defensive professions. The skills of the initial stage of the defense profession are not as effective as this basic body refining technique. This basic body refining technique is the most difficult skill for Wang Lingfeng to improve besides sword controlling technique. The proficiency required for each level is more than 3 times that of the previous basic defensive technique. The difficulty of sword control is 10 times that of ordinary swordsmanship, making it the most difficult to improve. Fortunately, someone helped improve my sword wielding skills, and from now on, my proficiency in sword wielding skills may be doubled.
Why double? This depends on our Huangfu Cuehua.
At this time, Huangfu Cuehua pointed her finger at the sea-level sword at her waist.
Flame Gale Sword, out.
The sword immediately flew out of its sheath and rushed towards the strange beast that had been held by Wang Lingfeng. The sword was swung with flames. This Flame Gale sword has its own fire damage, which has nothing to do with the skill. Many pieces of equipment have their own effects, and some even have several effects, so equipment is a very important upgrade. This is also why when equipment appears in the secret realm, everyone can't wait and wants to snatch it. The attack effect brought by this sword and its own damage instantly improved Haitong's attack by several levels. It used to take 5 minutes to kill this strange beast, but now it only takes 2.5 minutes. After the flaming sword attacked, Haitong's finger pointed at another sword at her waist, which was the tetanus sword. This time, she wants to control 2 flying swords at the same time. This was her first time controlling 2 flying swords, and this was also a hint from Wang Lingfeng to her, allowing her to try controlling more than one. In fact, she had thought about this herself.
Could she control herself a little more?
However, she did not think about it too deeply, because a flying sword was very exhausting for her. Now that she is proficient with one sword, she can try her second flying sword. At the beginning, she was not very skilled and often made mistakes, but she soon got the hang of it. After dealing with this wave of strange beasts, she had become very skilled.
I succeeded.
Why does this sword feel so strange?
It seems to be absorbing energy as well?
After Haiton's excitement, she immediately raised a question. That is, her tetanus sword seemed to suck blood and absorb energy when killing strange beasts.
Yes, this bronze sword is growing. It's a good thing. Don't forget it.
Wang Lingfeng stretched out his hand and absorbed the corpse of the strange beast on the ground, then said,
Continue.
Then, he continued to look for strange beasts to fight. Haitang used sword controlling skills, and Ning Meng summoned vines to assist in the attack.
The speed of killing monsters has been increased and is no worse than other level 20 teams. After killing the second wave of strange beasts, Wang Lingfeng absorbed the corpses of the strange beasts.
Wait, I just wanted to ask you, when did you develop spatial abilities? Only then did Haitang have time to ask Wang Lingfeng. Generally, the corpses of these strange animals need to be dealt with, either cooked or thrown aside to return to nature. What a waste! However, only those with professions that possess spatial abilities, or those who possess spatial treasures, can collect all the corpses of strange beasts and gain more rewards. Because of this, such people are very popular. The former relies on talent, while the latter relies on wealth. Space treasures are extremely rare and most large families cannot possess them, so they all rely on professions. Wang Lingfeng is obviously not a space profession, so he should have a treasure. And he had never used it before, which meant that this treasure could be. There's a world inside this fake demon refining pot. Although it's a little small, it's still big enough to hold some things.
A bronze pot appeared in Wang Lingfeng's hand.
The bronze pot looked very large when it was displayed in his hand, but he was able to hide it in an instant, and no one knew where it was hidden, as if he did not carry the bronze pot with him. Everyone knows that equipment and treasures can be stored in a special space. Some treasures have special bonuses and skills when carried on the body.
What? This thing is actually a space treasure? If Wang Tang and the others knew about this before, they would probably do anything. Hai Tang was very surprised by this, and looked at the bronze pot in Wang Lingfeng's hand with a little envy.
So, you have to keep it a secret for me and don't tell anyone.
Wang Lingfeng smiled.
He actually believed in these two people, and he also told them not to talk nonsense. There was nothing he could do if the news really got out.
At this moment, Hai Tang and Ning Meng simultaneously made a gesture of sealing their mouths with a zipper.
And after that, both of them reached out to touch the bronze pot.
It's not fake, how can it have spatial abilities? It's really amazing. Fakes also include imitations, and they might even be high-quality replicas.
Maybe your tetanus sword is also a high-quality replica.
Wang Lingfeng smiled and pointed at the bronze sword floating in the air. What's the imitation? I just tested the sword's attack power, it's pretty average. Never mind, what's our plan now? Our plan is to continue going deeper to kill monsters and gain experience. Maybe there will be some adventures.
We can earn money for the college entrance examination.
Then we can rush back. Forget about the adventure, I just hope to go back safely. I don't want to die.
Don't worry, everything is under control.
Wang Lingfeng was confident about this. Chapter 47 Wang Tang recommends Wang Lingfeng to upgrade. Time quickly came to the second round of the college entrance examination.
This was not just a test, but actually the first time for everyone to submit their transcripts. It is the first report card for everyone after awakening their talent. 3 months of survival in the wild is more of a practice than a trial, a special training to improve oneself.
The remaining month is an opportunity to catch up.
Generally speaking, as long as you are level 20 at this time, you have hope of entering the 7 major martial arts academies, unless your talent and profession are very poor. However, if no one wants him in the 7 major martial arts schools, there must be a chance in other martial arts schools. No matter how bad your talent and profession are, even if it is F-level talent, even if it is the most useless profession, if you can reach level 20 in 4 months, there will be people who want it. But this is basically impossible, because it is a great achievement for an F-level player to reach level 16 in 4 months. From the current situation in Linhai City, we can know that most of the senior high school students in the City Lord's Mansion who are preparing to participate in this trial are at level 16-18, only a few are at level 19, and there is only one at level 20.
Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan are at level 19, and the one at level 20 is the S-level assassin named Dugufeng.
I heard that Dugufeng has already reached the 2nd level.
It seems that comparing yourself to others is really frustrating.
Generally speaking, the 2nd level of S-level transformation is usually in the early 20s. The lower the talent level, the more levels are required.
At this time, Lu Ruyan looked at Dugufeng, the black-haired girl in tight black clothes.
No matter in temperament, appearance or momentum, she was far superior to her.
Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Dugufeng, you're just lucky. Lu Ruyan was burning with jealousy.
Dugufeng also seemed to notice Lu Ruyan, and responded with a flat and disdainful look, as if to say,
"How dare you be jealous of me?"
This made Lu Ruyan even more angry, especially when she saw Wang Tang beside her was also attracted to Dugufeng and looked like he was greedy for her body.
Don't look at it. You don't even need to think about it right now. Lu Ruyan said coldly. What's wrong? Are you jealous? You deserve it.
You've been fighting with her for more than 10 years.
Do you think you can win?
Wang Tang said with some contempt.
In fact, in this small Linhai city, how could people of the same age not know each other?
They are all competitors. In particular, Lu Ruyan often attends some parties and has met Dugufeng more than once. I have seen him in family exchanges and in school exchanges.
It's not just Lu Ruyan, Wang Lingfeng is the same.
Especially Wang Lingfeng, who was also a genius who suppressed Dugufeng in the past. There was no one in Linhai City who was not suppressed by Wang Lingfeng. Just take care of yourself.
Lu Ruyan said coldly. Soon, some of these senior high school students started talking about Wang Lingfeng. How come such a great genius didn't he show up?
Well, everyone just wants to see if Wang Lingfeng will really come. They heard that he would come, but they wanted to know where Wang Lingfeng got the courage from.
Don't you know yet? Wang Lingfeng is already level 19.
That's impossible.
Wasn't he already level 14? Who helped him level up? Of course it's his good brother Wang Tang. How could it be Wang Tang? Wang Tang wants him dead, how could he possibly help? You don't know this. This story begins on an ordinary morning. That day, I ate 30 meat buns. Soon, some people started gossiping about it, and now many people know about it.
This time, the Linhai Middle School team came back. No, it should be said that they have not yet returned, and the campus group of Linhai Middle School has already exploded. At that time, when everyone heard that Wang Lingfeng was level 19, they all didn't believe it. Finally, after hearing the whole story, everyone realized how good Wang Tong was.
No way.
It was Wang Tong who discovered the secret realm. He even owned the key, but in the end, it all went to Wang Lingfeng.
Yes, it can be said that he was the one who helped Wang Lingfeng get to the final. What a deep brotherly love. Could it be that the Wang family is putting on a show and they are actually secretly supporting Wang Lingfeng? That's so funny.
People began to talk about it, adding fuel to the fire, and there were all kinds of versions, but they all had roughly the same inference about the result.
Even if Wang Lingfeng is level 19, he won't be noticed.
It's too difficult to have no profession.
Aha!
At this time, Xia Bingbing and Gu Qingqing in the ward were looking for Wang Lingfeng through live broadcast, but they couldn't find him.
Didn't your brother say he'd be here soon? Why hasn't he shown up yet? He couldn't have been lying to me, and he hasn't actually come back yet.
Godmother, this is not important.
It's useless for my brother to go anyway. He is unemployed, so who would choose him?
At that time, he could only try his luck at various martial arts academies. He could still become a disciple at a martial arts academy, but that would cost a lot of money, which he didn't have.
Gu Qingqing's words made Xia Bingbing want to slap her a few times. Is there anyone who is so straightforward? Don't I know what kind of person he is? I want you to tell me. Godmother, how are you now? Are you really okay? Gu Qingqing's words brought Xia Bingbing back to reality.
My condition has improved by 70% to 80%.
Lord Changshan said that it was thanks to Lingfeng's medicine, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to do it.
In order to get the right to use the formula, he even waived the medical expenses.
Xia Bingbing's condition is definitely much better now than before, and she doesn't need to pay any hospital expenses these days.
It seems that the vice president is greedy for his son's medicine. He has mentioned more than once that he must get his son's recipe. After dealing with her godmother, Gu Qingqing focused her attention on the live broadcast. She said that it would be useless even if Wang Lingfeng didn't come, but she was looking forward to it. Now everyone is waiting to see if Wang Lingfeng will show up when the time comes, and some have even started placing bets. Of course, there is a high possibility that both sides will appear, it all depends on luck. In order to prevent cheating and chaos, they also have the final right of interpretation. Soon, there was an atmosphere of betting as to whether Wang Lingfeng would encounter this problem. Time passed little by little, and there were only 5 minutes left before the trial began. If he didn't show up after these 5 minutes, it would be equivalent to giving up the trial.
Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan looked to the side.
They were very conflicted. They hoped that Wang Lingfeng would show up and embarrass themselves, but they also hoped that Wang Lingfeng would not show up, in case something outside the script happened.
4 minutes. 3 minutes. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. You don't dare to come. It's just right that you didn't come. You shouldn't be here. You should go to work like those peasants.
When Wang Tang was about to roar to the sky, Wang Lingfeng suddenly appeared. At the last second, 3 people rushed in from outside.
We're still in time.
I told you we'd be there before the last second, exactly 1 second ago.
Everyone looked at Wang Lingfeng, unable to believe that he had actually come and arrived on time.
This made many people present feel stupid, standing there for several hours in vain.
Chapter 48. Thank you all Shankai boys. It's time, let's get started.
Wang Lingfeng saw a large square in front of him and a screen in the middle. The picture played on the screen was the person speaking on the platform in the middle. That was the City Lord, the stunningly beautiful City Lord of Linhai City. Everyone stared at the screen without saying a word, listening quietly. The beautiful City Lord's speech was very brief. She first expressed her gratitude for support, then encouraged the students, and finally explained the items of this test. In fact, everyone knows this test project, which is the test facilities placed in the square.
The first item is the attack power test. The second test of defensive capabilities.
The third virtual combat test.
During the test, as long as the average score is above excluding D level, you can enter the 7 major martial arts academies. The following depends on the teacher's intention. If you can test F level, you can also enter the ordinary martial arts academy.
This test can be used on anyone, from level 1 to level 99, or even higher. Therefore, with the current academic performance of senior high school students, it is not easy to surpass grade D. However, some cities will change the level of testing equipment, lowering the upper limit from Class D to Class A, which seems normal. But Linhai City has never changed, as long as everyone understands. This time, those who make it into the top 10 will have a chance to be blessed. Everyone please work hard. The city lord spoke in a very calm tone when he said this, as if he was just saying it casually, making people feel that this opportunity would not be very important. But everyone understands that this good fortune is definitely not low, otherwise the city lord would not bring it up. Besides, this time the city lord's precious daughter is here, so it is normal for her to take out good things. It is to reward her daughter and bring other people along at the same time. This is equivalent to recruiting people for his daughter, and maybe he can recruit these helpers into his own hands. So, everyone started testing. Wang Lingfeng was the last one to arrive, so he was placed at the end of the line. Ahead of him were Haitang and. The first and second tests are very quick, so there is no need to divide into 3 teams for separate tests. The time difference is not much, and there will be no chaos. After a while, some people's results appeared on the big screen. Ouyang Guden, damage 598, E rank. Fong Huihong, damage 499, F rank. Zhang Wei, damage 199, not yet leveled up. The names on the big screen continue to refresh. Ouyang Guden, damage 598, E rank defense, 81 points, D rank. The names on the big screen are increasing, and at the same time, the original people are also refreshing their data because the people in front have already passed the second and third levels. At this time, Wang Lingfeng was studying the previous situation and also obtained the previous testing method. Sure enough, it was the same as before, with no changes. At this time, people in the group were also discussing it. Especially the first one, Ouyang Guden, he would speak after each test. Ouyang Guden, I didn't perform well in the first level. My knife should be faster and do more damage. Ouyang Guden, everyone, pay attention to the second level. You can see the turns in advance. There is a continuous turn at the fourth turn, which is to the left. Go as fast as you can in other places, or max out your dodge points. I was hit more than a dozen times just now, but it's okay. Ouyang Guden is an agile profession with good physical skills. The first 2 days were almost over within 5 minutes, and everyone was chatting and laughing, because this is all normal. In fact, what Ouyang Guden said is useless, because the facilities for testing physical skills in the second level will change randomly. That is a large room with black technology, the size of a basketball court. After entering, the mechanism inside will change, and a road will appear randomly, and then there will be various small balls ejected on the road. If you are hit by the small balls, you will be deducted points. Remember that you are being hit in the body, so you can either dodge or block here. What is interesting is that the path to this room changes randomly after you enter it. You may visit the same place many times, but the facilities will change. This simulates a long mechanical road, which will eventually exit from the entrance. Time doesn't matter here, just how many balls you get hit. As for the third one, that is interesting. You can only find out by going in. It's Wang Tang's turn soon. I wonder what kind of results Wang Tang can achieve this time. His lackeys are already D level. He should be at least C level at worst. Otherwise, how can he suppress his minions? Of course, our brother Tang is very strong. He can definitely blow up the test stone with a single thunder fist. Forget about blowing it up. That's something only SSS-level people can do. Just looking at Wang Tang, he's already at C level. That's just an exaggeration. Our brother Tang can definitely surpass C level. Seeing that everyone was discussing Wang Tang, Wang Lingfeng couldn't help but have some ideas, so he sent a message in the group. Wang Lingfeng, shall we play around? I'll be the banker. I bet Wang Tang's final result will be in D level, with 1299 damage and no more. Do you want to place your bet? I'll take whatever you have. Damage 1299? This is the final step between C level and D level. 1300 damage is C level, and a little less is D level. It is so cruel. When Wang Tang saw this message, he was furious and sent a message angrily, I bet you 1 million. Do you dare to accept it? He believed that Wang Lingfeng was angry with him, and that Wang Lingfeng definitely did not have the courage to accept the bet. After Wang Tang spoke, his lackeys also spoke and placed their bets, each of them generously betting from 100,000 to 900,000. Although some people don't have that much money at home, they just talk about it and naturally dare to place a bet. When Wang Lingfeng saw this situation, he immediately became alert and was overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be very angry, and then he puffed himself up and accepted the bet.
Wang Lingfeng, come on, what are you afraid of? I'll open the bank right away.
Wang Lingfeng immediately applied for a guessing game and let these people place bets. Many people still like this kind of bet where you choose one of two options. As for applying for the guessing game, this is an entertainment project supported by the bracelet, and it also supports everyone to use money and other external things to place bets.
Yes, in today's society, money is external to one's body.
The most important thing is oneself and various materials.
The country is too lazy to care about these things and even supports them. After all, this kind of income needs to be taxed.
In today's society, gambling is not harmful because there are too few professional gamblers.
Most people just play for fun and ask for a jackpot like Wang Lingfeng. Why is this happening? The reason is not simple. It is because life nowadays is too exciting.
This kind of excitement makes gambling meaningless. In this way, Wang Lingfeng collected a lot of plates. If he lost, it would be useless even if he valued himself.
I've made a fortune, thanks to all the good fortune boys.
At this time, Wang Lingfeng actually bowed to everyone, which made those who didn't know the truth confused, while the students of the school all laughed.
But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Because it was soon Wang Tang's turn, and Wang Tang's result was. Chapter 49, The Curse from Wang Lingfeng. Wang Tang closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted.
Thunder Fist.
Lightning emanated from his fist, which struck the black stone in the middle of the device hard, leaving a deep fist mark on the stone.
At this moment, I have to say that Wang Tang is very good at pretending.
Wang Lingfeng wants to give him 94 points, and the remaining 6 points are used to shout 6. Needless to say, the others were very excited. Even at this time, someone was already speaking in the group, advising Wang Lingfeng to withdraw the bet as soon as possible, otherwise he would lose all his money.
And a group of people shouted. Wang Lingfeng, be tough. If you lose, you lose.
Anyway, when the time comes, just tell the other person that you made a bet with me and asked if you were stupid. Then just return the money and there's no need to mention the bet. Be more ruthless and keep all that for yourself, and never admit that you did it.
Ha ha ha. What do you think you are?
At this moment, everyone seemed to think that Wang Tang was sure to win.
No more talking, just keep reading.
Above the testing machine, the fist print quickly emitted a rune, which was transmitted to the device through the black stone. These runes were absorbed by other parts of the device. Then we analyze the above and draw the conclusion.
Damage value, 1299.
Attack power evaluation, D level.
1299? Almost? Fuck you. Wang Lingfeng's bad mouth actually came true. He was just a little bit off. Wang Tang, you loser.
If you had used less strength on women before, you would have been 1300 C level.
Bah, nothing.
At this time, the people in the school group were in an uproar. Most of them placed bets, and in an instant, Wang Lingfeng won millions of money from everyone.
Hey, after getting the third eye, gambling has lost all its fun. I can't even lose. It hurts.
If someone heard Wang Lingfeng's inner thoughts, they would definitely pull him out and use their skills on him.
Danny Kuan. However, Wang Lingfeng now did something that had a similar effect. Wang Lingfeng, thank you all, kind-hearted children. Tonight at the Huafeng Hotel, all expenses will be paid for by Master Zhao. Ning Meng, who is Mr. Zhao? Shouldn't it be you? Wang Lingfeng, how would I know? I have something to do tonight, so I want to go. All teachers and students in the school. Wang Teng, Wang Lingfeng, don't be too proud. I'm only 1 point short.
What matters then is the average score.
I can easily make up for it in other areas. I still have to worry about you. You may not even get an F grade.
Although Wang Tang's words of unwillingness to admit defeat lost his momentum, they also made everyone understand that he, Wang Teng, had not lost. It is indeed as Wang Tang said, this score is only 1 point away from C grade, but it is not important. It can be made up in other areas, as long as other areas can make up for it.
Wang Tang seemed very confident about the other two tests. Wang Lingfeng, okay, then please try your best.
Although trying your best is useless, at least you 1T have an excuse to say that you didn't try your best.
Everyone.
It seemed as if Wang Tang had no chance. No, we should not say that Wang Tang has no chance, but that he seems to have no chance with a total score of C. At this time, Wang Tao really wanted to grab Wang Lingfeng and scold him, but he was still testing and decided to wait until the test was completed before doing anything else. Thinking of this, he seemed to remember something else.
Wang Lingfeng, don't think that I will be affected by you. My strength and performance are unstable. I can't be influenced by you.
When everyone saw this, they suddenly realized that this was the reason why Wang Lingfeng spoke.
Wang Lingfeng, don't overthink it. I don't care about your B-level talent. Your current overall score is D-level. If you work hard, you'll only find that your strength is just that. At least you have an excuse not to work hard. Wang Lingfeng's words are so poisonous. I feel like they will really affect Wang Tang.
So, the school leaders stepped in and tried to stop Wang Lingfeng in various ways, even blocking him and preventing him from speaking.
Ning Meng, Boss Lingfeng asked me to ask you if you want to have another guessing game. I can apply, and he will give me a 5% handling fee. Ning Meng, after Wang Tang, the results have been getting worse and worse. Everyone. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Wang Tang wanted to kill someone at this time.
Although he wanted to kill Wang Lingfeng all the time, his desire was the strongest at this moment.
Wang Tang, don't be influenced by them, otherwise you will fall into their trap.
Play your best. The school leaders and teachers shouted that this was the treasure of their school, and the school's educational achievements this year depended on him and Lu Ruyan.
Everyone, don't worry.
I, Wang Tang, am not stupid. I am very calm right now, and I am also very confident. Wang Tang wanted to say something at this time, but was interrupted by the person behind him.
Hey, hurry up, there are a lot of people waiting behind us, stop talking. Finally, Wang Tang walked into the second test room and began the defense ability test.
This test was destined to be quick, and soon he came out with a very ugly look on his face. Wang Tang, attack power 1299, D-level defense, 89 points, D-level. Everyone in Linhai Middle School was in an uproar again. 85 points was the highest score in D grade, 9100 points was C grade, and the full score meant no injury. But being injury-free is not the final score.
This is not something that current high school students can do, so there is no need to consider it. However, Wang Lingfeng's prediction came true again, and Wang Tang was only 1 point away from grade C. This feels a little wrong. Hurry up, next one, we are all looking forward to it. If the next one is still only 1 point away from D grade, will Wang Tang faint in the toilet crying?
Lingfeng, have you ever thought that if what you said comes true again this time, Wang Tang will definitely go crazy and kill you?
Even if it costs him a price. Hai Tang was a little worried at this time.
Wang Lingfeng didn't care at this time and said, it's the same whether you offend him a little or offend him to death.
He won't let you go. How about this?
Hai Tang was silent for a while, then thought about it. Since they were already mortal enemies, why would she care about having more hatred? At this time, not only Linhai Middle School, but the entire Linhai city was paying attention to Wang Tang, wanting to see if Wang Tang could break Wang Lingfeng's curse.
This little guy named Wang Lingfeng is really interesting.
The city lord also smiled at this time, and looked at his daughter thoughtfully. At this time, there were quite a few people around the city lord. They were all representatives of the martial arts academy that was recruiting students independently this time. Martial arts academies are very careful when recruiting students.
Some things cannot be revealed solely through testing. Moreover, only by seeing the students in person can they win over other academies.
Otherwise, the students may be snatched away by other martial arts academies, really snatched away.
This kind of thing is not uncommon in martial arts academies.
Some students want to enter other martial arts academies, but they are snatched away in front of them by some very hooligans. Unless you are the type who is determined to die, it is easy for you to be snatched away like this.
It's a pity, he's unemployed and has been blocked. Yeah, we all blocked him.
Almost all the representatives from the Martial Arts Academy unanimously stated that they had blocked Wang Lingfeng. The city lord seemed to not care at all about this, he just wanted to see Wang Tang's results.
Combat test. Wang Tang, defeat 9 clones, D rank. Puff. Another one missing.
Wang Tang's face was so dark that it was unimaginable, and the Wang family members who were watching at this time also had equally ugly expressions.
The others couldn't help but laugh.
Even a professionally trained person can't help it.
Chapter 50, Why didn't I realize before that you are an idiot? Boss Ling Feng, can you really curse others? Then what you said before about me being stupid and dying sooner or later, is that true?
Ning Mang looked at Wang Lingfeng with some horror. In her eyes, Wang Lingfeng was a witch.
Really, you'll be so stupid.
Wang Lingfeng said casually. It's over, I'm going to die of stupidity, I'm going to die of stupidity. Hai Tang shook her head helplessly. You will indeed be killed by stupidity, but you never know when. But fortunately, you have a bootlicker like Xiahou Taizhu, and he should take care of you for the rest of your life. Speaking of Xiahou Taizhu, I didn't expect that he was actually from the Xiahou family in the imperial capital. He made Wang Tang and others kneel down at that time. This scene was broadcast live by Xiahou Taizhu, making Wang Tang a laughingstock and making him hate Wang Lingfeng even more. After Xiahou Taizhu provoked someone, he ran away, saying that he wanted to go back and see him in the imperial capital later.
Wang Lingfeng, you're looking for death.
Wang Tang came over angrily at this time and punched Wang Lingfeng with a thunder punch.
The momentum of this thunder fist was like thunder descending to the earth.
Even a level 20 fighter could not withstand this punch. This made people who were not aware of the situation think that Wang Lingfeng would be killed by this punch. In the eyes of most people, Wang Lingfeng was already useless when he chose to play without a profession, and the SSS level without a profession was only strong before level 10, and then it began to become weaker and weaker. Even though he's already level 20, he can still be killed with one punch. However, these people were now shocked by this. They saw Wang Lingfeng use the small shield on his gauntlet to block the thunder fist.
Boom! A loud bang.
The force of the thunder fist exploded at this moment, and the dust on the ground engulfed the two of them. These people still think that Wang Lingfeng must have been knocked down by this punch.
The dust is really annoying and blocks their view.
When the smoke and dust cleared, two figures appeared inside.
Wang Lingfeng's small shield just blocked the thunder fist, while Wang Tang's fist was still emitting electricity. It seemed that Wang Lingfeng took the punch with ease.
This was completely beyond these people's expectations, and also surprised those who knew some of Wang Lingfeng's strength.
They had never thought that Wang Lingfeng could be so relaxed.
Ning Meng on the side even said with a little pride,
"Don't make such a fuss. I've experienced this many times. There's smoke but no harm." This is what Boss Lingfeng said. "Don't worry."
Next, Wang Tang continued to use the thunder fist, bombarding Wang Lingfeng with punch after punch.
Wang Lingfeng could only block.
At this time, he was quite grateful to the other party, who came over immediately to help him improve his skills after the test. Basic Body Refining Skills Proficiency plus 100. Basic Body Refining Skills Proficiency plus 100. Basic Body Refining Skills Proficiency plus 100, Comprehension Mastery, Lightning Resistance.
Oh!
I even achieved mastery, thanks to my brother Wang Tang's encouragement. If I tell the other party the truth, will he be furious? Just as Wang Lingfeng was thinking this, something suddenly happened that made him even more stunned.
Oh my god, do you want to piss the other person off to death?
Super Comprehension triggered, comprehended the skill Thunder Fist. Thunder Fist skill plus 1000.
Thunder Fist level increased by 1. Thunder Fist level increased by 1. He actually comprehended the Thunder Fist.
Due to the 100-fold increase in proficiency, plus the greater proficiency gained in the early stages, Wang Tang's continuous Pegasus Meteor Thunder Fist allowed Wang Lingfeng's Thunder Fist skill to rise to more than 20 levels.
It's a pity that learning the Thunder Fist is of no use.
I still have to rely on swordsmanship in the end.
It would be better to focus on improving my swordsmanship.
Even if you have super comprehension and can improve your skills quickly, it is still the best choice to specialize in improving one skill, unless there is a limit.
However, it would be different if someone else helps you improve.
Because of this, after being pulled away by the people from the city lord's mansion, Wang Lingfeng bowed to Wang Tang and thanked him. Thank you, brother Wang Tang, for helping me improve my strength along the way.
Roll.
Who is your brother, who helped you? Wang Tang couldn't say what was in his mind, but someone asked this question for him, and more than one person, as everyone was very curious. You may not know this, but my brother specifically pulled me into his team to help me level up. He even found the secret realm key himself, but he refused to admit it and gave it to me. The most important thing is that in order to let me get the most energy, he repeatedly created difficulties for others, kicked out other teams, and finally pretended that he was not good enough and quit. In the end, our team benefited the most. I was originally only level 14, but thanks to this secret realm, I was able to reach almost level 20.
Wang Lingfeng's words silenced everyone present.
Good man, if everyone hadn't seen that Wang Tang wanted to kill you, they would have actually believed your lies and thought that Wang Tang was really helping you. Also, you were almost level 20 back then, no wonder you were able to reach level 20 in the wild in the last few days. Yes, Wang Lingfeng has just revealed the fact that he is level 20.
This is very surprising, and it is a pity that Wang Lingfeng is an unprofessional. However, everyone attributes Wang Lingfeng's current strength entirely to chance encounters.
They don't think he is very strong, let alone that he has potential. Therefore, the Martial Arts Academy representatives on the stage had no intention of being interested at all.
Wang Lingfeng, it's you. You're cursing me. I'm only D rank.
After being warned by the guards of the city lord's mansion, Wang Teng calmed down and stared at Wang Lingfeng with red eyes.
Why didn't I realize before that you're such an idiot that you could even ask such a question? Wang Lingfeng's words made people laugh, and also made Wang Teng's face look even worse. Indeed, this kind of question is too stupid. It would be great if Wang Lingfeng had this ability.
We also want him to curse. Wang Teng must have been mad as hell, which was why he impulsively hit people and asked such a stupid question. That's right, it's his fault that his life ended in failure.
He should have been high and mighty.
He had no place to vent all this, so he could only find Wang Lingfeng. However, when he came up like this, the representatives of the martial arts academies above frowned. Originally, he had a good chance of getting into the 7 major martial arts academies with his grades, but now the 7 major martial arts academies probably look down on him.
No matter what era, a person's character is also an important criterion for selection, unless you are extremely talented. Obviously, Wang Teng didn't.
The representatives of the 7 major martial arts academies said, "Your small martial arts academy can take this person, we will not compete with you for him."
Look, Lu Ruyan is on stage.
Soon, everyone's attention was focused on Lu Ruyan, and what was interesting was that after Lu Ruyan, it was Dugufeng.
What a pair of enemies!
Lu Ruyan came up waving her staff and chanting silently. A fire dragon head slowly rose from behind her and then rushed towards the instrument.
Wow!
When everyone saw the data on the big screen, they started to be shocked. Lu Ruyan, damage 2024, B level.
Chapter 51 Lu Ruyan's failure. The whole audience was shocked.
There was actually someone with such high damage in Linhai City, who had reached B level, and Lu Ruyan had a level talent. Generally speaking, it is good enough if an A-level talent can deal C-level damage.
She's being a bit tricky. She used Fire Dragon's Fury.
This skill takes time to prepare and it takes a long time to recover after using it, so it's usually not used. However, the rules are correct. Some people are even more extreme than her, so this result is valid.
Yeah, it works.
Several supervisory officials nodded in approval of this achievement, and the representatives on the stage naturally knew that this was a trick, but it was also based on real ability. Lu Ruyan also put her mind at ease at this time. She didn't know whether this would pass. Although it did not break the rules and there were many precedents, whether it would be effective depended on the relevant personnel. Then, she walked to the side, ready to participate in the next round. After she took a few steps, she heard the sound of Dugufeng making a move from behind, as well as the sound of the machine analyzing the test.
So fast?
It feels like the attack is launched right away, just like a basic attack, which is completely different from holding back the ultimate move. If I lose, it would be too embarrassing. Not to mention that the two are often compared together, even now that one is ahead of the other, it is natural to compare them. So, Lu Ruyan looked at the big screen.
Dugufeng, damage 2025, B level.
Lu Ruyan widened her eyes and her face was filled with anger. It felt like she was being slapped in the face. Why are the scores so weird today? Why are there always 1 point difference? Look at Dugufeng's damage, it's just a little more than Lu Ruyan's. Assassin is a high attack profession. It seems that Dugufeng's S rank is only so-so. You're amazing, so how much damage did you do? What do you say I do? I'm just commenting. Do I have to be the same as her to comment? You're right, you can comment on it, but didn't you forget that Dugufeng didn't use any skills just now? Yeah, Dugufeng just thrust out a sword, it looked like a basic attack, so why didn't she use her skills? Isn't the point why she didn't use it? Even Dugufeng's basic attack is stronger than Lu Ruyan's ultimate. That's the difference. The sound of these discussions filled the entire square, as did the people watching the live broadcast online. The contest between Du Gufeng and Lu Ruyan has already come to an end, and Lu Ruyan is bound to lose.
Lu Ruyan's face turned ugly.
She seemed to know the result, but she was unwilling to admit it.
She gritted her teeth and walked towards the second testing point.
Du Gufeng smiled at this time, and then looked at Wang Lingfeng from a distance, but everyone thought she was just looking casually. What everyone cares about more now is the future results of Lu Ruyan and others, especially Linhai Middle School. They feel that their hope seems to be gone. Those students even went to Wang Lingfeng to make predictions, and they all had Wang Lingfeng to speak out, but Wang Lingfeng was banned and could not speak in the group. So, Wang Lingfeng asked Ning Meng to speak for him.
Ning Meng, you don't need to at Lingfeng Laude anymore, he was just banned from speaking, not kicked out. Thanks to the teachers and leaders for showing mercy.
Ning Meng, he also said that if Lu Ruyan could remain calm, she could get a C, otherwise she would get a D.
Oh Yang Guden, that is impossible.
Her damage has already reached B level. Even if she is pulled up later, it won't be averaged to D level. At this time, there were many people who made the same remarks as Ouyang Guden, all of whom felt that Lu Ruyan could not have only had D.
Shangwan Huniu, what are you all whining about? Just looking at that woman Lu Ruyan's previous combat abilities, has she ever used her body? A D in defense would be good, most likely an E. This sentence made everyone silent. Indeed, it seemed that everyone rarely saw Lu Ruyan move.
She was always in the back row of the team and didn't need to move.
Oh Yang Guden, maybe they are working hard quietly and are ready to amaze the whole world. Soon, the results came out. Lu Ruyan, damage 2024, B rank. Defense 61 points, E rank. No way, why is it only 61 points? This is not as good as Ouyang Guden.
No, Ouyang Guden's physical skills are amazing, so it's normal that he is stronger than Lu Ruyan.
Sure enough, Lu Ruyan is average in this regard.
She must have been affected a little. Also, she just used that Fire Dragon Head move, which will affect her performance this time.
However, this is something she had calculated.
She took the points from the previous test and made a trade-off. Haitang analyzed on the side, and her analysis was also recognized by Wang Lingfeng.
For these 3 tests, as long as the total score is high, it's fine. Giving up one of them and improving another is definitely a strategy. Now everyone is paying attention to Du Gufeng. Du Gufeng, I believe she's still AB rank. She's an assassin and is naturally fast.
This is Haitang's guess, and others also agree with this guess. Du Gufeng, damage 2025, B level, defense 120 points, B level.
When this result was revealed, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. He was indeed an S-class assassin, with such strong defense. Of course, this defense is probably based on dodging and blocking, which is understandable.
But this score is entirely due to dodging and blocking, which is a bit unbelievable. After all, she is only around level 20 and hasn't even reached the second level.
I have to say that Du Gufeng's SS-level talent is not to be underestimated.
She can even be said to be the best among S-level talents, and this time she will be sought after by the 7 major martial arts academies.
Boss Lingfeng, what do you think Lu Ruyan's score will be?
If she continues to get DS, she might even get a D grade overall.
That would be interesting.
Ning Meng said this at this time, and she seemed very expectant. She's a D rank, with exactly 7 clones.
Also, what are you so excited about? Wang Lingfeng looked at Ning Meng with an expression as if to say, you have become bad. Of course I'm looking forward to it. Seeing her become a D rank makes me happier than me becoming an E rank.
Ning Meng directly expressed her thoughts. Her current idea was to become E level, just a little better than F level.
Soon, the results came out. Lingfeng, you're such a badass. You're right again. Lu Ruyan really defeated 7 people in this actual combat test. She's truly D rank. Final combat power evaluation, D level.
Everyone was stunned by this result, which was unexpected.
However, this result is normal. There is a huge gap between theory and practice. In the past, many talented candidates would fail in actual practice.
At this time, Lu Ruyan's face looked very ugly. Her results were too bad. What made her even more uncomfortable than this was what happened next. First of all, it was Du Gufeng's grades.
Du Gufeng, damage 2025, B rank, defense 120 points, B rank.
Actual combat, 14 clones, B rank.
Overall combat power assessment, B rank. Du Feng raised his head and looked down at Lu Ruyan, then walked towards Wang Lingfeng.
Wang Lingfeng watched as the other party got closer and closer, and finally came right in front of him. He took a step forward.
What are you looking at? Line up and start walking. Wang Lingfeng continued to queue and did not look at Du Feng.
Du Feng did not seem to look at Wang Lingfeng either, as if he just happened to walk past.
Chapter 52, Did you do this on purpose?
At this time, the news was still spreading in the campus group of Linhai Middle School.
It's over. Linhai Middle School is finished. We've been completely wiped out this time. Now there's not even a single C-level fighter. I didn't expect Ruyan Lu to fail miserably.
I was excited when she got a B. It seems that the person from Linhai Middle School who enters the 7 major martial arts schools this time may be bald. Linhai Middle School is really unlucky this year. We originally had 2 S-level potential students, Wang Lingfeng and Huangfu Haitang, but one chose no profession and the other activated a useless talent. There were originally 3 A-level soldiers, but one died, one was disabled, and the last one could only be rated D-level.
Did you forget there's an S-rank one? Who? Of course it's Wang Tong. Oh my god, I really forgot about him.
But his grades seem to be the best.
He's just a little bit away from a C grade.
Well, no matter what, our Linhai Middle School is not as good as the other middle schools this time.
We will be ridiculed, and our education funding will be reduced next year.
The teachers and students began to talk among themselves, as if everyone felt that there was no hope and that those behind them would have no chance of reaching grade C. However, at this time, someone suddenly spoke.
Ning Meng, Boss Ling Feng wants to ask everyone if they want to have another guessing game to see if anyone will be able to become C-level next. Everyone.
To be honest, they didn't believe it, but Wang Lingfeng's words now made people very alert. After all, they lost so much money.
Ning Meng, you don't dare, right? Then forget it.
Actually, I also think it's unreliable, especially since Boss Lingfeng actually said that he would become C-level, and there is also Sister Haitang.
Everyone.
After a while, the campus group was filled with laughing and mocking emoticons, with hundreds of them appearing in an instant. Fortunately, there are now wristbands that can directly receive information, otherwise it would take a long time to read this information.
Ha, Wang Lingfeng, are you trying to make us laugh to death? You actually said you can become a C-level? If you become a C-level, I will take your last name from now on.
Wang Tang came directly to mock him in person at this time, and at the same time, the security personnel around him followed him to prevent him from hitting anyone again.
To be precise, I wouldn't be C-level, but B-level.
Wang Lingfeng said this with a smile.
After he said this, everyone in the audience was stunned. Your combat power is B-level? You have to be kidding.
Although the combat power in this world is divided into specific categories by profession and level, there is also a general combat power level, starting from the simple F level and going up to the SSS level. This test is actually also a combat power assessment. Those who are assessed to have a high combat power level will have their combat power level recorded, and they can directly show this combat power level when forming a team in the future. In Wang Lingfeng's case, everyone agreed that he should be thankful to get an F grade, let alone a B grade, which was absolutely impossible.
Ha, if you're B-level, I'll be your younger brother from now on. You don't want to lose at all, don't you?
Forget it, I'll apply for a prize-winning guessing contest, and you guys can just guess when the time comes.
Wang Lingfeng was quite experienced.
He applied for the competition directly and sent it to the group. He also sent invitations to people nearby to join the competition, which naturally included Wang Tun, Lu Ruyan, and others. At this time, everyone discovered that Wang Lingfeng had more than one guess.
Wang Lingfeng, you're so bold. You actually held a contest asking if you can become a B-level player. Isn't this just giving everyone money? Why would I refuse?
That is to say, of course it can't be suppressed.
I can't lose this time.
If I lose this time, I'll chop off my hands.
So, another group of enthusiastic students came in.
Among them were some who had lost to Wang Lingfeng last time.
They wanted to make up for it this time and win it back.
If you want to win back, you naturally have to win more than last time, and some people like to double it. This time the bet instantly increased to tens of millions. If Wang Lingfeng lost this time, he would have to give up his previous bet and pay several million more.
If you win, you will get rich. Student Lingfeng, are you really confident? At this time, Haitang couldn't help but want to pull Wang Lingfeng.
If he didn't have confidence, he should close the betting. Otherwise, if it continued like this, he would lose more and more. Compared to this, there are not many people guessing whether Lin High Middle School can have a C-level student, but some people do guess that it can. Regarding this competition, most people thought it was impossible, not to mention that Wang Lingfeng said he could become a B-level player.
How can you, an unemployed person, become a B-level person? Wang Lingfeng, I advise you to cancel this betting immediately. You'll only lose some deposit. Lu Ruyan pretended to be kind at this time, as if she couldn't bear to see Wang Lingfeng go bankrupt. For the next hour, everyone was discussing and looking forward to this matter, and Wang Lingfeng's betting had not been closed, but the funds had been capped. Because this bet requires compensation, and if it exceeds Wang Lingfeng's ability to pay, it will be capped. In this way, dozens of minutes passed, and finally it was the turn of Wang Lingfeng and the other two. First is Ning Meng. Her grades are very ordinary, only E grade. This is normal. She is now a healing profession, and no one actually cares about her. Martial arts academies are also vying for this kind of profession. After all, this profession is relatively scarce and requires a lot of training. Therefore, she was just going through the motions and would soon be admitted to the martial arts academy. The second to last one is Begonia. Haitang stood in front of the testing equipment, concentrating her mind and energy. The C-level flaming sword flew in the air and did not move. But the sword was trembling slightly, because Haitang was using two forces to control it, one to make the sword fly out, and the other to make the sword stay. This is an idea proposed by Wang Lingfeng. Since you can control two flying swords now, why not use this method to control one? You can only use one sword during the test, so two swords are meaningless to you. To control a sword, you need both positive and negative forces, first pull, then suddenly let go, and then accelerate with full force. This is actually a kind of power application of sword-wielding technique. Even if Wang Lingfeng hadn't reminded her, Haitang would have figured it out, just a little later. She had been practicing this charged attack for several days, even during her training in the wild. The biggest reason why Wang Lingfeng and the other two arrived last was that she wanted to practice this. Brush. The sword suddenly flew out at high speed, hitting the black stone hard and penetrating about 2 centimeters, with flames attached to the sword body. Huangfu Haitang, damage 2025, B-level. The whole audience was in an uproar. The representatives of the Martial Arts Academy and the City Lord all stood up. This damage is actually slightly higher than Lu Ruyan's. How is this possible? Also, are you doing this on purpose? It's 2025 again, so it just happens to be a little more than Ruyan Lu. Lu Ruyan's face was now as ugly as it could be. If it weren't for maintaining her image, she would have been furious. When Haitang saw the damage she had done to herself, she was stunned. She seemed a little bit unable to believe it. She looked at Wang Lingfeng, hoping that he would give her a positive answer. Chapter 53? Don't tell me it's because of love. This little girl is interesting. On the stage, the city lord looked at Haitang from above, his eyes full of anticipation. Being able to train a useless talent to this level is definitely not easy. That's right. Just relying on her skills, our Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy wants her. If you want it, take it. My Jinbei Martial Arts Academy also wants it. I, Anqi Weiyuan, also want this person. At this time, all the representatives of the Martial Arts Academy spoke. Unexpectedly, the first ones to speak were the 7 major martial arts academies, and the martial arts academies behind them who had wanted to say something also backed away. If you compete with these 7 martial arts academies for people, you will only be asking for trouble. However, they could also understand the thinking of the 7 martial arts academies. This was equivalent to someone developing a new talent in fighting style, creating a new school. So they studied and recorded this matter, which was also a kind of fame. Maybe it will even be remembered forever. Which martial arts academy would not want such a good thing? This is different from Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan is being clever in using skills that everyone knows. Even if Haitang's test results are average, no, even if they are bad, they will still hire her. Especially since Haitang only has a special talent, not something like F level. If a special talent is found to be useful, it will be a powerful talent. Previously, people thought Haitang was not good enough because they were unable to develop the sword-wielding technique. If Haitang could bring out her talent in sword-wielding, it would definitely not be an A-level talent, it could even be an S-level talent. Therefore, snatching the crabapples is bound to happen. At this time, everyone in the audience had already analyzed this result, and the people from Lin High Middle School began to get excited.
School leaders and teachers all appeared beside Haitang, cheering her on as if they were already there. The class teacher Chan Ru also showed up. They were so excited. They didn't expect that there would be a ray of hope at this time. They had thought that Lin Hai Middle School would be in trouble this time. But they turned a blind eye to Wang Lingfeng, who was right next to them. To be precise, they have no hope, but they will still watch it. After all, many people have placed bets on Wang Lingfeng's prize-winning guessing game just now. Some teachers also placed bets secretly. After all, someone gave them money. Haitang did not go to the next game immediately at this time, but waited on the side to watch Wang Lingfeng's test. Wang Lingfeng's test was very simple. It didn't take much time. He just went up and attacked with his sword. Clang! The sword hit the stone, leaving a faint sword mark on it. This is definitely weak. Wang Lingfeng, damage 233, F rank. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They had thought that Wang Lingfeng's attack power was weak, but they didn't expect it to be so weak. Puff! Ha ha! Wang Lingfeng, is this the B-level combat power you mentioned? Did you mistake F-level for B-level? With this much attack power, you still want to become a B-class fighter? Are you trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my mortgage? There were laughters coming from all directions. Wang Lingfeng's attack power was simply too weak. Boss Lingfeng, are you doing this on purpose? Your attack power shouldn't be that weak. Ning Meng was very suspicious. No, my damage is just low, it's normal. Wang Lingfeng shook his head, looking helpless. In fact, Wang Lingfeng certainly hid his strength. His attack power can be much higher, and he also has some attack skills to increase damage. If he used Fireball at this time, he could actually easily achieve C-level damage. Although he had never practiced Fireball, he had always watched others use it, especially since there were so many people using Fireball. As a result, his Fireball skill had reached level 120 just by watching them. So now he is charging up his Fireball, which can definitely deal tons of damage. However, he cannot reveal this and can only use ordinary attacks that everyone knows, and it is best to be restrained so that people feel that they are weak. Anyway, even if the full damage of the sword skills is exerted at this time, it can only barely reach D level. Since you don't stand out, just be a little vulnerable. Anyway, the total score will be B by then. Ha, you're like this, and you still say you can reach B level. If you want to give money to everyone, just say it directly. Lu Ruyan's voice was heard. She was also nearby at this time, standing with Wang Tung. It's not over yet, how can you be sure you can't? This rebuttal did not come from Wang Lingfeng, nor from Haitang and Ning Meng, but from an unexpected person. She is. Dugu Feng? You think he can? Lu Ruyan asked back. At this time, everyone looked here, very surprised that Dugu Feng would appear and support Wang Lingfeng. Could it be that Dugu Feng and Wang Lingfeng are having an affair? Impossible. Although Dugu Feng and Wang Lingfeng had met each other several times, that was always during competitions. There are school competitions, practical competitions for junior high school students in Linhai City, and so on. They are old rivals, and Wang Lingfeng has defeated Dugu Feng several times. Is it because of this that they formed a bond? Amidst everyone's doubts, Dugu Feng said something to dispel everyone's thoughts. I don't think so, but I think you'd be wrong. This is directed at Lu Ruyan. That is right, Wang Lingfeng and Dugu Feng didn't compete much, but Dugu Feng and Lu Ruyan did compete more often. After all, they were both girls and in the same circle. No wonder. Just keep talking tough. If you're brave enough, let's make a bet and see if you still dare to support that loser Wang Lingfeng. Lu Ruyan sneered and said that Wang Lingfeng was innocently being blamed and scolded at this time. However, this also shows that this is how Lu Ruyan sees Wang Lingfeng, and this time she just said it directly in front of everyone. Wang Lingfeng ignored it at this time and just waited in front of the second test facility, waiting for Haitang to release the results. He seemed indifferent to the bet between the two women. But the others were different. They were all waiting for Dugu Feng's statement, "Are you going to gamble or not?" Don't gamble, that's stupid. Wang Lingfeng definitely won't be able to get grade B. The attack power is so weak, which means that the actual combat test must be weak as well, and it can't kill a few clones. If we only rely on defense tests, then it must be at least A level. No, it must be S level. Is that possible? It's impossible. This time, compared to the previous betting conditions, there is one more impossible factor. However, at this time, Dugu Feng smiled and responded.
Come on, what's the bet? What? Lu Ruyan held back at this time. You are betting on a losing game? Are you crazy? This is not like you at all. Could it be that you are really interested in this loser Wang Lingfeng? Impossible, absolutely impossible. With your conditions, why would you still like him when you know he is a loser? Don't tell me it's because of love. Hee hee. Chapter 54, Whoever loses will kneel down and call Wang Lingfeng dad. Did she really agree? So what to bet on? Lu Ruyan hesitated now. In fact, she still didn't dare to offend Du Gufeng. Not to mention that she was very talented and had a bright future. To offend her would be to offend a future master. Secondly, the other party's family background is also not to be trifled with. Not to mention the Lu family, even if the Lu family and the Wang family are combined, they are not to be trifled with. At this time, Du Gufeng didn't know what to bet on. She simply couldn't think of it. Since you're going to bet, why not make it bigger? Whoever loses will give up this college entrance exam. Who is playing such a big game? Give up the college entrance examination directly? This would not only cost them both their lives, but also ruin their future. However, as soon as this bet came out, the city lord's face turned dark, and so did the representatives of the martial arts academy. If this bet succeeds, the country will at least lose a talent. You know, even Lu Ruyan is also a level and a rare talent. The 7 major martial arts academies were reluctantly accepted. So, everyone looked at the person who spoke, and that person was Wang Tang. At this time, Wang Tang looked confused because he had not spoken anything just now. I didn't say that, someone was impersonating me. Not you? Everyone was very skeptical, because it seemed that Wang Tang was the only one who said this, because he had just been rejected by the 7 major martial arts academies, and even the other martial arts academies looked down on him. So, he naturally didn't want to see others better than him, especially Du Gufeng. If he had the chance to drag Du Gufeng into the water, he would definitely do it without mercy. Now Wang Tang was also very confused. He was sure that he didn't have it, but to be honest, he agreed with this proposal and wanted to say it in his heart. He even doubted whether he had spoken his true feelings. But he knew that this was not the case. Someone must have framed him. Who could it be? Wang Lingfeng? The first person he thought of was Wang Lingfeng, but he had no evidence. Wang Lingfeng was standing behind at this time, and he didn't seem to care, as if it really had nothing to do with him. Amid everyone's doubts, the matter eventually came to nothing, but Wang Tang was still affected by this sentence. After all, if the real murderer could not be found, he would have to take the blame. This is not what everyone cares about. What everyone cares about is the bet between the 2 women. At this moment, Du Gufeng seemed to suddenly see Wang Lingfeng, and as if she remembered something funny, she smiled. Then she told the bet. Gambling is boring, but as for treasures, I don't care about what you have. So, whoever loses will kneel down and kowtow to call Wang Lingfeng daddy. From now on, you have to call him daddy too. Finally, you have to kneel down and kowtow to call him aunt. Du Gufeng's words stunned everyone. Almost no one had expected her to say this. Even Wang Lingfeng stared at her blankly, as if asking, "What the hell are you doing? Why are you dragging me into this? Also, if any of you lose, it's like I'll become someone else's nephew and have an aunt for no reason. I didn't expect you to be interested in this. If you want to call Wang Lingfeng dad, you don't have to use me as an excuse. But since you said so, of course I agreed." Lu Ruyan smiled coldly. This was a bet that was sure to win, so why would she not agree? I don't agree. Don't involve me. I don't have a good daughter like you. Obviously, it was useless for Wang Lingfeng to object, as they were making the bet anyway and were ready to call each other out. Although this bet attracted a lot of attention, the topic was soon diverted to Haitang's test results. Huangfu Haitang, damage 2025, B rank. Defense 68 points, F rank. When Haitang's result came out, there was a bit of silence at the scene, and it was obvious that everyone was a little disappointed. That's a bit low. Disappointment aside, Haitang is the one who created a new genre after all, so people will still want her, but they just don't have the same enthusiasm as before. At this time, Lu Ruyan smiled coldly and said, "You are almost the same as me." Ning Mang was just cheering her on at this time, and secretly watching Lu Xinyun from the side felt a little comforted. Before, she saw Wang Lingfeng and the other 2 gain so many benefits and surpass her in level. Now, seeing Haitang having such a good start,
she felt very envious and regretted her decision. Although she still regrets it now, she seems to be more balanced mentally. At this time, Wang Lingfeng was still undergoing a defensive test, and Haitang did not wait and went straight to conduct a combat test. At this time, something happened that absolutely shocked everyone. Haitang withdrew from the practical test one step earlier than Wang Lingfeng, and after her results appeared, everyone was stunned.
Huangfu Haitang, Damage 2025, B rank. Defense, 68 points, F rank. Actual combat, defeat 20 clones, A rank. Overall rating, B rank. What? How is this possible? Did the combat test go wrong?
At this moment, everyone suspected that the test equipment was broken. Even the city lord on the stage could not sit still and asked about the accuracy of the data. Soon, the people in charge of data and equipment sent her messages.
The data is normal, the equipment is normal, Huangfu Haitang's actual combat test. It's true and effective.
This made the city lord a little bit unbelievable, and he even left the stage, and the representatives of other martial arts academies also left the stage.
After all, it was over. Wang Lingfeng has been forgotten.
At this time, everyone verified the test results and asked Haitang questions. Haitang's answers seemed to make people understand why there were such strange results.
I want to follow the path of a sword immortal. A sword immortal doesn't need defense, only offense.
I just need to kill my clones first, no matter how many there are. But unfortunately, I accidentally killed the 21st one.
I understand.
Huangfu Cuihua has high attack power but weak defense, and the same is true for her clones. So, she can kill one with one sword.
It depends on who kills first. If she's lucky, she can keep killing them.
Therefore, 20 clones are not surprising.
Then this result is true.
Her admission into the 7 major martial arts academies is a sure thing. Our Shushan Martial Arts Academy wants this guy.
He's a perfect match for our academy. Get lost, this is from our Anchi Martial Arts Academy.
As expected, the 7 major martial arts academies started competing for people, and even started spitting at each other, without caring about their face at all. At this time, some are happy and some are sad.
Most of the teachers and students at Linhai Middle School were happy.
After all, Huangfu Haitang brought honor to everyone. They originally thought that there was no C at all, but now suddenly he got a B for the school. In particular, Huangfu Haitang's experience is a bit of a good-for-nothing comeback story, which can be used as inspiration.
Student Huangfu, which one do you think you would choose?
The 7 major martial arts academies found that no one could compete with the other, so they threw the problem to Haitang.
Haitang didn't answer. She just looked at the equipment that was still testing the defense.
She remained silent for a while before saying, "I'll wait for classmate Lingfeng to make a decision for me."
Are you really waiting for Wang Lingfeng to help you make a decision, or are you going to make your choice based on which martial arts academy Wang Lingfeng can enter?
No matter which one it was, at this time, everyone's attention returned to Wang Lingfeng. The attack test was so weak that there was no hope for him.
However, everyone is still curious about what kind of defense test he can get.
It would be a miracle if he can get a B grade.
But why did it take so long? Chapter 55? Wang Lingfeng actually comprehended the S-level skills. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. Everyone was waiting for Wang Lingfeng to come out.
The test should have lasted a maximum of 10 minutes, but Wang Lingfeng had been inside for more than 40 minutes, and no one knew how much longer it would last.
Is the testing facility broken? Could Wang Lingfeng have died in there? You've asked this question a few minutes ago, and this is already the 10th time.
The experts have checked it 10 times.
There's nothing wrong with this facility. Wang Lingfeng is still active inside, and the data is normal. But why is this happening? Shouldn't everything inside be either driven out or gone? How could it last so long? Didn't the expert just explain that their defense test this time has been updated with the latest system? It's very complex.
In addition to using body movements, dodging, and blocking, you can also recover. Just like the girl named Ning Meng before, she is a druid and she also knows rejuvenation, so she can last longer in there. The longer she lasts, the higher her score will be. It's not just passing without taking any damage that counts.
I understand.
If you pass within a certain time, it depends on the damage you take. If you pass without taking any damage, you get 100 points. If you exceed the time limit, then the time starts counting. The longer the time, the higher the score.
That's the truth, I guess. Defense involves many aspects. If someone doesn't have the skills to dodge and just relies on resistance, does that mean they'll lose points if they get hit? Right. However, the expert just said that the mechanism inside is very painful. At level 20, it seems that you can't withstand it for long.
And Wang Lingfeng actually managed to hold on for such a long time.
If I wanted to know this, I would have already stood in front and talked to the city lord and the others. Why would I chat with an idiot like you? Similar conversations were heard among the onlookers.
Similarly, the Linhai Middle School group was also exploding, and the teachers were very excited.
Does this mean that besides Hai Tang, there will be another dark horse, Wang Lingfeng? Speaking of which, Wang Lingfeng is not a dark horse. Don't forget, he has SSS-level talent.
Unlike them, some people have dark and negative emotions in their hearts, including but not limited to Wang Tang, Lu Ruyan, Lu Shangyun, and so on.
Their expressions now are very interesting and different.
Shangguan Huniu recorded all of this and posted it in the group, adding her sharp tongue to it, which broke down the defenses of these people.
Shangguan Huniu also said something she often said. Do you think it's over now?
This made people even more defensive, and they all looked at the testing room.
Impossible, Wang Lingfeng can't be that strong, there must be something wrong. There must be something wrong with the system.
It's not that this is a new system, so there must be something wrong. At this time, in the middle area, where the city lord and the martial arts academy representatives were located.
If Wang Lingfeng really has B-level combat power, do you still want him? The city lord suddenly asked, and she was asking the representatives of the 7 major martial arts academies. The 7 major martial arts academies had previously revealed that they did not want Wang Lingfeng, even though Wang Lingfeng was qualified. Don't want. Some representatives simply shook their heads.
We at Jinbei Martial Arts Academy want it. The representative of Jinbei Martial Arts Academy said that he was a white-haired old man wearing ancient costumes. He looked energetic with his youthful face and white hair.
Old Wu, didn't you say you didn't want it before? Why did you suddenly change your mind? No matter how strong Wang Lingfeng is now, it's useless. He's too weak in the later stages and is completely useless.
The Jinbei representative, Old Wu, smiled and said, everyone has their own uses.
Even if he can't improve in the later stages, he can still help us clear out the level 20 monsters, right? Even so, that's other people's business.
We only need to cultivate the best combat power.
Why do I feel like you have other intentions? Everyone felt that there was something wrong with Old Wu.
Soon, their eyes fell on Hai Tang, and they immediately understood.
They immediately changed their tune. It's not that we don't give young people opportunities.
If he can achieve success without a job, he can't come to our martial arts academy. When the city lord heard this, he smiled and did not make any further statement.
He just waited for Wang Lingfeng's results.
Another 10 minutes passed, exactly 1 hour later, and the test was over.
At this time, Wang Lingfeng walked out from inside, looking like he was still unsatisfied. Why did you stop all of a sudden? Are you not going to continue? I can still hold on. Wang Lingfeng complained, and everyone thought that he was not convinced. Many people were like this and said that they could still hold on.
But the experts were secretly surprised. They really wanted to say one thing: it was not that Wang Lingfeng was unwilling to admit defeat, but that the test ended early.
This is what they said: the limit is set to 1 hour, otherwise accidents will happen if it is too long. Moreover, this function is a new system after all and is still under debugging. The last thing I want to say is that this test requires energy, so how can it continue indefinitely? Wang Lingfeng actually came here for this purpose.
After he entered, he found that this testing equipment was very suitable for improving basic bodybuilding skills. The small balls in this equipment would attack his body in all directions, and the force seemed to be just right, just enough to make him lose blood little by little. In fact, it's not that the attack damage of the small ball is so low, but Wang Lingfeng's basic body refining technique can heal wounds and restore blood. At that time, he just stood there, using his luck to refine his body. His proficiency increased very quickly, and he could upgrade his skill by 1 level in a few minutes, which made him feel so good.
Can he still move his body like this? Of course he wouldn't move.
He just kept on using his luck to refine his body.
An hour passed quickly.
When the time was up, he was kicked out.
That's why he still feels unsatisfied.
But now, neither his regrets nor everyone's doubts about it are important.
What is important is his current achievements. Defense, 500 points, S rank. Am I seeing things? An S rank appeared? Everyone was a little skeptical about this and looked at the expert in the middle. The expert seemed to be looking for problems at this time. I only heard him mutter to himself. Impossible. Although this test has an additional bonus for low-level players, to reach S-level, the defensive ability must be at least 3-level defensive profession, and it also requires S-level defensive talent. This Wang Lingfeng is clearly an unprofessional, and his talent and defense have nothing to do with each other. How could this be? Unless. When it comes to this, everyone wants to say, hurry up and tell us, don't keep us in suspense, unless something. The expert looked at Wang Lingfeng and asked, Wang Lingfeng, have you mastered any defensive skills? What level is it? Everyone understood instantly that this might be Wang Lingfeng's talent coming into play, and he had comprehended the skill. If that was the case, then it could be explained. Because as long as he has powerful skills, even at Wang Lingfeng's current level, he can achieve such results. However, this skill may also be the kind that requires some price to pay, which makes it easier to understand. The main reason is that it is easier for people to accept it. Otherwise, if you are so awesome without paying any price, people will be jealous. Regardless of which one it is, this level of skill should be above S level. Wang Lingfeng actually comprehended the S level skills. What kind of shit luck did this guy have? I can't accept it. Chapter 56. I also want to see Lu Ruyan kneel down and call me daddy. Ah, Boss Lingfeng, have you really comprehended the S-level skills? Ning Mang looked at Wang Lingfeng with admiration. Her own rejuvenation technique was only D-level, and her thorn technique was even F-level. This is why her talent is rated F-level. A talent that adds bonuses to an F-level skill is, of course, only F-level. In fact, although skills are divided into levels, it does not mean that low-level skills are useless. In addition, not everyone can master many skills in their lifetime, so every skill is valuable and no one cares about the level. Only when it reaches a level will it be shown off. If it is S-level, it will take off. If you have S-level skills, they are sometimes more useful than S-level talents. However, it is impossible to comprehend S-level without S-level talent or special talent. It is not surprising that Ning Mang, who is at F-level, can comprehend D-level, because only S-level needs S-level talent, and the same applies above S-level. There is no limit below S-level. No matter what, if Wang Lingfeng mastered the S-level skills, he would become a hot commodity again. No one thought it would happen before, because the probability was too low and no one would bet on it. It was so difficult for Wang Lingfeng to comprehend skills, let alone comprehend S-level skills. I did learn a defensive skill, but it's not S-rank. Wang Lingfeng answered this question. He had to say that he had defensive skills, otherwise how could he explain his defensive ability? At the same time, he also wanted other teams to find the T in his current row, so that he could blend into the team to improve his defensive skills and get the team's skills and proficiency for free. Therefore, he wants people to see his value as a T. If it's not S-class, could it be a class? No, not a rank either. You can't be SS rank, right? When everyone heard this, they became a little excited. Could it be SS level or SSS level? This is not impossible. If so, Wang Lingfeng would not be taking off, but would be traveling across the stars. At this time, those who were afraid that Wang Lingfeng would rise up and that China would obtain such a powerful person had already begun to prepare to deal with Wang Lingfeng. Especially the force behind Wang Tang's mother, the half-orc girl, is also watching. However, Wang Lingfeng's next words made them give up this idea. This is a special skill of mine, it has no levels. Oh. Some people are disappointed, while others are relieved. My technique is called Basic Body Refining Technique. It improves your physique by constantly being attacked, increasing your defense and recovery capabilities. Wang Lingfeng explained. Oh, I wonder if you could let us try out this defensive skill of yours. The expert then asked that he needed to collect some data on Wang Lingfeng to see if Wang Lingfeng's results were real. Wang Lingfeng naturally met the other party's request. It was just a matter of getting beaten. After all, getting beaten could also improve his defensive skills. After testing, Wang Lingfeng's defense and recovery abilities exceeded the level of level 30, the second transformation, which made everyone believe what Wang Lingfeng said. Some people had originally prepared some arguments, hoping that everyone would question Wang Lingfeng and cancel Wang Lingfeng's results. It seems that this task cannot be completed. Your defensive skills don't seem very good. You rely entirely on your body to hold the defense.
Compared to the shields of warriors and knights, you can't be the main tank in the team. Soon, the experts analyzed the disadvantages of the skills, which made those who had originally had hope start to fall behind again. At the same time, it also made everyone understand that the reason why Wang Lingfeng achieved such high scores may be that he took advantage of the system algorithm, and this new system still needs to be adjusted. After hearing this, everyone's impression of Wang Lingfeng instantly dropped several levels.
Then the next step is actual combat. You go in and test it.
The expert was relatively calm and wanted to finish the matter quickly so that he could process the data and update the system. Everything was fine, but I didn't expect to encounter such a strange existence.
Who could have imagined this? Wang Lingfeng walked into the testing equipment.
This was a virtual illusion. After his strength was scanned, a clone exactly like him would appear. The strength is similar, but whether to use magic or physical, melee or ranged, defense or strength, etc., are all random.
Actual combat is fighting with others, not fighting with yourself.
Of course, if you want to fight with yourself, that's fine too.
Just choose a mode.
Wang Lingfeng would definitely not choose the same one as himself, so even if they fought for 3 days and 3 nights, the winner would probably not be determined.
Wang Lingfeng beat 10 of them at random and then left.
Because he only wants to get a B-level combat power.
A level is a bit too prominent and too tiring. Defeat 10 clones, C rank. Overall combat power, B rank. Finally, Wang Lingfeng's results came out, which surprised everyone.
The school leaders of Linhai Middle School were laughing like crazy, and Shen Ru even held Wang Lingfeng in Haitong's hands and stood between the two excitedly. This is her highlight moment, and she believes that this is probably the most glorious time in her life. Although Wang Lingfeng and Haitang were given up by her, she did not say anything cold to them, so the two of them did not refuse. After all, they are my class teachers, so I have to give them face. The school leaders were the same, all of them came over with shamefaced expressions and stood aside, facing the live broadcast online and the on-site photo interviews. Wang Lingfeng and the other person will soon face a problem, which is the issue that everyone is most concerned about at the moment.
What?
Which of the 7 martial arts academies should I choose?
Oh, no. It was Lu Ruyan's problem.
She had been pulled in front of Wang Lingfeng by Dugu Feng.
Kneel down and call me daddy. Then, call me aunt.
Yes, there is also this matter.
How can we miss such a good show? Everything else can be put aside.
At least the people in Linhai City are paying attention to this and want to see what Lu Ruyan will do now.
Kneel down.
Call daddy.
Shangwan Hunyu appeared, and the atmosphere became lively, with everyone watching the show. Lu Ruyan's face was ashen now.
It was impossible for her to do such a thing. She hoped that she would accept the defeat. If others lose, they will do the same thing, and I will definitely drag them along, so there is no reason for me to refuse.
Dugu Feng, if you offer another condition, I can give you money, or I can serve you as my servant for the next 3 years and work for you. Lu Ruyan still wanted to try and exchange conditions.
The condition she mentioned later was equivalent to selling her body for 3 years, which was not easy at this critical moment.
Dugu Feng's face was full of disdain for this. No, I despise your money and your people. Besides, it's so boring. Hurry up and call someone.
If you feel you can't call out dad, kneel down and call me auntie first, and then call me Wang Lingfeng.
Wang Lingfeng looked at the other party and said, I always feel like I'm at a disadvantage in this bet. However, I also want to see Lu Ruyan kneel down and call me daddy.
At most, we can go our separate ways then. She calls you aunt and I call you sister, so I can take advantage of you again.
Lu Ruyan, hurry up. Don't delay everyone. If you're not good at it, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Shangwan Hunyu shouted again, and once again everyone echoed her. Lu Ruyan stood in front of Wang Lingfeng and looked at him with pleading and pitiful eyes. She hoped that Wang Lingfeng would speak up. As long as Wang Lingfeng said no, she would have an excuse to get away. Now we can only rely on Wang Lingfeng. She believed that Wang Lingfeng would still consider her good and would not bear to see her humiliated like this. If it really doesn't work, I'll just wait and see. The City Lord and the Martial Arts Academy representatives can't just wait like this. At this time, Wang Lingfeng spoke, and her eyes lit up. Student Dugu, it's not okay for her to waste time like this. Why don't you kick her legs, make her kneel down, and then slap her a few times to make her call you daddy? Wang Lingfeng, you're deliberately trying to piss me off and change my mind. It's useless. It's impossible for us to do that. After being stunned for a while, Lu Ruyan actually came to this conclusion. Chapter 57? But I don't want to go to the 7 Martial Arts Academy. Fuck. So this is what Wang Lingfeng was planning. He wants to get back together with Lu Ruyan, and he also wants her to call him dad. He's really despicable. That's right, if I were Lu Ruyan, I wouldn't give this kind of person a chance even if I had to kneel down and call him daddy. Why don't you give him a chance? Wang Lingfeng has now mastered defensive skills and possesses B-level combat power, which is far superior to that of ordinary people. Even if he has B-level talent, he needs to reach level 40 in the second transformation to have B-level combat power. So, he's now equivalent to level 40? No, the maximum is level 30. It's not like there's a bonus for lower levels. Also, that requires the person to not have any powerful skills. Oh, then isn't that trash? Is he worthy of our Lu Ruyan? Waste? What's your combat rating? I'm useless too, but that doesn't stop me from calling him useless. Besides, his defense assessment has loopholes. The experts have already pointed that out. The onlookers made another round of comments. They all felt that Wang Lingfeng was causing Lu Ruyan's disgust, using an old-fashioned and despicable pursuit method. Therefore, everyone looked down on Wang Lingfeng. At the same time, although Wang Lingfeng has become stronger and his combat power has been rated as B-level, in everyone's eyes he is still a waste with no future. As for the results, it is also debatable. Because of Wang Lingfeng's attitude, Lu Ruyan's fans also stood up to accuse Wang Lingfeng. They seemed to bypass Du Gufeng and directly directed their spearheads at Wang Lingfeng. The reason is simple, it's because Wang Lingfeng is weak. At this time, Lu Ruyan seemed a little proud, thinking that since she had so many supporters, this matter should just pass like this. However, Du Gufeng went up and kicked her in both feet, forcing her to kneel down. Plop! Lu Ruyan knelt in front of Wang Lingfeng. Wang Lingfeng did not dodge and let her kneel in front of him. Call daddy. Don't waste time. Everyone is waiting. Do you think you can hide away? Du Gufeng was a little impatient at this time. She certainly knew what Lu Ruyan was thinking. It was very strange at this time. The people around seemed to ignore Du Gufeng. Even the city lord and the representatives just watched, and the people from the Lu family didn't say anything. Is this because Du Gufeng is S-level, and also because this is a bet, and the bet is fair? This is indeed the reason, but the bigger reason is Du Gufeng's identity. Because she is the city lord's daughter. This identity alone is enough, and since the Dugu family is a major Chinese family, no one in Linhai City dares to mess with them. Originally, Lu Ruyan was only competing with Du Gufeng as an individual, and now that she has lost again, no one dares to interfere. Dad! Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, clenched her hands, and stared at Wang Lingfeng with fiery eyes. Don't be so proud. I will take it all back. Be good next time and don't do anything that will embarrass your father. Wang Lingfeng had a serious face, like a strict father. This left people speechless and made many people glare at him, especially Lu Ruyan, who was forced to be humiliated. Afterwards, Lu Ruyan called Du Gufeng auntie again. Shangwan Huniu recorded the entire process, made it into emoticons, and shared it in the group. This was a pillar of shame for Lu Ruyan, and she hated Wang Lingfeng to the core. It's all Wang Lingfeng's fault, that loser, for still having illusions about himself. She could only hate Wang Lingfeng, she didn't dare to hate anyone else, and she couldn't afford to hate them. Okay, now let's get down to business. The city lord looked at Du Gufeng with a doting look on his face. From this attitude, everyone knew that they should not provoke Du Gufeng. However, Du Gufeng has always been a person of excellent character and academic performance, and would not conflict with others for no reason. This incident was quite surprising. That's it. No matter how big the problem is, the city lord will help her. What's more, this is a fair bet. Let's go first, classmate Wang Lingfeng. All 7 of our martial arts academies want to recruit Huangfu Haitang. I wonder if you have any opinions. Ask her yourself. Wang Lingfeng was stunned for a moment. He thought you were going to recruit me, but you ended up asking others. If you want to ask others, you should ask yourself. This. The representative from the Martial Arts Academy looked at Haitang awkwardly. Haitang said, I just want to hear which martial arts academy you're going to, so I can go with you. The meaning of this statement is very clear. She will go to whichever martial arts academy recruits Wang Lingfeng. The representatives of the 7 martial arts academies frowned. Are they going to bring Wang Lingfeng along? Is it worth it for Huangfu Haitang?
They quickly assessed the situation and came up with an answer. We at Jinbei Martial Arts Academy are recruiting both of you.
It's the same with our Anshi Martial Arts Academy. Me too. Soon, the 7 major martial arts academies expressed their opinions. It was not a loss to bring Wang Lingfeng with them. After all, Wang Lingfeng had S-level defense. It might be a bit weak, but it was enough to be a frontline player. Of course, if it weren't for Huangfu Haitang, they would definitely not have recruited Wang Lingfeng.
This result immediately made all the candidates envious and jealous, especially Wang Tang, Lu Ruyan, and others who did not receive invitations from the 7 major martial arts academies.
As soon as the results come out, someone will recruit you. You don't have to wait until everyone has finished before taking action.
Now that Wang Lingfeng and Haitang are gone, Ning Meng has received invitations from other martial arts academies, and there are quite a few of them.
Now she has not decided which one to go to.
She also wanted to hear Wang Lingfeng's advice. Humph, Wang Lingfeng, you're so lucky that you can get into one of the 7 major martial arts academies thanks to a woman.
Why don't I have this fate? At this moment, a less harmonious voice sounded. It was Wang Tang.
He shouldn't have said this to Wang Lingfeng's face in person. He should have told his younger brother to do it, but he was now mentally broken and just wanted to slap Wang Lingfeng in the face himself. As soon as he said this, people's thoughts changed.
Wang Lingfeng was indeed relying on women. So, those jealous people directly made sarcastic remarks to belittle Wang Lingfeng. This kind of remarks are everywhere on the internet, including in the Linhai Middle School group. Wang Lingfeng, why don't you make your choice quickly? Don't keep us waiting. You did beat me this time, but only this once.
Lu Ruyan also spoke at this time. Her words seemed to be a challenge, but in fact she was mocking Wang Lingfeng.
At this time, everyone was waiting for Wang Lingfeng's choice. However, everyone was in shock.
But I don't want to go to the 7 Great Martial Academy.
Let Ning Meng take this opportunity.
She needs this chance to grow.
She will definitely not let you down in the future. What? Wang Lingfeng is not going to the 7 martial arts academies? Is there something wrong with his brain?
Why does this scene look so familiar?
By the way, compared to his choice of having no career, what does this mean? Chapter 58? I want to be the savior. Lingfeng, what nonsense are you talking about again? Why don't you go to the 7 major martial arts academies?
Sorry, his brain sometimes short-circuits.
Haitang spoke immediately.
She was most afraid that Wang Lingfeng was joking, and this kind of joke couldn't be made casually.
Boss Lingfeng, what opportunity do I need? I just need to heal others from behind. Don't let me have any chance. It's not what you said, but life is about learning to paddle.
Ning Meng was very moved at this moment, and she also spoke her heart out. She felt that it was enough for her to survive in the wild and make contributions to the country, and she did not seek to become a big figure.
Wang Lingfeng shook his head and said, "Didn't I also tell you that you can slack off, but you can't really do nothing? You still need to grow up. You and Haitang will go to Jinbei Martial Arts Academy. That's where the gears of your destiny will start turning."
Ning Meng was about to say something, but Wang Lingfeng said directly, "I also have a place where the gears of my destiny turn. It's a pity that it's not Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, but it's also in Jinbei City. When the time comes, we will still have plenty of time to level up together."
Jinbei City is a city in the northeastern region of China.
It is one of the most dangerous cities in China because it is a place where one not only has to fight against strange beasts, but also against the orcs from Japan. In comparison, Linhai City is the rear base.
Are you sure you don't want to join our Jinbei Martial Arts Academy?
You should know that even if you don't go, I won't want someone with an F-level talent, even if she has learned healing skills. Old Wu, the representative of Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, said directly. I told you, she will never let your Jinbei Martial Academy lose face. Also, I won't let you take her in for nothing.
Do you want to wake up that peerless genius in your martial arts academy? Wang Lingfeng's words made Old Wu's eyes widen.
The other people from the martial arts academy seemed to know about this as well and immediately looked at Wang Lingfeng.
Could it be that Wang Lingfeng knows how to restore that peerless genius?
She was the strongest genius in Jinbei Martial Arts Academy in the past 100 years, a genius girl who had caused a global sensation, and an incarnation of SSS-level talent. This talent allows her to directly copy an identical clone and inherit all the strength. At the same time, when the clone disappears, everything the clone has obtained will be integrated into the real body, including the memory of the clone, the energy value and skill proficiency obtained. This means that she can split into two people to study, level up, and practice skills. Therefore, she had already reached the 4th level at the age of 20, and would definitely reach the 5th level before the age of 30, becoming one of the world's top powerhouses. But 10 years ago, when she was 23 years old, she was in crisis in an incident. When she was about to die, she was frozen by a life-saving prop. Now her body is frozen in a laboratory, which was specially set up to save her. This laboratory is located in Jinbei Martial Arts Academy. But 10 years have passed and there has been no movement. Now that Wang Lingfeng suddenly mentioned this matter, it meant that. You mean, you have a way to make Narcissus recover? As long as you train Haitang and Ning Meng well, there will be no problem. Especially Ning Meng, you should let Bai Yushue from your martial arts academy teach her. How can I believe you can do this? You will believe it. Do you have any other options besides believing it? Wang Lingfeng didn't waste any more words on this. You can decide for yourself whether to believe it or not. The feeling is that if you don't believe it, you will be the one who loses, and it won't affect me anyway. Old Wu frowned, thought about it carefully, and then decided to accept Ning Meng. In fact, there is a price to pay to accept Haitang, and now it is just a small price to pay for it. Ning Meng said honestly that although it is a bit tasteless, it is not useless. After all this was done, everyone remembered one thing, which martial arts academy Wang Lingfeng was going to. I remember that in Jinbei City, apart from the Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, there seemed to be no other martial arts academies. There weren't many novices going there, and it wasn't very suitable for weaker graduates. There used to be a few martial arts academies, but they all closed down due to lack of funds. This time, I came alone. Are you sure there are other martial arts academies? Old Wu looked at Wang Lingfeng with confusion. Yes, they are about to go bankrupt. If I don't go, they will go bankrupt this year. Wang Lingfeng said with a smile. Then why did you go? Old Wu didn't understand, and neither did the others. A martial arts academy that is about to go bankrupt means that it has no funds, no resources, and no companions. It is a martial arts academy that no dog would go to. Not only will they not get support from the martial arts academy, they may also be required to work for the academy. Even if an F-level person is asked to go, he will not go. I want to be the savior. Wang Lingfeng's words left everyone speechless. This was the kind of fantasy only teenagers would have, always thinking they could save the world, but in reality, they were nothing. No one tried to dissuade them because it was useless and some people could not be persuaded. Wang Lingfeng is not a talent they think highly of, so they don't care if Wang Lingfeng does such a stupid thing. Therefore, Wang Tang laughed again, and Lu Ruyan looked at Wang Lingfeng coldly, as if to say, you are an idiot. Everyone was laughing at Wang Lingfeng's words, even the city lord showed an unintentional smile. Du Gufeng looked at Wang Lingfeng, thoughtfully. Haitang and Ning Meng shook their heads and went crazy again. How could they know that Wang Lingfeng was serious and that his words were a double entendre? Not only will he become the savior in the end, he will also be the savior of this martial arts academy that is about to go bankrupt. The reason why we need to save this martial arts academy that is about to go bankrupt is that after it is revived, it will change the lives of some people, and these people will become one of the main forces to stop the world-destroying monsters. Therefore, Wang Lingfeng must go and save this martial arts academy. In the future, this martial arts academy will be the 8th largest martial arts academy in China. The recruitment process for the martial arts academy has come to an end. For those who didn't receive an invitation, or who are still dissatisfied and want to try out for the martial arts academy of their choice, you still have one more chance. 2 months later, you can go to the major martial arts academies to participate in the admission trials. This is your last chance, and there are still 2 months left. I hope you all work hard. This doesn't just apply to you, but also to all the high school students in Linhai City. Even if you already have a martial arts academy, you must continue to work hard. You are just getting started now, and many things are uncertain. The future is promising. The city lord began to summarize his speech and then talked about the most important thing this time. This year, our Linhai City has 10 places to go to Longmen Mountain, and these 10 places will be given to the top 10 in this test. Du Gufeng, Wang Lingfeng, Huangfu Haitang, Wang Tong, Lu Ruyan. Longmen Mountain? That is the legendary strongest secret realm of level 30, which is the place every senior high school student wants to enter. Legend has it that after entering, you will be able to leap over the dragon gate and soar into the sky. Of course, the legend is a bit exaggerated, but in fact, there are all kinds of adventures in this secret realm. It's just that adventures and dangers complement each other. You will improve quickly when you go in, but things will also go wrong quickly. But even so, it is still the place that all job changers below level 30 want to enter.
This situation is special. I don't have much time to give you. You have to leave tomorrow. If you have something to do, you don't have to go. I will find someone to replace you. Something's happening and you're not going? That's really overthinking it.
Even if we're getting married tomorrow, we should still tell each other that we can talk when I get back if we need anything.
Chapter 59, Longmen Mountain Secret Realm opens early. Longmen Mountain is an abandoned super reservoir.
Logically, the reservoir should have been abandoned long ago, but later it was affected by some strange beasts in the water, making the reservoir more solid. It's already dangerous in the wild, and it's even more troublesome when there are aquatic beasts. Generally, you won't enter it when leveling up. Fortunately, this reservoir is not very deep, and there are many islands in the middle, so most of the monsters here are between levels 20 and 30. There are a few powerful monsters at the bottom of the lake, so there will be no problem as long as you don't encounter them. If these strange beasts hidden at the bottom of the lake appeared every day, they would have been killed long ago, so there is generally no need to worry about them. Because of the existence of the secret realm of Longmen Mountain, the exotic beasts nearby are slightly stronger than those in the periphery, so many people level up in the periphery. This place is located between Linen City and Huizhou City, and is also considered a popular leveling area.
Because of this, many people disappear every year after entering Longmen Mountain.
There are always people who want to try taking risks and have some adventures. But in general, there is no adventure, but there is life. At this time, 5 of the most advanced armed personnel carriers were running on the road. They had powerful armor and concealment systems. They were heading towards the Longmenshan fortress, which was a purely defensive fortress, and people who were leveling up nearby would use it as a base. Since it is a defensive fortress, there are no luxurious living facilities inside, it only provides the most basic living space. Soon, the troop carrier arrived in front of the fortress, and the fortress door was opened directly for passage. The troop carrier stopped in a place that looked like a walled city, and some people began to come down from it. They were not soldiers who were changing guards, but a group of young and energetic high school graduates. Wang Lingfeng was also among them, and beside him were Haitang, Dugafeng, Wang Tang, Lu Ruyan, and others. At this time, Wang Tang looked at Wang Lingfeng with murderous eyes. Lingfeng, if Wang Tang's current look could kill, you would have died countless times.
You said there was nothing wrong, why did you provoke him again?
He's a bit like a mad dog now, be careful not to get bitten by him. Haitang said this while observing the people coming down nearby. These people are the candidates who will enter the secret realm this time, not only the 10 people from Linhai City, but also candidates from other cities in Donghai County such as Linen City.
Each of these people is arrogant and none of them will admit defeat. I didn't say anything. He just had to get angry. Wang Lingfeng was also watching the situation nearby and replied casually. Are you talking like a human being? You told him not to go to the secret realm, saying there would be no adventures and he would die. And you even warned others not to try to deal with you, as they would die a more horrible death. Who could stand that? Dugufeng couldn't help but speak at this time. I'm telling the truth. I don't want him to die.
After all, if he dies, his parents will blame me, and the Wang family will blame me.
It's too troublesome. Wang Lingfeng frowned slightly.
He was very worried about this. It seemed that this kind of thing could not be avoided. So you're just afraid of trouble, not really wanting to care about his life or death.
Who cares about his life or death? If they don't bother my mother, I'm not afraid. Anyway, I'm going to Jinbei City.
When talking about this, Haitang talked about Xie Bingbing's situation and asked how Xie Bingbing was doing.
Wang Lingfeng said that there was no problem and he would be able to return from the hospital soon.
He had money now and was not afraid of staying in the hospital for a while to recuperate. Today's hospitals use skills, which are beneficial to people, but you have to pay to get the services of these people. Speaking of the betting income, if you bet more than 10 million, you can only get half after deducting high taxes. This is painful, but Wang Lingfeng doesn't care, because the money is not paid by him. He already knew that the tax was so high when he opened the competition. You better be careful. He seems to have teamed up with a lot of people to deal with you. After entering the secret realm this time, you should stay away from Haitang to avoid getting her into trouble. Du Gufeng spoke very directly, signaling Wang Lingfeng to pay more attention to Wang Tang, as he had made a lot of preparations this time. Wang Lingfeng knew for sure that Wang Tang and he were now at war to the death, and he would kill the other party's mother if he had the chance. For no other reason than that the other party is a Japanese traitor. Moreover, there were several Japanese traitors among this group of people, and one of them cooperated with Wang Tang to kill himself.
This time in the secret realm, Wang Lingfeng was indeed facing many crises. I know that when necessary, we need to act separately.
Lingfeng, don't listen to her.
I will help you. Seeing Wang Lingfeng nod and say this, Haitang became a little anxious and gave Du Gufeng a fierce look.
Du Gufeng looked as if it was none of his business, he was just taking a look.
No, sometimes I'm better off alone. Wang Lingfeng shook his head.
He knew that the other party might not listen to what he said, but he still wanted to say it.
Don't worry about that for now.
We were together when we first entered the secret realm, so we don't know if we'll meet again later.
Du Gufeng said with a smile.
After a while, Du Gufeng suddenly left for a while and then appeared again.
Lu Ruyan, we meet again. Grandma, that's enough. Good.
Along the way, Du Gufeng had no idea how many times he had bullied Lu Ruyan, and no one knew when they had such a big grudge. Soon, everyone gathered successfully and without even taking a rest in the fortress, they were led by a team towards the secret realm. The Dragon Gate formation has suddenly opened early these days, so I asked you to come here so quickly.
Now we don't have time, so just follow me in.
We should hurry along this road. If we encounter any strange beasts, kill them as quickly as possible.
You can rest in the secret realm. Also, you can form teams. If you have any questions, ask them now. No one expected that they would have to leave before even entering the fortress.
After sitting in the car for more than 2 hours, they felt a little tired. However, since the secret realm has been opened in advance, I must go there first, otherwise it would be a waste of this opportunity.
The next opening will be next year, and even if I can still come by then, I will miss this wave of early development.
Wang Lingfeng naturally teamed up with Haitang, and Du Gufeng was also pulled in by Wang Lingfeng. He originally wanted to learn Du Gufeng's skills. Du Gufeng joined without thinking too much, and after joining, it was easy for him to attract other people.
Du Gufeng finally chose Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan actually joined in the end. The reason is simple, that is.
If you join us, you can call us Dad and Aunt when you meet us in the future.
After entering, I will find a chance to kill you, of course not. Chapter 60 Sword Intention and Variables.
On an island, Wang Lingfeng stood on the rocky beach, holding up a shield to defend against the aquatic monsters crawling out of the water. This time, a crocodile appeared, with a body length of 6 meters. If it were in ancient times, it would definitely be mistaken for a dragon. What's more, this crocodile actually has horns, although they are not on the sides, but in the middle. This is a one-horned long-tailed crocodile, level 25, which is an elite level. He is much stronger than the other crocodiles on the side. He just beat back a front row player before Wang Lingfeng came over to replace him. At this time, Wang Lingfeng's defensive ability was obvious to all, and everyone was no longer surprised.
Fireball. Fire Dragon Breath. Fire Explosion Talisman.
A lot of fire magic came over, and Haitang's fire sword naturally followed.
Why are there only fire elements here? The reason is simple. This crocodile has very poor resistance to fire, and Wang Lingfeng doesn't need to explain this. Someone in the team present will naturally point it out. In this team, Wang Lingfeng was just a frontline player who got beaten.
He had no profession, and his development in the later period was very mediocre, so no one paid attention to him.
In addition, with the deliberate manipulation of Wang Tang and others, Wang Lingfeng is now ostracized and belittled by these teams. Wang Lingfeng didn't care about it.
After all, he could get skills and proficiency for free. With this, he would be happy even if the other party looked down on him. It's like when you're at work and your boss keeps giving you all kinds of benefits, so what if he scolds you a few times? The salary is 28,000 yuan, and the company is my home. Although these people in the team have bad attitudes, they are all my brothers and sisters, and my closest friends. However, it is a pity that after fighting for such a long time and even entering the secret area of Longmen Mountain, I have not yet learned any new skills.
This time, you don't need anything else. Just help me comprehend Du Gufeng's magical body skills.
It would be even better if you can comprehend her talent. But there is no need to think too much about this talent, because theoretically it is impossible.
Well, it is the same even if you remove the theory. Dugufeng's talent is an S-level talent, one-hit kill. Using assassination skills has a certain chance of triggering a one-hit kill to eliminate the enemy. This probability is variable. Taking herself as the standard, the probability of being stronger than her is lower, and vice versa. Fireball skill gains proficiency of 100. Fireball skill gains proficiency of 100. It has to be said that the common skills of this common profession are upgraded the fastest in a team. If Wang Lingfeng stays in the team all the time, he can master the fireball technique to god-level proficiency for free. While Wang Lingfeng was happily improving his skills, someone was staring at him from behind. That is Wang Tang and some people who look rather gloomy. You see, he only has a little bit of defense, but almost no attack power, and he's not very fast. If we want to kill him, it's like killing a chicken. If we can't beat him, the best we can do is run away. Well, I've watched him for a long time, and he's just a big, bulky guy. But is such a person worthy of our joining forces to kill him? It's not worth it, but when we enter the core area of Longmen Mountain, we will be separated. Having more people will ensure that we can encounter him. Before, I was worried that I couldn't kill him alone. Now whoever encounters him can kill him directly without waiting for others. Clear. Wang Tang and others sneered. The above words were naturally the voice messages in their group for internal communication and could not be said directly. They don't know how stupid their decision is. Originally, if they teamed up to kill Wang Lingfeng would definitely be in great danger, but if they separated, it would be like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, and they would be killed one by one. Of course, the prerequisite is that Wang Lingfeng will be surrounded and killed by them. Shadow assassination. Dugufeng used his agility to get above the one-horned long-tailed crocodile, which was also its back, and stabbed it in the back with a sword. I don't know if it was just luck, but this sword actually triggered her talent. The crocodile monster, which originally had more than half of its health left, was killed instantly. This stunned everyone present for a moment, but they quickly joined the battle. Dugu, why are you using your good fortune on this kind of strange beast? Right now, you should focus more on your agility and basic swordsmanship to improve them. Wang Lingfeng said in the team voice. He wanted Dugufeng to use more of his physical skills and not cause much damage to the enemy. After all, this was a team, so he only needed to use normal attacks. For physical professions, using normal attacks has bonuses and the damage is also very high. More than half of the monsters they kill are killed with normal attacks. Therefore, letting Dugufeng use normal attacks is not considered to be slacking off. Yes, you should listen to Wang Lingfeng's advice. He taught me this way before. My sword controlling skills became stronger under his guidance. When Haitang heard what Wang Lingfeng said, she immediately expressed her own thoughts and persuaded Dugufeng. In her eyes, Wang Lingfeng is not only her mother's savior, but also her mentor. Without Wang Lingfeng, her sword-wielding skills would never have been developed to this level. She also saw the growth of Ning Meng and Lu Shangyun, and felt that their growth was inseparable from Wang Lingfeng's guidance. Therefore, she believed that Wang Lingfeng had the ability to guide others to become stronger. Therefore, she respects Wang Lingfeng very much. The reason why she went to the martial arts academy to listen to Wang Lingfeng's opinion was because of this. Otherwise, people would really think that she was in love and had to follow Wang Lingfeng. If so, she would definitely stick with it instead of letting Wang Lingfeng go to another martial arts academy. Ah, yes, this will make you stronger. Wang Lingfeng spoke immediately, of course in the team voice chat. While speaking, he was still very professional while being beaten. Really? Dugufeng also learned about the situation of Wang Lingfeng's team. This was originally a useless team, but now everyone has become popular, except Wang Lingfeng himself. If this is a coincidence, then it is too much of a coincidence. She would rather believe that it has something to do with Wang Lingfeng. This is also the reason why she wants to team up with Wang Lingfeng. Yes, if you use basic sword techniques more often, you can improve your basic sword techniques. As your basic sword techniques improve, the damage of other sword techniques will naturally increase as well. At least you won't lose out. And if you comprehend the sword intent from it, you will soar to the sky. Wang Lingfeng said very seriously. Sword intent? What is that? Since we're talking about sword intent, it's a kind of artistic conception. Only you can comprehend it, so it's useless to explain it to others. It's the same as basic swordsmanship. It's a basic passive skill. If you possess it, it will increase your damage.
Wang Lingfeng said this in a yearning tone, as if he was also trying to comprehend the sword intent and yearning to possess the sword intent.
Du Gufeng looked at Wang Lingfeng and confirmed again, how can an assassin like me comprehend the sword intent? Wang Lingfeng nodded, yes. Anyone who can use a sword can. Haitang asked, can I do that too?
Without even thinking, Wang Lingfeng replied, yes, anyone who can use a sword can do it, and so can I.
Sword intent?
You thought this was a martial arts novel.
I just tricked you into using basic swordsmanship and body skills.
With the former, I can gain basic swordsmanship proficiency for free, and with the latter, I can gain skills for free. When I am satisfied with what I have gained for free, I will tell you that it depends on talent. If you don't have enough talent, don't force yourself.
However, what Wang Lingfeng didn't expect was that this sword intent actually appeared in the end.
The gears of fate seemed to have shifted. It felt like the butterfly effect, a tiny change caused fate to change, and what he had seen before had changed.
Chapter 61, Wang Lingfeng, why don't you quit my team? Level 30 Man-Eating Golden Toad.
Level 28 Carrion Lizard. Level 26 Frost Water Spider. Level 25 Tiger Fire Centipede. Level 25 Highly Poisonous Earth and Rock Snake. One after another, the strange beasts fell in front of Wang Lingfeng. Their energy values and skill proficiency were increasing, but Du Gufeng's body movements were still not comprehended. But he has mastered the fire snake technique, which can be cast directly. If it has fire snake scales, it will be more powerful.
But Wang Lingfeng really wanted to say, do you want me to become a fire mage?
Next time, just give me common magic like Windblade, don't use these rare ones. If the person who knows fire snake runs away or dies, how can I get this skill for free? Forget it, don't ask for so much if you can get it for free. I have a feeling that the free stuff will definitely be useful next time.
Keep fighting.
Soon after, the team arrived, which was the first hurdle for the team. The place where they were was 100 meters away from the island in front, and there was only an iron chain connecting them, as if everyone had to walk over it.
This is the Long Men Mountain Bridge of Death. Is there anyone among you who doesn't know the rules?
What rules?
Someone really hasn't done any preparation at all. The Bridge of Death is the first level of the Long Men Mountain Secret Realm. Coming here means you're approaching the inner area of the secret realm.
What inner area?
We were just outside the secret realm just now. We've been fighting for a whole day, and we're still doing this?
Speaking of which, the energy values of the exotic beasts in the outer areas are very high, more than 5 times that of those in the wild.
Why don't we level up in the outer areas?
Brush a few times.
Yeah, let's level up, and do more. Do you know how much good there is in it?
Also, our time here is limited.
We will be teleported out after 7 days. You really don't do any homework at all.
Yeah, 7 days is not enough time to brush more outside. You know you don't have enough time, so hurry up and figure out how to get there.
That teen should go first.
We go first. After he finished speaking, someone walked onto the iron chain bridge, followed by 3 people. As soon as he stepped onto the iron chain bridge, the calm water surface began to become restless.
Unknown aquatic beasts underneath were wriggling like worms.
The scene was a disaster that would cause people with intensive phobia. At this time, these insects immediately came towards the person above. They formed a large swarm and came towards that person, as if they wanted to devour him. But after the people behind put on the iron chains, the swarm of insects did not come over, but waited nearby.
Are you confused?
This water bug is of a very low level, not even a level 1, but it can devour everything nearby, including energy.
The only thing it can't devour is this chain.
When people walk onto it, their energy will be drained, and they can only rely on their bodies to pass through.
At the same time, if there are fewer people, they will devour them.
At this time, someone explained to the person who didn't do his homework.
Then why don't we go together? Can't the iron chain bear it?
You're quite clever.
This iron chain will sink into the water if there are more than 5 people on it.
Once it does, the bugs will devour everything, so the people on it will surely die. At this time, the 4 people have to maintain balance and not fall. If one falls, all 4 will die. And in the middle, there will definitely be some flying fish attacking. They won't hit the iron chain, but will attack the person on it. If a person can't handle it at this time, there will be no recovery. This is a test of teamwork and trust. It is not particularly difficult. The people present are all the best among their peers in their respective cities. Not to mention the upgrades in recent days, even with the hard training in the past 12 years, they can handle this iron chain. Those flying fish can hurt people, but they will never kill people. It is very simple as long as you endure the pain. And if someone makes a sound in front, these flying fish will attack that person, but they will suffer more damage. Soon, one team after another passed by, and there were basically no problems until the 11th team, when a girl had a conflict with her boyfriend and had to lose her temper at this time. At that time, the teammates' faces turned pale. While the two were arguing, they moved forward and backward, maintaining balance, and retreated more than 10 meters. Fortunately, the swarm was targeting the two people in the middle, otherwise they would have been in danger.
Stop arguing, it's fatal.
Just as they finished praying in their hearts, they saw the girl becoming more and more excited and starting to fight with her boyfriend. The two teammates ran towards the shore frantically. In the end, the girl dragged her boyfriend into the water, and the teammates just got off the suspension bridge.
Damn it!
It's okay if the teammate in front crosses the bridge, but the one behind is unlucky and the team is about to be destroyed. So he had no choice but to join other people's team and go there. However, at this time, the teams have already been divided, and if you go in, someone else will have to come out. At this moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly spoke.
Wang Lingfeng, why don't you quit my team? You're unemployed anyway, and you don't have much of a future. Why not give it to classmate Zhao Qian?
Lu Ruyan's words made Wang Tang and others look at Wang Lingfeng, and Zhao Qian's eyes lit up and he stared at Wang Lingfeng.
Wang Lingfeng, I am a direct descendant of the Zhao family in Linan City. If you give me this position, I will give you 1 million. Zhao Qian gave Wang Lingfeng orders in a commanding manner, as if he was sending away a beggar.
When Du Gufeng heard about the Zhao family in Linan City, he frowned. They were no match for him, but to Wang Lingfeng, they were a behemoth. Of course, it's nothing to the Duga family, but he can't command the Duga family, nor can he let the Duga family fight with the Zhao family for Wang Lingfeng.
She now understood why Lu Ruyan spoke at this time. She wanted to betray Wang Lingfeng to please Zhao Qian. If Lu Ruyan gets on Zhao Qian's bandwagon, I must kill her as soon as possible.
Wang Tang's face looked rather ugly at this time, because although he wanted to destroy Lu Ruyan, he treated Lu Ruyan as his own, which was naturally not what he wanted to see. However, compared to Lu Ruyan, he wanted to kill Wang Lingfeng more, so at this time, he had to help Zhao Qian.
That's right, Wang Lingfeng, it's useless for you to go. Why not give this opportunity to Master Zhao? You can just kill some strange beasts outside. If that doesn't work, just leave this secret realm.
Wang Tang and a group of people all gave suggestions to Wang Lingfeng. Although Du Gufeng and Hai Tang opposed it, they soon felt the pressure.
There are only 3 of you now, so you can't form a team.
If none of you go, at worst, we can leave 2 of us here to kill the monsters with you. Without Lu Ruyan, Wang Lingfeng's team cannot be formed, which makes it difficult for others to take advantage of him. Although the 3 of them had the advantage in numbers and were only short of 1 person, sometimes things were the other way around.
When you are missing 1 person, that person will be extremely important.
At the same time, you will be affected by 3 people, while others will be affected by fewer than you.
What to do?
Lingfeng, I'll stay with you. No, I'll take your place. Hai Tang originally wanted to accompany Wang Lingfeng, but then she immediately realized that it was just 1 more person and the other person could still go, so why couldn't she give this opportunity to Wang Lingfeng? Wang Lingfeng was very moved by these words, but what surprised him was that Du Gufeng also joined in the fun.
You better not separate. Let me stay so I don't break you up. Chapter 62, Wait a minute, swim over here? Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan looked at Wang Lingfeng and the other 2.
They didn't understand whether these 2 women were crazy.
Why are you so nice to Wang Lingfeng? Is a loser like him worth it? Could it be that your hobby is so special that you just like this type? Why? Am I not better, Wang Tang?
If someone heard Wang Tang's inner thoughts, they would definitely say, "You've been a eunuch for 30 years, and you still have the nerve to say this." Lu Ruyan felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart, as if her favorite toy had been taken away. But she never thought that it was clearly she who abandoned it. At this time, Wang Lingfeng said something that made her feel even more uncomfortable.
You don't have to do this. I'll stay. This time is very important to you. It doesn't matter to me. Hai Tang, but... Wang Lingfeng shook his head.
Don't worry, you've become stronger, so you can take me up with you. Besides, I can go there by myself.
I don't know what you're delaying.
Good.
Hai Tang nodded.
Perhaps, Wang Lingfeng can really find another way,
or he doesn't need to take this road. She actually believed this. So the remaining people regrouped and went over one by one.
Zhao Qian was very proud. After replacing Wang Lingfeng's position, he was alone in a team with 3 beauties. He suddenly understood the happiness that Wang Lingfeng had. But he could hardly enjoy this kind of happiness for a moment. When forming a team, Haitang and Du Gufeng ignored him, only Lu Ruyan showed goodwill to him. After crossing the Iron Chain Bridge, Haitang and Du Gufeng immediately left the team.
Forget it, isn't there another Lu Ruyan?
Compared to Du Gufeng, her talent is 1 level lower, her appearance and figure are 1 level lower, and her family background is many levels lower.
But it's not impossible.
Among those beauties, she stands out like a crane among chickens. You don't need to look or wait any longer.
One person can't cross this bridge. Not to mention one person, even 3 people can't cross it either.
Wang Teng said this with a sinister smile, making a hee-hee laugh.
That's right, we don't have much time now, let's go quickly.
We still have to cross 2 islands before we can finally reach the Dragon Gate.
Our time is even more precious once we enter the Dragon Gate. To enter the Dragon Tower, climbing the tower will take you more than 7 days.
Others also spoke up, and no one cared that Wang Lingfeng was on the other side. While they were talking, they had already started to set off.
They couldn't waste a moment here, and some people had even left. Anyone who can wait here is very loyal. You can go first and don't worry about me.
Haitang said directly that she was only talking about herself at this time and did not bring Du Gufeng with her, which also showed that she definitely did not believe in Du Gufeng.
Huangfu Haitang, why are you doing this? Wang Lingfeng won't be able to come here.
If he could, I would immediately kneel down and call him daddy, and eat these worm-like fish.
I don't need you to cheat me for food and drink. The first sentence came from Wang Tong, while the second sentence came from Wang Lingfeng from a distance. Look at me.
After Wang Lingfeng finished speaking, he did something that made everyone drop their jaws.
He jumped directly into the water. Don't want. Haitang screamed. The water is full of those worm-like fish that can kill people. Ha, this Wang Lingfeng is crazy, actually jumping into the water.
He might as well run faster on the Iron Chain Bridge, maybe he can avoid it.
Why not just stay there? Why do you have to do something stupid like that? It doesn't make sense. Could it be that he wanted to test some conjectures, to find a new path, and then become a discoverer and leave his name in history? But the results proved that the conjectures were just conjectures. I think so too. After the conversation, everyone thought that Wang Lingfeng was just a smart guy.
It was not surprising that there had been such people in the past and there would be such people in the future. They walked forward, leaving only Haitang and Du Gufeng behind.
Haitang, let's go. You won't survive if you enter this area of water. How could Wang Lingfeng be so stupid? This shouldn't happen.
Du Gufeng could only feel regretful, and a different emotion seemed to flash in his eyes.
I can't believe he's that stupid. Wait a minute. Haitang waited rationally for a minute. Good. Just wait a minute. It's enough to squeeze in anywhere during this minute.
After hearing what the two said, Wang Tong and others also stopped and waited for a minute. If I can't wait, maybe I can still wait for the opportunity for Du Gufeng and the other girl to form a team. If the two of them are willing to team up, I will abandon my old teammates without hesitation, and it would be best if I can abandon them with my good friends. A minute later, the water was completely calm. Even the fish were stunned. It was so quiet.
Okay, 1 minute is up, let's go.
After Haitang said this, she slowly turned around, but her head still did not turn around, her eyes looking in that direction. She hoped to see Wang Lingfeng coming out from under the water, but there was no movement. She took a few steps forward helplessly, and everyone followed her. At this moment, a voice came from behind them. It was the sound of someone emerging from the bottom of the water.
Wow!
When everyone heard the sound, they immediately turned around and found Wang Lingfeng walking out of the water. And this shore is not the opposite shore, but this side. In other words, Wang Lingfeng actually came here, and he swam over from the bottom of the water.
How is this possible?
There are so many fish and insects in the water, and they will devour any living creature in the water.
How could Wang Lingfeng swim over from that side?
No one has ever achieved this before, and it is mostly used as a negative example.
How did you get here?
At this moment, everyone's expression was one of jaw-dropping shock.
Of course I swam over here. Wang Lingfeng adjusted his breathing and gave the other party a shocking answer. Swim over? That's impossible. How could you avoid those swarms of fish and insects? Someone has also raised this question, and Wang Lingfeng is considering whether to speak about it. I thought about it and realized that even if I were to tell you out of pity, you wouldn't believe it, so I won't say it.
Wang Lingfeng's words made people feel a little uncomfortable, and they were eager to know how Wang Lingfeng did it. Wang Lingfeng just wanted to make them feel uncomfortable, and what he said was also true, so they would not believe it.
Wang Lingfeng really just swam over and didn't use any other abilities.
If he had to say what ability he had, it would be that he was very good at diving. Haitang and Dugufeng were also very curious, but they knew it was not appropriate to ask at this time, so they waited for Wang Lingfeng to explain the situation himself. Hurry up, the second level has already been opened. If we don't get through now, we won't be able to enter.
Who do these little cuties in front belong to?
They seem like a bunch of losers, more trouble than help.
Chapter 63, Beast Taming Egg, Dead? Wang Lingfeng, how on earth did you get through this? On the way, some people couldn't help but ask, and there was more than one person, including Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan. But Wang Lingfeng ignored them. They could ask as many questions as they wanted, so why should he answer?
This made the people around very angry, but there was nothing they could do.
It was not until Zhao Qian asked that Wang Lingfeng gave an answer.
It's not because of Zhao Qian's identity and background that Wang Lingfeng can't afford to offend him, but because of Zhao Qian's stuff.
Wang Lingfeng, as long as you tell me the answer, I will give you this beast egg, which will allow you to own a beast.
So, Wang Lingfeng took out the beast egg and replied.
I just said just swim over here. You are so boring. I gave you something and you lied to me. Zhao Qian's tone turned a little cold. Are you kidding me? I'm serious, they just swim over to you.
You always think these bugs will attack you, but actually underwater they will come over and surround you, but they won't attack you. As long as you don't touch the iron locks, once you do, the aura from the iron locks will be transmitted to your body, and then it will trigger their attack. Everyone was a little confused and needed to think carefully about what Wang Lingfeng said and sort it out.
I see. You mean, if you don't wear the iron chain, you won't be attacked. Swimming over in the water won't be a problem. Dugufeng looked at Wang Lingfeng. It turned out that this problem could be resolved in this way. Everyone was deceived by this phenomenon.
Yes, but once you go down, those fish won't attack you, but they will block your path.
Don't hit them, or you'll be attacked too.
At this time, it is like walking through a maze underwater, which requires good swimming skills, preferably the ability to swim. This method is not necessarily better than walking on a cable bridge. Wang Lingfeng's words made everyone understand that this road was not a shortcut. It would be better to take the iron chain bridge.
It just gave some people a chance. That's all?
You've already cheated our master Zhao out of a beast-controlling egg.
Wang Lingfeng, aren't you going too far?
At this time, Lu Ruyan stood up for Zhao Qian, and the others followed suit, wanting Wang Lingfeng to return the favor. Zhao Qian also felt it was a pity at this time that his beast-taming egg was deceived and taken away by someone.
He was hungry and wanted to get it back.
At this time, if Wang Lingfeng did not return the things, he would definitely be gossiped about.
But would Wang Lingfeng be willing to return a beast-taming egg? This is obviously impossible.
The worst beast-taming eggs cost tens of millions on the market because they are rare. A beast master can catch beasts directly, but if he wants to train better beasts, he still has to start from a young age.
Beast eggs are what beast masters dream of.
Beast-taming eggs are only found in secret realms. Almost all the beast-taming eggs have very strong aptitudes, much stronger than most beast tamers caught outside. Even if you catch an S-level one, it is not as useful as the one raised from the beast-taming eggs. At the same time, the beast tamer egg is the only way for non-beast tamer professions to obtain beast tamers. Just drop blood on the beast tamer egg and wait for the beast tamer to hatch, then you can directly tame the beast tamer. However, this method of taming beasts cannot be considered as beast taming, and they cannot be stored in the beast taming space. Most of the beast tamer's skills cannot be used. It is like raising a spirit beast, which is just a companion by your side. This little friend has to grow and fight on his own and cannot be completely controlled by you.
This is already mine, so I won't give it back to you. Wang Lingfeng refused directly without any hesitation. Wang Lingfeng, you are so shameless. A group of people accused Wang Lingfeng.
Lu Ruyan said with regret, Wang Lingfeng, I didn't expect you to become like this now.
I was really blind before. Wang Lingfeng replied indifferently, "You've been blind all along. Ruyan, you don't need to get angry with such a small person. It will only lower your status." Zhao Qian took Lu Ruyan's hand and walked forward. At this moment, he seemed a little proud, as if he didn't care about the beast-taming egg at all, especially when he saw Wang Lingfeng putting away the beast-taming egg as if it were a treasure. He was even more proud. "Mr. Zhao, why do I feel like you don't feel bad about the beast-tamer egg at all? You even seem very happy." Someone asked a question in their group chat. This group chat was formed temporarily and was an alliance of people in Linen City, including Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan.
These people formed a small team and suppressed others when they had the chance. Of course, Wang Tang also has his own team, which is a team that joined together to kill Wang Lingfeng. They are in another group. Because the beast tamer egg is dead. It has been in my warehouse for hundreds of years. I used blood to feed it 100 years ago, but it has never reacted. Countless people have tried it over the past 100 years, but the end result is always the same: it cannot hatch. I was originally going to throw it away as trash, I just took it to trick him, but this guy thought he had found a treasure. I wonder if he will use his blood to hatch this egg. It would be fun if he really does. Mr. Zhao, how could you do this? You should let us act together and let that kid hatch the egg. That's right, why don't we go and tease that kid quickly? After a while, Wang Tang stepped back and quietly walked with Wang Lingfeng, which made Wang Lingfeng instinctively move far to the side. Wang Lingfeng, now that you've obtained the beast-taming egg, quickly drip your blood, otherwise someone else will snatch your chance away. Wang Tang looked kind-hearted, but everyone knew his purpose, and everyone present was looking at Wang Lingfeng. Let us see if Wang Lingfeng is so stupid that he really believes this and thinks that others who get the beast-taming egg will not think of this. In fact, if you think about it, you will know that if this beast-taming egg is really that good, why didn't Zhao Qian use it earlier? Oh, I know. Thank you, Wang Tang. I know that the grudge between you and me has always been an illusion. You will always be my younger brother. Wang Tang felt that these words seemed to be an insult to him, but he had no evidence. Forget it, let him say whatever he wants. The most important thing is whether he will be so stupid as to drip blood on the beast-taming egg. But Wang Lingfeng really did it. He immediately took out the beast-taming egg, then lightly scratched his finger with the sword. A wound immediately appeared on his finger, and blood dripped from his finger onto the beast-taming egg. Sizzle! It sounded like something was burning, and the blood and egg seemed to have really reacted. Wang Lingfeng was very excited, but after a minute, the beast-taming egg showed no reaction. Ha ha, you are such an idiot. Zhao Qian and others burst into laughter, and some even crawled on the ground and pounded the ground, looking like they were laughing to death. Ha, Wang Lingfeng, he's just a dead bastard, a worthless piece of trash, and you treat him like a treasure. It's really making me laugh to death. Look at how cautious he is. It's so interesting. We thought we would need to work together to persuade him. We had prepared a lot of arguments, but we didn't expect that they would all go to waste. It's such a shame that we weren't even given a chance to play. Boy, if this egg can really hatch a beast, why wouldn't I use it? I'm just waiting for you, right? Ha ha. Zhao Qian uttered a final laugh, and everyone present laughed, looking at Wang Lingfeng as if he were an idiot. But who knows, can Wang Lingfeng tell whether the egg is dead or alive? Wang Lingfeng just wants them to laugh. The more proud they are now, the more uncomfortable they will feel in the future. Especially Zhao Qian, his face will definitely look very ugly in the future. Wang Lingfeng wanted to add fuel to the fire at this time. Chapter 64, I'm afraid that I'm too slow and people won't be able to pass. Wang Lingfeng looked at the beast-taming egg in his hand with some disbelief. He gritted his teeth. Dead egg can't be a dead egg. In my hands, maybe I can create a miracle. Later, you will definitely regret today. Those people were stunned for a moment, then laughed again. Ha ha, just comfort yourself, we won't stop you, huh? How stupid and pretentious. That's right. How could she dump him if she didn't let Lu Ruyan do it? Ha ha. These people laughed unscrupulously again and attacked Wang Lingfeng with all kinds of words. Wang Lingfeng smiled, with a forced smile on his face, and looked at the beast-taming egg, as if he was a little regretful. Those people couldn't help themselves and started laughing heartily. No matter what happens to this egg in the future, it's all mine. It has nothing to do with you. When I hatch it, you'll regret it. Wang Lingfeng seemed to be starting to act stubbornly. Ha, you still want to hatch it, huh? So interesting, it's really a foolish dream. Zhao Qian laughed, holding Lu Ruyan's shoulders and laughing wildly. The others behaved in the same way, except that Lu Ruyan was missing.
Don't worry about that. I just want to confirm one thing.
If I really hatch it, don't tell me that this beast egg is yours and then fight with me for it. No, we need to sign a contract so that you won't regret it. Wang Lingfeng said very seriously, and then typed out a contract, which can be typed out with a bracelet, and then the two of them can sign and authenticate through the bracelet. This type of contract is the most effective because the bracelets of the two people cannot be tampered with and can even be witnessed by others.
People around can record the contract, make a witness and copy it. If there is internet, this contract will be uploaded to various servers, leaving evidence of the contract. This kind of contract is equivalent to everyone being a witness for you, and it is impossible to destroy it. Is there something wrong with him being so confident? Some people expressed doubts, feeling that this was a trap. He's just being stupid, why worry about him? No, it's not because he's stupid, but because he wants to pretend to be okay. This is the least embarrassing way for him to do it. Look, he's already fooled you. That seems to be the case. If we take it seriously, we will lose. If you really want to sign, then I will sign it, and everyone can witness it.
At this time, Zhao Qian and others had already determined that Wang Lingfeng was bluffing and wanted to make them suspicious and then live in regret and torment.
In one sentence.
How dare you, this brat, disturb my spiritual heart?
So Zhao Qian signed the contract without hesitation. Wang Lingfeng smiled and looked at Zhao Qian meaningfully.
He was looking forward to whether the other party would be angry to death when he found out that his beast had hatched.
Forget it, I don't want to think too much about it. Now I have to deal with the next difficulty.
Now I have just reached the next level, which means I have to go to another island. At this time, the island opposite is 300 meters away from the shore, and there are many very interesting facilities inside, just like a water challenge. There seem to be many roads to these facilities, and you can take any one of them to get to the other side, but you must reach the other side in the shortest time possible, otherwise if you run out of time, the facilities around you will disappear. At this time, because there are many facilities, you can continue to move forward.
Keep moving forward for a while.
If it is not enough time, it will disappear and you can still move forward.
If this is the case, the person behind may encounter an empty space in front and will not be able to pass. Use professional skills?
Sorry, this is the same as the previous level.
You cannot use your professional energy or professional skills here.
According to the ability of these college entrance examination candidates, under normal circumstances, they should all be able to pass and the facilities will not be eliminated much. After all, this is just the beginning of the outer levels.
There are stronger ones inside. If those outside are eliminated, who will be left to play in the future? I forgot to mention one thing, you can't fall into the water this time. If you fall into the water this time, you won't die, you will just be teleported outside. Fuck, these people in front are a bunch of losers. Look at them, they actually made so many facilities disappear. What are we waiting for?
Let's get going quickly, or else these facilities will disappear and we won't be able to get through.
I say, could it be that they deliberately made the ones in front disappear? Q? What's going on? When everyone arrived, they found that people had started queuing in front of the second level. After they came in, they seemed to automatically queue up as well.
Fortunately, I was ranked relatively high. It seems the rules have been updated this time. The difficulty has increased, and only one person can go through it.
The order is determined by whoever steps onto the nearby riverbank first.
Someone explained that the rules had been updated. There were precedents for this kind of thing, so it wasn't uncommon. You could only say that if you encountered it, you were lucky. However, this team can swap with others if they are willing, and those who performed well last time can move forward.
I see. This rule is quite interesting.
Wang Lingfeng didn't think much about it and wanted to change positions directly, because he was in the last position, so it wouldn't be a loss.
Maybe his performance last time could help him move up a few positions.
As a result, Wang Lingfeng directly rose by more than 10 places and surpassed all those people. This made Wang Tang and others feel uncomfortable. They were originally planning to deliberately destroy the facilities in front to leave Wang Lingfeng with no way out.
But now he has gotten ahead of me, what should I do?
So they looked at the last two people, Wang Fu Haitang and Du Gufeng.
Should I use this to threaten Wang Lingfeng? Will Wang Lingfeng compromise because of them?
While they were thinking about this problem, Wang Fu Haitang and Du Gufeng had already switched seats. They both performed better than them in the last test, especially Dugufeng, who was even ranked at the front.
As a result, Lu Ruyan was left at the end.
Her performance was not very good last time, and she was injured by Fei Niao quite a few times.
Wang Lingfeng, please switch with me. Lu Ruyan looked at Wang Lingfeng.
She seemed to feel that her charm was enough. In this situation, even if she felt that her charm was not enough, she still wanted to give it a try. It doesn't matter whether you have shame or not, what matters is to increase your strength. The last position really made her feel guilty, and she felt it was difficult to change the others, so she could only find Wang Lingfeng.
Wang Lingfeng ignored her and just talked to Hai Tang. Hai Tang, let me switch with you.
Hai Tang was a little confused, and Lu Ruyan's expression turned a little ugly. I'm afraid that if I go too slowly, the people behind me won't be able to pass, so you have to go ahead of me. As soon as Wang Lingfeng said this, the people behind him began to get scared. Only then did they remember that Wang Lingfeng was an unprofessional and he would most likely be very slow and make all the facilities disappear. The most terrifying thing is that even if he said that on purpose, he has a reason.
As long as his acting is good, no one can say anything. It's over. This time, this loser is going to strangle my lifeline. Chapter 65? Damn, this kid is really going to fly over here. Wang Lingfeng, what do you want to do?
I'm warning you, don't go too far, you're playing with fire.
Wang Lingfeng, you have to consider the consequences. Don't say you've been kicked out of the Wang family. Even if you were a member of the Wang family, would you dare to provoke so many families? The people behind started to get angry and cursed at Wang Lingfeng.
Although they felt that they were being strangled, they did not think of reconciliation or begging for mercy, but threats.
This is a stupid thing that many people do. Even if the other person is a timid person, people have their limits and will explode anyway. What's more, Wang Lingfeng is not an easy person to get along with.
If he can take revenge, he will do it on the spot.
How could he miss such an opportunity? Unless. What can I do?
I just want to say that my body movement skills are not good, which may slow down time and bring bad luck to the people behind me.
I feel embarrassed.
How about this, you and I can switch places, but I can't give this position to you for no reason, so how about this, I'll trade 1 million with you.
Wang Lingfeng looked at the person behind him.
He was one of Wang Tang's assistants. He was also wealthy, and 1 million was not a lot for him.
Why don't you go and rob it? Robbery is illegal.
I'm selling my position, which is not illegal. In the end, the man still spent money to buy Wang Lingfeng's position, and this was just the beginning.
Would you like to buy mine for 1 million? Wang Lingfeng looked at the person behind him and smiled warmly. What to do?
I could only buy it first, and then, like the previous person, I would start cursing after buying it to vent my frustration. Soon, the number of people queuing behind Wang Lingfeng decreased, while the number of people cursing Wang Lingfeng increased. After this round, Wang Lingfeng earned at least more than 10 million.
As for offending people, he didn't care.
Because he knew that these people were not friendly to him, so why would he offend them?
Wang Lingfeng, you think you have the life to get this money, but do you have the life to spend it? Wang Tong stared at Wang Lingfeng angrily.
Not only could he not hide his murderous intent, it was so strong that it could be felt.
Of course I do, but you probably won't live to see it.
Wang Lingfeng said calmly and continued.
Soon it was the last person's turn, Lu Ruyan. Wang Lingfeng, do you think it's appropriate to ask me for money?
It doesn't fit, so let's just change it.
Wang Lingfeng actually didn't accept Lu Ruyan's money and directly changed seats, which made Lu Ruyan raise her head.
Look, this is how men are, they all surrender to me.
What do you think Wang Lingfeng is up to? Is he really such a bootlicker? Du Gufeng asked Hai Tang beside her.
She was also a little surprised.
She thought Wang Lingfeng was not a bootlicker before, but now she felt a little unsure. Could it be that Wang Lingfeng really still likes Lu Ruyan? Then he is really useless. Is it possible that Wang Lingfeng has already received the money?
Hai Tang said calmly at this time. Based on her understanding of Wang Lingfeng, he would definitely not pay the slightest bit of attention to Lu Ruyan.
But at this time, Wang Lingfeng did not want Lu Ruyan's money. The only thing was, Ruyan, I've already given him your money.
Zhao Qian said in front. This made Lu Ruyan's head, which had just been raised, fall down, but she soon raised it again.
You're really not a man. You even asked me for money. Luckily, I found someone better.
Compared to Zhao Qian, you're simply
No, I can't compare you to him. It's humiliating. Lu Ruyan looked down on Wang Lingfeng, then gave Zhao Qian a gentle and moving look. Zhao Qian was very proud at this moment. He smiled and said to Wang Lingfeng, Wang Lingfeng, you are still too stupid. If you sell the position to us, you will never be able to get through. It's just over 10 million.
You can get it by just talking to anyone and switching places, and it won't be at the end.
Also, when you return this time, I will definitely let you see how terrifying I, young Master Zhao, am.
After Zhao Qian opened his mouth, others also opened their mouths, not only mocking him, but also saying the same thing.
Boy, don't leave after school. Wang Lingfeng, although I don't know what you are planning, have you ever considered that you are the last one standing and you can't pass this level? Do you know you won't get any benefits from this, so you just compensate others as soon as possible? This question was not only asked by Wang Tong and his people, but Dugafom also asked it in the team, and the answers they both got were the same. How do you know I can't pass this level?
Whenever Wang Lingfeng said this, he was always so confident that people wondered whether he was really sure.
Wang Tang and others sneered and said, if you are so confident, we will eliminate all the facilities behind you. Let's see how you get through. So, their conspiracy was carried out.
They simply eliminated a large area of facilities, leaving only one path for Lu Ruyan to pass through. Now, as long as Lu Ruyan is not in trouble, Wang Lingfeng will definitely not be able to get through, as the middle has been completely cleared by them.
Will something happen to Lu Ruyan?
Will there be such a bloody reversal? It is obviously impossible, because Lu Ruyan is not a person with conscience, and she does not see any benefits in Wang Lingfeng. So, just as everyone expected, Lu Ruyan cut off Wang Lingfeng's path completely.
Wang Lingfeng now wants to reach the other side.
There is a 100-meter gap, and it would be difficult to jump over here, let alone 100 meters, even 20 meters would be difficult. These facilities were originally spaced 15 meters apart and arranged in a standard manner on the water surface. The difference is that some of these facilities can help people jump farther, while others will cause trouble.
If you can select all the facilities that help, it means that you are extremely lucky.
But the problem is that even if you choose these assisting facilities, you can't skip 100 meters.
It would be good if you can do 30 meters.
So, no matter how you calculate it, Wang Lingfeng will not be able to pass this level.
Ha, Wang Lingfeng, you can still swim over this time. Yeah, swim over here.
If that doesn't work, fly over here.
Let's go, everyone. This guy definitely won't make it. This is the third level. The more people we have, the better. Everyone is waiting for us. After this level, even if we enter the secret realm, we should take care of each other when we meet, and don't have any bad thoughts because of temporary gains and losses. As Zhao Qian spoke, he walked towards the third level. After walking for about a few minutes, someone looked back, wanting to see how Wang Lingfeng was doing. And he saw a scene that made him scream. Fuck, this guy is really going to fly over here. What? Ah, is this fucking possible? Amidst the shocked voices of the crowd, Zhao Qian, Wang Tong and Lu Ruyan turned around and looked at the water where the second level was. When they looked, they saw Wang Lingfeng flying into the sky, and a pair of wings seemed to appear behind him. At that height, not to mention a distance of 100 meters, he could even fly over the entire surface of the water. What is going on? Isn't it said that the capabilities here are limited? Even if he had the ability, Wang Lingfeng couldn't fly. Chapter 66, Thank you Mr. Zhao for giving me another big sword.
Wang Lingfeng glided across the sky like an eagle with its wings spread, and finally landed gently on the ground, dozens of meters away from the water. This shows that he has passed the test completely and even has some spare time. But the others who saw all this couldn't understand it, and their minds were full of question marks.
Wang Lingfeng, how did you do it? Why does this guy always surprise people? It was clearly a dead end, but how could he find a way out and do it beautifully?
If you said he could be a little disheveled, I could accept that, but he has to be so handsome and cool.
It's very simple.
Just up and down, left and right, and you can fly over.
What? It was obvious that no one understood what Wang Lingfeng said. You want a specific strategy? Do you think I'll tell you for free? Who can give me some more things, like the weapons in your hands, and your skill books or something like that? Wang Lingfeng smiled. How could he tell others the truth for nothing? After the last lesson, it was estimated that no one would be willing to give Wang Lingfeng anything. It sounded useless, so why bother spending money? Besides, you are spending your own money to benefit others, so why bother? However, something unexpected happened. I have a sword here that I can give you in exchange. At this time, Zhao Qian spoke again. He had a sword in his hand, a broken sword with red blood. Although it looks a little damaged, it looks very intimidating, like a very powerful weapon. Mr. Zhao, there's no need to give him such a good thing. It's not worth it. It's useless for us to know about it anyway. When the time comes, let someone else buy it, and then people will know about it. Lu Ruyan immediately came out to remind him, why should Wang Lingfeng get it so easily? It would be better if it was given to me. Ruyan, don't worry. I have plenty of this kind of stuff on me. It's okay to give it to him. Zhao Qian smiled and then gave the sword directly to Wang Lingfeng. We don't need to sign a contract for this sword. I have plenty of things like this. Besides, as long as you recognize the sword as your master, it will be yours. Zhao Qian smiled, as if he was looking forward to Wang Lingfeng and the sword recognizing each other as their masters. This feels like there is some conspiracy, and other people seem to be assisting in this. It is obviously a trap. Wang Lingfeng, don't be fooled. This sword is called the blood-drinking sword. It not only sucks the blood of the wounded, but also your own blood. As long as you wear it, it will continue to suck blood. When Du Gufeng issued a warning, he saw that Wang Lingfeng had already dripped blood on the blood-drinking sword, and then blood threads began to appear on his wound, and these blood threads were connected to the blood-drinking sword. The blade of the blood-drinking sword immediately glowed with blood, and Wang Lingfeng's face immediately turned pale, and he looked obviously weak. Ha, you idiot, I told you I would suck your blood, but you were still so anxious to acknowledge me as your master, as if we had robbed you. When Du Gufeng told you this just now, I was still thinking about how to trick you into recognizing me as your master. It turned out that my worries were unnecessary. You are so stupid. Ha ha. Zhao Qian burst into laughter, and the people nearby also started laughing. At this time, everyone seemed to feel that this had happened before, but at the same time they seemed to have forgotten something. Wang Lingfeng, how could you be so stupid? This bloodthirsty sword doesn't just suck a little bit of your blood, it keeps sucking blood. And the effect of this sword is also very ordinary. It won't give the enemy's blood to you, it will only be swallowed by this sword. And this sword will definitely suck the owner's blood and energy at the beginning, sometimes even washing the person dry. Let's see if you can hold on. Lu Ruyan on the side was gloating and making sarcastic remarks. Du Gufeng was helpless at this time. There was no way to stop it. Why are you so anxious? You were not so stupid before. At this time, Wang Lingfeng was very happy because he knew that the blood-drinking sword would not kill him, but would also bring him great benefits. Basic body refining skills proficiency plus 100. As his proficiency increased, Wang Lingfeng felt very refreshed and excited despite being weak. This blood-drinking sword is simply a magical tool that complements his physical training. The continuous blood-sucking damage is helping him to improve his proficiency. Now his proficiency can be improved every moment, and his recovery ability cannot keep up with this amount of blood damage, but it cannot deplete his blood all at once. As long as you have rejuvenation techniques and other blood recovering methods, and can take medicine and meditate to recover, there will be no problem at all. This can be considered as idle leveling, and by then his body refining skills will break through to a terrifying level. However, although this damage is continuous, which is equivalent to the continuous damage caused by a strange beast, it is definitely not as good as being attacked by a group of strange beasts. But the advantage of this is that it can last for 24 hours, which can increase his proficiency in body refining techniques by more than half. This is why Wang Lingfeng couldn't wait to bleed, but others didn't know it. At this time, Wang Lingfeng felt a little bit sucked in, so he sat down cross-legged and practiced his skills to recover. This had some effect, but his energy and blood were still slowly decreasing. Ha, just bear this pain slowly. It's still early. Let's continue exploring the secret realm. Zhao Qian left with a big laugh, and Wang Tong and others also left behind a few harmless mocking remarks. Lu Ruyan sneered and said, I thought that no matter how stupid you were, you should wait until you get out to use this sword. But you use it now. It seems that there will be nothing for you to do later. Then, Lu Ruyan left proudly. Soon, the only ones left here were Wang Lingfeng, who was meditating, Du Gufeng and Haitang. You two go first. No need to wait for me here. I'll be there soon. Wang Lingfeng persuaded the two at this time, saying that he wanted to drive them away, and then cast a rejuvenation spell on himself so that he could slowly recover. But what he didn't expect was that the two women didn't want to leave and both wanted to stay with him. We can leave later. Maybe we can still help you. The process of this sword recognizing its master may take a long time and will drain you dry. No, I'm fine. Hurry up and go through. We need more people to go through the next level. If you are slow, your opportunity will be snatched away by others. Please leave quickly. You are only hindering me by staying here. I have calculated that it will take a long time for this sword to recognize its master, and it will require me to do a lot of things. This is also an opportunity. I don't want to show it in front of you, otherwise you will find out my secret. Although it doesn't matter if you know it, I'm afraid you will tell others. And you really need to go quickly, otherwise you won't be able to grab the good opportunity. What about you? My opportunity won't be snatched away by others. Instead, it will only appear after you all leave. Believe me, it doesn't matter if I don't go. Don't wait for me. After some thought, the two women left. At this time, Wang Lingfeng immediately gave himself a rejuvenation spell and then a petrified skin. The former was to restore blood, and the latter was to prevent others from sneak attacks. Perhaps, when Wang Tong and his men see Haitang and Dugufeng following them, they will find an excuse to leave and come back to kill Wang Lingfeng. Well, not maybe. Wang Lingfeng was meditating and gathering his luck. A green light and a blood-red light emanated from his body. Behind him, someone had quietly come around and was ready to kill him with a sword. Kill the chicken. A person behind him activated a skill, rushed to Wang Lingfeng's back, and stabbed him with a sword. The cold light pierced into Wang Lingfeng's back. Chapter 67, Want to leave? Too late. Watching the sword pierce Wang Lingfeng's back, the man behind him sneered. You are so weak. I don't know why Wang Tang had to spend so much money to kill you. He even said he would send 2 people. I told you that I alone would be enough. The man behind him retracted his sword, but his expression suddenly changed because he found that his sword was sucked in and could not be pulled out. What's going on? Is this sucked in by muscles? What a powerful muscle this requires. This immediately gave him a bad feeling and he wanted to back away, but it seemed too late. In fact, at this time, he had the opportunity to retreat, as long as he decisively dropped the sword, but unfortunately, he ended up holding the sword. As he hesitated, he felt a pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw that the blood-drinking sword was stuck in his abdomen. The blood-drinking sword began to suck blood crazily, absorbing the enemy's blood and energy much faster than Wang Lingfeng's. How is this possible? Wang Lingfeng had his back to him and his hands had not moved. How did he manage to stab the blood-drinking sword into his abdomen? Could it be the sword-wielding technique? Is Huangfu Haitang over there? Damn, this turned out to be a trap. No, if Huangfu Haitang came back, why didn't anyone inform me, and could Huangfu Haitang fly the sword at such a long distance? And the object of this sword control is the blood-drinking sword which has already recognized itself as its master. These things are so confusing no matter how you think about them. All these things appeared in his mind in an instant. He didn't think much about them and just stepped back a little. At the same time, he held the blood-drinking sword and wanted to pull it out, otherwise all the blood in his body would be sucked dry by the blood-drinking sword. The speed at which the blood-drinking sword sucks blood is related to the degree of its contact with the person. For example, before, Wang Lingfeng only cut a little bit of his finger, and the blood-drinking sword sucked so much blood from him from such a distance. Now that the blood-drinking sword is inserted into the body, shouldn't it be even faster? This time, the blood-drinking sword was extremely hungry and thirsty, so the degree of blood-sucking was different from usual. Half of the man's blood was sucked away in one go, and he became weak. But if no one stopped him, he would still be able to pull out the blood-drinking sword from his belly. Unfortunately, someone was stopping him. Who is this person who stops it? This is a problem, at least he doesn't know. There is obviously no one around, but it always seems like there is a force preventing him from drawing his sword. It's as if someone is controlling the sword. I understand, it must be the sword-wielding technique, it's Huangfu Haitang. The right time, the right place, and the right people. This guy has nothing at all, so he is dead. Sure enough, this blood-drinking sword sucked the man dry. All the blood and energy in his body disappeared, and he became shriveled. This result scared the person who was ambushing in the distance. He hesitated, wondering whether to go over and continue or ask for help. Just as he was hesitating, Wang Lingfeng spoke. Luckily, there's only one person. This time, the bloodthirsty sword has just been sharpened and is extremely hungry and thirsty. If this period of time passes,
the bloodthirsty sword will be full of blood and I won't be able to kill this person. It turns out that this is because of the time it takes to sharpen the bloodthirsty sword.
If it were any other time, there would probably be no problem. The bloodthirsty sword doesn't have such a terrifying effect. If it had, everyone would have used it long ago. Even if it will be sucked blood every day, there will still be people who will use it. At most, they will sleep in the medical cabin. But this sword has always been despised by people, how could it have such power? Therefore, this person naturally believed what Wang Lingfeng said, but in order to prevent any unexpected situations, he still waited for a long time. This wait is because the sharpening time of the bloodthirsty sword has passed. As for what it means to pass, it is actually very simple. It depends on Wang Lingfeng's condition. If Wang Lingfeng can recover, it means that the power of the blood-drinking sword has decreased. But this time cannot be too long. If it is too long, you will not be able to go into the secret realm, which is not worth the loss. So, he only gives 10 minutes at most. After about 3 minutes, Wang Lingfeng's condition stabilized, his face began to turn rosy, and his qi and blood should have recovered. So, the person in the dark began to move, and he also chose to attack from behind. Although it happened once, this method of assassination from behind is still the most reliable. At this time, he seemed to have forgotten to study the rejuvenation technique on Wang Lingfeng's body. He only thought that this might be the scroll rune that preserved Ning Meng's rejuvenation technique. Kill. He disappeared silently into the shadows, and then slowly approached Wang Lingfeng. He is an assassin who can hide and move. If you approach Wang Lingfeng in front, there is still a chance that you will be seen and discovered. After all, stealth is not really complete invisibility, and you will be discovered if you get close. However, under normal circumstances, it also takes time, and by that time the stealth person would have already taken action. However, just as he approached, Wang Lingfeng suddenly turned around and looked behind him, which scared him. Was he discovered? But soon, Wang Lingfeng looked around and said, "That's really strange. I felt a little cold on my back just now. Is there something dirty?" Sure enough, Wang Lingfeng couldn't see himself. How could an unemployed waste have the ability to discover himself? Hold your breath and don't move yet. That's strange, is it wrong? Wang Lingfeng was a little confused. He walked around and then sat down in front again. At this time, the stalker in the dark began to move forward, slowly approaching Wang Lingfeng, and then he suddenly saw Wang Lingfeng looking at him and smiling. How is that possible? How can the other party see me? My stealth skill has been trained to over 30 levels, which is something Wang Lingfeng cannot see at his level unless he has the reconnaissance skill, but he is an unprofessional. It must be a coincidence. The stalker decided it was a coincidence and prepared to move on. But at this time, he found something wrong. His feet seemed very heavy, as if they were stuck in the mud. No, it really got stuck in the mud. At this moment, he found that his feet were surrounded by mud, and magical light appeared on the ground around him. This is magic trap? How could Wang Lingfeng know about magic traps? At this time, he still didn't believe that Wang Lingfeng had discovered him, but if he fell into a trap, he would leave immediately. Because it will definitely be discovered. Want to leave? It's too late. Wang Lingfeng's words startled him, and he felt as if he had been seen through. This is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that Wang Lingfeng's sword has already stabbed him. The sword seemed to be very random, but it hit him right in the direction he was heading, as if he had rushed towards it himself. The scariest thing is that the place you get close to is your own vital parts. The next moment, Wang Lingfeng's sword pierced the stealth fighter's body, revealing the stealth fighter's body from stealth mode. From an outsider's perspective, he just stabbed in the air and suddenly hit someone. And this person's face was full of horror and disbelief. Chapter 68. What is up, down, left, right, right? How did you find me? The stalker looked at Wang Lingfeng and asked unwillingly. Although he was not killed directly by that sword, he was trapped in the magic trap and could not escape. He was also seriously injured and was soon killed by Wang Lingfeng's second sword, third sword. Soon, he was killed by Wang Lingfeng. He felt very depressed about dying this way, as if he was trapped in a cage and being slowly stabbed to death with a knife. He now has a lot of questions, such as how Wang Lingfeng knows the magic trap, how he can avoid his attacks every time, etc. But what he wanted to know most was the question above. He is an assassin who can stealth. He has done a lot of things with this skill and is valued by others because of it. He is very confident in his stealth skills.
But the result was that he was easily discovered by the other party, and his stealth seemed to have no effect in the eyes of the other party.
Use your eyes. Wang Lingfeng's answer directly sent the other party away. Who can stand this? I'm already like this, and you're still teasing me.
But how could he know that what Wang Lingfeng said was true? He really just saw it with his eyes, but his eyes were a pair of divine eyes. He can discern all illusions, including but not limited to invisibility and doppelgangers. He is almost the natural enemy of those illusion and stealth professions. He had never thought about this before, but now he realizes that this sky eye is really awesome.
Okay, continue meditating to recover.
After the blood-drinking sword sucked the energy from two people dry, it underwent an upgrade. In fact, this sword has been sucking blood for so long, but there has been no reaction because it was not enough.
Now it is enough.
If Zhao Qian knew about this, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. He was like a gold miner who had been digging for more than 10 years. Then, when he was just one hoe away from finding the gold, he gave up and sold it to others at a low price. Then, others dug out gold with just a hoe.
How can this feeling not make people depressed?
At this time, the blood-drinking sword produced strands of blood, which turned into a blood cocoon and wrapped the sword. At the same time, this blood cocoon is still connected to Wang Lingfeng, and needs Wang Lingfeng to provide qi and blood to help it continue to upgrade.
This is estimated to take some time to complete.
At the same time on the other side, Wang Tang was frowning and looking back from time to time.
Why haven't you come back yet? Is there something wrong? Why haven't brothers Li Xin and Li Su arrived yet? Are they suffering from diarrhea? Did a strange beast dig their anuses out of them? Wang Tang, do we have to wait any longer? Wait a little longer. We won't wait any longer. Our time here is precious. It's already been 10 minutes. We've done all we can. Okay, let's go.
In the end, Wang Tang could not let Zhao Qian and others wait any longer. It was already his limit. So, this group of people began to cross the level. This time, the two islands were connected by a bridge. There would be a large number of strange beasts appearing on the other side, but because of the bridge, there were actually only so many of them facing each other. The monsters behind will not come over, and they can only get on after the front row falls. At the same time, this bridge has space restrictions, and you cannot fly out of the bridge surface, nor can you jump on the bridge. Also, this bridge will not be damaged. No matter how strong the battle between the two sides is, the bridge surface will not be damaged. The result is that the best way to complete this level is to form a team and advance together. It is best if the team has 5 people in the front row and the more people in the back row, the better. Once a team crosses the bridge, they cannot come back and the strange beasts will reappear. In other words, if Wang Lingfeng came alone, he would have to face the monsters that a team would have to deal with. If the brothers Li Xin and Li Su were still alive and had not joined the team, they would not have been able to survive. It would take at least 10 teams to fight their way through like this, the more people the better. After crossing the bridge, Wang Tang looked back and saw that a strange beast had appeared on the bridge, but the figures of the two brothers Li Xin and Li Su were still nowhere to be seen. If they haven't shown up yet, that means they've either left or something happened to them. Wang Tang thought to himself. Forget it, they are not my people. They came here to kill Wang Lingfeng because they themselves dislike Wang Lingfeng. Those who came with Wang Tang to kill Wang Lingfeng did not actually listen to Wang Tang, but were just cooperating, and Wang Tang could not command them. He only knew that these were the children of his mother's former best friend, and he met them when he and his mother were having a party. You don't need to look at the back. Since you are here, don't look at the back. Even if Wang Lingfeng comes this time, no miracle will happen again. Let's quickly enter the secret realm. The key is to improve your own strength inside. I hope everyone can find the treasure. Zhao Qian reminded everyone and then took Lu Ruyan to the mountain. This island was the largest in the lake. There was a mountain rising from the ground. There were no people around the mountain and no roads to get up. They needed to climb to get up. There are many caves on the mountain, and entering through these caves is the interior of the secret realm. Each cave is randomly connected to the secret realm and there are no signs. What you get from each hole is random. It may be good, bad, or even dangerous. It all depends on fate. Don't worry about Wang Lingfeng. He can't possibly follow us. Lu Ruyan passed by Haitang and Dugufeng at this time, and left these words quietly. Miracles cannot happen one after another, otherwise they will not be miracles, but strength. But does Wang Lingfeng have such strength? Obviously not. At least, she didn't think so, and neither did anyone else. I suddenly remembered that Wang Lingfeng still owes me an answer. He hasn't told me what up, down, left, right means.
Never mind. He probably won't die. If he can't make it, he can just quit.
Zhao Qian suddenly said this at this time. He just realized that he had taken out the blood-drinking sword in vain, and Wang Lingfeng didn't even give an answer.
Never mind. It's not important. Then, these people began to enter the secret realm and explore the caves one by one. Each cave has some puzzles or tasks. There are rewards for solving puzzles and completing tasks.
Most of them are energy points, which can help people increase their energy points very quickly. At the same time, after these roads reach the end, through a transparent air wall, everyone can see the interior of the secret realm. There is a huge palace in the center, with various statues of gods standing in the palace, as well as gold, silver, and treasures. Everyone knows that there is a path leading directly into these caves, but no one has ever found it. Everyone thought they could find it, but in the end they all came back empty-handed. No one has ever succeeded in these years, which is a very strange thing. It makes people suspect that the palace here is just a background board. Never mind, move quickly and move all the valuable and seemingly valuable things outside first to avoid having to look for them again.
Chapter 69? You didn't ask what the conditions were.
Time passed little by little, and these college entrance examination graduates in the secret realm were like industrious ants, busy on the mountain. When they can't solve some puzzles and tasks, they will just quit and do something else.
This is the advantage of this secret realm. If you can't complete it, just skip it. There will always be something you can do.
As long as everyone contacts each other and shares clues, everything will be fine.
Generally speaking, everyone will provide it.
After all, there are too many things in this place and it is impossible to explore them all.
If we can help each other and find what we are good at, why not do it?
Of course, there are also some people who will not do this. They are extremely selfish and only enjoy without giving. But these are not the topics we are discussing now. The topic now is:
do you think those things in the center of the mountain are background? Can we go in? Who knows? No one has been able to get in for so many years.
There is no point in discussing this. We should think more about how to explore more caves.
I've completed 5, which gave me a level up and a skill.
I'm 6 now, and I've leveled up twice, but I haven't gained any skills. I'd rather gain more skills so I can level up more slowly.
You're wrong.
Generally speaking, the faster you upgrade, the better.
Let's stop talking about this.
There's no point in studying this.
Let's just think about these mechanisms and tasks. Hey, am I seeing things? I think I saw Wang Lingfeng. Impossible. How could Wang Lingfeng be here?
There's no way he could have crossed that bridge. I wouldn't believe he could have done it even if I killed him.
Then I won't beat you to death, so you can believe it. Stop joking, I'm serious.
I saw Wang Lingfeng, and he's in the palace in the middle of the mountain.
Go and take a look. What? Impossible. This time, everyone in the group chat was shocked.
They couldn't believe it even more than when they saw Wang Lingfeng's message just now. At this point, everyone found the nearest air wall and looked inside.
Suddenly, a figure appeared in the empty palace. Wasn't that Wang Lingfeng who had been left behind by them? Why is Wang Lingfeng in there? How did he get across the bridge behind?
Everyone was looking at Wang Lingfeng from behind the air wall, and Wang Lingfeng seemed to see everyone and waved to them.
Wang Lingfeng, how did you get in? Everyone discovered that Wang Lingfeng was also in the group and had not been kicked out.
He seemed to be able to receive messages.
If he could not receive any, his avatar would be gray. I walked in. Wang Lingfeng's words made people speechless again, and made the person who asked the question angry. Everyone knows that you walked in. And this person was none other than Lu Ruyan. I asked you how you got in and where you came from.
There's a passage over there, just walk in like this.
Where can I get in through this passage? Don't play dumb, I know you know. Whatever you want now, I can give it to you.
At this time, Zhao Qian, Wang Tong and others all expressed that they could buy information very proactively, and the conditions they offered were very generous.
I'm used to it. I know I have to pay for the answers. In that case, I have a small goal. How about 100 million? Why don't you go and grab it? Everyone jumped up. This would cost 100 million? You don't even want 100 million?
Forget it, you guys, I've given you such a great deal and you're still not satisfied.
You're so short-sighted.
Wang Lingfeng shook his head, walked to the treasure chest on the side, opened one, and instantly a stream of energy entered his body.
Not bad, not bad. One treasure chest is half a level. There are so many treasure chests here. Don't I have to level up more than 10 levels?
Besides, this treasure chest looks less valuable than what's inside.
If I open it, I don't know how many good things are inside. Everyone was staring at Wang Lingfeng blankly at this moment. When Wang Lingfeng opened the treasure chest, they knew they were wrong. What s 100 million? Isn't there more than 100 million in there?
Now, asking others for information is like taking something from them.
If you don't give them something of corresponding value, why should others let you have a share? Wang Lingfeng, I can give you 100 million. Message me privately and don't tell anyone else.
Zhao Qian said it directly, not afraid of being heard. This was actually a warning to others not to snatch things from me, Master Zhao, and to consider their own weight. Okay, since you want it so sincerely, I'll tell you.
Good.
So, the two of them started chatting privately, which made the people around them very unhappy, feeling as if their things had been taken away.
Du Gufeng and Haitang were very curious. What was Wang Lingfeng going to do? Why did he sell this information to Zhao Qian? Isn't it good for yourself? Instead of giving Zhao Qian a break, why not give me a break?
Soon, Zhao Qian left excitedly. At this time, Wang Tong, Lu Ruyan and others looked at each other, and the meaning was very clear. Should we follow them?
If we follow, who will go first? Let me make it clear in advance that I won't go first, I will just follow you. The first person to go will definitely be hated.
Just like that, everyone wasted a while, and finally someone couldn't help but leave first, and then everyone left, leaving only Du Gufeng and Haitang.
They were currently talking to Wang Lingfeng.
Haitang, Dugu, don't waste time following them.
They will be back soon. Keep exploring those caves. The rest is not important. Haitang, you need to go to these caves.
Wang Lingfeng marked the map and sent it to Haitang, and also sent Haitang the method, asking her to get the things as soon as possible. As for Du Gufeng, he also gave him a map, which was a virtual map and free of charge. As for all the pointers, he didn't ask for any benefit. It was just lying there anyway, and it didn't belong to him. Besides, he still had to team up with Du Gufeng. If Du Gufeng got benefits, he would also get benefits.
No more talking, let us continue opening the treasure chest. Wow! Golden Legend. A skill book. Wow! One material. Wow! 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 Fuck you!
Wang Lingfeng, you're still trying to give me back my 100 million.
You're lying to me. There's still an air wall here, I can't get in.
Zhao Qian appeared behind the air wall of a cave and angrily cursed at Wang Lingfeng. This place was no different from the caves they had been to before. He felt that he was being teased by Wang Lingfeng. Today, he was cheated by Wang Lingfeng so many times that he had no intention of letting Wang Lingfeng go. However, he was cheated out of 100 million yuan by him. Now he not only wanted to kill Wang Lingfeng, but also grind his bones to ashes.
I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. I'm going to sue you for defamation. Do you understand?
I'm going to sue you for defamation. Wang Lingfeng immediately pointed at Zhao Qian and said, he's slandering me.
Explain to me, is this what you call passing through here? Why is there an air wall here? That's what you have, not what I have.
You just asked me where I got in, and you didn't ask what the conditions were. This time it's very cheap, 10 million.
Wang Lingfeng raised a finger, which made Zhao Qian almost explode with anger. He still wants to pay money?
Forget it, since I've already given him 100 million, this 10 million is nothing.
I'll kill this guy anyway. Here you go. You'd better tell me everything clearly and don't hide anything. I'm a man of my word.
I'm telling you right now, the only condition is that you have to go through the first 3 levels, just like me, all by yourself before you can enter this palace.
Wang Lingfeng finished speaking quickly and went to open the treasure chest.
Zhao Qian was completely stunned at this moment, and it took him a while to realize that he had been tricked again. At the beginning, Wang Lingfeng never thought that he would come in because that was impossible. At this time, Zhao Qian's anger reached its peak.
Wang Lingfeng,
I will make sure you die without a burial place.
Chapter 70, You Can't Grasp So Many Things. Wang Lingfeng, fuck you.
Zhao Qian was still furious, while Wang Lingfeng was opening treasure chests. It would be a shame not to open so many treasure chests.
The treasure chests in this palace are actually accumulated treasure chests.
They are not in the palace itself, but are treasure chests from the caves outside. Each time it is opened, the cave treasure chest will be filled. After it is opened, the treasure chests that have not been taken away will be collected in the palace. When there are more of these treasure chests, they will be combined to form advanced treasure chests. Simply put, the palace is now filled with the accumulation of so many years, and after this time, there won't be so much left.
Watching Wang Lingfeng opening the treasure chest, Zhao Qian continued to be angry.
Now he was the only one who was still angry, while everyone else was exploring the cave.
Some people tried to persuade Zhao Qian, but to no avail.
In his words, compared to what is available inside, there are too few people outside, and it's still so hard.
Moreover, he thought, since Wang Lingfeng opened so many treasure chests, wasn't it for him? When we wait for him to come out, won't his things be ours? That's right, everything he has is ours. Even though he gets a lot now, it will all be ours in the end. Zhao Qian, Wang Tang and others were preparing to launch another siege and robbery, and even to kill people. For them, this kind of thing, this kind of murder and robbery, seems very normal, and they are even very experienced in it. At this time, they were already discussing the details, especially Wang Tang, who reminded everyone that Wang Lingfeng was not easy to deal with, and he also shared his experience of failure last time. So, while everyone was exploring, they were also discussing how to deal with Wang Lingfeng.
As time passed, everyone discovered something strange. Wang Lingfeng actually sat down to meditate. If all the treasure chests have been opened, it would be normal for him to do this.
But Wang Lingfeng did not open all the treasure chests in the palace.
Instead, he left some of them, even the highest level ones.
Wang Lingfeng, what are you doing? Why are you keeping some of it?
Some things are of no use to me, so I'd better leave them to those who can use them. I used to be short of money, but now I have a group of lovely Shankai children to help me.
I am no longer short of money. Wang Lingfeng's answer made Zhao Qian and Wang Tang's faces turn very bad.
Zhao Qian had been cheated many times recently, and Wang Tang had been cheated before. Many people are in the same situation, they were cheated out of 1 million.
Dugu Feng couldn't help herself any longer and sent a message to the team. Wang Lingfeng, you're courting death like this, does your mother know? I don't know, what happened? You really answered my question, don't you know what I mean?
You have to be careful.
I think they will definitely attack you. I know this. They did that last time. Wang Lingfeng didn't care about it and continued to meditate.
At this time, Wang Tang and Wang Lingfeng said,
Wang Lingfeng, if you don't need them yourself, you can give them to us. Open all the treasure chests and we'll take them all. Don't worry, the money will be given to you.
Ha, I'll burn it for you when the time comes.
These people all had the same idea, so they all persuaded Wang Lingfeng to continue opening the treasure chest.
But Wang Lingfeng ignored them and kept the treasure chests without opening them, because he knew that the things in these treasure chests were meaningless to him.
There are some that are useful to him, but they are not very meaningful.
It is better to maximize the effects of these treasures.
You know, people have their limits. It's not that I don't want to take it, but I really can't take it. The secret realm doesn't allow it.
In order to save himself some trouble, Wang Lingfeng attributed the matter to the restrictions of the secret realm. Sure enough, after he said this, the whole world became quiet.
Everyone was waiting to capture Wang Lingfeng after the battle was over.
In order to prevent Wang Lingfeng from dying too quickly, they had already asked the previous question, which was the question about exchanging the blood-drinking sword.
How can one person pass the first 3 levels?
They spent a little more money on the 3rd level. After all, the more money they have, the more materials they can buy.
Wang Lingfeng was still short of materials at this time. Wang Lingfeng also gave them answers to the previous questions.
The meaning of up, down, left, right is that in the 2nd level, you will see so many facilities, and you will find a direction key in 4 facilities that increase jumping. Then, just jump as I said, and you will find a path that allows you to jump directly to the road on the other side. This type of facility is usually right in front, so there's no need to worry about it disappearing. No one will run out of time at the starting point, and at most they'll fall into the water accidentally, which won't affect the facility. This is the first answer.
The second answer is simple. Get through it.
You don't need to kill those monsters, just charge through. They will attack you, but they won't stop you.
Being surrounded by a few monsters is the same as being surrounded by tens of thousands. The second answer is a bit surprising.
I always thought that I had to clear out the strange beasts on the bridge, but I didn't expect that I could actually push them over slowly. Wang Lingfeng also enjoyed an upgrade in his basic body refining skills during the process. And now, this basic body refining technique is about to make a breakthrough.
Of course, Zhao Qian and others didn't know this.
They only knew to wait for an opportunity, and when it was over, they would make Wang Lingfeng pay.
Time is up.
Everyone smiled as they saw Wang Lingfeng still meditating. Everyone was teleported outside, and everyone immediately drew their swords and rushed towards Wang Lingfeng.
Wang Lingfeng, do you think you've won? It's still too early. You can't handle so many things.
What you eat will make you vomit it out.
Zhao Qian and others looked at Wang Lingfeng as they spoke. However, they didn't seem to see Wang Lingfeng and couldn't find him after searching for a long time. Hasn't it come out yet? Shadi, didn't I just ask you two to come out and watch? Who else is there besides us?
At this time, Zhao Qian, Wang Tang and others looked at the two people outside. They had just come out a few minutes earlier and were guarding the area to prevent Wang Lingfeng from running away. No, everyone is here, no one has left.
Could it be that Wang Lingfeng hasn't left yet?
After getting the answer, everyone suspected that there was a delay in closing the secret realm. Wang Lingfeng had not left just before they left, so it was impossible for him to leave early. Now that the people outside didn't see Wang Lingfeng come out, there seemed to be only one result, that is, Wang Lingfeng had not come out yet, and he might have come out of the palace later.
Never mind, just keep waiting, he will come out sooner or later. Everyone should separate and prepare well. They were really looking forward to it.
They had just seen the treasures Wang Lingfeng had obtained, and many of them were what they wanted. They all showed greed on their faces. And it would be too easy for these people to take down Wang Lingfeng together. Their own levels were similar to Wang Lingfeng's, and they were all serious combat professionals with high talents. They also carried some attack props from the master of the family, which was the power of money.
Therefore, there is no reason why they cannot take down Wang Lingfeng.
Time passed little by little, but they still didn't wait for Wang Lingfeng to come out, which made them realize that something was wrong.
Are we waiting here in vain? Wang Lingfeng won't come out at all, or maybe he has already come out. Impossible, this is impossible.
Although everyone thought this was impossible, as time went on, everyone's speculation became more and more panicked, and they felt that the possibility of Wang Lingfeng being gone was becoming greater and greater. If they were teleported to other places, they could still accept it, but if they disappeared here, it would be hard for them to accept. The mystery was soon solved, as soon as they got out.
Wang Lingfeng, he went back a long time ago. Why are you guys coming out now? You're already an hour later than him. What? We came out an hour later than him? How is this possible? Even if we were a little later than him, it couldn't be that late. What's going on? Chapter 71, definitely died from their own internal strife. What did you say? Wang Lingfeng has left? Yeah, he left an hour ago, along with his two female teammates. The people waiting outside nodded and said, not caring too much about it at the moment. They are the backup sent by the fortress. They are here only to support and protect these new graduates. They will help if necessary. Because of this, Zhao Qian, Wang Tang and others could not grab them and shake their heads, shouting. Do you know how many good things that kid took away? Why don't you stop him and share them together later? Not only can they not do this, they have to keep this idea secret, otherwise these people might keep a close eye on them. Have they all gone back? Yeah, I've already gone back. Did they carry a lot of stuff with them? No, just a few backpacks. What's the matter? Nothing, just asking. Judging from these clues, Wang Lingfeng didn't seem to take the things away. Could it be that he hid the things somewhere? Forget it, I'll go back and ask first. As long as you keep an eye on Wang Lingfeng, there will be plenty of opportunities. I see you're all here, let's go back. Well, let's go back. In this way, Zhao Qian, Wang Tang and others returned to the fortress under the protection of these people. On the way, they kept wondering how Wang Lingfeng did it. How could he leave an hour earlier than himself when everyone's eyes were on him? They couldn't figure out this problem, and they could actually ask Wang Lingfeng, but they knew that Wang Lingfeng would definitely ask them to pay money. So everyone thought of Lu Ruyan, to see if Lu Ruyan, the ex-girlfriend, could deal with Wang Lingfeng, the ex-boyfriend.
In order to please Zhao Qian, Lu Ruyan actually went to find Wang Lingfeng at this time and spoke in a matter-of-fact tone.
Wang Lingfeng, you've gained so many benefits now. You've already taken advantage of us. Just tell me how you tricked us just now.
When she sent a message, she found that Wang Lingfeng had blocked her. So she started looking for Wang Lingfeng in the class group.
Lu Ruyan, at Wang Lingfeng, what do you mean? Why did you block me? Don't think you can get my attention like this. That's impossible. Shangguan Huniu, if you have something to say, just say it. Wang Lingfeng isn't trying to get your attention, I just don't want to talk to you.
I find you annoying when I see you, so I blocked you a long time ago.
Wang Lingfeng, Tiger Girl, who said that to me? Wang Lingfeng's words made Lu Ruyan and others understand that not only private chats were blocked, but even group chats were blocked.
This was undoubtedly a blow to Lu Ruyan, but she finally found an excuse for herself. He did this on purpose. He could actually see it, but he was just pretending not to.
Wang Lingfeng, stop pretending. I know you can see it. Let me ask you, why did you leave the secret realm an hour earlier than us? We clearly left before you.
Wang Lingfeng saw this sentence, but it was Haitang who forwarded it to him. If Lu Ruyan knew about this, she would probably go crazy for a while.
If you want to know this question, just ask me.
I will tell you because you gave me so much money before. At this time, Wang Lingfeng sent a message in the team group, which made those people's faces turn ugly again.
If you don't say anything, that means you don't want to know. So forget it, I won't say anything. We want to know. Finally, someone spoke up.
It was Zhao Qian and others who pushed him out. It was his shame to bring shame upon himself.
This is actually very simple. Haitang and I left a long time ago. We already got what we needed.
There was no point in staying, so we left.
Wang Lingfeng said it simply, but everyone still didn't understand how he left early.
This was the crux of the matter.
So, someone asked this question again.
Have you ever thought that the palace is not actually in the same space, but when the connection is cut off, what you see is a frozen image? In other words, it is just a frozen picture. I knew you were coming to steal things, so how could I waste my time waiting?
Of course I left early.
Well, don't even think about stealing my stuff. I'll be in seclusion in the fortress for the next 2 months, so I won't give you a chance to steal it.
Wang Lingfeng's words explained why he was still there in the end.
It was actually a frozen picture. As for the fact that Haitang and Dugafone left early, it was impossible for Wang Tang and the others to notice this because everyone was exploring their own caves and it was likely that they would not see anyone for several hours.
Just like that, the matter seemed to have come to an end. Wang Lingfeng was not killed by Wang Tang and others, but instead killed several people. Lu Ruyan and Wang Tang were also alive and well and were not killed. This is a worrying problem. Dugafone feels that if he misses this opportunity, he doesn't know when it will come again. If possible, Zhao Qian should be killed as well.
Wang Lingfeng didn't care about this at all, because he was not afraid of these villains. The annoying thing about villains was that they played tricks and schemes that made people hard to guard against.
But Wang Lingfeng had a third eye and could see through any conspiracy or trick. Moreover, it is not easy to kill such a villain. You don't even need to do it yourself.
As long as he is useless, he can die. Back to the fortress.
Wang Lingfeng was going to go into seclusion in the fortress, while the others would stay here for a few days. They were actually looking for an opportunity to deal with Wang Lingfeng.
As a result, in the past few days, they often fought each other, and the reason was very simple.
Why did Ajin choose Aqiang back then? It was because Aqiang and Ajin said you liked promiscuity and kicked you out.
If I were you, I'd get him drunk and then castrate him.
That night, Aqiang was castrated.
After knowing this, Aqiang began to hunt down a Bing.
Do you know?
The reason your Li family suffered so much is because the Yang family bribed your people and deliberately created that accident. Later, they entered the scene, and you still had to thank them for saving your family.
Alas, you are so pitiful.
That night, the Li brothers crippled the one from the Yang family. Before doing so, they humiliated him and abused him in various ways. Wang Tang, Lu Ruyan, and Zhao Qian said you were useless and not even a man. Zhao Qian, Wang Tang said that you, Zhao Qian, were playing with his old shoes, and you were so proud of it. This kind of thing has been happening all the time. Everything Wang Lingfeng releases is murderous and heartbreaking, and will definitely arouse endless resentment and hatred. Not long after, their group of second-generation rich people collapsed in an instant.
As for their current situation, not to mention asking them to deal with Wang Lingfeng, they themselves could not even protect themselves. Their arguments have already started to kill people. Wang Lingfeng only needs to add more fuel to the fire to burn them all into ashes. Wang Lingfeng continued to add fuel to the fire without hesitation, and not just one more. Finally, when they left the fortress, they had completely forgotten about Wang Lingfeng. There was only each other, and they had become enemies. They didn't stay together, but left in groups of 3 or 4, and they hated each other. If anything happened to them on the way, it would definitely be caused by their own internal strife. Yes, that's the reason. Chapter 72, Death of Zhao Qian. The towering city buildings are covered with messy green plants, creating a scene of a post-apocalyptic city. Perhaps it is because of these plants that these buildings have not collapsed. This city used to be a small county town in the mountains, but at that time in China, even small county towns were full of tall buildings. But in the end, this is the fate of these high-rise buildings in small county towns. They are the first to be abandoned. At this time, Zhao Qian was in one of the buildings, and he looked very embarrassed. If those who knew him saw this, they would be very surprised. What's going on? Is this still our Mr. Zhao? Is he still the arrogant and domineering Mr. Zhao? Also, where are the people around him? Why is he the only one there? Whoosh! Zhao Qian leaned against a vine, enduring the pain and breathing gently there. At this moment, he thought back to what had happened in the past few days, and he felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have been so careless, and he still underestimated that person. He originally wanted to kill that person halfway, but ended up being hunted down by the other party, and even that woman Lu Ruyan betrayed him. Damn it! Wang Tong. If I survive this time, I will definitely kill you. Yes, it was Wang Tong, not Wang Lingfeng. Why does Wang Tang have such a large number of people? He can force my people to retreat and even hunt me down. Zhao Qian was still struggling with this matter at this time. He attacked Wang Tang on the road, but was killed by Wang Tang instead. At that time, he felt that the strength of his Zhao family was enough to crush Wang Tang, so when he was out of signal coverage, he ordered people to surround and kill Wang Tang. As a result, a group of people came out from nowhere and killed all his people, so he had to escape. Why kill Wang Tang? It was because the conflict between Wang Tang and him was getting bigger and bigger. During the days he stayed in the fortress, he didn't know what was going on. The conflicts between the two sides became more and more, and sometimes he couldn't control his emotions. But he didn't care about it. After all, to her, people like Wang Tang were just small figures in a small country town. So, he ambushed them halfway back, where there was no signal within 100 kilometers. There are many people who have the same idea as Zhao Qian, but their targets are not Wang Tang, but their enemies. This time, among the college entrance examination graduates who entered the secret realm, less than half returned. You useless guys, can't you find anyone? I asked you to kill that loser Wang Lingfeng before, but you couldn't, and now it's the same again. At this time, Zhao Qian heard Wang Tang's angry voice, which made him very nervous. He hoped that his methods would be useful. This is a magic scroll that can conceal oneself, eliminate the traces left by oneself nearby, and disrupt others' tracking. It was obvious that this thing was effective, because Wang Tang and others searched the area nearby and eventually left. However, Zhao Qian was also a cautious person. At this time, he chose to remain hidden, as if the other party was still by his side. Sure enough, this idea was very necessary. Sure enough, someone came back here and checked the surveillance measures left behind nearby and found that nothing had been done nearby. This happened several times before they finally left. Zhao Qian planned to continue waiting until there was no one around before coming out. There was no need to gamble now. He was about to continue hiding, but at this moment, the door of where he was opened from the inside. He entered through an outside window and didn't notice what was going on inside, nor did he intend to go in. Because there will be more traces left behind when you go in. At this time, Zhao Qian held his breath and continued to hide, while also observing the existence of the open door. This door may not be opened by a human, it may be opened by some strange beast or some mysterious power. However, he heard footsteps and then saw a pair of feet walking towards him from the doorway and suddenly stopped. Have you been discovered? Impossible, impossible, it's impossible to find me. I have concealment magic and it's a 4th level profession. Ordinary people can't find me at all. Unless, the other party is also a 4th level professional.
But if he were to change his profession 4 times, it would be impossible for him to intervene in a dispute of his level, and Wang Tang would not be able to ask him to do so. So, this is just a coincidence. It happened that he came here, it happened that he stopped in front of me, and it happened that he bent down to look at me.
Wait, was he bending over and looking at himself? Also, this face seems to be Wang Lingfeng? How could it be him? Is he in cahoots with Wang Tong?
Before he could figure out this problem, Wang Lingfeng stabbed him with a sword.
Are you going to kill me just like that? Won't you say anything?
At the very least, you should explain how you found me and what your plans are. You are trying to act like a fool in front of a dying man like me. It's a bit hard to understand why you would kill me directly like this.
You don't have to hide anymore.
Wang Lingfeng drew out his sword, which was covered in streaks of blood and was madly sucking the opponent's blood. This sword seems very familiar, Zhao Qian thought to himself. Could this be his own blood-drinking sword? If so, then he would be handing the sword that would kill him into someone else's hands with his own hands. However, at this time, he was not just thinking about these things.
Why are you trying to kill me? Why are you here? Why are you?
He died before he could ask many questions and could not get the answers.
Wang Lingfeng also disappeared quickly, returned to the fortress and continued his retreat. Everyone in the fortress thought that he was still in seclusion and everything was fine.
No one thought that Wang Lingfeng had gone out, killed Zhao Qian, and then came back. Because of this, Wang Lingfeng was completely excluded from Zhao Qian's death, and some people reported that he was killed by Wang Tang, which made it even more impossible for Wang Lingfeng to have anything to do with him.
Wang Tang didn't know that he had to take the blame even though he didn't catch Zhao Qian.
At the same time, he had acted in a place with no signal and thought he was being very careful. But in less than a day, the whole world knew that he had killed Zhao Qian. Moreover, the Zhao family knew where he was, so they went to hunt him down and also went to Linhai City to deal with the Wang family.
However, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake.
Now it is very difficult for a family to go to another city to destroy a family, unless that family is not a local snake. But even so, the Wang family has paid some price, and this price may be what the Zhao family wants to pay.
They must show some appreciation, otherwise people will think they are easy to bully.
Because Wang Tang was in the wild, he was like a stray dog and was being hunted. He had to flee to many places and many people died before he saved his life. Although it was so lively outside, Wang Lingfeng was still practicing in seclusion, as if everything had nothing to do with him.
If everyone knew that all this was arranged by Wang Lingfeng, they would definitely think that Wang Lingfeng was really scary.
What's more, he couldn't understand how Wang Lingfeng left and how he knew where Zhao Qian was. All of this will be a mystery that no one else will know.
Chapter 73, Breakthrough, My Basic Body Refining Technique. Have you heard about that?
I heard your dad went to the club yesterday and was caught by your mom.
Get lost. That's not what I'm talking about.
That means your mother also went to the nightclub to get drunk later. Someone filmed her dancing. Her charm is still there.
Roll. If you have something to say next time, just tell me directly.
Don't do this to me, or else next time it will be like your grandma dancing closely with the square dance uncle.
Actually, it's about Wang Tang and his gang.
I heard that Wang Tang was arrested yesterday, but was released later. I don't know what methods the Wang family used, but Wang Tang was in a miserable state. 3 of his legs were broken.
Also, there's news about Lu Ruyan.
I heard she was tortured beyond recognition by Wang Tang and has gone a bit crazy.
Is this true?
I don't know how many versions of this rumor there are.
I have a bad temper and absolutely don't believe it.
But they seem to be really miserable, but I don't know how miserable they are. Such topic discussions appear again and again in the Linhai Middle School group, and occasionally appear in other high school groups, especially in the Donghai County High School group, where they appear at least once every hour. It's just that Linhai Middle School is a little special. They can directly call the person involved, or call Wang Lingfeng and others who were present at the time. They want some gossip all day long, and even if they have heard it many times, they still want to hear it a few more times.
Haitang would only say this once or twice, so only Wang Lingfeng could say it.
While Wang Lingfeng was meditating in seclusion, he was still watching video chats online, so he really had plenty of time. So, he would often show up to chat with everyone, and he would not charge a penny for these messages. Wang Lingfeng aroused everyone's desire to watch the show, and told everyone about Lu Ruyan giving up Wang Tang to please Zhao Qian, and even included some details and speculations. Everyone liked to hear this, but it also made Wang Tang extremely embarrassed, and Lu Ruyan was even more despised.
After all, Lu Ruyan really abandoned her boyfriend, and even her ex-boyfriend Wang Lingfeng, and she actually got together with that Zhao Qian. At first, no one believed what Wang Lingfeng said. Later, Haitang said this, and many people took screenshots of Du Gufeng's chat, and the content was exactly the same as what Wang Lingfeng said. Just like that, everyone began to despise Lu Ruyan and sympathize with Wang Tang. Wang Lingfeng? He is not important. After chatting about this gossip, the problem seemed to return to Wang Lingfeng. Wang Lingfeng, what are you doing in seclusion over there? Also, are you planning to go directly to Jinbei City? It is known to everyone that Wang Lingfeng is going to Jinbei City. I believe he will go with Haitang and Du Gufeng. At this time, Haitang and Du Gufeng were still upgrading near the fortress, and they were waiting for Wang Lingfeng to go with them. Well, in a few days I will go to Jinbei City with Haitang. We will level up along the way, which can be regarded as a training. Aren't we all the same? Wang Lingfeng nodded, and then continued, I need to retreat. I need to improve my defense. When my body refining materials arrive, I can start training like crazy. Body refining materials? What are those? To put it simply, it's a kind of material for self-torture. Body training is to use self-torture to increase one's physical strength. Okay, enough talking, my materials are here. After Wang Lingfeng said this, there was no news for several days. It was said that he had been training his body and did not come out of the room in the fortress. However, everyone was not very concerned about Wang Lingfeng, and was soon attracted by Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan, who appeared later. These two people were lucky enough to survive. Lu Ruyan even had another man on the list. That man was a hero who saved her. This man is so unlucky. He actually saved such a woman and then got entangled by her. He is destined to be unlucky. Coincidentally, this man happens to be Lu Ruyan's senior in the future martial arts academy, and he will help Lu Ruyan to upgrade. This made many people angry. Why did someone like her have such good luck? Wang Tang also appeared in his martial arts academy with wounds all over his body. Coincidentally, although the two of them were not from the same martial arts academy, they were facing each other. When they reported in, they happened to meet each other, and the scene was very embarrassing. What is even more interesting is that Lu Shangyun is also in a martial arts academy nearby, and her academy is even one level higher than theirs. Because Lu Shangyun was specially recruited, but Lu Shangyun was destined to have no development in her life, the martial arts academy would not spend too much energy to help her research skills. She regretted her decision countless times in the days that followed. She should not have left Wang Lingfeng's team. Even if she had just persisted until entering the martial arts academy, perhaps her fate would have been better. That's all for the future. The reason why the three martial arts academies are concentrated together is very simple, because there are too many martial arts academies in the imperial capital, including some fake ones. This is normal, after all, it is the imperial capital. And where is the person who brought the three of them together? At this time, Wang Lingfeng was no longer in the fortress. After he got the body refining materials that day, he left the fortress, saying that he was going to Jinbei City, but he was alone, not with Haitang and Du Gufeng. Haitang and Du Gufeng are also in Jinbei Martial Arts Academy. According to the plan, the three of them plus Ning Meng will go to Jinbei City together. Therefore, Wang Lingfeng was not actually going to Jinbei City at this time. He just needed to find a place to train his body. He had already told the two women about this matter, and although they objected, the objection was ineffective. He went out alone, and soon after he went out, he released the dog from the demon refining pot. Now that these dogs have the demon refining pot, they feel a bit like summoned beasts. The space in the demon refining pot is of great benefit to the dogs, allowing them to slowly gain energy strengthening inside. Especially after the beast taming egg was put in, these dogs changed even more. Wang Lingfeng couldn't see what was inside the beast taming egg. It seemed to be blocked by a layer of energy. This was the first time he discovered such a thing. But it would be awesome to have something like this. Without saying all this, after Wang Lingfeng called out the dog, he headed in one direction, killed several ignorant beasts along the way, and finally reached his destination. This is a feng shui treasure land among the mountains. Wang Lingfeng saw that the energy from all around gathered here, and it must be suitable to perform body training and breakthrough here. Maybe it will trigger strange phenomena in heaven and earth. So he began to prepare for body training. He washed an iron oil barrel, placed it on a stone, lit a fire underneath, and then added water and materials into it. Then he set up a formation on the side. It was not a spirit gathering formation,
but just an ordinary magic trap to prevent any accidents.
I've been cooking this body refining soup for a whole day and night. Come on, drink it. Wang Lingfeng looked at the boiling oil barrel in front of him.
Whether he dried it up or jumped into the medicinal bath, it would be very sour and refreshing. What Wang Lingfeng is doing now is adding fuel to the fire and then jumping in.
Stew yourself in an iron pot. Cool.
The boiling medicinal soup had a temperature of over 200 degrees.
When Wang Lingfeng entered it, he suffered burns like fire. An ordinary person would have already matured it, but Wang Lingfeng used it to cultivate his body.
But this is actually nothing. Compared with the attacks and fire damage of those strange beasts, this is actually a small matter. The medicinal soup is invading his body, which is also a tempering process. At this time, his proficiency in basic body refining techniques increased rapidly.
3 kinds of light appeared on Wang Lingfeng's body: red, green, and golden.
The red color represents the blood-drinking sword-sucking blood, the green color represents the rejuvenation technique, and the golden color represents his basic body refining technique. The light is very dim at this moment, but it feels like it is getting brighter.
Breakthrough, my basic body training technique. Chapter 74 Second Career Change, Golden Armor Warrior. Field. Chen Tiejuan's adventure team is hunting exotic beasts. Chen Taijun is an adventurer from Linan City.
He is 25 years old this year, but his level is still 25, and he has never changed his career.
If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the way his life will be.
Today they accepted a mission from the city and were looking for some materials nearby, as well as hunting some exotic beasts. At this time, an extremely ferocious beast appeared in front of them, a level 30 small boss. With the ability of this team, it is very difficult to kill a boss-level monster by surpassing its level. It would be very dangerous if it is 3 levels higher. Therefore, even if this is just a small boss level, they are still very dangerous. Look, 2 of them are about to be pinned to the ground by the little boss. They will definitely be injured, or even die. However, at this moment, in a mountain in front of the strange beast, a golden beam of light suddenly shot straight into the sky, and a golden shadow of a golden armored warrior appeared in the air, and a powerful pressure spread in all directions. This pressure was directed towards the small boss, as well as all the strange beasts nearby in the adventure team. They all felt a force pressing down on them, but this force also seemed to give them a kind of strength to support them. At this moment, all the people and strange beasts looked at the golden armored warrior. No one knew how long it took before the golden armored warrior's body began to slowly descend, and then turned into a point of light and entered the mountain, as if it was absorbed by something. At this time, the team reacted and took the lead in killing the small boss. Afterwards, they collapsed on the ground, thanking the appearance of the vision.
Boss, should we go over and take a look?
The teammates looked at Chen Taijun and found that Chen Taijun was still in a daze. Then they noticed that Chen Taijun had been staring at the sky in a daze since the beginning and had not taken any action to deal with the monster. Just when his teammates wanted to continue asking, suddenly, a golden light emanated from Chen Tiejuan's body.
Is this a job change?
The teammates were surprised. They originally thought that Chen Taijun had no hope of changing his job, but they didn't expect that he would change his job at this time. And if Chen Taijun were to make a second transfer, his team would be able to climb up from the bottom.
This surprised them all. Soon, Chen Taijun completed his second transformation. He looked at his profession and attributes with great anticipation. He was a little stunned when he saw it. What kind of profession is this? The attribute enhancement is so strong. Boss, what profession did you change to? Golden Armor Warrior. What? At this time, a new profession appeared above the profession information. Even though it was a new profession of the second level, it still caused a sensation. Moreover, the potential level of this second level profession is not low and is rated as a level. Chen Taijun had no idea that he would have such an adventure in his life, and that this was also an opportunity to change him and his friends. In the future, he would be a nightmare for the orc country. And he is also a warrior whose name will be remembered forever in China. But now, he just looked in the direction of the mountain, thinking about his friend's question just now. Let's go. Although there may be danger, there may also be treasures. Chen Taijun said that everyone knows that this kind of thing is dangerous. It is very likely that there are dangers over there, but it is also very likely that there are treasures that are irresistible and can change one's life. No one would let go of something like this, but you can also be careful about it. So their team walked towards the mountain over there.
When they arrived at the mountain, they quickly found the place they wanted because there were many lingering auras nearby.
How to describe this breath? They don't know what it is. Anyway, it is a kind of breath. This breath is beneficial to them and can be absorbed by them.
Among this team, not only Chen Taijun has not achieved the second transformation, but the other three have also not achieved the second transformation. Their team is considered to be the lowest level of those who can change their professions.
Their talents are all F and E levels.
They have not achieved the second transformation for such a long time, and they probably won't have any chance in this lifetime.
But this breath gave them hope for the second transformation.
They seem to have enlightened here and actually found the breakthrough point of the second transformation, and succeeded in the second transformation one after another.
But they are not all golden armored warriors.
One of them has become a yellow turban swordsman, one has become a yellow turban archer, and the rest are yellow turban warlocks. The four of them had no healers, and no healing profession was willing to suffer with them. For a long time afterwards, they didn't know that the creator of all this was Wang Lingfeng, and Wang Lingfeng didn't know about their affairs either. At that time, Wang Lingfeng was just trying to improve his body refining skills, but he didn't expect that the yellow turban warrior would appear. The shadow of the yellow turban warrior actually left behind an artistic conception, which allowed Chen Taijun and others to achieve the second level.
If he knew about this, he would definitely get out of here quicker to avoid getting into trouble.
If his situation were known to the outside world, it would attract the attention of some hostile forces and he would be in great trouble.
A few days later, Wang Lingfeng arrived outside Gusa City, but he didn't know where Hanshan Temple was.
He entered the city and reunited with Haitang and the other two girls.
Boss Lingfeng, where have you been alone? We are so worried about you. When Ning Meng saw Wang Lingfeng, she immediately asked with concern.
It was a concern that came from the heart and was without any color. I know you're worried about me, but those two don't look worried at all. Wang Lingfeng looked at Dugafeng, who didn't care about him at all, and Haitang, who was looking elsewhere. He felt that what Ning Meng said about "we need" was just a casual remark between the two of them.
Who said they weren't worried?
Haitang asked me about your situation at least 50 times. Dugafeng asked me about your situation a little less than 10 times, but at least she did it a few times. After Ning Meng said this, Dugafeng and Haitang pulled her aside and taught her a lesson. This was not betraying herself.
Okay, sorry to have worried everyone.
We'll just rest here for a while and then continue north. We can register for school in September or October.
We can even go after the new year if we have a good excuse.
Wang Lingfeng did not expose everyone's thoughts and went straight to the hotel to rest and prepare to set off tomorrow. The school registration time he just mentioned is indeed so casual. Because he is worried that students need to practice, he can find a reason to delay it. But if there is no reason, the Martial Arts Academy will record the offense, and if you make the same mistake again, you will most likely be expelled. However, most people will not delay this time, because the Martial Arts Academy will give various benefits to those who come ahead, so that they can get more opportunities. Therefore, Wang Lingfeng and others are planning to enter Jinbei City before September, and there should be no problem with the current plan. In this way, Wang Lingfeng and his team traveled safely across half of China, passing through many cities and experiencing the local customs and practices, especially the Yangzhou city where people eat skin wrapped in water in the morning and water wrapped in meat in the evening. This kind of local customs and practices are hard to refuse. Many small stories happened along the way, but Wang Lingfeng completely put these stories aside. He just wanted to visit his own college. Of course, he has to take the entrance exam first. Chapter 75, They were still children when they died. The Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, one of the 7 martial arts academies on the North Street of Jinbei Town, is located here. Beside the majestic gate stand the stone statues of 2 war gods. The stone statue is 30 meters high and is one of the landmark buildings of Jinbei City. Also on Jinbei Street, at the end of the street, there is the gate of another school. Judging from the gate, this place was once prosperous, but now it has fallen into decline, and no one even cares about the vines growing on it. This vine has probably been growing for several years, and looking at the campus, it is overgrown with weeds, as if it were in the wild. Although there are many abandoned houses like this in Jinbei City, the population is declining after all, and houses have changed from assets to just a place to shelter from the wind and rain. At this time, Wang Lingfeng's team was standing in front of the school gate, looking at the plaque covered by vines, and could barely see the big words inside. Ning Meng directly controlled the vines, making them disappear, and finally the big words on the plaque were revealed.
Jinbei Vocational College. Why does this name sound like a professional university? No wonder they're going bankrupt. With that name, who would sign up? Plus, the resources aren't great. Most of the people in Jinbei City are military dependents who can go straight to the military academy, so even fewer people come here. Yes, this place is going to go bankrupt. Their funding has made it impossible for them to recruit students over the years. They have had zero enrollment for 2 consecutive years. If they don't recruit students this year, they will go bankrupt. Wang Lingfeng nodded and talked about the situation of the martial arts academy. In fact, this had been mentioned several times, and everyone had read the information. Now he was just sighing casually. Just send me here. Go report to your martial arts academy. There's nothing to see here. Wang Lingfeng waved his hand, as if to drive the 3 women away. However, now the 3 girls are very curious and want to continue watching, especially to see what this school admission test will be like. Generally speaking, this kind of academy will not be preserved just for Wang Lingfeng, so the trial may not be very simple. Of course, it is also possible that the opposite is true, because they think that the school may close down at any time, so they just take it over and don't care about it. Especially since they know that Wang Lingfeng is unemployed, they don't have any psychological burden. Do you want to come with me to watch the entrance exam? Wang Lingfeng looked at the 3 women and knew what they were thinking. Women just love to eat melons. So, Wang Lingfeng took them directly into the school. There was not even a security guard in this school. Although the main gate was closed, the small door on the side was open. After entering, there is only one way in. It can be seen that no one has been here for a long time, but someone came in recently, within 2 hours. Wang Lingfeng didn't need his divine eyes to see it, he could tell from the broken grass, even Ning Meng could see it. After the 4-member team entered, they followed the traces they had left. Along the way, everyone could see that this school was quite large in its heyday, with probably tens of thousands of people. Well, according to the data, this school had 13,710 students in its heyday, which can be said to be not small. Why does a school like this only have so many people in the end? The answer soon appeared. Wang Lingfeng and the other 3 quickly followed the traces to a central square, which led to various places in the school. But the most important place in this school is the central square, where stands a century-old stone tablet with 13,709 names engraved on it. That is a stone tablet belonging to heroes, and those engraved on it are all martyrs. Yes, this is a martyr's tombstone. 100 years ago, this school was at its peak, but on that day, all the teachers and students died on the battlefield. It was a joint invasion by Japan and South Korea, and also a joint invasion by orcs and alien beasts. Jinbei City, on the border of China, was naturally the first to bear the brunt of the attack. As long as you come to Jinbei City, you must be prepared to go to the battlefield at any time. At this time, a white-haired old man stood in front of the stone tablet. The area around and on top of the stone tablet had been cleared, and in front of the stone tablet were all kinds of snacks, including chocolate, potato chips, spicy strips, dried tofu, chicken feet, ham sausage, instant noodles, etc. Seeing this, Wang Lingfeng felt as if his heart was stabbed by a knife, especially the old man's next words. When they died, they were still children. Ning Meng hesitated for a moment, then immediately burst into tears, because she had seen this history before, and she would cry every time she saw it. Now seeing this scene, she couldn't help it anymore. 100 years ago, a group of freshmen as young as her had just joined this school when they joined the war and never returned. They are all heroes and will always live in the hearts of the people. Wang Lingfeng stepped forward and said, picking up a bottle of soda and placing it in front of him, and also put a straw in the milk tea. Then, the 5 people stood quietly in front of the stone tablet for 10 minutes. Then, 20 minutes. 30 minutes. The old man finally spoke, breaking the silence. Are you here to pay your respects to them? Are you their relatives, friends, or descendants? Although this is a monument to heroes and martyrs, there are monuments to martyrs everywhere in Jinbei City. Each stone tablet is engraved with names. Over the years, how many people have sacrificed their lives to defend this city and to defend China? There are attacks from orcs, attacks from strange beasts, and attacks from humans. Therefore, those who can come here to worship should be relatives, friends, and descendants. Not now, but soon. Wang Lingfeng's words stunned the old man. What did this mean? The old man's eyes were full of doubts, and he wanted to ask this question. Because I will be their apprentice. When Wang Lingfeng finished speaking, he took a sip of milk tea to pay tribute to the heroes engraved on the stone tablets. Become their apprentice? Do you want to enter our school? The old man looked at Wang Lingfeng with some surprise. Yes, I'm here to take the entrance exam. I wonder if you're ready, Principal? Wang Lingfeng looked at the old man and asked, and the word principal revealed the old man's identity. Principal? Is he the principal here? I can't tell at all.
Ning Meng blurted out at this time, because the old man looked very ordinary and did not feel like a master. As the principal of a martial arts academy, you should have at least the strength of the 4th level, otherwise how can you convince the public? Even if this place has fallen into decline now, an ordinary person should not be the principal. You have to think clearly. There is no future for you here. To tell you the truth, there are only 3 of us in the whole school now, me and 2 students. A useless old man who was about to die and 2 useless students. The old principal looked at Wang Lingfeng and smiled. This smile seemed to contain a lot of bitterness and a hint of powerlessness. It seems that in his eyes, this school is beyond saving and he is a little desperate.
Chapter 76? My talent combined with no profession is the best.
I can't deny that you're right, but I'm here, and I'm your savior. All these problems can be solved. When Wang Lingfeng said this, the old principal was stunned for a moment, and then he started laughing.
Boy, you're very funny. You know I'm no longer able to do it, so you come to make me laugh, right? Or are you laughing at an old man like me? The old man looked at Wang Lingfeng with a changeable expression, because he couldn't figure out what Wang Lingfeng meant. Neither of those. I'm serious.
Old man, you have old injuries that haven't healed yet, and it seems you were poisoned a few years ago. Furthermore, you were forced to increase your strength for the sake of your students. Your body is now deficient in both qi and blood, and the toxins haven't been cleared yet. If nothing unexpected happens, you will die in the next few months.
Wang Lingfeng looked at the old man and pretended to be a miracle doctor.
In fact, he just used his 3rd eye to see the information. This 3rd eye, combined with medical skills, is definitely a magical weapon. Because the sky eye can see inside and outside, it is equivalent to a collection of countless inspection machines. Combined with observing the future, it can know what medicine is appropriate and effective.
How do you know? Who are you and what do you want from me?
The old man immediately became alert. Since he had investigated all these things clearly, he must be plotting against him.
But the question is, if you have some ulterior motive, what value do you have? He couldn't guarantee this.
After all, Japan and South Korea were 2 very mysterious countries, and he didn't know what they needed.
I just want you to live well. You have to continue to serve this school for decades. There will be batches of outstanding students here who need you to guide. By then, your students will become the pillars of China and even the saviors of the world. And you are the heroic old principal. Wang Lingfeng sounded very excited when he spoke, and people almost believed it was true. When you say the savior of the world, are you talking about yourself?
You can guess this, you are worthy of being my principal.
Wang Lingfeng is serious.
He will really be the savior in the future, and he will be the one to deal with the world-destroying monsters.
But who would believe this?
At least the current principal would not believe it, but he thought Wang Lingfeng was quite interesting. Although he did not believe what he said, he was not angry. Instead, he felt like talking more with Wang Lingfeng.
Okay, show me the information. If I'm satisfied, I'll hire you. Okay, I've sent it to you.
Wang Lingfeng immediately sent the information to the other party and applied for admission at the same time.
So you are the SSS-level unprofessional. If that's you, then go ahead and join our martial arts academy if you want. You're useless anyway.
The old principal said it very directly, and at the same time he seemed to understand Wang Lingfeng's idea.
It's just a matter of finding a martial arts academy to attend. The boy is still too young.
The most important things in a martial arts academy are resources, the guidance of teachers, and the help of classmates. Otherwise, the qualification of a martial arts academy is completely meaningless. This is different from those liberal arts colleges, which value graduation certificates.
Don't you have to participate in the trial? This seems against the rules. My test is that you just stood quietly with me for 30 minutes. This is my test, and you have passed it.
The old principal said casually that it was necessary to take the entrance examination, but what the entrance examination was about was up to all the school leaders. Of course, this entire school leadership is not just the principal in other schools, but here it is.
Ah, is it passed just like that? This is so boring, I'm ready to eat melon. Ning Meng's face was full of disappointment.
At this moment, a melon had grown on the vine beside her. She picked it and started eating it. She has now mastered the skill of summoning vines to the point where she can grow melons, which are actually edible. However, this consumes a lot of energy and also causes the soil to lose some fertility. The skill of summoning vines will also consume these two types, so it is impossible to summon too many vines in one place, otherwise the land will lose its fertility and she will no longer be able to summon.
Yeah, I was ready to eat some melon too. It's so boring that it ends like this. Dugu Feng also expressed disappointment.
Haitang could only express her speechlessness, and at the same time, she felt equally disappointed. The old principal looked at their skills, his eyes lit up a little, and said, "Aren't you three girls going to sign up?"
"We won't report it."
Ning Meng immediately shook her head. "The three of them are from next door, and your place is not suitable for them. The main reason is that you don't have any resources here, and they will only cause trouble to me if they stay here."
"If you can get the resources, I wouldn't mind having them here." Wang Lingfeng said very directly, "What's wrong with his place? Is there no way to escape the heat?"
"I see, then it wouldn't be bad if you teamed up with them to gain experience and level up together. That way you wouldn't be short of resources. It's a pity that you don't have a profession, so others won't lead you. I don't understand why you chose to have no job. Were you crazy at that time?"
"No, are you still sick now?" The old principal was very curious about Wang Lingfeng's choice. I guess everyone was curious about this, not just him. Because you can be very tricky even without a profession.
"My talents are the best when paired with a non-professional character, but I don't need to tell you that. Your task now is to clean this place, tidy up my dormitory, and do a good job of logistics.
A new student will be arriving in a few days, so don't embarrass our Jinbei Vocational School." Wang Lingfeng spoke to the old principal with an air of seniority.
The old principal was speechless.
How did he become a logistics person and be commanded by a freshman who had not paid tuition?
"No, I must let the other party know who is the man with the final say here."
"Wait, there are new students coming in a few days? This is something I've never seen before."
"It's already a big deal to have someone like this come nowadays."
"How could there be someone else coming? Is the new student coming in a few days your friend?" "No. We've never met, nor have we ever corresponded. You'll know when the time comes. Anyway, you should remember it's a few days away."
"How many days later?"
The old principal deliberately asked this question, hoping that Wang Lingfeng would prepare a draft. Unexpectedly, Wang Lingfeng said without even thinking,
3 days.
3 days? Fine, if no one comes in 3 days, I'll slap you on the spot. The old principal didn't believe that Wang Lingfeng had the ability to predict the future.
The old principal never expected that within 3 days, someone would actually come, and more than one person, a total of 3 students joined, which made the old principal burst into tears. It was then that he realized that what Wang Lingfeng said was so accurate.
"Now that these things have been settled, you can take care of my injuries, but what about your 2 useless brothers? They've been giving me a headache for 5 years. Do you know how I've been living these past 5 years?" The old principal looked at Wang Lingfeng and asked a question. He really hoped that Wang Lingfeng could do it. Even if he couldn't, it didn't matter, but he had to try. Chapter 77? Will there be students coming here?
Inside the academy, Wang Lingfeng's team was doing a general cleaning, using their own abilities to carry out the work. They were first clearing the nearby roads to make them easier to walk on.
At this time, Wang Lingfeng was mowing the grass along the way with the blood-drinking sword.
Compared to him, Haitang was very relaxed and just used 2 flying swords to harvest. Ning Meng summoned vines, tied up the piles of weeds, and put them aside. As for Dugafone, she left immediately after seeing this situation, saying that she was going to report to the new students. She would not stay to help others with work, even though she and Wang Lingfeng and the other 2 had been working together for a while and had developed some feelings for each other. She would not stay to help. Wang Lingfeng let Haitang and Ning Meng stay mainly so they can practice their skills.
Otherwise, Wang Lingfeng would not let them do this.
He had already decided who to invite.
Wang Lingfeng at Xiaohou Iron Pillar. Wang Lingfeng, pictures, pictures. In the group, Wang Lingfeng posted many photos of Ning Meng and Haitang.
It must be said that the angles and artistic conception are very beautiful, and his photography skills are also maximized because of his super understanding. Super comprehension not only affects his professional skills, but also gives his brain super comprehension. Memorizing everything he sees and reading 10 lines at a glance are no big deal for him.
He can master anything quickly.
When it comes to photography, I became a master without realizing it because I often posted pictures in the group. And this group is the class group of Linhai Middle School, their senior class.
Xiahou Taizhu, where are you? I'll come right away. Wang Lingfeng, location. Wang Lingfeng was very decisive and sent out the location directly. Xiahou Taizhu, I'll be there right away. Why do you say it will arrive soon? Everyone soon found out that Xiahou Taizhu was actually in Jinbei City.
Although he left that time and returned to his family, he also participated in the college entrance examination. But this did not prevent him from paying attention to Ning Meng. Knowing that Ning Meng went to Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, he naturally had to follow her. He could still go to Jinbei Martial Arts Academy. He had been in Jinbei City for a few days and had been waiting for Ning Meng. Now, when he saw Wang Lingfeng's message, he went over immediately. With this free labor, and the fact that he is a big dog owner, he will find others to help, so the school cleaning work will be much faster. Not long after, skills such as Wind Blade that could quickly mow down the grass appeared on campus. I have to say, Wind Blade was really convenient for doing these things. Soon, a flat lawn appeared and the campus looked much more comfortable. During the break, everyone gathered together to eat snacks and set up a barbecue. The scene was very joyful. However, a group of people came in from outside the campus, wearing suits and sunglasses. When they came in front of Wang Lingfeng and others, they parted the road and a man with a big beard walked in the middle. The bearded man wore a floral shirt with his chest deliberately left open, revealing a large gold chain and a tattoo on his chest. His arms were also covered in large flowers. He came straight to the principal and started talking about hermaphrodites. Oh, it's quite lively here today. Principal Gu, why bother you with something like spring cleaning? We will take care of it when the time comes. You just need to go through the formalities. This place will belong to our Li Group from now on. Li Group? Isn't that one of the top 10 conglomerates in China, with businesses in all walks of life and all over China? But why would they be interested in such a worthless little place? As mentioned earlier, the current real estate industry is a garbage industry, and houses are free. There are actually quite a lot of vacant land in the city because there are fewer people. The reason why cities cannot support so many people is not because there is not enough land, but because there are not enough other resources. In addition, although there is a Jinbei Martial Arts Academy nearby, the students' food, clothing, housing and transportation can all be solved in the academy, and the outside businesses do not get any nourishment from the students. Therefore, there must be other connections here. There's no need to go through the formalities. I've recruited another student, and there will be more students coming in 3 days. So, we'll continue to run this school. The bearded man was stunned for a moment, as if he had seen something very funny, and began to laugh wildly, holding his stomach. Ha, Principal Gu, you're going to make me laugh to death. Will there be students coming here? Will there be students coming within 3 days? Are these students mentally ill? It would be better for them to go out and improve on their own than to stay here with you. Improving on their own wouldn't be a burden to you guys. Yeah, only a fool would come here. This isn't a liberal arts college where you can just get by with a diploma. This is a martial arts college. People here constantly update their skills. They have to prove their abilities wherever they go. A martial arts certificate is worthless. The bearded man and the people around him laughed, not only because of the point mentioned above, but the most important thing was that this martial arts academy could not provide resources to the students, and might even ask the students to do some tasks to maintain the survival of the school. Therefore, no one would come to this kind of school, and normal people would avoid it. As for whether we can win over those candidates who failed the exam, that is actually a joke. Let them fail and don't force it. As long as those who failed the exam can be trained, the Martial Arts Academy will accept them. After all, it can improve China's strength. This does not mean that those who failed the exam cannot upgrade their abilities, nor does it mean that they cannot create miracles. First of all, as for the former, they can be upgraded and improved, but there is no need for a martial arts academy to teach them, they can completely improve themselves. The probability of the latter miracles is too low. As a martial arts academy, even if you have a 1% chance of success, why should they give up the 100% for your 1%? Sometimes don't blame others for not giving you opportunities, because they have given you opportunities. But the facts have proved that this kind of gambling mentality is not desirable. It is better to be safe and stable and choose whichever one is better for now. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you come to our vocational college and act like a jerk? Before Wang Lingfeng could say anything, Xiahou Taizhu rushed out and punched him. Wang Lingfeng immediately stepped forward to help pull the bearded men.
Stop fighting, stop fighting. Fuck, let me go, you're asking me to get beaten.
The thug in a suit who was being pulled by Wang Lingfeng roared in anger, because Xiahou Taiju did not stop when Wang Lingfeng was pulling him.
Excuse me, I'll let you go.
Wang Lingfeng immediately let go and went to pull someone else, but the same scene appeared again.
Whenever Wang Lingfeng pulled someone, Xiahou Taiju would beat him up.
In this way, this group of people were beaten up by them. The bearded man was confused when he saw this situation.
What was going on with them?
Ning Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud, holding her stomach. It was obvious that she knew Wang Lingfeng and the others did it on purpose.
Principal Gu is a little confused. You two didn't even know who the other person was, so how could you hit someone?
However, seeing this situation, he had to speak up, mainly to stop the bearded man and others from taking revenge on Wang Lingfeng.
Stop it.
You two, step aside. They're just a little ugly, speak a little harshly, and have a little brain damage, but you can't treat them like this. The bearded man was silent.
Are they bullying us? Damn it, you are bullying me. Do you know the current situation?
Your place will soon be taken over by our Li group.
Don't do these meaningless things. Chapter 78, Principal Gu's Hope. You're looking for death.
The bearded man suddenly burst out with momentum, swung a short stick in his hand, and suddenly a skull appeared in front of him. The skull, with a horrible breath of death, opened its mouth wide and rushed towards Xiahou Taiju.
Boom!
Xiahou Taiju was knocked away, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and most of his energy and blood disappeared. This bearded man is a second-level necromancer, probably around level 40, so it's easy for him to defeat Xiahou Taiju. When the mage profession reaches the second level, many systems can be developed. In addition to the elemental system, there are also necromancy, summoning, etc.
The first transfer is a basic profession, and the second transfer onwards is advanced. For ordinary people, being able to complete the second transformation is considered a major breakthrough, transforming from an ordinary person into an elite, which is a watershed. Although the higher the talent, the higher the success rate of the second transformation, it does not mean that success is guaranteed. This was soon proven. All in all, this bearded man is already an elite. With just one casual blow, he crippled Xiahou Taiju, a newly enrolled job changer. At this time, the bearded man still wanted to continue attacking Wang Lingfeng. After all, Wang Lingfeng had just attacked him. And at this moment, Principal Gu had already spoken. How dare you? Do you really think I'm dead? Even if I'm dead, do you think you can offend me?
Principal Gu's voice was very low. Although he didn't sound angry, it still made people feel chilled.
Is this what it means to be awe-inspiring without being angry?
This Principal Gu doesn't look like an ordinary person. The bearded man's expression changed a little at this moment, as if he just remembered how terrifying the other party was. People are like this. After touching a tiger's but a few times, they feel that the tiger is not showing any power, so they start to become bolder and more reckless. Principal Gu is, after all, a member of the older generation. Even though he is injured and sick now, he was once a fierce tiger and has many friends of the same level. Although Big Beard is a member of the Li group and has the support of the Li group, he will not kill anyone, but he can definitely injure him. At that time, his status in the Li group will decline and he will be snatched away by others. Oh, I'm sorry, Principal Gu, I was too naughty, but it's not my fault, it was these two guys who attacked first.
Forget it, this matter is over. Let's talk about the school. You cancel the school registration and we will take over the land. Let's not cause any trouble. This is what you and our Li group agreed upon in advance.
The bearded man immediately apologized with a smile and said that he was a man who could bend and stretch, but he already had an idea in his mind.
See you at the school gate, kid.
But he didn't know that he would be dealt with after he left the school.
Who is Xiahou Taiju? How could he let someone be beaten like this for nothing?
How would he face himself if this got out? But even if the big beard dies, there are still small beards, long beards, white beards, and black beards. The Li group has set its sights on this piece of land, so it will definitely not end like this.
Didn't I tell you that if the school couldn't continue, I would give it to you?
But now that the school has hope, this matter naturally doesn't count. Principal Gu did not look at the bearded man at this time, but only looked at the stone tablet in front of him, and Wang Lingfeng and the group of energetic young people. He seemed to see hope in the future, and his already despairing heart began to rekindle his fighting spirit.
Principal Gu, how can you still be so naive? What's the current situation of your school?
There are no teachers, no library, no logistics, and you even owe a lot of people money.
You owe our Lee group alone millions. Forget all of this.
If you were to start from scratch, you wouldn't even be able to rebuild the necessary facilities here.
Just give up and stop struggling.
The bearded man said with disdain that there was no hope at all and the problem could not be solved by relying on a few students. What's more, these students are not yours. He had someone check and found that except Wang Lingfeng, none of the others were students here.
You live by the sea, why do you care so much? Xiahou Taizhu immediately expressed his thoughts.
I'm just reminding you guys, don't do useless things.
I guess Wang Lingfeng is the only one with a problem in his head. He's worthy of being an SSS-level talent who chose no profession. He's truly extraordinary. The bearded man looked at Wang Lingfeng with a mocking expression.
The person who started the game wrongly that day insisted on making a bigger move, which resulted in the collapse of the world. At the same time, he also wanted to express one thing through this sentence, that is, it is useless to have only one person, and the school will still go bankrupt in the end.
There's more than one. There will be more coming in 2 days.
Principal Gu said that at this time he believed Wang Lingfeng.
Impossible, this is the place. If anyone comes here, I will kick your head.
The bearded man shook his head and immediately refuted the suggestion, but then he thought of something and added, no one can recruit students, no benefits can be promised, and the admission standards cannot be changed.
This is to prevent the use of some relationships and benefits to recruit some people, which is meaningless. Don't worry, we're just waiting here. Someone will come naturally. However, your people can't stop them. We have to let nature take its course.
Wang Lingfeng spoke immediately at this time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present felt that Wang Lingfeng was being a bit arrogant. Given the situation here, it was impossible for someone to come naturally.
Ah, okay, very good, I promise you. The bearded man laughed. He couldn't believe that there were such stupid people. Under the same standards, why come here when there are other colleges to choose from? We have a sure win this time, so if that's the case, shouldn't we set a jackpot? Before the bearded man could even bring up the idea, Wang Lingfeng had already spoken. Since it's a bet, there has to be some stakes.
If you lose, you'll be our cleaner for 4 years.
Cleaning, of course, includes cleaning toilets.
Okay, I promise you, but what if you lose? Although I won't lose, since you asked, I'll just agree to one of your conditions.
You can take your time to think about it.
Wang Lingfeng didn't care about this at all, as if he was sure to win. This made the bearded man very unhappy, and he thought to himself that he would definitely come up with a condition that would be difficult for the other party to accept and would be very humiliating.
Snort! We'll come back in 3 days. The bearded man waved goodbye and left.
At this moment, he couldn't use force anyway, so he might as well wait for 3 days and leave some harsh words before leaving. After they left, Principal Gu, Haitang and others came over to ask Wang Lingfeng why he was so confident. Wang Lingfeng did not answer this, but gave Xiahou Taizhu a bottle of potion to recover, asked everyone to continue cleaning, and then went to buy materials to make the potion.
All the laboratories in the school are there.
Although the facilities are a bit old, they are all usable. Also, because it is old, it is worthless and no one wants it.
Of course, no one dared to take it. These fixed assets are registered, and taking them away would be equivalent to violating the law. The medicine Wang Lingfeng made this time was for Principal Gu. Although it couldn't cure the disease, it could at least alleviate the symptoms. However, Principal Gu still didn't believe it. He thought Wang Lingfeng was just comforting him. He hadn't recovered from his illness for decades and had consulted many famous doctors, but they only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. How could it be possible for a young man like Wang Lingfeng? But he doesn't care about this now. The most important thing is that someone will come to sign up within 3 days. This is what everyone cares about most. Chapter 79, the latest law regarding the Martial Arts Academy. It's been 3 days. Hurry up and get that piece of land. Why does this old man suddenly want to open a school again? In the bright office of the Li Group's Jinbei City branch, a cool and beautiful woman in professional attire was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking in the direction of Jinbei Street. She was currently talking to the bearded man. After giving him a few instructions, she hung up the phone. At this time, she returned to the desk. There was a nameplate on the desk with Li Ji-hyun's name on it. Soon, she logged into a virtual community, which was like a virtual online game, where she could go shopping, make friends, and chat with others.
She appeared in a quiet tea room, a private space she had created for herself, and soon a little black man appeared in it. This little black man has no head portrait and no physical features, just like the little black man in Conan, he could be anyone.
Our plan has already begun. How are things going on your side?
The little black man was drinking tea in the tea room and seemed very leisurely, but from his tone, even across the internet, one could feel his seriousness and urgency.
There's nothing wrong with the plan. The school is going to close down. Even if it doesn't, there are only so many people in the school. It's easy to take it down.
Li Zhixian said that she was not afraid of being monitored here because this virtual community belonged to the Li Group and the servers were provided by the Li Group. This server will not monitor or record her information. This is her privilege, and the people who view it are hers, so there is no need to worry about it being leaked.
No, this plan doesn't allow for any accidents.
If anything goes wrong, you and I will both die to prove our resolve.
Don't worry, I know. Even if I can't take it down, I will find a way to control it.
That is good to know, just do it quickly. Also, if you have the chance, kill that guy named Wang Lingfeng. He has ruined our plans many times.
I hope he won't ruin our plans this time.
The little black man suddenly mentioned Wang Lingfeng, and his tone seemed a little angry.
If Wang Lingfeng were here at this moment, he would definitely be very confused. Who did I offend? Do you want to kill me? Also, whose plans have I ruined so many times? That means there are more of them with the Wang family. Could it be the Wang family? Yes, I will. It is obvious that Li Zixian doesn't seem to care much about Wang Lingfeng. A freshman without a profession, currently at level 20 or so, what's there to worry about? After chatting about some more things, Li Zixian left and stood up again to look towards Jinbei Street and Jinbei Vocational College.
I didn't expect this shabby place to be the key. Who would have thought that our people would have laid such an arrangement here hundreds of years ago?
We almost succeeded back then. But it's good. Their efforts will not be in vain. But is there really anyone coming to that school? Besides Wang Lingfeng, who's not smart enough, who else would be smart enough? Li Zixian really couldn't think of who would be willing to come.
The 3 days are almost up, and this person hasn't shown up yet.
Is he going to wait until the end?
You think that when making a movie, the protagonist always appears at the last minute.
This is reality and it is impossible. Big Beard had the same idea at this time.
He directly called people over and planned to clean up the place after everyone left and rebuild it according to the group's plan. He also didn't know why the group wanted to rebuild this place. It felt meaningless, and why did they still need it here?
Is it really for the service of Jinbei Martial Arts Academy? That's impossible. My group is not so kind.
At the same time, although there are many people in Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, except for the freshmen, the seniors have already left the academy to kill strange beasts and orcs. To upgrade, you still need to kill strange beasts, not learn in the Martial Arts Academy. Therefore, there are not that many people actually here, and with this amount of traffic, it cannot support a commercial complex, so it seems unnecessary to build it like this. Big Beard and Li Zixian have already prepared their plans, and are just waiting to win the bet so that they can start right away. When the 3-day deadline was almost up, the bearded man could not help but declare victory, but Xiaoho Taiju poured cold water on him.
That's really cold water.
At the same time, Xiaoho Taiju also made some offensive remarks to Big Beard, which I will not list one by one here.
You're just being stubborn. No one's coming here. There are only 5 minutes left. I don't believe anyone will come in these 5 minutes.
The bearded man pointed ahead, where was the countdown he had virtually projected. You have no chance of turning things around.
Soon, the 3-minute countdown came again.
The bearded man smiled even more triumphantly.
Wang Lingfeng, are you sure someone is coming? Principal Gu is a little doubtful now. Is it necessary to be so exciting and do it within a few minutes of the countdown? That's right, Lingfeng, if you really don't have anyone, I can help you find some.
Xiaoho Taiju said a little anxiously. At this time, except for Xiaoho Taiju, people like Haitang, Ning Meng, and Dugufeng were all there.
How could anyone miss such an event? Although none of us are from this school, we all care about each other.
In addition to them, some classmates they had met recently, as well as other classmates from Jinbei Martial Arts Academy who heard the news, all came to see. There was also a group of people sitting on the wall of Jinbei Martial Arts Academy looking at this place. From this distance, they could see clearly without a telescope.
It's okay, it will come. Wang Lingfeng was still very calm at this time. Countdown 0:59.
Oh my god, the countdown has already reached 1 minute.
This feels so exciting. Is anyone really coming? And does this person know that many people are waiting here? 10, 9. The countdown has begun.
The expressions of the people present at this time, whether they were the parties involved or the spectators, were varied and very interesting.
And the most interesting thing is, wait, don't count down. No, sorry, I'm late.
At this time, a young man appeared on the street of Jinbei Street, followed by a young girl. They looked like a perfect couple.
A perfect match, like a golden boy and a jade girl. Quick, sign here and put your fingerprints.
Wang Lingfeng immediately took out the application form, asked the other party to sign it, and then took the other party's hand and pressed the fingerprint. At this time, Wang Lingfeng immediately took out his signature and fingerprints and announced that the two students had already entered the school and could not regret it.
This damned feeling of proficiency was definitely honed through countless trials and tribulations. Are there really fools here? Are the three biggest fools in the world all here? Looking at the two freshmen beside Wang Lingfeng, the bearded man felt unwell all over. Damn it! How could someone really come? Fortunately, I still have a backup plan.
In the past few days, I have studied the laws related to the Martial Arts Academy, and one of them can deal with the current situation. According to the latest article in the Martial Arts Academy's laws, if an academy hasn't enrolled students in 3 years, it must enroll at least 30 students.
Where are you going to find 30 people? 30 people?
Don't even mention this number, even 10 people would be difficult.
Chapter 80 New Bet, recruiting 25 people in 3 days. What do you mean by the Lee Group? Why do you have to take the school land? Is it good for you? Principal Gu felt that something was not right.
At this point, the other party should have retreated. This place is not valuable, so the Lee Group should not be interested in it. There is nothing of particular value in this area, and it has not been developed. The Lee Group said that they wanted to develop the area, but no matter how you looked at it, it seemed like there was something else going on. Principal Gu thought there was something wrong, but without understanding the information, how could he know what was inside and how could he know people's purpose? No matter how smart a person is, without data support and relying solely on guesswork, it is just blind guessing.
This is the place we've always had our eyes on. We at the Lee Group always keep our promises. If we can't resolve something like this, how will we negotiate with others in the future?
The bearded man spoke at this time. This was not because he was making excuses, but because that was what the people above told him. He is just a low-level person, how could he know what is going on here? In the end, the two sides argued for a while, and there was basically only one problem. That is, according to the new regulations, the school must enroll a full 30 students, but there are only 3 new students at this time, and including the 2 old students, there are still 25 students left. This is a bit too difficult for this college.
What should we do about Ling Feng? We've checked, and the new regulations are indeed like this.
If a school has not enrolled students for 3 years and has fewer than 30 students, it will be merged.
However, normally no one would care, but now
messages were being sent in the Haitang group, which was a newly created group. In addition to the 4 of them, there was also Xiaoho Taizhu. This group is called Jinbei Fanzue Group, and the group leader is Xiaoho Taizhu. The reason is that he found that Wang Lingfeng and the other 3 often chatted privately, which made him feel abandoned. At this time, everyone in the group was discussing the current situation. Xiaoho Taizhu, how about I find 30 eliminated F-class students and promise them some conditions, and then I can consider it as training some talents for our Xiaoho family.
Dogu Feng, that's not impossible.
We can find some people from Linhai City and make contributions to Linhai City in the future.
Wang Lingfeng, don't bother with that. Just recruit students from nearby. It's only 30 people.
As long as we raise our arms and call, people will respond.
It's no big deal. Everyone was silent, not understanding where Wang Lingfeng got his confidence from.
While they were silent, Wang Lingfeng had already spoken to the bearded man.
We will naturally solve the problem of 30 people. Even if it's not your problem, we will solve it.
You don't need to worry about this, I just want to remind you of one thing.
What is it?
You should go to work and clean up the school, especially our dormitory.
Clean it thoroughly. Wang Lingfeng's words made the bearded man's face darken instantly.
Only then did he remember that he had lost the bet.
Well, how about we make another bet?
If you can enroll 30 students within 3 days, I'll be a handyman in this school for the rest of my life.
If you can't do it, then the previous bet is off.
The bearded man thought about it and decided that it would be too embarrassing to go back on his word, so he made another bet. He believed that the other party would never be able to fulfill the bet he proposed, but because he couldn't do it, he was afraid that the other party would not agree.
Wang Lingfeng, don't agree to him. Let him work as a cleaner for 3 years first.
That's right. I'll keep a close eye on him and give him all the dirtiest and most tiring work.
Speaking of which, Lingfeng, was it because of him that you kept those jobs?
At this time, Dugufeng and others on the side did not want to agree. At the same time, they also thought of Wang Lingfeng's previous arrangements, and there were still some places that had not been cleaned. If these places were to be done by one person, it would definitely make the person exhausted for a month, and it would also be dirty.
I agree to your new bet. To everyone's surprise, Wang Lingfeng agreed.
Wang Lingfeng, 3 days is too much, it should be at least 7 days.
The most problematic thing about this matter is the timing.
This matter can be postponed to half a month later. After all, it is still early for the school to review it.
No, 3 days is enough. Others won't give us that much time. Wang Lingfeng shook his head and looked at the bearded man meaningfully.
This time he was not looking at the bearded man himself, but the person behind him.
Does he know something?
The bearded man was a little confused. He was broadcasting live at that time, and the people above him were watching this matter through his perspective. That's right, it's still that office, that somewhat cold woman, she is watching what is happening here now.
Recruiting 25 people in 3 days, can you do it? Li Zixian frowned. Frankly, she felt that Wang Lingfeng was pretending. Given the current situation of the school, it was impossible to recruit him.
And if we need the help of Dugufeng and Xiaoho Taiju, 3 days will not be enough, because their forces are not here, and it is impossible to find suitable graduates here.
Where does he get this confidence? You're so funny.
Your brain just works like crazy.
If you said 10 days, I believe you can do it. But 3 days, even if I asked you to recruit students, you still can't do it.
In Jinbei City, because there is the Jinbei Army, anyone who changes jobs will be trained. If the Jinbei Martial Arts Academy doesn't want them, the military academy will take them, and you won't be able to find them. The bearded man immediately burst into laughter.
Jinbei City was different from other cities.
Almost everyone here was a descendant of a soldier.
They all had a spirit of dedication to defending their country and would definitely become useful people in Jinbei City.
After they changed their jobs, they would be protected and grown by the Jinbei Army, even if they were only at F level. Of course, this can also be said to be because Jinbei City is in great need of people. Originally, Jinbei Vocational College was also responsible for training these people, but a very bad thing happened in this college, which caused the school to decline. This school does not have a very good reputation in Jinbei City, to the point where almost everyone dislikes it. Therefore, it is even more difficult for the school to recruit people.
The remaining 25 people are so difficult. You don't have to worry about that.
In 3 days, you'll be a lifetime janitor at this school, so you can prepare yourself.
Wang Lingfeng smiled, looking confident, which made people think he was pretending. Then I'll wait. Let's go and come back in 3 days.
The bearded man sneered, then turned and prepared to leave.
Stop! Wang Lingfeng shouted softly.
Why, do you regret it?
I should be the one asking you this.
Have you forgotten that, regardless of whether the bet in 3 days is established or not, your previous bet has already been fulfilled?
Now, you should go back to work as a cleaner.
The bearded man fell silent. It seemed that he couldn't escape being a cleaner for the next 3 days. If I run away, my credibility will be lost. But Wang Lingfeng's attitude would definitely give him the dirtiest and most tiring work, which he could not accept.
No, I can hire someone to do those things.
He looked at the younger brothers around him, and they had a bad feeling.
Wang Lingfeng didn't care about the bearded man's little thoughts. As long as there was someone to do the cleaning, it would be fine.
All he had to do now was to continue recruiting students.
Wang Lingfeng's enrollment method was unconventional, and his operation shocked everyone. Chapter 81, I wish lovers can finally become siblings. At the gate of Jinbei Martial Arts School, Wang Lingfeng sat opposite.
There was a small table with a pot of tea, a plate of peanuts, a plate of melon seeds, and a plate of flowering broad beans. If that were all, everyone would think he was drinking tea here.
Although the location was a bit strange, it was still understandable. Well, he is just a stupid person, why do you care about him?
But the problem was that there was a flag standing next to Wang Lingfeng's table, with some large, flamboyantly written characters on it.
Jinbei Vocational College Admissions Office.
Damn it, this guy actually snatched someone away at the gate of Jinbei Martial Arts Academy. This scene was immediately posted online, and some people were broadcasting live on Wang Lingfeng's side, wanting to see when Wang Lingfeng would be beaten to death. Although Jinbei Martial Arts Academy will not take care of this matter, the students below will definitely not be able to help it and will definitely come to Wang Lingfeng to cause trouble.
However, no one expected that Wang Lingfeng's next move would be even more magical.
After more people gathered, he put up another banner with the words,
"It's a sure thing." What does this mean? It seems that most people don't understand this.
After all, in this era, feng shui fortune telling has long disappeared in the long river of history.
It's fortune telling.
In simple terms, I can tell your past and future by looking at your face. I can also give you some advice to help you avoid misfortune and seek good fortune. As soon as Wang Lingfeng said this, the people watching the fun and the people watching the show online all understood that this was a charlatan and a liar.
You think we are 3-year-old children? Would we believe such a thing? The people around him looked down on Wang Lingfeng and wanted to overturn his business.
Originally, if we directly overturned the enrollment booth of Jinbei Vocational College, people would talk about it. After all, they are just enrolling students here, so there is no problem. You know, because Jinbei Martial Arts Academy is one of the 7 major martial arts academies, many people come here to participate in the final entrance examination, and there are also many students joining because of such entrance examinations every year. However, many people were eliminated, and these people would become the targets of recruitment by other martial arts academies. After all, most of the fresh graduates who dare to come here feel that they can give it a try.
If there is no hope, they will not come. Of course, there are some weird ones as well as some who just want to try it out.
Therefore, it is not surprising that Wang Lingfeng recruits students here, but generally people would not recruit students in this blatant way. Generally, we contact them privately.
If it doesn't work here, we will go to other colleges.
Because of this, Wang Lingfeng's behavior was not only aimed at robbing people from Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, but also from other martial arts academies.
I know you don't believe it, so I will make you believe it. I will give you 3 fortune-telling opportunities for free, and you can ask one question about yourself. Wang Lingfeng was very calm.
After he finished speaking, he continued to drink tea and eat melon seeds.
This calmness made everyone feel intimidated.
At this time, the onlookers looked at each other, discussing how to expose Wang Lingfeng's lies. This matter is actually quite simple, which is to let Wang Lingfeng tell fortunes, but the person must be chosen carefully. This person must not be a famous person.
It is best if he is unknown and has a somewhat unfortunate fate.
So everyone pushed out a teenager who was wearing a high school uniform and the name of the school could be clearly seen. Although the school uniform is a bit old, it is very clean and you can also see traces of repairs. Having an ordinary appearance, an ordinary figure, and a seemingly unfortunate fate does not necessarily make you stand out, it may make you even more ordinary.
What's your question? Wang Lingfeng asked directly and got to the point. Any question is fine? Does this count as a question? If it does, don't answer it. Someone asked, helping out. Of course anything is fine, but it has to be about you.
These questions don't count, but please don't waste everyone's time by asking too many questions. Wang Lingfeng said with a look of disgust.
Hello, my name is Zhao Zhuzhu. I want to ask how I can become a 5th-level cultivator. Zhao Zhuzhu is actually very smart.
If it is just a question, then he will ask what he wants to know most and what he wants to understand most. However, problems like this should only arise later.
Isn't it too early to appear now? You don't even know whether Wang Lingfeng is really accurate. Wang Lingfeng frowned.
This guy was trying to get his advice for free.
Did he trust him? Or was he just teasing him?
Even if I answer your question, it won't immediately prove my prediction is irrefutable.
But I can tell you one thing, no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to reach the 5th level. But you will definitely feel that my opinion does not count. Wang Lingfeng's answer makes people think that this kind of question is about the future. How to prove that he is right? We still have to ask about the past.
Zhao, don't waste our time.
Just ask what you know.
If you don't want to know whether your sister is still alive, ask him. The people around him began to remind Zhao not to try to be clever and to ask honestly something that could be confirmed.
Can the question just now be considered a joke? Okay, just consider it a free gift. Wang Lingfeng nodded. He wanted to prove that he was right and a fortune teller. This matter needed these people to prove it, so naturally he would not refuse. Then let me ask, where are my family members now? Zhao kept asking. Family includes his sister and parents.
This time it's not that he is being clever, but there is more data, which makes it easier for people to make judgments.
What if the news I asked about my sister just happened to come true?
Your father died at the hands of orcs 7 years ago, and your mother succumbed to illness 3 years ago. Both are buried in Fusho Mountain. Your sister was lost in the vegetable market 10 years ago. But fate is very interesting. After many twists and turns, your sister has been by your side for a long time. Wang Lingfeng spoke very bluntly, without using the professional terms of fortune tellers, because he saw directly with his third eye and did not need to make any calculations.
What? My sister is right here with me? Zhao Buzhu immediately stood up and shook his head. Impossible, you are lying to me. If my sister was by my side, how could I not know? Have you ever heard of a curse from single people?
May lovers eventually become siblings.
Could it be that this is impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible? Zhao's face turned a little pale. At this point, the entire crowd of onlookers began to erupt in an uproar. Wow, I didn't expect to eat an unexpected melon when I was eating it.
Originally, everyone talked about the love story between Zhao Buzhu and Chen Buliang. It was the perfect example of a poor boy and a beautiful, wealthy woman.
Zhao Buzhu worked hard for Chen Buliang and eventually got admitted to the Jinbei Martial Arts Academy.
He thought he could finally shut up the Chen family, but now this has happened.
Hey, don't think too much. You don't even know if what Wang Lingfeng said is true or not. Right. Maybe Wang Lingfeng is just talking nonsense. This kind of thing is too unbelievable.
At this moment, everyone thought that Wang Lingfeng was talking nonsense, which was consistent with everyone's guess that Wang Lingfeng was a charlatan. However, they never expected that the situation would soon take a sudden turn for the worse, and the change seemed to be full of twists and turns, with twists and turns over and over again.
Chapter 82, These melons are really delicious. The latest news, it turns out that Chen Buliang was picked up.
According to the photos taken at the time, she is Zhao Buliang's sister Zhao Kaimao.
Fuck, is this so exciting? Are they really brother and sister?
The onlookers were indeed very powerful, and someone figured out the matter in just a short while. At this time, Chen Buliang, one of the protagonists, also came and watched Zhao Buzhu take out his old photos.
No! Zhao couldn't help but kneel down.
At this moment, Wang Lingfeng suddenly wanted to sing Yi Jian Mei.
Okay, stop crying. This is good news.
Your sister has been found and you now have a girlfriend.
Wang Lingfeng comforted. Is this a good thing? Another girlfriend? Is this even human language?
Your girlfriend is your long-lost sister, can you bear it?
If you believe me and promise me one thing, I can show you the way. Wang Lingfeng continued. This is very confusing. You show them a way, but what other way can they show them? Are they supposed to escape to a place where no one knows them? This operation does not solve the problem. Okay, I promise. At this time, Zhao Zhuzhu immediately looked at Wang Lingfeng and nodded desperately. He didn't want to think so much at this time. As long as someone could help him find the way, it would be fine. There is good news and bad news. The good news is that you are not born to your current parents. They exchanged their children with the children of their master's family.
Wang Lingfeng revealed a shocking piece of news, which would surely reach the owner's house soon and cause a storm.
Although they don't believe this unfounded news, they will verify it. What about the bad news?
At this time, Zhao Zhuzhu was naturally willing to believe this good news, but the problem was that there was also bad news, and he always felt that this bad news would destroy the good news.
The spectators have the same idea.
Generally speaking, the good news and bad news are almost useless.
The bad news is that your sister was also swapped by them.
They are both children of the same master.
No! Zhao couldn't help but kneel again. Snowflakes are falling.
Why are you so cruel, giving us hope and then leaving us in despair?
Chen Buliang glared at Wang Lingfeng.
You guys are such idiots.
Is love more important than family? Wouldn't it be better if you were siblings than lovers?
You can have as many lovers as you want, but not siblings.
This sentence was said by a bystander, and he reposted it because he saw someone say it online. And this online melon eating crowd is called Shangguan Huniu.
How can such a thing be without our big name gossip loving people, especially since it is being broadcasted in the Linhai Middle School group?
Zhao Buzhu and Chen Buliang were silent. Are they really going to become brother and sister? I'm not being cruel. I'm just stating the facts. However, don't worry about it. There's also some bad news and good news. Do you want to hear it? Wang Lingfeng continued.
You say. I said yes, but there will be a price to pay for revealing the secret to you. Wang Lingfeng looked in pain.
What do you want? Just tell me. I want you to agree to one more condition of mine. Counting the one just now, that makes 2 conditions.
Good. Of course, Zhao Zhuzhu agreed.
Nothing was more important than this now.
This was the case of a hero being short-tempered and a girl being deeply in love.
The good news is that your mothers are 2 people, but the bad news is that your father is the same person.
When Wang Lingfeng spoke the first half, Zhao Buzhu and the other man began to straighten up, but the latter part of his words made them want to kill Wang Lingfeng.
Don't worry, there's good news and bad news.
The good news is that your sister's mother committed adultery and betrayed your father, so you are not biological siblings.
Damn, this is such a great way to eat some melon. Whose family drama is this? Can you tell us who the protagonist is? Shangguan Huniu and others in the group have been clicking on Wang Lingfeng frantically, all asking who the original owner is.
If you tell us, we won't tell. The bad news is that after this matter is exposed, the girl's mother's family and your father's family will be at loggerheads. Both families will definitely oppose your affairs, and you will be under a lot of pressure. The 2 people who were originally very happy instantly cooled down when they heard this.
Actually, you don't need to care. What relationship do they have with you? They never raised you. You can completely ignore them.
Wang Lingfeng added another sentence, which made the 2 people's eyes light up again. That's right, we have the final say on our own affairs. It has nothing to do with them.
Zhao Buzhu held Chen Buguo's hand and said firmly. You too, do you really believe what he said? He might just be making up stories. These are all fake.
Someone nearby spoke up, and this remark immediately sparked discussion among everyone.
They all felt that this was indeed unlikely and a bit absurd.
Zhao Buzhu and Chen Buzhu were a little embarrassed at this time and prepared to verify this matter. If I find out you're lying to me, I'll kill you.
I won't leave for lunch, you can come over. Wang Lingfeng put on sunglasses and started to show off.
What this sentence means is that at noon, you will figure things out and then come to me. So, Zhao Buzhu and Chen Buliang left, but no one had figured out the ability of fortune teller Wang Lingfeng.
After all, we don't even know whether Chen Buliang is Zhao Buliang's sister. However, since this matter has been watched by countless people, I believe that there will be a result soon, maybe before noon.
After all, there must have been a result before Zhao Buzhu and the others came back.
Next, the second person comes to ask a question.
After everyone's discussion, this time the answer to this question must be known immediately, and it is something that is impossible to know at the moment. So, the second person came up and asked Wang Lingfeng a question.
I'm going to participate in the trial of Jinbei Martial Academy. What score do you think I can get in the end? This is a student who came to take the entrance examination.
Using this to measure it seems to be very suitable. You don't have any points, but you can enter Jinbei Martial Arts Academy.
Wang Lingfeng's answer stunned everyone. This answer seemed even more incredible than randomly guessing the score. How could a person take the entrance exam without any score? Even if it was garbage, there should still be a score. Another point is, since you don't have the points, how can you enter Jinbei Martial Arts Academy?
Thank you for your kind words.
The man smiled and walked in.
Next is the third one, and the third question is somewhat confusing.
That was a question that everyone came up with, and asked someone to ask Wang Lingfeng a question. My father's name is Li Gang.
He was recently mistaken by a young woman as her husband from a previous life. She also mentioned some things that my father clearly didn't do, but that sounded familiar to him. Also, she said that my father used to be a master of playing the eru. His heart was broken by the music and I wondered where in the world I could find a soulmate. My dad said it was impossible because he had never played the eru in his life. But in the end, once he picked up the eru, he actually mastered it, and then he ran away with that woman.
Tell me, are my dad and she really husband and wife in their previous life? Wow, I'm eating melon again. This live broadcast is really great. It doesn't matter whether Wang Lingfeng is a charlatan or not. What matters is that these melons are really delicious. Chapter 83. You want to join our Jinbei Vocational College. Your father was lying to you. He just wanted to run away with that woman.
After Wang Lingfeng said this, the man started laughing, and the people around him also started laughing.
In fact, everyone knew when this person said this that it was a trap. Because this story seems to be available on the internet. Ha ha.
You still say you're not a charlatan or a liar. We saw this incident at a storytelling session, and the ending of the story is that the father eloped with a woman.
But that's just a story, it's not me. If you can really know the past and predict the future, how could you not know this?
Several people who set up the trap jumped out at this time and mocked Wang Lingfeng.
Actually, my last name isn't even Li. My last name is Shu, and my given name is Biao. My father isn't Li Gang either. I just want to tell you one thing. If you can't even see this, how can you say you can see through other people's past and past?
Shu Biao stood up and laughed wildly.
Do you believe in fate?
At this time, Wang Lingfeng calmly picked up the folding fan, opened it with a flick of his hand, and waved the fan leisurely. At this moment, everyone saw that there seemed to be 4 big characters written on the fan.
Fuck you. No, it's Chunchi Yen Yun. I don't believe it. My fate is in my own hands.
Shu Biao said contemptuously.
Actually, I don't really believe it. Coincidences always happen, and people tend to only remember these kinds of coincidences. But in reality, we rarely encounter such coincidences. Wang Lingfeng fanned himself and took a sip of tea. He looked quite calm and didn't look like he had been exposed at all. What exactly do you want to say? Shu Biao was a little anxious.
He felt that there was something behind Wang Lingfeng's words. What I'm trying to say is that while coincidences are rare, they do exist.
Did you know that some stories are based on real life?
Stories generally follow logic, but life doesn't need to follow that logic at all. It's even more outrageous than stories.
Because there are too many people with abnormal brains, and normal people don't necessarily do normal things their whole lives. What on earth do you mean? Okay, let me be frank. The prototype of this story is your father, Shu Yixia. Otherwise, how could your father suddenly disappear when you were in middle school? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Shu Biao immediately shook his head to deny it, and the others also immediately said that Wang Lingfeng was talking nonsense and shouldn't talk about things without evidence.
This matter is easy to investigate. Many people know about it.
I guess our netizens who like to watch the show have already come up with the answer. Wang Lingfeng said calmly.
Sure enough, people on the internet quickly found out about Shu Biao's father Shu Yixia.
It really happened, and the story in reality was even more exaggerated.
This process made the onlookers very excited. No one expected that the rhetoric originally designed to frame Wang Lingfeng would become a reality by such a coincidence. The final result was that what Wang Lingfeng said was actually true.
This made most people unable to believe it, and they all suspected that this was Shu Biao cooperating with Wang Lingfeng, although they felt that the possibility was not high. Even if Wang Lingfeng was right about this, it would still be impossible to make everyone believe his prediction. But soon the 2 previous objects also began to ferment.
The middle student who went to enroll showed up an hour later, sat in front of Wang Lingfeng blankly, and asked blankly, "Can you really predict the future?" This action immediately made everyone understand that Wang Lingfeng was right again.
Sure enough, news soon began to spread. It turned out that an accident happened when this person entered the trial. Someone in front of him was seriously injured because of the trial and almost died. Originally, someone should have come up to help, but I don't know if it was a coincidence, but the healers who stayed here were not here. At this time, he just happened to rescue the person, but after such consumption, he had no energy left and his body was also affected to a certain extent. He can only ask to go back and rest and fight again tomorrow. However, he was informed that it was not necessary, as his performance had been seen by others. From now on, he would be a member of Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, and would be personally taught by a master of the healing profession.
Able. Wang Lingfeng nodded.
This was the truth, but no one present believed it, even the person in front of him, who was silent for a moment before speaking.
I choose to believe you. In this way, Wang Lingfeng's accurate prediction has accurately calculated the names of 2 people. Although everyone is still a little skeptical at this time, they will still ask Wang Lingfeng to calculate for reference.
Simply put, his credibility in everyone's mind has improved a lot.
Soon, noontime arrived and Zhao Buju and Chen Buliang had already arrived.
They had confirmed one thing, that is, what Wang Lingfeng said was true.
This matter has exploded on the internet, and netizens have found out everything and also found their biological parents. Zhao Buju's biological parents are from a big family, and they don't even belong to the Dugu family or the Xiaohou family.
What's interesting is that Chen Buju's mother is from the Dugu family.
Although they are far apart from Dugu Feng, they are still considered a family.
Now the two families have started arguing, and the situation has become quite lively. So, Wang Lingfeng got all three of his predictions right, and even the secret things were revealed by him.
This is definitely something. Now many people are ready to seek fortune-telling from Wang Lingfeng, much more than before.
In fact, when the two things were predicted, people had already been coming to Wang Lingfeng for fortune-telling, but not as many as now.
Classmate Wang Lingfeng, tell me, what do you want me to do? Zhao Zhuzhu still remembered the two conditions Wang Lingfeng mentioned. The conditions are simple.
When Wang Lingfeng said this, he paused, put away the folding fan in his hand, and then made a flower in his hand.
Finally, the folding fan rotated and pointed at the flag. It's not an ironclad statement, but a banner for school enrollment. This reminded everyone of one thing: Wang Lingfeng was here to recruit students for the school. You have to join our Jinbei Vocational College.
This. No way, there's no way he'd join a deserted school like yours.
This would be self-destructive.
Zhao Buju was still hesitating, but Chen Bugua next to him had already refused with such a decisive tone. Although Zhao Buju was just eliminated and could not enter Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, he would definitely go to other martial arts academies instead of choosing Jinbei Vocational College.
Everyone can understand this point, and they feel that Wang Lingfeng's words are simply asking too much. But Wang Lingfeng's next words made everyone's heartbeat faster.
What if I tell you that if you were in other places, your career would only be 3 career changes and reach level 70 at most? But if you come to our Jinbei Vocational College, you will be able to achieve a 4-job career change, and you will also be able to change to a rarer level profession. When Wang Lingfeng said this, he paused again, then turned to look at Zhao Buju and continued.
Can you still refuse? Chapter 84, Invest in our school and make your family rich. 4th job? A rare A-rank job? Impossible.
This is already considered our Chinese S-class combat power. Not just in China, globally, the 4th job is already S-level. For rarer level professions, that should be half a step to SS-level combat power. No matter where S-level combat power is, according to the ancient army, it is the level of general, while SS-level combat power is the level of marshal, and as for SSS-level combat power, it is the king who has military power and fiefdom. If the 3rd level is 70, it is only at the level of a captain. Although it is already excellent and an important combat force of China, it is far inferior to the 4th level. In the later stages of a career, there is one more job change, and the power is incomparable.
This is why Wang Lingfeng is considered a waste.
Even if Wang Lingfeng can reach level 100, normally speaking, his strength is not as good as the 2nd level 70, the 3rd level 50, and the 4th level 20.
Of course, this is just an example.
In fact, it is impossible to achieve the 4th transformation at level 20, and even the 3rd transformation at level 50 is quite difficult. The 2nd transformation at level 70 is also difficult, because it is difficult to break through level 60 in the 2nd transformation. For Wang Lingfeng, who has no profession, reaching level 40 is also the limit.
Are you serious? Zhao kept looking at Wang Lingfeng with a longing look.
It seemed that he believed what Wang Lingfeng said.
Zhao Buju, don't believe him, he's just a charlatan. You have a bright future now.
Although Jinbei Martial Arts Academy is not good enough, perhaps other martial arts academies can. Among the 7 martial arts academies, Jinbei Martial Arts Academy has much higher requirements for personal strength.
Well, you should try something else. You can definitely try other martial arts academies for your profession.
The people around tried to persuade him.
But judging from the situation, Zhao Buju would not care about them.
After all, at this time, he had a bit of admiration for Wang Lingfeng. Not to mention that they were in the same school as Wang Lingfeng, even if they were not, he would listen to whatever Wang Lingfeng said. Besides, Wang Lingfeng said that he could make him a 4th level a level rare profession, which was something he had never thought of before.
Okay, I believe you, let's fight. Zhao kept nodding his head. Come on, fill out the admissions application form.
Wang Lingfeng immediately sent a form to the other party, and the other party started filling it out. Li Zhixian and the bearded man were stunned when they saw this scene.
Is it possible to recruit students in this way?
they all had a bad feeling in their hearts. After a moment of silence, Li Zixian started to call someone. She needed to be prepared. After Zhao Buzhu started talking, some people came to ask Wang Lingfeng, but most of them did not come for admission, but for fortune-telling. Most of the questions they asked were: can I reach the 4th level? Where can I encounter adventures? What's the name of my thigh? Just like that, Wang Lingfeng was surrounded by a group of people, but Wang Lingfeng seemed indifferent. Because at this time, the students of Linhai Middle School were also asking Wang Lingfeng, and even teachers and students like Qinru came. No one quite believed it, but no one could help but ask. It's like if you have seen a fortune teller predict the outcome several times, you would ask him, as long as it doesn't cost money. In other words, you would ask even if you spend a little money. However, if Wang Lingfeng asked for money or offered more severe conditions, most people would shut up. So, at this time, Wang Lingfeng only did one thing. Free time is over, now it's time to start a million questions. Wang Lingfeng not only said this out loud, but also posted it in the group, making everyone speechless. This 1 million is a bit too much. Wang Lingfeng, we are all students. I hope you won't be ungrateful. Drag him away. Free is impossible, it's impossible to be free for the rest of your life. But if you join our school, I will help you develop a leveling plan, tell you the best place to level up, and tell you the best plan for your life. Wang Lingfeng looked at everyone and said that after he looked at Zhao Buzhu's life trajectory, he found that recruiting students in this way and then giving them some guidance on life planning seemed to make China stronger and provide more help when the world-destroying monsters appeared. This was something he had not thought of before. It seems that some things need to be done to a certain extent before changes will occur. Originally, he came to this school for the 2 people who enrolled before him and one who enrolled a few years later. If it weren't for this school, these 3 people would be buried forever. For their own reasons, they were unable to leave Jinbei City. At the same time, they could not enter the Jinbei Martial Arts Academy or those military academies, so there was no nutritious land for them to develop. In short, Wang Lingfeng now finds that some talents that he had not seen before have also appeared, which may allow this school to develop into a behemoth. But there is a small problem before that. Tisk, so you're recruiting students, and all this is just a scam to trick people into joining. Did you all make an appointment? You're all shills. Don't think we will believe such tactics as yours. Damn it, I thought this was real, but it turned out to be fake. Everyone, hurry up and don't be fooled by this liar. Many people uttered words of awakening to the world, and soon those who were not firm in their thinking were immediately taken away by these awakening words. However, there are still quite a few people left. Some of them believe in Wang Lingfeng, while others simply want to give it a try because they can't do it anyway. There are also some who are rich and don't care, and just want to show off. Here's 1 million. Anyway, I have money, so I'll ask about my future. A young man who looked like a rich second generation appeared. He was wearing a white shirt and had slightly curly hair. He was followed by 2 little followers. You will never achieve anything great. It's useless for me to give you advice. You won't work hard and endure hardships. You should just be a rich second generation and don't do anything out of line. If you really want an opportunity, you can invest in our school now. It will guarantee your family prosperity and you will also receive our support. What Wang Lingfeng said was actually the best advice. As long as this rich second generation invests in Jinbei Vocational School now, he will have the support of a group of bigwigs in the future, allowing this rich second generation who can't afford it to spend too much to get a lot of resources, and their family's business empire will become more powerful. Unfortunately, when others heard these words, they thought Wang Lingfeng was cheating. Your wishful thinking was so loud that we heard it even though we didn't want to. Do you think I would believe you? Am I that stupid? The rich second generation laughed. I'm crazy to invest in a crappy school like yours that could collapse at any moment. You'd better return the money to me. The rich second generation wants to get the money back, otherwise he will feel like a sucker. The 1 million is not a big deal, but being laughed at is the most painful thing. Wang Lingfeng, if you say something a little more mysterious, even if people don't believe it, they will feel that the money is well spent. This is normal. You're so good, you directly asked me to invest in your school, it's a joke. Why retreat? I've already told you about your future and given you the best path. If you don't want to go that way, that's your business. How about we make a contract? If our school rises again, you can't take this money. Otherwise, I'll give you double the money. Seeing Wang Lingfeng so confident,
The rich second generation hesitated, and so did the others. Is what he said true? No, impossible. Chapter 85? I eat less, but don't lie to me.
1 million is my reward to you, but this money is not that easy to come by.
Let's wait and see. The rich second generation glared at Wang Lingfeng, left with a harsh word.
He finally chose not to believe it, and because of this, he missed the biggest investment of his life. For the rest of his life, he always regretted this matter. At the same time, his family members and opponents would use this matter to bully him, which made him extremely uncomfortable every time. Until his last moments, he was still thinking about this matter. If he had invested in Jinbei Vocational College at that time, what would his life be like? Would he become a trendsetter in this world like the people in that school? But all this has nothing to do with him anymore.
Wang Lingfeng also shook his head at this point. If you missed it, you missed it.
This is life. Many opportunities are right in front of you, but others will not beg you. You still need to work hard to grab them.
This is the same as the college entrance examination.
In fact, it is a mountain. You need to climb up step by step, and then make a final leap to seize the opportunity at the top.
If you don't move, you won't even have the chance to jump. Shangwan Huniu at Wang Lingfeng, since we're classmates, why don't you give me the investment?
Also, if I go to your school, can I also get a transfer? There was also a group of classmates asking questions below. Many of them were joking and didn't really want to come. When Lu Shangyun saw this information, she was a little tempted.
Should she try it herself?
But in the end, she thought that her current situation was already very stable, so why take any more risks?
No one could guarantee that what Wang Lingfeng said was true. Wang Tang, don't be fooled by him.
If he had the ability, why would he choose to be unemployed, and why would he choose a school like this? This sentence changed the tone of the scene, and some people began to mock Wang Lingfeng again. These people were just stirring up trouble before, and they were doing the same now. After seeing this situation, Lu Shangyun decided to give up and thought that she was fine the way she was. But she didn't know that she had lost her last chance to get on the bus. After that, she could only watch others get on the bus, and the speed of the bus quickly increased, leaving everyone's car behind. Especially at this time, many of the students who were eliminated ignited hope, packed their luggage, and then spent all their money to buy tickets to Jinbei City. Direct bus tickets to cities are very expensive now because they require a lot of security measures, and if something goes wrong you have to blame yourself for your bad luck. Therefore, the ticket is very expensive, and you must buy insurance. Linhai City is in the south of China, while Jinbei City is in the northernmost part.
The distance is long, so the ticket price is naturally high.
Although they could form a team and go, it would take too long for these eliminated students. Wang Lingfeng asked them to arrive earlier so that they could have unified training and upgrades earlier. The most important thing is that if they take the same bus together, he will know at once whether something will happen. He can then tell everyone which bus to take, thus ensuring that everyone arrives safely. It was because of this that Wang Lingfeng asked them to sign up together and come together.
No one could come alone.
If anyone came alone, he would not accept them. Some people felt that Wang Lingfeng was putting on airs in front of them, and became angry about it, so they decided not to come.
Of course, for Wang Lingfeng, this can be summed up in 4 words. Love comes or not.
It was a blessing for him to accept these students who originally had little talent. In the future, he would also be responsible for guiding them in training and upgrading, which was very tiring. Although the promotion of these people has made a lot of contributions to Jinbei City's northern front against China, the impact is not that big. The most important thing is that he can find better people to replace them at any time, and they are not the only ones who are indispensable.
That's it.
If you continue to throw tantrums, he certainly won't be so kind to you. Although these students have already taken action, it will definitely take 3 days for them to arrive, and distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. Therefore, Wang Lingfeng's enrollment is still ongoing, but he doesn't seem to be particularly anxious and just recruits students as the opportunity arises. Only when others come to ask him will he tell them what heights they will reach after joining the school. Many people were tricked by his pie in the sky, and by noon the next day, there were already more than a dozen people. Most of these dozen or so people are low-talented college entrance examination candidates with no hope, which also makes people online think that Wang Lingfeng is gathering a group of trash.
Wow, this is incredible, my dear brother.
I see a ray of light gushing out from your crown.
Your bones are extraordinary. You are a 1 in a million martial arts genius.
In the future, you will definitely have a share in the task of maintaining world peace. At this moment, Wang Lingfeng suddenly walked in front of a college entrance examination candidate.
He actually took the initiative to recruit students.
This made everyone want to see who this college entrance examination candidate would be and what kind of genius would be targeted by Wang Lingfeng. However, all people saw was a college entrance examination candidate who was as fat as a ball, eating a hamburger and drinking Fat House Happy Water.
Is this what you call extraordinary bones? There is also a ray of spiritual light gushing out? What's that look in your eyes? Who is my brother? I am a woman. Wang Lingfeng was silent. He was so happy that he didn't even notice that the other person was a woman.
He knew how important this college entrance examination candidate, who was as fat as a ball, was to the school.
Because her talent is? I'm not a martial arts prodigy. My talent is cooking, and my profession is a chef. I'm just here to accompany a friend today. The fat girl said to Wang Lingfeng.
In this world, in addition to combat professions, there are also life professions, but the probability of their appearance is very low, and they are generally not chosen when they appear. Currently, the development of life professions is almost zero, and no one will take life professions to the wild for training and upgrading. Therefore, those who choose a life profession either have no talent and just give up, or they can only choose one.
The probability of the latter happening is even lower, just like buying a lottery ticket.
If you choose a life profession, you don't have to go out to gain experience, but at least you can stay alive, because they are rare research subjects, and maybe they will grow up and be useful to society.
No country will allow rare creatures to disappear.
I know, so you must join our school.
Wang Lingfeng continued. What I want is your talent and career. Our school needs people like you. You're not just looking for a free chef, are you?
Then you might be miscalculating.
I'm a big eater.
The money you pay for the chef won't even be enough for me to eat.
The fat girl's expression was saying, you still want to trick me into being your cook? That's impossible. No, that's just by the way. The most important thing is that I want to take you to the wild to gain experience and level up. Don't underestimate your profession. You will understand in the future that you are stronger than anyone else.
Wang Lingfeng said this very seriously, with an expression as if he was looking at a peerless beauty, which made the fat woman blush a little.
Can I really be stronger than anyone else?
I don't eat much, but don't lie to me.
Chapter 86, Review Team, Rearrange Entrance Exam.
Before the 3 days were up, Wang Lingfeng had already recruited more than 50 people, exceeding the target.
Although most of them are below D-level talents, there are also a few ABC levels. Of course, the higher the level, the fewer there are.
In fact, the only one with a level talent is Zhao Zhuzhu, the 2 freshmen with B-level talent are the others, and there are 5 with C-level talent.
Most of the students below grade D are grade F. There is no other way because this school does not even have teachers.
Well, if there were teachers, there would actually be more people coming. Some people had already signed up, but left when they found out there wasn't even a teacher. If we were to say who is the most pitiful person at this time, it would definitely be Big Beard, because he knows that he will have to be a cleaner for the rest of his life. If we were to say who was the most uncomfortable, it would definitely be Li Ji-hyun. He didn't expect that something that seemed to be a sure thing would suddenly turn upside down. Fortunately, she had already made preparations.
Even if Wang Lingfeng recruited 30 students, it would be useless. Just wait and see.
She dialed a number and said to the other end,
"You can take action now." At 9 o'clock the next morning, the students were gathering in the playground. Wang Lingfeng had an upgrade plan for each person and sent it to them.
In their upgrade plan, they also need to find the most suitable teammates, who will be their lifelong comrades. Wang Lingfeng has deduced the fate of these people and assigned them to teams perfectly. This assignment is the most suitable for them in terms of professional skill coordination, future growth, and mutual friendship.
Team cooperation is a kind of strength in itself.
A team with good cooperation will have its strength increased several times or more. Now they are being asked to get familiar with each other and build coordination. In 2 days they will be divided into several teams to go to different places for upgrades. Wang Lingfeng also wrote in the plan how to hone skills, how to comprehend skills, and how to maximize everyone's potential. He did not write about the adventures, but on the routes he arranged, those who are suitable for adventures will find their own adventures.
If you still don't find it, you can't force it. Why do I feel like I'm redundant?
When Principal Gu saw this scene, he felt a little skeptical, but more of it was relief. This is what he wants to see. There is still hope for this school. Recently, the medicine Wang Lingfeng gave him has made his health much more stable, which has also given him more hope. Just as he was looking forward to the future, suddenly, a group of people entered the school, and the one leading them was the janitor with a big beard. The bearded man said that although he became a cleaner here, his heart was still with his old employer and he was still serving his old employer. In fact, he now hopes that his former employer can successfully bring down the school. As long as the school is gone, he, as a lifelong cleaner, will naturally be laid off. That would be breaking his promise. I am so smart. The bearded man was very proud and looked forward to this moment coming soon. Wang Lingfeng, do you think you can solve the problem by just finding some students? If you don't solve the problem cannot be solved. Principal Gu, we are the review team from the education department. Someone reported that your school is randomly admitting students in order to save the school, so we came to take a look. When these people arrived, they immediately saluted Principal Gu and then stated their purpose. That's right, they are reviewing the qualifications, and in their eyes, these students are not qualified to enter the martial arts academy. As long as these students are not qualified, the school will still be abolished. However, generally speaking, schools are qualified to recruit students independently, and the review group will not interfere. But it is a different matter if someone reports it. Was it someone from the Li group who reported it? Principal Gu frowned. He had already guessed who had reported it, especially the bearded cleaner who was watching from the side. He was even more confused as to why the Li group had to take over the school. However, he is now a little troubled. This time, he accepted all the students, including Wang Lingfeng, at random, and there was no formal trial at all. Logically speaking, there is no problem with this, but if someone comes to check now, then these will be big problems. Sure enough, after the review team immediately said, Principal Gu, many of your students are not talented enough, and your school trials are not up to standard, so these people cannot become students of your college. According to the rules, our review team will need to organize a trial, and only those who pass it can become students of your school. I know. Then you guys go and make the arrangements. Principal Gu said helplessly that it seemed that the previous situation was not a ray of hope, but a last glimmer of light. Judging from the newly enrolled students, most of them will not pass, and the remaining ones will definitely be less than 30, so this school will still be cancelled. This is because the review team's test standards are not that high. If the other party raises the standards, then the entire army will probably be wiped out. Generally speaking, if you are caught by the review team, they will definitely propose a trial standard that is very difficult to pass, which may not be easier than the entrance test of the 7 major martial arts academies. Especially the 7 major martial arts academies can still be given some leniency, but this review team will definitely not give them any leniency. Okay, we will arrange the trial immediately. I hope you can prepare as soon as possible. The review team didn't waste any time and prepared to go back to discuss the content of the trial. At this time, the Li group will definitely affect their results and increase the difficulty. Principal Gu also thought of this, but there was nothing he could do. After these people left, the bearded man started laughing. With a bunch of you guys who are so out of place, you're definitely not going to make it. I don't know what you're struggling for. Is there any point? Go clean the toilet and brush your mouth while you're at it. You ate too much this morning and didn't even flush it. Wang Lingfeng didn't bother to argue with the bearded man. It was pointless. He was just a cleaner. I'll let you be proud for a while. When the school is gone, I'll be free too. The bearded man smiled. He was not afraid of what Wang Lingfeng would ask him to do. After all, he was just a cleaner, and he didn't have to be competent. I shouldn't have called so many people here before. Just do it perfunctorily. He only discovered this problem after someone pointed it out to him. After the bearded man left, everyone looked at Wang Lingfeng, hoping that Wang Lingfeng could come up with a solution. It seemed that at this moment, everyone regarded Wang Lingfeng as the principal, not Principal Gu. This made Principal Gu very embarrassed. Wang Lingfeng, I think you should just forget it. It's not too late for you to withdraw now. Look for other schools. Principal Gu sighed, feeling helpless. He could not see any hope at the moment. In fact, other people also don't see any hope, and some have even thought about quitting. Of course, these people all have choices. Those who don't have a choice will not be accepted even if they leave here, so they still want to fight. Wang Lingfeng, everyone is looking at you. You can definitely do it. Yes, I can do it. Everyone, please believe in yourselves. Let's proceed according to the plan, improve our coordination, and then set off this afternoon to train and level up.
Wang Lingfeng's calmness and composure surprised everyone, and they admired him very much.
Forget it, let us go and gain some experience, just treat it as everyone else's last madness.
As for the trials of the review team, don't even think about it for now. Chapter 87 Upgrade, Run in, and Get Free. Have you heard? Wan Lingfeng's school seems to be under investigation.
He can't just hire people casually like this.
Isn't this just fleecing the Chinese people?
If they go to look for Wang Lingfeng now, they won't be able to enter the martial arts academy.
They'll lose all their travel expenses.
How pitiful. This kind of discussion has appeared countless times on the internet, and in the Linhai Middle School group, Wang Tong and Lu Ruyan jumped out to mock, leading everyone to stand in the camp of ridicule.
People are like this.
Once they see you lose power, they will come out and step on you.
In fact, ridicule is the lightest thing.
This also made the students who were originally heading to Jinbei City hesitate.
This time, Wang Lingfeng did not retreat with them. Sometimes, one has to give people a little confidence.
So he guaranteed their future and also said that if things really didn't work out, he would pay for their return tickets and compensate them. Everyone knows that Wang Lingfeng won more than 10 million in the last few openings, which gave everyone confidence.
Just treat it as a trip at most.
However, they didn't know that Wang Lingfeng had already used up all his money to buy materials, and was selling them at a discount at the auction house, spending money like water. Especially these past few days, he has been refining medicine at night. The electricity bill of the laboratory has increased so much that the power company has come to collect the debt.
You owe us so much electricity bill. If you keep consuming electricity like this, we will have to cut off the power.
Fortunately, Principal Gu was very influential and was able to settle the matter. But I heard that it was Principal Gu who paid the electricity bill using his own money. Of course, this was what he should have done.
Among the potions refined by Wang Lingfeng, one could extend his life.
Getting back to the topic, the whole world is now talking about the review trial of Jinbei Vocational College, and Wang Lingfeng has once again become the focus of attention. The whole world thinks that Wang Lingfeng is very anxious, but Wang Lingfeng is not anxious at all. Everyone thought that Wang Lingfeng and others would wait in school, but Wang Lingfeng led the team to gain experience. In his words, it would be easier to cope with the trial if they upgraded and improved their strength first. In addition, everyone's team also needs actual combat running in, and these problems must be solved sooner or later.
Everyone in Wang Lingfeng's team came out in full force, including the chef.
That's right, it's that chubby girl who looks like a ball. At this moment, she was holding a knife and dissecting a strange beast. It was no exaggeration to say that her dissecting technique was at the level of a butcher cutting up an ox. Life and occupations also require skills, and knife skills are one of her skills.
Zheng Xiaoyan, you should lose some weight, otherwise it will feel weird to call you by that name.
At this time, a girl said with a smile.
What does my name have to do with the reminder? His name is Wang Lingfeng. Could he be flying with the wind?
Zheng Xiaoyan directly retorted.
Why are you talking about me?
I'm not talking about you, but you do need to lose weight.
I have some diet pills here that can help you.
Wang Lingfeng was helping out at this time, and not only him, but other people were also helping out. After all, eating was very important. Especially the food cooked by Zhang Xiaoyan, a professional chef, is not only delicious, but also has some health-enhancing effects. Everyone just feels these effects, but doesn't know how to explain them. Some people feel that their strength has increased, some feel that their mental strength has increased, some feel that their physical skills have increased, and so on. All in all, everyone is now very satisfied with Zhang Xiaoyan as a cook, and no longer dislikes her as a burden as before. At the beginning, when Wang Lingfeng said he would bring Zhang Xiaoyan with him, no one actually objected. But later when they found out that Wang Lingfeng asked Zhang Xiaoyan to follow him and kill strange beasts, they started to have some ideas.
Actually, you are upgrading with a living profession? Is this necessary?
The skills of life professions only need to be practiced and there is no need to upgrade them. In fact, they now think the same thing, but the benefits that Zhang Xiaoyan brings to them make them not mind taking her along.
Anyway, my team is a bunch of losers, so what does their life and career mean?
However, they didn't know that the cook Zhang Xiaoyan would later change his job and become the first cook who could fight. They are now only concerned with the fighting methods taught by Wang Lingfeng, practicing according to the instructions and comprehending the skills that suit them. Although none of them have figured it out yet, Wang Lingfeng gave them 3 examples to make them believe that they can do it. And these 3 examples are Haitang, Ning Mang, and Lu Shangyun. In fact, everyone was still a little skeptical about this, but Wang Lingfeng gave them hope, allowing them to move on.
Even if it was self-deception, they would persist.
What's more, among so many people, there will always be some who understand it earlier, which can give them hope. At this moment, there was a whistle. I saw a strange flying beast flying in the air. Burst shot. Zhao couldn't help but draw his bow and shoot arrows. This was the new skill he had learned. By following Wang Lingfeng's direction, he could learn the strongest bow and arrow skills. Phoenix dances in the sky. He shot 3 arrows in succession, shooting down the flying beast in the sky, and then he happily presented it to Zhang Xiaoyan.
Student Zhang Xiaoyan, isn't this the flying dragon beast you wanted?
You said it would be delicious when stewed in soup.
Leave it there, I'll deal with it later.
Zhang Xiaoyan nodded and continued to deal with the other strange beasts. The 2 knives danced in her hands, and pieces of meat flew up. It seemed chaotic, but in the end they all lay neatly in their respective basins. Wang Lingfeng kept staring at Zhang Xiaoyan at this time. Even if Ning Meng's hand was waving in front of him, even if Haitang kicked him, he did not look away.
Boss Lingfeng, I didn't expect your interests to be so peculiar.
You don't like beautiful and lovely young girls like us, but you like such a fat girl.
Are you trying to do a good deed?
Ning Meng said from the side, seeming very unhappy and angry at others.
Who do you take me for? Am I the kind of person who would be unable to walk when seeing a woman?
I'm just trying to learn her methods, to learn some cooking techniques, so that I can eat better in the wild. Wang Lingfeng said unhappily that he had just had a feeling that he could comprehend Zhang Xiaoyan's butchering skills, but was interrupted by these 2 women.
As expected, women only affect my studies.
Really? Nonsense, even if I like women, that's not right. I just like women, that's not right.
Anyway, I like beautiful women.
I definitely wouldn't like someone as plump as Zhang Xiaoyan.
I'm a superficial and vulgar person.
Wang Lingfeng said immediately, without leaving Zhang Xiaoyan while speaking, because he really needed to study. And who knows if his eagerness to learn touched the heavens, but he actually learned the skills.
Chef Ding's solution. It can structurally disintegrate your opponent, allowing you to find the weakest point every time. This skill is really good. Now all that's left is to get proficiency for free.
At the same time, continue to learn other skills and gain skill proficiency for free.
Chapter 88, Do You Believe in Light?
3 days passed quickly, and the review team still had not come up with a plan.
The main point of contention is the difficulty. Some people want to increase the difficulty, but some people oppose it.
After all, they felt that Jinbei Vocational College was not a key martial arts college, so the standards should be lower. If they were too high, others would think that the review team's work was not rigorous enough.
Of course, this is just a sound. Basically speaking, we are still planning to raise the difficulty standards and cancel the school.
First of all, they are not optimistic about these students because they have too little talent and too little potential. Secondly, Jinbei Vocational College also has a dark history, and everyone wants to close it as soon as possible.
Now, their plan is almost out.
They decided to conduct the trial with standards that were impossible for students like Wang Lingfeng to pass, but in order to give Wang Lingfeng and others a chance, they could not be too direct. So they chose the plan. 100 miles east of Jinbei City, there used to be an abandoned small city with a strategic fortress, but it was destroyed by orcs and has now become a paradise for strange beasts. Now their trial is to recapture and rebuild the fortress.
What do you mean? Let us recapture and rebuild this fortress?
That's impossible. Even if we had 10,000 soldiers, we wouldn't be able to take it.
Are you crazy to let us students go?
When the review team found Principal Gu, they told him about the decision, and halfway through he jumped up. Not only him, but others also jumped up.
Of course, it wasn't Wang Lingfeng and the others.
At this time, there was only Principal Gu in the school. No, there was also a cleaner. However, the review team came in via live broadcast because they wanted to ensure openness. From this point on, the entire process had to be made public. Well, it's just openness, but fairness and justice are not guaranteed.
So, those who are seeing this incident are also criticizing it. You are going too far. This is too unfair. Isn't this request too difficult?
Even if we let the students of Jinbei Martial Arts Academy do it, it would require the entire army to attack, and there would be some casualties.
Isn't it too much to ask such a martial arts academy to do this?
Yeah, this review team is a little bit stupid. How can they come up with such conditions?
The netizens all expressed their condemnation.
Even those who didn't like Wang Ling before now felt that the review team had gone too far.
Principal Gu, don't be anxious. Just listen to what we have to say first. You say,
We're just saying, with this as your goal, you can give it your all.
it doesn't matter if you can't do it.
As long as you bring back a few pieces of equipment we need and find the important information, then this review will be over. The audit team's explanation made everyone understand that the trial was to get the equipment inside. These equipment were not very critical because the key ones had already been taken back by them. It is still there and has value, but China will not deliberately send people to get it, because the cost of getting it is higher than the cost of the equipment. Simply put, the equipment they needed was worth hundreds of millions, but the cost of getting there and transporting it back was more than 100 million. Only some people who are unemployed and can rely on this to earn their wages will do this. Because of this team of adventurers, those cost-effective equipment have long been taken back. What remains now are those with extremely low cost-effectiveness. A 100 million yuan worth of equipment requires 200 million or even 300 million yuan in excavation fees and transportation costs.
Okay, I'll tell them about this when they come back.
I believe you should give us enough time for such a big thing.
That's natural. 1 month, giving you 1 month, isn't that a lot of time? More farts, 3 months.
Principal Gu cursed out loud. It's 100 miles out in the wilderness, and we have to transport this large piece of equipment. That alone takes more than 20 days, and you've only given us a month.
Isn't that a bit excessive?
Principal Gu's behavior made the people on the opposite side very embarrassed. In terms of status, they were actually not as high as Principal Gu and could not do anything about him. And this time they were actually in the wrong, so naturally they dared not speak out. Finally, they agreed to 2 months, no less. Principal Gu agreed reluctantly and said he would see if he could make some arrangements to extend the time. After a while, those who were just watching the incident had analyzed the essence of the matter. The review team is actually playing tricks. They first gave us an impossible task, and then gave us a seemingly possible task, but in reality it was still impossible. It is said that the professional teams that brought back the equipment earlier had more strength and equipment than them, and it took them more than a month, or even 2 months. And they were only taking peripheral equipment. The rest is hidden deep inside, so the excavation time required is even longer. In other words, the people that the school has gathered now, regardless of their level and equipment, are not professional and are far behind in strength. Yes, their review team did plot against the school, but Principal Gu seemed to have seen through it. He probably felt that there wouldn't be any better, so he gave up trying.
I see. Given the school's situation, it's better to end it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, it's a waste of state funds.
Discussions began on the internet, and after the review team handed over some things, they began to withdraw.
By the way, do you guys start counting time now, or do you wait until we set off?
Principal Gu suddenly stopped the other person and asked a question seemingly casually.
Of course it only counts after we set off.
The review team did not suspect anything and responded casually, but soon he felt something was wrong and immediately added a sentence.
Don't try to use this to stall for time.
You must leave within 7 days.
Otherwise, everything will be meaningless and you will be considered giving up.
Got it.
They will set off in 7 days. Principal Gu replied. You said you were deliberately delaying.
I asked you to leave within 7 days, but you left after 7 days.
You really waste every bit of time. Principal Gu quickly informed Wang Lingfeng of this through the message. Wang Lingfeng was just in the wild and not in a remote place with no signal. After receiving the message, Wang Lingfeng immediately announced it in the group. After this announcement, most people criticized the review team, thinking that they could not complete the task. At this time, Wang Lingfeng needs to speak out. Everyone, don't be discouraged. Even if others think we can't do it, we're determined to do it. You may think we're too weak to complete this task, but it's actually not difficult at all. Even if we are in danger of death, we still have 2 legs and can run. Brothers, this is an opportunity for us. If we can't do it, others won't be surprised, but if we can do it, it will be a miracle. Do you believe in the light? Wang Lingfeng's words immediately made the team agitated and excited. They started to work hard to upgrade and listen to Wang Lingfeng's arrangements. There are still 7 days left to upgrade and hone your team and skills. During these 7 days, under the leadership of Wang Lingfeng, they found many places suitable for upgrading, and their levels were improving by leaps and bounds. They all have the energy now to fight their way all the way to the east 100 miles. Chapter 89, 3000 Great Daos, Upgrade First. 7 days later, Wang Lingfeng led his team out from the north gate of Jinbei City.
Although everyone knows that we have to go 100 miles to the east, starting from the north gate is not considered a detour. After all, that place is in the north direction. Besides, many teams like to go out from the north gate of Jinbei City, because everyone says that they can get protection by going out from this gate. At this time, everyone also discovered that Wang Lingfeng's team actually had hundreds of people.
During these 7 days, Wang Lingfeng actually recruited dozens of people, including old classmates who arrived from Linhai City.
Now, Wang Lingfeng has started to reorganize the team. Generally, he only adjusts one person in the team, so he can adapt quickly. And everyone found that this time it seemed to be the complete version, and everyone's cooperation seemed to be stronger. After walking north for more than 10 miles, dozens of waves of strange beasts were eliminated. A whole morning had passed and it was time to prepare lunch. It was Zheng Xiaoyan's turn to take the stage again. The miraculous knife skills and the plump yet flexible little hands turned the piled-up exotic beasts into portions of food. At this moment, everyone looked like they were looking forward to lunch. By this time, someone had already discovered the problem.
Wang Lingfeng, where are we going? Why are we heading north? Yeah, isn't that our destination? Why is the direction so far off? Many people checked the map and found that they were a little off from their destination. Don't worry.
There are 3,000 great ways, but they all lead to the same destination.
We still have a lot of time. The most important thing right now is to gain experience and level up.
Wang Lingfeng answered casually, and he was also decomposing the strange beast using the blood-drinking sword, which allowed him to better understand the weaknesses of the strange beast. He had a premonition that if he continued like this, he would comprehend a sword technique similar to the Duga 9 swords, which would allow him to attack the weaknesses of strange beasts with one sword. Especially if combined with the sword controlling technique, it would be even more powerful.
Unfortunately, Haitang and the others were not there, so he couldn't gain proficiency in swordsmanship for free. He could also gain proficiency in Dugofeng's phantom demon body skills for free.
He had already comprehended it on the way here. Getting back to the topic, in addition to practicing swordsmanship by dissecting strange beasts, Wang Lingfeng was also learning cooking skills. It is good to be able to learn cooking skills, as it allows him to eat delicious food anytime and anywhere.
Isn't this better than those useless skills you've learned?
During these 7 days of working with his classmates, Wang Lingfeng learned several new skills, most of which were useless, but he also learned a very cool skill.
This skill comes from an old classmate, Shangguan Huniu. This was an absolute surprise, a feature that Wang Lingfeng had never seen before. Shangguan Huniu is a wizard with a D-level talent.
When using curse magic, there is a certain chance to trigger curse damage of 0.01% of life per second, which lasts for 30 seconds.
Don't underestimate the damage of this curse.
If it is triggered throughout the whole process, it will be 1% in 100 seconds. If the battle lasts for more than 10 minutes, it can damage 10% of your life.
This also works on the boss. Isn't that scary?
However, the prerequisite is to maintain the whole process. Obviously, the probability of triggering this is very low, otherwise Shangguan Huniu would have been snatched away by someone long ago. According to Wang Lingfeng's recent research, the probability of triggering Shangguan Huniu's talent is very low. Not to mention maintaining it throughout the whole process, it can't even be maintained at 110.
It's strange to say, the skills that Wang Lingfeng has now mastered are not her witchcraft, nor her talent.
It should be said that he extracted the talent and evolved it to make it suitable for him. Life curse, all your damage has a certain chance to add a life curse to the target, with damage per second equal to 0.01% of the target's health, lasting for 1 second. At first, Wang Lingfeng didn't look at it carefully, thinking that this required a curse to trigger. As a result, he found that using a sword to hit people could cause continuous damage. What's interesting is that when used in conjunction with the Bloodthirster, the damage is considered to be the Bloodthirster, so the Bloodthirster absorbs more blood. Also, this skill can be upgraded, and the damage will be higher in the future. Of course, it doesn't matter even if you can't upgrade. Anyway, this is a skill that increases damage for free. Don't think that the damage increase is small. As long as you comprehend more such skills and stack them up, even a world-destroying monster can be killed. However, Wang Lingfeng felt that the world-destroying beasts, or some boss-level beasts, should have corresponding resistance capabilities, which would prevent the damage from exceeding a certain amount. Otherwise, when the time comes, the world-destroying monster will be beaten by everyone, and 0.01% of tens of thousands of people will be killed in one go. Or perhaps their recovery ability is stronger than the damage.
All in all, that's a matter for the future. For now, the damage is pretty good. After dinner, let's continue our journey. Within this month, we must all reach level 20 or above. Roar! Classmates are awesome. Boss is awesome. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers will last forever. The mountains and rivers of the Ming Dynasty will last forever. After some encouragement, the team's morale was high, the speed of killing monsters was significantly increased, and the efficiency of all actions was also increased. 20 days, just 20 days, and the lowest level has exceeded level 20. Don't think that this matter seems simple and that people like Wang Lingfeng are of high level. In fact, it is not the case. Although Wang Lingfeng's level is almost 30 due to his adventure, most of the students who joined are actually below level 18, and the lowest is even level 15. In 20 days, he was able to reach level 20 in the wild, which shocked everyone watching the live broadcast outside. Yes, this trial was monitored and broadcast live throughout the entire process to prevent cheating. This is what the review team would have done. Wang Lingfeng is really lucky. I don't know if he can really predict the future. The route he chose has always been full of groups of exotic beasts, and they just happen to be at the right level. Yeah, but his command and coordination are also really strong. He can make everyone play their role and also allow everyone to gain energy points. Even though there is a level difference of more than 10 levels, they didn't collide with each other. Have you noticed that Wang Lingfeng seems to have a clear understanding of the weaknesses of the exotic beasts? He can always arrange the corresponding attributes to attack them. Water overcomes fire, and fire overcomes wood. These aren't actually difficult. You just need to read more and apply them properly. Such abilities are common in the military. Yeah, but it's still rare for someone of his grade. This is just good luck at the beginning. Maybe something will go wrong next. Just wait and see. What's the point of saying so much? Look at where they are now. Do they really want to go for the trial? There are people who praise and admire Wang Lingfeng, but it seems that there are also many people who oppose him, especially those who point out the most critical point. Wang Lingfeng's team has no idea where they have gone. 20 days have passed, and they have been heading north all the time. Now they are getting farther and farther away from their destination. Is there enough time to rush to the destination and find the equipment? He must have given up. He has no intention of rushing to that city. He's probably planning to take everyone outside to upgrade. That's definitely the case. Will he use this to prove that they have potential and mobilize public opinion to preserve this academy? I have to say you're right. I also think that if they continue to improve like this, they can clear out the monsters for Jinbei City and grow themselves, so why not give them this opportunity? Yeah, they seem to have proven that they have room to grow. Compared to the average martial arts academy, they're not any worse. So why not give them a chance? If they continue like this for the rest of their time, I will go to the government and petition them to allow them to continue running the school. Add me. +1. It seemed that everyone thought that Wang Lingfeng had this purpose, and when Li Zixin and others saw the public opinion on the internet, their faces turned very dark. No, we must not let them succeed. Chapter 90? Stop messing around, just focus on leveling up. 10 days later. Wang Lingfeng is still leveling up with his team. The team's upgrade speed and combat power are a bit surprising. Logically speaking, this team has no strong talents and their levels are not high. Logically, they should be very weak and it is impossible for them to survive in the wilderness at level 20-30. But they not only survive, they can even effectively eliminate strange beasts and collect materials. Judging from their current performance, they are absolutely qualified to be useful talents to China and the people, so it doesn't matter if we keep a school for them. Especially at this time, some people discovered one thing. Do you know that China's education department has long cut off the budget for Jinbei Vocational College? It has been 10 years since we last gave it a budget. In other words, even if the school is retained, it is just a name, why should it be cancelled? Yeah, that's unreasonable. They built everything they have now. Principal Gu has already proposed a plan for the next few years. He didn't ask for a budget, but just said that he wanted to make things easier for the college. It's a bit hard to understand why a school like this would be deregistered. Don't you know? There's something going on with the Li Group. I heard that the Li Group wants this piece of land, and I also heard that it was them who reported it. No way, what does the Li Group want with this place? It feels worthless. Who knows, but there must be something wrong here. Let's go to the League Group's official website and ask them.
At this time, the flood of questions on the official website of the League Group had overwhelmed them.
Damn it!
When Li Zhixian saw this, he slammed the table angrily, and the mahogany table was immediately broken into two halves.
At this moment, the entire office was filled with the violent aura emanating from her.
The secretary outside was helpless. She really didn't want to come in at this time, but she had to. But this time she didn't ask anything and took the maintenance worker to fix the table and put things in order. During the process, Li Zhixian did not say a word, but just stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking in the direction of Jinbei Vocational College.
Why did this happen?
It was originally a very simple matter, but why did it become more and more complicated, and even the Li Group was involved?
Who exactly is this Wang Lingfeng, and why did he come to this Jinbei Vocational College? If he hadn't come, nothing like this would have happened at all.
Not to mention the current trial, even the previous review team and enrollment incidents shouldn't have happened. Originally, it seemed like we had already won this time, but when these useless college entrance examination candidates were gathered together, it would be a joke.
There is no need to consider whether they can complete the task.
As long as their useless performance is broadcast live, they will definitely become the object of social disapproval.
As a result, they didn't turn out to be so useless, which surprised and disappointed her. Well, if they are not that useless, then they are not that useless. They are just a group of mortals anyway. Moreover, their route was not right.
It was obvious that they had no intention of participating in the trial, which made her not care about it. Especially in the previous 10 days, she felt that Wang Lingfeng had given up. But I didn't expect that the situation would change like this after these days. The performance of this group of useless college entrance examination candidates is getting better and better.
People actually recognize them and even speak up for them.
This is also normal, because we have been broadcasting them live, allowing people to see their efforts and accompany them as they become stronger, so they naturally have a certain sense of substitution for them.
Isn't it strange?
How could a bunch of losers have such power?
Their team compatibility is extremely high.
The average team compatibility is around D level, but theirs has reached a level. A voice appeared in Li Zhixian's ears, and in her virtual vision, a little black man was talking to her.
The black man continued, "This Wang Lingfeng is quite remarkable. He can see the unique characteristics of each person and instruct them on how to maximize their strengths. He can also coordinate the team to achieve an A-level fit. I know all this, so don't bother me anymore. I need to deal with this mess."
Li Zhixian frowned slightly. It was meaningless to say this now.
Actually, your current problem isn't difficult to solve.
You can acknowledge their level and allow them to become students of the Martial Arts Academy.
What do you mean? Are you giving up on the plan? The plan is certainly going ahead. Then why do you still want them to become students of the Martial Arts Academy?
You don't have to be a student of Jinbei Vocational College to be a martial arts college student. Li Zhixian understood that this meant that it would be very difficult to make them lose their status as students of the Martial Arts Academy. But it would be different if someone recommended them to become students of other martial arts academies. Now that they have demonstrated their abilities, it is not difficult for others to recruit them.
The League Group can even recommend them and help them gain fame. This is perfect, and it even works.
So, Li Zhixian called his secretary and issued an announcement, saying that his League Group wanted to develop a commercial complex and this place was the most suitable, so he wanted to take over this place. Originally, they would not block these college entrance examination candidates from pursuing their studies, and they had planned to withdraw from this plan before. Now seeing these college entrance examination candidates working so hard and making progress, they are very moved. They can recommend better colleges for these candidates and there is no need for them to continue in this college with no resources.
They believe this is the best outcome.
As soon as this announcement came out, it was recognized by the vast majority of people. No one questioned the League Group anymore, and some even said that the League Group was a good group and was worthy of being the conscientious group of China.
Li Zhixian laughed, which made her secretary laugh too.
Finally, she didn't have to serve the boss who got angry for no reason. If this continued, she would quit her job. The secretary was happy for only a few days before she wanted to resign. Just because Li Zhixian was unhappy at this time, she started to get angry again, and the table was destroyed again and again.
Didn't you guys agree to level up? Didn't we agree that after you complete these 2 months of leveling up, we'll recommend you to other martial arts academies and you won't have to do this mission anymore? Why are you heading to fort number 8? Are you really going to complete the mission? Stop messing around. You don't have the time to complete the trial. You should focus on leveling up.
In the past few days, Wang Lingfeng's team has been approaching their destination and believes they will arrive in a few days. This made Li Zixin very panicked, because the task was not completed. No matter how you look at it, it was not completed.
At that time, the school could be easily cancelled.
As long as these college entrance examination candidates were recommended, the problem would be solved. But now, if Wang Lingfeng and others complete the trial mission, the school will most likely be retained, and will also receive the attention and support of the Chinese government. Then it would be almost impossible to take over this place again.
Damn Wang Lingfeng, what on earth do you want to do? Chapter 91, Job Change, Gourmet Chef.
A few more days passed, and there were only 20 days left in the 2-month deadline.
Wang Lingfeng and his team appeared at their destination, a small city with a doomsday scene.
It's not that this place is severely damaged, but the city will become like this after it is deserted.
At this time, Wang Lingfeng and others were in a shopping mall.
Except for the people in the cooking team, everyone else went exploring one by one.
Everyone is young at heart. This is a place that has been inhabited by humans, so they will look for various items to see what they can find.
The group was very lively at this time, with information about various discoveries, along with photos and videos.
What the hell, what is this?
It seems to be a rare figurine.
I found a bottle of 1999 Mutai. Would you like to try it?
Holy crap, look what I found, a burger.
It's actually good.
The most terrifying thing is, it's not packaged.
Fuck, that bastard Ouyang found something good and hid it away secretly, and he wouldn't show it to us even if he killed him. Everyone, hurry up and catch him.
He seems to be holding a hard drive with Japanese information on it, and he's hiding it.
He must be a Japanese spy. Everyone, come on.
Looking at the excitement in the group, Wang Lingfeng laughed, a bunch of little brats.
How do you know where the baby will be placed?
Paw Patrol, keep looking.
Wang Lingfeng was commanding the dog.
He bought a set of remote control equipment, and after putting it on the dog, he could command the dog remotely. The images from the dog can also be transmitted to him. The dog training technique combined with this remote technology is really useful. We should train the eagle again, and then we will have all the hawks and dogs.
Wang Lingfeng was currently working with Zhang Xiaoyan on a recipe, which was
exotic beast version of Buddha jumps over the wall. It is a stew of delicacies from land and sea, but the combination is very particular. Wang Lingfeng had a feeling that after this pot of Buddha jumps over the wall was successful, something would definitely happen.
It worked, it worked.
What a delicious smell.
Wang Lingfeng and Zhang Xiaoyan successfully made a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall.
Using materials from exotic beasts, new technology, and magic, they were able to make a large pot of Buddha jumps over the wall within an hour. This pot of Buddha jumps over the wall is enough for 100 bowls. When everyone was about to eat a bowl, they saw a ray of light appear on Zhang Xiaoyan's body.
That is. Everyone, look at Zhang Xiaoyan. It looks like she's going to change jobs. No way, this cook can also continue to change jobs? Who knows? Have you noticed that Zhang Xiaoyan is already over level 20?
At this time, some people discovered that the cook Zhang Xiaoyan had been upgraded to level 20, and she had been gaining experience before.
There is a question here. Zhang Xiaoyan just came out at level 1, so why does he have an energy value? They are obviously above level 10. I think someone has explained this before. In fact, the level span between auxiliary professions and life professions is a bit larger. Auxiliary professions can reach up to level 15, while life professions have no limit. But if the level difference is too big, the group damage aura emitted by the monster will accidentally kill the lower level one.
This group damage skill has very low damage to those of the same level, and everyone can withstand it, even some with high resistance. But the low level ones are fatal, just like that world-destroying beast. The group damage auras emanating from its body are enough to kill those below level 5 instantly, and those above level 5 cannot hold out for long. At that time, all mankind was in despair. I hope this time is different. Getting back to the topic, the whole world is now shocked by Zhang Xiaoyan's job change. What will it be transformed into? Should I continue to develop as a chef, or become a combat chef? Soon, the job transfer was completed. Zhang Xiaoyan, what did you change your job to? Everyone gathered around and asked questions at once. A magic chef can use magic to cook ingredients and obtain delicious food. Some delicious food can enhance people's attributes and have additional effects on the magic chef himself. After Zhang Xiaoyan revealed her profession, everyone saw this profession on the professional information website.
After seeing this introduction, everyone was stunned. It felt so powerful. It can actually improve attributes. I was wondering why Wang Lingfeng's team was so strong before. It seems that Zhang Xiaoyan's contribution is indispensable.
Her food should be able to improve people's attributes. It's very possible that it just wasn't shown before, but it has a certain effect, otherwise this profession wouldn't exist. Generally speaking, there are traces of what you'll need to do before you switch to an advanced class.
Well, that should be the case. No wonder Wang Lingfeng wants Zhang Xiaoyan.
He sees her value.
Can Wang Lingfeng really predict the future?
Predicting the future is a bit too far-fetched. He should just be able to see something and then infer it. This gift of super sense might have some other abilities, or perhaps he used his super gift to acquire the ability to see through things, and then he could figure it out by calculating it. Well, we've discussed this many times and feel this is the best explanation for Wang Lingfeng's situation.
Yes, this has been discussed many times online.
Everyone thinks it is impossible for Wang Lingfeng to predict the future, but he should have some skills that allow him to see a person's hidden information, and then make judgments and guidance based on this, so as to discover a person's potential.
This is already a consensus. Of course, Wang Lingfeng would not explain this. It was fine to let them think this way.
Moreover, he deliberately created some failed cases to make people believe this even more. Yes, in the team, some people fail because they are either not good people or they really have no potential. However, it is a blessing for these people to follow the team now, and it is much better than before.
Huff huff. It's so delicious. I feel like I'm immersed in a hot spring.
Everyone was eating Zhang Xiaoyan's delicious food, feeling the satisfaction it brought, and also feeling the attribute improvement brought to everyone by the magical food. There is an improvement, but it is not much, and it works the first time, but has almost no effect afterwards. However, this is something that is given for free, and no one will refuse it. They were very excited to think that Zhang Xiaoyan could cook other delicious foods in the future and that the students at school would be able to eat them. Thinking about how he had objections to Zhang Xiaoyan's upgrade before, he almost wanted to slap himself twice.
Wang Lingfeng, what should we do next? After dinner, everyone raised a key question. Now that we are here, do we really need to discover the equipment? Is there enough time? Chapter 92?
I'll take care of the men, and I'll take care of the women.
What else can we do? Of course we have to take a look. Maybe with luck we can find a piece of equipment and bring it back. If we're even luckier, we can find some data. That way we can shut those people up. That's right. Given the current time, there is no time. People who watched the live broadcast online all agreed with this point. Given the current situation, people like Wang Lingfeng would not have any chance.
Now we can only take our chances.
Is it okay for you to broadcast live like this? Will it attract attacks from those orcs from Wobang? Suddenly, someone asked a question, which made the netizens quiet down. That seems to be true.
This matter seems to be very important.
Don't worry. With the strength of Wang Lingfeng and his men, their value is not high. Those Japanese beasts won't risk coming here.
After all, this place is far from their control.
It's better to be safe than sorry. So, Wang Lingfeng needs to hurry up and dig out the equipment as soon as possible.
There are only 20 days left anyway, so they only have a few days to dig.
Actually, you don't have to worry. Arjun Bay Army has been monitoring these Japanese beasts. It's difficult for them to get close, unless they have other motives. The netizens continued to chat, and Wang Lingfeng also gave everyone an answer. Let's go to the fort first and see what we can find. If we can't find anything, we'll leave.
It seemed that everyone had guessed Wang Lingfeng's answer a long time ago, and they thought it was normal.
In the current situation, this was the only choice. Humph, go ahead and look for it. I don't believe you can find anything. Li Zixian stared at Wang Lingfeng on the live broadcast and said coldly.
Like her, Wang Tang, Lu Ruyan and others also made the same remarks, but they could send them directly to the group where Wang Lingfeng was. At this time, the Linhai Middle School group was still very lively. After all, dozens of people in Wang Lingfeng's team were from Linhai Middle School and could get first-hand information.
Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan would naturally pay attention to this group at this time, and they would often speak out against Wang Lingfeng's team.
Just get used to it, it's just jealousy. During the live broadcast, Wang Lingfeng's team went to the fortress, which was on a mountain and there were no high-rise buildings nearby that were taller than the fortress. In modern warfare, commanding heights are very important.
If there is a building taller than a fortress near it, the fortress will become a joke.
If there is, the building must be under his control and is the defensive arrow tower of the fortress. An underground fortification had naturally been dug into the mountain where the fortress stood, and the equipment they were looking for was buried deep beneath the mountain. At this time, the outer defenses of the fortress had collapsed a lot, and many gaps appeared. This wall is so thick, the material is so strong, and it has magical defenses on it.
How could such defenses be broken by the Japanese beasts back then?
At this time, everyone was walking through the holes in the fortress wall. The thick wall and various defensive measures were amazing. With this kind of defense, even if a 5th level job changer comes, as long as there is a master here, the attack will not be broken. There's a traitor. I heard it's a garrison commander here. His wife was kidnapped, and he was so angry for her that he defected to the Japanese beasts. He also became a half-orc and gave birth to a beast son. This branch of his is quite famous. It is said that they are a kind of white fox half-orc, smart and capable of charm. Charm? Women mean nothing to me. We have men too. Male white fox half-orcs are really powerful. They can kill both men and women. Wang Lingfeng felt that the topic seemed to be getting more and more off topic, so he spoke up.
If you encounter this kind of vixen in the future, I'll take the men and let me take the women.
Everyone chatted while dividing into teams to search, and by the way killed the strange beasts lurking here, and soon entered the interior. They have all the external information, and even internal information, and a lot of it is public.
The audit team did not just give us nothing. They not only provided information, but also various clues and even the locations of some equipment.
It's just that these devices basically cannot be dug out for some reasons.
If you have the ability, go and dig them out.
In fact, everyone has information about some equipment, and even those difficult problems have been simulated and cracked, but no one has succeeded. It should be said that it is being brought out without reducing the cost.
If the cost is too high, it will be meaningless.
Alright, everyone, follow my instructions and search casually, just like the previous mall exploration.
After entering, Wang Lingfeng said to everyone.
After hearing this, everyone knew that Wang Lingfeng really didn't have any ideas and was just relying on luck. Soon, everyone dispersed into groups. It's okay if you can't find the big equipment, you can find the small equipment, and they are also valuable.
Wang Lingfeng, who are you going to team up with? Don't think about me. I won't go on any adventures.
With my size, there are places I can't get through. At this time, Zheng Xiaoyan looked at Wang Lingfeng, because at this moment, there were only 2 of them left. Although Zheng Xiaoyan is thinner now than before, she is still a bit fat. In this kind of military fortress, many places are only open to soldiers, and the passages are relatively narrow, and obese people are not taken into consideration at all.
Yes, considering various people will increase the cost. Just look around, I have my paw patrol. Wang Lingfeng waved his hand, and 8 ferocious dogs beside him wagged their tails and stuck out their tongues.
Speaking of which, why do your paw patrol often appear and disappear inexplicably? You're not a beastmaster or summoner, so where are they usually? Zheng Xiaoyan had a question, which she had wanted to ask for a long time. They just ran off to play on their own, they didn't disappear.
I'm just letting them run free.
Wang Lingfeng said casually, I can't tell you that I usually put the dog in that fake demon refining pot. Although the fake demon refining pot cannot refine demons, it has space for the dog to stay in it, and it seems to have benefits.
The dog is becoming more and more spiritual and stronger. Is that so? Never mind. Just go and look around here. You might find something good. I always think you can do it.
Okay, I'll leave now, let's go Paw Patrol.
Wang Lingfeng chose to leave immediately and take the Paw Patrol to search.
In fact, this was just a pretense, as he already had a plan. Moreover, this task must be completed by him alone and cannot be broadcast live. Fortunately, the people broadcasting the live broadcast had no interest in him and had already followed others.
Wang Lingfeng entered the elevator, jumped, and soon arrived at the floor marked as the 18th underground floor.
This number made him feel a little creepy, but he had no choice. Here we go. I hope the equipment inside is still useful.
Wang Lingfeng came to a room with hope.
There was a device in the room. It was a set of equipment that could manufacture micro-robots. If micro-robots could be created, this place could slowly repair itself, but unfortunately the equipment is broken.
Now, Wang Lingfeng needs to repair this equipment. Can he do it?
He is not a professional.
Chapter 93. Now that you're here, don't go back. Repairing the machine is easy. You just need to find out what's wrong, know how to fix it, and once you have the tools, you can put a dog on it.
Wang Lingfeng now just released a few dogs to repair some things.
If someone saw this at this time, they would definitely say, although they are indeed dogs, you are the real dog. Is this something a human can do? Actually, let the dog fix things.
But you said that the repair was really done in a professional manner, and the thing was actually repaired.
This dog training technique is really amazing. If it is used to train monkeys, then Wang Lingfeng 1T have to do it himself, right?
Yes, it seems amazing that dogs can repair machines, but in fact, we are just assigning work based on what they can do, not really leaving all the work to them.
If that were to happen, the device would be 100% irreparable.
However, if someone were here now, the most amazing thing would not be that these dogs can repair things, but that Wang Lingfeng is actually a master in this field, even more professional than professionals. As soon as Wang Lingfeng came in, he started repairing it without even looking inside. He found the broken part directly.
This is more accurate than those detection machines. There are some places that cannot be detected, but he can see them at a glance. This is simply like using a cheat. That's right, he was using cheats. The SkyEye plugin is really amazing for repairing machines. I don't even need any skills to fix it. Wang Lingfeng couldn't help but sigh at this moment. This is the power of the SkyEye. He can see what is broken in the machine and what needs to be replaced. At the same time, Tianyan can know what he needs in advance and let him prepare what he needs. In fact, not much is needed, just some small parts. Wang Lingfeng's repair is not about replacing any parts, such as replacing the mainboard if it is broken. He can directly replace the chip on the motherboard and repair the motherboard.
In fact, generally speaking, many problems are not chip problems, but some small capacitors, small resistors, and short circuit problems. If these are broken, they really need to be replaced, and if there is a short circuit, the flying wire method is naturally used. As long as Wang Lingfeng knows how to do it, his hands are more flexible than any skilled craftsman. In fact, he doesn't need to bring much, because these things are usually available nearby. Most of them have spare parts, and if they don't have any, he can just take them directly from the material plate.
In this way, Wang Lingfeng only took 1 hour to repair the device. If people knew about this, they would definitely doubt their lives.
In particular, during this hour, Wang Lingfeng kept chatting with everyone and helping everyone solve problems, making people feel that he was always busy helping everyone solve problems.
Although everyone did not find the required equipment, they found a lot of other things.
There were also many problems, so they sent videos and pictures to Wang Lingfeng for advice, and Wang Lingfeng basically helped solve them. But not all of them can be solved, and this is intentional on his part. He will mess up those who hold useless things, and sometimes people will suffer losses.
This makes Wang Lingfeng's guidance have an error rate, which is very important.
Otherwise, if it is 100% correct, people will keep a close eye on it, and it may even bring disaster upon himself. However, even so, his performance was very strong and everyone chose to believe him. Finish the repairs and start making micro-robots.
Wang Lingfeng started the equipment and began to manufacture micro-robots. After these robots were manufactured, they could repair the equipment here and even repair the fortress. However, Wang Lingfeng didn't want anyone to know this, so he entered the program and left.
He did not tell anyone about the information of this device, and due to material problems, there would not be many micro-robots at the beginning. This requires these micro-robots to collect the items themselves, and then start repairing other equipment and restoring the fortress. This was the original function of this device, and because of this, it was the first device to be destroyed, and it was severely damaged.
Wang Lingfeng's current repair can only restore 10% of the production capacity. It is fine as long as it can be used.
When the time comes, these micro-robots will slowly recover.
Okay, let's go down and grab some information.
That information is more valuable than the equipment and is also easy to carry.
But, should we keep it a secret from everyone first? Let everyone think that this mission can't be completed and everyone will go their separate ways, and make them cry their eyes out? Is it okay to be a dog like this? Forget it, Wang Lingfeng decided. It's true that people can't be so mean, but if it was the dog that discovered it, and the dog doesn't behave like a human being, what does it have to do with me? So Wang Lingfeng let the dog out to search, found some information at random, and saved it in the dog's necklace.
Even if someone thought that they might have obtained the information, they would not believe that they had given the information to the dog. Moreover, this dog needs to charge into battle to kill strange beasts, and he doesn't seem to cherish them at all, so I will never believe it.
This trick is really effective. 3 days later, Wang Lingfeng stopped the excavation, gathered the team, and prepared to go back. Boss Lingfeng, are we going back like this?
I don't know if it was influenced by Ning Meng, but it started with those people from Linhai Middle School, and then affected the entire team.
Most of them began to call Wang Lingfeng boss.
At this time, everyone's mood was not very good because they felt that they had failed.
Oh Yang, we have no other choice. If we don't go back now, it will be too late. Besides, weren't we very successful this time? We have proven our strength and our value. Now that we have returned, who would dare to call us trash?
Also, if our school is really cancelled, then we can start a school of our own and become the founders of the school.
Isn't that better? Wang Lingfeng was encouraging everyone. In fact, it didn't matter whether they could become students of the martial arts academy or not.
Now they had formed a force. Even if we can't establish a school, even if we set up a mercenary group, it can still grow now because of Wang Lingfeng.
Now everyone believes that Wang Lingfeng can lead everyone to a better direction.
In the past month, Wang Lingfeng has proved this.
If you want to enter a martial arts academy, isn't the most important thing to have someone who can teach you and plan a path for your advancement? Didn't Wang Lingfeng do this?
Although there is no resource support, they can accumulate resources slowly by themselves. Anyway, with their talents, they will not get much more resources if they go to other martial arts academies.
Follow the boss till death. Follow the boss till death.
The team members began to shout in unison, and it felt like a swearing-in ceremony was taking place. At this time, Li Zhixian's face looked very ugly, and she called again. But after she called, the person on the other end of the phone took the initiative to say,
I understand what you are thinking.
I have already sent a team to intercept them halfway.
Now that Wang Lingfeng has come to my territory, he can forget about going back. Li Zixian hung up the phone.
She felt that the person on the other end of the phone seemed to have some personal grudge against Wang Lingfeng, which seemed to be no less than her own.
What's going on?
Forget it, never mind. This time, Wang Lingfeng and his men will die outside. Since the other party has sent a team, they are definitely not simple people.
Chapter 94, The Koga 10. In the dense forest, Yamamoto AI and her team hid in it.
She is level 52, a third-class Koga ninja, with an A-level talent for stealth killing.
Stealth killing enhances stealth ability.
In stealth mode, attack power increases by 100%. This talent, combined with the assassin profession, already has the ability to kill the enemy with one blow while in a hidden state.
This bonus is extremely terrifying.
In her hands, a monster of the same level can be killed instantly with just one assassination attack. With her around, she believed that she could kill a non-professional like Wang Lingfeng who was less than level 30, even a third-level professional of the same level with one blow.
Of course, excluding defensive professions, there are also professions with strong perception and the ability to see hidden states.
In addition to her, she has 9 other third-level Koga ninjas by her side.
Their team is called the Koga 10.
Everyone has extraordinary talents and skills, whether it is assassination or frontal attack, they all have extraordinary abilities. Countless people have died at their hands, the most famous of whom was a 4th-level genius from China who possessed SS-level talent. This is also a great shame for China, and there is more than one shame.
Too many Chinese people have been killed by these beasts called the Japanese. They have always wanted to eat up China and turn all Chinese people into half-orcs like them.
Logically speaking, if these 10 people appeared, killing Wang Lingfeng and his group would be too easy, it would be like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. But now Yamamoto AI is very troubled, because this is not the first time she has surrounded Wang Lingfeng's team. This is her 7th time. The previous 6 attempts all failed. This failure was not because they could not defeat Wang Lingfeng's team, or that Wang Lingfeng and others escaped.
They didn't even see anyone these 6 times. This made them very angry. Captain, there shouldn't be any mistakes this time. They will go this way. Probably.
Yamamoto AI looked at the team news that popped up, and she actually wanted to say, how would I know that? I can't say for sure now, because those who said this before are already depressed. Talking about this ambush, she also felt very depressed and couldn't figure it out. They were sure that Wang Lingfeng had no way of knowing about their ambush, but Wang Lingfeng would change his mind every time and go somewhere else. Every time they ambushed him, he would change his route. If it happened once, it would be a coincidence. If it happened twice, it could also be a coincidence. But if it happened 3 times, 4 times, now it has happened 6 times.
And all 6 times, I have been alone.
And what is interesting is that every time the route changes, the live broadcast signal disappears for a while, making it impossible for them to judge. Just like now, the signal disappears again. You say they did it on purpose, but that seems impossible. It is impossible for them to know in advance that they were ambushing.
If they knew, wouldn't they call for help? As long as we can mobilize people to surround these people, wouldn't that be a good thing for China?
This area is close to Jinbei City, and Jinbei City has the advantage here. Another point is that every time the team suddenly turns around, or a group of strange beasts appear, the team goes to kill the strange beasts to level up. Or the materials happen to be found nearby and they went to collect them. Along the way, Yamamoto AI and other Japanese devils followed Wang Lingfeng's team around without any gain, and were even bitten by mosquitoes for several nights. They could only see Wang Lingfeng's team upgrading and collecting materials, and even saw everyone in the team starting their second transformation one by one. Yes, after Zhang Xiaoyan took over the team, people started to reach the second level one after another, and now 80% of the people have reached the second level. Their second level professions are not that powerful, but they have a high degree of coordination with them and can exert considerable power. At the same time, it also makes their team fit better, making them more powerful in future fights.
This is another thing that makes the Japanese devils angry. It seems a bit unbearable.
Every time I see the team on the live broadcast, the rich food, and the speed of upgrading, I just want to say,
what more could one ask for in life?
Time passed little by little, and the Koga 10 stayed here for a whole day, but found that no one came.
They have become accustomed to it. This must be the other party changing their route again.
They will freshen up first and then start the live broadcast to see where they are going.
Oh, habits are terrible.
Sure enough, when they watched the live broadcast again, they found that Wang Lingfeng's team had deviated from the route again. Everyone inside was very excited because they had killed a group of wild buffaloes yesterday. The beef was really delicious, and the cowhide was also a very good treasure.
The live broadcast room is full of laughter now. For breakfast, people are drinking beef soup and eating beef noodles. These beef noodles are made of real beef.
Seeing others eating like this, the dry food in the hands of the 10 people suddenly lost its appeal.
Damn it! Captain, I feel like we've been tricked. Let's not ambush them.
With our strength, we don't even need assassinations to kill them.
We can just attack head-on.
Don't forget, Doman, Shiro, and I were all converted from warriors to ninjas, and our main attack is taijutsu.
Someone couldn't help but speak. She was a female half-orc.
It was hard to tell what kind of beast she was, but she had a good figure and a prominent figure. But she was holding a long sword with a thick back and a wide blade, and at first glance she looked like the type to charge into battle, which seemed to contradict her appearance. The ninja profession can actually be transferred from assassin, warrior, and mage, but the directions of the 3 professions are completely different.
Although some professions have the same name, they are actually different. This is just like the druid.
Although it is the same profession, it is divided into claw druid, fang druid, swarm druid, flame druid, etc. Although this is a profession, some are physical melee, some are ranged magic, some are frontline defense professions, and some are backline output in treatment. This is very complicated, but since a person can only choose one path, it is not really a conflict.
I know, but I always feel that there's something wrong with Wang Lingfeng. We should be more careful. If he does it again, we'll just take action.
Yamamoto AI frowned slightly, preparing to give it one last try, and if it didn't work, she would just kill him by force. In fact, after this time, if we don't take action again, we will be too close to Jinbei City, which will be too dangerous. So, next time, no matter what the reason is, they will kill him.
At this time, Wang Lingfeng was still happily eating with his classmates, studying recipes with Zhang Xiaoyan, and chatting with other classmates.
It seemed very easy, which made Yamamoto AI and others, as well as those who wanted to kill Wang Lingfeng behind the scenes, grit their teeth. But they didn't know that all this was actually under Wang Lingfeng's watch, and his 7 changes of direction were actually intentional.
One more day and you will know. Chapter 95, Wang Lingfeng leaves the team? Eats alone? The 8th ambush. Fail. Yamamoto AI couldn't bear it anymore and prepared to kill him. Especially when someone asked her what was going on and why she hadn't taken action yet. Can she explain why she was able to dodge every assassination attempt? 8 times. 8 days pass like this, once a day.
Including the time they had spent here, there was not much time left. Just when these 10 people were preparing to kill, an unexpected situation occurred again.
This time, Wang Lingfeng suddenly left the team. The story begins in the afternoon of that day.
Wang Lingfeng and others were beaten in the front row for a long time as usual, and then went to cook with Zhang Xiaoyan. After dinner, he said he was going to walk the dog and then disappeared. The last time we contacted each other, he just told everyone to go back as planned, that he had something to do, and asked everyone not to worry. Now everything in the team is on the right track, and it will operate the same without Wang Lingfeng, because Wang Lingfeng has not given any instructions or made any corrections for a long time. Everyone is doing their own job, and some people are even about to forget that it was Wang Lingfeng who led them.
Now, some people think that they are the ones who lead Wang Lingfeng. It's like when you play a game and meet someone who is a few levels higher than you and asks you to do a task. After you become proficient in it and surpass that person, you will then take over and lead the previous person. After a long time, some people forget who they relied on to get started, and only think that they are better than others. For some people this process is quick, taking only a few days, while for others it takes longer, several years. This is human nature. Wang Lingfeng has no way to control it, nor can he stop it. He can only let it take its course. In fact, if Wang Lingfeng could continue to lead them to upgrade and continue to show his strength, people would not forget this, but he can't. Needless to say, the latter is now showing too much strength, which is seeking death. He deliberately makes himself make mistakes and puts himself in a level where most people look down on him. As for the former, the main reason is that Wang Lingfeng really has no way to help them upgrade all the time, nor can he keep teaching them how to do it. Once you tell them which direction to go, there's nothing else to worry about. This is what the master means by leading them to the door, and the rest is up to them. To put it another way, now they have a clear path, and they have been running on it, making rapid progress. Before they encounter a bottleneck, how could they think of their master? Therefore, Wang Lingfeng will not be needed by them in the next few years. Since it is no longer needed, will its former role be forgotten? Just like now, after Wang Lingfeng disappeared for an afternoon, no one felt the need for Wang Lingfeng. Some people even felt that it was better without Wang Lingfeng, because at this time, they returned to the area of low-level monsters and did not need a front line like Wang Lingfeng who had strong defense but no offensive power. As everyone knows, to deal with low-level monsters, you can just find a melee fighter to hold the front line, or even find some summon creatures to hold the front line. Of course, there are also many people who are worried about Wang Lingfeng and care about him very much. Even if they become stronger, they will not be ungrateful. It's already evening. Where did Wang Lingfeng go? Should we go look for him? Shangguan Huniu was a little worried. It's okay. Although Wang Lingfeng has no offensive power, it's difficult to kill him. His defense is really strong. All the way here, his defense is really strong. He can even withstand a level 30 elite beast. Yes, here, although Wang Lingfeng can't kill the monsters, he won't be killed by them either. He is safe alone. That's right. Maybe Wang Lingfeng is going to eat alone now. He may have discovered something and doesn't want to take us with him. Yeah, that's for sure. Wang Lingfeng can tell fortunes, so he must have figured out where the treasure is and went looking for it. How can you think like that? Even if Wang Lingfeng did this, it was because of his own ability. After everyone's discussion, most people felt that it was indeed possible that Wang Lingfeng went treasure hunting alone. However, everyone thinks this is normal, because if this opportunity is shared among everyone, no one will get anything, and it will be a waste of everyone's time and energy. It is better for one person to take it. Yamamoto AI also thought so at this time, so she went with 10 people to look for Wang Lingfeng who was alone. To them, Wang Lingfeng was much more important than that team. If they were together, they could eliminate them all, but if they were separated, they would kill Wang Lingfeng first. Soon, they found the clue and found Wang Lingfeng. When it comes to tracking, there are experts among the 10 of them, otherwise how could they dare to take on such a task? This is a valley. Once you enter the valley, you will see a sea of flowers. People can't help but want to take a few photos here and write some words of praise and bragging. Yamamoto AI had such an impulse, so she took a photo and prepared to post it after a while. At this moment, in the sea of flowers, there was an obvious trace of footsteps, and it was still very new. Wang Lingfeng should be inside. He doesn't know we're coming to kill him, otherwise he wouldn't have left such obvious traces. After seeing this, Yamamoto AI laughed, and then she asked everyone to follow the trail and they could move forward without leaving any trace. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten one thing. Why was there only one trace of a person walking? Shouldn't there be 8 dogs?
Wang Lingfeng has no profession and is not a summoner, so he cannot put the summoned creatures into the summoned creatures. Besides, the dog is not a summoned creature. She didn't need to know this, because in the end she wouldn't understand why anyway. At this moment, she only wanted to say 2 words.
What a nice view.
Before she had finished walking through the sea of flowers, she turned a corner in the valley and saw a large waterfall in front of her, with a pool of water beneath it. In this situation, I just want to recite a poem. The waterfall plunges 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way falls from the sky. The water of Teotihuacan is 1,000 feet deep, and a red apricot branch protrudes from the wall.
Isn't that right? Those Japanese devils are uneducated, and it's good enough that they are useless.
The scenery here is indeed beautiful, but that doesn't seem to matter.
What matters is where Wang Lingfeng is going.
They searched nearby, but the traces disappeared at a cliff. In front of the cliff was a waterfall, and below it was a pool of water.
Is this a jump in? Captain, what should we do? We can only go down into the water and take a look. Sato, go down and take a look.
Yes. So, the Japanese soldier named Sato jumped down. They were not afraid of any strange beasts here, after all, their strength was there.
Besides, Sato is a crocodile-type half-orc, so he has no problem underwater.
However, after he entered the pool, a huge creature began to swim underwater. When Sato sensed danger, a black shadow suddenly flashed by, and its swimming speed was astonishing.
Sato was bitten directly by the black shadow and taken away. Blood began to float up from the bottom of the water. Is Sato dead? Chapter 96, Secret Realm? Let him open it. Something happened to Sato?
This question arose in the minds of Yamamoto AI and others, but they quickly dismissed the idea because they were almost invincible here.
With the energy here, what kind of powerful beast can be raised?
There's no way Sato could be killed by the monster like that. Sure enough, just as they expected, Sato emerged from the water, along with a giant python. The python was 50 meters long and 2 meters wide. The giant python was completely black, and its black scales seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. This giant python looks to be no less than level 40, but the Sato it is facing now is level 51, with a 3rd level job. He is also an amphibious half-orc, and his underwater combat capability remains unchanged. Therefore, when the giant python bit Sato, the thick armor on Sato's body was not bitten through at all. On the contrary, Sato invaded the giant python's mouth like a waterspout, destroying the giant python's internal organs, if it had any. The scene can be described in one sentence.
Tornado destroys parking lot. Sato looked around for a while and then jumped up. Wang Lingfeng shouldn't be underwater.
Yes, I know. Since there is such a giant python guarding it, Wang Lingfeng will definitely not be able to go down.
Yamamoto AI nodded.
She had guessed the result when she saw the giant python's corpse, but she still wanted Sato to search down there. Maybe there were other clues.
But unfortunately, there are no clues below.
At this moment, Yamamoto AI suddenly received a message out of the corner of her eye, and she looked at the waterfall opposite.
There's light in the waterfall across the way. Sato.
Clear. Sato waved his hand, and a burst of energy emanated from his body, touching the waterfall over there, creating a hole in the waterfall. Then, an entrance appeared behind the waterfall, and it was quite large.
There's actually an entrance here. Let's go. The 10 people flew over and entered the entrance.
They began to observe the situation inside. This was a very ancient passage building, which looked at least tens of thousands of years old. No need to ask, this must be the outskirts of the secret realm, which means there is a secret realm here.
It seems Wang Lingfeng wants to keep it to himself and not even share the secret realm with his classmates. TSK. If it were you, you would be willing to do that. If you found a secret place that you could eat, would you tell us?
Of course not.
Everyone would keep it to themselves.
After all, they discovered it themselves. You should be thankful that Wang Lingfeng is so selfish. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the chance to kill him alone.
After killing him, the others wouldn't be important anymore.
Not only should we thank him for this, but we should also thank him for bringing us here. This secret place looks quite good.
I have a feeling.
The 10 people were communicating with each other. Of course, this communication was not direct speaking, but they were talking within their action group.
What did you say about the light just now? Are you talking about this?
Just as someone was asking what was going on with the light that had been discovered, a flash of light appeared, as if it appeared in the passage below.
This is obvious without asking. It must be Wang Lingfeng who was exploring in front, and the light accidentally leaked out from inside. We were too cautious when sending out 10 people to deal with this kind of rookie. This thought could not help but occur to all 10 people. However, although they thought so, they did not take it lightly. This was their job, and since they were dispatched, they had to do it. Most importantly, the reward had already been received. At this time, everyone in their action group was complaining about this matter. Anyway, let's hurry over there. After we kill this guy, we'll go kill those newbies. Kill as many as we can and steal the equipment they're transporting. If we can't take it away, we'll destroy it. Yamamoto AI spoke directly. The other members of the 10 people group naturally understood that no matter how much equipment there was or how important it was, if they gave it to the enemy, even if it was just a bullet or a grain of food, it would only increase the enemy's strength and must be destroyed. They were already planning what to do next, and they felt that Wang Lingfeng's words should be easy to achieve. Especially when they found Wang Lingfeng was opening the secret realm. It seemed that he didn't know they were coming. His excited look really made them laugh. This kid is so cute. He doesn't know he's going to die soon and is still so happy. Nonsense, how would he know we were coming? He's only level 30 and has no class. But speaking of it, this kid, without a profession, was able to reach level 30 so quickly. He's quite a prodigy. Of course he's a genius. He's SSS level, extremely talented, but he's just not smart enough to choose a career. If he wasn't stupid, could we kill him so easily? Why hasn't this kid opened this secret realm yet? Should we urge him? Don't make things complicated. Let him open it. He's the only one who knows about it now. As for us, we don't know how long it will take. I know, just saying. These 10 people are naturally waiting for Wang Lingfeng to open the secret realm. However, Wang Lingfeng is not moving very fast now. He often looks at a notebook in his hand and then points on a stone slab, as if he is studying. If this guy opens it later, should we go into the secret realm first or kill those newbies? This question made the 10 people silent. They knew that the mission was important and the secret realm could have been put aside, but they were afraid that there would be a time limit after the secret realm was opened. So, they have to make a choice, which one to go first. Let's put the mission first. AI Yamamoto finally held back and made a calm and selfless choice. In fact, many people think that this option is not good. They think that they can pass through the secret realm quickly without any delay. But since Yamamoto AI has made the decision, they can only listen to her, because she is the boss, has great strength and an even stronger background. Oh yeah, it's open. Not long after, Wang Lingfeng cheered. A mysterious light began to appear at the entrance of the secret realm, and space distortion occurred, which meant that the secret realm could now be entered. At this time, a person with extremely good physical skills appeared among the 10 people. His physical skills were definitely top-notch among assassins. In fact, Yamamoto AI was faster, but she didn't go. Because that person is definitely enough. Sure enough, the man appeared in front of Wang Lingfeng and slashed at him with a knife without any nonsense. They may know that the villain dies because of talking too much, or they may just be too disdainful to say any more to Wang Lingfeng and just attack with a killing move. They thought that even a level 50 person could not withstand this killer move, and Wang Lingfeng certainly could not do it. This knife was like lightning, but also as powerful as thunder. So fast and powerful. Wang Lingfeng subconsciously stretched out his hand to block, using the hand shield to block. But the next moment, when the knife touched the hand shield cracked. This knife is so scary. Will Wang Lingfeng's hand be cut off by this? The answer in the minds of the 10 people is yes, and by then their bodies will be split in half. But the result was beyond their expectations. Chapter 97, Don't come in, or you will regret it. When? The sound of metal clashing startled all 10 people. Obviously, the small shield on the arm had been cut open, so Wang Lingfeng's armor should have been cut open as well. After all, armor is not as thick as a shield. And according to the power of that knife, it can not only cut through this small shield, but also 2 more. Otherwise, why would everyone think that Wang Lingfeng's body would definitely be chopped open? As a result, after the knife was chopped down, Wang Lingfeng's arm was not cut off. The knife was like chopping on a stone. And it's the kind that's extremely hard. What's going on? The person who drew the knife's hand was shaking at this moment, as if his tiger's mouth was injured, and that hand could hardly hold the knife. This situation shocked all the 10 people. Although they knew that Wang Lingfeng had strong defense, they never thought that Wang Lingfeng could be so tough.
A level 50, third-level assassin couldn't even cut off his hand with a knife, and the knife was a B-level weapon.
This is incredible. It's really hard to understand.
Just as they were stunned, Wang Lingfeng, without saying a word, pushed away the dazed person in front of him and entered the secret realm. Before he entered the secret realm, he said one sentence.
"Don't come in, or you will regret it."
The voice seemed like a warning, but also like a helpless and cruel word spoken out of fear.
What should we do? Should we go in? If you didn't want to go in anyway, then go in. Now you have enough reasons.
Well, if we want to hunt down our target, we naturally have to go in.
What he just said. Do you believe it? You've killed so many people, and those people didn't say anything cruel before they died? That's right, let's go.
The 10 people finished their conversation in an instant and then went in immediately. After entering, they thought it would take some time to find Wang Lingfeng, but they never expected that Wang Lingfeng would be right in front of them. So, the Koga ninja who was holding a knife rushed over and slashed at Wang Lingfeng.
At this time, Wang Lingfeng did not make any movement and even smiled.
This made the 10 people feel strange.
What did this smile mean? Do you think your defense is strong and nothing will happen?
Just like outside, what kind of power was able to defend against that knife attack is still a mystery. Therefore, Wang Lingfeng may have been able to behave so calmly for this reason. However, this time Wang Lingfeng did not need any defense at all and could be safe and sound. After the knife was cut, a protective shield quickly appeared on Wang Lingfeng's body. The power of this protective shield was not emitted by Wang Lingfeng, but came from this secret realm. The power of the secret realm rebounded the knife, knocking the man away and causing him to spit out blood.
What's going on? This is the rule of the secret realm. We cannot attack each other. Yamamoto AI has already understood that such secret realms do exist, and the rules of many secret realms are different. Hey, didn't I tell you not to come in? If you come in, you'll be in trouble. Wang Lingfeng shook his head helplessly and sighed. If you don't want us to come in, then don't come in. Even if we're not here to kill you, we'll let you go if we see the secret realm. Sato on the side spoke.
At this time, he looked like a half-orc, with a crocodile head and crocodile skin on his body.
He looked a little scary. What Sato said was exactly what they wanted to say. They came here to kill Wang Lingfeng, so how could they not come in? Do you know what the rules of this secret realm are? Why don't you take a look first? Wang Lingfeng pointed at the stone tablet in the middle, which read, Rule 1, choose an opponent, and then the opponent chooses the comparison item. The winner survives and the loser dies.
Rule 2, from the moment you enter the secret realm, you must participate in a competition within 30 minutes.
If you exceed the time limit, you will be eliminated.
If there is no opponent available, the secret realm will create a virtual opponent.
Rule 3, you can quit after completing one competition. The last person to quit will receive the ultimate reward of the secret realm.
When they saw the first rule, the faces of the 10 people turned dark. They didn't expect to encounter such a secret realm. Some secret realms are designed to make people kill each other, but the rewards for such secret realms are extremely high, because the secret realm will turn the dead into rewards. The higher the level and the more dead people there are, the stronger the final reward will be. Some can even inherit the energy value of deceased people, which others have accumulated through hard work and give to others.
Don't blame God for this, just blame fate.
According to these 3 rules, at least 5 of the 10 people must die before they can withdraw, and this is only possible if they can reach an agreement and abide by it. After all, if one person can monopolize the gains from others' cultivation, this is a huge temptation for anyone.
One person can at least get the skills and equipment of 5 people. Who can refuse?
Now they are arguing about this, and it is destined to take half an hour. At the same time, they all have their own little thoughts and want to monopolize everyone's skills and equipment.
Although it may not be 100%, the improvement is terrifying.
In the end, they still couldn't come to a conclusion, but they all had one thing in mind: whoever died would be unlucky, and the survivors would definitely absorb everyone's power. However, they were consistent about one thing, and that was Wang Lingfeng. Whoever goes to find Wang Lingfeng, this will make your conscience feel better. You don't have to kill your own people, and he is a weak person.
This must be me. I can't beat you.
If I stay here, I will die.
Bullshit, I'll do it, kid. Whoever can grab this kind of thing will own it.
In this way, they rushed to fight with Wang Lingfeng, and finally the one with the knife took the lead.
It was only then that Wang Lingfeng knew the other party's name, Song Yu. Why are you in such a hurry? Wait until the last 30 minutes to make your choice.
If you choose now, I'll be in a passive position if I win.
You must choose someone.
Wang Lingfeng shook his head and said, his words made people a little confused.
What do you mean, does this matter?
But soon, they realized that the person who selected the contestants was actually the weaker party, because the person who was selected had the power to choose the competition event, and everyone would choose the event that was beneficial to them. If it's too early, your 30 minutes will be used up earlier than others, and you will have to choose someone.
Don't worry about that. You don't have a chance. Song Yu said with a sneer. You don't even know what you're competing for. Where does your confidence come from? Do you think you're better than me in everything? I'm going to compete with an abacus. Are you faster than me? Wang Lingfeng's words left Song Yu stunned. Are they really going to compete in abacus calculations? If that's the case, then he will really lose.
At this point, everyone understands why we need to select later. The power to choose projects is too important. And no one expected that the project Wang Lingfeng finally chose would be so bizarre.
Chapter 98. Which company has the best excavator technology? Excavator? Who has the best excavator technology? It has to be me, the excavator king. Boom! 2 excavators fell from the sky in front of Wang Lingfeng and Song Yu.
The content of their competition was to build a dam, and the dam had to be beautiful.
When Song Yu saw the excavator, he was stunned. He now regretted why he came in and why he chose Wang Lingfeng first. Now he just hoped that Wang Lingfeng was not very familiar with the excavator.
You idiot excavator king, you brag without even thinking.
My last name is Wang, and I drive an excavator, so I'm the excavator king, right? I don't want to waste time talking to you. I'll show you some real technology.
After Wang Lingfeng finished speaking, he immediately climbed onto the excavator, entered the cockpit, clicked on something on the complicated dashboard, and then began to operate it skillfully. Judging from the operating technique, it seems that Wang Lingfeng really knows how to drive and is very skilled. In fact, Wang Lingfeng had never driven an excavator, but he had seen it, and with the help of the Sky Eye, he knew how to stand correctly, how to operate correctly, and he could even complete those operations to the extreme and perfectly. Before long, Song Yu on the opposite side fell into despair because his progress was far behind Wang Lingfeng. At this time, unless Wang Lingfeng exploded on the spot or the excavator malfunctioned, Wang Lingfeng would definitely win. Both of these are impossible to happen. The excavator is actually a virtual secret, including the things it digs. In this way, Wang Lingfeng completed the task after 2.5 hours.
No, I haven't lost yet.
Song Yu was quickly wiped out by the rules of the secret realm, and everything turned to ashes and became a prize reward. When Wang Lingfeng finished, he saw 5 people staring at him, their eyes full of hatred.
This made Wang Lingfeng very helpless.
I've already told you not to come in, but you refused to listen.
Wang Lingfeng's words sounded so murderous and heartbreaking that the remaining 5 people were very regretful.
They all had the blood of their companions on their hands, except for the one who had chosen a virtual opponent as a buy. You all came out so early, so this time, you guys can choose, and I can choose the competition event again. If the previous sentence was not too serious about killing a pig, but now it is like directly inserting it into someone's lung tube, making people not only feel pain but also find it difficult to breathe. You chose the excavator competition on purpose, didn't you? This can delay time. You just realized that you could actually delay each other's time, but you were afraid that if you relaxed, others would secretly work hard, so you didn't dare.
Wang Lingfeng's words once again hit the lungs.
The projects they choose are all advantageous to them, and they dare not give up, so naturally the progress is accelerated. But even if it was slower, it didn't seem to delay much time, because during the competition, time flowed very quickly, almost 2.5 hours and 25 minutes, but in the end there was only a difference of 2.5 minutes. This time, if you want to choose me, be slow, not so fast. Wang Lingfeng had just finished speaking when someone had already chosen him, and that person was Sato. I choose you. I'm not afraid of what event you choose. If I lose, it will buy time for the people behind me. Sato took the lead, not only to buy time, but the most important thing was that everyone thought Wang Lingfeng was the weakest, so he had the best chance of winning against Wang Lingfeng. And after the last round of communication, they knew that the final project selection would be random, but only a few would appear. In other words, it all comes down to luck.
if you choose 3 that are good for you, it doesn't matter who you choose. On the contrary, if you choose 3 that are not good for you, it doesn't matter what you choose. There can't be an excavator this time. Even an abacus is not possible. He also couldn't have music, chess, calligraphy, or painting.
Although he thought Wang Lingfeng didn't know any of them, he didn't know any of them either, and Chinese people always knew a little bit.
Well, he was probably influenced by TV dramas and thought that Chinese people knew a little bit about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting.
After the final results came out, Wang Lingfeng frowned, as if it was difficult to choose which project.
This made Sato very happy. This was probably something Wang Lingfeng wouldn't do, otherwise why would he be so conflicted? Finally, he looked up and found that it was.
Option 1, contest your cooking skills and make fried rice with egg.
Whoever makes people eat more will be the winner. Option 2, compete in boxing. Use your fists to smash the target. Whoever breaks it first is the winner.
Option 3, compare physical skills. Passing through the battlefield full of bullets and gunfire, the one with fewer scars and less time is the winner.
Damn it, it would be nice if this option didn't exist. Sato was a little angry.
If the choice was changed to another martial arts event, he felt that he should win. Now he felt that Wang Lingfeng's choice must be.
Wang Lingfeng, don't choose to compete in cooking. I will look down on you. If you are a man, compete in boxing. I can give you a hand.
Sato began to mock the other party and shout. Please choose boxing, Daddy. But Wang Lingfeng looked down on him. If you want me to choose a boxing style, then I'll choose boxing.
I don't know how to do that. Would I be so stupid as to fall for your elementary provocation? Of course I chose egg fried rice. Hey, egg fried rice.
It's the simplest yet the most difficult. The rice grains have to be separate and dipped in egg. Wang Lingfeng had already started moving, and Sato was roaring angrily. His crocodile claws were so strong that it was difficult for him to pick up a tool, let alone cook. At this time, seeing him picking up things seemed like he was fighting a war, and the room was a mess. Not to mention that Wang Lingfeng had learned Zhang Xiaoyan's cooking skills. Even if he hadn't, anyone with some cooking skills could beat him. Orcs are destined to be at a disadvantage in some areas, but Sato didn't expect that this disadvantage would appear here.
This is probably something Sato never thought of in his life.
If possible in his next life, he still wants to be an ordinary person.
Well, it's just venting for now. If he really has to choose, he will still choose the orc. But, it's really frustrating. Wang Lingfeng, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Not long after, Wang Lingfeng came out. This time he was still slower than the others. His opponent's cooking skills were terrible, and he himself had some cooking skills, so he only needed to continue at his own pace. After seeing Wang Lingfeng come out, the remaining 2 people frowned a little. They didn't expect that Wang Lingfeng was still behind them. Captain, no, Xiao AI, let me do it this time. I don't believe he can choose an event he's good at this time. Among the remaining 2 people, in addition to Yamamoto AI, there is another one named Doman, who has strong muscles, extremely high defense and strong destructive power. He already likes Yamamoto AI, so naturally he will give everything for her. He first chose Wang Lingfeng to pave the way for Yamamoto AI. Even if Wang Lingfeng was lucky enough to win this time, he would be ahead of Yamamoto AI, and the right to choose would be Yamamoto AI's. In the end, the 10 of us succeeded. Although she is dead, everything we have has been inherited by Yamamoto AI. It's worth it. While Tuman was thinking about these things, the project in front of Wang Lingfeng started to refresh again. What will it be this time? Chapter 99, Increase the Scale. Option 1 is a bow and arrow competition. You can choose bows of various strengths, and the farther the target is, the better. Option 2, compare arithmetic and do the exercises. Option 3, test your defense and withstand various types of damage. The longer the better. Wang Lingfeng, you have the ability to choose 3. Isn't your defense your pride? I'm a ninja, and my defense is not strong. Dolman spoke immediately, and when he spoke, there seemed to be a gleam in his eyes, but it was only a fleeting glint that could not be detected. In fact, he was lying, because there were ninjas who were specifically designed to rush to the front. Wang Lingfeng naturally knew this. He also knew that ninjas were originally divided into upper, middle, and lower ninjas, but the strength levels were not the same as in the comics. That is a relationship between superiors and subordinates. This is an organization. The Jonin is the commander, the Chunin is the combat elite with good skills, and the Genin is the soldier who charges into battle. Okay, choose 3. Wang Lingfeng nodded and chose 3. Ha, you're so stupid. If you choose the first 2, I have no hope, but if you choose the third, I will definitely win. Because I am. As Doman was speaking, his clothes exploded, revealing his muscular body, and then a set of armor appeared on his body. Earth Ninja. The earth is the earth element, and the earth element has a unique advantage in defense. But at this time, Tumon had not finished speaking. He continued, my skill is to turn earth into a shield. As he finished speaking, a 3 cm thick earth shield appeared in front of him, easily blocking the attack in front. This kind of earth shield has a certain duration, and he can now slowly create a new earth shield, layer by layer. He was doing this now, and soon formed layers of defensive shields. How can you beat me? Tumon was very proud at this time, but because he surrounded himself in the earth shield, he could not see the situation outside. However, Wang Lingfeng should not last longer than him. As time passed, the attacks from outside became stronger and stronger, and the attack range became larger and larger. Soon the outer earth shield was broken, layer by layer. He could hold on for a long time at the beginning, but it became shorter and shorter later on, and he needed to create a large amount of earth shields to continue. At the beginning, the speed of building the earth shield was much faster than its destruction, but later it began to fall behind. This is also normal, because it has been said that it will become stronger and stronger and will exceed the tolerance of Doman. Tumon had thought of this a long time ago, but he didn't expect Wang Lingfeng to be able to hold on until this time. His earth shield only had dozens of layers left, and the remaining time was enough for him to continue adding earth shields. This persistence was not because he felt that Wang Lingfeng was still there, but just to prove his own strength. In his opinion, Wang Lingfeng should have been defeated at this time, because this was already the strength of a level 50 profession, which Wang Lingfeng could not do. Never mind, I'll just hold on for a while and then quit. Soon, he discovered something that surprised him. When the last hole in his earth shield was broken, he saw Wang Lingfeng still standing there. At this time, Wang Lingfeng's clothes were full of holes, except for the key parts. This was because he had been dodging and avoided the key parts. However, other parts of Wang Lingfeng's body managed to withstand the damage, which was enough to break the earth shield of his earth gate. Those attacks included various types of magic and physical attacks, but Wang Lingfeng was able to withstand them all. What's going on? Is his defense so strong? Even I, who is level 50 and level 3, can't handle it. In the end, Doman was confused and surprised, his earth shield was broken, and his body was injured by other attacks that followed. Until the moment of his death, he couldn't believe why Wang Lingfeng could hold on and looked so relaxed, as if he could continue. In fact, Wang Lingfeng was still going on, which Doman could not see, but Yamamoto AI, who stayed behind, saw it. Her eyes were now filled with surprise, as if she had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Finally, Wang Lingfeng left, with all kinds of scars on his body, looking very scary. But Wang Lingfeng said this. How cool! It would be wonderful if every time was a defense trial. Wang Lingfeng patted his body. Although he was seriously injured, he seemed to be recovering slowly, and the recovery was visibly visible to the naked eye. There was also a green light on his body, which was the skill of rejuvenation. At this time, Yamamoto AI only thought that Wang Lingfeng used the scroll, and didn't know that Wang Lingfeng himself could use the rejuvenation technique. At this time, Yamamoto AI had no time to think about these things, because what surprised her the most was, how do you have such a strong defense? Even Tumon couldn't block the damage just now, so he certainly couldn't block it either. However, Wang Lingfeng actually blocked it, and it didn't even look like he was seriously injured. This is quite different from the information they provided. It's not that although Wang Lingfeng is powerful, his estimated defense is less than level 40, and it's only level 40 for the first transformation. Now it seems that it is not as good as level 50 for the third transformation. Fortunately, this kid is useless except for defense. This is what we can take advantage of now. First, keep a distance and then fight slowly. How else could I have that? Of course I earned it through leveling up. Wang Lingfeng answered Yamamoto AI's question and continued, you're the only one left here. Are you regretting not listening to me and coming in? I told you not to come in, but you insisted. Yamamoto AI fell silent for a moment, feeling that the other party was doing it on purpose, just wanting to piss her off and change the subject. Of course, this may also be because the other party doesn't want to talk to you about this at all. In that case, let us get down to business.
As a Chinese man, you should be very graceful.
What I like most is the gentlemanly spirit of the Chinese. So, shouldn't you challenge me and let me choose the project?
Yamamoto AI looked at Wang Lingfeng and then revealed some indescribable things.
Of course, not much, and it couldn't be rated because it was shown on TV. All I can say is that she looks very charming now. Yamamoto AI is good at the art of seduction. It's not just her superficial beauty, she also knows some charm techniques.
At this moment, Wang Lingfeng looked at her as if he had been tricked, staring at her blankly.
Snort. Men, they are all like this.
Yamamoto AI despised Wang Lingfeng in her heart and snorted coldly. She felt that Wang Lingfeng had fallen into the trap, and then she took on a more seductive posture, revealing more of herself. If she continued like this, it might be inappropriate for children. It was just a little strange that Wang Lingfeng just kept watching without any expression. So, she started to increase the scale, no, the intensity.
Chapter 100? Why haven't you fallen for my charm yet? 10 minutes have passed.
Wang Lingfeng still looked the same, as if his soul had been taken away, but he still didn't speak.
Now Yamamoto AI is wearing less and less clothes, but the size is still suitable for TV broadcast.
She still has a bottom line in this regard.
And she continued to seduce Wang Lingfeng with charming words.
But the strange thing is that no matter how hard she tried, Wang Lingfeng always seemed to be like, I can't take it anymore, please try harder.
If this continues, Yamamoto AI will use her ultimate move. Well, she's out.
She began to dance. She didn't have much clothes on, and she was still dancing. Even if she didn't have any charm, she could still successfully seduce most men. Wang Lingfeng was also staring with his eyes wide open at this time. He didn't expect that the other party had this ability and would give him such a big benefit.
So touching.
Don't get me wrong, this touching moment wasn't because he saw something borderline, but because he resisted the spell. Charm is actually a kind of magic attack, a mental one, but it is relatively rare, so he is now also training his defense. After receiving this kind of attack, the body refining technique seemed to have something loosening up. He felt it, and it was the feeling of a breakthrough.
That's why he was so moved.
Of course, he couldn't show this feeling of being touched, and he had to let the other party continue to use the charm. After a long time, Yamamoto AI discovered the problem.
What's wrong with you? Why aren't you affected by my charm? Who said I didn't hit it, but I can block it? Yamamoto AI was silent. Was this kid playing a trick on her?
At this moment, she suddenly thought that Wang Lingfeng had been playing tricks on her and her people from the very beginning.
Is this a trap set by the other party? Impossible.
If that's the case, then the other party is too terrifying.
Have you planned everything? Did you know about this secret realm before?
Yes, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. I was the one who activated the death mode.
Otherwise, this would just be an ordinary competition secret realm. If you lose, you'll just be kicked out, not die. Wang Lingfeng nodded.
There was no need to hide it at this time because there were only 2 people left, and they were free anyway. Many of these secret realms have modes. It doesn't mean that you have to fight a life and death duel when you enter.
This will only happen when the death mode is turned on.
The activation of death mode depends on the first person who enters.
No wonder Wang Lingfeng went in directly.
How did you know there was a secret place here, and how did you know we could be tricked here?
Yamamoto AI asked.
She no longer wanted to ask how Wang Lingfeng was sure that people like them would take the bait. She could figure it out herself. Wang Lingfeng must know that he is the target, and after he leaves the team, his people will follow him.
Damn it!
I said I could foresee the future, do you believe me?
Wang Lingfeng asked with a smile.
He was telling the truth, but who could have imagined that this was true? Yamamoto AI didn't believe it at this time, and looked at me as if you were kidding.
She felt that Wang Lingfeng must have obtained some information, which even the Jinbei army probably didn't know.
It was someone who discovered it and gave it to her alone.
This must be just a coincidence. If there were no secret realm, these people would definitely not have died. Yes, if it was the Jinbei army that came to ambush, they would definitely find out. It was because there was only Wang Lingfeng that they came here defenseless. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Are you sure you can be so lucky every time and get the project you are good at? Yamamoto AI asked again at this time. In fact, Wang Lingfeng defeated his opponents time and time again, which was just good luck in the eyes of others.
Every time I see something that he can do but others can't, this situation is actually rare. Because the refreshed items are all random, Yamamoto AI encountered something that she didn't know how to do at all, and others didn't know how to do it either, so she just happened to win a little bit. This secret realm can be said to be one in which all beings are equal, and everyone has the opportunity to defeat their opponents.
In such a secret realm, why did Wang Lingfeng dare to initiate the death mode? Isn't he afraid of his own death? I know what you're thinking. First of all, even if I die, 9 of you will be buried with me. That's already a huge profit. Secondly, I will not lose. The ultimate winner will be me. I will gladly accept your energy and skills. Wang Lingfeng was very calm, and his confident look made Yamamoto AI snort in her heart. Just let you be proud of yourself, and we'll talk about it after you see the projects that appear. And she now knew that it was impossible for Wang Lingfeng to challenge her, and her charm had failed. In this situation, she didn't want to do anything in vain, so she directly launched the final challenge to Wang Lingfeng. What she didn't expect was that the final rule was different, and this rule was biased towards her. 100 items will be randomly refreshed. You will select 30 of them and put them into the selection pool. Finally, 3 items will be randomly selected for your opponent to choose. This is a rule that only applies to the final battle, and it is meant to balance the advantages. When AI Yamamoto saw this, she immediately smiled, especially when she saw that among the 100 refreshed items, she knew at least 50 of them, and 20 of them were her strengths. If there are 30 options, 3 will be picked out randomly, and maybe all 3 will be the ones you are good at. In the end, she was lucky enough that the 3 that appeared were all areas she was good at. Option 1 is to use hidden weapons. A large number of targets will appear and you need to defeat each target in a short period of time. Option 2, cross the river with a bamboo reed. Use a bamboo to cross the turbulent river. The one who reaches the other side first wins. Option 3, use swordsmanship to fight. You can only use swordsmanship, other skills cannot be used. Kill the opponent to win. You choose. Choose the one you think is the strongest. Don't say I'm bullying you then. Yamamoto AI sneered. She felt that she had the advantage in both the above 2 situations. Not to mention the ninja's use of hidden weapons, she also had some experience in crossing the river on a reed. As for option 3, not to mention that Wang Lingfeng has weak attack power and does not know how to use a sword, even if he did, she would not be afraid, because her sword skills are inherited from her family. In terms of pure sword skills, she thinks she can win easily. I'll give you a chance. Just tell me your account and password, and I'll let you choose this time. Wang Lingfeng's sudden words stunned Yamamoto AI. What did this mean? If I had to choose, you would definitely die miserably. However, no matter what the result is, it seems to be meaningless to me whether I say it or not. Either you die or the other person dies. What is the point of keeping all this money if you die? If the other person dies, what's the point of telling him? But at this time, why did Wang Lingfeng make this request? Does he have absolute confidence and want to get the money in his account for free? Or, he just wanted to rule out a wrong answer, and after he asked the question himself, he was equivalent to ruling out a wrong answer. It must be like this. In that case, then I will. Then choose swordsmanship. Although her swordsmanship was inherited from her family and she had practiced it for decades, it was her weakest among the 3. At this moment, she saw a smile on Wang Lingfeng's lips. Sure enough, he wanted to use my choice to eliminate a wrong answer. Chapter 101? The big knife chopped towards the devil's heads. Okay, I understand. Tell me your account and password first. Wang Lingfeng really wanted this. Without it, he would not choose it. So, Yamamoto AI secretly told Wang Lingfeng a fake account, and she would not tell Wang Lingfeng the real one. First of all, if Wang Lingfeng really defeated her this time, she would not give her property to Wang Lingfeng, even if she died. Secondly, if I win this time and tell Wang Lingfeng my account password, Wang Lingfeng might send it out in a special way, which would be disadvantageous to me. Perhaps Wang Lingfeng's purpose was to create some trouble for others before he died. Never mind, I will never give it to you for real. Okay, in that case, I'll choose swordsmanship. What? Don't be so surprised. I am honest. Wang Lingfeng looked so honest, which made Yamamoto AI feel a little guilty. Was she too mean? Never mind, it's all the same. It would be the same no matter what Wang Lingfeng chooses. As for knife skills, although it was not her foremost, Wang Lingfeng did not know any of them.
She had studied Wang Lingfeng's information and knew that Wang Lingfeng always used a sword and shield combination in battle and never used knife skills. In comparison, her chances of defeating Wang Lingfeng in swordsmanship are no less than in other events. However, she felt that Wang Lingfeng saw through her thoughts and chose this one. She felt that she didn't want to choose, so she chose this one.
And when Wang Lingfeng really chose the sword technique, the two appeared in an arena.
At the same time, both sides could choose the sword they wanted, and even customize it. Yamamoto AI quickly chose a Japanese sword and added a little bit of her own customization. After dancing a few times, her sword skills were smooth and flowing.
She smiled. "You are such an idiot. I am a ninja, how could I not know swordsmanship? What's more, my family is a family of swordsmen." Seeing that Wang Lingfeng didn't say anything, she continued, "Do you think that by choosing the sword technique, I am deceiving you and eliminating this option? Then you are. Smart ass."
Yamamoto AI smiled, and then immediately used her sword to practice some basic skills. The sharp and swift sword skills made her seem like she was invincible. Although the school also teaches basic knife skills, they are far from what she learned.
This is the family sword technique of our Yamamoto family.
Our Yamamoto family has used this sword technique to kill countless Chinese people. The most famous among them is your Grand Marshal Li Changfeng. When Yamamoto AI performed this sword technique, she also explained that this was the so-called attack on the heart, which disturbed Wang Lingfeng's mind from the beginning. But she found that Wang Lingfeng didn't seem to care at all, as if he was in a daze, which meant that he didn't take her seriously at all.
"Wang Lingfeng, are you ready?"
"Oh, okay."
Wang Lingfeng responded and a knife appeared in his hand.
It was a big knife. Chop the devil's heads with your swords. It was just right to use a broadsword to fight the Japs. Although he was not good at using a broadsword, it didn't matter.
Wang Lingfeng chopped a few times casually, looking very unskilled, which made Yamamoto AI laugh even more. "Is this giving up?"
"Very good, I'll help you." Yamamoto AI ran forward, jumped up, and slashed with a knife. Wang Lingfeng immediately swung his sword to block.
Clang!
The two knives collided, making a sound of metal clashing, and the force of Yamamoto AI's leaping up and down seemed to crush Wang Lingfeng to death. Wang Lingfeng's sword swing seemed very slow, as if he was not used to it. Yamamoto AI smiled and swung the Japanese sword very quickly, creating a sword shadow. Wang Lingfeng continued to defend himself with his not very skilled swordsmanship, and was occasionally stabbed. However, at this time, both sides only had swordsmanship and no other abilities. The knife wounds could not be healed, but they were not very serious. This made Yamamoto AI even more proud, and she began to tease Wang Lingfeng, cutting Wang Lingfeng's tough skin with a knife.
Wang Lingfeng looked more and more embarrassed. "Ha, what's the point of playing all these tricks? You'll still die in the end.
At least I changed 9 devils.
Do you think I would be sad if they died? To be honest, I would be a little sad. But if their death can bring me benefits, it would be different, I would be very happy. I should thank you for this." Yamamoto AI burst into laughter. She was becoming more and more unscrupulous. She had already determined that Wang Lingfeng was doomed to die, so naturally she let him go. Die! Yamamoto AI's knife moved faster, and Wang Lingfeng's body was covered with more and more wounds, some so deep that the bones could be seen. At the same time, she had another fatal knife, ready to end Wang Lingfeng's life. She felt that the time had been long enough. However, this fatal blow hidden among the many attacks was blocked by Wang Lingfeng's knife.
Forget it, it might be a coincidence, she attacked again.
This time Wang Lingfeng's knife was not blocked, but Wang Lingfeng's body avoided it. Coincidence, coincidence, again. It was dodged again. Continue. This time it was blocked again. Keep going, keep going.
Yamamoto AI's speed was getting faster and faster, and she was becoming more and more crazy. The knife in her hand was getting faster and faster, and her force was getting stronger and stronger. She seemed to have discovered something very bad. What happened next made her premonition stronger and stronger, because no matter how hard she tried, no matter how many moves she used, even if she used her ultimate moves, all her killing moves would be resolved by Wang Lingfeng.
Are you kidding me? Yamamoto AI looked at Wang Lingfeng and asked with a little disbelief. When all possibilities are eliminated, the remaining possibility, even if it is the most impossible, is still the biggest possibility. She didn't believe that Wang Lingfeng could beat her in swordsmanship, but the result was that the opponent didn't seem to have used his full strength. "No, I just wanted to see your family's swordsmanship." Maybe it will be useful in the future. Wang Lingfeng's answer made Yamamoto AI stop attacking. The other party actually had this idea. The tricks he was using now would be cracked by the Chinese in the future.
She had become a sinner of the Yamamoto family because at this moment, she had used up all her moves.
Damn it! I didn't expect you to be such a master of swordsmanship. Yamamoto AI held the knife in her hand, ready to launch the final attack. I'm not an expert, I just see a lot. Wang Lingfeng waved his hand.
I will tell you that I have seen others use this kind of commonly used basic skill for so long that they have all learned it and their level is not low. That's right, I was just pretending to let you show off your sword skills and also to practice your defensive skills.
Wang Lingfeng had a feeling that he should not just learn swordsmanship without learning anything else.
His superb understanding might allow him to comprehend the true meaning of swordsmanship from other martial arts. Therefore, if you can see the secret family swordsmanship like that of the Yamamoto family, you should try it.
I can tell you one more thing.
At this time, Wang Lingfeng suddenly said something, which made Yamamoto AI on the opposite side stunned and she did not use her last sword technique. Wang Lingfeng took advantage of this time to chop off her head. The big knife chopped off the devil's heads. Even though Yamamoto AI's head was chopped off, her eyes were still filled with doubts.
She wanted to ask Wang Lingfeng. How did you know? Chapter 102, Promotion is imminent. What exactly did Wang Lingfeng say that made Yamamoto AI show such an expression in the end? This is actually very simple, it's just the bank account secret of Yamamoto AI. Yamamoto AI could never understand why what she said was clearly false, but what Wang Lingfeng said was true.
Only she knew about this matter, and she had never told anyone.
Why did Wang Lingfeng know about it? If that's the case, doesn't that mean Wang Lingfeng didn't need to ask her before? Then why did he ask? She will never know the answers to these questions.
Wang Lingfeng's goal was to make the other party relax his vigilance and inflate his mood, so that he could be easier to deal with.
This is also a kind of psychological warfare.
That's right, he also conducted psychological warfare on Yamamoto AI. Although he was confident that he could defeat Yamamoto AI, he still had to be careful to minimize the damage and gain the most.
And now everything is going according to his expectations. The next step is to accept the benefits of this death mode. If the rewards are all energy points, Wang Lingfeng can reach level 10. Why not level 50 multiplied by 10?
Because the secret realm will eat up the bulk of the energy, and most importantly, it is impossible for the job changer to absorb 100% of the energy itself, so it depends on the talent.
The higher the talent, the more it absorbs. Although Wang Lingfeng has the highest talent, he still absorbs less than 100%. Therefore, Wang Lingfeng can only reach level 10 at most. However, generally, not all of these dead people will turn into energy points. Some will turn into skills or skill proficiency. This skill proficiency can be used anywhere and is a free skill proficiency.
What Wang Lingfeng hopes for is skill proficiency, because his talent has a bonus to it, and he should be able to get 100 times the proficiency. Unfortunately, only 3 of these 10 people have free proficiency, and the others have energy values and skills. All the proficiency he gained was added to the body refining technique, which made him feel that he seemed to need to go into seclusion. The energy gained allowed him to level up 4 times, a significant improvement. In addition to these benefits, the secret realm also has its own rewards. This reward seems to be very useful to Wang Lingfeng. It can be said that this reward is the most worthwhile one this time. This is a defensive skill called penance. To put it simply, asceticism can cause him less pain, make his willpower stronger, and also allow him to withstand greater mental attacks. When Wang Lingfeng acquired this skill, the feeling he had previously anticipated came true, that the basic body refining technique was about to change. So he immediately left the secret realm and sat on a rock under the waterfall, using the impact of the waterfall to refine his body. Now his body was fully capable of withstanding this kind of impact, and it could also improve his physical training skills, which was what his premonition told him, it would be better under the waterfall. At this moment, Wang Lingfeng suddenly remembered the setting of body training and martial arts training in the waterfall in his previous life. Did this setting start with Bu Jingyun? It doesn't seem so. I remember it also appeared in Gu Long's novels. Forget it, never mind. Anyway, being able to train your body under a waterfall is not only cool, but also has real benefits. Basic body training, meditation, asceticism, rejuvenation, petrified skin. Skills are merging. Skills are evolving. Wang Lingfeng saw these fonts in front of him, and also saw the progress bar.
The first 50% was fusion, and the latter was evolution. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed. Wang Lingfeng spent a whole day under the waterfall, meditating and tempering his body. His body instinctively resisted and tempered itself. The progress bar is really slow, but it has reached 99% now. I believe it will be successful soon. After his success, Wang Lingfeng felt that he might have a qualitative breakthrough. He knew that he couldn't change his job without a profession, but as long as he improved his skills without a profession, the effect would be no worse than changing his job. But this path will be more difficult to take, and he has already thought about this. Now is the time to upgrade your skills. After the body refining technique is upgraded, it will bring some effects of its own, such as increasing qi and blood, defense, and strength. All in all, Wang Lingfeng's skill upgrade this time is equivalent to a small job change, so he is naturally looking forward to it. At this moment, several figures appeared in front of them, and they did not look like good people. Because they are all orcs. In the middle is a male rabbit spirit with 2 long rabbit ears on his head, a 3-lobed mouth, and legs that look like they can jump around a lot. There were 2 people, a man and a woman, standing next to them, who looked like a pair of dogs. This was not an insult, because they looked like canines. The man is black with curly hair, and looks like a Japanese dog. The female one is white, and looks like a Samoyed, or maybe a foxhound, it's hard to tell at the moment. The smell disappears here. They must be down there. The female orc sniffed and looked at the pool below. Basically, everyone who came here had the same idea, thinking it would be the pool below. Moreover, at this time, there was the giant python's corpse on the water surface, which made people feel that it must be underneath. Wang Lingfeng was training his body under the waterfall. Didn't anyone see this? Of course he was not seen, because he was just a splash under the waterfall, especially since he was motionless now. To outsiders, he was no different from a piece of stone. However, Wang Lingfeng is now emitting some energy, and if he is a tracking expert, he might be able to discover it. It is obvious that these 3 people came here for the purpose of tracking. I don't know whether they are masters, but they do have the means. Sure enough, the white dog girl looked towards where Wang Lingfeng was, which was not far from the entrance behind the waterfall, on a protruding platform. Hey, why is there energy fluctuation over there? The white dog girl was very puzzled. She didn't think this was a person. She just thought it might be some kind of energy object, maybe an energy gem. However, this doesn't mean that she won't let people check it out. Little Tengu, go and see what's going on. Okay. After hearing what the other party said, the little Tengu flew over without thinking. Shit, there's an entrance here. I smell them. Hey, there's someone here. After the little Tengu jumped over, it immediately made a sound. Then the white dog girl and the rabbit demon also went over immediately, and they quickly locked onto Wang Lingfeng. They were shocked by Wang Lingfeng's situation. There was actually someone practicing skills under the waterfall. At the same time, they were also wondering why Wang Lingfeng was still alive. They have already recognized it as Wang Lingfeng. What was strange was that they saw that Wang Lingfeng didn't move at all. Didn't he notice them? That's impossible. According to Wang Lingfeng's current situation, he could just escape first, so why is he still sitting here? Yes, after seeing these 3 people, Wang Lingfeng actually waited motionlessly for them to come over. What was he going to do? Could it be possible that he could handle 3 of them alone? The strength of these 3 people is definitely above level 50. From their perspective, Wang Lingfeng is fighting with his head. Chapter 103? Skill Evolution, Level Drop? There are other people's presence here. They seem to have already gone in. Little Tengu, go take a look inside. Good. These 3 people didn't seem to care about Wang Lingfeng, especially after they found out that the 10 people had already gone in. Now they guessed that Wang Lingfeng might just not be qualified to enter and was left here. The strange thing is that they didn't seem to see any restrictions on Wang Lingfeng. Is there anyone among the 10 people who would use this kind of restriction like this? It seems not. But now is not the time to study this. Let us first observe Wang Lingfeng and find the 10 people. What happened to these 10 people? Why is there suddenly no news? I don't know, but are we just going to watch him? Not take any action? Killing him is not easy, just like killing a chicken. But have you ever thought about it? If something happens to the 10 people, then this kid will be the key. We need to find out what happened. That's true.
The two discussed it for a while, and there was no intention of avoiding Wang Lingfeng.
The meaning was very clear, they did not take Wang Lingfeng seriously at all.
In their eyes, Wang Lingfeng was only around level 30 at this time and still had no profession. Although there was information saying that he had strong defense, no one had ever said that he had strong attack power, so there was no need to worry about it. A level 30 plus person without a profession and low attack power can be dealt with by just the two of them with just one finger, so why should they care? Especially at this time, they still need Wang Lingfeng's information, so naturally they will not kill him now.
Soon, the little Tengu came out from inside.
There's a secret realm inside, but it seems to have been closed.
It seems to have just been closed. They haven't come out yet. Does that mean they all died in there?
The little Tengu directly described the situation inside, including the smell and traces of the 10 people inside, as well as the state of the secret realm. From these, we can infer that the 10 people entered the secret realm, but did not come out, but the secret realm is now closed.
The answer is now very obvious.
As he said above, they may have died in there.
What kind of secret realm is this? 10 people actually died in it. No wonder we lost their information.
Something unexpected must have happened. The rabbit spirit spoke a little indifferently, his tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him.
If that's the case, then kill this guy.
The white dog girl thought about it and prepared to kill Wang Lingfeng.
Don't worry, we should ask him what this secret realm is like. He should know something about it.
The rabbit spirit waved his hand to stop him, then he looked at Wang Lingfeng, who was still meditating with his eyes closed. Wang Lingfeng, if you want to die comfortably, then tell us what happened in the secret realm and why the 10 people died. He didn't think Wang Lingfeng would start talking like this, but he still had to make an opening statement and bring up a topic. But he didn't expect that Wang Lingfeng would actually tell them directly what happened and tell them everything, even though they were a little skeptical.
No, not a little bit, I'm totally questioning it.
Chow Chow's expression is written on their faces, and there is even voice. Because Wang Lingfeng said, the 10 people died because they fell into my trap and entered the secret realm. I activated the death mode and took care of them.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I believe you can activate death mode, but you can't be the ultimate winner. Any one of them can easily defeat you. How could you win? Sure enough, they didn't believe what Wang Lingfeng said. Because I'm lucky, I always choose the projects I'm good at. Wang Lingfeng answered, but when he answered, he didn't seem to have any intention of moving and was still in a meditative state.
If you look at it from his perspective, you can see that the progress bar is at 99.9%, which means it has not been completed yet. Therefore, at this time, he would not move unless it was absolutely necessary. Because of this, he now has to tell the truth to the other party and let the other party listen.
The other party doesn't believe it? Isn't this better? If they don't believe it, they will ask.
If they still don't believe it after asking, they will still ask.
Lucky? Tell me how lucky you are. Tell me the whole story. The rabbit spirit continued to ask.
Besides not believing it, he also wanted to know what the secret realm was like, so that it would be useful for him when he came here in the future.
The process is like this, blah blah. Wang Lingfeng began to talk about what happened inside.
He did not hide anything, including how he eliminated his opponents one after another. When they heard Wang Lingfeng say that he defeated his opponent with his excavator skills, they were all stunned. They actually thought it was possible to play like this.
So, they're all dead? But I have a question. Didn't you say this was death mode? Then why are you still at level 30? Are you blind? I'm level 40.
Wang Lingfeng paused halfway through his speech because he saw that his level was only 30.
That's not right.
When I came out of the secret realm, I was already level 40.
How come I'm back to the level before I entered the secret realm? What's going on?
Wang Lingfeng immediately used his divine eyes to see and found that when he had just merged his skills, his energy value was deducted, causing his level to return to level 30. It turns out that the comprehension of existing skills does not require any conditions, and even a slight change or optimization does not require any conditions. However, if a powerful skill is to be integrated and evolved, a certain amount of energy is required. Fortunately, I only used level 10 of energy, and fortunately it was provided by those people, otherwise if I were level 30, I would owe several levels of energy.
But if that's the case, then it's probably because the energy value is insufficient and the skill cannot be upgraded.
Simply put, this skill upgrade would not have occurred if the conditions were not met. This made Wang Lingfeng immediately look at the new skills, and he even forgot that there were 3 orcs around him.
Advanced Body Refining Technique, a legendary Taoist technique, a must-learn technique before building a foundation.
It can refine one's physique through elemental magic, physical attacks, and medicine, significantly increasing physical strength, agility, and qi, as well as magical and physical resistance.
Looking at this introduction, Wang Lingfeng was a little confused. Why was it so mysterious? Did he really have to cultivate his body and build a foundation?
However, skill introductions are sometimes like this, just giving a random source, and the power and effect are the most important. Wang Lingfeng looked at his own data and found that whether it was strength, blood, or resistance to various attributes, they were all no less than the data at level 40. In other words, although his energy value was deducted by 10 levels, his strength did not decrease, but increased instead.
This is like a job change.
After the second job change, level 30 is mostly better than level 40 of the first job change. The difference is that Wang Lingfeng can continue to improve his skills, and after evolving his skills, there will be another small improvement.
It's just that his level may always be very low by then, but this will allow him to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Not bad, not bad.
When Wang Lingfeng was looking forward to it, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He saw a flash of cold light and a Japanese sword appeared 30 centimeters in front of him. It takes less than 0.01 seconds to kill him.
Chapter 104? Ha, I thought you could hold on.
Wang Lingfeng saw that the knife was swung by the little Tengu, who was in the shape of a warrior with 2 swords on his waist. This sword is one of the Japanese swords. There seems to be a chrysanthemum on the handle, and the word Kiku is engraved on the blade.
This is obviously a knockoff. Especially the other one with Muramasa engraved on it.
Wow, he even carried this legendary sword with him, but his strength and the quality of these 2 Japanese swords were too weak.
Wang Lingfeng didn't believe that the original version was really like this.
Although it might not be very strong, it shouldn't be like this. Forget it, never mind, let us deal with this little Tengu first. If people knew about this idea, they would definitely laugh and think that Wang Lingfeng was crazy.
You are a level 30 player and you want to deal with someone who is over level 50.
Even if what happened in the secret realm was real and you defeated those 10 people, the problem is that the competitions there were all based on specific conditions, and it was not like now, where you compete with real strength. In the face of true strength, you are simply trash.
Wang Lingfeng used his shield to block the blow, but the shield was immediately cut by the knife, leaving a deep mark. Although it was not completely broken, it probably could not withstand many more blows. But I couldn't hold on for a few seconds, but I managed to hold on. Ha, with just this, you think you're worthy enough to kill the 10 people?
This is a joke. You're not even strong enough for me to use my dual swords. The little Tengu smiled and raised the Japanese sword in one hand towards Wang Lingfeng, while the copycat Muramasa was still at his waist, and he was not going to move.
You'd better tell the truth. What method did you use to kill the 10 people?
While the little Tengu was speaking, he flew up and slashed with a knife, which made a cross-shaped damage on the shield. At this time, he smiled coldly and hit Wang Lingfeng's shield again, this time with the aim of cutting off Wang Lingfeng's arm. In his eyes, the arm was already broken, and Wang Lingfeng would kneel down and beg for mercy, then tell him everything, and finally he would kill the terrified Wang Lingfeng.
Okay, enough talking, let us start implementing all this.
First, cut the shield with one knife.
Success!
In the second step, the knife continued to move forward, cutting Wang Lingfeng's arm like cutting vegetables.
Clang! Failed?
The little Tengu felt that the knife had hit the shield. No, it was much harder than the shield, and his knife had already rebounded.
What's going on? Does Wang Lingfeng have other defensive means?
No, it's clearly skin, and there aren't any magic runes on it.
It's just ordinary skin. Then why is it as hard as iron?
Just when the little Tengu was shocked, he suddenly felt a pain in his waist. The blood-drinking sword in Wang Lingfeng's hand had pierced into his body. The blood-drinking sword was madly absorbing blood, which made him feel exhausted. But his energy and blood quickly replenished, and the Japanese sword in his hand also stabbed towards Wang Lingfeng.
Clang!
The result was the same, another sound of metal clashing.
Although this time it seemed to be pierced a little, Wang Lingfeng was also injured, but not seriously.
Wang Lingfeng didn't seem to care too much about this, and continued to let the blood-drinking sword absorb as much blood as possible.
The little Tengu felt that Wang Lingfeng's attack power was indeed not high.
This sword did not cause more damage to him. At this level, pure attack was no longer useful.
Even if the body was pierced, it was useless. Damage from moves or weapons was needed. Isn't this the situation now?
The sharpness of the blood-drinking sword can pierce into the little Tengu's kidney and cause certain damage to it, but the little Tengu will quickly repair this damage and his chi and blood will be replenished soon.
Simply put, the recovery effect is slightly stronger than the damage.
Although this sword is now hitting the little Tengu's waist, it is only the special effect of the bloodthirsty sword that is causing damage.
This is mainly because Wang Lingfeng's attack power is too weak, and his basic swordsmanship cannot cause much damage to people, unless it can pierce the heart, throat, or brain, which are the vital places. Wang Lingfeng was not very satisfied with this, and thought to himself, it seems that I need to improve my basic swordsmanship, otherwise it will be too weak. I don't know how many levels this will deduct. Forget it, let us not worry about this for now.
The little Tengu in front of me has already pulled out another Japanese sword.
Zinai. The double swords began to chop towards Wang Lingfeng at an extremely fast speed.
Ding ding ding. In an instant, Wang Lingfeng had been slashed dozens of times. His armor could no longer withstand the damage and was broken down. Needless to say, his clothes were torn apart until only the vital parts were left. At this time, he also showed off his physique, which was strong and slender.
The knife marks on it are a bit shocking, and the bleeding makes it even more terrifying.
However, everyone here knows that it only looks serious and is actually just a superficial injury.
Because the two Japanese swords could only cause superficial injuries to Wang Lingfeng and could not cause any greater harm. This Wang Lingfeng is indeed as rumored, with extremely high defense.
I just didn't expect him to be able to withstand the attack of the little Tengu. The rabbit spirit frowned, and the carrot knife in his hand was ready to move.
Well, I didn't expect the defense to be this strong.
But don't worry, the little Tengu hasn't even activated his skills yet.
Little Tengu, stop playing around and use your skills.
The rabbit spirit and the white dog girl both knew that the little Tengu was now purely attacking with normal attacks, and it would be completely different if he used skills.
You guys are so boring. I wanted to tease him a little and make him feel that he can really fight me.
The little Tengu looked helpless, pretending to be a little tough, and then a terrifying aura emanated from his whole body, and a pair of flaming wings grew behind him.
There is a reason why he is called Little Tengu. He can even turn into a dog with wings. What kind of breed is this?
With this pair of wings, the little Tengu's speed increased several levels. At the same time, flames appeared on his two swords.
Fire crows descend from the sky.
The little Tengu jumped up, and then countless flaming feathers appeared in the sky. When they floated to 3 meters above Wang Lingfeng's head, they suddenly accelerated and stabbed towards Wang Lingfeng with all their strength. Each of these fire feathers is several times stronger than the bayonet that Brother Xiaotian had used before, and could have pierced Wang Lingfeng's body at that time.
These ones can definitely do the same, especially since there are so many of them. It seems that Wang Lingfeng will be stung like a hornet's nest under the fire feathers.
Swish, swish, swish. The fire feather hit Wang Lingfeng, pressing him to the ground and making him unable to get up. His body was covered with blood holes and he was bleeding.
He lay motionless on the ground. This looks really miserable. Ha, I thought you could hold on for a while, but this is the result? How boring.
The little Tengu flapped its wings and slowly descended from the sky, holding a flaming Japanese sword in both hands, which was very cool.
Did Wang Lingfeng die just like that?
The little Tengu didn't care about this issue, because no matter whether he was dead or not, he would cut Wang Lingfeng's body into 4 pieces with one knife.
Sinai.
The little Tengu swung his two swords.
Double Flame Slash. Chapter 105? You also know sword control? The two swords were flaming and slashed towards Wang Lingfeng in a cross shape.
At this time, some incredible changes occurred in Wang Lingfeng's body. The bleeding stopped quickly, and the wounds actually recovered visibly.
Impossible. Is this recovery speed a bit too fast? Although people with strong defensive abilities also have strong recovery abilities, Wang Lingfeng is only level 30.
After enduring the skill attack of the little Tengu, he was able to recover so quickly.
They didn't realize this at first, and when they did, nothing.
Anyway, with this one cut, the person is dead.
It's impossible that Wang Lingfeng can dodge this knife?
Well, even if I could dodge it, I wouldn't be able to kill him back. At this moment, the blood-drinking sword that was originally on the ground, yes, it was the blood-drinking sword that fell to the side after Wang Lingfeng was knocked down just now. Without anyone noticing, he flew up and stabbed directly into the little Tengu's lower part. At this moment,
Wang Lingfeng seemed to hear a song. G G G G G G G.
Before he finished singing, the blood-drinking sword had already pierced into the little Tengu's body from below.
The little Tengu flew up directly.
I saw a sword stuck under his tail, and blood was spurting out wildly.
It's like a human rocket. Very interesting.
Wang Lingfeng had already sat up at this time, looking at the little celestial dog.
At this time, the little celestial dog really looked like a celestial dog, with wings and the ability to fly. Seeing Wang Lingfeng watching the fun, the rabbit spirit became angry and threw the carrot knife over. Baga! Nisniai!
As the rabbit demon roared, the radish knife rubbed against each other in the air, generating high heat and feeling as if it was on fire. At this moment, the little Tengu in the sky fell down, blocking the carrot knife in front of it and stabbing it into the chest. This stunned the rabbit spirit and the white dog girl.
What was going on? Was it a coincidence? How could there be such a coincidence? But if it was Wang Lingfeng's ability, it seemed too far-fetched. Wang Lingfeng could not do it at all.
In fact, this must have been done by Wang Lingfeng, who used the sword controlling technique and the blood-drinking sword to carry the person flying. If there were an expert here, he would definitely be able to see that there is a problem here. But the two of them couldn't see it now, and Wang Lingfeng was not afraid of being seen.
Anyway, these two would die next, and no one could take the secrets here away.
Under the attack of the blood-drinking sword and the radish knife, the little Tengu was already dying. The main thing is that both of them are in vital places. At this time, Xiaotingo and the other two were in a daze.
When they were confused, Wang Lingfeng was not polite at all.
He directly snatched Xiaotingo's Japanese sword and chopped off his head. No matter how strong a person's recovery ability is, he will die if he is beheaded.
This is fatal damage. Baka! The rabbit demon roared angrily and jumped up.
His jumping ability was terrifying. In the air, he waved his hand, took back the carrot knife, and then attacked from the sky again. At this time, apart from the rabbit demon's terrifying knife, the white dog woman also exuded a cold murderous intent, and white frost had appeared on the ground around her. She waved her hand, and many ice spikes appeared around Wang Lingfeng, suddenly emerging from the ground and trapping Wang Lingfeng in an instant. Soon, the rabbit demon's carrot knife will arrive. The power of this knife is so terrifying that even a level 50 boss-level monster will be killed by it.
If Wang Lingfeng said that, he would definitely die. The prerequisite is to hit.
Although this attack has extremely high damage, the force is concentrated on one point, so if it is dodged, it will be ineffective. But in their eyes, someone of Wang Lingfeng's level would have no time to escape this attack even if he was not trapped by the white dog girl's ice magic skills. The attack was so fast and accurate, how could an ordinary person dodge it? This rabbit demon's method should be that the only martial arts that cannot be defeated is speed. Of course, even if the target moved some distance at the last moment, the rabbit demon would have time to adjust the direction of its attack.
In other words, there is an 80% chance that Wang Lingfeng will not be able to escape this move. However, they were all wrong.
Wang Lingfeng actually dodged it, and the way he dodged was a bit incredible. He just moved slightly and just missed the rabbit demon's attack. The blow missed him by only 0.01 centimeters. Although it was very dangerous, he was not hit. However, due to the angle, others did not see it and thought he was hit. In addition, some circumstances at the scene, plus the fact that Wang Lingfeng was bleeding, made both of them think that he was hit. Now that he was hit, Wang Lingfeng had no reason to live.
Ha, you are all trash.
You were killed by this brat.
I am ashamed for you.
Forget it, we're colleagues after all. I'll try to put it in a better light and help you cover up this matter. The rabbit spirit sneered at the little Tengu who had become a headless knight beside him. To them, dead teammates are trash, useless trash. It's better for this little dog to die. He just thinks about having sex with me all day long. It makes me sick just thinking about it. The white dog girl said with some disgust.
Yes, he is indeed, careful.
The rabbit spirit wanted to say something, but suddenly his expression changed and he issued a warning. The white dog girl was a little confused, but soon a sword appeared beside her and pierced her temple directly, causing her eyes to widen instantly, and then she fell to the ground. Until her death, she couldn't figure out why she died suddenly and how she died. It's you, this sword is yours. How can you make the sword fly there? How can you control it to penetrate? I see, you also know sword control? Impossible, how is this possible? Isn't this sword controlling skill a natural talent? The rabbit spirit looked at Wang Lingfeng at this time. He found that Wang Lingfeng was not dead, but was looking at him with a smile. He understood everything. It turned out that Wang Lingfeng killed the white dog girl with his sword controlling skills. The white dog girl was a little relaxed at this time, and since she was a mage herself, her defense against this kind of physical close-range attack would be weaker. But what he didn't understand was how Wang Lingfeng knew how to wield a sword. "Have you forgotten what my talent is?" Wang Lingfeng smiled, and this time he stopped pretending and attacked directly with his sword. The power of sword wielding lies here. There is no need to control it with your hands, but directly with your mind. You can perform various movements and tricky attack angles. Of course, be skilled. However, this is nothing to Wang Lingfeng. Ding ding ding. The rabbit demon was extremely fast and was able to block the attack of the bloodthirsty sword with the carrot knife, and it was even very easy. Even if you have the sword wielding skill, you still. When the rabbit demon was feeling proud, suddenly a Japanese sword flew up from the ground and stabbed his lower body. Baka Yalu. Chapter 106, Bloodthirsty Sword Upgrade, King Wang Lingfeng returns. The sword comes. The blood-drinking sword came into Wang Lingfeng's hands. Cut. The rabbit demon's head flew away. He didn't expect that he would be killed like this. The opponent was only level 30 and had no profession, but he died. At this time, many blood threads appeared on the blood-drinking sword again. These blood threads were connected to the corpse and sucked the blood out of the corpse. Now this blood-drinking sword has been repaired and evolved. Any creature killed by it will be sucked dry of everything, including flesh and blood, and even some bone marrow. If this bloodthirsty sword continues to develop and its blood-sucking effect improves, Wang Lingfeng won't even have to spend energy to improve his attack skills. He can just rely on the bloodthirsty sword to increase his damage. This also seemed to make Wang Lingfeng change some strategies. For now, the key is to use energy value to improve body refining skills. After all, energy is limited, so if possible, he certainly wants to develop comprehensively. It seems that upgrading the Bloodthirster sword does not require anything else, just killing monsters and sucking blood, which is naturally the best. But this is too dependent on the Bloodthirster sword. What if you lose the Bloodthirster sword? Wang Lingfeng had thought about this. First of all, he could not let the blood-drinking sword be lost as long as he could carry on with the future. Secondly, the bloodthirsty sword will not be lost, because the bloodthirsty sword is deeply bound to him, that is, it recognizes him as its master. This blood-drinking sword has been sucking his blood. This blood not only charges and upgrades the blood-drinking sword, but also recognizes its master. By the way, this blood-drinking sword is still sucking his blood, and more. Simply put, the stronger the bloodthirsty sword is, the more damage Wang Lingfeng will suffer. I guess if it were someone else, they would probably not be able to handle it. They've all been washed into scum, but there's one good thing about it. I don't have to deal with their bodies. Forget it, just throw them into the space of the demon refining pot and use them as fertilizer. Wang Lingfeng thought about it and threw the few remaining scum into the space of the demon refining pot. The dog inside quickly dug a hole and buried these scum. They won't eat this kind of scum either, they despise it. Speaking of this space, if someone sees it, they will be surprised that plants can grow in it. Now, there are medicinal herbs planted in it. Among the medicinal herbs, there are also some that can be used as food, vegetables, and fruits. These medicinal herbs are what Wang Lingfeng needs to cultivate, and they will be useful in the future. This is the benefit of predicting the future, and being able to prepare what is needed in advance. The reason why the dog rarely appears now is mainly to take care of these medicinal herbs. The dog really wanted to say, "You are a real dog, what do you take us for? Looks like I'll have to catch some more monkeys later." Some things still require hands-on skills. Wang Lingfeng thought about it, then started to go back. This time we were delayed for a few days, and everyone else should have gone back. They must be anxious over there. Moreover, going back by myself is also a key decision, which is the issue of school retention. He had to do this himself, as he had something crucial on him. He had originally wanted to give it to someone else to take over, but he found that no matter who he gave it to, it would be lost. Because this thing is very useful to China and can be used to deal with the two beastly countries of Japan and South Korea. Although it is not crucial, it will increase China's chances of victory by at least 1%. Don't underestimate this 1%. Most of the effort is often just to maintain the winning rate. If you want to increase the winning rate by 1%, it is very critical.
Moreover, this is only 1% of the entire battle, not just a certain battlefield. This 1% will definitely make both sides go all out. Therefore, Wang Lingfeng could only take it back by himself and hand it over secretly. Anyway, the decision of whether he could stay in school or not would be decided by the government. As long as you have made contributions, it doesn't matter whether others know about it or not. Just like that, Wang Lingfeng left here and headed back towards Jinbei City. He encountered strange beasts along the way. He was upgrading slowly, and because there was no one around, he displayed his sword controlling skills unscrupulously. If Wang Fu Haitang were here at this moment, he would definitely be shocked. Why, Wang Lingfeng, are your sword-wielding skills better than mine, and are you so good at it? By the way, on the way back, he encountered some people who were chasing him, but he dealt with them all, very secretly. However, these people are all small characters. They are either Japanese beasts or traitors. There is no need to hesitate to kill them even in peacetime, let alone in this apocalyptic world. Among these people, Wang Lingfeng also saw the shadow of Wang Tang. Wang Tang was working hard enough and had not given up yet. Unfortunately, the money was spent, but the task was not completed, and a lot of fucking resources were wasted. 7 days later, it was the day that decided whether Jinbei Vocational College would stay or go. On this day, all students of Jinbei Vocational College went to the gate and held up banners, expressing their desire to coexist with the college, hoping to attract the attention of the country and gain support from ordinary people. Most of them are college entrance examination candidates who have been abandoned. Now this school not only accepts them, but also makes them stronger. Their growth during this period is obvious to all, so they hope that the school and the team will still be there. Especially those of them know that once the school is disbanded, the team will be gone, and as a member of the team, their growth will become very slow. They were afraid of losing this team. Even if they could keep the small team, it would definitely not have strong growth conditions like Zhang Xiaoyan. With Zhang Xiaoyan's ability, if there were no school, she would definitely be snatched away. Of course, even if there is a school, it may be snatched away, but at least the probability will be much lower. If Wang Lingfeng was there, Zhang Xiaoyan would definitely not leave, because she and Wang Lingfeng had common topics and could develop recipes together. In a nutshell, whether for themselves or for the school, they must stand up. Students, I know you want to keep the school, but you didn't pass the assessment. What you have found is already very difficult for you, even beyond your ability. But the assessment criteria are there, and you pass it. Next to the leader of the review team, an unlucky guy who was responsible for attracting fire was announcing the results. After the unlucky guy finished speaking, the leader came out and said, "Dear students, we are only responsible for the review. You will not pass the review, but we can still discuss and study the following matters. You have performed very well, and I believe that there will be arrangements for you." This leader is indeed a veteran. With this statement, the audit team is not trying to make things difficult for the school. This is just official business. As for what will happen in the future, it is just something to be discussed, and no one knows what the outcome will be. At the same time, during this period, the school needs to be closed and can be taken over by the Li Group. His mission was completed, and he would be able to get more benefits from the Li Group in the future. That's right, no matter how it is discussed in the future, the school must be closed now. Let those students holding banners express their opinions, it's none of his business anyway. Just as he was about to leave, the appearance of a person made his victory disappear, and his joy naturally disappeared as well. This person is Wang Lingfeng. Wang Lingfeng is finally back. He's still alive. Pa, he was fine, why did you say he was dead? The scene began to stir, and those who saw Wang Lingfeng appear through the live broadcast were all banging the table and throwing things. Trash, all trash, even this didn't kill him. Chapter 107, Stubborn Favoritism and Fraud. Li Zixian is in a very bad mood now. When the secretary came in this time, he saw that not only the table in the office was broken, but the sofa was also broken. There were scratches all over it from a big cat, and there seemed to be similar scratches on the floor and walls. There seemed to be some freshly opened wine on the ground, obviously prepared for celebration. Why? This damn Wang Lingfeng, why isn't he dead yet? I will suffer if you do this. My boss is getting more and more crazy. I don't know if he will tear me to pieces next time. The secretary thought to himself as he was packing up. Just now, my boss was in a good mood. Not only did he start drinking, he also ordered a table for a banquet and prepared to treat everyone to a meal.
As a result, this incident happened in just a few minutes, and the secretary also knew about it because she was also watching the live broadcast.
When she saw Wang Lingfeng appear, she felt something was wrong.
I immediately turned off the live broadcast, fearing that my boss would find out that I was absent from work. Sure enough, the boss was angry again, and it seemed that Wang Lingfeng had stopped the boss again. She was still very curious at this time, wondering how Wang Lingfeng had stopped it, and she would definitely go and see after get off work.
This is the case with Li Zhixian, and it's similar with Wang Teng. The one who was different was the White Fox girl.
She just said that her subordinates were useless, and then her interest in Wang Lingfeng grew.
Should we upgrade the plan next time and kill it more thoroughly?
I must kill him next time.
Okay, that's it.
But everyone is now very curious about one thing: how Wang Lingfeng managed to preserve the school and how he made the review team pass their trials. Even those who watched the live broadcast did not know how Wang Lingfeng completed the review, and what phone call the review team received that caused them to suddenly change their statement. Let us turn back the time to just now, when Wang Lingfeng appeared on the scene.
Boss Lingfeng, you are not dead after all. Hai Tang and I are worried about you. The first person to rush towards Wang Lingfeng was Ning Meng.
If she hadn't been stopped by Hai Tang in the end, she would have probably rushed over to hug Wang Lingfeng and check whether Wang Lingfeng's parts were intact. Although Hai Tang, Ning Meng, and Dugafeng have successfully formed a team at Jinbei Martial Arts Academy and have begun upgrading their training, they are still very concerned about the situation on Wang Lingfeng's side.
In order to achieve today's result, they deliberately postponed it for a few days. Then, other students came over.
Zhang Xiaoyan stood up and ran a few steps, but then she stopped because she couldn't run anymore.
She thought about it and decided that she could hear it here anyway, so why should she run over there? She simply didn't go over. Classmate Wang Lingfeng, everyone was worried about you. I'm glad you're back. Why did you suddenly disappear?
Where's your bracelet? At this time, Principal Gu came up and everyone else naturally moved aside.
Besides, isn't this the question everyone wants to ask the most? The bracelet was broken by someone.
Wang Lingfeng raised his hand helplessly, but the place where the bracelet should be was empty.
This matter has to do with the little Tengu before. His ultimate move turned Wang Lingfeng's whole body into a honeycomb, including this bracelet.
The bracelet is a consumable item for job changers and needs to be replaced frequently.
Because of this, you often don't receive any news.
Of course, you will be considered missing and after a long time you will be included in the death list.
Boss Lingfeng, this is bad. Our school is going to be cancelled.
Ning Meng spoke at this time, and this was what Principal Gu was originally going to say. Ning Meng, you are from Jinbei Martial Academy, so I should say you guys.
Hai Tang corrected Ning Meng's words. It's the same. I've worked hard for this school, so I'm considered an honor student after all.
Ning Meng's words left everyone present speechless, but no one paid much attention to it, because what everyone was concerned about now was the results of this trial.
So Principal Gu told Wang Lingfeng the current situation.
If he couldn't pass the trial, he could decide whether to keep it later.
The leader of the review team also spoke. All of you students are excellent. I believe you will be able to find a place when the time comes. However, you definitely cannot stay in school right now.
I suggest that you continue to train in the wild to improve your strength while you wait.
In fact, everyone agrees with this point. Even if there is no school, it will be the same if everyone can continue to upgrade together. This is actually a good solution for both parties.
Because of this, everyone thought that Wang Lingfeng would not refuse. But no one expected that Wang Lingfeng refused, and he had very good reasons for refusing. No, our review has been passed.
Wang Lingfeng shook his head and refused. What are you talking about?
The leader of the audit team was confused.
How could he, the leader, not know about this? You know the unlucky guy next to you? The unlucky guy shook his head, indicating that he didn't know about this either. I'm telling you, we've passed this review.
I know you're confused, so please wait a moment.
I'll call you in 2.5 minutes. Wang Lingfeng's words gave everyone the illusion that he was in control of everything. Why would you call me?
I'm the person in charge of this audit.
Did you find something?
You should give it to me, not to anyone else.
If you do that, people will think you're cheating.
This leader seemed very smart. His words directly stepped on Wang Lingfeng and blocked Wang Lingfeng's way out, which was to ask other people for help. He had thought about this before.
Would Wang Lingfeng and others ask other people to intervene? That would be bad.
The only way he could solve the problem was to broadcast it live to everyone, so that everyone could see it and no one could interfere with it. Now Wang Lingfeng actually wants to use special means, which will definitely arouse the anger of others and they will start to scold Wang Lingfeng.
Sure enough, at this time many people began to blame Wang Lingfeng.
Originally, they supported Wang Lingfeng and others, but now not only did they not support them, they were criticizing them. With the guidance of some caring people, the situation changed suddenly.
At this time, those who wanted Wang Lingfeng dead and wanted the school to close down were very happy. Wang Lingfeng was seeking his own death, especially after what he said next. You can't know about this. You just need to follow orders. Ha ha.
Fine, as long as you can convince the people above, I have no objection, but you will definitely not pass my review.
This is my bottom line. That leader looked so righteous and awe-inspiring, I would not give in.
For this, he also attracted a wave of fans. At the same time, everyone on the internet held up slogans such as fairness, justice, and openness, wanting the official to explain the matter.
Wang Lingfeng didn't care about this.
He just asked everyone to go back to school, study, organize their things, and stop wasting time here.
Soon, the 2.5 minutes were up.
The leader's wristband rang, and he deliberately made his phone public so that everyone could hear it. Team Leader Li, give Wang Lingfeng full marks.
He deserves it. Don't ask about other things, and you shouldn't ask.
When these words came out, everyone was stunned.
Isn't this favoritism and fraud too unscrupulous? Do they really think that everyone will die? Aren't you afraid of causing public outrage? Chapter 108?
I'm going to Jinbei Martial Arts Academy for a while.
You can't ask, and you shouldn't ask.
This sentence carries a lot of weight. As a seasoned audit team leader, he knows exactly what the other party means.
Even if it is favoritism or fraud, you cannot ask about this.
Besides, the other person is his superior, so he has no reason to object to this matter.
If anyone wants to object, it should be someone else.
So, the leader immediately nodded and said that he understood and would do it according to the approved method. At this moment, he was still a little confused. The person on the other end of the phone seemed like he would never be bribed, especially since Wang Lingfeng didn't have the ability to do so.
Why is this? Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Anyway, I have already done my job. If I cannot complete it in the end, it depends on fate. I will still collect the money. Leader, what does this mean? Are we going to change the result just like that? This seems a bit sloppy.
When the unlucky guy spoke up, he really attracted fire. Leaders always need people like him around them. When the time comes, comfort him and paint a rosy picture for him, and he will help you.
This is what the higher-ups said. We can't ask.
It seems to involve some confidential matters. We'll listen to the higher-ups. The leader directly passed the blame and said, "This is none of my business."
You all heard it. It's none of my business.
At this time, some people began to complain online, wanting an official explanation.
At that time, Wang Lingfeng and others had already entered the school.
Now the demonstrators had changed from students to other people. They held up banners and strongly demanded that the fraud be investigated and the responsible leader must be found out. Soon, an official announcement was made, saying that the data disk brought by Wang Lingfeng would be of great use to the country, and several bigwigs also stood up to vindicate the matter. So, the matter was soon settled, but everyone still didn't know what had happened and what Wang Lingfeng had contributed.
The current principal Gu was also very confused about this.
After arranging everyone to go to class, he found an opportunity to ask Wang Lingfeng.
Student Wang Lingfeng, what methods did you use to get through to the higher-ups? This is actually not a good approach. People will use this to attack us, and we will eventually have to disband. If I really wanted to use it, I would have already used it. At this time, the only ones left around Principal Gu and Wang Lingfeng were Wang Lingfeng's old teammates, Haitang, Ning Meng, and Dugufeng, as well as core students such as Zhao Buju and Zhang Xiaoyan, who had nothing to do. Of course, there was a bearded cleaner in the distance, pretending to be cleaning but actually eavesdropping. No matter who it is, they all think that it would be really stupid for Wang Lingfeng to use this method. However, there were a few people present who believed that Wang Lingfeng would not be so stupid, not many, only 3.5. Don't worry, Principal Gu. Mine definitely meets the review requirements. I brought the data from the fortress. I found it there. I was just lucky. It happened to be the confidential information the country needs right now.
Because it is confidential information and cannot be disclosed, I will hand it over to the military, and then ask them to contact the head of the review team to resolve this matter. Wang Lingfeng explained the matter very simply, and everyone actually believed him. First of all, there is no need for Wang Lingfeng to lie to them. Even if he did, there must be a reason. So just choose to believe him. Secondly, all of this makes sense for Wang Lingfeng, because Wang Lingfeng can tell fortunes. Isn't it normal for him to find good things in the fortress? When everyone thought about it this way, it seemed reasonable. They had never thought about this before. I see. You definitely can't give the information you found to anyone else. That's the best way to handle it. Principal Gu nodded to show that he understood, and the others also figured it out and felt that everything made sense. At this time, they didn't know that Wang Lingfeng not only took back the information, but also planted a seed at the fortress. When no one was paying attention, the fortress would be repaired. So what should we do next? Continue training and leveling up? Thanks to your guidance, these students are now lacking some levels. Principal Gu shifted the topic to everyone's experience. Well, for the next year, everyone will just focus on training and leveling up nearby. I've already explained the scope and location before. The developments during this period are all within expectations, and there's not much that needs to be adjusted. Wang Lingfeng nodded and said, "What you have arranged will take more than 1 year, there will be no problem in 3 years. Unless new people come, the current people will not need anyone to teach them. But have you ever thought that this would make you seem unimportant?" Du Gufeng spoke at this time. As a person from a noble family, she was very sensitive to such things. She felt that Wang Lingfeng was just trying to save trouble, but it had no effect on him at all. When giving benefits to others, you must give them slowly so that they will remember you. It is best to keep some in their hands. If you give them all at once, many people will think you are useless and will no longer value you. Therefore, Wang Lingfeng's current behavior is completely thankless. It doesn't matter. I don't rely on them. It's enough for them to remember the school in China. Wang Lingfeng looked unconcerned. Everyone was silent for a moment. Are we here to commend you for your selflessness? Du Gufeng sneered, this is really a case of being disappointed in someone. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Since our school has been successfully preserved, we will hold a formal enrollment ceremony in a few days. Principal Gu shifted the topic to the celebration, and everyone began to discuss it enthusiastically, especially Zhao Buzhu and others. Principal Gu also hopes that Wang Lingfeng will come on stage to speak as a representative of the freshmen and then invite everyone to perform some programs. I guess I don't have time. Wang Lingfeng shook his head and refused. What do you need to do? I'm going to Jinbei Martial Arts Academy for a while. Wang Lingfeng's answer stunned everyone present. What did he mean? He is going to Jinbei Martial Arts Academy? Could it be that he has been poached by someone from Jinbei Martial Arts Academy? If it were in the past, no one would necessarily believe what Wang Lingfeng said. Why would Jinbei Martial Arts Academy take a fancy to him? But now, probably no one would doubt it. Even if Wang Lingfeng cannot achieve the same results as his students, his ability to guide people is obvious to all. Although his success rate is not 100%, it is over 98%. Just this alone will cause a scramble among all the colleges. It has to be said that in the college entrance examination, Wang Lingfeng has opened up a brand new track. Fuck, Wang Lingfeng, you switched to Jinbei Martial Arts Academy. What's the point of tricking me here? Zhen Xiaoyan was angry and looked like a resentful woman, and with her body shape, the scene was quite scary. What does it matter? Even if Boss Lingfeng comes to Jinbei Martial Academy, he can still come here. Aren't we the same? Ning Meng immediately expressed her support and was very happy that Wang Lingfeng was going to Jinbei Martial Arts Academy. What are you thinking about? I'm going to Jinbei Martial Arts Academy for something. What is it? Ning Meng asked. It's all because of you. Ning Meng expressed confusion. What's the matter with me? Have you forgotten how you entered Jinbei Martial Arts Academy? I almost forgot about this. Ning Meng looked bewildered and suddenly realized something, then he remembered the conditions for entering Jinbei Martial Arts Academy. That is, Wang Lingfeng wants to save someone. A genius of Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, and also a genius of China. Chapter 109? Did we come here for nothing? Jinbei Martial Arts Academy. Huangfu Haitang and Dugufeng stood at the door, attracting the attention of some classmates, and many people came up to chat with them. Just because they are both from Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, they have stood out in terms of beauty and talent, and naturally became the target of lickspittles. Especially Dugufeng, whose background and talent are first class, and he is the one that everyone wants to form a team with.
What are they doing here? Looks like he's waiting for someone. Who are you waiting for? You're not waiting for me, are you? Roll.
The classmates already knew that the two were waiting for someone, and they envied the person they were waiting for and were all guessing who it was.
Are they their teammates?
One of their teammates was a druid named Ning Meng, and the other was a female paladin, but I heard that the female paladin had already teamed up with others and left. It is said that because of time constraints, the three of them have to wait here for a few days.
Then the only one left should be Ning Meng. Sure enough, Ning Meng appeared.
Everyone thought their guess was correct, but only half right. That is, there was not only Ning Meng, there was also a young man. This young man was already very handsome, and now he had a kind of temperament, a feeling of being close to nature, as if integrated into the world. It felt strange to see him there but not feel like he was there.
Isn't this Wan Lingfeng?
I've been setting up a stall at the school gate for a long time, so everyone should be familiar with it.
But why do I always feel that he seems a little different, like a completely different person from before?
I didn't feel any changes when watching the live broadcast yesterday, but when I watched it in person, the feeling was completely different.
Why is this happening?
Ning Meng also asked this question, and the answer she got was that it might be because she had grown up. In fact, it is indeed related to growth, because Wang Lingfeng's body refining technique has been upgraded to a high level, and such changes have occurred.
This is the normal state.
If it enters combat state, it will be even more surprising.
Boy, what are you doing here?
This is not a place for you to come.
That is to say, what qualifications do you have to come here? If you want to enter this door, you must defeat me first.
When everyone found out that Wang Lingfeng wanted to enter Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, he was immediately surrounded by his classmates. The classmates wanted to embarrass Wang Lingfeng, but also wanted to show off themselves in front of their goddess.
What? Will such behavior make the goddess hate it? If a bootlicker could understand these things, he would not be a bootlicker. Of course Wang Lingfeng would not pay any attention to these licking dogs, but his dog was growling at them.
That's right, dog to dog should be the most suitable. I have to say that Wang Lingfeng's paw patrol is still very intimidating, especially to those who are not very strong.
You know, Wang Lingfeng's paw patrol looks more and more ferocious now. Their size is almost as big as a tiger. 8 such ferocious dogs are really breathtaking.
Especially the aura emitted by these dogs, which is definitely not something that ordinary wild beasts can emit.
They can be considered exotic beasts. However, Wang Lingfeng is clearly unemployed. Even if he knows the dog training technique, how can he train a dog to this level? This is incredible.
Perhaps if this continues, Wang Lingfeng's dog training skills will have a breakthrough, and all he needs is a little bit of opportunity. As for the opportunity, Wang Lingfeng himself knew that it was in his future plans, but not now. When the dogs were confronting each other and a conflict was about to break out, a man appeared and stopped them.
Stop. What are you doing blocking the door? Spread out.
A voice was heard, full of pressure. It was obvious that the strength level was going to crush this group of students, including Wang Lingfeng and others.
Mr. Wu.
The students immediately stepped aside. The person who came was old Wu, who had negotiated terms with Wang Lingfeng. The fact that he could go on a business trip and decide to accept Ning Meng showed that his status in the school was not low. In school, these students would not offend even ordinary teachers, let alone someone with a certain status like old Wu. Old Wu is also very excited now.
Wang Lingfeng is finally here.
He had already contacted Wang Lingfeng before and asked him to solve the Narcissus problem as soon as possible, but Wang Lingfeng always said that the time was not ripe and kept dragging it out. Old Wu once asked when the time would be ripe, and the answer he got was,
when the time is right. For this reason, Old Wu had already greeted Wang Lingfeng's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart.
It's no wonder that Old Wu acted like this, because after he told this story, he was constantly urged by the school leaders. These people didn't believe that Wang Lingfeng could do it, but they were just trying to give it a try. Anyway, the pressure is on Old Wu, so they naturally don't care.
Wang Lingfeng, you're finally here.
I understand you've had things to do recently, but you should make this your top priority. Narcissus is not only the prodigy of our Jinbei Martial Academy, but also the prodigy of China. If nothing had happened to her 10 years ago, China would be in a much better situation now, and those Japanese beasts wouldn't be so arrogant.
Old Wu pulled Wang Lingfeng inside. He was really anxious and even ran very fast. Wang Lingfeng was dragged directly into the campus and then ran wildly. This doesn't give Wang Lingfeng any chance at all. Hai Tang, Boss Lingfeng has been captured by Boss Wu. What should we do? Of course I chased him. Dugu, where is he?
When Ning Meng reacted and wanted to chase after him, she found that the place where Dugufeng was already empty. Looking behind Wang Lingfeng again, Dugufeng was already following him with a mocking smile. It is indeed a bit funny to see Wang Lingfeng being dragged away by Old Wu like this.
Wang Lingfeng was also helpless. Could he break free?
It is obviously impossible, the opponent's strength is overwhelming.
Wang Lingfeng has a way to get rid of it, but the problem is that it is not worth it. It's not worth it in terms of time because it will be here soon.
It's not worth the effort, because all you get is to walk to your destination safely. Being pulled by others is not bad, but it's a little funny.
But this is not important to Wang Lingfeng. Soon, Wang Lingfeng was taken to a place. This is an independent building with strict security.
When Wang Lingfeng entered, he had to use a special card, while the 3 girls behind him were stopped outside. You don't need to wait here for me, go study. Wang Lingfeng said to the 3 Hai Tang girls. Hai Tang and Dugufeng felt that they had waited in vain, and were taken away by Old Wu without saying a word. No, it's pretty good to see the scene just now, and I have already taken a picture of it, so it will be fun later. Just like that, the 3 women said goodbye and left.
Wang Lingfeng and Old Wu entered the building, and the place they went to was becoming increasingly heavily guarded.
This building originally housed various laboratories, with different levels of security on each floor.
It was obvious that Wang Lingfeng went to the highest level.
When entering and exiting the elevator, you will be subject to a full body check. If you need to bring any equipment, you need to report it in advance. After going through layers of precautions, Wang Lingfeng finally saw the genius who was frozen in ice. When he saw this genius, he first felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere. Soon a face appeared in his mind. This face belonged to his godsister,
Gu Qingqing. Is it a coincidence? Chapter 110?
Be careful, you stepped on Pan Yue's foot. In a laboratory where technology and magic are combined, the frozen girl is in a device in the middle that looks like a healing chamber. There are tubes on this device, which are injecting medicine and removing toxins at the same time. At the same time, there are many magic circles on this device, and various magic runes on the tubes, which are now glowing. This is the most advanced treatment chamber in our China, model number 722. It can save the lives of all those who are still alive and can generally cure them. But for Narcissus, we can only save her life and cannot even prevent her condition from worsening. At the moment, we can only slow down the progression of the disease, but she won't be able to be saved in 10 years at most. Old Wu looked at the daffodils in the middle. They looked blurry and not very clear.
Wang Lingfeng can see it because he has the third eye.
Your prediction is a bit too optimistic. Her condition will take a sharp turn for the worse within 6 months, and by then it will be impossible to stop it. Wang Lingfeng shook his head at this time.
Ha, where did this young brat come from? How dare he question our diagnosis?
I didn't know there was such a young genius in our medical field. A sarcastic voice came over. Wang Lingfeng looked over and saw a young man wearing a white coat, and next to the young man were several middle-aged and elderly experts also wearing white coats. Indeed, they are the experts here, responsible for finding and rescuing the genius inside. This is just the tip of the iceberg of all the experts. There is a group of experts coming every day, and there are at least 2 different ones in a month. That is to say, there are at least 30 expert teams providing treatment options for Narcissus. The annual expenditure on this is tens of millions, and this money is not only paid by the state and the school, but also by Tian Jiaoshuixian's family. However, these expert teams know each other and recognize each other. After all, they are all big names in the industry.
But, what about Wang Lingfeng?
That little guy who came out of nowhere actually spoke so arrogantly to us. Yes, everyone estimated that it would take at least 10 years, but the specific time was slightly different, but it was all around 10 years.
However, Wang Lingfeng said it was only half a year. Isn't this a slap in their face?
If you say 5 or 6 years is okay, then the error is acceptable, although you were slapped in the face, but if you say it is only half a year, it is really unacceptable.
I'm not from your medical profession. I'm just a fortune teller. Wang Lingfeng shook his head.
He didn't want to offend these people to avoid unnecessary trouble. He just said that he and you are not on the same track, so there is no competition.
So it's just a charlatan. What's wrong with your Jinbei Martial Arts Academy? You actually hired a charlatan. Don't you want to believe in medicine?
This.
Old Wu frowned.
He didn't want to offend these bigwigs in the medical field. The members of these 30 teams were almost the top figures in the Chinese medical field. He just wanted to say that he had not reported this matter and had discussed it with you. He just asked someone to come and take a look and wanted to try other methods to see if there would be any breakthrough.
You also agreed. It's normal not to believe in medicine.
Now is an era where magic and technology both exist, and there are even some supernatural powers.
Maybe someone just happens to have this special ability?
Among you experts, there are also many who have professions in supernatural powers and magic, and they don't rely entirely on medicine.
You are telling me this now. Do you think I am easy to bully? Well, you are indeed easy to bully.
I won't say anything and just watch how you are beaten to death by Wang Lingfeng.
Wang Lingfeng is blessed with good luck. You believe in medicine in this world? Are you crazy? If you believe in medicine, how can you break the curse? How can you remove the poison? And how can she survive until now with medicine? Of course, Wang Lingfeng said it bluntly. Of course, my medicine includes these things.
Medicine is advancing, and with these magical elements, there are naturally magical branches of medicine. The young man said immediately.
Oh, if you admit that, then why do you say that I, a charlatan, cannot be trusted?
This. The young man was speechless. It turned out that Wang Lingfeng was waiting here just to make the other party admit to magic first. Then it was normal for a fortune teller like himself to come. In fact, everyone understands this point, but they just have some opinions about Wang Lingfeng's 6 months.
Sure enough, this point was unacceptable, so other people brought it up.
We're not saying you can't believe it, but you said she only had it for half a year, and we can't agree with that.
That's not important. With me here anyway, things will stabilize within half a month and those things won't happen again. Wang Lingfeng said indifferently, as if he didn't know what the other party meant.
The other party was just questioning your judgment, not what to do next.
Well, what are you going to do? Can you tell us about the treatment plan? Maybe we can help consider it. I don't need you. I want to make some potions.
You're not the ones providing the ingredients, and I don't need your help making them.
Wang Lingfeng refused again very straightforwardly.
Old Wu felt that Wang Lingfeng might have offended someone this time.
He was not like this usually.
At least when watching the live broadcast, his words and actions were always good.
Could it be that? Are these people hated by him? Is it because of this young man?
Old Wu was a little confused, as he didn't know the answer. Because in Wang Lingfeng's eyes, this team is not a good thing. What they do is a bit disgusting.
They have lost some medical ethics and are only doing it to make money.
In order to make money, this team may deliberately exaggerate the patient's condition or even deliberately create an epidemic for them.
Just like what was given to Haitang's mother.
The difference is that this group of people have very advanced medical skills and can indeed solve many problems. The most hateful thing is this young man, who used his identity and medical skills to have unspeakable things happen with the patients' families. Therefore, Wang Lingfeng naturally didn't want to be polite with them. He planned to make public what these people did when he had the time, but of course he would not do it himself, as this would give way to others who wanted to destroy this team. Not to mention that this kind of person has many enemies, because his medical skills are indeed very high. He also occupies many positions, hindering those who want to move up below.
Kid, show us your medicine formula. We'll use it only if we think it's suitable.
Otherwise, if you inject it, it might cause irreparable damage to the patient, which would ruin our treatment. The young man looked at Wang Lingfeng with eyes full of anger. This was the first time in all these years that he had been looked down upon like this. In the past, those people had to kneel down and beg him. At this time, Wang Lingfeng suddenly smiled and asked a question.
Do you know Pan Yuha? What did you say?
The young man immediately widened his eyes and looked at Wang Lingfeng, as if the name made him feel uncomfortable.
Do you know a man named Wang Jieguilai?
There are also people named Hu Lijin, Lan Tongji, and Hu Jiaobing. Every time Wang Lingfeng said a name, one person in the opposing team would change expression, until the entire team changed expression.
What do you mean by these names?
The young man was very frightened at this time.
Wang Lingfeng smiled, and this smile looked extremely eerie and terrifying. You should know that I am a Taoist fortune teller.
I have a pair of yin and yang eyes that can see some dead souls.
Now the souls of these people are right next to you. What?
The young man stepped back. Be careful, you're stepping on Pan Yuha's foot.
Ah!
The young man jumped up immediately, his face very pale. So, Wang Lingfeng scared the people of the opposing team one by one. It is estimated that after they go back, they will be traumatized and will feel that there are ghosts everywhere they see. Seeing all this, old Wu suddenly felt fortunate that he had not offended Wang Lingfeng. At the same time, he also decided to pay more attention to Haitang and Ning Meng in the future, teach them wholeheartedly, and give them the greatest resources. Pa, you're a bunch of disgusting cowards. I'll go prepare the potion and borrow your laboratory and materials. Finally, after those people left, Wang Lingfeng looked down on them and then started to work on making the potion. Of course, these things were arranged by old Wu.
Okay, you can come to me if you need anything.
Old Wu responded immediately without any hesitation.
I will get you whatever you want. Even if it wasn't tea for Narcissus, I would do this. Chapter 111?
The function of the fake demon refining pot refining pills. A few days later, Jinbei Vocational College held a grand freshman party, and this live broadcast attracted countless people's attention. Although there were no stars present, the students' own performances still became the biggest focus of the day. However, everyone originally wanted to see Wang Lingfeng, but Wang Lingfeng did not show up, which made many people curse. This freshman party is also a farewell party.
The next day these students will set off to gain experience. Although Wang Lingfeng did not participate, everyone has been arranged clearly.
Unless there are no accidents, they will not have to look for Wang Lingfeng in the next few years. The same goes for Zhang Xiaoyan.
Wang Lingfeng discussed many recipes with her.
She can now work with the team for a few years and then come to Wang Lingfeng to learn new things. In fact, she didn't know that the recipe Wang Lingfeng taught her was actually something she would create in the future, but it was only seen by Wang Lingfeng's divine eye. And because of this, she feels that these recipes are most suitable for her.
So the question is, what is this situation? Wang Lingfeng uses other people's things to teach others, and is admired and appreciated by others. If others knew about this, would they scold him?
Of course not, I will just thank him because he has indeed increased the promotion speed of others. The next day, these students set off and everyone continued to train together. Although Wang Lingfeng was not in the team, Wang Lingfeng could chat with them in the group and tell them where it would be best for them to train. The place Wang Lingfeng mentioned may not have the most exotic beasts, but it is the safest and most efficient. At this time, everyone was chatting with Wang Lingfeng.
Xiahou Taizhu, Wang Lingfeng, are you sure you can save that person? This is the question everyone wants to know most. This matter has fermented on the internet and there is already a bet. Wang Lingfeng naturally did not miss this opportunity and started a contest.
The contest was whether he could break the ice within 3 months and allow Tianjia Narcissus to move freely. The predictions for this competition were almost one-sided, and the biggest reason was not that Wang Lingfeng's ability was unbelievable, but that everyone thought that if so many teams were not capable, then Wang Lingfeng definitely would not be able to do it. It was not just that the people from those teams came out one by one and said that Wang Lingfeng was teasing everyone and asked everyone not to be fooled. The most important thing is that someone posted a screenshot saying that Wang Lingfeng himself made Xiahou Taizhu and others unable to place their bets. This news shocked the whole world. Many people had bet on Wang Lingfeng before because he could tell fortunes. These people actually believed that Wang Lingfeng could really do it. This is no longer about believing in Wang Lingfeng's ability, but about believing in a kind of metaphysics. Maybe Wang Lingfeng knew where the healing items were, and that's how he succeeded? But after seeing that Wang Lingfeng couldn't get others to place bets, the whole situation began to become one-sided, and then more and more people began to bet that he couldn't do it, especially those who were greedy and wanted more. They bet millions, and some even bet tens of millions. These people are either gamblers or have a grudge against Wang Lingfeng. They are Wang Lingfeng's target group this time. At this time, there was a mountain of materials in front of Wang Lingfeng. In recent days, the amount of materials here has been increasing. These materials were not only collected by Jinbei Martial Arts Academy, but a large part of them were provided by Narcissus's family.
Wang Lingfeng, tell me honestly, what are these materials used for?
Old Wu emerged from the pile of materials at this time. Right where the materials were piled, there was a small space that could only accommodate one person.
Now this was the only way to get in. Of course, to make the potion I need. Wang Lingfeng looked at the list, then adjusted the tools and utensils for refining the potion and started the initial work. With so many materials, the potion you've made could probably kill Narcissus hundreds of times. Are you sure it can save her?
Old Wu expressed his incomprehension. During this period, everyone maintained such suspicion.
Narcissus's family also asked Old Wu more than once what was going on. Are the people you invite reliable?
Able.
Wang Lingfeng nodded. Can you really make potions? Old Wu asked again. In fact, everyone was still unaware of whether Wang Lingfeng could refine potions.
Because of this, Old Wu felt that if Wang Lingfeng came back with a prop or a treasure to save Narcissus, he would believe it. After all, Wang Lingfeng was a fortune teller. But the problem was that Wang Lingfeng actually wanted to make the potion himself to save Narcissus, which made him unbelievable, and the others didn't believe it either. You can use luck, but never use strength, because
you don't have the ability.
I advise you to continue studying metaphysics and stop researching potions.
It is not suitable for you. What? Why not persuade Wang Lingfeng directly? Do you think I didn't say that?
I said it, but it's no use. I will make the potion, don't worry.
How can I be assured? What kind of potion are you going to make that uses so many ingredients? And why do I think you're making a high-level strength potion?
Yes, you read that right.
This is the advanced strength potion.
It can permanently increase a person's strength after use, but it's only once.
Subsequent uses will only be temporary. However, if you take more, you can still improve it a little bit.
Wang Lingfeng answered while refining the potion, which was almost ready. It has to be said that Wang Lingfeng's operation is very skillful, which makes Old Wu begin to believe that Wang Lingfeng really can do it.
But the question is, can Wang Lingfeng really do it? Why doesn't his information show this? These are not the main points. The main point is, what do you mean by refining a high-level strength potion? If you need this, just bring it over.
I don't need it.
Does Narcissus need it?
She doesn't need it either.
Then why did you refine this?
I want to improve my medicine refining skills.
Old Wu was silent.
It turned out that Wang Lingfeng needed to improve his alchemy level.
That made sense.
But
couldn't you just tell us what you want to refine? Wouldn't it be better if we hire someone to refine it? You can improve slowly. As long as you want to refine a potion, we will provide the materials. You don't need to level up.
Although Old Wu felt that Wang Lingfeng didn't want others to know the secret recipe, he didn't care about it at this time.
Ask for the recipe directly, hoping Wang Lingfeng will agree. We won't let you take the formula for nothing. We will compensate you for whatever you ask for, and you'll also get a share of the credit.
No.
I have to do this. No one else can do it.
At this time, Wang Lingfeng shook his head. He really needs to do it himself, because the final alchemy requires some things, especially the fake demon refining pot, which is needed to assist in the completion of the potion.
Can Wang Lingfeng tell the other party these things?
This is obviously impossible because these are his private affairs and also a guarantee for him. Now, refining medicine is the same as everyone else, but there will be changes in the future. It will no longer be refining medicine, but pills.
This is a function of the fake demon refining pot. Wang Lingfeng only knew it by using his divine eyes. Therefore, refining the potion is not something that can be done by simply giving the recipe to someone.
Okay, I won't bother you anymore, just continue. Old Wu shook his head, very disappointed. He felt that Wang Lingfeng just wanted to keep the formula secret and didn't want anyone to steal his formula.
This is human nature and you can't blame him. Why? Chapter 112, Alchemy begins with alchemy. Another 10 days passed, and Wang Lingfeng was still refining potions.
His alchemy had been upgraded to level 299. The mountain of materials showed no sign of decreasing at all, but seemed to be increasing because more and more materials were being delivered. The potions he made, including the advanced strength potion, were either used as materials to make more advanced potions, or given to Old Wu and Principal Gu. Needless to say, Old Wu knew that this was originally their material, while Principal Gu was giving it to the students of Jinbei Vocational College. Wang Lingfeng turned the materials into potions, which required a reward, and the higher the level, the more expensive the reward. Especially since the potions made by Wang Lingfeng have very high effects, they will definitely be snapped up by people. This is also the main reason why Lao Wu and others changed their minds.
I thought Wang Lingfeng was just messing around, but I didn't expect he was really capable. Old Wu has already taken back his words. Wang Lingfeng doesn't have to rely on luck, he can also rely on his strength. Old Wu was delivering materials at this time, and at this moment, his phone rang. "Mr. Wu, why did you return those materials?" The person on the other end of the phone was a contact from the Narcissus family, and he was calling to ask whether Old Wu had returned all the materials from their family. He even purchased all the items used by Wang Lingfeng and returned them all. The reason is simple, Old Wu wants to keep Wang Lingfeng's finished product for himself. Knowing that Wang Lingfeng can make such a good potion, these materials are nothing. Afterwards, the people of the Narcissus family seemed unwilling to continue providing materials, so Mr. Wu sent the materials back. From now on, Jinbei Martial Arts Academy will have the exclusive rights to make Wang Lingfeng's medicine. And Wang Lingfeng did not disappoint him, good potions kept appearing. It's not that you don't want to give it to me, but you say Wang Lingfeng is a charlatan and a fraud who doesn't know alchemy at all and has no real ability. He only relies on luck. Old Wu said this to the person on the other end of the phone. After he said this, he felt that it seemed to be useful to him as well. Because I thought so before. Even I and the other party have said this. Wang Lingfeng doesn't have any real ability, he just relies on luck. That's true. This will save us some money. What's the progress on Narcissus? The other party didn't seem to care much and agreed to this matter directly. Old Wu also knew that the other party would most likely do this. The other party certainly didn't care much about this matter and had objections to the payment of such materials. There are many different attitudes towards Narcissus in Narcissus's family. Some people think that if they save Narcissus, the family will prosper, while others do not want to save Narcissus because if Narcissus rises, it will threaten their identity. Among those who want to save Narcissus, there are many different types, and it mainly depends on whether the cost of saving people is worth it. From this, it can be seen that Narcissus's annual expenses of tens of millions are a huge problem for her family. Therefore, after a few casual words with Old Wu, the other party decisively gave up. "Ha, if I tell you what kind of potion Wang Lingfeng can refine, will you come to me and cry every day?" After hanging up the phone, Old Wu seemed to have a picture in his imagination, which was really beautiful. Soon, Old Wu pushed the door and entered the laboratory where Wang Lingfeng was. There were still mountains of materials here, and Wang Lingfeng didn't know where they were. Every time he came in, he would find Wang Lingfeng in a different place, and he didn't know what Wang Lingfeng was doing inside. If potions hadn't appeared every day, he would even suspect that Wang Lingfeng was wandering around inside. There are no cameras in the laboratory. This is the rule. There are only surveillance cameras in specific places. These surveillance cameras are also used to record the experimental steps and can be turned off at the same time. Therefore, no one would actually know what Wang Lingfeng did in the laboratory. This is the privacy that every laboratory user should have. Student Wang Lingfeng, is today's Windwalker potion ready? Yesterday, Wang Lingfeng made the Windwalker potion. This Windwalker potion is not simple. Drinking it can not only increase the speed of the body, but also improve the critical strike ability to a certain extent. It's still the same. The first time has a permanent effect, and the second time is effective for 20 minutes. This is more advanced than the advanced strength potion, and requires more people. There are more people who need Windrunner potion than strength potion. It's ready. I've been making this potion since yesterday. You should find a way to get rid of it quickly. When this potion is almost done, I can make the next higher level one. Then, I can be free and won't have to work so hard to make it. Wang Lingfeng looked at the boxes that were piling up again. Half of them were brought by Old Wu, and the other half were potions made by Wang Lingfeng. Old Wu was so happy when he saw so many medicines. How much is this worth? Even if Wang Lingfeng takes some of it, it will still be a huge profit. Moreover, their Jinbei Martial Arts Academy also needs Wang Lingfeng's medicines, so they can buy them all. If this were to be purchased on the market, its value would increase several times. Yes, it's true that you don't have to work so hard. However, only you can do this. If others can do it, I won't ask you for help. Old Wu said with a smile, "You have to give face. There are people who can make Windrunner potion, but they are all big shots and will not make it for you for free. It costs a lot of money. This price is more expensive than the materials. Student Wang Lingfeng, although this is your secret, I still want to ask how you were able to produce so many potions. Logically speaking, the amount you produced is not something you can produce by yourself." Looking at so many medicines, Old Wu still asked the doubts in his mind.
Everyone would have such doubts. Even those alchemy masters, if they make potions non-stop for 24 hours a day, cannot make 1/10 of the amount that Wang Lingfeng can make.
How did Wang Lingfeng do this? The loss of materials is also not proportional.
Other masters will consume more than 50% of the materials, which means that 10 pieces of materials can only make 5 potions at most.
But it's different for Wang Lingfeng.
Old Wu has calculated that 10 sets of materials can make 9 potions.
This is something that Old Wu couldn't understand. Wang Lingfeng just smiled at these questions and did not answer.
He only said something when he was chased by Old Wu and had no choice.
There is no special reason, it's just a matter of practice. I believe you, Cohen. No one will believe what you say. In fact, Wang Lingfeng was not that simple.
He used an ability of the fake demon refining pot.
But can he talk about this?
If he said that, he would never have a peaceful life in the future. Although he is not at peace now, he has enemies everywhere. And this ability is related to his fake demon refining pot. Although this fake demon refining pot cannot directly synthesize demons, it can make alchemy, and potions are also within its scope.
Its alchemy is very simple.
Just input the required materials and then synthesize them. This can greatly reduce the difficulty and time of alchemy, and the success rate is 100%.
In addition, this alchemical synthesis can also improve alchemical proficiency. Does he dare to tell others about these things? Obviously not. Chapter 113, a failed college entrance examination candidate turns decay into magic.
In the demon refining pot, Wang Lingfeng put a portion of the Titan mixture that he had just successfully refined into the altar, and then put in the heart of a strange beast. He knew that the hearts of these strange beasts were useful, so he collected them in advance and stored them here.
They were all snatched from Zhang Xiaoyan's knife.
To the whole world, these are just food ingredients.
Many of the materials Wang Lingfeng will use in the future will be like this, useless things in the eyes of others. This is a good thing. But now is not the time to talk about this.
Wang Lingfeng is staring at the altar very seriously, as if waiting for an important moment. Not long after, the Titan potion and the heart of the beast were combined into a pill. That is a golden pill with brilliance.
Is this the so-called golden pill?
If Qin Shi Huang had eaten such an elixir, he would definitely not have died. Before Wang Lingfeng had time to see what the golden elixir was and what its medicinal effects were, he heard a soothing voice.
Bite. Alchemy evolution basic alchemy. It has indeed evolved, except for this one thing. Wang Lingfeng has been preparing for so long just to enter the realm of alchemy. Of course, after learning alchemy, he will definitely be able to use alchemy, and the effect will be even stronger. But Wang Lingfeng hadn't thought about one thing, that is, it evolved successfully in one go. I thought it would take several attempts. But this is good too. I'll quickly upgrade my alchemy skills and try to refine the rejuvenation pill.
After Wang Lingfeng finished speaking, he ate the golden elixir he had refined. This golden elixir is called Jinqi pill. It is the most common elixir and is used to replenish energy. This energy not only replenishes the so-called blue energy, but also increases the energy value. Simply put, this thing can increase the level, and the effect is the same as the exotic beast crystal core. Although the cost is lower than that of the exotic beast crystal core, it needs to be made by Wang Lingfeng. If the production cost is calculated according to the alchemy master, it will exceed the exotic beast crystal core. But for Wang Lingfeng, this is nothing, especially now that he can get the materials for free, and now he also needs to refine this kind of elixir to improve the level of alchemy so that he can eventually learn how to make the rejuvenation elixir.
Okay, let us continue refining the Titan potion.
This is relatively simple. Just put the materials in the demon refining pot, then start the demon refining pot, and you can keep refining it.
At this time, Wang Lingfeng could leave the demon refining pot.
In fact, it was not really leaving. His body was already there outside, sitting cross-legged there in meditation, and he could also perform body refining techniques. He should have created a clone when he entered the demon refining pot, but this could only be achieved through the demon refining pot. Fortunately, there was no surveillance in this laboratory. If someone had discovered that he was just sitting like this while refining potions, it would definitely have aroused suspicion. Sometimes, that means that sometimes he also needs to operate those alchemical equipment and use normal methods to refine potions. Just like at this moment, Wang Lingfeng asked the demon refining pot to refine the Titan potion, and he was also operating the equipment to refine other potions.
This is not because he wants to refine more things quickly and even join in.
In fact, the biggest reason is that not all potions can be refined in the demon refining pot.
There are limitations on the potions and elixirs that can be refined by the demon refining pot.
Take the Windwalker potion for example, the demon refining pot cannot refine it. However, the demon refining pot can use the Windwalker potion as a material to refine it, and then refine the Titan potion. If you don't use the demon refining pot to refine the Titan potion, it will require more materials and more time. Simply put, many materials need to be refined by Wang Lingfeng himself or purchased.
The demon refining pot is just a supplementary means, and it is more convenient, saves effort and materials.
Another 10 days have passed.
Wang Lingfeng is still refining pills and potions.
With the blessing of his talent and the help of the demon refining pot, his basic alchemy skills have been upgraded to level 100. Today, he needs to understand how to make the rejuvenation pill. If he doesn't understand it, the demon refining pot will produce some strange things, which will be a waste of materials. However, he had to continue even if it meant wasting materials, as he could only do one experiment.
Strive for success once.
However, his luck was not so good today. He wasted more than a dozen materials and the things he made were all pills with strange effects, like the weakness pill that would make one smaller and weaker after taking it.
There are also powerful emetic pills that will cause vomiting if taken. And so on.
These can be used to play tricks on people later, so keep them.
Continue refining the elixir.
In the outside world, there is still a lot of discussion about Wang Lingfeng, but the discussion about whether Wang Lingfeng can successfully save Narcissus has become much less.
What everyone was discussing was Wang Lingfeng's coaching ability, which was truly amazing.
Have you heard that 80% of those idiot students at Jinbei Vocational College have achieved a second job transfer, and their strength has skyrocketed? In particular, there are a few very rare job transfers, and their strength has made a qualitative leap. Yes, the most incredible thing is that these rare job transfers are not just for Zhao Buju and his friends, but mostly for F-level.
Now these F-level people are extremely arrogant. Did they leave the team and work on their own? That's not the case.
Their team composition remains the same, as their respective teams are still the most suitable, as everyone has improved.
Wang Lingfeng is truly amazing. He's shown the way to so many people.
More and more people want to attend this school, and some are even paying a fortune to get in.
You're right. I'm planning to go there to study. I heard that their school is still recruiting students. Anyone who failed the college entrance examination this year can go.
No, it seems that those who failed the college entrance examination before can also go.
Is this true? It's true. I heard that Wang Lingfeng will also customize plans for everyone. That's not right. Hasn't Wang Lingfeng been stuck in the lab for over 20 days? Well, everyone says so anyway. You can submit your application to the school online and talk to the people there. I'll go right away.
At this time, students from all over the country are registering online. Although these failed college entrance examination candidates can register, whether they can finally go to Jinbei City depends on themselves. Wang Lingfeng would really accept all of these people, because they were here to guard the nearby territory for Jinbei City and to prepare manpower for the subsequent wars with Japan and South Korea. Even if they cannot become the main force, they can still clear out the strange beasts nearby, and then establish new strongholds to expand the actual scope of Jinbei City. Before this, no one had thought that Wang Lingfeng could turn these people, who were almost regarded as waste, into a powerful force.
This can be said to turn decay into magic. If even these wastes can be turned into useful materials, what will happen if a group of real geniuses come? That must be terrifying. After this, Wang Lingfeng will definitely be targeted and will become the target of someone's killing. But that is all in the future.
Right now, everyone is more concerned about whether he can really turn decay into something magical. At the same time, everyone was also paying attention to whether he could save Narcissus. The answer to this question was soon revealed, because Wang Lingfeng finally succeeded in comprehending the rejuvenation pill. He immediately notified Old Wu to go to the frozen place of Narcissus, but before he arrived, an alarm sounded from inside.
Did something happen to Narcissus? Chapter 114? He is a charlatan. Beep beep beep.
The alarm sounded in the corridor and the red alarm light rotated in front of a room. This means that something went wrong in this room, but it will not affect other places, so you can ignore other places.
But if you can help, you can come and help. If you can't, then come and eat melon.
But it is impossible for anyone to come in and eat melons on this floor, because this is the floor with the highest level of protection and also the most special floor. This is the third underground floor, a heavily guarded underground area, the bottom floor, and some space has been dug down specifically for one person, and there are reinforced defense layers nearby. The purpose is to prevent this person from getting hurt. This person is Tianjia Narcissus. She is actually located in the lower part of the third floor. Many facilities have been specially arranged for her to ensure that she can survive even if someone attacks here.
That's right, the alarm now came from Narcissus' frozen laboratory.
Old Wu had now turned into a shadow and floated directly into the laboratory. At this time, Wang Lingfeng was still walking forward slowly, and people in white coats were running past him in a hurry. These people include the medical team that is permanently stationed here, as well as the expert team that just happened to be here to change shifts today. At this time, Wang Lingfeng seemed a little out of place. Everyone was very nervous, but he looked relaxed and slowly walked to the front. When he reached the door, he was stopped by the guard and was not allowed in. He took a look at the situation inside. The frozen Tianjia Narcissus was still frozen, and her physical condition could not be seen, at least not by ordinary people. However, ordinary people can see that some instruments monitoring her physical condition are sounding alarms, and data such as blood pressure and heart rate are very abnormal, and she is in a dangerous situation.
Wang Lingfeng also knew the reason. He could see with his divine eyes that just now, someone had put medicine into Narcissus to treat him, but the medicine was too strong and the safety switch was turned on, so Narcissus's condition was like this. What is a safety switch? Someone will explain this soon. Why is this happening? Whoever opened the treatment area to 5%? Quickly activate the recovery switch and restore it. It can't be recovered. The equipment seems to be broken. What? Why did it break down at this very moment? How do you maintain the equipment? An angry roar sounded from inside.
It came from an old man in a green robe, with a white beard and a childlike face, and a terrifying aura emanating from his body. When Wang Lingfeng saw this old man, he immediately got the old man's information. His name was Zhu Jianlong, and he was the vice president of Jinbei Martial Arts Academy. Every student he brought out was a master of the Jinbei army, and he himself was a retired soldier from the Jinbei army. Before retiring from the Jinbei army, he was a general in the army. It is said that Narcissus was originally his disciple. If you want to be more specific, he was his last disciple. He devoted all his efforts to training him to become his successor, a successor who would surpass himself. When Narcissus got into trouble, he cleared out all the people involved in the incident and froze Narcissus here. He would come over from time to check on her and keep an eye on everything. I just didn't expect that something like this would happen. Not only did someone limit the treatment area to 5%, but the recovery facilities used as a safety measure actually broke down. This made him smell a conspiracy. If he found out that someone was playing tricks on him, he would definitely tear that person to pieces. I don't know either. I checked the device yesterday and there was no problem. Why is it not working now? At this moment, a staff member in a white coat was sweating profusely. Not to mention the person being stared at, the people around him were the same, all lowering their heads and not daring to say anything. When old Wu saw this situation, he said helplessly, "If this goes on, Narcissus will be delayed by you." President Zhu, it's useless to say this now. Let's see if there's any way to remedy the situation. Hurry up and find a solution. Old Wu successfully attracted the firepower away, and the others immediately went to work. Even if they had to pretend that they were doing something so as not to become Zhu Jianlong's target. What's more, they are really doing things and finding solutions. What remedy do you think there is? Zhu Jianlong looked at old Wu and continued the topic, which made old Wu a little embarrassed. At this moment, old Wu saw Wang Lingfeng being stopped outside the door and immediately said, "Maybe he has a solution. I'll go and bring someone in." This sentence immediately attracted the attention of the people around, especially those experts who had no idea. They looked at old Wu and watched him walk to the door and bring Wang Lingfeng in. Could it be him? Isn't this the guy named Wang Lingfeng who said he could cure Narcissus and even set up a lottery for people to guess, but he himself bought the one that couldn't cure it? Yes, that's him. That's no use. I thought there were experts coming. Well, let's figure it out on our own. When everyone saw that it was Wang Lingfeng, they immediately shook their heads and went back to doing what they were doing. That's right, they looked down on Wang Lingfeng's strength and felt that Wang Lingfeng simply didn't have the ability to handle this matter. Old Wu, stop kidding me. Do you still think this guy can handle this situation at this point? Does he have the ability to do it? Zhu Jianlong looked down on Wang Lingfeng so much that he felt that every second old Wu wasted on Wang Lingfeng was unnecessary, and he really wanted to scold old Wu severely.
He does. His alchemy is very strong.
Old Wu said immediately that if it were in the past, he would definitely be skeptical and would not dare to say anything.
At most, he would say let's give it a try. Now, he has this confidence because he knows Wang Lingfeng's alchemy level.
Although it has not surpassed the level of others, he always feels that the alchemy in Wang Lingfeng's hands is special and stronger than others. In this case, we naturally have to believe that Wang Lingfeng has this ability. Apart from this, he had no other choice.
Alchemy is strong? How strong is it? Zhu Jianlong didn't believe how strong Wang Lingfeng's alchemy was.
How strong could it be at this age? Besides, he had read some discussions on the internet before.
Wang Lingfeng had never practiced alchemy before. Only a few months had passed. Even if he knew alchemy, it wouldn't be that strong. Dean Zhu, do you need me to prove something before you believe I can save her? Wang Lingfeng didn't waste any words at this time, and directly pointed at the daffodils in the ice and said, "It's natural. Sorry, I'll go back now. You guys can collect the body." Wang Lingfeng turned around and left. This attitude made everyone stunned. Then everyone realized that Narcissus's life or death seemed to have nothing to do with Wang Lingfeng. Now Narcissus is dying, and it is not Wang Lingfeng's responsibility, so it is actually good for Wang Lingfeng.
Because in this way, Wang Lingfeng could justifiably tell everyone that it was not that he was unwilling to save people, but that Narcissus was killed by someone else. Those who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself, and those who were betting that he won't be able to fulfill his big talk, can just get lost. Therefore, at this time, Wang Lingfeng should hope that Narcissus will die soon and transcend.
Classmate Wang Lingfeng, please don't leave. I believe you can save people. Please give me a favor. As long as you can save Narcissus, then all you have to do is tell me. As long as it is within my ability, I will definitely do it.
Old Wu grabbed Wang Lingfeng, then exchanged glances with Zhu Jianlong and sent a message.
Dean Zhu, can't you let him try? At this moment, no one can do anything. What can he lose by trying? Zhu Jianlong was silent.
After thinking about it, it was true that there was no loss. If it is cured, there is no need to blame it.
If it is not cured, there will be someone to take the blame. But, do you really want him to try? Doesn't this mean that the medical teams present are not as good as Wang Lingfeng? Although they seem useless now, if Wang Lingfeng fails, he will definitely be ridiculed by the other party. Dean Zhu, you don't really believe he can do it, do you? He's just a charlatan. That's right.
We can take our time with this. The speed at which we're invading Narcissus's body is at least 2 hours away, which is enough time for us to do a lot of things.
Other teams have received the news and are coming online. Maybe they have a solution. These words made Zhu Jianlong even more hesitant.
This was the most hesitant moment he had experienced in the past 10 years.
He looked at Wang Lingfeng, his mind racing. Try? Or not try? Chapter 115? Will we become a joke then?
Wang Lingfeng did not move at this time, because he knew that he would eventually go to save people, and it was others who would humble themselves and beg him for help. Sometimes, showing some attitude and asking others to help you can save you a lot of trouble. If Wang Lingfeng went to explain this time, he would need to explain everything he did, which would waste more time. And the most important thing is that every time you are questioned by the other party with a bad attitude, no one can stand it. Student Wang Lingfeng, go and give it a try. In the end, Zhu Jianlong chose to let Wang Lingfeng go because no one else could do it. These expert teams have been online for a long time, but they have not been able to come up with a treatment plan. Some of them are only experimental and have been rejected by the teams present. Because, everything you can think of, people here have also tried it. Dean Zhu, this is unacceptable. This is playing with Narcissus's life. At this time, the leaders of the team experts all spoke.
Then what can you do? Zhu Jianlong asked back. Everyone was silent. All the plans they had just discussed were rejected and couldn't even pass the simulation test.
Of course, there are some plans that can be passed, but the things required for those plans are not available in a short time and the value is too high. It was impossible to let Jinbei Martial Arts Academy go, and as for Narcissus's family, they also began to oppose it. Over the past 10 years, this family has paid too much for Narcissus. In this hopeless situation, and with experts saying that even if she is saved, she will only be worse off than before, they no longer want to have another child. A short pain is worse than a long pain. Because of this, the Narcissus family is now arguing with others in the family, and the answer they get is still the same. There is more than one Narcissus in this family. We can't put all the chips on her. It's unfair to others. This sounds very nice. Those who oppose it have actually said all kinds of unpleasant things. Many people have complained about this in the past decade. It was because of this that the upper echelons of the family felt it was time to give up. Without financial support, many plans cannot be passed, and even some medical teams are slacking off because they know that spending extra time on Narcissus is a waste. Given this situation, when they see Wang Lingfeng coming out, not many people really oppose him. It would be best to let Wang Lingfeng take the blame. If any unexpected situation occurs, it will not be something that their team cannot handle. I can treat you now, right? I hope you all stop talking nonsense during this process. Either you do it or just watch, okay? Wang Lingfeng gave the other party a shot of prevention first, because he knew that if he didn't say anything, the other party would jump up again. But now if it is agreed that the other person will hold back even if his heart starts beating. Good. Zhu Jianlong nodded and looked at Wang Lingfeng with an unconvinced look, as if to say, if anything goes wrong, I will kill you. If you have anything to say, please say it quickly. Wang Lingfeng looked at the other two medical teams. He mainly wanted these two teams not to speak, as long as they didn't speak to him. We will be watching from the side. If you have any problems, we will definitely stop you. At this time, the people in the medical team clearly felt what Wang Lingfeng meant. They felt that Wang Lingfeng was looking down on them, so they naturally had to come out and show off. Even if I don't know how to do it, as long as I think there's something wrong with you, then there's something wrong with you. Then come on, I will definitely not stop you. Wang Lingfeng immediately stepped aside. Wang Lingfeng's attitude made these people look even more disheartened. Okay, I promise they won't bother you. If they have any ideas, I will definitely stop them. Zhu Jianlong said, and Old Wu also said that he would help watch over it. I should give you this face. Wang Lingfeng nodded, then said, tell them to stay away from me. I'm afraid some idiots will rush over. You. Those people jumped up, feeling humiliated in public, but were quickly restrained. Yes, he was stopped by Zhu Jianlong, Lao Wu, and others. Wang Lingfeng waited until they all calmed down before he continued to walk forward. It was almost time. If Narcissus was not treated, it would really be over. At this time, all the teams looked at Wang Lingfeng, whether they were present or watching through the camera. Although they felt that Wang Lingfeng had no strength, they also wanted to see what methods Wang Lingfeng would use. At least you can use it to laugh at each other. What if he succeeds, then won't we become a laughing stock? In Narcissus's medical group, which is the group where all medical teams discuss together, someone suddenly sent this message, which made everyone else silent. How is that possible? If Wang Lingfeng can really do it, then what are we? So, at this time, there were all kinds of ridicules and vows in the group. As long as Wang Lingfeng succeeded, they would run naked, eat chili peppers, wash their hair upside down, etc. And soon, they became quiet. Because they saw Wang Lingfeng come to a device, bring up a screen, and then click left, right, up and down, and then metal cans rose above the device. At this time, Wang Lingfeng took out some medicines, poured them into the metal cans one by one, and then pressed OK, and the metal cans were retracted into the equipment. In the equipment, after these metal cans enter a specific area, the medicine inside flows along the tubes, which are the tubes connected to Narcissus's body. These medicines were injected into Narcissus' body in an accurate order and dosage, and then began to treat Narcissus. That is right, this is the treatment device, where you can set the quantity, sequence, time and dosage of the medicine. This is where all the teams will operate. Here we set the activation to only 1% of Narcissus's body to see if there is any effect. We will continue only if there is any effect. If it doesn't work, then recovery is necessary. Recovery is a magical effect that can be restored within a certain period of time, but the range cannot be too large, otherwise it will not be consumed. These are the two functions of this ice sealing device, and they are also the most commonly used. This time, someone enlarged the activation area, and the lack of recovery function caused this situation. This will require a greater cost to recover, but some people just don't want to continue. In fact, this incident might be a conspiracy. If it weren't for Wang Lingfeng, Narcissus would definitely have died here. And now, she doesn't have to die. When Wang Lingfeng's medicine entered her body, the equipment monitoring her condition seemed to be going crazy to the point of final frenzy.
The crazy situation made everyone think she was hopeless. At this time, some people in the dark were preparing to have a drink to celebrate, but they found that all the data began to stabilize. Wang Lingfeng's medicine actually worked. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Chapter 116? It's Wang Lingfeng again, I want him to die. You were at the scene. What kind of potion did Wang Lingfeng use? People in the group asked the medical team present, and they couldn't see what was inside through the camera, they only knew that it was bottles of medicine. I don't know. We're too far away to feel it. The medical team on the scene also said they didn't know. How could they know this when they were blocked far away by Zhu Jianlong and Lao Wu? At this distance, you can't feel the ingredients in the medicine at all. If you are closer, you may be able to distinguish them when the medicine is poured into the tube. They actually didn't know, and even if they recognized it, it would be useless, because Wang Lingfeng's potion was just to confuse people, making everyone think that he used a lot of potions to do it. In fact, he only used the rejuvenation pill, and the rest were things like saline solution and glucose, which were just supplementary medicines for the human body and would not affect the existence of any medicinal properties. He just mixed them all with pigments to make the colors indistinguishable, so no one could know what he used. He didn't plan to tell anyone about this, thinking it would be best if people misunderstood him and let others study the formula. Can a rejuvenation pill save Narcissus? Cannot. So, Wang Lingfeng prepared 3. They are mixed into glucose respectively and then absorbed by daffodils. Now the rejuvenation pill is expelling toxins and negative energy from Narcissus' body, and will soon restore the activated area. At this time, Wang Lingfeng pressed the button to activate the whole body, and then left in style. It's done. She'll wake up soon. Wang Lingfeng didn't even want to stay and see the results because he had confidence in himself. Well, actually, he has already seen the result with his divine eyes. Narcissus will complete the detoxification and exorcism work in about 3 hours and then be unsealed. That means he has to wait for 3 hours. He doesn't have time to waste here. Wouldn't it be better to go back and go to bed early? Classmate Wang Lingfeng, are you leaving just like that? Not staying? Old Wu immediately stopped Wang Lingfeng. He was simply worried that if something happened to Narcissus, it would be better for him to stay here. At this time, although other people also wanted to stop Wang Lingfeng, their reason was that they wanted to make fun of Wang Lingfeng. Because they thought Wang Lingfeng wanted to run away at this time. How could he dare to stay? This medicine should only temporarily control the condition, and it will relapse soon. He is going to run away. Ah, so that's how it is. I thought he could heal Narcissus's injury. Some people looked bewildered and enlightened, but in fact they just wanted everyone to know that Wang Lingfeng just wanted to run away. In the medical field, many things can give people a sudden burst of enlightenment, but problems will definitely arise afterwards. Wang Lingfeng, you can't leave yet. Zhu Jianlong also spoke at this time. He also doubted that Wang Lingfeng could not do it. Okay, I'll wait here then. Wang Lingfeng sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. This is really simple. Afterwards, other people wanted to talk to Wang Lingfeng, but it seemed that no one allowed Wang Lingfeng to respond. Wang Lingfeng just sat there in meditation. This made some people very embarrassed, and they almost beat Wang Lingfeng, but they were stopped by Zhu Jianlong and Lao Wu. Because at present, Narcissus's condition is very stable, and her whole body is surrounded by vibrant green energy, which is repairing her body. It seems like everything is fine, at least, for now. Since there is no problem, then naturally we cannot let others hurt Wang Lingfeng. What if Wang Lingfeng can really save Narcissus? So, don't be in a hurry. When they saw that Wang Lingfeng didn't say anything, they thought he was too calm. How could they know that Wang Lingfeng's real body was meditating at this time, while his clone had already entered the demon refining pot and was working inside? In the demon refining pot, he directed the dogs to farm and refine pills at the same time. He thought he could continue refining the rejuvenation pill. This pill was an all-purpose recovery medicine that could not only restore chi, blood and magic points, but also restore the status. It could remove curses, poisoning, diseases, etc. one by one. As long as this rejuvenation pill is dissolved in the glucose potion, it becomes a rejuvenation potion. If you divide it into 10 parts, you can make more money. Most people only get 1 or 2 symptoms, so 1/10 of the therapeutic effect is enough. But this is not the fundamental reason why Wang Lingfeng turned it into a potion. The fundamental reason is that he does not want the elixir to be known, and there is no such thing at present.
The good thing about the golden elixir is that it can be dissolved in water without affecting its efficacy.
It can even be dissolved in wine and still have miraculous effects.
As time passed, Narcissus's condition became very stable, which made the entire medical team feel very bad. At this time, several people in the medical team outside withdrew, quickly contacted some people, and told them everything.
An operation against Narcissus will soon begin. This is an improvised operation. Although it is hasty, it is very powerful.
As a result, some foreign forces in Jinbei City and the traitors who assisted them were also exposed.
This action will inevitably expose these, so the price paid is not small.
But they have to do this, because if Narcissus can be cured, it will be a good thing for China, but it will be a disaster for Japan and South Korea.
Soon, an invisible web began to be woven in the darkness of Jinbei City.
Li Zixian was also making arrangements for this matter at this time.
Wang Lingfeng, it's that Wang Lingfeng again, I should have killed him long ago.
This time, I will let him die. Li Zixian said coldly, and then started to operate. It is really not easy to make contact arrangements in a short time, organize a strong team, and have a plan. But Li Zixian is very confident, because this kind of thing was expected.
If this situation happens one day, they must have a plan.
So, in fact, most of the plans have been arranged long ago, but they cannot be so secretive now. At this time, a maintenance vehicle came to the front of the building, and a man in work clothes came down from it, carrying a long aluminum alloy ladder on his back. Legend has it that after seeing this situation, all buildings will not conduct security checks on such workers, and will even help press the elevator button.
Sure enough, the maintenance worker entered the elevator unimpeded, and then several people following him went in as well.
Not long after, people around them suddenly attacked them at various important monitoring posts in the building.
It turned out that this building had also been infiltrated by spies.
At the same time, Wang Lingfeng's side was still quiet, and everyone had no idea that danger was about to come.
No, it's already here. Chapter 117? Is old Wu going offline? Who are you?
The guard at the door shouted, but was hit by 2 fireballs and sent flying. Then 2 figures went over and continued to fight with the guard. Then a group of people wearing black tights entered the ice room. Zhu Jianlong and Lao Wu immediately flew over, drew their weapons, and demonstrated their strength. However, 2 groups of people were immediately separated from the other side to fight with them, and at the same time they formed a barrier.
This will completely seal off the 2 people, and there will be no problem for the remaining people.
These people have already calculated everything, and they naturally know who is inside.
Dealing with Lao Wu and Zhu Jianlong is the key to this operation.
In order to create trouble for them, they also dragged in weaker people, forcing the 2 of them to be distracted to take care of others.
Then, they would capture everyone in the room.
The people inside are all medical teams, which is beneficial to them.
Taking them away will be a great achievement.
Their identities are about to be exposed, so of course they want to get some merits if they can.
They already have a plan.
Someone will come here to attract attention, and then everyone will evacuate and take the person away. The situation was quickly under their control and everything went according to their plan. At this time, one of them came to the device for injecting medicine, put the medicine in and injected it into Narcissus's body. This potion is a deadly poison. Just 1 drop is enough to kill a person, not to mention that he brought a lot of it, more than 100 milliliters.
With just this amount, thousands of strange beasts were killed.
Although this amount seems huge, it is actually nothing to Narcissus. Before Narcissus was sealed, she was already very strong. No, it shouldn't be said that she is ridiculously strong, she is level 78 at the 4th transformation.
It is also because of this that these people can't help but want to take action against him.
If Narcissus comes back to life, Jinbei City and China will be greatly improved, which will not be a good thing for Japan and South Korea. So, they were scared and wanted to stop it from happening.
This incident was originally an accident. It was the unexpected person Wang Lingfeng who cured Narcissus.
Therefore, the security level on Narcissus's side was not high, and someone took advantage of the loophole. After these poisons entered Narcissus' body, the surrounding instruments immediately started to sound, all of which were warnings of danger. Judging from the current data, Narcissus 1T last much longer. They smiled smugly at this.
Daffodil. Go to hell.
At this time, old Wu's eyes were red. He didn't expect that Narcissus was unable to escape the ice in the end. He had already come here, and he was still excited just now. I just didn't expect such a change to happen.
Now poison has been added to Narcissus.
Given Narcissus's current condition, even if she doesn't die from the poisoning, there is no hope for her in the future. He is very furious now, especially since he is being targeted and attacked by several people. Then, he swung the long-handled blade in his hand like a tornado. Blade Storm. Although it is called Blade Storm, it actually has little to do with swords, just like the swordsman in the game does not use a sword, but clearly uses a long-handled weapon. However, we have to admit that this sword technique is really powerful, and it is known as the windmill. When it turns, no grass grows wherever it goes. And by the time the rotation is finished, it is easy to be finished immediately. When the rotation is finished, it is usually the weakest time. But it is not important at this time, because after Old Wu started to turn, he decided to kill a target first, otherwise he would not be able to break the opponent's combination. The opponent has been trying to prevent such a thing from happening. If he cannot increase his strength, he will not be able to do this and will eventually be dragged to death. Or wait for someone to rescue him, but the possibility of this is very low. So, now he has to use his ultimate move. The long-handled battle blade in his hand seemed to become longer as it rotated, and it was not just a circle on a plane, but a three-dimensional circle formed nearby, making it impossible for people to get close. Anyone who is touched will be sucked in, and the result is certain death. Ah! An enemy is crushed by the glaive. I have to say that the strategy used by Lao Wu was successful, and it was a surprise attack, so it was not surprising. This made him feel relieved. With one person missing, the opponent's combination would be full of loopholes, making it easy to defeat them. But he soon discovered that he was wrong, because he found that his pressure had not decreased but increased. After one of the opponents died, they did not lose any combat effectiveness. Instead, because of this idea, I fell into the opponent's trap. Just after his blade storm ended, he took a break, then immediately picked up the sword and slashed. He also wanted to rest more, but he couldn't do it because the opponent didn't give him a chance. He wanted to take the enemy by surprise and quickly take down another person, so he used his skill again. This time it was naturally not the blade storm, but a half-moon slash that many people knew. The battle blade slashed across the ground, and a blade of energy rose from the ground, like a half-crescent moon slashing across the ground, rushing towards his target. His target was the one who looked the weakest among the three, a young man with a crew cut and yellow hair, who looked very unreliable. The reason why Old Wu made this choice is because in terms of appearance, this guy with the yellow-haired crew cut should be the weakest. But what was unexpected was that this yellow-haired airplane head had hidden strength. He was originally only level 60, but suddenly the seal was released and he immediately soared to level 70. Flames burst out of his whole body, and the flames formed a huge fire snake behind him. The fire snake opened its huge mouth and bit towards Lao Wu. Old Wu sensed a dangerous aura and knew that if he chopped down with the knife, although he would be able to kill the yellow-haired airplane head, he would also have to pay a price. If you get injured, you will be killed quickly by the next person. Because the two people behind him have now also released their seals and are attacking him. Now he is in an extremely dangerous situation. If he doesn't kill this yellow-haired airplane head, the next step will be very difficult and he may even die. But if we kill him, there will be danger now. Then, kill. Old Wu's final choice surprised everyone. He completely gave up the defense behind him and ignored the attack of the fire snake in front of him. He bravely moved forward and slashed with his sword. This shocked the man with the yellow-haired crew cut. He didn't expect that the other party would choose this. Although he could injure the other party, he would definitely die if this knife came down. Even if I don't die immediately, I can't leave here because I'm injured. At this moment, the yellow-haired airplane head hesitated for a moment, and the fire snake seemed to have a slight fluctuation. But Old Wu still bravely moved forward, enduring the bite of the fire snake and directly cutting the yellow-haired airplane head in half. Boom! The fire snake that bit Old Wu exploded, causing Old Wu to spit out a mouthful of blood. This is not the key point. The key point is that the attacks of the two people behind have arrived. Is Old Wu going offline? Chapter 118, Cleaning Up the House. A figure appeared behind Old Wu, a cold light appeared, and a long spear broke through the air. When the spear broke through the air, the faint shadow of an eagle with spread wings appeared. This move is called Eagle Strikes the Sky. The tip of the gun moved forward at an extremely fast speed like an eagle's claw and pierced into Old Wu's back. At this time, Old Wu had no way to avoid it, because his moves were already old, and he was willing to take this move to kill the yellow-haired airplane head. The reason why he made this choice was because he was a retired instructor of the Jinbei army. What he valued was courage and forwardness. When he was not sure that he could survive, he would kill one to make up for it, not to mention that he had just killed two. Yes, just now he felt that even if he gave up, he might not be able to escape, so it would be better to kill one first. At the same time, he also dared to say one sentence. "I may not die." Clang! The spear hit Old Wu's back, making a sound of metal colliding.
That is the defensive breastplate on Old Wu.
Being old doesn't necessarily mean that his strength is top-notch, but he is definitely fully equipped and has more ways to save his life than others.
The breastplate that Old Wu was wearing was of Class A quality.
It might not be able to completely block the shot just now, but at least it wouldn't be fatal.
He was definitely injured.
The bullet penetrated his body quite deeply, and if nothing unexpected happened, his internal organs were also damaged. At this time, he immediately drank a bottle of life-saving potion to suppress his injuries. In his current situation, he seemed to be in a dead end, as the attack from the other person behind him was already very close.
It was a two-handed axe.
If it chopped down, it would definitely break Old Wu's breastplate. Moreover, even with a breastplate, he could not withstand such force. However, all these conditions require that you can catch up with Old Wu first. According to Old Wu's situation, he should be unable to escape the attack, but at this moment, Old Wu shot forward at an extremely fast speed, so fast that the attacks from behind had no time to react.
Why? It's very simple.
Old Wu used the force of the spear attack to accelerate himself, so he could naturally get rid of the attack faster. Forces interact with each other.
Everyone knows this, but not many people can do it. A veteran like Lao Wu who has been through many battles will definitely do it.
The soldiers who can go to the battlefield may be rookies, but those who can survive are definitely not simple. At this time, Old Wu took this opportunity to give himself a chance to catch his breath. He adjusted his condition instantly, used several life-saving methods on himself, and gave himself some auxiliary potions, such as the Windwalker potion and Titan potion refined by Wang Lingfeng.
It's 1 against 2.
Compared to the previous situation, Old Wu has 2 fewer opponents, and now he has the advantage. Therefore, he also paid attention to Zhu Jianlong and found that Zhu Jianlong's condition was worse than his. He was also seriously injured and was also using force to hold on, but he also killed one person. Old Wu was not surprised at all about this, nor was he too nervous.
He felt lucky to be alive after being targeted.
In addition, he also paid attention to other people. Their conditions were very bad and many of them had already fallen down.
And those valuable experts have been controlled.
Hurry up, they may collapse at any time.
Take everyone present away, and they will stay behind to cover their retreat.
These people had also thought about this and felt that it was impossible to kill the 2 people, but as long as they could delay them, it would be fine. Although they said this, it does not mean that they think they cannot kill people.
They are just making this plan.
Anyway, it is impossible for others to wait for these 2 teams to finish fighting. Take away Divine Dr. Mei, Divine Dr. Jia, and the others on the list. Kill the rest, leaving no talented people for China.
This Wang Lingfeng was specifically asked to be taken away by his superiors.
But if you encounter an accident, you must kill them first.
These people left in an orderly manner. Wang Lingfeng did not resist because he was just a new student in the martial arts academy. With a level of only 30, he could be easily captured by anyone here.
When being taken away, Wang Lingfeng saw some people who were killed on the ground, many of whom were stabbed in the back. Because of this operation, the other side has a lot of accomplices. For China, this time, it may have lost a lot, but it also gained something. At least it cleared out spies in many places and many external hidden forces. For Japan and South Korea, if they want to achieve this result, they must pay a price. As long as they can prevent Narcissus from recovering this time, they think it is worth it even if they don't catch these experts. On the contrary, if Narcissus can survive and begin to recover this time, they will feel that they are at a loss even if they capture these experts and make them work for them. He was then taken to a car and driven away.
In less than 2 hours, Wang Lingfeng and others were taken away from Jinbei City.
They left the city in batches and were escorted separately. There were a lot of insiders helping out in this process. It was actually not difficult to do this kind of thing, but the difficulty lay in the fact that it was exposed after it was done this time.
When Wang Lingfeng was being taken away, the people inside the building also began to attract firepower, using various operations to confuse the Jinbei army and the police.
Old Wu and the others had no choice but to watch them delay time because they still had to deal with the people inside. Old Wu finally killed the enemy inside at a tragic cost, but his injury greatly reduced his combat effectiveness.
But Zhu Jianlong was not so lucky.
He died in battle, but he also killed all the enemies.
Zhu Jianlong even killed a few enemies when he came out. If it weren't for these enemies, he wouldn't have died.
It was because Zhu Jianlong killed these enemies that Old Wu was lucky enough to survive, which made Old Wu very uncomfortable. Perhaps to make himself feel more comfortable, Old Wu froze Zhu Jianlong. Narcissus had happened to have been taken away, and the enemy wanted to take away the corpse for research.
Damn it!
I don't know how long I waited, but Old Wu felt it was a bit too long, and the Jinbei army outside rushed in.
Hurry up and notify the city gates. Don't let anyone out. No one is allowed to leave.
Those traitors took Narcissus away, along with our miracle doctor.
Old Wu said immediately that he did not mention Wang Lingfeng. After all, a person like Wang Lingfeng was not important. The first two were enough. Sure enough, Jinbei City immediately began to close the city gates, but it was too late.
The Jinbei army soon learned about this, and so did the Chinese upper echelons. They were already looking for clues and were also beginning to clean up their ranks, finding and killing the traitors. Of course, there was also torture to get the specific details of this plan. Soon, they focused on one thing: where was Narcissus's body taken, and they had to get it back. Who knows what those beasts in Japan will do? And those miracle doctors and experts must also be saved.
Where's Wang Lingfeng? Who? Chapter 119? Is there going to be a second plug-in?
In the dark torture chamber, a man was nailed to a cross and then severely beaten with a whip.
Say it or not, say it or not. Why don't you ask? Tell me, how many people do you know? What is your purpose this time? I won't tell you even if you kill me. Say it or not, say it or not. Bang bang bang.
There are countless interrogations like this, and some of the cruel punishments are not convenient to show, while others use professional methods to conduct interrogations.
There is hypnosis, telepathy, and so on.
In short, with everyone showing their unique skills, the Jinbei army finally grasped the cause and purpose of this action.
Damn those Japanese devils. They actually planted so many spies here. It's terrible. This is also a good thing.
After this cleanup, the hidden dangers in our Jinbei city have also disappeared. But we lost the daffodils, which already had a chance to recover.
Not only Narcissus, but also our experts. They probably haven't reached the Japanese territory yet. We still have a chance. Did you find out where they went through the interrogation? No. They don't know what's going on.
They can only access their own part.
They don't know what's behind it. I would make the same arrangements if I were you. We can only keep looking and leave it to fate.
The military has deployed a large number of people to search, using drones, beastmasters, and other means, plus the speculated route, so this is the only way to find the person.
This is normal operation, and generally one or two will be found.
Sure enough, the military found 3, but 2 were fake and only 1 was real, and the real one only had 2 not particularly important experts. It is obvious that the other party has also taken this situation into account and created a lot of fake things to attract people. Most of those caught committed suicide, and there were no clues about the rest. They were all independent and did not know the routes of others.
Xu Weixian, Wang Lingfeng, where are you?
Old Wu has been rescued at this time, but his body cannot move. It will take at least 3 months for him to get out of bed, and it will take more than a year or even longer to recuperate.
When he got the current news, he immediately became worried about Wang Lingfeng. Narcissus just wanted to retrieve the body.
He also tried to contact Wang Lingfeng, but it was obviously impossible because Wang Lingfeng's bracelet had been destroyed long ago. Not only was the bracelet destroyed, but all the chips on his body were destroyed, leaving him no chance of connecting to the internet.
Hi Tang, can you contact Boss Lingfeng? Why is his profile picture gray? Didn't he just say that he's in the lab?
The communications there are isolated from the outside world, and only a dedicated line can communicate.
Oh, but it's been so long, why hasn't he come out yet?
You'd better take care of yourself.
Hurry up, Doga needs support. Haitang rolled her eyes at the other person and knew that he was looking for Wang Lingfeng to chat. After only an hour without any news, she became anxious. Never mind her. Sword-wielding technique. Oh, summon Vine's poison ivy.
Ning Mang also started to help and joined the battle. But they didn't know that Wang Lingfeng was currently under the control of someone else, being knocked into an Iron Maiden and being carried away by a beast. Like him, there was another Iron Maiden dressed as Narcissus, on the other side of the beast. In addition to the terrifying spikes that repeatedly pierce her body, this Iron Maiden also suffers from poisons and diseases, as well as a forbidden formation.
Don't think about escaping at this time. Even the pain you endure inside is unbearable for ordinary people.
But Wang Lingfeng was very calm at this time, his expression showed no pain, and he even felt a little refreshed. This was certainly not because he was abnormal, because he was practicing body refining techniques in here. Yes, he just used this Iron Maiden to refine his body. He also felt that the energy in his body was increasing, and the energy emitted filled the entire iron box. However, due to the Iron Maiden's restriction, the energy could not escape.
The result is that now this energy fills the entire Iron Maiden, massaging and strengthening Wang Lingfeng's body.
This process was quite comfortable and it helped him improve his bodybuilding skills quickly. At the same time, he also felt that he would gain a very powerful ability as a result, as if a new world was about to open up. He seemed to be trapped in some kind of mysterious state, which had nothing to do with the professional system, just like his third eye.
Is there going to be a second plug-in? What is this? Did he really comprehend the technique?
Wang Lingfeng is looking forward to this. Because of this, he is not going to struggle now. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the Iron Maiden sounded the alarm. Li Zixian walked over, accompanied by 2 orcs, both of whom were quite powerful. Her identity must have been exposed because she was one of the organizers of this incident and too many people received their orders from her. If she continues to stay in China, she will definitely be found. She had a deep grudge against Wang Lingfeng, so she would definitely come in person and bring Wang Lingfeng a painful torture device, the Iron Maiden. This Iron Maiden was originally designed to target those who were at level 3 or above, or even level 4, but she used it to deal with Wang Lingfeng. At the same time, she also opened all the mechanisms of the Iron Maiden and turned them to the maximum, wanting Wang Lingfeng to suffer the greatest pain. But what she didn't expect was that Wang Lingfeng didn't react at all, which made her suspect that her things were broken.
But she checked and there was nothing wrong. Especially running out of energy again? That means there's nothing wrong with this Iron Maiden.
She has the energy to break through, so she should still be struggling.
However, this kid is so stubborn that she didn't even make a sound. Let's see how long you can last. Li Zixian said coldly, then replaced the energy crystal core of the Iron Maiden and continued to attack Wang Lingfeng.
This kind of crystal core is nothing to her, so she doesn't feel bad about it. She didn't know that by doing this, she actually helped Wang Lingfeng improve his skills and also comprehended something.
Will she regret it then? In fact, by the time she knew it, it was already too late.
3 days later, Li Zixian's team arrived at a place. If the people from Jinbei Vocational College saw this place, they would be shocked.
Isn't this the fortress?
No one expected that Li Zixian would choose to go here. Although this place is deserted, the problem is that there are quite a lot of people here. If Li Zixian and the others want to escape pursuit, why would they go here?
No one knows about this matter at the moment. We only know that she entered it boldly and then went into a secluded place to recuperate. What she didn't know was that after she entered the city, some micro-robots were taking action in the fortress.
Those are the seeds left by Wang Lingfeng, and now these seeds have developed to an astonishing level.
But, can these micro-robots save Wang Lingfeng? You can only find out by watching. Soon, night falls.
A golden light suddenly appeared in the silent night sky, as if daytime had returned.
What's going on?
Li Zixian and others were immediately startled and went outside to look at the sky. They saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives.
Chapter 120, Visions and Illusions.
At this time, a strong man in golden armor appeared in the sky.
The difference from the last time was that there was only one this time. Moreover, this warrior in golden armor looks even more majestic and powerful.
After the golden armored warrior appeared, the golden light nearby gathered towards him, and the golden light became very bright.
Burst!
The golden armor on the golden armored warrior exploded, revealing a strong golden body. One could vaguely see the meridians on it, and there was also a colorful airflow running.
Anyone familiar with Chinese martial arts and immortal heroes would definitely say, "Is this a martial art?" But, in this era, who still practices martial arts? Everyone just wants to pursue their profession.
Martial arts are too hard and too complicated to practice, and the entry level is high.
In a nutshell.
My lord, times have changed.
In fact, this is indeed a set of exercises.
This scene was recorded and analyzed to form this set of exercises. However, even if there is a video that provides such a straightforward operation diagram, the result is that only one person out of 1,000 can learn this technique, and among those who learn it, only 1% can fully understand it and truly benefit from it. Among these people, only less than 1% can truly use their skills to surpass the combat effectiveness of their profession, and this surpassing profession is still below level B. Simply put, if you have B-level talent, you should not practice this technique.
As for level C and D, it depends on your perseverance and whether you can eventually master the technique.
If you don't have the perseverance and luck, it's better to choose the career changer route and not do anything messy.
As for E and F levels, you can try, but you don't have a chance anyway.
However, this technique also has an advantage, which is that you don't have to change your job to practice it.
You can practice it from a young age.
It can be regarded as another way of practice and can be added to the existing teaching system. In the future, someone will rely on this skill to rise from a loser to a strong man and become the overlord of a region.
In that era, he was the one holding the script for the protagonist. Let us get back to the topic.
After the golden armored warrior turned into a golden body warrior, his whole body radiated golden light, and the pressure he exerted on people was even more terrifying than when he was wearing golden armor.
Soon after, the vision disappeared.
Li Zixian and others were confused about the situation.
What did this mean? How could it suddenly appear and then suddenly disappear? Who here triggered this vision? It is impossible for them to do it, except for the two Iron Maidens, but isn't Narcissus already dead? But according to Weinling Feng, how could such a vision occur?
If it is not a human, then it may be a treasure that has appeared in the world, but such a treasure with no trace requires time to find, and they don't have time now. Moreover, they had to leave quickly now, because when this vision appeared, people would definitely come to places where no one would come before.
Let's go!
Li Zixian commanded the team to leave. However, at this moment, a voice came from outside.
Want to leave? Is it too late?
The voice was very mature and majestic, and the source of the voice was also very strange, as if it was sounding in all directions at the same time. This made Li Zixian and others confused about the situation again, and they nervously formed a defensive formation. But at this time, there was no movement outside and the man did not appear.
Who are you, sir? Li Zixian asked tentatively. She was very anxious and didn't want to delay here.
It would be troublesome if she was caught up by the Chinese. But she had to be on guard against the elusive opponent. If she went out casually, she could easily be killed. It was quiet, utterly quiet. Apart from the sounds of small animals, the only sounds were the wind and breathing.
Well, is someone playing a trick on us in order to keep us here? Someone proposed this idea to Li Ji-hyun. It's not impossible. Considering the current situation, if I get delayed, I will most likely die here. Well, let's go, the enemy will always come out.
Li Zixian began to act. If the other party was really that powerful and wanted to keep him, let him take action.
The result would be the same, he would stay here. And if the other person is not, then it would be stupid for me to stay.
When they left carefully, they did not encounter any obstacles, which made them even more certain that this was a trick played by someone. So after being on guard for a while, they sped up and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Just as they were leaving at full speed, several magical attacks suddenly appeared from the side and attacked them. This made them dodge immediately, but at the same time, several large caliber bullets were fired at them, and before that, there was not even the sound of gunfire, which was a bit weird. This also resulted in Li Zixian and others being almost hit by the bullet and getting injured, which was not a good thing for them. However, they eventually dodged it and looked towards the source of the attacks. At this time, those magical attacks appeared again, fireballs and wind blades.
No, this is not right. These magics are fake. They are illusions.
No, they are virtual projections. Soon, Li Zixian exclaimed, because she felt strange just now, as if she didn't feel any energy fluctuations. But the bullets are real. This is some kind of technology, or a technology-related career.
A rare type of job changer.
Technicians rarely become strong due to restrictions. However, technology is very useful for assistance, so it is also more popular. Just like the current situation, a career changer with technology can be made. If they cooperate with some people, then the people here can be eliminated, and it will be twice the result with half the effort.
It is indeed a good auxiliary.
Soon, she proved that this was a technological facility, not a job changer. Because she successfully captured the drone that constructed the projection, and there was no trace of the job changer's presence on it.
Go quickly.
Li Zixian's face looked very ugly at this time because she understood what this meant. This means that there are technological facilities nearby, and they belong to China. In other words, the Chinese side already knew that she was here and was rushing here.
Their current support is still 100 kilometers away.
If they are blocked here, they will be finished.
In fact, even if support arrives, they may be surrounded and suppressed. This is different from before, and now our team is exposed. Should we give up on these two and kill Wang Lingfeng now? Now, these two iron virgins are a bit of a burden to them. Giving up Narcissus goes without saying, and if they give up Wang Lingfeng, they will have to kill Wang Lingfeng. It's okay.
My Iron Maiden cannot be opened by others, and it can self-destruct at any time.
There is absolutely no way the person inside can survive. Li Zixian still wanted to try. Anyway, wanting Wang Lingfeng to die was just a matter of thought for her.
However, she never imagined that Wang Lingfeng, whom she thought was under her control, was actually the cause of all this. Whether it was the previous vision or the current illusion.
Chapter 122?
There are 4 more, keep up the good work.
Karma Fire Exploding Palm. The monk used this move again because he found that Wang Lingfeng did not explode. It had clearly received that solid blow and should have exploded completely, blooming like fireworks.
As a result, nothing happened to him.
The palm strike disappeared without a trace, like a drop in the ocean.
So, he didn't believe it and wanted to try again. The palm strike just now was just a misfire.
So he slapped out again. Then it was another case of falling into the sea. Impossible, this is impossible.
The monk once again slammed his palm towards Wang Lingfeng, and this time, he used 120% of his strength. Just when the palm was about to touch Wang Lingfeng suddenly moved away, which startled him, but the palm could not be retracted. Originally, it could not be retracted, but the problem was that after Wang Lingfeng's body moved away, the monk saw the situation in front of him, that is, the people who were attacking Wang Lingfeng in front.
The man was also attacking Wang Lingfeng with a sword.
Opposite him was a magic swordsman. There was green magic energy on the sword, which was the power of wind. When this sword is chopped down, dozens of wind blades will scatter, and all the enemies in front of you will be hacked to death. Just now, Wang Lingfeng also endured dozens of his wind blades, but no one expected that Wang Lingfeng could also withstand it. The Wind Demon Swordsman was also wondering why Wang Lingfeng could withstand such damage from him, and those wind blades didn't seem to cause any damage to Wang Lingfeng, but only left some marks on his skin. Like the monk behind Wang Lingfeng, the magic swordsman was also angry, and this move also used 12% of his power. At this time, without Wang Lingfeng, they started to attack each other.
Careful!
Both sides widened their eyes and then retracted their strength, but it was obvious that it was too late and they would definitely collide with each other. At this time, the monk performed a very advanced operation.
Boom!
The Wind Demon Swordsman was knocked away by the monk's explosive palm, which left a flaming palm print on his body and then suddenly exploded. The Wind Demon Swordsman flew up again, and a star-shaped dent appeared on his chest.
Why don't you hold back?
The Wind Demon Swordsman's eyes were as big as copper bells, and he questioned the monk angrily.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit overwhelmed.
The monk looked helpless and regretful, but the smile on his face made it clear that he did it on purpose.
I would rather die than let my friend die. If he held back, he would also get hurt. Instead of that, it would be better to let the other person get hurt, even if the other person is his teammate. Just when the Wind Demon Swordsman was about to say something, a sword appeared behind him, entered his body, and came out from the front. The appearance of this sword stunned everyone, because none of them noticed that there was someone behind the Wind Demon Swordsman. Besides, the only person who would attack the Wind Demon Swordsman was Wang Lingfeng. But isn't Wang Lingfeng standing by?
No, this sword seems to be Wang Lingfeng's sword.
This sword is still sucking blood, there is no doubt about it.
So now the question is, Wang Lingfeng is clearly standing here, but why does the sword appear behind him? Recalling what happened just now, it seemed that Wang Lingfeng's sword was knocked out, just behind the Wind Demon Swordsman.
Who is controlling that blood-drinking sword? It's you! Li Zixian looked at Wang Lingfeng.
She felt that this matter was related to Wang Lingfeng, and she didn't know what special things Wang Lingfeng used.
Or, has this sword become spiritual? It said that some swords have sword spirits?
As long as you nourish them with blood every day, you can control the sword.
This is better than sword controlling techniques. But this seems to be just a legend. It's not me. I don't have the ability to wield a sword. There must be someone else here who dislikes you and wants to kill you. Of course, Wang Lingfeng would not admit it. He wanted people to suspect that there were other people involved. If he admitted it, everyone would just stare at him. Don't try to lie to me. It must be you. There's no one else here except you. Li Zixian looked at Wang Lingfeng.
She always felt that this was related to Wang Lingfeng and had nothing to do with anyone else.
Who said that? Isn't she?
Wang Lingfeng pointed in a direction, and when everyone looked, they felt a little cold all over, because Narcissus was lying there. In their eyes, Narcissus is just a corpse, unless it has transformed into a zombie.
Is there a profession called necromancer here?
Just when everyone was silent, a voice brought them back to reality.
Save me.
The pierced wind demon swordsman shouted weakly.
He thought he could save the wound, so what were you guys doing chatting?
What frightened him most at this moment was the rapid loss of energy in his body.
Even if he took medicine and used some life-saving methods, it was of no use.
The teammates hesitated for a moment, but someone still went over to help, at least to pull out the sword. However, he was cautious when he went there, because the bloodthirsty sword appeared inexplicably, and he was also on guard against anyone who might be nearby.
So, when he passed by, you are beyond saving. Anyone whose heart is pierced by the bloodthirsty sword will surely die.
Wang Lingfeng said this at this time, because he was sure that the man could not be saved, and the blood-drinking sword had sucked all his blood and energy.
The remaining bit will continue to absorb even if the blood-drinking sword is pulled out.
As expected, the wind demon swordsman collapsed. He felt that his death was unfair.
It was truly too unfair. All in all, I died at the hands of my own people.
If it weren't for that palm strike, I wouldn't have died. So in the end, the wind demon swordsman showed a resentful expression to the monk and cursed him in a dialect that Wang Lingfeng could not understand.
1, 2, 3. At this time, Wang Lingfeng suddenly spoke and pointed at everyone with his finger. Anyone could see that Wang Lingfeng was counting the enemies left. There are 4 more, keep going. Wang Lingfeng cheered himself up. What do you mean? Do you think you can take out the 4 of us?
Take him down, don't attack him, just trap him.
You don't need to test his defenses,
Li Zixian said with some anger, and also pointed out the direction to his subordinates.
Wang Lingfeng's defense is too strong. Since they can't break it, they don't have to try.
They can just control him with control skills.
Do it boldly. Wang Lingfeng has little attack power.
The reason why the wind demon swordsman died was that he was weakened by the monk, allowing Wang Lingfeng to take advantage of the opportunity. Of course, after Li Zixian finished speaking, he also summoned his beast, a green snake, as thick as a basketball and more than 10 meters long.
The green snake's mission is to entangle Wang Lingfeng.
At the same time, the 3 subordinates also took action.
In addition to the monk, there was also a wasteland hunter and a fire mage.
Soon they used their skills to besiege Wang Lingfeng.
Everyone's attention was on Wang Lingfeng, especially because Wang Lingfeng could actually withstand everyone's attacks, whether it was magic or physical attacks. This shocked them.
At this moment, the fire mage behind suddenly let out a scream, and then flew towards the wasteland hunter. The hunter dodged the magician, who fell heavily to the ground, motionless. At this moment, the world seemed quiet. They couldn't figure out what was going on until they saw someone standing to the side, someone who shouldn't be standing there. It's transformed into a corpse.
Chapter 123?
Narcissus, the corpse, you have to be careful.
Evil dead. Who shouldn't be standing? Is it the dead wind demon swordsman? Just like his death was so strange, this wind demon swordsman turned into a corpse? Is there really something else here?
These questions appeared in the mind of someone who did not see the situation, but soon he saw the answers. This answer is even more bizarre than the wind demon swordsman's transformation into a corpse. The corpse transformation is
Narcissus.
Yes, it was the Narcissus that had been frozen for 10 years and was poisoned. At this time, Narcissus looked a little pale, with disheveled hair, just like when she was frozen. Even just like when she was frozen, she had no clothes to cover her body. But now she was standing, her body without any extra fat, looking so perfect. And she didn't feel shy about this at all, because at this moment, she had no conditions to find clothes, killing people was the most important thing. She is now just a ruthless killing machine. It was clear from her expressionless face that she hadn't even thought about her current situation.
How could you still be alive? Impossible.
You were poisoned by our Han Shaoban Beautian.
It's a terrible poison. Even in your prime, you couldn't withstand it, let alone when you were weak. Li Zixian looked at Narcissus in horror.
Narcissus did not say anything at this time, but used actions to prove everything. Kill her quickly, she's still weak.
Li Jihyun shouted.
The monk and hunter immediately attacked Narcissus.
Karma fire exploding palm.
The monk took the lead and slapped Narcissus with his palm, while the hunter drove a bear and also slapped Narcissus with his paw. At the same time, the hunter also set out several traps and shot. They used their strongest skills without any hesitation. This is Narcissus, the genius of China, who has surpassed others in their lifetime at the age of 20. If they were in her prime, they would not have the courage to attack her. What surprised them was that all the attacks fell on Narcissus, but Narcissus did not dodge and all her skills hit the target. Although Narcissus is very strong, it would not be pleasant to be hit like this. Yes, they weren't sure either. But then Narcissus did not attack and continued to endure their damage, which made them certain.
Ha, what a Chinese pride, nothing more than that.
Exactly. I thought she would be difficult to deal with, but this is it? I can shoot her to death.
You'd better say with a bow and arrow.
What else? Just when the two were feeling proud, a figure suddenly appeared behind the hunter.
Is that Wan Lingfeng?
No.
Or daffodils? That's not right, isn't there another one over there?
Why are there two daffodils? At this moment, they suddenly remembered one thing, that is Narcissus's talent.
Clone. Die.
The hunter was stabbed to death by Narcissus with a sword, and the sword used seemed to be another sword of Wang Lingfeng. Although it was just a spare sword and the level was not high, but in Narcissus's hands, the power was different.
Wang Lingfeng was a little disappointed that Narcissus's true form was actually wearing clothes.
However, Wang Lingfeng had no time to care about this matter at the moment. He was fighting against the monk in order to allow Narcissus to completely kill the hunter.
2. Wang Lingfeng's words made the monk panic. If he was surrounded and killed by the other party, he would surely die. Li Jihyun, come and help me.
Good.
Li Zixian rushed towards Wang Lingfeng.
Narcissus drew his sword and walked towards the monk, as if he was going to kill him before Li Zixian arrived. The monk used the golden bell cover to save his life at this time. Once the skill was activated, he could survive for a while. This is originally a life-saving skill and should be used at this time. He was very confident in this skill, and even if Narcissus came in his prime, he could hold on for a while. I will definitely be able to wait for Li Zixian to come and help, and then it will be 2 against 2.
At that time, as long as we deal with Wang Lingfeng first, and then take advantage of Narcissus's weakness, there is still hope.
However, he never expected that.
Li Jihyun, what are you going to do?
When Li Zixian was heading towards the monk, he went to the teleportation array in the middle. The teleportation array lit up at this time, and soon Li Zixian disappeared. Before disappearing, Li Zixian said another word. I'll go get some reinforcements, you hold on. It turned out that Li Zixian had just completed the operation on the console and pressed the transmit button. When she realized something was wrong, she had already left herself a way out and teleported away first. As for reinforcements, that was not wrong, she would call them over.
Those reinforcements will definitely kill both Wang Lingfeng and Narcissus, especially Narcissus. Can you please treat me like a fart and let me go?
The monk raised his hands in surrender.
I didn't expect that I had just betrayed my teammates, and now it's my turn.
However, when he raised his hands, Wang Lingfeng stabbed him with his sword without hesitation, not caring about the other party's surrender at all. The monk immediately retreated backwards, but he forgot that there was an even more ruthless person behind him. Narcissus pushed the monk in front of Wang Lingfeng with a palm, and knocked him into the blade of the blood-drinking sword. A sword that chills the heart. The unique blood threads of the blood-drinking sword appeared and began to suck blood crazily. The monk wanted to break free, but Narcissus hit him with another palm and he couldn't get away at all. At this time, the monk attacked Wang Lingfeng madly, and the explosive palm hit Wang Lingfeng madly, becoming slower and slower, and the power becoming weaker and weaker.
Wang Lingfeng didn't move at all. Your defense is a bit abnormal. How can you have such strong defense at level 30?
Narcissus looked at Wang Lingfeng, her delicate face showed weakness, and she soon collapsed to the ground. She was actually holding on just now, and now she is weak. If Li Zixian saw this situation at this time, he would definitely realize that he had been fooled, but he would also think it was normal because everyone was scared by the name of Narcissus.
Because all my efforts are on defense. Okay, hurry up and I'll send you away. The other party will be here soon. Wang Lingfeng said as he took out a backpack from the side.
It was for emergency use and contained some supplies. Of course, this was prepared by the devils. He handed the backpack to Narcissus and carried her onto the teleporter. At this time, Narcissus didn't have much strength to move. Because of this, Wang Lingfeng fed the other party another bottle of medicine, allowing him to recover slowly.
What about you? Narcissus asked. I want the next one. Why the next class? Because this transmission will be recorded, we can catch up by repeating the last time. No matter how you clear the record of this teleportation array, you can reset the last teleportation. Be careful. Don't worry, I will also target the area near our Jinbei city, and the other party won't be able to gain much advantage. When Wang Lingfeng finished speaking, the teleporter had already started and Narcissus had been teleported out. Then he set a destination and teleported out. After a while, there was another fluctuation on the teleporter, and a group of orcs appeared, one of whom Wang Lingfeng had seen before. It's that white fox orc. The strength of these people can even cause terrible damage to Jinbei city. Chase and kill that Wang Lingfeng. Chapter 124? Wang Lingfeng, you will die with them.
Old Wu was sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed and running wildly. Even so, he was still urging the people behind him. Hurry up, hurry up. This was him in the military hospital of the Jinbei army. He was so anxious at this time because he received the news that Narcissus had been found. So he asked someone to push him over. At this time, the military hospital was on high alert, and every intersection was guarded. Finally, Old Wu saw Narcissus, who was weak. Narcissus, are you okay? When he saw Narcissus, Old Wu didn't say the words he had prepared, as if he didn't know where to start. I should be fine, but I'm not sure. This was not the first time Narcissus had given this answer. Someone had asked this question before, but she was still unsure about her situation. Because we don't see any problems, but she's still very weak, and there are things in her body that haven't been cleared out. Ultimately, we have to blame the person who rescued her. This was the answer from the medical teams. After Narcissus came back, several medical teams were called in, including the military hospital's own. After everyone examined them, they all gave the same answer. You mean Wang Lingfeng? Where's he? Aren't you guys together? Of course, Old Wu knew that they were talking about Wang Lingfeng, and he thought that Wang Lingfeng would be with Narcissus, but he found that this was not the case. If Wang Lingfeng was here, even if he was not in this ward, he would have given an explanation. It would not be like what the medical team said, that they didn't know and that they needed to ask Wang Lingfeng. He went to distract the devils, and we haven't found him yet. These words were said by an officer nearby. He seemed to be of high status, perhaps a high-ranking general. The information he gave Old Wu was just that Wang Lingfeng had not been found yet and they had already sent people to look for him. Old Wu also guessed why this happened. It must be because of Narcissus, and Narcissus must have reported it to the Jinbei army in order to find Wang Lingfeng. Soon, he got the process of what happened, and it was almost the same as he expected. But he now has a biggest problem, which is: Narcissus, how did you survive? I thought you were dead. They just said you were found, and I thought they were carrying your body back. I didn't expect you to be alive. Old Wu said it very bluntly. In fact, just like Old Wu, when the people present first heard that Narcissus was found, they all thought that a body had been found. But when they were told that the person had returned but was just weak, they all suspected that they had heard it wrong. At that time, they were almost all asking, "What did you say? She's still alive? How is that possible?" Especially Old Wu, he saw Narcissus being poisoned at that time, and the instruments also showed that she was dead. How could she still be alive? So many Japanese devils sacrificed their lives, how could Narcissus survive? There must be no antidote for that poison. Now think about it, Narcissus is still alive, so wouldn't the sacrifices of those Japanese devils be in vain? This time they paid such a huge price in vain, and in the end nothing happened? This is a bit too funny. If this is the case, be sure to send a message to the other party after Narcissus recovers. How did you come back to life? Old Wu asked directly. This question was also asked by the people present, and the answer they got was, I don't know either. Anyway, I'm still alive. Narcissus naturally didn't know about this, so she had to ask Wang Lingfeng about it, but Wang Lingfeng didn't have time to explain it before. It seems we still have to wait until we find Wang Lingfeng to know if he's in trouble. Narcissus was silent, and everyone present looked at Old Wu, saying, "You are really bringing up something that is not related to the topic." Now everyone thinks that Wang Lingfeng is in great danger, because Wang Lingfeng is used as bait, and the person chasing him must be a master, otherwise how can he deal with Narcissus? Now there has been no news for such a long time, which means that something must have happened to Wang Lingfeng.
Ahem, we've already sent people to look for Wang Lingfeng. As long as he makes any movement, we can provide immediate support. Yes, Wang Lingfeng must have chosen to teleport nearby. As long as he is near our Jinbei city, as long as there is any movement, we will find him. Don't worry. Then why haven't we seen any signs of trouble? Logically, Wang Lingfeng would have sent out a distress signal immediately, so why hasn't he done so yet? Could you please stop talking? We have also suspected this. The only explanation is that Wang Lingfeng was unlucky and was unable to send out a distress signal. In this case, either the environment does not allow it, or no one will see it once it is sent out. Or if he sends it out, it will attract enemies immediately, so it is better not to send it out. The purpose of sending a signal is to save one's life. If sending a signal can help one get somewhere, who would send a signal for help? No matter which of the above is the case, Wang Lingfeng is in danger. This is what is most worrying. A day passed and there seemed to be still no movement, as if Wang Lingfeng had disappeared. Normally, when Old Wu went to see Narcissus, he should have understood the situation. Will it take so long for Wang Lingfeng to fight against those people? So, everyone thought that Wang Lingfeng was in great danger. However, Jinbei City still issued a reward at this time. Anyone who could provide clues about Wang Lingfeng would receive a reward bonus. When this news reached people who knew Wang Lingfeng, everyone guessed that something must have happened to Wang Lingfeng. Hai Tang, do you think something has happened to Boss Lingfeng? Have no idea. Ning Meng and Hai Tang didn't know how many times they had had this conversation. After each conversation, they would look into the distance with a little worry. However, they know that worrying is useless and cannot change anything, so they should just do their own thing. In this way, another week passed, and both Old Wu and Narcissus were able to get out of bed and walk around, and their health seemed to have recovered. But there was still no news from Wang Lingfeng. This time, Zen Baking also changed the direction of the investigation. Since he couldn't find Wang Lingfeng, he would look for the situation on the other side. Sure enough, there was news soon. However, when the people in Jinbei City received this news, they were a little confused, because they found out that the Japanese had also lost people, and quite a few of them, and they were very important people. When they went to hunt down Wang Lingfeng, they never returned and there has been no news of them since. When the list of these people appeared, Jinbei City even had a somewhat unkind hope. Don't come back. After all, we only have one unprofessional here, Wang Lingfeng, while you have 5 4th-level masters and more than a dozen 3rd-level minions. Not to mention replacing so many people, Wang Lingfeng would be making a profit if he could replace a 3rd-level younger brother. Wang Lingfeng, you will die with them. Chapter 125? Script Killing, I am the protagonist. Saishu Village. This is a village where people with the surnames Kai and Su live together. This village has a secret, which is: don't go out after dark. Not only that, make sure to close the doors and windows. No matter what happens at night, do not open the doors and windows. Wang Lingfeng's surname is now Kai, and the villagers call him Kai Ji. He has a wife named Su Miaoyun. When Wang Lingfeng heard this name, he felt that he should not be called Kai Ji, but Ju Di. At this moment, Su Miaoyun's face immediately showed a fierce look after seeing Wang Lingfeng. It's all for free, go to hell. Su Miaoyun burst out with powerful strength from her whole body, and then she grabbed Wang Lingfeng with one hand. The power made it clear that if Wang Lingfeng was pinched by her, he would die. Wang Lingfeng was very calm at this time, with an attitude of, come on, who's afraid of who? Su Miaoyun became even angrier, and attacked with even greater force. Warning! Warning! A warning appeared in front of Su Miaoyun's eyes and she stopped. At this moment, a message appeared in front of her. This message made her understand that not only could she not kill Wang Lingfeng now, she also needed to protect him. This is actually a secret realm, a script-killing secret realm. Everyone who enters it will play a role, and if they die, they will die too. I am the protagonist of this secret realm. If you kill me, you will not be able to pass through the secret realm and all of you will die. Therefore, at this time, not only should you not have any murderous intentions towards me, you should also protect me.
Wang Lingfeng said with a smile. His calm look made the other party very angry.
The Su Miaoyun in front of him was naturally not Su Miaoyun, but a half-orc, which was obvious.
The rules of the script Killing Secret Realm are that to outsiders, you are the character here, but it doesn't matter what you look like or whether you are a man or a woman. If someone says you are Zhao Yun, then you are the Zhao Zilong from Shijiazhuan, the one who is full of courage.
Women can be too. The Su Miaoyun in front of him was a white fox half-orc.
Yes, it was the white fox half-orc that Wang Lingfeng had seen before.
Wang Lingfeng never thought that it would be this white fox girl. Doesn't she have a very high status? Do you need to come in person? Wang Lingfeng expressed his incomprehension, but did not think much about it.
He just took a look at the other party's information and strength. Xue Huyu, 32 years old, 4th transformation level 77, the king of illusions, can pull people into the illusion and trap them in an endless illusion.
The ancestor was a traitorous guard general of China. After so many years of integration, the Chinese blood he possessed can be ignored.
In addition, she now knows all the secrets of Japan and has committed various crimes against China.
Please do not let her go because of her appearance.
Don't waste time trying to subdue her, it's best to kill her directly.
Wang Lingfeng also agreed with this.
The reason why he brought these people into this secret realm was that he wanted to kill them all.
This secret realm is different from the last one.
If Wang Lingfeng follows the same method as last time, he is likely to lose.
After all, these people are not simple people. But in this secret realm, Wang Lingfeng has the initiative.
He can kill others, but others definitely cannot kill him. If he really had no other choice, he could actually commit suicide and die with these people.
Well, those people in Jinbei City actually guessed right. Wang Lingfeng could die together with these devils.
If this were known to the outside world, they would definitely go crazy, and if he could be contacted by the outside world, his phone would definitely have been blown away. It is estimated that most of these calls ask him to die with the enemy, which will reassure him that there will be someone to take care of his family.
Why are we in a secret realm?
Where did you set us to be teleported to? What Xue Huyue wants to know most now is this question. She was confused when she came in.
How could she directly enter a secret realm?
If it is teleported, it should not allow people to enter the secret realm.
Unless Wang Lingfeng's teleportation happened to be at the entrance and opened the secret realm.
Then we need to know the location of the secret realm, but are there any other such secret realms nearby?
Why don't we know?
I just randomly chose a place, and who knew it would be such a coincidence that it happened to be a secret place?
Wang Lingfeng's answer seemed reasonable, but Xue Huyue didn't believe it at all.
Really? Just a coincidence? I told you it wasn't a coincidence, I knew it, what do you think? That's impossible, it must be a coincidence.
Xue Huyue also discovered the problem.
She would doubt everything Wang Lingfeng said, so it didn't matter what Wang Lingfeng said.
So, was it a coincidence, or was it known in advance? Xue Huyue will continue to be troubled by this problem, and Wang Lingfeng will definitely not explain so much to her anymore. Soon, Xue Huyue calmed down and began to analyze the secret realm with Wang Lingfeng.
What clues do you have about this secret realm?
We need to complete the conditions?
Xue Huyue put aside everything else at this moment and completed the secret realm first.
After the secret realm was completed, there would still be time to deal with Wang Lingfeng.
Now, it's all meaningless, of course she will chat with Wang Lingfeng and ask him some questions.
I know. I have a diary with some things written in it.
After Wang Lingfeng finished speaking, the other party immediately asked for his diary, and soon she started flipping through it. It contains some strange rules of the village, as well as some taboos, and some of the protagonist's experiences. It turns out that monsters appear in this village every night. These monsters are very powerful, but very strange. They will not destroy the houses and will not enter the houses with closed windows and doors. However, they will confuse the people in the house, making them open the doors and windows and allow them in. Those are the rules of this place, and they don't tell us what to do.
After reading it, Xue Huyu frowned and wondered if Wang Lingfeng was playing a trick on her.
You didn't notice, but I wrote in the diary at the beginning that I want to go out, leave this village, and go out to explore the world. This is what needs to be accomplished, that is, to leave, preferably to gain a certain amount of power.
Don't forget, I'm the protagonist.
Wang Lingfeng said lightly, and his attitude and tone made Xue Huyue feel angry. She wanted to jump up and beat Wang Lingfeng. However, she couldn't do that, so she had to endure it for now.
Where are the others?
Xue Huyue asked. There were more than a dozen people coming this time.
I don't know. Wang Lingfeng replied casually and looked at the sunset in the sky. It's getting dark soon, let's go inside. Hopefully they can find the house, otherwise they might die outside. Of course, they are referring to Snow Fox Moon's half-orc teammates. This made Xue Huyue look a little unhappy. If those people didn't know the situation, would they be killed by those monsters? It shouldn't be possible. He died at the very beginning. How stupid would that person be? How could such a person be my subordinate? Chapter 126, Hundreds of Ghosts, Conspiracy. The sun sets. Boom boom boom.
The rapid sound of gongs rang out in the village, and in the distance, someone could be heard calling others to go home.
Soon, night falls.
Wang Lingfeng had closed all the doors and windows, which had pictures of chickens and peach charms of the door gods on them. Paste a picture of a chicken on the door, hang a reed rope on it, and insert a peach charm beside it, and all ghosts will be afraid of it. This is a rumor circulating in the village and is also recorded in the diary. However, Wang Lingfeng remembered that this seemed to be written by a person in the southern dynasties. He drew a picture of a chicken on a piece of paper and pasted it up. Chickens have been used to bring good luck and ward off evil since ancient times. The reason is that chickens are yang and can restrain things. As for the peach charms of the door gods, they are made of peach wood boards with the door god's name written on them, or with the door god's portrait carved on them. Needless to say, everyone knows that peach wood is used to ward off evil spirits, and the names of the door gods are not Qin Xiong and Yuqi Gong, but Shintu and Yulei. Shintu and Yulei are two brothers who are good at catching ghosts. Are all the things outside ghosts? Never mind. At this time, Wang Lingfeng chose to be alone in a house, not with Xue Huyue. Even though you are the protagonist and will not die, it does not mean that others will do something strange. Especially when the other party is a beast. Boys must protect themselves when they are outside. When Xue Huyue saw Wang Lingfeng's behavior, she didn't know why, but she seemed to feel full of malice, which made her a little unbearable. Just wait, you will die once you leave the secret realm. Not long after, some people began to appear outside. They looked completely human and did not look like monsters. Pa. Those people came and knocked on the door. The first rule here is to go home and close the doors and windows after dark, and the second rule is that after dark, if you see anyone appear, do not open the door or respond. Colonel Snow Fox, I'm Yamashita Naoki, please open the door quickly and let me in. Xue Huyue saw through the door and window that a half-orc who looked a bit like Era was standing in front of the door. He was the one who came with him this time. At this moment, Xue Huyue subconsciously prepared to open the door, but quickly reacted. You are not Yamashita Naoki. Xue Huyue asked coldly, why was he the only one here at this time? Why didn't the other monsters follow? This was obviously a problem. Besides, even if there was no problem, she would not take the risk of letting Yamashita Naoki in because it was not worth it. In her eyes, Yamashita Naoki was just a small soldier and was dispensable. At this time, Yamashita Naoki outside kept proving that he was the real person and said things that only Yamashita Naoki knew. This even made Xue Huyue tempted. Could it be true? Until she saw someone on Wang Lingfeng's side doing the same thing, except that it was a different person, also someone Wang Lingfeng knew. It's Ning Meng. You fox ghost, your fox tail is showing. Wang Lingfeng said directly. After hearing this, the monster pretending to be Ning Meng revealed its true form. It was a fox ghost, and it would reveal its true form after its identity was revealed. After Wang Lingfeng said this, the Yamashita Zhizhang in front of Xue Huyue also changed. It turned out that he was also a fox ghost. This was not Wang Lingfeng helping, he just shouted casually, and he knew that Xue Huyue would not open the door in the end. At this time, even if her most trusted men came, it would be useless, let alone just such a small minion. The reason why Wang Lingfeng called out the fox ghost's identity was simply because he didn't want to see the fox ghost pretending to be Ning Meng, which made him feel a little disgusted. Colonel Snow Fox, these are all your compatriots, all fox spirits. Wang Lingfeng said something at this time, which was full of sarcasm. Snort. Don't hum, you should be feeling sad. The fact that this fox ghost can say so much means that your men have been eaten. He possesses their memories. Wang Lingfeng said on the side that the two of them didn't need to shout to talk to each other. As long as they met in the secret realm and were nearby, they could talk directly using the secret realm channel. Why didn't you say your people were eaten? Wasn't she also pretending? Xue Huyue directly retorted in a cold voice. Because she doesn't look like him at all. I could tell she was fake right away. She didn't say so many things, but your men said everything. It's normal, and you don't need to worry too much, because in this secret realm, you will all die in the end. Wang Lingfeng said with a smile, making Xue Huyue impulsive again. I don't know what the consequences of killing him will be, so I might as well give it a try, even if I might die.
Don't be impulsive, it's not worth dying for. Snort. Xue Hu, you didn't say anything.
Just take action when the time comes, don't talk nonsense. Go to sleep. After Wang Lingfeng said this, Xue Huyue never heard Wang Lingfeng's voice again that night, as if he had really gone to sleep. That night, Xue Huyue studied these monsters again. They seemed to be the hundreds of ghosts in the legend, but these hundreds of ghosts were not from Japan, but from China. Of course, many of the demons in Japan are derived from the demons in China, such as Gyutori, Tengu, etc., so it is normal to have some duplication. Another point is that although it is called 100 ghosts, it does not really mean that there are only 100 kinds of ghosts. Chinese records like to use this plural number to represent a large number, or even an infinite number. Xue Huyue was not sure how powerful these ghosts were, but according to the rules of the secret realm, it was better not to try. The rules of some secret realms will suppress your strength. No matter how strong you are, it will be useless unless your strength exceeds the power of this rule. However, it seems that nothing like this has happened so far. The next day, after dawn, the ghosts outside retreated.
Wang Lingfeng, come out quickly. Xue Huyue came and knocked on Wang Lingfeng's door.
You vixen, why are you still here? As soon as Wang Lingfeng opened his mouth, he started cursing Xue Huyue. It sounded like he was talking about the fox ghost among the hundreds of ghosts, but Xue Huyue felt that he was targeting him.
Ah, Colonel Snow Fox, it's you. What's wrong? Why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Wang Lingfeng looked as if he had recognized the wrong person.
We were too late yesterday to check on the village.
Now is the time to go check it out and gather the people.
Xue Huyue resisted the urge to kill Wang Lingfeng and looked at him coldly.
Okay, but we can split up so we can find more clues. And you can be the one gathering the people. I'm afraid your people might want to kill me if I go over there. Wang Lingfeng is still very self-aware. He is the one the other party wants to kill. No, I thought about it. You've always wanted to act alone. Is there some conspiracy you don't want us to know? We can't kill you, but can you kill us?
Xue Huyue immediately shook her head. She had thought about it all night and felt that this secret realm had its own rules, and that people like her might be killed by the rules. Therefore, Wang Lingfeng cannot be allowed to act alone. How come you don't even have this little bit of trust?
I don't have any conspiracy.
Yes, you are not a conspiracy, you are an open conspiracy.
Chapter 127?
They are all damn beasts. In the middle of the village, two white skeletons with some flesh and blood appeared in the middle. A group of residents were guarding nearby.
When they saw Wang Lingfeng and the other man coming, they immediately greeted them. In the eyes of these people, Wang Lingfeng is a rookie, and Xue Huyue is Su Miaoyun.
The two people who died were naturally villagers, and their identities here were.
Why did Shi Minqing and Wu Dalong die? Why didn't they go home last night? Did they go to see Pan Jinlian again? What a pity. Two good young men were killed just for watching a widow taking a bath.
The villagers' discussions let Wang Lingfeng know the identities of the dead people, and the secret realm system also told him the names of the two people.
They are the people who came with Xue Huyue to hunt down Wang Lingfeng.
One is called Yamashita Naoki and the other is called Yamagami Ike Dai. In this kind of secret realm that is like a script killing game, anyone who enters will be displayed, and anyone who dies and is discovered will be notified to everyone immediately. Everyone had just been informed, so Wang Lingfeng knew the other party's identity at once. At this time, Xue Huyue was a little confused. If you die, you will fail and we will pay for your funeral, so why are you fine when we die?
Is it really so unfair?
Xue Huyue looked at Wang Lingfeng, and the cold murderous intent in her eyes was too obvious.
That's not fair. You can kill me now. You.
Xue Huyue really wanted to kill Wang Lingfeng, but after thinking about it, she decided not to.
No one would really want to die together with someone for this.
But her hatred for Wang Lingfeng was growing stronger and stronger, and she didn't know how much stronger it was than before. When she first came, she actually just wanted to see what kind of person Wang Lingfeng was and why her plans kept failing. To be honest, she had not harbored much hatred towards Wang Lingfeng before. She just thought that the other party was a small stumbling block that could be bypassed. Now, she felt that Wang Lingfeng was an obstacle on her path and she had to get rid of him. What made her feel aggrieved was that she couldn't kill Wang Lingfeng now, and she also needed to protect him.
Yes, he needs to be protected. Wang Lingfeng, it's you.
At this moment, Li Zixian's voice sounded, and Li Zixian summoned a black tiger with very prominent teeth and claws, which looked like it would kill anyone who was touched.
She didn't care about the lives of these villagers at all.
She just ordered Black Tiger to charge forward and kill any obstacles she encountered. What surprised her was that she saw Wang Lingfeng standing there calmly, without moving a muscle, and there was no such thing as being chased as she had imagined.
In other words, there is no need to worry about Wang Lingfeng blending into the villagers and disappearing.
But when Wang Lingfeng said this, she felt that there might be some conspiracy.
Perhaps the opponent was too weak and didn't react at all. That should be it. No matter what the reason, kill him first.
Soon, she understood that the reason why Wang Lingfeng was so calm was because he had someone protecting him, and this person was someone she would never have thought of.
Stop!
Xu Wehuyu stood in front of Wang Lingfeng and held down the black tiger's head with one hand, preventing it from moving. Li Zixian was not surprised by this result, but he was also surprised. What was not surprising was that Xu Wehu's strength could easily control him, not to mention one of his own beasts.
Unexpectedly, Xu Wehuyu actually saved Wang Lingfeng. What does this mean? She asked the question immediately.
He is the protagonist of this secret realm. If you kill him, we will either be trapped here forever or be wiped out by the system.
Xu Wehuyu replied, and then added, otherwise, why do you think I was next to him and didn't kill him? Li Zixian understood that this secret realm had a script and one had to complete the scripted tasks before leaving. So what are we going to do?
What Li Zixian wanted to ask was what task needed to be completed.
We don't know yet.
We still need to look for clues.
Let's ignore Wang Lingfeng. He has no intention of leaving any faster. Well, he definitely wants to delay us.
The slower the better.
Maybe the secret realm doesn't even have a time limit, so he could trap us for life.
After Li Zixian and Xue Huyue exchanged ideas, they began to look for clues in the village, and soon their people appeared. Except for the two dead Japanese devils, everyone else has entered the group chat, which means that everyone has met each other. They began looking for clues in the village and chatting with the villagers. 3 days passed and clues began to emerge slowly. First of all, there is a treasure in this village. This treasure will attract ghosts to come here to look for it. At the same time, this treasure will nourish the people here, making them a great tonic for ghosts. This treasure was guarded by a Maoshan Taoist priest in the village, and everyone called him Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu has 2 disciples, one named Xiu Sheng and the other named Wenkai. These 2 disciples are basically a drag on the team. They were probably tricked by Uncle Jiu to do odd jobs for free.
What exactly is the treasure? No one knows this, only Uncle Jiu knows.
But for Li Zixian and the others, this matter can be put aside for the time being.
They don't know what the use of this treasure is.
Secondly, there is a church on the back mountain of the village, and these ghosts all come out of the church. The villagers tried to tear down, burn, seal, etc. the church, but it would return to its original appearance at night, and then ghosts would emerge from it.
There is another thing, I don't know if it is related to the mission.
Legend has it that there is a cliff on the back mountain, and a figure will appear at night. The figure inside will perform some unprecedented gestures and some unprecedented martial arts skills.
No one has verified this, and even if it is verified to be true, it seems to be of no use. Who would watch these? Wouldn't it be better to watch the videos of masters instead of just using their time? Are there no other clues?
No, I've been selling my ass for the past few days to get these clues. Some of them are just trivial matters, like Jinlian needs medicinal herbs to buy medicine for Wu Dalong, and Shiman Chang and Li Pinger need ingredients to learn how to make sesame cakes.
Okay, got it. Let's go to the church today to check out the situation and ask Wang Lingfeng if he wants to go.
Soon, Li Zixian went over to ask Wang Lingfeng, who was playing cards with Qiu Sheng at the time and listening to Qiu Sheng bragging. After hearing Li Zixian's intention, he directly refused.
I won't go. You don't know I'm a Taoist fortune teller. Why would I go to a place like a church? Of course Wang Lingfeng refused. Ah, Brother Wang, you can tell fortunes, then we can discuss it.
Oh, I remember now, my master said that ordinary people should not go to the church, as it is easy to get into trouble.
Xiu Shang reminded from the side. Xiu Shang, you don't need to persuade them, they are all damned beasts. Wang Lingfeng's blunt scolding almost made Li Zixian unable to hold back.
In the end, he really went to investigate these damn beasts, those Japanese devils, and the process made them suspect that this was a trap set by Wang Lingfeng.
Chapter 128? Do you think we dare not kill you?
Wang Lingfeng was still playing cards with Xiao Shang, and Xiao Shang would occasionally use some spells and magic with the purpose of cheating. But no matter how he cheated, he still lost to Wang Lingfeng overall. He had lost all the copper coins he had, and also lost some talismans to Wang Lingfeng.
These talismans are secret realm props.
Once obtained, they are props that can be taken away and their effects will not change. Sometimes, some props in the secret realm will have very magical effects, but there are level restrictions, just like the control talisman that Wang Lingfeng has one now. This control talisman can only work on people below level 40, and will have no effect on people above level 40. At this time, a group of embarrassed Japanese soldiers came over and stared at Wang Lingfeng.
Wang Lingfeng, do you know what's out there?
2 more of us have died.
Li Zhixian came to question on behalf of these embarrassed Japanese devils, and even she and Xue Huyue were in the same embarrassed state.
Did you really go to that church?
I told you not to go.
No, even if you went, it wouldn't be so miserable.
Did you touch my master's things?
Xiao Shang looked at Li Zhixian and others with a worried look, as if he was afraid that he would say these things. However, the more you fear something, the more likely it will come.
You mean those black lines?
Li Zhixian and others asked, because when they just destroyed these lines, a zombie king appeared inside and sucked the blood of the 2 Japanese devils. Before this, when they saw these black lines, they just felt a little messy and didn't pay much attention to it. However, there are still some smart people among them, who tell everyone not to touch anything inside, including the black line. But they didn't expect that when they were looking at something, there were a lot of black lines blocking their vision, so some of them removed the black lines. After the black line was removed, the atmosphere in the entire church changed. It became eerie and scary, and the thumping music made people feel uneasy.
Facts proved that this feeling was correct.
After the black line disappeared, a shriveled zombie jumped out, easily grabbed one of the Japanese soldiers, and then took a bite and sucked his blood. Soon, the shriveled zombie began to gain weight. After sucking 2 people, it became more handsome and its strength seemed to have increased a lot. Before, the zombie's strength might have been limited to 20% or 30%. After absorbing it, it immediately recovered by 70% or 80%.
Then, the zombie didn't chase anyone, but lay down and fell asleep.
That's the ink line, the ultimate weapon for suppressing zombies, Zombie General.
It's over, this night is going to be bad, Master.
Xiao Shang immediately dropped the cards and went to find his master, Uncle Jiu. Wang Lingfeng jumped up at this moment and shouted angrily, Xiao Shang, damn it, you are cheating.
I won this round.
Li Zixian and others looked at Wang Lingfeng, a little confused as to whether Wang Lingfeng was unaware of the current situation or did not take it seriously enough. But no matter which one it was a stupid behavior.
Wang Lingfeng, are you waiting for us here?
The plot is moving forward, but 2 of us have died.
Li Zixian was very suspicious about this. Wang Lingfeng must know something, but he just didn't say it. What are you talking about? How could I know these things? Do you think I'm a god?
Wang Lingfeng shook his head and said, you really think too highly of me.
No, I know you know. You just want to wait for us to go and let our people die. The more we die, the better it will be for you. Li Zixian looked at Wang Lingfeng. She knew Wang Lingfeng's conspiracy. No, it was an open conspiracy.
Because Wang Lingfeng has made it clear that the path is for you to follow, the current situation will occur sooner or later.
Especially.
It was you who revealed the message of this church, and it was you who guided us there. On the way back, Li Zixian and others had already figured out that Wang Lingfeng was involved, because the person who got the news about the church was Wang Lingfeng who leaked the information.
No, I didn't. Don't accuse me.
Wang Lingfeng immediately denied it 3 times.
It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. Since you know all this and want to push the plot forward, why don't we just get out of here early? Li Zixian once again spoke on behalf of the devils.
At this time, the Japanese thought that Wang Lingfeng must have some clues and wanted to trade with him. They knew that Wang Lingfeng would definitely not tell them the clues easily, and they were ready for the deal. But what they didn't expect was that Wang Lingfeng would directly express his thoughts that shouldn't be said at this time.
No, if you leave earlier, you will be alive, and then I will be unhappy. Wang Lingfeng wanted everyone here to die, which made these people very angry. Don't push us too hard. We can die together with you.
The Japanese soldiers nearby began to issue warnings in a stern voice. They looked very scary, but it was a pity that they met Wang Lingfeng. This guy is a hero who is not afraid of death. Well, that's how he narrated it himself. Then come. Wang Lingfeng didn't give the other party any face at all. Do you dare to kill me now? Do you think we dare not kill you? Xu Wehu came out, she couldn't help it, and at this time her eyes began to turn a little green, that is, blue eyes.
Yes. Wang Lingfeng's confidence made the Japanese soldiers present crazy.
Where do you get the courage from?
That's right, we can't kill you.
If you die, we all die together.
But don't forget that sometimes, life is more painful than death. The Japanese surrounded Wang Lingfeng. Although they could not kill Wang Lingfeng, they could beat him and torture him. This is indeed a problem.
Wang Lingfeng's expression changed a little at this time, as if he had just thought of this matter. At this moment, those devils all had smug smiles on their faces, as if they were saying, "I'll torture you to death. No, I won't let you die, I'll just make your life worse than death."
Catch him. Li Zixian shouted coldly, and several orcs rushed over and captured Wang Lingfeng.
Yes, Wang Lingfeng was captured, but he didn't show any special reaction. It seemed that he didn't lay any foreshadowing.
Now Wang Lingfeng was caught.
Get him, Yamamoto Kunta, you're the best at this.
Good.
At this time, an old dog with a perverted look came out. He was a canine half-orc, wearing a mask, leather clothes, and a whip in his hand.
Don't come over here.
Wang Lingfeng screamed in fear. Ha, don't worry about that for now, teach this kid a lesson first, and then ask questions later. Li Zixian smiled happily, as if the breath of relief in his heart had finally been released.
What a comfortable feeling.
She wanted to stay and watch Wang Lingfeng suffer, and it would be best if she could learn the method and do it herself. She didn't ask Wang Lingfeng what he knew, because whether she asked or not, she would be beaten first.
It's not too late to ask after the fight is over.
Wang Lingfeng was resisting this, but when the torture came upon him, he inadvertently revealed an expression of comfort.
Advanced Body Refining Skills Proficiency plus 100. Advanced Body Refining Skills Proficiency plus 100. Chapter 129, Noob, I didn't mean it. Wang Lingfeng was beaten badly.
Except for his face and genitals, there was no intact part of his body. Although he wanted to refine his body, he didn't want to be hit in these two places, so he could just use the passive ability of the body refining technique to improve them slowly. His behavior made the Japanese feel very happy, but they always felt that something was wrong.
Why didn't he scream?
There was no sound.
It made me very unhappy. Li Zixian pointed at Wang Lingfeng and spoke to the minions. Therefore, the minions increased their efforts to beat Wang Lingfeng. Their goal now was to make Wang Lingfeng speak out. But Wang Lingfeng never did. If he did, it would be, "You haven't eaten yet."
Yes, that's the sentence, and this sentence makes the other party even angrier, and all kinds of torture methods appear, which are means of attacking the whole body. It feels like the whole body is burning with flames, the whole body is invaded by poison, the whole body is cut by knives, etc. This went on for more than an hour, and Wang Lingfeng's advanced body refining technique was improved by more than 30 levels. His advanced body refining technique had already reached over 100 levels, and his current speed was extremely fast. In terms of the corresponding skill difficulty, his advanced body refining technique is equivalent to a third-level skill. After reaching level 100, it may take 10 days or half a month to upgrade one level, but now he is at level 30, it only takes more than an hour. The reason why it was so fast was that these people were much stronger than him, which was equivalent to killing monsters at a higher level. Besides, the strange beasts would not cooperate so well. They would not just torture without taking lives, but also maintain high intensity, even at the cost of tiring themselves. Now, he is like a group of masters training with him, and when he practices the body refining exercises, the speed of improvement is even faster. Speaking of this body refining technique, it is not counted as a skill, but when using this technique, his advanced body refining technique will improve much faster and even become much more powerful. This is like the relationship between moves and mental methods in martial arts novels. With the coordination of mental methods, the power of the moves will be increased and the speed of practice will be faster. In this regard, Wang Lingfeng really wanted to say, "Why isn't this a passive skill? Why do I need to run it? It's kind of annoying." But this is an extra benefit after all, and he can't be ungrateful after getting such an advantage. And another thing is that he found that the power and effect of this technique can be quite different if used well or not.
This is actually quite interesting and gives people room for manipulation. It's like everyone is practicing a skill, and if you use it well, you will actually feel more accomplished. Keep going, don't stop. Wang Lingfeng felt that the other party was a little tired.
After all, maintaining a full-strength attack for an hour would indeed make people feel a little weak, and their attacks became much lighter. Now stimulated by Wang Lingfeng, they seemed to be injected with chicken blood and started to output crazily.
Very good, keep it up. This situation made Li Zhixian and Xue Huyue a little suspicious.
They seemed to have been fooled, but they didn't know where they were fooled. The only thing they could think of was that Wang Lingfeng was a bit self-destructive and he was enjoying himself.
What a pervert!
Thus, Wang Lingfeng was tortured for 2 hours and his proficiency level increased by another 30 levels.
So comfortable.
Wang Lingfeng even made that damn comfortable sound, which stunned Xue Huyue. Even if she was under such intensity, it was impossible for her to be so comfortable.
How could Wang Lingfeng do it? Is he really a masochist? What are you doing here? Why are you fighting against noobs?
At this time, Xiao Shang and other villagers appeared. They seemed to have discussed the countermeasures and it was time to assign tasks.
This is our grudge, do you want to care?
Xue Huyu asked. I can't do anything about it, but you guys have destroyed Master's ink line, so now you're responsible.
Go collect the sticky rice. Want some rice balls? The glutinous rice is too sticky.
Xiao Shang looked at Xue Huyue and the others with a very strange expression. He suspected that they were implying something about him, because he had turned the glutinous rice that his master wanted into glutinous rice.
We need live ones to fight zombies.
Although we can seal the church now, we still have to kill the zombies that escape. When this zombie comes at night, it can break into houses.
Everyone, be careful tonight. Whoever is chosen will be unlucky. Xiao Shang said to everyone.
This information makes everyone understand one thing, that is, someone will be unlucky at night, but no one knows who this unlucky person is.
This is the plot's driving force. We will definitely be attacked by zombies tonight.
The night is coming soon, so everyone should make some preparations to keep zombies away from their houses.
Rookie, this is an exorcism talisman. Keep it to save your life. I can only help you up to this point.
Xiao Shang seemed to have a good impression of Wang Lingfeng, perhaps because they were familiar with each other through playing cards and chatting. Maybe it was because Wang Lingfeng was the protagonist, so he had to be given something to prevent him from being killed by zombies at the beginning.
I see. Wang Lingfeng took the yellow talisman. As long as he stuck the talisman on the door, the zombies would not come near.
After all, with so many housing options, there's no reason to choose one that makes you uncomfortable.
Thinking of this, the Japanese soldiers set their sights on Wang Lingfeng.
After some of them went to look for Nwomi, the remaining few surrounded Wang Lingfeng.
Hand Wang Lingfeng over. Don't wait for us to speak. Li Zixian looked at Wang Lingfeng.
Okay, I'll give it to you, but who will use it?
Wang Lingfeng handed the yellow talisman to the other party without hesitation, and then asked a heart-piercing question. 2 peaches kill 3 men.
Sure enough, these devils began to look at each other and became alert.
Wang Lingfeng smiled and left this troubled place very decisively.
When he left, a Japanese soldier followed him and was responsible for monitoring everything he did. It was impossible for them to let Wang Lingfeng disappear from their sight, and at the same time they also wanted to be on guard against what Wang Lingfeng might do. Xue Huyue felt that Wang Lingfeng would definitely do something to these people, otherwise why would his people die one after another? What she didn't expect was that even though she was so careful, something still went wrong in the end. Although she solved the problem of the yellow talisman, she distributed the yellow talisman through the dice rolling tool in the group, and whoever had the higher score would get it.
This is a fair game of luck.
In the end, excluding the 100 points of Wang Lingfeng who caused trouble, a certain Japanese soldier won with 98 points.
This little devil is called Hikowa Okamoto, and he is a berserker.
At night, he stuck the yellow talisman on the door. At this time, on the other side, Uncle Gio and his disciples had already set a trap in the yard, preparing to lure the zombies over.
Xiao Shang, where is my bait talisman? What bait charm? It's a bait charm used to attract zombies. If you stick it here, the zombies will come to us. But why is it gone? Master, where do you think you put it? I drew it this afternoon.
It should have been on the table, but it's gone.
Ah, Master, isn't that an amulet on your desk to ward off evil spirits?
Yes, there is an exorcism charm, but there is also a bait charm.
Did you use it? No, no.
Xiao Sheng immediately shook his head and thought to himself, this can't be such a coincidence.
If so, then I can only say that. Noob, I didn't mean it. Chapter 130? Go to Uncle Jiao to trigger a new plot, understand? Xue Huyue stood in the house and looked at Wang Lingfeng through the window. At this time, Wang Lingfeng was eating a bowl of glutinous rice. He was like a food broadcaster, tempting the glutton in Xue Huyu's stomach. This damn Chinese guy must have done it on purpose. No, what is he eating? Glutinous rice? Did you eat the sticky rice? Xue Huyue looked at Wang Lingfeng with some confusion. Yeah, what's wrong?
Wang Lingfeng continued to eat the glutinous rice, which was topped with diced mushrooms and meat, some egg skin, a little bit of green onion, a little bit of dried shrimp, and a little bit of pickled mustard greens.
Looks very tempting. Damn it! Are you mentally ill?
Glutinous rice is used to fight zombies.
This is a script-killing secret realm.
The props in your hand are very important, even more important than your strength, although you don't have much strength either.
Xue Huyue looked at Wang Lingfeng with an expression that said, "You're an idiot, I really want to beat you up. This is just a small prop.
I have a more powerful prop in my hand.
As soon as I use my prop, this zombie will kneel down immediately." Wang Lingfeng said nonchalantly. What props? Snow Fox asked immediately, and secretly said in his heart.
This cunning Chinese guy really knows some key things, but he just doesn't tell us, damn it. There was an undisguised murderous look in Xue Huyu's eyes, and she wanted to kill Wang Lingfeng.
That's the painting. Wang Lingfeng pointed to a painting on the door. Door god? No.
The person in this painting is obviously a foreigner, and seems to be a star who can sing and dance.
His name seems to be Justin.
He also has a very famous song called Pa Pa Pa.
Xue Huyu didn't know what it was specifically, she had no interest in these things, but what was the meaning of Wang Lingfeng displaying this portrait? You don't think that zombie is a fan, do you? Would he kneel down and ask for an autograph?
Xue Huyue said this with a hint of sarcasm. She felt that it was a bit stupid for her to say it. If Wang Lingfeng had this idea, she would think that she was too stupid to treat such a fool as a dish.
You'll know when the time comes. If you want it or not, I can sell it to you at a lower price, as long as you give me the jade on you. Wang Lingfeng said as he ate. He just said this casually and didn't think the other party would really give it. Do you think I'm as stupid as you?
Xue Huyue said with a sneer. Since their conversation was in the group, other people also heard it and naturally mocked Wang Lingfeng. At this time, no one was surprised that Wang Lingfeng took a fancy to Xue Huyue's jade. The jade was very valuable and was also an heirloom. I heard that this is the heirloom of the Xue Huyu family, brought from China. Some rumors say that it was discovered in a secret realm before, and some people say that it was originally from China thousands of years ago. But no matter which one it is, this jade now symbolizes the glory of the Snow Fox family, and it is impossible for anyone to take it away.
I'm just asking if you'll sell it. Wang Lingfeng tried again, trying to see if the other party was stupid, and it worked.
At this moment, he was too lazy to use his divine eyes to look at this matter, which would be a waste of energy.
Anyway, he would get the jade in the end. You don't deserve it.
Xue Huyu looked at Wang Lingfeng and spat out these 3 words coldly.
Just eat, don't bother with anything else.
Not long after, the zombie came jumping over. He looked much better now, not much different from a normal person, except that his face was a little paler, his eyes were dull, and his mouth showed sharp fangs. Even among a group of ghosts, he stood out very much. It's not that he is the only zombie, but because he exudes a terrifying dark aura that can be seen with the naked eye. At this time, the zombies came to Wang Lingfeng's house.
Go in quickly and kill him.
Xue Huyue and others were all looking forward to it. But the zombie didn't even look at it and just walked straight past. He went in one direction and didn't care about the house next to him at all. Finally, it stopped in front of Hikawa Okamoto's house. I have props to protect me, why is he still here with me?
Yeah, what's the point of this zombie being here? Don't worry, it definitely can't get in.
At this time, the Japanese devils were talking in the group, and in the house of Himikawa Okamoto, there were 2 other Japanese devils besides Himikawa Okamoto. The 2 devils came in because Hikawa Okamoto had props to protect him, and they paid some price and went through some arguments. It can be said that this is an opportunity they have seized. If there are no more than 3 people in a house, more people will destroy the defense of the room and there will be more people inside. The zombie stood in front of the house, then leaned forward straight ahead. Yes, it was the same posture as in the movie, just like Michael dancing, with the whole body straight but leaning forward sideways. Finally, the zombie touched the door with both hands. At this time, the Japanese devils such as Himikawa Okamoto were very nervous and scared, and doubted the usefulness of the props.
But at this moment, the zombie's hands immediately retracted as if they were electrocuted.
If someone looks carefully outside the door, they will find that when the zombie just touched the door, the peach charm on the door emitted a yellow light, forcing the zombie back.
Ha, it can't destroy this door. Come on, you're here.
The 3 Japanese soldiers inside began to shout, twisting their bodies and making some arrogant and complacent gestures. However, they soon met with tragedy. Because the zombie jumped towards the door and pushed it through with both hands.
Boom!
The door was knocked open. The Japanese soldiers were so shocked that they even forgot that they should save themselves. Fortunately, they were also masters and reacted quickly, using various skills on the zombie. In an instant, colorful flashes appeared in the house. The 2 sides fought with crackling sounds in the house, and soon the house began to be broken, and the ghosts on the side also rushed into the house. At this time, everyone understood why those devils had died so miserably before. This was the fate of all of them under such a ghost attack.
The main thing is the ghosts here. You can only run away. It is useless to hit them.
They either ignore damage or have extremely low damage.
This is the setting of this secret realm.
Otherwise, if all these ghosts were killed, what would be the need for a plot? Simply put, all the devils who died here died from script killing. At this time, Wang Lingfeng said something in the group, summarizing what happened this time.
Too much joy can lead to sorrow, right?
The zombie was forced back at first because of the peach charms and paintings on our house. It would be the same on anyone's house, but the zombie's strength was stronger than the peach charms and paintings and could destroy them, so it was natural for it to break through the house. Also, when you were just broken into the house, you shouldn't have fought, but ran quickly to Uncle Joe's side to trigger a new plot, understand?
Do you understand?
How can we understand if you don't tell us?
Damn it, you did it on purpose.
However, don't be too happy, because Hikawa Okamoto is not dead yet, he has led the zombies to your house.
You are dead.